When I was walking through the Xiangshui Bay community, I suddenly heard an ambiguous voice coming from the car. I couldn't help but look back and cursed in my heart. These days, there are really all kinds of people. The BMW X5 was parked in the corner, and the sound coming from the car made people think a lot. I couldn't help but feel a little itchy. After all, who could resist such temptation? The thrill of secretly having a passionate affair in a car, with the possibility of being discovered at any time, was really addictive. I whispered to myself, later, I could try looking for Fang Xue. Today is our first anniversary, and I prepared flowers and gifts, thinking she would agree. But to be honest, I felt a little uneasy. Fang Xue was a beautiful girl, and we had been together for so long, but we had never gone further. Although we have held hands and kissed, I always feel that there is something missing between her and me. In order to break through that thin layer of window paper, I spent a lot of money in the past few months and bought her many expensive gifts and luxury goods. The total amount was at least hundreds of thousands. After all, who makes her a girl with an angel face and a devil figure? Especially her two slender legs. When I saw her for the first time, my heart was almost hooked. However, despite all I have done for her, I still cannot cross that threshold. I believe that one day, Fang Xue will agree to me. Just then, my thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched scream coming from inside the BMW. I couldn't help but look out the window, and the scene inside the car made me a little stunned. The woman was leaning against the window, her clothes half taken off, and her figure was attractive. I licked my lips, but I felt annoyed. Fang Xue also had a good figure. Although our relationship had always remained superficial, every time I wanted to take it a step further, she always rejected me. Despite this, I am not discouraged because I believe that as long as I persist, I will make a breakthrough one day. At this moment, the woman in the BMW made an even more intense sound. My mood instantly sank, and I kept muttering to myself, in this day and age, there's still such public things. The woman seemed to notice some movement outside, and her voice came out in a panic. Honey, is there anyone outside? I was unhappy and wanted to leave. But suddenly, I heard a familiar name. Oh no, it's Lin Dong calling. At that moment, my heart sank, my mind went blank, and the rose in my hand fell to the ground. My eyes were dull, and my heart was filled with unbelievable fear. How was that possible? I muttered to myself, my head buzzing. So Fang Xue was with me just to satisfy her excitement? Everything I had done for her was fake. Just when I was about to collapse, I suddenly heard a mechanical voice in my mind. It is detected that the host meets the conditions and the God-level counterattack system is successfully bound. Initial function, 10 times cashback. As long as the host spends money in a nightclub, the system will return it 10 times. For example, if you spend 10,000 yuan in the nightclub, you will get 100,000 yuan back. The more the host consumes, the more functions the system will activate. Please consume as soon as possible. This reminder gave me a slight shock, as if a new power was awakening in me. System. I heard the voice in a daze. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I often read some online novels and I always sneered at things like systems. But now, hearing this voice, I suddenly woke up and my eyes brightened instantly. God-level counterattack system? Isn't this tailor-made for me? If I spend money in a nightclub, I can get a tenfold return. Doesn't this mean that my money can grow rapidly? With money, what does a woman like Fang Xue matter to me? I am very sensitive to numbers. When I heard about the tenfold return, I knew how amazing this system was. As long as it is used properly, the speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. Thinking about this, I was so excited that I stood up quickly and walked straight outside without paying any attention to the couple. But I have to go to a nightclub to spend money. It suddenly occurred to me that there seemed to be a massage parlor nearby. I glanced at the shared bicycles on the street, quickly rode over, and pedaled so hard that I almost gave out sparks. Finally, the sign of Red Romantic Massage Parlor appeared in my sight. The store is not big, but it is very eye-catching. On the wall are posters of rows of beautiful women in cheongsams, smiling and with different figures. I know that this massage shop is quite famous in the neighborhood, and its customers are all wealthy people. The shop has launched a variety of consumption packages, and the prices are not cheap. The most expensive package is the Bathing Emperor service, which costs 9,999 yuan. I heard that this package is very luxurious, with 4 beauties serving you at the same time. They will also peel grapes for you and bring them to your mouth. They will greet you with a smile for any additional needs. In the past, I didn't even dare to look at this kind of high-end consumption place. Now, I want to spend a lot of money here and use the system to quickly turn things around. As soon as I got off the shared bike, I was stopped by an old security guard. What are you doing? The security guard glared at me. Why are you riding a shared bike and stopping in front of our store? Get out of here. I was stunned for a moment, then I realized what was happening. The security guard obviously looked down on me, with contempt in his eyes. I stood there, but I wasn't angry at all. Uncle, how much do you make a month? Why are you asking this? How much money I make has nothing to do with you, he replied impatiently. No problem, just asking casually, I said with a smile. He ignored me and said disdainfully, 3,500, what's wrong with that? I drive 3,500, which is better than you riding a broken bicycle. I smiled and nodded slightly. You've been working here for so long. Have those rich people ever given you tips? What tip? The security guard was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't quite understand the question. No, I pretended to be disappointed. That's a pity. The security guard was still confused and was ready to chase me away, but I was not in a hurry. Actually, I'm a billionaire, I said slowly. I wear tattered clothes on purpose to prevent others from borrowing money from me. Haha, just bragging. He sneered, but his eyes kept unconsciously looking at the 100 yuan in my hand. I said casually, if you park this shared bike properly, this 100 yuan will be yours. Are you kidding? The security guard was stunned. I still smiled and said calmly, I'm not kidding. I keep my word. I'll give 1 million to those who betray me, and hundreds of millions to those who are loyal to me. Give me applause. I clapped my hands twice deliberately. The security guard still didn't believe it, but his eyes were attracted by the 100 yuan. He slowly reached out and grabbed the 100 yuan, looked at it carefully, and when he confirmed that it was not counterfeit, the expression on his face changed and even turned a little red. Is it really for me? Of course. I nodded with a smile. Uncle, can you help me park now? Of course, of course. The old security guard's face changed and his attitude turned 180 degrees in an instant. He quickly grabbed the shared bicycle, fearing that it would be bumped into, and pushed it quickly into the parking lot. Looking at the shabby shared bicycle that stood out among a bunch of luxury cars, I couldn't help but smile. Oh, and here's one more thing. The security guard suddenly thought of something and shouted, VIP guest, please come in, boss. See, this is what emotional value is. I stood there, thinking about the security guard's humble appearance just now, and the corners of my mouth rose slightly. At this time, the system's voice came as expected, detected that the host spent 100 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 1,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Current balance. 1,000 yuan. Looking at the text message on my phone, I breathed a sigh of relief. This 100 yuan tip was actually just an experiment I did for myself. Fortunately, my bet was right, and the system really returned 10 times the money. If I had failed this time, the old man would have lost the $100. I was a little excited, and then I walked into the massage parlor. The red lights in the corridor and the incense in the air intoxicated me. I felt the mysterious atmosphere in the air, and my mood relaxed a lot. VIP? Where's the VIP? After hearing the security guard shout, a beautiful young woman in her 30s walked out. Her walking posture was full of temptation. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were exquisite. She was wearing a thin light green sweater, with a diamond necklace faintly visible on her chest, outlining her perfect curves. Welcome to Red Romance. I'm the manager, Su Mimi. You can just call me Xiao Su. Her tone was gentle, but her eyes were filled with a scrutiny. Seeing her smile, my heart couldn't help but beat. It was so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off her. I licked my lips and couldn't help but admire in my heart. What a fairy. However, she didn't seem to think I was anything special. She glanced at me with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She must think I was a poor boy, dressed in rags and smelling a bit. I felt a little helpless, but didn't think much about it. Her slightly disdainful tone toward me made me realize that she didn't intend to spend too much time with me. Handsome guy, is this your first time here? Would you like me to introduce our set menu to you? She said perfunctorily. Of course, I could hear the coldness in her tone, but I wasn't angry because I knew she would change her attitude soon. In less than half an hour, she would start trying to please me like the security guard did. No, I just want the 888 full body massage, I said directly. Her eyes changed slightly, and she looked at me with some surprise. She didn't expect me to order the 888 yuan set meal. She must have been thinking, is he just pretending? But soon, she shook her head again, thinking silently in her heart. This guy must have just received his salary and wants to act like a rich man and have fun. She smiled and picked up her phone. Handsome guy. Here we pay first and then consume. Please scan it. Okay. I nodded, took out my phone, scanned the code, and paid 888 yuan. The moment the money arrived in my account, I was secretly delighted. The speed at which the money came was even faster than robbing a bank. I was a little excited, my hands were shaking slightly, and when I saw her expression change, I realized that I might have seemed a little stingy. Su Mimi handed me the card with a professional smile on her face. Handsome, this is your room number, 996. She said coldly and turned to leave. Wait, I suddenly called her. She frowned slightly and turned back impatiently. Anything else, handsome? I'd like to ask, can we pay extra to change the meal during the meal? I asked casually, but her expression became even colder. Of course, she replied with a fake smile. Just tell the technician what you need. After saying that, Su Mimi left without looking back. I stood there, watching her leaving, sneering in my heart. This woman didn't take me seriously at all. I took the card and found room 996. After a while, a slim technician in a brown uniform came in. Hello, VIP. Im Shiodo Techniciano. Buit. I'm happy to serve you. Her tone sounded quite formal, but I could feel her reluctance. I glanced at her and smiled. Sorry, please change someone. She rolled her eyes and turned away, probably thinking, what a poor fellow. He actually asked for a replacement. Then 3 technicians came in one after another, and I still rejected them. Each of them made me more and more annoyed. Change it, I said coldly. Change it again. No. Finally, Su Mimi had no choice but to personally arrange for a new technician to come and let her walk into my room. Ayu, im techniciano. 21 ting ting. I'm happy to serve you. Her tone was a little nervous, but I noticed a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. I looked at the thin little girl in front of me with her head down and felt a little surprised. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a baby face, youthful and innocent, spoke in a low voice, and had a neatly tied ponytail. Those big, watery eyes glanced at me secretly, like a daisy bud about to bloom, giving me an inexplicable feeling of excitement. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a thought popped in my mind. I didn't see any disgust towards me in her, only nervousness and that kind of trembling look. Judging from her appearance, it was probably her first time giving a massage, and Su Mimi asked her to take the blame. Okay, it's you. I nodded. Ting was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect me to choose her. She looked a little surprised, but also relieved. Thank you, brother. I will press it well. Yeah. I nodded. After a while, her 2 delicate little hands gently pressed on both sides of my head. The cool and soft touch quickly spread throughout my body until her little finger gently opened my bathrobe and placed it on my shoulders. At that moment, I couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt my body more relaxed than ever before. Thinking about the tension and anxiety of these days, and looking at the nearly 10,000 yuan on my bank card, I suddenly felt that it was really worth it. Life is called life only when it is like this. Her massage technique was a little unfamiliar, but gradually, a feeling of comfort spread throughout her body. I was sweating and my face was red. After all, I was weak and had hardly exercised. Puff! Ting couldn't help laughing when she saw me sweating all over. Brother, if it hurts, I can be gentler. It doesn't hurt, continue. I coughed twice and tried to appear calm. After all, a man should not show weakness in front of a woman. Ting, how long will this massage last? I asked. Well, about half an hour left. She answered in a low voice. I looked through her casually unbuttoned clothes and discovered that from her collar, I could see a scene that would make my heart beat faster. My heart suddenly tightened, but no sound came out of my mouth. I didn't expect that Ting was young, but had a pretty good figure. Feeling my gaze, Ting blushed slightly, as if she understood what I was thinking. She lowered her head and wiped the sweat off her face, silently giving up those inappropriate thoughts. After all, she knew that she was just making money for a living. Ting, tell your manager, I want to change my package. I suddenly said. She was a little stunned. Change to the full body essential oil SBA for 1,688 and add 3 more hours. I added. Ting was shocked. Brother, the price here is a bit high. 1 hour outside is 100 yuan, and red romance is 300 yuan. Expensive? I smiled and said, I like expensive things. Hurry up and call your manager. She nodded and turned to call Su Mimi. Not long after, the hot young woman walked into the room. Her attitude softened, and she smiled sweeter. Handsome, are you sure you want to upgrade your package and add extra time? Stop talking nonsense and scan the code quickly. I waved my hand without giving her any face. Although she still looks down on me, seeing how much I spend here, who wouldn't want to make a little more money from it? Ding, Alipay account arrived, 3,000 yuan. My phone screen lit up and the payment was successful. 3,000? Handsome guy, you gave me too much. She was a little flustered. The extra money can be considered a tip. Okay, don't stand here and get in the way. I might call you later, I said nonchalantly. The phone rang again, and the system prompt sounded. It was detected that the host spent 3,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 30,000 yuan was credited to the bank card, and the current balance is 35,992 yuan. My heart skipped a beat, and my eyes were fixed on screen. In just a short while, the account balance was almost 40,000. This was simply a godsend. Su Mimi seemed to have noticed something and thought to herself, am I seeing things? This guy doesn't look special, but he shouldn't be so extravagant. Is he really a rich second generation? Ting Ting, treat the boss well. Su Mimi reminded Ting Ting with a tone of flattery. I ignored her, pulled off my handkerchief, frowned, and said, my biggest need now is for you to leave quickly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right away. Su Mimi nodded quickly and left in a hurry. I grabbed Ting Ting's hand and said with a smile, beautiful girl, you did a good job just now. Add me on WeChat. Okay, brother, I'll scan you. Ting Ting blushed. It was her first time giving a massage to a customer and also her first time adding him on WeChat. When her phone rang, she was stunned and looked at the transfer amount. 5,000 yuan? Brother, what are you doing? Her voice was a little flustered and her eyes were panicked. I smiled and continued to rub her little hands. Didn't I tell you that I like to spend money when I feel comfortable? This 5,000 yuan is a tip for you, I said nonchalantly. She was stunned. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Su Mimi, who was about to reach the door, almost fell. Thank you, brother. Ting Ting was so moved that she almost cried, and she stuck to me. The technician's uniform was thin, and the soft and smooth touch was intoxicating. Looking into her eyes, I could almost imagine that if I just spent a little more money, she would do more for me. Ahem, don't get me wrong, I'm a gentleman. I pretended to be serious. Besides, this little money is nothing. I heard the sound at the door, and my heart moved. Then, there was another sound, and Su Mimi was stunned at the door for a moment, regretting her decision. Manager Su, do you have anything else to say? I looked straight at her. No. She shook her head quickly. Then don't eavesdrop here. I still need to have a private chat with Ting Ting, I said bluntly. Su Mimi was not angry at all after being criticized by me. Instead, she felt warm inside. She felt that these rich people were always so cool and graceful when they scolded others. She even hoped that I would scold her a few more times, and it would be best if I could give her 1,000 yuan for each scolding. At this moment, my phone vibrated. I took out my phone and saw the system message. Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 50,000 yuan in bank card, current balance. 80,992 yuan. 50,000 yuan. It will soon break 100,000. This system is really powerful. Every penny spent can earn 10 times. This efficiency really makes me more and more confident. It seems that if I keep doing this, I can easily earn 100,000 yuan a day. But think about it. This 100,000 yuan is not enough. I have to work harder and aim higher. Ting Ting, can we recharge our card here? I suddenly asked. Of course you can. The more you recharge, the more you get. There are also different membership levels. Ting Ting introduced with a smile while giving me a massage. I was in no mood to listen any further, so I interrupted her directly. Don't talk about that, just tell me. How much does it cost to charge the highest level? Ting Ting hesitated for a moment. A top-up of 100,000 yuan will earn you a supreme membership, and there are only 3 members at this level. Then I'll charge this and quickly call Su Mimi over, I said without hesitation. Brother, do you need anything? Soon, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Su Mimi walked in with a fragrance, almost sticking to him, her eyes full of desire. Seeing her enthusiasm, I knew she was after my money, but I didn't mind. Anyway, it was worth it. Manager Su, Brother Dong wants to apply for a card, Ting Ting said cautiously. Su Mimi's eyes lit up, and she immediately lifted my palm and rubbed it gently. That's good. Hanlin lacks generous customers like Dong Ge. She smiled charmingly. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, which almost made me want to pull her into my arms. Fortunately, I held back. Now I'm not the kind of man who can be easily satisfied, and I have to make the money I spend more valuable. Manager Sue, if I become a Supreme member, won't I get some extra services? I said with a smile. Of course. She smiled even more happily, as if she had guessed what I wanted. Brother Dong, wait a moment. I'll get ready right away. After saying that, Sue Mimi turned and left, swaying her long, beautiful legs in front of me, which was so provocative. I knew what she was thinking, so I just teased her. She walked out with a smile, and immediately 7 or 8 beautiful technicians surrounded the door. They looked at me one by one, their eyes full of expectation and desire. Why are you doing this here if you're not going to give massages to the customers? Sue Mimi frowned. The first one to stand up was Xiao, with a face full of grievance. Manager, the technician in room 996 was originally my service. Please ask her to let me in. The other technicians were also anxious. Manager, our technique is the best. Please give us a chance. Sue Mimi rolled her eyes. Obviously, she understood their thoughts. Okay, follow me in later. As for whether the guests want it or not, it depends on your performance. A few minutes later, music suddenly sounded in the room, and the door of room 996 was pushed open. Sue Mimi came in with a cart filled with high-end red wine, custom-made gold thread bathrobes, expensive skincare essential oils, and a black card. Brother Dong, congratulations on becoming a Red Romance Supreme member and enjoying the highest level of service in our store. Sue Mimi handed me the card with both hands. Our store also offers a free, unlimited time bathing emperor service. You can stay as long as you want. If you have any needs, please let us know at any time. As soon as she finished speaking, 7 or 8 beautiful technicians with good figures walked in with smiles on their faces, and their movements were as swift as wolves seeing meat. They surrounded me and kept massaging me, some rubbing my shoulders, some pinching my feet. They were very hardworking. They say money makes the world go round. I thought to myself, I think money really does make the world go round. The beautiful legs swayed in front of my eyes, which was very stimulating. Comfortable. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. Brother Dong, is this enough? A technician asked softly. Yeah, about right. I replied. Brother Dong, can I add you on WeChat? I've never seen a man as handsome as you. Another technician asked softly. No need for WeChat. I refused with a smile. Brother Dong, I was really not feeling well just now. Don't be angry. I will definitely make you satisfied today. The technician named Xiao said as she moved down. I was too lazy to resist and gradually fell into the climax of this service, enjoying all the beauty. At the same time, I received another text message. It was detected that the host spent 50,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 500,000 yuan was credited to the bank card, current balance. 530,992 yuan. I was so happy that I almost laughed out loud, as my balance was about to break 1 million. It was detected that the host spent 50,000 yuan in a nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 500,000 yuan credited to the bank card, current balance. 980,992 yuan. The bank card balance instantly reached nearly 1 million. In just a few hours, I became a millionaire. Just then, the phone rang. It was Fang Xue calling. Oh, this woman, she still has the nerve to call me. I snorted coldly, my face full of disdain. Back then, I was her plaything, but today, I am finally no longer the man who could be controlled by her at will. Hey, Lindong, where are you? Why are you so noisy? Fang Xue's voice came. Do you know how many calls I made? Today is our first anniversary. You didn't buy me a gift, did you? Is she still pretending? Seeing her innocent appearance, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and get angry. You bitch! I gritted my teeth and almost exploded. Seeing Ting Ting and the others speeding up their movements, I called out in a tender voice. Brother Dong, how about this strength? Fang Xue's voice suddenly stopped, and there was silence on the other end of the line. Then a roar came. Lindong, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you know what you were doing? On the other end of the phone, Fang Xue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She finally spoke after a few seconds. I heard the voice of a charming female technician asking me if I was comfortable, and I instantly realized that she had just come back to her senses. She exploded. Crazy, absolutely crazy. How dare I go to a place like that? And there was more than one. A group of women. What? Of course, something I want to do. I responded casually, slapping the beautiful woman next to me on the buttocks. She laughed as loud as a silver bell. Fang Xue's anger grew even more intense, and she almost burst out through the phone. I was so blind to be with you. I couldn't help but reply. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have played with a loser like me, right? She was speechless, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I sneered. You bitch, are you still pretending? Do you really think I don't know about your affairs? I saw you and that man having sex in the car in the neighborhood. You cheated on me, and now you're pretending to be pitiful and innocent. Ugh. I spat directly into the phone. The technician next to me was shocked and looked at Fang Xue with contempt. You are the one with a brain bubble. You have a man as good as me, but you're still hooking up with others. At this time, a group of female technicians took the opportunity to increase their efforts and began to serve me more diligently. Brother Dong, I'm 36D and want to be your girlfriend. Brother Dong, I'm 170 centimeters tall with long legs, and I like to wear black stockings. Black stockings, white stockings, and fishnet stockings. Brother Dong, I can wear whatever you want me to wear. These voices make me want to laugh. They all know that the treatment I get here is something Fang Xue can never give me. Thank you for recharging 100,000 yuan for me, Brother Dong. You're the supreme member of our store, and you can choose any technician you want. Fang Xue's voice came over, asking me anxiously, 100,000? Where did you get the money? I hung up the phone. Fang Xue was still in a daze, and I sneered in my heart. I looked around and found that the enthusiasm of these women completely met my current needs. For example, Fang Xue was pretty and could serve people. It was comfortable, really comfortable. I rewarded them for their services one by one, and seeing the excitement in their eyes made me feel better. 6,606? Brother Dong, you are so kind. 8,808? Brother Dong, I love you. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Detected that the host spent 6,666 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 66,660 yuan credited to the bank card. The account balance instantly rose to 1.5 million, but this amount of money was not enough for me. With this money, at most I could only buy a small house in Tianhai. Is there a more upscale place? I looked at Su Mimi, who was standing beside me, and asked her. There was a flash of excitement in her eyes, and she walked up to me and said, Brother Dong, I know a few good places. Wangjiang Pavilion, Michelin Revolving Restaurant, 5-star Hai Tian Shengyan, and Dihao KTV. These places all meet your requirements. She bent over deliberately to show off her perfect figure, but I didn't look at it any further. Okay, let's go to KTV. After putting on my clothes and walking out of the massage parlor, I heard a sweet voice coming from behind me. Brother Dong, take care. Come often. I didn't respond to the noises and walked straight to the parking lot. The old security guard looked at me walking out of the store, obviously a little stunned. I smiled and said, Where's my bicycle? Is it safe? He immediately stood up straight and replied respectfully, Don't worry, boss. No one can touch your car. I patted his shoulder and said, Then please ride it out. He smiled and responded, I appreciate the compliment from the boss. It is my honor to serve you. Welcome to visit us next time. Wow. Riding a shared bicycle, the breeze blew across my face. I took a deep breath and felt unprecedented relaxation. For the past 20 years, I have lived in a muddle-headed state and was cheated out of everything by that bitch Fang Xue. But now, with the system, I can finally change my fate. However, with my current wealth, riding this thing is really too cheap. How about taking a taxi? Soon, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class stopped in front of me. The driver was dressed in a formal suit and looked very professional. I nodded and sat in the back seat. As soon as I got in the car, I subconsciously looked around and touched things. It was my first time sitting in this kind of car, so I was a little curious. The driver saw my action through the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. He probably thought that I had been living a hard life and wanted to spend lavishly today. The Mercedes drove steadily into the bar street of Tianhai City. In front of me was a scene of bright lights, wine and women, handsome men and beautiful women to keep an eye on. I couldn't help but sigh that these rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. I didn't even dare to enter here before, but I didn't expect that today I could come here and spend money openly. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a magnificent building. As soon as I got out of the car, the system's voice rang. Detected that the host spent 500 yuan. 10 times cashback successful. 5,000 yuan in bank card account. I was stunned for a moment, then the corners of my mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect that the money for taking a taxi to the nightclub could also be cashed back. I felt refreshed and walked into Dihao KTV. Two receptionists wearing slit cheongsams greeted me warmly, bowed, and said in a sweet voice, "Welcome, boss, to Dihao." I nodded. Who would feel uncomfortable if someone called me boss like that? I took out my phone and said casually, "You two beauties provide great service. How about adding WeChat?" Hearing this, one of the receptionists was obviously hesitant, while the other smiled awkwardly, but finally gave me face. "Handsome, she didn't bring her phone. Please add me." I nodded and quickly added her on WeChat. Then, I sent her a red envelope, 2,000. The receptionist looked at her phone, her hands shaking. "Handsome, you didn't type 2 extra zeros, did you?" She couldn't believe her eyes. For people like us who greet guests outside the venue, it's good enough if the guests just roll their eyes at us. But someone actually gave us 2,000. "What did you say?" 2,000. The other receptionist was stunned. She looked down at her cell phone and was a little dazed for a moment. I calmly said, "It's only 2,000. Just consider it as making a friend. Maybe I'll come here often in the future." Her attitude immediately changed. She laughed so hard that she almost shook with laughter. She even deliberately lifted a corner of her cheongsam to reveal her snow-white thighs. I licked my lips, but I held back. Making money is important. "Okay, let's talk later. Come in." They smiled even sweeter and watched me go in. Just after taking a few steps, the system's prompt sounded again. Detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 20,000 yuan in bank card account. My bank card balance instantly increased by another 20,000 yuan. This small amount of money is really not worth mentioning, but it still makes me feel good. I followed the crowd to the front desk and met a well-built, innocently dressed receptionist. She greeted me with a smile. "Welcome to Dihao KTV, may I ask?" She suddenly stopped, looked at me carefully, and then shouted in confusion, "Are you Lindong? Do you know me?" I was a little confused, not understanding why I was suddenly called out. She sneered, "Why are you pretending? You don't even know me? I am Bai Yuqing." Hearing this name, I suddenly recalled the memories of my high school years. Bai Yuqing, the study committee member of the high school class, urged me to hand in my homework every day. At that time, my grades were not good, and she always looked down on me and even teased me that I was from the countryside. Oh, now I remember. Bai Yuqing was the study committee member of our class. You were the top student at that time, and you had many awards. Why are you working in a KTV now? I patted my head, deliberately humiliating her. It seems that it is of little use now. Bai Yuqing's face suddenly fell. Her hands clenched into fists, and she angrily hit back. "You are not that good. You are dressed like this, and you still have the nerve to say that to me?" She glanced at me with disdain and continued. "The minimum consumption here is several thousand yuan. This is not a place you can come to. You are a grown-up, but you don't even have this much tact. It's shameful." I ignored her and looked at the price list behind me and read it out loud. Small private room, starting from 1,888 yuan. Medium private room, starting from 6,888 yuan. Large private room, starting from 8,888 yuan. Supreme deluxe private room, starting from 88,888 yuan. Only one room. Interesting. I smiled faintly. This kind of place is just my taste. "Lindong, have you seen enough? I'm telling you so much because we are classmates. Don't be shameless. Otherwise, I'll call security." Bai Yuqing looked impatient and pretended to pick up the landline to make a call. When we were in school, she looked down on me because I was a country bumpkin. Now, seeing that I was mocking her by calling her a receptionist, she certainly wouldn't let me go. "Don't be anxious," who said I just want to look and not consume. "Old classmate, why don't you take me to the private room to have a look?" I said with a smile. Bai Yuqing was about to make a phone call, but when she heard me say that, she stopped and looked even more contemptuous. "You have no money, but you still want to act like a big shot? Okay, you want to act like one, right? I'll give you this chance. Okay, Lindong, I'll take you in to have a look. But if you don't have money, don't blame me for calling someone." She sneered and walked towards the private room. I followed her in. The room was brightly lit and had an elegant environment, but my tattered clothes clearly did not fit in here. Bai Yuqing also thought I was an eyesore. "Lindong, the price of the small private room is 1,888 yuan. How do you want to pay? By card or by scanning a code?" She handed over the QR code and POS machine, waiting for me to call the security guard if I couldn't pay. I glanced at it and shook my head. "No, this place is too small to use it. What? Bai Yuqing was stunned and didn't react. I gestured at her twice, with disgust written all over my face. Old classmate, this private room is too small. If I speak louder, my ears will be deafened. Is there a bigger room? Seeing me like this, Bai Yuqing was completely stunned. She became more and more angry. It was obviously me who was pretending, but she was the one who was fooled. Of course I have. I'm just afraid you can't afford it. Do you think I'm short of money? I said casually. Stop talking nonsense. Change to a bigger room. I can't wait to howl. She snorted coldly and walked out of the private room angrily. I couldn't help but admire her enchanting back. Okay, stop dawdling. If you're satisfied, just book it. The total is 6,888. You don't have money to pay the bill, do you? She crossed her arms and stared at me with disdain. I still shook my head. I'm not saying anything, old classmate. This private room is still too small. It's not easy to spend money. I can't let myself down, right? Is there a bigger private room? She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. You. Looking at her angry look, I understood that she had lost her patience. Bai Yuqing, let me tell you, bringing you here has gone beyond my job scope. You wasted so much of my time. Do you know how much I delayed? She took out her cell phone and prepared to call someone, but I laughed. Why are you so angry? I didn't say I won't give you the money. How about this? I'll pay the deposit first. Is that okay? I took out my phone and scanned the QR code. Haha, deposit. Where did you get the money? She sneered. Unexpectedly, the next second, the phone rang. Alipay has arrived. 5,000 yuan. Bai Yuqing was stunned and dumbfounded. Old classmate, what are you doing? I deliberately waved my hand. Are you attracted by the way I pay? But this is normal. I smiled at her. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Who hasn't changed a bit? She frowned, still unable to accept it. Now, can you change the private room for me? Yes, yes. She had no choice but to take me to the private room. As soon as the door opened, the lights flickered and a picture of a vast landscape appeared before my eyes. Not bad. This is more like what it should be. I plopped down on the sofa, and the luxury before me made me nod my head. Although I was wearing street goods, Bai Yuqing seemed to think I looked like a wealthy superior sitting here. Is this the transformation brought about by having money? Old classmate, even the big private room is so luxurious. I'm curious, what does your only supreme private room look like? I smiled and said, seeing Bai Yuqing was slightly shocked and obviously a little flustered. Lindong, that's enough. You can't spend money like this. Isn't the big private room enough to satisfy you? She started to get impatient. Although I had just given her a 5,000 yuan deposit, the price of the exclusive room was too high. She obviously didn't believe I could afford it. Don't worry about it. Just take me there. I noticed her hesitation and raised my lips slightly. The front desk should get a commission for taking guests to a private room, right? The higher the grade of the private room I open, the more commission you get, right? She obviously hesitated for a moment and finally took out her cell phone to make a call. Lindong, wait a moment. I need to ask our boss for permission to open the supreme private room. I nodded, and I thought the scene was getting more interesting. Her attitude made me more convinced that money can change everything. Soon, Bai Yuqing came back and took me to the most luxurious private room of Dihao KTV. The door was carved with exquisite patterns of mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and animals. The door alone was extremely luxurious. Lindong, let me confirm one last time. Do you really want to book this private room? Hurry up, stop wasting time. She carefully pushed open the door, revealing the magnificent scene. You really don't want to consider it? This place is simply stunning. Bai Yuqing's face flushed, and she was obviously upset by my decisive decision. She began to think that Lindong might not be such a simple country boy. I looked at her changed attitude and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Women are like this. They look down on you at first, and then when you have money, they immediately show weakness. She took me into the room. A gurgling river was flowing under my feet. Koi carps occasionally jumped out of the water. The scene around me was dazzling. Even though I was prepared, I couldn't help but be amazed by the scene. Old classmate, I'm very satisfied and can pay now. As soon as I finished speaking, I took out my phone and scanned the QR code. Alipay has arrived. 88,888 yuan. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Detected that the host spent 88,888 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 888,880 yuan credited to bank card. A full 880,000. I felt a surge of excitement, and every cell in my body was filled with energy. Bai Yuqing was stunned. Her little mouth opened into a cherry shape, and the image of the country girl in my mind completely collapsed as she watched. At this moment, she finally realized that the Lin Dong in front of her was no longer the self-abased boy, but a man who could spend hundreds of thousands. My idol, no, Lin Dong. Thank you for spending 88,888 yuan. On behalf of Dihao KTV, I welcome you. Her tone was filled with irrepressible excitement, and she even began to speak incoherently. Seeing her shy look, I couldn't help licking my lips, but I didn't rush to act. Women need to be trained little by little. I sat carelessly on a leather sofa and said calmly, "Old classmate, isn't it a bit too boring for me to sing alone in such a big room? It makes me look lonely." "Don't worry. We have the most beautiful hostesses here. I will call them over right away, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." Bai Yuqing smiled and turned around to go out. "No need, why bother?" I smiled and called her, "I think you're pretty good." Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and I immediately poured the wine. "How about you drink a couple of glasses with me and renew our friendship as old classmates?" She was obviously hesitant, her eyes flickering. If she refused, her male god, would be angry, and she knew the consequences very well. If she agreed, she would feel bad, but the desire in her heart had been ignited. "What? Am I not qualified to invite you for a drink?" No, that's not it." She shook her head hastily, but eventually took a cat-like step and sat opposite me. "Old classmate, why are you sitting so far away? Let's get closer so we can communicate better." She bit her lip, not knowing how to describe the contradiction in her heart. I watched her sit over and smiled in my heart. I got the chance, and the next thing would be easy. "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you serve me well, I will give you a tip." I handed her a glass of wine with a smile and waited for her choice. Chapter 10. God-level singing skills. The golden gun is invincible. Tip. Hearing these two words, Bai Yuqing felt a little moved. But she doesn't usually drink with others. After all, in a place like KTV, once you get drunk, you will definitely become a lamb at the mercy of others. It is easy to imagine what will happen next. However, for the sake of money, she hesitated for a long time, finally opened her mouth and drank the wine. "Good," Lin Dong yelled. Then his hands and feet suddenly became dishonest, and he placed his big hands directly on the other person's thighs. "No, I can't. Bai Zuking instincto zesit Lin Zhong's advance." Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He admired her seductive look while guiding her gently, blowing hot air into her ears and talking. "Old classmate, you are so beautiful. Come, I'll give you a small red envelope first." A moment later, Bai Yuqing received a transfer. The moment she saw that string of numbers, her eyes widened. 18,808? Bai Yuqing's eyes were drawn. This time, without any hesitation, she fell directly into Lin Dong's arms. She let the two big hands reach into her collar and knead her plump and tender breasts. For a moment, Lin Dong took in countless beautiful spring scenes. What surprised him even more was that Bai Yuqing was obviously a virgin. Just a slight touch, and her body trembled slightly. Gurgle. Lin Dong swallowed deeply, unable to suppress his inner restlessness. At this moment, the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for achieving God-level singing skills." What? God-level singing skills? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, I felt wonderful changes taking place in my body. God-level singing skills, interesting. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, the system's rewards include not only money, but also this special ability. It just so happens that he is in KTV now, so he can test out how powerful his God-level singing skills are. Thinking of this, Lin Dong casually ordered a song called Loyalty to the Country. Then, he cleared his throat and began his performance. Originally, Bai Yuqing didn't have much expectations. As a result, as soon as Lin Dong opened his mouth, she was completely stunned. Her delicate body trembled slightly, as if her soul had been shocked by something. Horse hooves go south, people look north. Looking north, the grass is green and yellow, and the dust is flying. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Bai Yuqing has worked at Dihao KTV for several years and has seen countless people come here to sing. Many wealthy people even invited professional singers to perform. But to be fair, This kind of unpretentious singing skills of Lin Dong, which could be described as returning to nature, was definitely the first time she had seen it. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqing became more curious and yearning for Lin Dong. How many secrets does this man hide? I wish to defend the land and expand the frontier. The great China wants all the people to come and congratulate us. After the song was finished, Lin Dong remained calm and full of heroic spirit. It's like a victorious general returning to the capital, looking down on his fellow warriors. The microphone in his hand was like a sword that could kill the enemy. Not to mention Bai Yuqing, anyone would feel their blood boiling after listening to this song. Lin Dong, when did you learn to sing? I didn't know that when I was in school. Bai Yuqing stared at Lin Dong like a little wildcat in heat. I don't know, when the two little hands were wrapped around each other's neck and their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. Suddenly, Lin Dong felt a warm feeling. Just at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden gun. The next moment, Lin Dong felt that his internal organs were all restless and became even more ferocious. Especially now, Bai Yuqing hugged him tightly. It made him even more angry. Bai Yuqing noticed his restlessness. Her face was full of shyness, and she buried her head in his arms. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "What? Lin Dong, I suddenly realized that, actually, I quite like you. How about we?" Before she finished her words, Bai Yuqing suddenly felt her body lighten, and she was picked up by two strong arms. "Lin Dong, you... Be gentle. It hurts me." Bai Yuqing closed her eyes shyly. I was afraid that others would see me in this coquettish look. At the same time, she was secretly looking forward to Lin Dong doing something to her. Lin Dong also liked her shy look very much. He lifted Bai Yuqing's delicate chin like white jade with his fingers and gave her a passionate kiss. Then laughed heartily. "This is just the beginning. I will love you well later." Chapter 11. Crazy spending. Cashback 5 million. Now let's have some wine. What kind of wine do you have here? Lin Dong did not forget the most important thing. He casually opened the menu on the coffee table and glanced at it casually. Beer, Corona, Heineken, and Budweiser. The most expensive one is only 500 yuan a bottle. Champagna, Noble Champagna 2,000 par botla. República Dominicana de Champagna 6,000 par botla. Spada a Champagna 8,000 par botla. Luxury wine, Johnny Walker Blue labeled 20,000. Royal Salute 18,880. Remy Martin XO 16,800. Lin Dong frowned more and more as he read, and turned the pages with increasing impatience. What the hell is this? It's so cheap. Is this something people can drink? Yuqing, you are so mean. I finally came to your KTV to spend money, and you use this cheap wine to fool me? This is already very expensive, okay? Bai Yuqing was dumbfounded when she heard Lin Dong's complaints. Half a bottle of Remy Martin XO is enough for her 1 month's salary. Just a small sip costs hundreds of dollars. Lin Dong actually thinks it's cheap? However, when Bai Yuqing thought about Lin Dong's lavish spending and the fact that he had booked the supreme private room, she felt relieved and curled up into a ball obediently. Noticing the change in the other person's expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but want to play a teasing on him. "Yuqing, you've been working at Dihao KTV for so long. Don't you want to try the most expensive wine here? Maybe even your boss won't be willing to open it." Bai Yuqing was a little dizzy, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up. Lin Dong gave her a chance to experience the life of the upper class. Lin Dong, turn to the last page. There is what you want. Bai Yuqing stuck out her tongue. "Oh." Lin Dong responded with interest and turned to the end of the menu. This page was indeed different. It was inlaid with gold edges. Each letter is stamped with gold, luxurious and noble. The variety of drinks and the string of zeros at the end are equally shocking. 1982 Lafitte red wine, 80,000 yuan per bottle, produced in Chateau Lafitte in Bordeaux, France, with a rich and mellow taste, with flavors of blackberry and blackcurrant. Eskimo ice wine, 90,000 yuan per bottle, produced in the Maple Leaf Country, with a fresh and delicious taste and a strong polar flavor. Louis XIII cognac, 100,000 yuan per bottle, produced in Louis XIII winery in France, with a long and lingering flavor that melts in the mouth immediately. Yes, this is called wine. Those things just now are incomparable. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and finally nodded with satisfaction. A bottle of wine that costs a few hundred yuan would only cost a few thousand yuan if it were worth 10 times the price. And a bottle of Lafitte worth 80,000 yuan can make him earn 800,000 yuan. Even a fool knows who is good and who is bad. This, and this. Forget it. Give me one bottle of each of these wines. Lin Dong poked it a few times casually, as if he was reading a word. Seeing this lavish spending, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but shudder. Although Lin Dong was dressed in rags. But he looks so handsome when he pays. What are you still standing there for? Go get some wine. Bang! Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing on her round buttocks. The latter let out a coquettish cry, as if she had been electrocuted. But this time, he didn't dare to say a word and quickly got up and walked out. After a while, several waiters wearing white shirts and black jackets with slick back hair came in pushing carts. From head to toe, 2 words are revealed: professional. Bai Yuqing walked in the front, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, looking extremely proud. Lin Dong, oh no, Mr. Lin. Here's the wine you requested. Would you like to open it now? Lin Dong nodded slightly and waved behind her. No need for the others, just stay and open the wine for me. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing's pretty face turned red. The waiters also understood what he meant and put down the wine carefully. Then, they walked out one by one. Before leaving, he cast an envious look at Bai Yuqing. This receptionist has been favored by the big boss. Tomorrow you may become a phoenix and enjoy all the wealth and glory. Lin Dong. Bai Yuqing picked up the corkscrew with ease and opened the bottles of wine for Lin Dong one by one. During the whole process, both little hands were shaking. The price of a bottle of wine is equivalent to her annual income. If it weren't for Lin Dong, she would probably never have the qualifications to taste it in her life. Little did they know, Lin Dong was even more excited than her. It was detected that the host spent 80,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 800,000 yuan. It was detected that the host spent 90,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 900,000 yuan. It was detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan in the nightclub. After a series of reminder sounds, Lin Dong spent 500,000 yuan frantically, and the balance on his bank card was reduced by more than half in an instant. However, soon, with a successful tenfold cashback, his balance soared to 7 figures again, breaking the 5 million mark. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh as he tasted the fine wine. Sure enough, in this KTV, drinking and spending money are fast. As long as you like it. At this time, Bai Yuqing took a few sips of 1982 Lafitte and was already slightly tipsy. Her little face was rosy and very attractive. The OL uniform wrapped around her delicate body had been torn into several pieces. A wolf claw slid straight into the collar. Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let out moans. Lin Dong, be gentle. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Bai Yuqing became more and more shy as she spoke. I don't know how such shameless words came out of my mouth. As a result, it was unexpected that after hearing this, Lin Dong not only did not reduce his strength, but instead made his movements even stronger. Bai Yuqing's eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Seeing that she was so obedient and willing to be picked, Lin Dong swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but execute her on the spot. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang loudly. Who is this? How could you be so blind to call me at such a moment and ruin my fun? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Fang Xue has been blocked by him. This woman, wouldn't she be so shameless as to come to my house? The next moment, seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 12, Jealousy. As soon as the call was connected, a delicate voice came from the other end, with a somewhat shy tone. Brother Dong, where are you now? I haven't seen you for a while. I miss you so much. I feel itchy inside. I think it's more than just itchy in your heart, right? Lin Dong smiled and deliberately turned on speakerphone. As soon as this charming voice came out, Bai Yuqing widened her eyes before he could do anything. Then, she subconsciously grabbed his arm. 2 proud and plump breasts also pressed closely against him. She knew the ways of the rich, and that they changed girlfriends faster than they changed clothes. However, this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Dong, who was always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl and always thinking about getting a spoonful from others. Lin Dong, who is she? Is she your girlfriend? After all, Bai Yuqing had been a hostess for several years, so she was good at observing people's words and expressions. While asking gently, she served Lin Dong with her soft and boneless hands, as if declaring her sovereignty. Call. Lin Dong couldn't help but shudder and looked at Bai Yuqing with a little surprise. You're obviously a novice. How come you know so many tricks? What are you looking at? Haven't you eaten pork or seen a pig run? I also have a few colleagues who deliver fruit plates. It's just that everyone has different divisions of labor and earns different amounts of money. But now, it's their turn to be jealous of me, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, the woman on the other end of the phone was getting anxious. Brother Dong, where are you now? I'll come to you right away. You are the most distinguished member of our red romance. You can't be served by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Anxious, she was anxious. The person who called was Ting Ting, the beautiful and romantic technician. Originally, Lin Dong just said that he would contact her after get off work. Unexpectedly, the other party took it seriously. I guess he also wants to cling to Lin Dong's 3 thighs and struggle less for decades. Sure, I'm in the Supreme Room of Dihao KTV. Come over. I've transferred the taxi fare to you. Hurry up. The next second, Ting Ting received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. The little girl was so happy that she kept calling Dong Ge. Love you, Dong Ji. When Bai Yuqing saw this scene, her face was filled with envy and jealousy. There was also a hint of resentment in his eyes. Lin Dong, I've served you for so long, but why don't I get any hard work pay? I want some too. Both. All. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. These women are so realistic. But fortunately, no matter how much money I give them, I can get 10 times as much. Never lose. Thank you, Lin Dong. I love you the most, Mua. Bai Yuqing opened the big red envelope of 6,000 yuan, and all her anger disappeared. She threw herself into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed against him. A beautiful leg also followed the torn work skirt and was placed around Lin Dong's waist. It was detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 20,000 yuan. It was detected that the host spent 6,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 60,000 yuan. Another 80,000 yuan arrived, so easily. At this time, Lin Dong looked at the extra 80,000 yuan in his bank card, and he was unmoved, as if it was as common as drinking cold water. Who made him have millions of dollars in his bank account? These 80,000 yuan are just a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. He was already looking forward to the two women meeting each other soon. I just don't know whether it is a blessing to have many wives or a hell of a place. A graceful, youthful, and beautiful girl in high heels walked to the door of the supreme private room. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of naturally charming watery eyes. She has fair skin and tender skin. With so much collagen in her water, you can tell she is less than 20 years old. It was Ting Ting who had rushed here. When Ting Ting thought that there was a slutty woman in the room trying to snatch Lin Dong away, she couldn't help biting her lip. Then, pushed the door open with force. Brother Dong, here I come. You. Before she could finish her words, Ting Ting was stunned. In the private room, chaotic flashing neon lights and dance music are intertwined. The originally reserved Bai Yuqing had already let herself go. The collar of the OL uniform was opened as wide as possible, and both hands were placed on Lin Dong's shoulders, revealing the snow-white spring scenery. The plump and beautiful legs were hanging on Lin Dong's waist, and she was swinging her body wildly to the rhythm. What's even more exaggerated is that Bai Yuqing had a goblet in her mouth and was pouring wine for Lin Dong in an extremely seductive posture. Of course, pouring wine in this posture will not be stable. The luxurious and expensive 1982 Lafitte was spread all over Lin Dong's heart. Only a few drops fell on the tip of his tongue. However, from Lin Dong's expression, it can be seen that he enjoyed it immensely. Ting Ting, you're here? Lin Dong took a break from his busy schedule and saw Ting Ting pushing open the door and walking in. He waved directly, without any hesitation or guilt. It's like this is all normal. But Ting Ting was not happy. She walked over quickly and forcefully hugged Lin Dong's arm. Then, he used his shoulder to push Bai Yuqing, who was still dancing. Brother Dong, drinking so much is not good for your health. What is this woman's intention? She opened so many expensive foreign wines for you. It's obvious that she wants to earn commission and cheat you out of your money. Brother Dong, you must be drunk, right? Let me rub it for you. As Ting Ting spoke, she took the initiative to massage Lin Dong's temples with her small hands. As soon as he touched it, Lin Dong felt as if he was floating in the air. Bai Yuqing's passion and Ting Ting's cool touch are like ice and fire. Who are you? You actually said I was just a nobody. I think you are a pheasant. On the other side, Bai Yuqing was very angry. It was clear that Lin Dong insisted on drinking those foreign liquors. She tried to persuade him for a long time with kind words. How come in the end, she wanted the commission? Although, she does get a lot of commission. But that was also what Lin Dong wanted. She didn't steal or rob. You slutty bitch. Bah, you slut in the massage parlor. You still dare to say that to me. Brother Dong, you have to stand up for her. She scolded me. Bullshit. You were the one who scolded me first. Lin Dong, you can't just stand by and watch her bully me. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing were on the left and right. She was arguing fiercely with red eyes 1 second ago, and the next second, she started to act coquettishly towards Lin Dong, as coquettish as she could be. More importantly, the two women have their own strengths. Ting Ting has a great figure and looks, with 2 long, slender, and straight legs, definitely of car model standard. Plus, she's less than 20 years old. Who doesn't like Tinder? On the other side, Bai Yuqing was no less impressive. As the face of Dihao KTV, it is dressed up with a star-like temperament. Although her legs are not as long as Ting Ting's, they are much more curvy than hers. This kind of woman, if trained well, would make it impossible for anyone to get out of bed. Now, these 2 extremely beautiful women are actually fighting for his favor. Lin Dong had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 13. License plate 88888 top-end Panamera. It's the same money spent on Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing. They have 1,000 ways to make themselves happy and enjoy themselves to the point of being unable to breathe. Spending money on Fang Xue is like throwing meat buns at a dog. It will never come back. No, I also sent back some things. That is a big green hat. Damn it, I get angry when I think of this bitch. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His angry look frightened the 2 girls. Bai Yuqing was still the bravest. After a moment, she asked cautiously, Lin Dong, did we make you angry? Seeing this, Ting Ting was not willing to be outdone and put her little hand on Lin Dong's thigh. Brother Dong, it's all my fault. Don't get angry and get yourself into trouble. Let me rub your legs for you. Seeing this, Lin Dong's anger subsided by half. He immediately shook his head and said disdainfully, Nothing. I just remembered some unpleasant things. Come on, continue drinking. These wines are all treasures from Dihao KTV. 1 glass costs several thousand yuan, but they taste really good. How many thousand? Ting Ting's mouth opened into an O shape, obviously shocked. The red wine that they used to entertain the Supreme members at Red Romance only cost over 2,000. In comparison, it's simply weak. If she knew that the more Lin Dong drank these foreign liquors, the more money he had in his bank card, I wonder if she would be scared to death on the spot. Come, have a taste. Lin Dong smiled faintly, poured a glass, and brought it to Ting Ting's lips. Ting Ting looked shy and took a sip shyly. The next moment, Ting Ting's delicate little face suddenly turned red, showing a mysterious blush. He is obviously drunk. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing laughed out loud, her eyes full of disdain. With your low alcohol tolerance, you're still drinking with Lin Dong? You'd better go back soon, or you'll end up drinking too much. Bai, you can't drink. I can drink. Even though she couldn't even straighten her tongue, Ting Ting still couldn't help herself and had a passionate conversation with Bai Yuqing. Especially when he thought that if he got drunk, Lin Dong would be possessed by Bai Yuqing alone, he became even more excited. As expected, the 2 beauties started fighting each other again. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that these 2 women were not easy to deal with. Sure enough, there is no way to calm down. However, he is best at dealing with this kind of problem. It's very simple. Isn't it just a matter of spending money? Okay, stop arguing. Since you guys performed well, I wanted to reward you. Now, I'm not in the mood for that. After saying that, Lin Dong looked impatient and started drinking by himself. In an instant, the 2 people who had been arguing heatedly just now lost their temper and desire to argue, and were left with only the pursuit of tips. Even a fool can tell that what Lin Dong calls reward is just red banknotes. Brother Dong, we are not quarreling anymore. Please calm down. Yes, I will definitely get along well with this new sister and serve you well. Yes, Sister Bai, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. What are you talking about? Making Lin Dong happy is our most important thing. Both of them are experts in the service industry, and they speak better than they sing. Just now, it almost got into a fight. Now, they call each other sisters. Although, from their actions of each grabbing one of Lin Dong's arms, it can be seen that this is just superficial, a temporary peace. But that's enough. That's right. Cool me. I'm in a good mood today. I'm giving you this as a reward. Please check it out. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. 50,000. Lin Dong, you are so inhumane, but I like it so much. Thank you for the red envelope, big brother. To express my gratitude, I will now perform for you the dances I just learned, the pendulum and the train. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, she couldn't contain her inner excitement. She picked up a bottle of foreign wine, walked in front of Lin Dong, and danced passionately in a pair of crystal high heels. The explosive melody combined with the surging figure makes people dazzled and indulge in wild thoughts. Crash! Bai Yuqing seemed to think that this was not enough and actually poured foreign liquor all over herself from head to toe. The OL uniform and skirt, which were already torn, were completely wet. In the dim light, you can clearly see the ups and downs of the mountains. Lin Dong was simply stunned. In the past, he often watched live broadcasts of beautiful women through the screen of his mobile phone. Now, it's the first time for me to have close contact with him offline. What's more important is that you can enjoy such a beautiful woman however you want. Isn't it just dancing? I could do it too. Ting Ting was not to be outdone, so she also stood on the sofa and danced for Lin Dong. Wipe the glass, wipe the glass. In the private room, two beautiful women were dancing gracefully, creating an ambiguous and luxurious atmosphere. What Lin Dong didn't expect was the next prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera with license plate number 88,888. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. What? Lin Dong was shocked and almost sobered up. Under the effect of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the alcohol in his body was rapidly breaking down. The originally cloudy vision also became exceptionally clear. In addition, Lin Dong also noticed that there was something extra in his pocket. When I took it out, I found it was a car key. It is engraved with a gold and red badge pattern. It turned out to be the car key of the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera with a market value of 3.5 million. Oh my god, I made a fortune. If you say the top-of-the-line Panamera, you can buy it if you have money. The license plate number with 5 8s is absolutely priceless and is a symbol of status. Lin Dong, how was the dance? Do you still like it? Before Lin Dong could recover from his surprise, Bai Yuqing came over and took his arm. Ting Ting was halfway through wiping the glass when she also wiped Lin Dong's body. The two women went to great lengths to win Lin Dong's favor. Lin Dong was dazzled and felt like he was floating in the air. Nice dancing, come on, let's have a drink together. Lin Dong poured a glass of Louis XIII for each of them and brought it to Cherry's mouth. The two women couldn't refuse the offer. More importantly, they all want to get Lin Dong drunk. Take advantage of others' misfortune and be the first to try something new. Lin Dong, everyone else is drinking, you have to drink too. Yeah, otherwise it's not fair, you're bullying a little girl. Ting Ting said this as she hugged him coquettishly. Two soft little hands subconsciously kneaded Lin Dong's arms. Looking at her face again, it was all blushed, her eyes were charming, and spring was gradually coming into being. Bai Yuqing's pair of peach blossom eyes also stared straight at Lin Dong, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 14. Never get drunk. Okay, I'll drink it. Lin Dong gulped down 2 big gulps. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing smiled charmingly, gently and slowly unbuttoned Lin Dong's collar and stroked his neck with a few fingers. The electric shock-like feeling instantly made Lin Dong feel ecstatic and intoxicated. Then, I couldn't help but sigh. You city people really know how to have fun. No wonder the king doesn't hold court early. Even though he was the emperor, he was not willing to get up early even though he had so many beauties serving him every day. Brother Dong, I can't drink anymore. On the other side, Ting Ting finally couldn't hold on any longer. She tilted her head and lay on Lin Dong, her face flushed. 2 long legs, nearly 1 meter long, with the miniskirt lifted up, casually rested on Lin Dong's knees. Oh, you're still accompanying Lin Dong like this. Bai Yuqing obviously has a good alcohol tolerance. After drinking so much, she is only slightly tipsy. Lin Dong couldn't help but become interested. He was just about to try out the upper limit of his new ability and whether he could really drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yuqing, Ting Ting can't do it. Let's continue. Okay, Lin Dong, I toast to you. As Bai Yuqing spoke, she tenderly and charmingly filled a glass of Remy Martin XO and raised it in front of Lin Dong with a loving look. After drinking this glass of wine, all the misunderstandings between us will be written off. You can't blame others anymore. Oh, Lin Dong smiled faintly, knowing that Bai Yuqing was talking about something that happened in school. He shook his head and took the glass. Don't worry, the Prime Minister has a broad mind. Do you think I'm a petty person? Besides, you are so sincere. Lin Dong was enjoying the wine while touching her all over. Bai Yuqing immediately became so angry that she started to tremble all over. But since he wanted to apologize, 1 cup is not enough. Oh, I understand. I understand. Bai Yuqing curled her lips, poured herself another glass of red wine, raised her neck, and drank the wine. Good. Lin Dong said hello. Bai Yuqing glanced at Ting Ting, who was drunk beside her, and felt very proud. You little brat, you still want to snatch Lin Dong from me? Dream. Come again, come again. No, I feel a little dizzy too. After drinking 2 more bottles, Bai Yuqing finally couldn't handle the alcohol anymore and shook her head. At the same time, she was also surprised to see Lin Dong drinking 1 cup at a time effortlessly. In the past, when attending class reunions, Lin Dong would only drink 3 or 5 bottles of beer. How come he has become a heavy drinker now? I drank so much, but my face didn't even turn red. Bai Yuqing originally wanted to get Lin Dong drunk and make the matter a fait accompli. Now it seems that I am the prey and someone else's meal. I can't do it anymore, Bai Yuqing murmured. Before he finished speaking, he threw himself into Lin Dong's arms. With Ting on the left and right, they're simply 2 little rookies. At this point, even if someone picked up the body, you probably wouldn't know anything. Call. Lin Dong let out a breath of foul air. The alcohol in his body dissipated instantly, and his slightly red face returned to normal. Then he stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, he picked up the empty bottle with interest, with a slight smile on his face. This is really amazing, let alone 1,000 cups. I feel like I can drink 100 bottles. Unfortunately now, I have more important things to do. Lin Dong turned around, looking eager to try. The 2 delicate and beautiful women were drunk and unconscious, like 2 lambs to be slaughtered. You know, he has more than just the ability of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I haven't tried the golden gun yet. Go! Lin Dong easily helped the 2 women up, 1 in each hand, and put their arms on his shoulders. Then, he walked out of the supreme private room in a very high-profile manner. Unexpectedly, there were 2 rows of waiters standing respectfully at the door. When he saw Lin Dong coming out, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss. Thank you for spending money at Dihao KTV. Welcome to come again next time. Lin Dong nodded perfunctorily. Just then, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a big belly came up to them. With a flattering smile on his face, he bowed slightly and asked cautiously, Hello, boss. I am Song Dafa, the general manager of Dihao KTV. There are still 600,000 bottles of wine left. How do you think we're going to pay for it? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Only then did I remember that there was not enough wine, so I ordered a few more bottles. Bai Yuqing was drunk and couldn't swipe his card. So, this group of talents are waiting here. In fact, Lin Dong misunderstood. The reason why Song Dafa arranged such a grand ceremony was not because he was short of money, but because he wanted to see with his own eyes who this generous and lavish spendthrift tycoon was. He knew many dignitaries, but had never heard of anyone named Lin Dong. If I could take this opportunity to curry favor with Lin Dong and leave a good impression on him, maybe we can retain a big sponsor for Dihao KTV. I never expected that Lin Dong was not a local tycoon or a big boss. He turned out to be just a young man in his early 20s, wearing cheap clothes. This made Song Dafa feel a little bit unbelievable. I can't see through Lin Dong. This makes it seem even more unfathomable. Who could be the one who can spend 1 million in one night at Dihao KTV? She just wants to be low-key, so she dresses so approachably. Song Dafa, imagine it for a while. At this time, Lin Dong had already taken out the bank card and threw it into his hand. Okay, swipe the card quickly. I have something else to do. Song Dafa smiled and nodded. She inadvertently glanced at Bai Yuqing lying in Lin Dong's arms, and her smile became even more intense. In the past, Bai Yuqing was a chaste woman and never performed on the stage. It turns out that she is playing the long game to hook the big fish, waiting to catch a rich husband. Boss, you spent an extra 600,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount. A total of 500,000 yuan. No need for discounts. It's what it should be. What? I have money, but nowhere to spend it. Stop talking nonsense and swipe your card. The rest is your tip. I'm happy today. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and delighted. Lin Dong is really rich and powerful. He is not happy even if I give him a bargain. It's really a waste of money. However, the more this happened, the happier they were. Who wouldn't like to make more money these days? Why bother so much? Maybe these rich people just have some special hobbies. Maybe Lin Dong is actually the son of a big family and has no concept of money. It was detected that the host spent 600,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 6 million yuan. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Lin Dong nodded contentedly. The more I spend, the more cashback I get. If you give me a discount, you are going against me. Boss, be careful on the steps. Walk slowly. Song Dafa and the waiter accompanied him to the door. I was originally thinking about whether I should call a taxi for Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, the next second, they were dumbfounded again. Chapter 15, Going to the Hotel. Drop. In the parking lot, 2 dazzling headlights suddenly lit up, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a very stylish black sedan. The triangular front of the car is elegant and dynamic, and the streamlined body is pleasing to the eye. Song Dafa was very sharp-eyed and recognized the car model and license plate at once. Porsche Panamera? The license plate number is 58. Which young master is going on a secret visit? In Dihao KTV, million-dollar luxury cars are not uncommon. However, a license plate with 58 is absolutely rare. A moment later, the car drove up to them. Only then did everyone realize that the person driving the car was Lin Dong. At this moment, he was waving at them. Manager Song, if it's not too much trouble, I'll ask for a leave for Yuching, you know. I understand. I understand too well. Please be careful on the road. Song Dafa nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But I was thinking in my heart, Bai Yuching is so lucky to have such a big and thick leg. Oops, forgot to ask for contact information. Song Dafa suddenly came to his senses. But it was too late. Lin Dong drove away in his Panamera. Under normal circumstances, after drinking so much, he probably couldn't even hold the steering wheel steadily, and if he was caught, he would be accused of drunk driving. However, because he had the special ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he was even more sober than an ordinary person at this moment, and his mind was unusually active. Boom! Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared wildly. It didn't take long before we arrived at our destination. The top luxury hotel in Tianhai City, Dynasty Hotel. The average consumption per person is 18,000 yuan, and the most ordinary room costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It can be described as a den of luxuriance for the wealthy and a paradise for the bosses. Wake up, we're here. Lin Dong parked the car near the hotel and patted Ting Ting and Bai Yuching on the cheeks. As a result, the two were still confused and unconscious. Well, Lin Dong smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, a brand new BMW X5 passed by. As expected, it was also a young couple who came to the hotel to spend a night of romance. Hubby, why are you so generous today? You took me to stay at Dynasty Hotel. You've always wanted to experience the life of a rich person, and today I'm going to satisfy you. My husband is the best, Mua. Looking closely, the person acting coquettishly and fawningly in the passenger seat was none other than Fang Xue, the woman Lin Dong was once most familiar with. The man she was hugging and kissing was named Wang Long, and he was the small boss of a company in Tianhai City. At the same time, he is also Fang Xue's immediate superior. Because of his convenient position, he hooked up with Fang Xue. Even Fang Xue and Lin Dong were allowed to be together. In this way, not only can the suspicion of the tigress at home be dispelled, but there is also a thrilling feeling of stealing fish. Unfortunately, Lin Dong saw him and Fang Xue having sex in the car and dumped Fang Xue in anger. This kind of stimulation is much less. Honey, look at the car in front. I've seen it online. It seems to be called Panamera. The top-of-the-line version costs several million. Fang Xue raised her hand and pointed, looking somewhat excited. Wang Long couldn't help but stick his head out and take a closer look. It's true. There are so many rich people in Tianhai City. I don't know which young man is inside. Most people can't afford a car like this. 1 year's maintenance fee is enough to buy my car. Fang Xue knew that her value had been greatly reduced after Lin Dong left. So, he quickly picked up Wang Long's stinky feet. Hubby, you can't say that. We may not be as good as the best, but we are better than the worst. Look at a loser like Lin Dong. He will never earn enough to buy a wheel on a Panamera in his lifetime. Isn't it much better if you think about it this way? Wang Long smiled and nodded in agreement. Even his expression looked a little arrogant. Really? I can't beat the rich, but I can't beat him. However, comparing me to this kind of loser is really a bit insulting to me. Baby, let's go up quickly. I can't hold it back any longer. Look at how impatient you are. Hey, try the few positions I just learned later. They will definitely make you feel great. Bah, shame on you. Fang Xue gave a delicate cry and pushed away Wang Long's claws that were reaching for her collar. Under the tight skirt, two long legs took a step and got out of the car quickly. During the whole process, her attention was focused on the Panamera, and she didn't pay attention to what Wang Long was saying. In the past, the reason why she was with Wang Long, listened to him, and praised Lin Dong was because she saw that Wang Long had some money in his pocket and could buy her jewelry, bags, and various luxury goods. However, human desires are like Pandora's box. Once opened, it never ends. At this moment, the cool Panamera captured Fang Xue's heart. My mind was full of thoughts about which rich second generation the owner of the car was. Do you have the chance to meet the other person and add contact information? After all, compared with the Panamera owner, Wang Long is simply weak. Fang Xue, Fang Xue. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, I can't wait. Hearing Wang Long's urging, Fang Xue felt a little unbalanced. With her looks, could she only find a fat, greasy man like Wang Long? Wang Long did not notice the disgust in Fang Xue's eyes at all. He thought that she was still the little woman who obeyed him blindly and had never seen the world. He immediately took her hand and walked toward the Dynasty Hotel. Be gentle. You're hurting me. We're just getting started. Soon I'll make you cry daddy in pain. Cut. Fang Xue rolled her eyes. How does Wang Long behave in bed? How could she not know? If you can hold on for 5 minutes, you have already performed beyond your capacity. And called daddy. He should have called the doctor at the andrology hospital. Bang. Just then, Lin Dong came down from the Panamera. I glanced at the car nearby and felt that it looked familiar. Vomit. Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly occurred. It turned out to be two beautiful women, Bai Yuqing and Ting Ting, vomiting on the side of the road. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Fortunately, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Otherwise, you will end up like the other two. Okay, now that you've vomited enough, get up quickly and go to the hotel to take a shower and change clothes. Look at you, you're all dirty. After a while, Bai Yuqing and Ting Ting became much more sober and stood up. Bai Yuqing looked at her OL uniform that was torn to pieces, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Ting Ting is not much better. When she came, she was wearing 2 pairs of black fishnet stockings. I don't know whose dirty hand scratched it and turned it into rags. 2 long, white, and round legs were completely exposed to the air. However, the more this is the case, the more tempting it is. The most beautiful picture is never naked, but holding the people with half the face covered. What are you standing there for? Go! Seeing the 2 of them standing there in a daze, hesitating, Lin Dong waved at them, somewhat impatiently. Unexpectedly, the 2 looked at each other, and looked at each other with some reluctance. Lin Dong, and then what? Are we 2 together? Chapter 16, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Ting Ting bit her lips red as she asked, Brother Dong, can we have a first come, first served? This is my first time. I want to do that with you alone. It's the same for everyone. For so many years, I have remained a virgin and have never had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing pouted and deliberately puffed out her chest. After all, in Manhwa, most women are still relatively conservative in their thinking. They may make obscene jokes and seem to have no taboos. However, the idea of 2 women sharing 1 man is still beyond the acceptance of most women. Seeing this, Lin Dong snorted coldly. He doesn't have that much time to coax women. With millions of dollars invested, what internet celebrity, anchor, or small star can't be acquired? You 2 are hesitant and find it difficult? Then don't do it. Can't accept it? Then get out of here. You're already working a nightclub. Why are you still pretending to be a White Lotus? What's unacceptable? Bah, isn't it just that the money is not enough? I tell you, you only have 1 chance. Either you come upstairs with me now, and I'll be happy with anything, or you 2 pack up and leave together. I don't want you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong turned his face away and walked away. What? Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing were completely stunned after being scolded by Lin Dong. I originally thought that as long as I acted coquettishly and cutely, Lin Dong would definitely be considerate and gentle and satisfy all my needs. I can also turn the tables and keep this man under my control. Now it seems that I took it for granted. Lin Dong didn't bite at all. Sister Bai, how about we? Ting Ting's delicate little face turned red and white. Now, Lin Dong is very angry. If we don't remedy the situation, I'm afraid it will be irreversible. Dada. Just then, the sound of rapid stepping on high heels suddenly rang out. Ting Ting was completely confused. What about Bai Yuqing, who is so big? Just here. Lin Dong, don't go. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry. Don't mention 2 people. 2 more will do. Good job. You change your expression faster than turning the pages of a book. Bitch, wait for me. Brother Dong. Ting Ting was not to be outdone and quickly caught up. Then, she and Bai Yuqing hugged Lin Dong's arms on the left and right. She even stuck close to him on purpose, giving Lin Dong unprecedented satisfaction. Seeing the 2 girls throwing themselves at him, vying for his favor and licking his boots, Lin Dong's heart was filled with joy. You little brat, you still want to control me? Sorry, I'm a Sigma man and I never suffer at the hands of women. A small threesome, well managed. A moment later, the 3 of them walked into the Dynasty Hotel. It immediately attracted considerable attention. There's nothing I can do. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing are just too beautiful. One is tender and pure, the other is a mature lady. More importantly, these 2 enchanting and deadly beauties were actually willing to follow the man who looked a little sloppy. Could this guy be another rich kid who came out to squander money? Brother Dong. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing couldn't help but blush and wish they could find a hole to crawl into. However, when they thought of Lin Dong still in front, they had to quicken their pace and jog to catch up. It is said that one should not bow down for a few pieces of silver. However, the rice that Lin Dong popped for them was enough to break their waists. Who can resist money these days? The receptionist at Dynasty Hotel looked curious when she saw the lineup of 3 people. However, he was a well-mannered person and didn't ask any more questions. He just smiled and nodded. Hello, sir. How many rooms can I have? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites, and presidential suites. The receptionist hasn't finished her introduction yet. Bang! Lin Dong waved his hand and slapped the bank card on the counter. A presidential suite? Swipe the card. I'm in a hurry. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist smiled, put away the bank card, and turned to look at the computer. Just then, the sound of a man and a woman arguing came from behind. Moreover, the woman's voice sounded familiar. It's all your fault. You insisted on booking a special room. Now, the room is full, so they will just return your deposit and won't let you stay there anymore. Wang Long, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Then, there was another round of men arguing. Bullshit. It's just $2,000. Am I the kind of person who needs that little money? I'm going to book the most expensive presidential suite right now. Tonight, I'm going to make you shut up. The woman snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at the man. But in the end, he followed the other party to the front desk. Then he suddenly froze, because she saw an unexpected person, a stinky loser who had no right to be here. Lin Dong, why are you here? Fang Xue was shocked. Her eyes widened as wide as she could, and she subconsciously tugged at her pink skirt. However, when she thought that they had broken up and she didn't need to pretend anything in front of Lin Dong, she took it back. In fact, when Fang Xue and Wang Long were arguing, Lin Dong recognized them both. In the past, when Lin Dong saw this couple being so affectionate with each other, he might have been so angry that he was fuming, filled with grief and indignation. Now, times are different. Now he doesn't take this couple seriously at all, especially when he heard that Wang Long had booked the cheapest room at a special offer in order to save money. Lin Dong did not feel angry, but only a strong sense of disdain. In his eyes, this couple was like 2 clowns who had no money but came to this kind of place to pretend to be rich. Hey, Fang Xue, isn't this your loser ex-boyfriend? Why is he here too? As soon as Wang Long walked to the front desk and took out his bank card, he noticed Lin Dong standing next to him, wearing a piece of cheap clothes. He snorted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you're not trying to win back Fang Xue and are deliberately following her to get back together, right? I advise you to give up on this idea. Youth and Fang Xue are not from the same world at all. Also, there's one thing she may not have told you. When Wang Long said this, he put his arms around Fang Xue's slender waist. This made the latter blush and feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone is watching us. What's wrong with looking at me? You are my woman. There is nothing to be afraid of. Wang Long snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of perversion and madness. Fang Xue and you are together because of the tasks assigned by me. From beginning to end, you are just a green-haired turtle. Wang Long sneered and crossed his arms, expecting something. As a result, from beginning to end, he did not see the slightest anger on Lin Dong's face. The next moment, two beauties even came up and each hugged Lin Dong's arm, looking extremely intimate. His words were full of disdain and disgust for Wang Long. Brother Dong, who is this guy? He's fat and has a foul mouth. He actually called you a loser? I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. Yeah, it's ridiculous that you come out here and embarrass yourself without even taking a piss. Chapter 17, Presidential Suite. What? For a moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Wang Long and Fang Xue stared with wide eyes, their minds going blank as they looked at the two beauties throwing themselves at Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong is just a stinky loser from the countryside, a dog who has been deceived. But now, two charming and seductive beauties, whose looks were even better than Fang Xue's, actually took the initiative to pay for him. There's even a hint of jealousy. How can they believe this? Veins popped out on Wang Long's forehead as he directly exposed Lin Dong's past. I say, two beauties, you didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? This guy's name is Lin Dong. He's a stinky loser whose pockets are cleaner than his face. You must have been deceived by him. Fang Xue also nodded in agreement. At the same time, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes when he looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing. Haha, keep your mouth shut. You're the stinky loser. Yes, you are blind. You can't find a man as handsome and rich as Brother Dong, even with a lantern. You can't compare to him, so you can't slander him. Bai Yuqing was the one who reacted quickly. Looking at Fang Xue's expression as she clenched her fists, she guessed something right away. Oh, I see. You must be jealous and envious. So you deliberately slandered Lin Dong, right? Nonsense, you fart. Wang Long was immediately furious. Others said he could do it, except Lin Dong. It was obviously him who cheated on Lin Dong. What was there for him to be envious about? Calm down, calm down. Wang Long sneered and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Lin Dong, you are such a coward. You only know how to hide behind a woman. Aren't you going to say anything? Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly. Talking to someone like you is just a waste of my time. What? Wang Long was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Lin Dong shook his head. Anyway, I won't go all the way to the Dynasty Hotel just to book a special room. Don't you feel ashamed of pretending to be rich? Hearing this, not only did Wang Long grit his teeth, but Fang Xue also had an unpleasant expression. The next moment, she couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Lin Dong and said, Lin Dong, I don't know where you found these two vixens to deliberately piss me off. But I tell you, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of the fact that you are a stinky loser. Wang Long did book a special room. What about you? You can't even afford 200 yuan, and you ride a bicycle to work. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here? Even if it's a special room, you can't afford it. After Fang Xue finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. But when Fang Xue saw this, she thought he was exposed and was speechless and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Dong has not changed and is still a loser. I'm not blind to let go of such a rich son-in-law. On the other hand, Wang Long also found a sense of superiority, although he didn't know what means Lin Dong used to deceive the two beauties. However, he is still very confident when it comes to making money. In this life, Lin Dong will never be able to surpass himself. Unexpectedly, at this moment, hello, Mr. Lin, your presidential suite has been prepared, and you can check in now. Presidential suite? Hearing these four words, Fang Xue's eyes widened. The smile on Wang Long's face froze instantly. Puff! Seeing the couple's expressions that were uglier than eating shit, Bai Yuqing and Tingting couldn't help but laugh. The slap in the face came too quickly. Just now, Wang Long and Fang Xue were still mocking Lin Dong. The Dynasty Hotel was not a place he could come to whenever he wanted, and he didn't have the money to stay in a room, even if it was on special offer. Immediately afterwards, the receptionist delivered a fatal blow. I slapped two people in the face, and it was red and painful. Mr. Lin, this is the room card for the presidential suite. The room is on the top floor. If you need anything, just call me. I wish you a pleasant stay. The receptionist wanted to watch the fun and raise her voice on purpose so that Wang Long and Fang Xue could hear it clearly. Okay, thanks. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pinched the house card with 2 fingers, and threw it to Bai Yuqing very casually. Be careful, don't lose it. After all, Some people can't afford to live in a room like this in their entire lives. You, Wang Long pointed at Lin Dong angrily, his face flushed with anger. In the end, I couldn't even fart. Because what Lin Dong said was true. A night in the presidential suite of Dynasty Hotel costs at least 50,000 yuan. For him, he could still get it done, even if he gritted his teeth. But it's not worth it. Fang Xue was also very angry. She gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and looked at Wang Long with a look of disappointment. Wang Long, I also want to stay in the presidential suite. What kind of place should I live? How can I afford so much money? Wang Long was very unhappy and sneered. Besides Fang Xue, you don't really think that Lin Dong has turned over a new leaf and suddenly has so much money, do you? What's the meaning? Fang Xue frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wang Long sneered. Think about it. Yesterday, Lin Dong was riding his bicycle and eating instant noodles. How is it possible that he is staying in the presidential suite today? He must have borrowed some online loan to make himself look rich. Or he would trick women into spending money on him and become a gigolo. While saying this, Wang Long glanced at Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing intentionally or unintentionally. From their attire, it can be seen that these two people often go to high-consumption places and use the latest models of mobile phones. Therefore, it is very likely that Lin Dong has hooked up with two wealthy ladies. Otherwise, why would he give the room card to Bai Yuqing first? The more Wang Long thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even Fang Xue showed a look of disdain. Lin Dong, I was really blind to be with you. Instead of working hard to earn money, you have to resort to online loan sharking and become a gigolo. It's really shameful. Fang Xue sneered at Lin Dong. She had no idea that every word she said was a curse on herself. Noticing more and more contemptuous and unfriendly looks from all around him, Lin Dong was almost laughing out of anger. Fang Xue, you two have such rich imaginations, don't you? No matter how shameless I am, I will never sell myself just for a bag or a cell phone. Lin Dong, despise this kind of people the most. Hearing this, Fang Xue's face turned red. An expression as if one's wound has been poked and he is angry and embarrassed. Lin Dong, just keep talking tough. I just don't believe it. Apart from borrowing online loans and being a gigolo, what else can you do to make money? When the time comes, don't be unable to pay back the money and be forced to sell blood. Well, seeing that Wang Long and Fang Xue were still stubborn, Lin Dong felt that it was necessary to let them see what a real rich person was. Bang! Lin Dong let go of the two beauties who were hugging him on the left and right and slapped the room card on the counter. The lady at the front desk was a little confused. Could it be that this man really has no money and wants to check out? Chapter 18, Live for a Month. Excuse me, sir. If you check out, we need to deduct a 10% handling fee, which is 5,000 yuan. Do you think you can accept it? Who said I was checking out? So what are you doing? The receptionist was puzzled. Lin Dong smiled and took out another card. This time it was a bank card. I heard that your hotel president is pretty good. I'll stay here for a month. When I feel better, I'll come over and sleep for 2 days. 1 month. The receptionist opened her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. It costs 50,000 yuan to stay for 1 night, which means 1.5 million yuan for a month. If converted into red $100 bills, they would be more than 1 meter high when stacked up. More importantly, from what Lin Dong said, he just wanted to drive here for fun, and he didn't necessarily have to stay here every day. Mr. Lin, are you sure you are not kidding? Hearing this, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared, as if he had been provoked. He said with a somewhat unhappy expression, Do I look like I'm joking? Or do you think I can't afford it? No, it's not. The receptionist was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head. Please wait a moment. I will check you in now. If you stay for a month, you could get a discount. No, I don't like discounts. I just want to know what I want. I have plenty of money. I don't feel bad about it. Lin Dong said seriously. If it was someone else who said such a nasty thing, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing would definitely look down on him and think that the guy was pretending to be an elephant. But Lin Dong is different. He has already spent millions at Hongleman and Dihao KTV. A mere 1.5 million to stay in a hotel may be a bit exaggerated, but it's really nothing. On the other side, Fang Xue and Wang Long could no longer sit still. Lin Dong, that's enough. There has to be a limit to how much you can show off. Wang Long's expression was a little unnatural, and he sneered and said, If you check out now, you will lose at most 5,000 yuan. If you insist on doing it, people will call the police to arrest you. Wang Long, why do you care so much? This kind of person should not be spoiled. He should be taught a lesson. Fang Xue just enjoyed watching the fun. In her eyes, Lin Dong was still the loser who was ordered around by her. Even if he were to hang out with two rich women, nothing would change. If Lin Dong could come up with 1.5 million in one night, she would dig out her own eyes. Yeah, let's stay away from him. I think this guy has mental problems. Wang Long nodded repeatedly and took Fang Xue to stand a little further away. Not only the two of them, but other passers-by also stopped and waited to watch the show. Just then, the receptionist started swiping the card. After a moment, a receipt was successfully printed out. This means that the transaction has been completed, and there's indeed that much money in Lin Dong's bank card. Ow, how is it possible? Fang Xue staggered and almost lost her balance. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression calm and indifferent, and signed his name on the receipt. Mr. Lin, here are your room card and bank card. Please keep them safe. The receptionist respectfully handed over the room card and bank card. At this moment, Fang Xue's face turned extremely pale. For a moment, she only felt countless contemptuous and mocking eyes looking at her. At the same time, the onlookers nearby also started talking about it. This handsome guy's surname is Lin? How come I've never heard of him before? Is there such a person in Tianhai? 1 million or 100,000 is enough to buy a house, but he only stays in hotels. I don't understand the world of rich people. Everyone was talking about it, and they felt that Lin Dong was more and more unfathomable. At the same time, he looked at Wang Long and Fang Xue with a teasing look. For these two people, we can only book a special room. They're the losers and don't deserve to be in the Dynasty Hotel. Fang Xue, pinch me, am I dreaming? Wang Long opened his mouth tremblingly, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. To be more precise, my whole body was shaking. He would never have thought that the loser who was once under his feet would suddenly become a rich man. However, what he didn't expect was that Fang Xue completely ignored him. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Dong tenderly, biting her lips shyly. Oh, seeing Fang Xue's expression, Lin Dong immediately guessed what she was going to do and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. There are only two words in this kind of woman's bones. Materialistic. She could hook up with Wang Long for money. Now, she can also break up with Wang Long for money and flirt with him. All these years, I have devoted my wholehearted efforts, but it is like throwing meat buns at a dog. Nothing comes back. The next moment, Lin Dong suddenly felt a little evil and waved towards Fang Xue. I don't have any special characteristics. I just miss the past. In my previous relationship, I did a lot of things wrong. If I am given another chance, I will definitely cherish that girl. I'm willing to spend as much money as possible on her. Hearing this, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They have truly witnessed how lavishly Lin Dong spends money. When I transfer money to myself as a reward, I just press 0 with my eyes closed. Lin Dong, I believe you. Brother Dong, me too. I want to be with you forever. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing tried their best, wishing they could rub their entire bodies into Lin Dong's body. The men were so excited that their blood boiled, and they couldn't help but feel excited. On the other side, Fang Xue couldn't help but have red eyes and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. Now, I know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance and start over? I must love you more than anyone else. Have you forgotten the vows we made? Holding your hand, growing old with you. Fang Xue spoke slowly, word by word, in a crying voice. Lin Dong couldn't help but recall everything that had happened between them and her, as well as the various small gifts he had painstakingly prepared. However, the more Lin Dong recalled, the colder his eyes became when he looked at Fang Xue. At first, I couldn't even hold her hand. Behind the scenes, she and Wang Long tried all kinds of positions. Now, she is actually playing the emotional card with me? How funny. Fang Xue didn't know that the more she spoke, the more wrong she became. From beginning to end, Lin Dong never thought about getting back together with her. Fang Xue, what are you talking about? I'm still here. Do you think I'm dead? The other side. Wang Long couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed Fang Xue's hand and tried to pull her back. This woman is too realistic. Seeing that Lin Dong is rich, you want to reconcile with Lin Dong? What do you take him for? Wang Long, let go. From now on, we have no relationship. We break up. The next second, Fang Xue shook off Wang Long's hand with a determined expression. The latter looked confused. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, and his eyes were full of disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 19. Loss of both money and life. You know what I mean? Fang Xue wiped away her tears with a look of disgust. You're so slow in opening a special room. You don't even have me in your mind. Now, I have a better choice. Not only do you not bless me, you also want to stop me and make me suffer with you. You don't love me at all. Ahem. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost couldn't hold back. Why didn't he realize before that Fang Xue had so many great ideas? He has great potential to become a little blue book blogger. At the same time, the look he gave Wang Long became more playful. Do you like green, old man? Now, I'm cheating on you. Wang Long was furious. Just as he was about to make some move, he saw Fang Xue pretending to be frightened and stepped back, protecting her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? Do you still want to hit someone? After this series of operations, Wang Long was so angry that he almost fell over. Fang Xue, you bitch. Okay, I'll get out of here. Don't let me see you anymore. Wang Long was furious and slammed the door and left. Fang Xue didn't even look at him. She turned around and walked towards Lin Dong with affection. The look he gave Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing was also full of hostility. It was as if she was Lin Dong's wife. These two women are nothing but mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me. Okay. Fang Xue spoke softly and walked over slowly. The next moment, Lin Dong slowly stretched out his right hand. Fang Xue burst into tears, filled with gratitude. At the same time, it seemed as if he could already see the extravagant life of wealthy ladies waving at him. The other side, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing were facing a formidable enemy and looked a little anxious. I never expected that Lin Dong was still a love-brained person. Even if you're cheated on, you can forgive this woman. Will there still be a place for them around Lin Dong in the future? At this moment, Fang Xue had already walked in front of Lin Dong and was about to throw herself into his arms. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Fang Xue's head buzzed, and her brain went blank. She looked at Lin Dong with a dull look in her eyes. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was slowly putting away his right hand with a cold expression. Did I say I was giving you a chance? You are so self-indulgent. What did you say? Fang Xue covered her red left cheek with her hand, looking shocked. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong in surprise and doubt. Just now, he clearly said that he missed our old relationship and wanted to start over with me. Now, why are you turning your back on me? Isn't what I said clear enough? Lin Dong smiled coldly and looked Fang Xue up from head to toe as if he was looking a weirdo. From time to time, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. I did say, give the person I like a chance. But you never said that this person was you? How can you think that I would still like you? A gold digger, a green tea bitch who would do anything for money. Who gave you the courage, Queen Liang? Lin Dong snorted coldly, opened his arms, and hugged the two beauties on his left and right. Don't be ridiculous, big sister. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you deserve it? I'm talking about the two of them. You are so self-righteous that you come here to pay for it. I feel like my hands are dirty even if I hit you. After saying that, Lin Dong shook his hands in a disgusted manner. Then, as if it was not enough, I asked the front desk for a wet wipe. Now, do you hear clearly? For a moment, everyone in the Dynasty Hotel focused their attention on Fang Xue. To be more precise, I was staring at her ashamed face and trying madly to hold back my laughter. So relieved. It's so refreshing. This is how you deal with a snobby bitch like this. On the other hand, Fang Xue's facial expression changed countless times in just 1 minute. Surprise. Confused. Shock. Now I'm so angry and embarrassed that my body turns red like a monkey's, and I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. In order to hold on to Lin Dong's thighs, she kicked away the money tree Wang Long. As a result, in the end, both people and money were lost. Thinking of this, Fang Xue couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears. Lin Dong, you bastard. Don't regret it if you can. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. Does he regret it? With the binding system, he has more money than he could spend. Instead of looking for an internet celebrity, you turn around and look for a gold digger? It's understandable that you have to lick someone even though you don't have money. If you still lick the money when you have it, you are an idiot. Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense and just waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly. Okay, Fang Xue, stop pretending to cry. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? That Wang Long hasn't gone far yet. If you go find him now, you may still make it in time. I went there too late, and I couldn't even smell the exhaust from the BMWs. What? Fang Xue suddenly woke up. The next moment, he glared at Lin Dong fiercely, then turned around and left decisively. He walked so fast without even looking back. In fact, she didn't have the face to stay any longer. The people here looked at her as if she were a circus clown. Lindong, look at her. She looks like a dog. That's right, it's still a drowning dog. Haha, I just like to see drowning dogs being beaten. Who made her so blind as to leave Dongge? You see, I won't do that. I will take good care of Dongge. The two women did not miss any opportunity to compete for favor and curry favor. As she spoke, she hugged Lindong's arm and rubbed it against him as if no one was around. Their bodies are already very hot, and after being squeezed so hard, their peaks are somewhat deformed. Lindong suddenly felt a fire of evil in his heart, and he put his arms around the two women's slender waists. You said this yourself. Don't act reserved when you get to the room later. Lindong kissed both of them on the face with an ambiguous expression. Hey, let's go hot. In full view of the public, a man and two women walked straight into the elevator and headed straight for the presidential suite on the top floor. The other side, Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Fang Xue is trying her best to save her love. Wang Long, listen to me. I really didn't mean it at that time. It's all Lindong's fault. He deceived me. I was just bewildered for a moment. Fang Xue cried with tears in her eyes and explained frantically. However, throughout the entire process, there were only two words on Wang Long's face. Hee hee. You said that. Is it my fault? Fang Xue bit her lip and didn't react for a moment, and actually continued talking along with him. If you hadn't booked that special room, you wouldn't have. That's enough. Shut up. Bang. The next moment, another slap landed on Fang Xue's face. Before, Lindong hit his left cheek. Now Wang Long hit the right cheek. It is symmetrical. Wang Long, you hit me? Fang Xue widened her eyes and looked at Wang Long in disbelief. Before, Wang Long had some peculiar little habits. But I have never used such a heavy hand. After hearing this, Wang Long not only did not show any sympathy to the beautiful woman, but became even more angry and embarrassed. Beat you? Not only will I beat you, I will also beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Bang. Two more loud slaps. Fang Xue was beaten so hard that she became dizzy. Then, Wang Long still felt unsatisfied and kicked Fang Xue in the stomach again. Chapter 20, Ups and Downs. In the parking lot, bursts of screams were heard again and again. In less than a moment, Fang Xue, who originally had some beauty, was completely disfigured. Not only was his entire face swollen like a pig's head, but his entire body was covered in bruises, as if he had been the victim of domestic violence. Bah, bitch, you deserve it. Wang Long spat at Fang Xue with a look of disgust. The latter regretted it deeply. I don't know whether I regret what I did or regret that I lost a cash cow in the future. At the same time, Dynasty Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Lindong, I'm going to take a shower first. I want to wash too, wait for me. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing walked into the bathroom laughing. Lindong looked at the two figures looming through the blurry glass door and couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. Damn it, isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? You all go take a shower. Don't I have to take a shower? That won't do. Lindong showed a wicked smile on his face and walked to the bathroom door. Then he broke in directly. Two screams were heard. Soon, the bathroom was filled with spring light. Detected that the host has completed a special mission. Yi Yu's two daughters. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million yuan. Another hidden mission that brings 1 million yuan. However, now, Lindong has no time to care. What time is it? In a daze, Lindong rubbed his eyes and fumbled to pick up his phone. When I saw the big number 14 on the screen, I realized it was already afternoon. Snap! At this moment, a small white jade-like foot rested on his chest. Even the crystal toes, painted with nail polish, can be seen clearly. Lindong was stunned for a moment. When I turned around, I saw Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing lying on the bed, not yet awake. Bang! Lindong slapped him. Get up and stop pretending. Call! I thought I would get a response. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqing was sleeping like a dead pig, without any reaction at all. It is obvious that Lindong has been tormented severely. Ting Ting wasn't much better. She couldn't even open her eyes. Lindong gave a helpless smile. It seems that I am still too strong. Two women could no longer satisfy him. You guys get some sleep. I'm going to make a phone call. Lindong put on his clothes, slowly stood up, and walked to the living room. I have to say, the presidential suite is different. Not only do the decoration and furnishings reveal a low-key and luxurious feel, but the view is also extremely broad. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows You can overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up the phone and dialed number. As a result, no one responded after waiting for a long time. That's right. At this time, my parents should be out working and have no time to answer the phone. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat when he thought of his parents who were far away in his hometown in the county, still working hard and saving money by living frugally. I have been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years, but I haven't made any name for myself. I finally found a girlfriend and spent so much money, so I wanted to bring her home to make my parents happy. As a result, in the end, it was all in vain. Now that he is rich, he wants to compensate his parents and let them live a good life and enjoy wealth and glory. Call. Lin Dong took a deep breath, opened the bank app on his phone, and prepared to transfer some money back. At the beginning, he directly pressed 6 zeros, which means 1 million. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Dong shook his head again. My parents have always been honest and decent people. If they received 1 million yuan all of a sudden, they would be scared to death or think that they were engaged in some illegal business. After repeated consideration, Lin Dong decided to transfer 100,000 yuan first. At worst, I could just say that I won the lottery and make them happy. After filling in the information, enter the payment password. Result: payment failed. Payment failed. Payment still failed. After receiving 3 prompts in a row, Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with the system? The more than 10 million yuan that I just got and hadn't even warmed up to it yet disappeared on the spot? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Then, he quickly checked the balance. Only after seeing that string of zeros did I breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The reason why the transfer failed was because he spent too much yesterday and was temporarily limited. The problem can only be solved by going to the bank in person. There is no time to lose. Let's resolve this matter while the bank is still open. Lin Dong has always been decisive and does what he wants to do. Squeak. The door opened. After taking a look at the 2 girls who were still sleeping, Lin Dong slowly walked out. When leaving the hotel, a group of staff greeted him respectfully. He directly booked the presidential suite for a month. Everyone knows that Lin Dong is not an ordinary person. Naturally, he was given VIP treatment. Come to the parking lot and get in the Panamera. Buzz. With one button start, the engine immediately emits a familiar roar. Lin Dong felt refreshed from head to toe, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Then, with a step on the accelerator, the Panamera took off instantly. Not long after, Lin Dong arrived at the door of a nearby bank. Lin Dong parked the car casually and walked inside carelessly. As expected, the bank was crowded at this time. A group of old men and women lined up in front. Lin Dong had no choice but to get a number and wait obediently. Please go to counter 1 for number 187. After waiting for a long time and almost falling asleep, Lin Dong heard his own number in a daze. He quickly stood up and sat in front of counter number 1. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman who looked impatient. What business? My bank card has reached its limit, and I want to increase my transfer limit. Oh. The middle-aged woman nodded, took the bank card, checked it, and asked casually, the current transfer limit of your card is 10,000 yuan per day. How much do you want to withdraw? Lin Dong thought about it and said tentatively, how about raising it to 10 million first and see if it doesn't work, then increase it. Oh, 10 million, wait, how much? The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment. Then his brows raised. You're making fun of me in the middle of the day, aren't you? Returning 10 million. How funny. Chapter 21. Dog eyes look down on people. The middle-aged woman's face fell instantly. Through the glass window, he looked at Lin Dong from head to toe. When I saw his washed-out jeans, I felt even more contemptuous. These days, there are really all kinds of people. Just give out 30,000 or 50,000. 10 million? Are you worthy? Going to work every day is annoying enough, and then I have to deal with something weird like this. I am speechless. Lin Dong noticed that the other party was a little impatient and frowned slightly. However, it did not occur immediately. After all, he was still waiting to transfer money to his parents. So he patiently asked, what procedures do I need to go through? Or do I need to show my ID? After saying that, Lin Dong was about to take out his ID card. Unexpectedly, the female salesperson didn't even bother to raise her head and just waved her hand. It can't be done. You can do whatever you want. Don't delay our work here. Don't you see there's so many people waiting behind? 10 million. Why don't you say 100 million? After saying that, The female salesperson pressed the end button and called the next person directly. What did you say? Lin Dong frowned and did not stand up. However, others started to urge him directly. They witnessed the entire process, and not only did they not think the salesperson did anything wrong, but they thought Lin Dong was wasting everyone's time. A middle-aged man who looked like a small boss walked up to him with an unfriendly tone and patted him on the shoulder. Hurry up and get up. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Several old men and women also joined in. If you want to scam people, go somewhere else. A bank is not a place for you to act wildly, and you can't extort money. That's right, he's quite a handsome guy. How come he doesn't have any sense of shame at all? If you ask for 10 million, would you line up here if you really have 10 million? As poor as he is, it would be a blessing if he could come up with 10,000 yuan. Hurry up and don't waste our time. For a time, Lin Dong became the target of criticism and was ridiculed. When a salesperson saw this, instead of stopping it, he sneered. Did you see that? The eyes of the masses are sharp. I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Dong had no expression on his face and continued to sit on the chair. Then, he slapped the bank card on the counter. Why should I leave if the business is not completed? Today, if you don't give me a credit limit, I won't go anywhere. Hearing this, the salesperson was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Dong was still a tough guy. Then she started yelling. Everyone has seen it. It's not that I won't handle your business. It's that this person won't leave and waste everyone's time. After being provoked by her, everyone became excited again. How can there be such a person? Going to the bank to look for trouble. He has nothing better to do. Haha. Looking at his appearance, you can tell he's an unemployed vagrant. Maybe he just got fired from the company and is looking for a place to vent his anger. Where are the security guards? Take them away quickly. Amid the noise, a middle-aged man dressed in a greasy manner walked over quickly. He glanced at the excited crowd and then looked at the salesperson at the counter. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Manager Wang, this guy is looking for trouble. When a salesperson named Zhang saw his savior coming, he immediately pretended to be pitiful. Manager Wang was stunned for a moment. Normally, there are people who are dissatisfied and make a lot of noise when they come to the bank to do business. However, Lin Dong was the first one to make everyone unhappy. Sir, what business do you want to handle? Seeing that someone who could take care of things had finally arrived, Lin Dong said directly, it's very simple. I want to increase my credit limit, but she won't allow it. Increase the credit limit? Manager Wang frowned slightly. Isn't this just a matter of filling out a form and clicking a mouse? Excuse me, how much do you want to mention? Not much, 10 million. 10 million. Manager Wang was stunned for a moment. Later, he finally understood why the salesperson didn't do it for Lin Dong. Under normal circumstances, if the credit limit is within 100,000 renminbi, the salesperson can handle on the spot. If the amount is large, it is necessary to apply to higher authorities and go through approval at various levels before it can be approved. After all, not everyone has the qualifications and assets. Manager Wang, listen to me. Is what he said human language? What's wrong with paying back 10 million? Who does he think he is? Can he come up with 10 million? The salesperson thought the matter was not big enough and continued to exaggerate. The young boss from before was also somewhat dissatisfied and snorted coldly at Lin Dong. Don't daydream in broad daylight. My company's annual turnover is only tens of millions. Are you more powerful than me? I know a lot of big guys in Tianhai. Where did you come from? If you have this much time, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few more bricks. At least you won't go hungry. Unlike now, where we are embarrassed. Looking at the young boss's condescending and aggressive attitude, Lin Dong was so angry that he laughed on the spot. You mean, I wanted to mention 10 million, or is it my fault? Of course, not to mention 10 million. Even 100,000 is not enough for you. The young boss snorted coldly, with a look of sarcasm on his face. Sir, I'm so sorry to take up your time. I'll ask the security guards to drag this man out right away. I'll handle your business for you personally. Wait a moment. Manager Wang is also a snob. As soon as he heard that the young boss knew many big guys, he immediately greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Their bank likes high-quality customers like small business owners. Maybe you could get a loan from their bank. Hearing this, the young boss became even more proud. With his arms folded, he looked down at Lin Dong, who was leaning against the counter, as if he was looking at a clown. In this world, only those with money are the boss. A nobody like you doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Seeing his expression, Lin Dong just wanted to sneer. He finally understood what it meant to look down on others. So, if you can't do it for yourself, you can be so servile and fawning to that little boss. The manager even served him personally. Interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally lost all his patience and pushed the bank card into the glass window again. However, this time, it is no longer about increasing the credit limit. How about this? I won't raise the limit. Just withdraw all the money from the card. By the way, I want cash. Hearing this, the young boss sneered disdainfully. It's a pretty good pretender. You still need cash. Is there 10,000 yuan on your bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste time and urged the salesperson directly. Xiao Zhang, he wants to withdraw money. You help him and send him away quickly. I just don't believe that without the little money in his card, our bank will be unable to operate. In his opinion, there were only tens of thousands of dollars in Lin Dong's card at most. For banks, it is dispensable. The salesperson nodded and tapped a few times on the keyboard quickly. As a result, when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he was stunned on the spot. Manager Wang saw that she was in a daze and couldn't help but urge her again. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting back here. Manager, why don't you come and see for yourself? Am I dazzled? The salesperson looked dazed and somewhat doubted his own eyes. What's the meaning? It seems like there really is more than 10 million in his card. Chapter 22, take out all the money. What did you say? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. However, the saleswoman's expression of being so shocked that she couldn't speak did not seem fake. Lin Dong really has more than 10 million on his account. Gurgle. Manager Wang swallowed deeply, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The young boss behind him didn't understand what was going on and urged, Manager, are you ready? Hurry up. My transfer of 800,000 yuan must be completed today, and people have been waiting for a long time. The young boss deliberately mentioned 800,000. Then he glanced at Lin Dong. I thought this guy would give up and show some embarrassed expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened and didn't react at all. He even crossed his legs. No quality. The young boss snorted coldly, feeling more and more that this man was unacceptable. Perhaps this kid has never seen so much money in his life and has no idea what 800,000 means. Wait a minute. Manager Wang frowned and sweated profusely. He waved his hand at the young boss, signaling him to shut up. What did you say? The young boss was stunned for a moment. Then, he said in a bad tone, Why should I wait for him? Is this how your bank serves its high-quality customers? I warn you, if I am unhappy, I will no longer do business with your bank. Now, immediately, take out my money. The young boss imitated Lin Dong's tone, wanted to give Manager Wang a warning. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. I told you to wait. Don't you understand? Manager Wang turned around and glared at him fiercely. The latter was completely stunned. Also, your 800,000 is nothing compared to this gentleman. If you want to take it out, just take it. But now, you have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. After saying that, Manager Wang leaned forward slightly and asked Lin Dong about his well-being. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm going to help you with the credit limit increase now. Do you need me to pour you a glass of water? What? Seeing Manager Wang's rude and then respectful behavior, the young boss was dumbfounded. The others also widened their eyes, wondering why Manager Wang suddenly changed his expression. Could it be that Lin Dong really has 10 million? No, what do you mean? The young boss still couldn't accept this cruel fact. After all, no matter how you look at it, Lin Dong doesn't look like a multimillionaire. Why should I wait here and let him handle it first? I want to complain. Manager Wang was still very cold. If you want to complain, you have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business. The young boss was scolded and his face turned blue. Then he suddenly thought of something and forced himself to hold it in. He wanted to see what Lin Dong was capable of that, made Manager Wang willing to offend him. The other side, the female salesperson's face was pale and her hands and feet were shaking. She has worked in the bank for so many years. She must know that the balance on the card is 20 million, which means that Lin Dong's assets are definitely more than that. If we really take out all the more than 10 million according to Lin Dong's request, it would be a small mountain. Even their branch does not have enough cash reserves. This time, she really hit a wall. Manager Wang was also unsure when he noticed that the salesperson's expression was not right. Then, he quickly asked her to leave her workstation. Hello, Mr. Lin. I will handle the business for you personally. Whatever. Just take out all my money, cash only. Lin Dong didn't buy it. Just now, These people were dancing so happily. Now, let them die miserably. Aren't you going to not increase your credit limit? Well, he just took them all. More than 10 million. It depends on how long you can collect the money. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. We were wrong just now. I really didn't mean to make things difficult for you. How about this from now on? When you come to our bank to handle business, you can come directly to me, and I will definitely respond to your requests. There was a hint of pleading in Manager Wang's tone. It is conceivable how difficult it was for Lin Dong to accept his request. If the bank loses such a big customer because of him, he will definitely be punished. In more serious cases, you may even have to pack up and leave. Thinking of the consequences, Manager Wang was almost scared to death. Seeing Manager Wang's expression, the young boss instantly understood. Lin Dong is not a loser, but a hidden boss. Mr. Lin, our bank doesn't have that much cash. 12 million. It's impossible to raise it in such a short time. How about you reconsider it? Sees the young master. 12 million. When the young boss heard this number, he shuddered and almost fell to the ground. This is his turnover for more than a year. As a result, it was just the deposit in Lin Dong's bank card. Then how terrifying would his entire wealth be? Thinking of the sarcasm he had just given to Lin Dong, the young boss couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. If Lin Dong holds a grudge against him and tries to take revenge on him, his company might not be able to continue running. The other side, Manager Wang tried to persuade Lin Dong with kind words and almost knelt down on the spot. As a result, Lin Dong refused to give in at all. I said I want to withdraw all the money. Hurry up, don't waste time. Also, from today on, I will no longer keep my money in your bank. Then please wait a moment. I will go and ask the president for instructions. Manager Wang had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to his boss for help. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Now I know I'm scared. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Today, I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you. Da-da-da. After a moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Then, a Mediterranean man hurried over. Manager Wang followed closely behind. After walking in front of Lin Dong, Heidi immediately nodded and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhao Jinming. I'm very sorry that our mistake has caused you trouble. On behalf of all the staff of the bank, I would like to apologize to you. After he finished speaking, the Mediterranean man bowed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone stood there in a daze, not daring to breathe. Normally, whenever they come to this bank to do business, they have to endure being looked down upon. If you are not careful, you will be scolded. As for Manager Wang, he was very polite in front of the rich people. He has never been kind to ordinary people like them. As for Zhao Jinming, he is even more of a legendary figure. With their small deposit and withdrawal amounts, they are not qualified to be personally received by the bank president. No one would have expected that the fat, big-eared, and Mediterranean-looking President Zhao would bow down without saying a word when he met Lin Dong for the first time, which was really a great honor for him. This made everyone even more curious. Who exactly is Lin Dong? Chapter 23, Transfer. It's over, it's all over. The young boss was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. Others may not be clear about what a bank president is. However, he often deals with banks and knows it very well. Once the bank president holds a grudge against you, it will be difficult to get loans in the future. If they delay 2 procedures, they can take your life. Imagine that you need to borrow 1 million, but the bank only approves you for 500,000. 500,000 would be fine, but the process still takes half a year. By the time I got to 500,000 yuan, it was too late. When the young boss thought about how blind he was and how he was sarcastic to Lin Dong, his face turned pale and he wanted to slap himself twice on the spot. Even more nervous than the boss were the female salesperson and Manager Wang. They're the ones who are really on pins and needles, with a chill down their spine. With just one word from Zhao Jinming, they would pack up and leave. Even being blacklisted. Mr. Lin, look, Zhao Jinming asked tentatively. Although Lin Dong's clothes were all cheap goods, and he didn't look like a rich man at all. But the facts are there. A full 12 million was just lying there in the account. More importantly, Zhao Jinming also learned about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel last night through personal channels. How could a man who spent a huge amount of money on 2 women and booked a presidential suite for a month only have 12 million? Maybe this is just their pocket money. Zhao Jinming sees much more and further than Manager Wang. That's why he is so humble. Losing a big client is the least of the problems, but if you offend a big boss, you don't know where to apologize and make amends. Are you the president of this bank? Lin Dong smiled faintly and looked at Zhao Jinming with interest. Nice hairstyle, very unique. Hearing this, Zhao Jinming was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously touched his Mediterranean Sea. At this moment, Lin Dong changed the subject. It's just that their vision is too poor. Why do they hire such a bunch of employees who look down on others? I just wanted to apply for a credit limit increase, but you're giving me a cold shoulder. If you don't know, you would think I made a mistake. Lin Dong sneered and looked at the female salesperson and Manager Wang. Suddenly, the bank was completely silent. Manager Wang's legs and feet became weak, and he almost couldn't stand. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. He really didn't want to lose this prestigious and lucrative job. If he hadn't been concerned about the large crowds, he would have been kneeling in front of Lin Dong right now. No need. I see. You don't know you were wrong, but you are afraid. Lin Dong shook his head and didn't intend to give him this opportunity. President Zhao, just do as you said before and help me withdraw all the money. Please hurry up. I need it urgently. Zhao Jinming's face turned pale. To withdraw so much money, you need to apply to the head office at least 1 day in advance. Then, the head office arranged for the funds to be transferred and sent under armed escort. By then, the head office will definitely know what they have done. Mr. Wang, look at what you have done. The more Zhao Jinming thought about it, the angrier he got, and he started scolding on the spot. I've told you time and again not to look at people with tinted glasses. What a shitty account manager. Do you really think you are a nobody? Do you know how much trouble you have caused the bank and how much negative impact you have caused? It's really not enough to accomplish anything, but it's more likely to cause trouble. Manager Wang was scolded so harshly that he didn't even dare to lift his neck. He never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unprepossessing, actually had so much money. President, please give me another chance. Give me the shit. Get out of here right now. The farther the better. Zhao Jinming waved his hand and pointed at the salesperson behind the counter. And you, get out of here with him and don't have to come to work. Hearing this, the two of them turned pale, as if they had lost their parents. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this solution? After Zhao Jinming finished cursing, he felt much better. He then put on a smiling face and looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Zhao Jinming up and down. He knew that President Zhao was trying to please him by performing a self-torture trick. However, it did make him feel relieved. Yeah, not bad. I suddenly don't need that much cash. Okay, Mr. Lin, as long as you were satisfied. Zhao Jinming smiled and nodded. Then, go to the counter in person and sit in front of the computer. Mr. Lin, I will help you increase your credit limit right now. You can increase your credit limit by as much as you want. Seeing this scene, everyone could no longer remain calm. Since when did banks become so humble that they need the president to handle business personally? However, everyone felt relieved when they thought that this person was Lin Dong. 12 million is worth the president's intervention. Okay, Mr. Lin, I have raised your transfer limit to 100 million. Is that okay with you? It's okay. Thank you for your help, President Zhao. It's no trouble. It's my pleasure to serve you. A moment later, with Zhao Jinming's farewell, Lin Dong walked out of the bank with confidence. Looking at the Porsche Panamera with the number 58 on the license plate, Zhao Jinming became even more certain that Lin Dong was no ordinary person. Then, he let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and turned a big thing into a small one. Otherwise, Lin Dong would really be offended. The other side, after coming out of the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred money to his parents. As a result, as soon as I put down my phone, a call came in. Son, are you crazy? Where did you get so much money to suddenly transfer 100,000 yuan to us? Your dad is going to be scared to death. The person who called was Lin Dong's mother, Li Xiuqin. When Li Xiuqin saw the bank account arrival text message, she thought she was dazzled and quickly called Lin Dong's father Lin Xiangqian to come and take a look together. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. But when he did, Lin Xiangqian almost had a heart attack. Then there was this phone call. Mom, did you receive the money? Son, tell me honestly, where did you get this money? Li Xiuqin's voice was trembling as she spoke. You haven't committed a crime, have you? I saw on TV that many people go to Myanmar to commit fraud. You must not fall into their trap. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Mom, Myanmar was cheated. I have transferred the money to you. If there is any fraud, it should be me who cheats others. It's not okay to cheat others. You should return the money to them immediately. I'm kidding. Lin Dong said helplessly, I recently negotiated a big deal, and this money is a bonus from the company. My son is successful now. In the future, he can earn more and let you live a good life. Real. Li Xiaoqin still didn't quite believe it. Then is it still fake? Lin Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, Don't worry, this money is very clean. You can spend it without worry. Chapter 24. Whoever falls in love with this broken class can join. After confirming it again and again, Li Xiaoqin hung up the phone. Poor parents in the world. I thought my parents would be very happy to see so much money. As a result, the first thing I worried about was myself. Think about that bitch Fang Xue again. It's like heaven and hell. No, she is not worthy to be compared with her parents. Just as Lin Dong was feeling emotional, another phone call came in. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from the company supervisor. Hey, Lin Dong, what are you doing? You didn't come to work this morning, and my phone couldn't get through. Do you still want to do this? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. This supervisor is Lu Haichao, Lin Dong's immediate superior. Before this, he had always been at odds with Lin Dong. Seeing that he was easy to bully, he was often asked to work overtime and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked him for overtime pay or meal money, Lu Haichao would make excuses. He also threatened Lin Dong that if he dared to say anything more, he would be fired. Anyway, three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged cows and horses are plenty. Lin Dong thought about resigning countless times. However, when he thought about having to support Fang Xue's high expenses, he had to swallow his anger. Last night, after breaking up with Fang Xue and getting the system, Lin Dong simply forgot about going to work. He didn't even notice that Lu Haichao had called him dozens of times. Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Are you deaf or dumb? Do you have to wait until I fire you before you speak up? Lu Haichao had an aggressive attitude, thinking that he had Lin Dong's lifeline in his hands, and spoke bluntly. In his eyes, Lin Dong was a perfect punching bag. For the sake of family and life, I have to be humble and fawn on myself. The next second, Lin Dong finally spoke. Whether I go to work or not is none of your business, you idiot. What did you say? Lu Haichao was stunned for a moment. He didn't react at first and thought he had heard wrong. When did Lin Dong dare to speak to him in this tone? Whoever wants to join this crappy class can join it. I won't serve you anymore. I don't want that little salary anymore. I'll use it to buy an urn for your mother and a hearse for you. You, on the other end of the phone. Veins bulged on Lu Haichao's forehead and his body was shaking slightly. He was obviously very angry. Seeing this scene, everyone else in the company was stunned. It was the first time for them to see Lu Haichao so angry. Who on earth has such great ability? Lin Dong, if you have the guts, say it again. You tell me. Lu Haichao held the phone and yelled. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong hung up the call. Lu Haichao was filled with anger but had no place to vent it. I was originally thinking about having a few words with Lin Dong. As a result, no one gave him this opportunity at all. For a moment, Lu Hai was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger and his lungs were about to explode. Just at this moment, someone suddenly popped up in the company group. Is anyone there? Someone took a look at the phone and found that it was Lin Dong who did not come to work in the morning. Soon, a nice guy typed a line of words. Lin Dong, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to work? Yeah, Manager Lu was calling your name just now. Did you two have a quarrel? As someone who has been through this, I advise you to be patient and you will have a peaceful life. Take a step back and you will have a bright future. It's hard to find a job these days. For a moment, many people were persuading Lin Dong to bow his head and apologize to Lu Haichao. However, they don't know that times are different now. In the past, Lin Dong worked like a dog for a fixed salary of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, and he dared not complain. Now, he has more than 10 million in his account. How could I possibly tolerate being bossed around by that villain Lu Haichao? Soon, Lin Dong sent out several messages. I've had enough of that bastard Lu Haichao. Lao Zhang, Lu Haichao hasn't paid you the meal money he owes you yet, right? Xiao Huang, at the last dinner party, Lu Haichao said he would treat you, but in the end, you paid the bill, right? And Sister Song, Lu Haichao is trying to take advantage of you every day. When I see him later, I will punch him twice. Messages appeared in the group, one after another. The whole company went into an uproar in an instant. Fuck, is Lin Dong crazy? How dare you say such things? Although Lu is not a decent person, if you offend him, you will definitely be punished. When did Lin Dong become so brave? Could he be thinking of resigning and leaving? Although, Everyone hates Lu Haichao. However, for the sake of work, I have no choice but to compromise. At this moment, seeing Lin Dong scolding Lu Haichao, they were shocked, but at the same time, they felt like they had gotten rid of their anger and felt refreshed. Especially Sister Song, whose but is often touched. He clenched his fists and punched the air twice. From today on, I won't be attending this crappy class anymore. Before leaving, sent out a few red envelopes to celebrate. Before he finished speaking, several big red envelopes appeared in the group. Everyone rushed to grab the items. After seeing the amount of the red envelope, I instantly lost my composure. Fuck, I stole 500. I robbed 660. Such a big deal. Lin Dong must have made a fortune. The boss is generous. Lin Dong scolded well. People like Lu Haichao should be scolded more. Bang! A loud noise was heard suddenly. The door to the supervisor's office was kicked open. Everyone shut up instantly, as silent as a mouse. Lu Haichao walked out of the office trembling. He was so angry that his whole body was smoking and he could not even walk steadily. Then he gritted his teeth and sent a voice message in the group. Lin Dong, you bastard. Now, get over here and take your stuff, you're fired. Lin Dong didn't get angry but smiled and responded quickly. Lu Haichao, if you didn't fire me, I fired you. You can continue to be your stupid supervisor. I am financially independent now, and I don't want to serve you anymore. After saying that, Lin Dong decisively left the group, not giving Lu Haichao any chance to respond. Lin Dong, you deserve to die. Lin Dong was driving a Panamera, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune. It was so comfortable. Quit the group and block Lu Haichao's phone number. Lin Dong felt refreshed from head to toe. It was as if the 5 elements mountain pressing down on me had finally been removed. I also want to be like Sun Wukong, riding on the clouds and going up to the sky and into the earth. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Now that I have money, it's time to take care of myself. Thinking of this, Lin Dong drove directly to Yida Shopping Center in Tianhai City. This is the largest and most popular shopping mall in Tianhai City. Lin Dong and Fang Xue had been here before. As a result, he spent a month's salary just to pick up 2 pieces of cosmetics. After just a few applications, it became dusty and was thrown under the table. At that time, Lin Dong was heartbroken. This time, I can spend as much as I want. At the very least, it should appear that one is a wealthy person and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 25, Buying a Watch. On the first floor of the shopping mall, there are mobile phones, cars, and jewelry. He doesn't need any of these things. After thinking about it, Lin Dong went to the second floor and visited the watch shop. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with mobile phones, and the losers play with computers. In a sense, a car is a means of transportation. But watches are different. After the advent of mobile phones, watches have gradually become a symbol of identity and status. The higher the price, the more it highlights the owner's class. Besides, you can only show off by driving on the road. Wearing a priceless watch, you can show off and satisfy your vanity anytime and anywhere. Patek Philippe Watch Store. A young female salesperson frowned slightly when she saw Lin Dong come in. There's nothing I can do about it. I really can't praise what Lin Dong is wearing. With his spending power, he probably can't even afford the cheapest watch in this store. However, based on the principle that every customer is a guest, the female salesperson still went forward to greet the customer with a smile. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a watch? We have all kinds of watches here. Which one do you need? The saleswoman asked with a smile. The Patek Philippe brand is famous for its exquisite watchmaking skills, unique design style, and excellent performance, and is deeply favored by European and American aristocrats. It is the most luxurious watch brand in the world, bar none. In a sense, a Patek Philippe watch can even help you integrate into the upper class faster. Just take a look. Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He spoke lightly with a calm tone. With 10 million in his bank card, he is confident that he can buy any watch here. So, don't show any shyness at all. Seeing this, the female salesperson didn't say anything more and let Lin Dong walk around the store. However, Lin Dong did not have high expectations for buying a watch. As he was walking, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. In a glass display case in front of him, there was a silver and white watch that was particularly eye-catching. Made of stainless steel, it features a black dial and a white gold rubber strap. It has the precision of a Swiss watch. It also has excellent waterproof performance of 100 meters in the deep sea. The most important thing is that this watch looks young and fashionable, unlike the previous gold watches that were dull. Please help me get this watch. Yes, sir. The saleswoman walked over quickly. As a result, after seeing the watch, his expression suddenly became hesitant. Patek Philippe 61040G001 watch. The domestic price is 2,938,700. Even the slightest bump would be a nuisance to them. If Lin Dong can't afford the compensation, she can't bear the responsibility. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Dong frowned slightly. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, but finally took out the watch. He just carefully reminded, "Sir, please be careful. There is only one of this watch in our store." Good. Lin Dong nodded. Then, wear it casually on your right wrist. As expected, the watch fits his style perfectly. Lazy but not decadent. Humble but slightly luxurious. It is simply the perfect light luxury watch. That's it. Okay, sir. Wait, what did you say? The saleswoman was stunned. A watch worth nearly 3 million, and you bought it just by taking a look at it? Before he could react, Lin Dong took out his bank card and slapped on the counter. Pack up the watch box and other things. I'll put them in the car. The saleswoman opened her mouth, not knowing whether Lin Dong was joking. Then, she gritted her teeth and swiped the POS machine. As a result, the receipt was printed directly. Successful. The saleswoman stared blankly, her expression a little dazed. Just then, Lin Dong's impatient voice came to her ears. What are you standing there for? Do you think I can't afford it? No. Please wait. I will pack it for you right away. Soon, the female salesperson respectfully escorted Lin Dong out. Until Lin Dong's figure disappeared, she had a strong feeling of unreality. From the time Lin Dong entered the store to the time he checked out, it took no more than 2 minutes. Where did this young man come from? He is so generous, but he is wearing tattered clothes. Could it be that he has some special hobby? On the other side, after buying the watch, Lin Dong walked directly out of the shopping mall and came to the parking lot. As a result, from a distance, I saw 2 women in cool clothes standing in front of their Panamera, taking pictures. He even sat on the hood of the car. You two, what are you doing? Get out of the car. Lin Dong's shout was a little sudden. The 2 women were startled. One of them was a woman wearing glasses and was slightly plump. She turned around and looked at Lin Dong, cursing, "Why are you shouting? You scared me to death." Next to her was a skinny internet celebrity wearing a tight skirt. At this time, I also joined in. That's right. If you don't know, you would think this is your car. It's really like a dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. Click. Snap. The internet celebrity continued taking pictures with her phone while speaking. Not only did he not intend to move his butt away from the front of the car, but he sat higher and higher. It looked like half of his body was about to lie down. When Lin Dong saw this, he suddenly became furious. He either felt sorry for the car or couldn't stand these people using his car to show off and then turning around and scolding him. It's totally incomprehensible. Come down quickly. Lin Dong took 2 steps at a time and walked to the side of the Porsche, ready to pull the internet celebrity down. As a result, before the internet celebrity girl could even open her mouth, the girl with glasses became unhappy and directly blocked Lin Dong. He also pointed his cell phone camera at him. What do you want to do? I'm recording it. Be careful or we'll call the police, post you online, and sue you for molestation. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong almost laughed out of anger. What am I doing? This is my car. I want to drive it away. Do I need your permission? Is this your car? The internet celebrity and the girl with glasses were stunned for a moment. Then he looked Lin Dong up and down. Then he chuckled, his eyes full of disdain for him. Don't be ridiculous. How could this car be yours? A loser like that, the money he earns in his lifetime is not even enough to buy a wheel. Chapter 26. Things change. Lin Dong laughed out of anger. If it's not my car, whose is it? Of course it's ours. The internet celebrity hesitated and told a lie. Anyway, the owner of the car won't be here for a while, so no one can expose it. Lin Dong looked the other person up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Yes, my sisters bought it. Why, are you envious? Jealous? The girl with glasses crossed her arms and curled her lips at Lin Dong with disdain. I just picked up my car today and was in a good mood, but I didn't expect to run into a loser like you. It's really bad luck. That's right. These days, there are more and more tricks in selling insurance. I know you want to use this method to attract our attention, but isn't it too crude? Seeing that Lin Dong was speechless, the internet celebrity girl and the girl with glasses looked at each other, thinking that they had guessed the truth and looked very smug. As a result, the next second, Lin Dong took out a key from his pocket. Stupid. Their pupils shrank and their smiles froze. But even so, they still didn't believe that the car belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was too lazy to argue and just started the fire. Boom. The engine of the Jetta Panamera roared like the roar of a wild beast. Oh my God. The internet celebrity sitting on the front of the car was startled and almost fell down. The girl with glasses also changed her expression and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. I never expected that this car really belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them and just flashed his headlights. The two little fairies finally came to their senses. The expression on his face changed from shock to embarrassment. Finally, it turned into an eager and flattering smile, and he kept moving forward. The internet celebrity also took out a QR code, smiled flatteringly, and wanted to get Lin Dong's contact information. Lin Dong's answer was also very simple. Buzz. With a step on the accelerator, the Panamera sped away. The wind and waves almost blew the two little fairies over. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's rude behavior did not disgust them, but, so handsome, he is definitely my dream man, the Prince Charming. If I had known, I would have talked to him more. It's all your fault for saying he was selling insurance. Bullshit. Weren't you the first one to sit on the front of the car? Why are you blaming me? The two fairies turned against each other in an instant and fought for missing a rich second generation. Alas, woman. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and saw two women fighting, and a smile appeared on his face. Hasn't he seen enough women like this who are vain and greedy for money? Even if it was by Yuqing and Ting, Lin Dong was just playing around and would not be sincere to them. His sincerity was shattered into pieces outside the window of the BMW X5 last night. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly growled. Only then did he realize that he had been busy all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat. It takes at least half an hour to get back to Dynasty Hotel, so it's better to find a restaurant nearby for dinner. Let me see if there are any high-end restaurants nearby. Juk Xianzhuang, Roast Duck House, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant. Taihiyuan State Guest House has an average per capita consumption of 3,000 yuan. It was once a royal garden site. It has dishes that draw on the strengths of the 8 major cuisines and the best dishes from all over the world. It is specially designed to receive foreign guests and business dinners. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he nodded with satisfaction. A luxurious restaurant of this level is more suitable for his current status. Just go here. Boom. He stepped on the accelerator again. Not long after, the Panamera stopped in front of the Taihiyuan State Guest House. As soon as the doorman saw the cool little car, he immediately waved and trotted over. Sir, welcome to our restaurant. Do you need me to park your car for you? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, I remembered that most high-end consumption places have valet parking services, so I don't need to do it myself. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do and enjoy yourself. Didi. Lin Dong was about to hand the keys to the doorman when an Audi A5 suddenly drove up from behind. There were 2 men and 2 women in the car, and they were blocked by Lin Dong. They were a little annoyed and angry. However, when I saw it was a Porsche Panamera, I swallowed my anger. At the same time, there was a woman's exclamation. Honey, this car is so cool. It must be 2 or 3 million, right? I met him once last time when I went out with our boss. I think his name was something like Panamera. Who drives such an expensive car? Could it be some rich young man? Of course, people who come to the state guest house for dinner are either rich or noble. It's not uncommon to meet a few rich people. The 2 women were amazed and felt jealous. I originally thought that the husband I found was already a rich man. However, compared with these truly rich people, I am still far behind and there is no way to compare them. Hearing the conversation between the 2 women, the 2 men sitting in the front row, who were their boyfriends, had only helplessness and bitter smiles on their faces. It's my fault that I was born into a bad family, so my family can only afford enough food and clothing. The next moment, their eyes suddenly widened, and the bitterness on their faces turned into shock. What's going on? Am I seeing things right? The person who got off the car, is that Lin Dong? What did you say? Our college classmate Lin Dong, the country bumpkin. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to park your car for you. Lin Dong got out of the car and threw the keys to the doorman in a casual manner. Then, he walked straight towards the gate. In a restaurant of the level of Taihiyuan, there are high-definition cameras everywhere, so there's no need to worry about any problems. Even if anything goes wrong, they will take full responsibility. Old schoolmate, old schoolmate. Just then, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Lin Dong frowned slightly and stopped. This voice sounds a little familiar. When he turned around, he saw two men walking towards him and greeting him warmly. You are. Look at you. You are such a forgetful person. I am Sun Jinzhong. He is Hu Hao. We are college classmates. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then the names of the two people gradually emerged in my mind. Yes, the two were indeed his college classmates. In fact, Hu Hao was his roommate. But the relationship between them is not very good. At the beginning, most of the students in Lin Dong's class were from the city, and all of them came from wealthy families. As a country boy, Lin Dong was naturally ostracized. Unlike Bai Yuqing, who looked at people through tinted glasses, Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao made things difficult for him and isolated him in various ways. Lin Dong would be deliberately left out of every class or dormitory gathering. The head teacher never informed Lin Dong of any instructions. The most outrageous incident was when Li Xiuqin brought 2 baskets of eggs to see Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to share the eggs with his roommates to try. As a result, while going to the toilet, Hu Hao smashed the egg and threw it into the trash can. He also said that this was a dirty thing, which was an eyesore and polluted the dormitory environment. Since then, Lin Dong cut off ties with them and became an invisible person in the class. Although I still get ridiculed, I never respond. Unexpectedly, things change. The 2 people who bullied me the most in the past now came to me to curry favor with me, with extremely flattering smiles on their faces. It's really sad and ridiculous. Chapter 27, Do You Have a Girlfriend? Lin Dong pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Although that smile was as fake as it could be. Oh, look at my memory. I remember now. You are a bastard. You are a rat. Bastard? Rat? When Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao heard Lin Dong's affectionate name for them, their faces changed slightly. But he didn't dare to turn against him. Who made Lin Dong rich now? Driving a Porsche Panamera around. Who knows? There might be some noble person behind him. The two have been working in society for so many years that they have developed the habit of treating people differently according to their circumstances. Before figuring out Lin Dong's background, I can only swallow my anger. Bear with it. Yes, it's us. Thank you for remembering us, old classmate. Of course I won't forget it. After all, we were classmates for 4 years. Lin Dong smiled and shook hands with them, then asked knowingly, why? Are you guys coming to Taihai Garden for dinner too? Yeah, I just got paid, so I'm going to have some fun. Sun Jinzhong smiled somewhat awkwardly. This time when he came to Taihai Garden for dinner, he deliberately brought 20,000 to 30,000 yuan with him. Now, I suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Duh. At this moment, 2 more people got out from the back seat of the Audi A5. A long-haired beauty wearing a black tight skirt with big eyes, a high-nose bridge, fair skin, and a height of 170 centimeters. She has the figure of a car show model. The other one was no less impressive. She was wearing fashionable clothes and earrings. The V-cleavage was so deep that it seemed unfathomable, and the 2 huge thunderbolts almost burst the short-sleeve top. If the bow was a little bigger, it would be a perfect S shape. More importantly, after the 2 girls got off the car, they kept looking at Lin Dong curiously. She even touched his hair and winked at him on purpose. There's hope. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. Nowadays, rich people are popular and have good relationships with the opposite sex. Hu Hao, how come I haven't heard that you have such an amazing old classmate? Why don't you introduce yourself to me? At this moment, the girl with earrings came over and hooked Hu Hao's arm. Hu Hao looked a little embarrassed. Then he leaned over to the earring girl and whispered, Xin, he is the Lin Dong I told you about. Is it him? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her expression was very surprised. In my memory, every time Hu Hao mentioned Lin Dong, he was disdainful and belittled him in various ways, using him to elevate his own status. Why is it different when we meet now? He is Lin Dong. Next to Sun Jinzhong, the model Ning Fei also looked shocked. Obviously, he had also heard bad things about Lin Dong from Sun Jinzhong. Looking at the shocked eyes of the 2 women, as well as the somewhat embarrassed expressions of Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao, Lin Dong immediately guessed that these 2 guys must have slandered and insulted him behind his back. Originally, he wanted to let the 2 go. After all, so many years have passed since what happened in college. There is no need to keep holding on to it. Now it seems that I was too kind. These 2 guys, after so many years of graduation, still don't say anything good. Well, don't blame yourself for giving them something harsh. More importantly, these 2 women are very much to Lin Dong's taste. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately waved his hand and said generously, Jianzhong, how's he? We haven't seen each other for so many years. Today I will treat you to a good meal. No need to save money for me. Money is the last thing I need right now. Real. Hearing this, the four of them's eyes lit up. As the most luxurious restaurant with the highest consumption level in Tianhai City, ordinary people don't even have the courage to take a look at Taihe Garden when passing by. Even Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally come here to consume, dare not order more dishes. However, if Lin Dong, the sucker, were to treat them, they would have to eat and drink to their heart's content. Compared with Sun Jinzhong and Hu Haoyin, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue had different expressions. As a car show model, Ning Feifei is extremely sensitive to luxury cars. Just now, she was the one who told the price of Panamera. Su Xinyue is even simpler. Originally, the reason she wanted to date Hu Hao was because she wanted to be with a rich man. Now that the richer Lin Dong has appeared, what else does Hu Hao need to do? Now, she is thinking about how to kick her current boyfriend away. Then, seamlessly connect with Lin Dong. Su Xinyue was not worried that Lin Dong looked down on her. Just now, she had discovered that the other party had glanced at her giant thunder several times. That look made him want to have something happen with her right then and there. Su Xinyue is confident that she can hook up with Lin Dong with her own capital. Very good. Xin, haven't you always wanted to eat the kumquat veal and foie gras Wellington from Taihe Garden? Thanks to Mr. Lin today, I can finally have a taste. Hu Hao licked his tongue with an excited expression. Su Xinyue secretly rolled her eyes. Stupid. My girlfriend is about to fly away, but I'm still thinking about taking advantage of her and eating delicious food. Old classmate, can you really order anything casually? Taihe Garden, in a luxurious private room. Sun Jinzhong held the gold-rimmed menu in his hand, his hands trembling slightly. Don't worry, I told you I'm the host, so I won't let you pay. Alas, I've had enough of the hard times before. Now that I'm rich, shouldn't I enjoy myself? Huh. Lin Dong grinned and deliberately placed his hands on the table. He pulled his sleeves up slightly. Hu Hao often goes out on business trips and has a sharp eye. He recognized the watch on his hand at once. I blurted out subconsciously, Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, are you wearing this kind of watch now? It will cost a lot of money, right? Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue often went to high-consumption places and knew that the watch was worth a lot of money. They looked over with surprise. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, saying calmly, Oh, it's not much money, just about 2 million. I just wear it for fun. About 2 million. Hu Hao's expression changed slightly, and his brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chan cross. He works as a salesperson outside and only earns 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month after working so hard. I thought I was already the best among my peers. As a result, he couldn't even afford the watch that Lin Dong wore. This made Hu Hao unable to accept it for a moment, and his expression was visibly ugly, as if he had eaten shit. Sun Jinzhong is almost the same. During college, he came from a wealthy family and was at the top of his class. Because of this, he became the squad leader. Sun Jinzhong used his position as squad leader to suppress Lin Dong openly and covertly. After graduation, when he heard that Lin Dong only earned 3,000 a month, he openly mocked him. People like this might as well go back to the countryside. If they have no skills, why do they come to the big city? Now, whether it was the luxury car that Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, Sun Jinzhong felt ashamed and his face was burning with pain. How did this guy become so successful? Without making any noise, he suddenly became a rich man. Honey, does your classmate? Oh no, it's Mr. Lin, have a girlfriend? At this moment, Su Xinyue giggled and asked half jokingly and half seriously. Chapter 28, Getting Drunk. Hu Hao nodded and responded immediately. Of course I did. Lin Dong's girlfriend is Fang Xue. She's so pretty. I used to secretly browse his circle of friends and was jealous. Go to hell. You're thinking about the pot while eating from the bowl. Huh. You didn't exist at that time, did you? Su Xinyue twisted Hu Hao, but there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. Sure enough, there is never a shortage of women around rich men. Beside her, Ning Feifei also sighed silently. Originally, she was thinking about getting in the Panamera to experience it and letting Lin Dong take her for a ride. Now it seems that there is no chance. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. Hey, don't mention it. That woman found another man behind my back, and we've broken up now. What? Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were suddenly stunned. This Fang Xue, Did someone kick her brain? Why don't you give up the handsome, rich, and promising Lin Dong and go out to find a strange man? After the shock, a hint of gloating appeared on Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces. Nowadays, even rich people are still being cheated on. For a moment, the two found a little psychological comfort. Little did they know that when their girlfriends heard that Lin Dong was single, their eyes suddenly lit up. Just like a cat spots a mouse, the hunter sets his sights on his prey. Oh, what a pity it is to meet such a woman. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't be sad. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are many two-legged women. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue stood on both sides, comforting her with all kinds of kind words. They looked like two warm and cozy little cotton-padded jackets. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao felt uncomfortable when they saw this. When did my girlfriend become so caring? Normally, they spend their money and treat them like servants. In comparison, Sun Jianzhong was not too worried. After all, Ning Feifei has been a car model for so long and has met many rich people. The number of bosses who want to support her can be found all over the world. As a result, they were all rejected by Ning Feifei. Thinking of this, Sun Jianzhong ate a piece of goose liver slowly. The taste of the crispy outside and tender inside brought a great impact to the tip of his tongue, making him feel refreshed from head to toe. I have to say, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The other side, Hu Hao's brain is not very bright, and he hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He still called him General Lin. Boss Lin, can you please tell me what business you are in to make so much money? We are brothers living in the same dormitory. We can't be so formal. A dormitory? Still brothers? Fuck you. Thinking of what Hu Hao had done, Lin Dong sneered in his heart. Don't you want to know the secret to making money? Okay, let's be sincere first. Waiter, bring the wine. What? Hu Hao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lin Dong meant. At this time, two young and beautiful waiters came over with a few bottles of Matai. Lin Dong still felt it was not enough, so he ordered a few bottles of vodka and red wine. Here, there's so much wine. Shall we drink it? Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong looked at each other. Normally, they would drink alcohol when they were doing business. However, it is rare to drink such a high-proof liquor. Drink it. It doesn't cost you any money anyway. Lin Dong said calmly. As long as you are happy after drinking, I will take you to make money together in the future. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong's eyes widened. As men, don't they want to make a lot of money and live a life of luxury? They don't think there is anything wrong with their abilities. I just feel that I'm lacking an opportunity and no one to help me. Although, it felt a bit awkward to please Lin Dong. But these days, who can resist money? At worst, I can kick Lin Dong away when I've made enough money. Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong looked at each other and felt that Lin Dong was a fool for sharing his secret of making money with outsiders. It would be a shame not to slaughter such a big fat sheep. Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, no, Brother Dong, I toast you a glass. I'm sorry for the things I did in the past. From now on, if you have any instructions, just let me know. I will be at your service. And me, Brother Dong, you can trust me to do the job. Come on, it's all in the wine. After a while, both of them were drinking until their faces were red. Logically speaking, Lin Dong drank more than them and should have been drunk and lying under the table. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and was still smiling as he poured wine for the two of them. At this moment, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, smiled, and poured a glass of Romanicani. Don't just eat the food, ladies. This wine costs 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a bottle. Would you like to taste it? 60 or 70,000? Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue were a little surprised when they heard this number. After thinking about it, they politely took it. He didn't notice at all that there was a sly flash in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting for so long, the fish finally took the bait. Come on, finish this cup. There's still 3 cups left. 3 cups are not enough. Give me 3 more. In the luxurious private rooms of Taiha Garden, there are delicious food and bright lights and wine. There's not only a restaurant here, but also a KTV, chess and card room, and billiard hall. At this moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and started singing. After singing the song, Sudden Self, she received warm applause instantly. It sounds so good, I feel drunk. Brother Dong is really a hidden talent. After 4 years in college, I didn't even know you could sing so beautifully. Belch. Hu Hao was drunk, his face flushed, but he still didn't forget to flatter Lin Dong. It can be seen how much he wants to make money. Sun Jianzhong's alcohol tolerance was not good enough, and he fell on the table, unconscious. As for the two beauties, they are better. Lin Dong did not force them to drink on purpose and kept them in a slightly tipsy state. He doesn't like to pick up corpses when he's drunk. That would be a complete waste of natural resources and a waste of delicious food. Brother Dong, you're simply a singing god. Please take some time to teach me. A tingling sound was heard. Su Xinyue, with her plump breasts, had sat down next to him at some point, and taking the opportunity to snatch the microphone, she deliberately rubbed Lin Dong's arm. Very soft, very big, and most importantly, very round. Lin Dong glanced at it. After drinking the last glass of Matai, Hu Hao also fell down. No wonder Su Xinyue was so bold as to seduce me. I have to say, it's very exciting. Of course, I have no problem teaching you to sing, but I will charge you tuition. But I don't have any money. Su Xinyue pretended to be pitiful, pouting, grabbing Lin Dong's right hand and placing it directly on the peak. Although it was covered by clothes, it felt great. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect this woman to be so wild. Ahem, this is not good, Xin. You are Hu Hao's girlfriend, and he and I are brothers. As the saying goes, you should not cheat on your brother's wife. Lin Dong coughed twice and took the opportunity to withdraw his hand. Su Xinyue was confused. She clearly felt that when Lin Dong put his hand on her, he squeezed her hard. I thought we could have an in-depth communication right away. As a result, the other party actually withdrew. For a moment, Su Xinyue was very unwilling. He had no idea that Lin Dong was playing hard to get. Chapter 29, I'll give you 100,000. Xin. At this moment, Ning Feifei next to her couldn't stand it anymore. Although she's a car model, she often comes into contact with wealthy people. However, she would never sell her looks and body for money like Su Xinyue did. The most important thing is that Hu Hao is right next to him. Su Xinyue's actions have violated Ning Feifei's moral bottom line. How can you not betray others when doing such a thing? What's wrong, Feifei? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys eat. Ning Feifei sighed helplessly, out of sight, out of mind. She lifted her two long, beautiful legs and staggered toward the door, leaving behind a beautiful bag that makes people imagine. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling quite disdainful in his heart. This woman usually poses and shows off her figure in front of the camera. Now it's installed. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to go with the flow and push Su Xinyue down first. Now he has a new goal. Vomit. Just as Su Xinyue placed her two soft little hands on Lin Dong's chest and touched his abdominal muscles, Hu Hao suddenly vomited. Oh my god! Su Xinyue was startled. Then he smelled the disgusting smell in the air and covered his nose with a look of disgust. So disgusting. Why did Hu Hao drink so much? Xin, go and take a look. That's great. I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Dong stood up without saying anything, not giving Su Xinyue the chance to take advantage of him. Su Xinyue's expression looked a little ugly. As Hu Hao's girlfriend, she should indeed care about and take care of Hu Hao at this time. However, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to take down Lin Dong. It's all your fault, Hu Hao. If you hadn't vomited, I would have taken him down. Watching Lin Dong walk out of the private room, Su Xinyue snorted coldly, pulled out a piece of paper with great disgust, and smeared it on Hu Hao's face. The other side, Lin Dong came to the bathroom. Before I even went in, I heard a series of apologies coming from next door. I'm sorry, Boss Wong. I have a dinner today and can't attend the auto show this afternoon. Or you can find someone else. Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fei, the labor fee for this auto show is 5,000. Are you sure you don't want to come? 5,000? Ning Fei was silent, with confusion written all over her pretty face. Everyone knows that car models are a job that only lasts for a short period of time. Doesn't she want to make more money while she's still young? 5,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary person's monthly salary. However, I was so drunk that I could hardly stand. Going there would only cause trouble. I'm so sorry, Boss Wong. Okay, let's work together next time. After hanging up the phone, Ning Feifei's face was full of regret and melancholy. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. It is said that many important figures will come to this auto show. By then, maybe I can get to know some rich people. As for Sun Jinzhong, Ning Feifei felt a little hesitant. Especially after seeing Lin Dong's generous spending, he became even more unwilling. Which woman doesn't want to wear gold and silver? Marry into a wealthy family? However, Ning Feifei has higher requirements. I want to find a tall, rich and handsome guy, not a fat and greasy boss. At this moment, Ning Feifei suddenly heard a hot breathing sound in her ears. Feifei, if you're short of money, just tell me. With our relationship, what's $5,000? Um, Ning Feifei's beautiful eyes froze, and she turned around subconsciously. Then, before she could react, two large hands had already wrapped around her slender waist, and half of the body leaned towards her. Ah! Ning Feifei stumbled and sat on the sink. Then, when she saw the man's face clearly, she was even more shocked. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you going to do? Get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'll call for help. Ning Feifei never expected that Lin Dong, who was so polite at the dinner table, would do such a thing in private. At this moment, the two of them were facing each other closely, and she could even clearly feel that the other party was ready to make a move. Ning Feifei's face suddenly turned red, and she tried her best to break free from Lin Dong's control. However, women become weak after drinking, while men become very strong after drinking too much. After a few rounds, she not only failed to escape, but instead achieved close contact. The perky but wrapped in a black tight skirt was kneaded by Lin Dong with one hand. The slender legs were also grasped by Lin Dong's other hand. You. Ning Feifei was panting and still trying to threaten. I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend. Are you crazy? Be careful. I'll call the police and sue you for rape. What do you mean by strong? Did I force you? Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and took advantage of Ning Feifei's anger to secretly kiss her forehead. Besides, I came here because I wanted to help you. Feifei, don't you want to make a lot of money? I drive a Porsche and travel everywhere. I can buy any bags or cosmetics I want and take them away without any worries. After hearing these words, Ning Feifei's body, which had been struggling violently, slowly calmed down. There was also a hint of longing in his expression. Oh, feeling the changes in Ning Feifei's body, Lin Dong smiled faintly. As a car model, Ning Feifei comes into contact with million-level luxury cars every day, but none of them belong to her. She is only qualified to pose on the side. Over time, Ning Feifei developed a strong sense of gap and wanted to own one very urgently. Lin Dong accurately caught the desire in her eyes and said these words after prescribing the right remedy. Sure enough, the effect is outstanding. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care about Porsches. I've seen plenty of those. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you drive a nice car. Ning Feifei bit her lip and tried to push Lin Dong away. However, Lin Dong had seen through everything long ago. Stop pretending, Ning Feifei. You're just a vain gold digger. You are with Sun Jianzhong. Isn't it because he is willing to spend money on you? But how can a salary of 20 or 30,000 satisfy you? To be honest, that little money isn't even enough to buy the wheels for my car. Ning Feifei was stunned. Although, rarely, there was no rebuttal. In order to pursue her, Sun Jianzhong emptied his wallet and bought an Audi A5 worth 400,000 yuan. As a result, after they were together, she found out that this guy actually bought the car with a loan and had to pay back several $1,000s every month. Ning Feifei had thought about leaving Sun Jianzhong. However, she hasn't found a new employer yet. Did I get it right? Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. He had long seen that Sun Jianzhong was under great financial pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped into the trap so quickly when he heard that I could help him make money. A woman like Ning Feifei is essentially no different from Fang Xue. The reason why she didn't agree to it was because the money was not enough and it had not yet broken through her psychological defenses. As long as she is satisfied, she will serve herself well with practical actions. 100,000. How about I give you 100,000? Isn't this more than what you would earn standing there all day at a car show? Chapter 30. One price of 500,000. 100,000 yuan. Ning Feifei frowned slightly, bit her lips, and looked somewhat hesitant. Finally, he shook his head. Lin Dong, I told you, I'm not that kind of person. Don't force me. 200,000. Lin Dong had no expression on his face and spoke calmly. No. 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the price. For a moment, Ning Feifei was shocked by Lin Dong's generosity. Every price increase is 100,000. Could it be that, in his eyes, money is no longer money? To be honest, Ning Feifei's psychology has been somewhat shaken. However, when Ning Feifei thought about how she had remained a virgin for so long and how Sun Jianzhong had wanted to break that window paper countless times and how she had told him that she would wait until the day of their wedding, she felt a little unwilling. Then, he shook his head again. No. Seeing this, Lin Dong was too lazy to waste time here. I'll give you one last number, 500,000. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and leave immediately. With $500,000, you can become a celebrity. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, Lin Dong looked impatient and was about to leave Ning Fei. Just at this moment, snap! Two small hands with icy skin and delicate bones hugged Lin Dong's waist from behind. I agree. 500,000? You can't lie to me. Really? Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned around. What caught my eye was Ning Fei's pretty face, which was full of shyness. It's powdery, as if she's put on light makeup. Seeing Lin Dong looking at her, she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. It was her first time doing such a thing, and she still felt a little guilty. It feels like I'm not only selling my body, but also my dignity. However, when she thought about the 500,000, Ning Fei still gave up. She was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, she would miss it forever. She would have to participate in more than 100 car shows to earn back the 500,000. Now, all you need to do is spread your legs. It's really too simple. What's more, Lin Dong is not only rich, but also so young and handsome. I'm not that averse to something happening between him and me. Haha, have you come to your senses? Didn't you just think that Xin's face was ugly and couldn't bear to look at it? How come the blink of an eye? He jumped on me. As Lin Dong spoke, he played with Ning Fei's delicate face. She also deliberately straightened her head and looked directly into those eyes that pretended to be innocent and forced. The next moment, Lin Dong's expression suddenly changed and became extremely cruel. What I despise most is double-standard women like you. She looks pure and innocent, but in reality, isn't she just after money? Serve me well, and I'll have plenty of money. Now turn around. Before he finished speaking, in front of Ning Fei's shocked gaze, Lin Dong turned her body around. Ning Fei's brain buzzed, and her eyes rolled back. Unfortunately, she no longer had the right to refuse. I didn't even dare to cry, afraid of angering Lin Dong. Bitch, pretending to be noble. Hurry up, you don't want Sun Jinzhong to come over and see you like this, do you? Lin Dong had a playful expression and rough movements, without any mercy for women. When Ning Fei heard Sun Jinzhong's name, she became flustered. Lin Dong, can we not stay here? Ning Fei raised her head and looked at Lin Dong with a pleading look. Seeing Ning Fei's pitiful appearance, Lin Dong suddenly had an evil idea. It would be so boring if it's not here. But since you beg me, I'll give you a favor. Go in. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he pushed Ning Fei directly into the compartment. For a while, strange noises were heard from time to time. Anyone passing by would notice something unusual. Ning Fei felt humiliated, but also felt an indescribable excitement, as well as a feeling of breaking a taboo. The other side, under Su Xinyue's care, Gu Hao and Sun Jinzhong gradually woke up. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Why hasn't Lin Dong come back yet? Fei is missing too. Su Xinyue was puzzled for a while. Just when I was about to go to the bathroom to look for someone, I saw Ning Fei limping and staggering to the door. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were messy, and her eyes were dull. It's like I just got into a fight. Fei, what's wrong with you? Su Xinyue hurriedly walked forward and supported Ning Fei. He didn't notice at all that Ning Fei was moving in a panic and her eyes were evasive. Nothing. I just vomited for a while. Luckily, I met Mr. Lin. He helped me get here. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong came out from behind, smiled and nodded. Su Xinyue looked at the two of them suspiciously, always feeling that they had some shameful secret. Fei, you're back. Belch. At this moment, Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao also happened to wake up. They were drunk and in a daze, and did not notice Ning Fei's red face and messy hair at all. Among all the people, only Su Xinyue looked again and again. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to come back, and was really looking forward to it. If her boyfriend hadn't been there, she would have run over to him. As she stared, Su Xinyue gradually discovered that something was wrong. Lin Dong was fine when he left, but when he came back, why did he have a few lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck? 2 buttons on the collar were also buttoned incorrectly. It was clearly just put on. What's the meaning? Do I have to take off my clothes to go to the toilet? The next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly thought of something. Her head buzzed, and her eyes subconsciously glanced towards a corner, where she saw Ning Fei with her head down and a guilty look on her face. Sure enough, the 2 long legs of my best friend were covered with red hand marks caused by pinching and kneading. Even the hem of her black hip skirt was torn open, revealing the edge of her underwear. Considering Ning Feifei's blushing cheeks, even if Su Xinyue was a pig, she knew what this couple had done. Snort. Su Xinyue's pretty face turned red, and she stomped her feet in anger. I kept calling him Brother Dong, but in the end, my best friend got there first. Why didn't she realize before that Ning Feifei had such potential? Hearing the sound of Su Exin stomping her feet, Hu Hao sobered up a lot. I thought I had done something to make my girlfriend angry, so I quickly apologized. Xin, what's wrong? Are you tired? I'll rub your shoulders and legs. As expected, Hu Hao received a cold stare. Get lost. Su Xinyue pushed Hu Hao away and walked outside without looking back. When passing by Ning Feifei, he deliberately rolled his eyes at her. Seeing this, Ning Feifei's face turned red again. Then he immediately took 2 long legs and ran out to catch up. Xin, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Chapter 31, Take the Initiative to Deliver. In the blink of an eye, only 3 men were left in the room. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao didn't know what was going on and thought it was just a quarrel between 2 best friends, so they were too lazy to mediate. They sat on Lin Dong's left and right, drunkenly picking up another glass of wine. Brother Dong, this is a toast to you. Thank you for your generosity and helping us make money. If you need anything in the future, just call me, brother. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. After Sun Jinzhong finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jinzhong knew that the goddess he had worked so hard to lick had been taken by him, I wonder if he would still be able to drink the glass of wine. By then, I'm afraid it won't just be the eyes that are red. Brother Dong, there is also me. Hu Hao followed closely and toasted Lin Dong. He even took the initiative to request a song. Come on, let's sing a song together, and we'll be good brothers from now on. Good. Without waiting for Lin Dong's consent, the 2 of them started singing at the top of their lungs. Brother, give me a hug and tell me what's on your mind. Tell me all about your grievances and changes over the years. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere had become so tense, and it would be a bit unreasonable for Lin Dong not to squeeze out a few tears and yell a few times. However, when Lin Dong thought of the suppression and isolation they had inflicted on him, he did not feel the slightest bit of empathy. Even, I'm too lazy to just go along with the situation. Do you think you can forgive them just by drinking 2 cups of horse urine? Dream. It was not enough to just get their beautiful girlfriends. Soon, Lin Dong came up with a better idea. Jinzhong, Haozi, your 2 brothers and sisters are out. Why don't you go over and take a look? It is natural to be worried about bootlickers like Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao. However, when he thought about making a lot of money with Lin Dong, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Brother Dong, as long as you have money, what does a girlfriend matter? Yes, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged beauties are everywhere on the street, right? As long as you have money, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. Good. Lin Dong nodded slightly and took the initiative to raise a glass. You are worthy of being my good brothers. I toast to you with this cup. After saying that, Lin Dong drank it all in one gulp. Of course, the 2 of them didn't dare to drink less. In that way, they would not give Lin Dong face. However, they did not have the natural ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and they had already vomited once. At this point, I was dizzy and unable to control myself. Seeing this, Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and said, while the 2 sisters-in-law are away, how about I call a few pretty sisters and relax for a while? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. You guys can have fun as you like. If you want to learn a foreign language, that's no problem. There's such a good thing. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao looked at each other with some interest in their expressions. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you'll think about sex. The 2 brothers had been licking the goddess for so long, but still couldn't succeed. They were so angry that they had no place to vent. Now, hearing Lin Dong's proposal, his eyes widened. Seeing the fish taking the bait, Lin Dong immediately smiled knowingly. Then he clapped his hands. Gomein. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 beauties walked into the private room with smiles on their faces. They all have devilish figures and dress in a seductive and charming manner. Although, she's not as good-looking as Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue. However, from head to toe, she exudes 2 words. Major. Gurgle. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao widened their eyes. They were worldly wise and could tell at a glance that the beauties Lin Dong had found were of quite high standards. At the very least, it is at a level of over 5,000. 5,000 for one girl. 5 or 6 would cost tens of thousands. This made Sun Jinzhong, and Hu Hao even more eager to take action. It's hard to get such an excellent opportunity to play for free. Puff. Seeing the two men distracted and eager to make something, the women laughed so hard that they were shaking with laughter. Some even deliberately squeezed the groove to outline an attractive curve. Brother Dong, this is not good, right? Xin is still waiting for me outside. Although Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were moved, they were more worried that their girlfriends would be angry. However, Lin Dong's next words made them no longer have any scruples. Have you ever heard a saying? The deepest friendship is when we have carried guns together, shared the spoils together, and as long as we do it today, we will be iron brothers forever. In the future, if there's a chance to make a fortune, I will definitely not forget you. Or do you not want to make money, but just want to accompany women? Hearing this, the two of them shook their heads quickly. Afterwards, Sun Jinzhong swallowed hard and took advantage of the situation to back off. In that case, let's have some fun. Brother Dong, obedience is worse than respect. Haha, okay. Lin Dong laughed and waved his hand. Several princesses immediately threw themselves into his arms. For a moment, the private room was filled with a spring atmosphere, and it was a very joyful occasion. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message. Brother Dong, I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. Come quickly. Seeing the strange number and the ambiguous content, Lin Dongming suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys play. Lin Dong walked out of the private room quickly. As soon as he closed the door, he quietly dialed a number. Hello. I want to report that someone in Taiha Garden is hiring a prostitute. It's in room 888. Not long after, the alarm sounded outside the door. A group of men in uniform pushed open the door and rushed into the luxurious room. What comes into view is an extremely beautiful scene. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were stripped naked, and the moment they saw their uncle, they quickly put their shorts on. Anti-pornography, don't move. For a moment, the two men turned pale and sweated profusely. It's over, it's all over. If I end up in jail, not only will I lose my girlfriend, but I will also lose my job. Uncle, we surrender ourselves. If we don't pay, does that mean it doesn't count as prostitution? The other side, Lin Dong also came to the parking lot casually. Sure enough, next to his Panamera, he saw a familiar figure. She has a curvy figure, yellow hair, and a t-shirt that is about to burst. Plus those seductive eyes that seemed to want to eat him up. If not Su Xinyue, who else could it be? Brother Dong, you're finally here. We've been waiting anxiously. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew that the text message was sent by Su Xinyue, the idiot. How could other women be so coquettish? Of course, for the sake of face, Lin Dong still has to pretend. Xinyue, what are you doing here? Jinzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room. They were looking for you just now. Lin Dong pretended to be nervous and worried, and even brought Hu Hao out. As a result, the smile on Su Xinyue's face disappeared instantly. He even curled his lips in disgust. Brother Dong, can we stop talking about that bastard? He's ugly, doesn't make any money, and can't drink as well. He's not even close to you. As she spoke, Su Xinyue walked towards Lin Dong and grabbed Lin Dong's hand. That shy look of wanting to cover up, yet still feeling shy, is really something that makes people unable to stop. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel dry mouth. He has the ability to be invincible. The Ning Fei Fei I just served can only be considered an appetizer. Now the real feast. At this moment, Su Xinyue reached down with her little hand. Her cherry lips instantly opened into an O shape, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Brother Dong, you are so awesome. Unlike Hu Hao, who kept saying you loved me, but ended up loving me only a little bit. Su Xinyue stretched out 2 fingers and gestured. No wonder this woman has always been so hungry. It turned out that the man in the family was not enough to feed her. Su Xinyue was even more attracted when she found out that Lin Dong had strong financial resources. Even if it's just a night of passion, even if there's no money, it's worth it. Chapter 32, Go to the car. Besides, Su Xinyue smiled charmingly, not caring at all whether anyone saw it or not. She hooked her 2 little hands around Lin Dong's neck, stood on tiptoes, and gave him a sweet kiss. You and Fei Fei have done it, right? Oh, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyue guessed it so quickly. Sure enough, women's sixth sense is very accurate. Brother Dong, you are biased. She was the one who took the initiative first. How can we let her get away with it? At least, There should be a first-come, first-served basis. I also want to test how strong you are. I see Fei Fei's legs are weak when she walks. Su Xinyue said in a low voice, looking shy. Lin Dong smiled when he heard this. Then, he tore off the disguise and pressed Su Xinyue against the window of the Porsche. Ah! Su Xinyue screamed subconsciously, looking a little flustered. Before that, Ning Fei Fei was at least in the bathroom. Now, Lin Dong actually wanted to be with her in the parking lot. Su Xinyue's ears turned red instantly, and she tried to make a final struggle. However, no matter how you look at it, her struggles seemed to be urging Lin Dong to continue. What are you pretending for? Don't you like it this way? Just now in the private room. If Hu Hao hadn't woken up, your hand would have been in my pants, right? Lin Dong spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Su Xinyue subconsciously looked up, feeling a little guilty. Afterwards, Lin Dong started to touch her all over. Su Xinyue's shirt was half undone, exposing a large area of white to the air. Su Xinyue gasped softly. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to break through the last line of defense, she finally couldn't help it and begged for mercy in a low voice. Brother Dong, let's go to the car. Is it okay in the car? I'm shy. Lin Dong smiled faintly and slapped him hard, causing waves. What is there to be afraid of? There's no one here. But it does need to be more comfortable inside the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong carried Su Xinyue into the car and closed the door. Bang! A small hand patted on the car window. Then, the sound of clothes tearing was heard from inside. Although Su Xinyue is not as virgin as Ning Fei Fei. However, there's not much experience. Not to mention in the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, and all 3,600 pores on his body contracted. Dingling! Just when the two were getting passionately attracted to each other, a phone call came in by chance. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a call from Hu Hao to Su Xinyue. Oh no, it's Hu Hao. Su Xinyue avoided his gaze. After all, I still feel a little guilty. Unexpectedly, before she hung up, Lin Dong snatched the phone away and answered the call. At the same time, use your chin to signal her to speak. Su Xinyue had no choice but to do as she was told. Moreover, he did not dare to stop. Xin, where are you? Come and save me. I'm in some trouble and need a deposit. Deposit? Hearing these words, Su Xinyue was stunned for a moment. Aren't Hu Hao and son Jinzhong still eating? Why do you need a deposit for no reason? Puff. At this moment, Lin Dong couldn't help laughing out loud. What is margin? Isn't it just that he was caught during the crackdown on pornography and he has to pay a fine? Hu Hao is quite good at naming. Soon, Hu Hao's questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin, who's next to you? Why is there a man's voice? Su Xinyue's face turned red and she winked at Lin Dong frantically. Didn't we agree not to talk? Lin Dong clearly did it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong not only did not avoid it, but directly snatched the phone from Su Xinyue. Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, brother Dong, why are you with Xin? I just came out to smoke a cigarette, and I happened to run into Xin, so I gave her a ride. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While talking on the phone, he let Su Xinyue continue to serve him, and he felt refreshed from head to toe. By the way, are you two having fun? Don't mention it. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. I'm in big trouble. Lin Dong smiled and pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? Did they ask you to pay more? No, it's not about the money, Dong. Hu Hao found it difficult to speak. After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to tell the truth. I don't know which bastard was jealous of us calling him princess and actually called to report us. Oh my god, son Jinzhong and I almost pissed ourselves. Hearing Hu Hao's complaints, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. At the same time, the physical pleasure almost made him surrender. Brother Dong, what should we do? Hu Hao still doesn't know what his girlfriend, whom he has been thinking about, is doing at this moment. Brother Dong, do you have enough money? Can you lend me some money? My uncle said that each person would be fined 5,000 yuan, and son Jinzhong and I together would have to pay 10,000 yuan. We really don't have that much money. Borrow money? Lin Dong lowered his head and looked down at Su Xinyue's head, who was serving him diligently. He felt refreshed and let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, Don't worry, given our relationship. How can I not help you? Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Thank you so much, Brother Dong. You are my real brother. When Hu Hao heard that Lin Dong was willing to pay, he was overjoyed. He also pulled son Jinzhong aside to express his gratitude crazily. Ahem. At this moment, Su Xinyue was suddenly choked and started coughing violently. Xin, What's wrong with you? Hearing Su Xinyue's cough, Hu Hao suddenly became anxious. Moreover, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. It was as if there was something extra on my head, and the color was quite bright. Lin Dong was not panicked at all, and said with a smile, "It's okay, Hu Hao. Xin just choked when drinking water, and she is much better now." "Oh, I'm scared to death." Hu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he was completely focused on money and didn't think too deeply about it. "Okay, thank you, Brother Dong. The money has been received, so let's go and pay it first." "Brothers, it's too formal to say this." Lin Dong hung up the phone and threw it to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue pouted, her eyes looking somewhat resentful. "Aren't you afraid that Hu Hao knows about us?" "Why are you scared?" Lin Dong asked back. Hearing this, Su Xinyue choked up. On one side is Hu Hao, who can't even afford 5,000 yuan, and on the other side is Lin Dong, who drives a Porsche Panamera. Even a fool knows what to choose. "I'm thinking about you. What if Hu Hao gets upset and makes trouble for you?" "Of course I want to be with you. You're not only rich, but also very capable. Being with you is really..." The more Su Xinyue spoke, the redder her face became, creating a charming atmosphere. The next moment, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and pressed her directly onto the passenger seat. "How about being with me? Keep talking." Chapter 33, God-level fighting technique, go to the bar. Facing Lin Dong's sharp gaze, Su Xinyue's last line of defense completely collapsed. She clung to Lin Dong like an octopus and refused to let go. Then, she said shyly, "It's really comfortable." "Yeah." After listening to this, Lin Dong laughed. Then, the expedition was launched again. For a moment, the Porsche was shaking up and down, and from time to time there were sounds that made people think deeply. After more than an hour, Lin Dong finally stopped. If Su Xinyue hadn't kept shouting that she was about to die, Lin Dong could have even fought with her for a whole day and night. There is no way. The talent of the invincible golden spear is too amazing. After resting for a while, Lin Dong drove Su Xinyue back home. Before leaving, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong on WeChat and made it clear that he could contact her anytime if he needed anything in the future. Seeing that Su Xinyue was so sensible, Lin Dong did not be stingy and directly gave her a big red envelope. Su Xinyue was overjoyed. She even threatened to break up with Hu Hao. "Even if I become Lin Dong's mistress, there's no problem." However, Lin Dong rejected the proposal. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around and really didn't want to get into trouble. The two soon parted. Just then, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission and scoring twice. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward, God-level fighting technique." The next moment, Lin Dong felt that all his limbs were unobstructed and his whole body was reborn with an indescribable sense of relief. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt that many more fighting skills appeared in his head. At the same time, the body is full of strength. Suddenly, Lin Dong was extremely excited. In just one afternoon, he not only won over 2 beauties, completing a double kill, but also took revenge on 2 old classmates who had insulted him. Now, he has acquired God-level fighting skills, and his self-defense ability has been greatly enhanced. The sourness is simply indescribable. After thinking about it, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and called Ning Fei Fei. "Prepare to call her out and rekindle our old relationship." Unexpectedly, after taking the 500,000 yuan, this woman turned off her phone and disappeared. "I guess I still haven't gotten over that hurdle in my heart. Forget it, I'll go shopping by myself." Lin Dong drove his Panamera and wandered around aimlessly. Soon, it got dark and it was night. I happened to pass by a hotel, which was full of lights and wine, and very lively. Blue Enchantress? No wonder there are so many people. Blue Rose is the largest and most expensive hotel in Tianhai City. Just opening a bottle of wine costs 7 or 800 yuan. It would cost at least 1,000 to open a booth. However, this does not prevent guests from visiting. The bar is always bustling and crowded, because not only is the environment here beautiful, but also there are handsome men and beautiful women coming in and out. As long as we like each other, we can go straight to the hotel and book a room. There were even people waiting outside, specifically waiting to pick up the bodies. This is it. Lin Dong smiled faintly and drove the car slowly over. Last night, he went on a spending spree in a nightclub, earning more than 10 million yuan and experiencing the life of a rich man for the first time. Tonight, I must make more. Come to think of it, he had never been to a bar before. When I was with Fang Xue, I lived frugally and never thought about such high consumption. Now, he wants to have fun. Not long after, Lin Dong walked to the door of the bar. The waiter immediately greeted us with a smile. "Hello, sir. The bar booth is full. Do you have a reservation?" Lin Dong naturally didn't have that. But he has something else that will definitely satisfy the waiter. "Here's a tip for you. Now, do you have a booth?" Lin Dong smiled faintly, took out a thick stack of $100 bills, and slapped it into the waiter's hand. The system did not disappoint him and gave feedback quickly. It was detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan. The other side, the waiter also widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. A $10,000 tip? This is too arrogant. Then the waiter nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment, sir. I will start the show right away. The next moment, the waiter put 10,000 yuan directly into his pocket. Then, he happily brought Lin Dong into the bar. After a while, a high-end VIP seat was vacated for Lin Dong. Seats of this level are usually reserved for senior members. Generally, it is not available to the public. But there was no way. Lin Dong gave too much. The waiter was happy to make an exception. Sure enough, the VIP seats are in an excellent location and the sofas are first-rate, soft, and comfortable. From the angle where Lin Dong was sitting, he could see the entire bar. There were many beautiful women with good figures dancing passionately in the pool. When you get to the bar, of course you have to order some drinks. Lin Dong picked up the list and ordered a few bottles at random. First, a few glasses of Bloody Mary and Dom Perignon. Oh, and 2 bottles of Martell Gold. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he scanned the code to pay. The next moment, the system's voice rang. It was detected that the host spent 50,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 500,000 yuan. The waiter carefully wrote it down without even raising his head. Lin Dong casually ordered a bottle of wine worth 50,000 yuan. He is so arrogant. We must not offend him. Okay, is there anything else you need? Well, not for now. Lin Dong shook his head, not in a hurry. Okay, if you need anything, just call me anytime. Just wave and I'll be right there. The waiter smiled, nodded, and disappeared in a flash. Lin Dong sat on the leather sofa, his eyes drifting towards the center of the dance floor, where men and women were twisting their bodies wantonly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's great to be young. The other side, at an ordinary booth a few tables away from Lin Dong, there were several familiar faces drinking alone, with one of them vaguely leading the group. Brother Chow, is this true? That Lin Dong actually dared to scold you in the company group? Who the hell is he? That's right, don't let me catch this bastard, otherwise. A burly man said this viciously, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a body covered in tiger and wolf tattoos. You can tell at first glance that he is a social person. Sitting in the middle was a greasy man with a big belly and a sarcastic face. It turned out to be Lin Dong's former boss, Lu Haichao. Damn it, who said it wasn't? Lu Haichao spat angrily. Then, he took a big gulp of Budweiser. His eyes were red, and he cursed. This bastard. He used to do whatever I told him to do, working overtime and running errands, but he didn't dare to say a word. Today, I don't know what gave you the guts to scold me in the group. Most importantly, he resigned. If I see him, I will kill him. Chapter 34. Cleaning up someone. When the name Lin Dong was mentioned, Lu Haichao became so angry that he had no place to vent. In the past, Lin Dong was the easiest to bully in the company. He was asked to do all the dirty and tiring work, but he was so honest that he didn't dare to say a word. As a result, very suddenly, Lin Dong seemed like a different person. Not only did he scold him badly on the phone, he also sent red envelopes in the company group, inciting everyone to scold him together, making him lose face and dignity. In addition, Lin Dong resigned voluntarily, so it was impossible to find him. Lu Haichao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was also because he heard that there were many girls in blue rows that he called a group of lackeys and ran over to have some fun and relax. Just at this moment, the waiter passed by with a few bottles of wine. A sharp-eyed lackey immediately recognized that the wines were very valuable and subconsciously exclaimed, "Oh my God, Martell Gold and Bloody Mary." These bottles of wine cost at least tens of thousands. There are really a lot of rich people. Hearing this, Lu Haichao was also shocked. I worked so hard for a month and only earned 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. If people just order a few bottles of wine, the number will far exceed this. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Oh, drink, drink. Even if they have money, it's theirs. What does it have to do with us? Lu Haichao picked up the wine glass and pretended not to care. Just then, one of the lackeys pushed his shoulder and gestured with his chin. Brother Chow, look, the person who ordered the drinks, isn't that Lin Dong? Who? Lu Haichao was stunned for a moment and turned his head subconsciously. After taking a look, his pupils suddenly shrank. The man sitting in the VIP booth, enjoying the wine leisurely, wasn't he the Lin Dong he had been thinking about day and night? Damn, where does this bastard get so much money to open a booth and drink foreign liquor? In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red. As an executive, I can only drink beer here. Why is Lin Dong so extravagant? Lu Haichao felt more and more unbalanced and stood up angrily. Wait a minute, Brother Chow. Seeing that Lu Haichao was about to take action himself, several lackeys hurriedly stopped him. Brother Chow, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, you'll have to pay compensation. What should we do then? Lu Hai was very angry and looked unwilling. At this time, the burly man with tattoos next to him sneered and said, "It just so happens that I have a few brothers hanging around here. How about I ask them for a favor? That's right, I need a little kickback." When Lu Haichao heard this, he didn't care how much it cost. Normally, he could be a stingy person. But today, no matter how much money he paid, he would teach Lin Dong a lesson. It would be best if he spent the rest of his life lying in bed. Don't worry, brother. As long as this is done, I will pay for all the alcohol you drink in the future. The tattooed man grinned and slapped the table. Brother Chow is very straightforward. Wait, I'll call someone right away. At this time, Lin Dong was still unaware that danger was approaching. After a while, 3 street urchins with tattoos blocked the entrance of the Blue Rose Bar. Some of them had bad intentions. Who are you looking for? The waiter was startled by the scene and began to stutter. Seeing this, the bald leader patted his trembling shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, little brother, we're not here to cause trouble. We're here to drink, too. That's right, before you play, you have to find someone first. The waiter swallowed. Before I could come to my senses, I felt dizzy. He was actually pushed aside by the bald man. Then 3 or 5 thugs filed in. Soon, Lu Haichao and others discovered the bald man. A lackey quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Brother Tiger, you are finally here. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my friend Lu Haichao. Brother Chow, this is Brother Tiger, a famous man from Tianhai City, also known as the Smiling Tiger King Tiger. As he spoke, Wang Hu glanced at Lu Haichao. Lu Haichao shuddered at that moment. Although he usually has a foul mouth. However, he is always domineering in the company and has never dealt with people in society. Hello, Brother Tiger. Lu Haichao smiled awkwardly and stretched out his hand. Wang Hu ignored the hand Lu Haichao extended and said straight to the point, I heard that you want to deal with someone. Let me be frank with you. The hard work pay for you brothers is not cheap. Hearing this, the lackey winked at Lu Haichao. The latter immediately understood and said confidently, Brother Tiger, don't worry. I will definitely not let the brothers come in vain. You tell me the number, and I will never be vague. That's great. Not much, just 20,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes suddenly widened, and he howled subconsciously. In an instant, everyone in the booth looked over. Tiger, Brother Tiger, isn't this too much? It's just a lesson for one person. Lu Haichao looked embarrassed. I thought I could just deal with 1 or 2,000 of them. I didn't expect it would cost 20,000. Isn't this going to kill him? What do you mean? Too much. Wang Hu's expression turned cold, and he picked up an empty wine bottle. The flesh on his face twitched, and his eyes looked ferocious. He's been on this street for so long, and what he can't stand the most is people like Lu Haichao who talk nonsense and play tricks. He promised a lot on the phone, but when we met, he started acting like a grandson. The lackey next to him saw that Lu Haichao's face was livid and knew that this stingy person had acted up again, so he immediately advised him. Brother Chow, Lin Dong has already shit on your head, and you're still reluctant to spend this little money. I can tell you, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get again. Once Lin Dong leaves, I don't know when I'll run into him next time. After hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind. His breathing became heavier, his eyes were red, and even his vocal cords were trembling. Okay, 20,000 is 20,000. As long as I can destroy Lin Dong, I'll get my all. Okay, that's pretty good. Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. Just transfer the money over, and I'll go over there and take care of that guy right away. Lu Haichao got so excited that he transferred $10,000 directly to her. There's 10,000 left. I will settle it when I come back. Soon, under the eager gazes of Lu Haichao and others, Wang Hu, with his two younger brothers, walked straight to the VIP seat and barged in with swagger. Brother Chow, Lin Dong, is dead this time. Haha, this smiling tiger is notoriously ruthless. Even if Lin Dong doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Brother Chow, your money was not wasted. You finally got rid of your anger. A few lackeys nearby were very excited and were shouting loudly. Lu Haichao smiled bitterly and nodded with a stiff expression. It was true to say so, but after spending 20,000 yuan, he really felt heartbroken and painful. Right now, we can only hope that Wang, who is really as powerful as the legend says, and beats Lin Dong so badly that he becomes half paralyzed and spends the rest of his life lying in bed. That way, it's still good value for money. Chapter 35. Only 20,000 yuan? How many are they? In the booth, Lin Dong, who was savoring fine wine and appreciating the dancing of beautiful women, looked at the sudden group of strangers with a puzzled look on his face. Especially Wang, who was walking in the front, had a look of looking for trouble on his face, and it was obvious that he was here with bad intentions. Are you Lin Dong? It's me, what's up? It's you I'm looking for. Wang, who curled up his lips, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Then, he walked straight to Lin Dong and snatched a bottle of wine from him. Oh, this little life is quite comfortable. I am drinking mate. What a pity. From now on, no matter how much good wine you have, you will not be able to enjoy it. Someone paid me to beat you half to death. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he drank a glass of wine with a smile on his face. The two younger brothers shuddered subconsciously when they saw this. People who are familiar with Wang Hu know that the brighter this guy smiles before a fight, the more ferocious he will fight. There is absolutely no severity, either death or disability. Previously, Wang Hu was imprisoned for 5 years for intentional injury. In the eyes of the two younger brothers, Lin Dong was already a dead man. At least an arm and a leg will be broken. Unexpectedly, facing Wang Hu's threat, Lin Dong remained calm and showed no sign of panic. He had just acquired god-level fighting skills, so he was not afraid of few gangsters. Moreover, you don't have to do this kind of thing yourself. Money. Someone is paying to beat me half to death. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Dong laughed out loud, as if he heard some joke. Wang Hu and the two thugs were all stunned. This guy, how can he still smile so happily when he is about to die? Could it be that he is a madman? What the hell are you laughing at? Be quiet. A thug shouted and was about to take action, but he was interrupted by Wang Hu. He was very curious about where Lin Dong got the confidence from and why he was laughing. Lin Dong, what are you laughing at? I laugh at Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy. Zhou Yu. Sorry to interrupt. Lin Dong cleared his throat and poured a glass of wine for Wang Hu. Ball brother, there are too many people here. How about we go outside and talk? Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong stood up confidently. He looked calm and composed, with a smile on his face. This made Wang Hu even more confused. Although, he also has no hair. Originally, he wanted to deal with Lin Dong and then take the money and leave. But now, he wanted to see what Lin Dong was up to. Brother Bald, as long as you come out with me, I promise I won't let you regret it. How about this? I'll leave these wines to you two brothers. If it's not enough, order more and put it on my account. Hearing this, the two hooligans' eyes widened and they almost drooled. In the past, they had no chance to drink foreign liquor that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Now, is that enough? All this wine costs at least tens of thousands, right? Are you sure you want to give them all to us? Wang was also a little confused. Where did this sucker come from? He just gave away tens of thousands of dollars casually. Much more straightforward than that stingy guy Lu Haichao. I told you, if it's not enough, order more. The thing I don't lack the least is money. How about going out for a chat, ball brother? Seeing that those people looked inexperienced, Lin Dong gave a wicked smile. After a while, Wang Hu walked out of the booth. It's Chow, Brother Tiger has finished the job. I've said it before, as long as the money is in place, any job is not tiring. Now, Lin Dong is probably already too arrogant and has broken his arms and legs. The lackey who had made the previous phone call was taking credit for a lot of things and was in high spirits. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face came into view. Lin Dong. Lu Haichao's pupils shrank, and his old yellow teeth were almost broken. Didn't you say that brother who would definitely take action? How come Lin Dong didn't lose a hair and was even smiling? That's right, Lin Dong was not only unharmed, but he was also arm in arm with Wang Hu, chatting about everything. If you didn't know them, you would think they were half-brothers. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and his lackeys were stunned. He seriously suspected that this was a setup and that Wang Hu and Lin Dong were working together to defraud him of his money. My money, $10,000. At this moment, Lu Haichao's heart was bleeding. At this moment, the lackey suddenly thought of something and suddenly realized it. Don't be anxious, Brother Chow. Everyone in the underworld knows that Brother Tiger has a characteristic. The happier he laughs before a fight, the more ruthless he will be. Now, Brother Hu's mouth is grinning to the sky, and Lin Dong is not far from death. Otherwise, why is his nickname the Smiling Tiger? Oh, is there such a saying? Lu Haichao was stunned when he heard this. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed the case. Moreover, he had only given 10,000 yuan, and there was still 10,000 yuan left. Wang Hu was not so stupid as to put on a complete show. Brother Chow, just wait and see the show. We'll go outside the bar in a bit and see how badly Lin Dong was beaten. Lu Haichao nodded heavily and couldn't wait to kick Lin Dong hard in the face. The other side, Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the door of Blue Rose. When the bartender saw that the person Wang Hu was looking for was Lin Dong, he shuddered immediately. Then he grabbed his arm. Handsome guy. If you get into trouble, just blink. Blink. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Later, I saw the waiter making faces and realized his good intentions. Ha ha. You misunderstood. This bald brother is my friend. Really, friends? The waiter looked suspicious. Yes, my friend. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Lin Dong waved his hand. Then, under the waiter's suspicious gaze, Wang Hu was taken to a corner. Bald brother, I haven't asked yet. What's your name? Wang Hu. Everyone on the street calls me Brother Hu. Okay, Tiger. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Afterwards, I didn't argue with him and got straight to the point. Tell me, who asked you to beat me up, and how much did you pay? Wang Hu snorted coldly and said impatiently, It will do you no good to inquire about this. But as for the price, I'm quite satisfied. It's 20,000. Do. Did someone kick your brain? It's only 20,000 yuan. Lin Dong was so angry that he lost his temper on the spot. The expression of shock and anger scared Wang Hu. This guy, why is he so startled? Is this really a mental illness? I'm a multimillionaire after all. I drive $1 million luxury car, and 20,000 yuan is not enough to buy alcohol. Lin Dong looked unhappy. Hearing the word multimillionaire, Wang Hu also looked him up and down. You know what? They really do look a bit alike. Especially the Patek Philippe watch that Lin Dong was wearing. From Wang Hu's knowledge, it doesn't look fake, it's very real. However, how could a well-known figure like Lin Dong offend an insignificant little karami like Lu Haichao? Chapter 36, There's no way. He gave too much. While Wang Hu was stunned, Lin Dong mentioned a few names. Wang Long or Fang Xue. Did that couple hire you? No. Could it be that Mr. Wang from the bank? Not really. Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that Lin Dong really couldn't think of anything, he simply told him the truth. It's a man named Lu, and he's quite stingy. Lu Haichao. It turns out to be this grandson. If Wang Hu hadn't mentioned this name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about this person. Soon, a sneer appeared on Lin Dong's face. This stingy guy is willing to spend 20,000 yuan on me? The sun is rising in the west. Is the damage and psychological trauma I caused him so serious? Haha, this makes me laugh to death. When Lin Dong thought of Lu Haichao's furious look, he couldn't stop laughing. Soon, he noticed Wang Hu in front of him again. Since Lu Haichao paid for his life, he wouldn't mind returning the favor. Brother Hu, I have a business deal here. Do you want to do it? Lu offers 20,000, and I'll offer 100,000. And if you beat up one person, I'll give you 100,000. What? Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes widened, and he almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Lin Dong just said, $100,000 for beating someone up? Why, you don't believe it. Just send me the card number. Lin Dong said lightly. The nonchalant look on his face showed that he didn't take the money seriously. Wang Hu suppressed his excitement and showed his bank card. Soon, the text message came. A full 300,000 was deposited into his bank card. Brother Lin. No, President Lin. Today I finally understand what it means to be a tolerant person. You deserve to be rich. I apologize here. Wang Hu was so excited that he was incoherent. If he could put aside his pride, he would have wanted to kowtow to Lin Dong. As for blackmailing Lin Dong and asking for more, he didn't have the courage to do so. Since Lin Dong could easily give him 300,000 yuan, he could also give more money to others. At that time, If he just said a few words, he would have to go back to school and stay in there for 10 or 8 years. Boss Lin, I like doing business with straightforward people like you. In a word, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. It's very simple. Since the money I gave you is more than 10 times that of Lu Haichao, this strength. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have 9 ways to kill him. 9. As he spoke, Wang Hu gestured the number 9. At Lin Dong's suggestion, Wang Hu dialed number. Soon, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. How's it going, Brother Tiger? Is it done? Is Lin Dong unable to get up? Wang Hu bravely glanced at Lin Dong, then immediately changed his expression and said viciously, whether he is dead or not, you will know if you come and see for yourself. Don't forget to bring the final payment of 10,000 yuan. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then, he looked at Lin Dong somewhat flatteringly. Boss Lin, do you think my acting is okay? Well, it looks like that. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you're satisfied. No one could have imagined that Wang Hu, who had been so arrogant just now, would be so obedient and submissive in front of Lin Dong. There is no way. Money can not only make the devil work, but also make the mill work the devil. Especially people like Wang Hu have been in prison are the most discerning. Know who can be bullied and who cannot be touched. He can easily control people like Lu Haichao, who have no background and are narrow-minded. As for Lin Dong, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to offend. Soon, Lu Haichao and his 2 lackeys trotted out of the bar. He looked so excited, as if he had won the jackpot. They couldn't wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now. Then, he spat his face. Unexpectedly, just after passing the corner, Lu Haichao and others suddenly discovered that Lin Dong was standing there safe and sound. Lu Haichao, it's you. You kid, you've grown so powerful that you actually hired someone to beat me up? Lin Dong spoke jokingly. For a moment, Lu Haichao was so angry that his face turned red. What's going on with this Wang Hu? It's been such a long time, and they haven't taken any action yet. Could it be that you were dissatisfied with the lack of money? Lu Haichao gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, finally making up his mind. Brother Hu, why haven't you done anything yet? Is it a matter of money? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining 10,000 yuan right away. Please hurry up. After Lu Haichao finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started operating it. Soon, Wang Hu's mobile phone received another text message alert. But now, he no longer cares about this little money. Brother Chow, thank you for your kindness. But this amount of money is not enough. What do you mean? Lu Haichao frowned and suddenly had an ominous premonition. You want to raise the price? Wang Hu shook his head, an intriguing smile on his face. It is well known that the brighter his smile, the more vicious he will be when he strikes. For a moment, although it was the hottest time of the year, Lu Haichao and others felt as if they were falling into an ice cave with cold wind blowing on their backs. Just at this time, Wang Hu's 2 younger brothers also walked out of the bar drunk. Wang Hu immediately waved to them and said calmly, Brothers, now that everyone is here, let's get started. The 2 hooligans nodded like chicks pecking at rice and ran towards Lin Dong with ferocious looks. As a result, as soon as they got close, Wang Hu slapped them in the face. Over there, when did I ever say that I was going to take action against General Manager Lin? Mr. Lin, hearing this name, Lu Haichao finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. He was greeted by 2 fists as big as sandbags. Although, the 2 younger brothers didn't know what was going on. However, as long as Wang Hu pointed east, they would never go west. Brother Tiger, what do you mean? We are brothers. The lackey who had called Wang Hu here earlier was dumbfounded. Normally, he would often pay out of his own pocket to treat Smiling Tiger to food and drinks. Why is the other party so ruthless at the critical moment? Moreover, this was after Lu Hai received over 20,000 yuan. It's simply a case of thieves robbing each other. Yes, we are brothers. But Boss Lin has increased the money, and it's quite a lot. Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and others felt scared. I finally realized why 2 people were standing together, chatting and laughing. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. Don't hit me. I have money. There's still money on my card. Lu Haichao was shouting loudly. However, how could the little money in his account compare to the 300,000 given by Lin Dong? What greeted him was a beating. Even his 2 lackeys were beaten black and blue. Ouch. Have mercy, Lin Dong. This has nothing to do with me. Yes, it's all because of the super dry bangs. The 2 lackeys couldn't stand it anymore and quickly distanced themselves from the matter in an attempt to avoid getting punched twice. Puff! Lu Haichao was so angry that he vomited blood all over his body and was half dead. Chapter 37, I'll pay for everything. Okay, that's about it. Seeing Lu Haichao and his two lackeys being beaten half to death, Lin Dong called a halt in time. If the fight continues and someone dies, that would be bad. Wang, who originally thought it was not enough, but since Lin Dong had spoken, he had no choice but to stop. Before leaving, he did not forget to please Lin Dong. He said frankly that from now on, as long as Lin Dong had any problems, he would guarantee to bring people there as soon as he received call. Not long after, Lin Dong returned to the bar, walked straight towards the DJ, and snatched the microphone. Originally, a group of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the dynamic DJ stopped. For a moment, everyone was unhappy. What are you doing? Amid the angry gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong did not panic at all. He held the microphone and said calmly, "You may not know me, and there is no need to know me. You only need to know one thing. I am very happy today. So, I'm renting the place out tonight, and I'll pay for everything." What? Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. Suddenly, I felt that he was not so annoying anymore. No, it's just that everyone loves it. Oh my God, where did this great enemy come from? No, this great money sponsor. Thank you for the sponsorship. I'm sorry, we wronged you. Is this guy serious? Is he drunk and trying to trick us? Does he know how much it costs to book the Blue Rose Bar? Not everyone in the bar was overwhelmed by excitement. They seriously suspected that Lin Dong was drunk, and that was why he said such pretentious words. After all, the cost of Blue Enchantress is too high. He paid for the entire meal, which must have cost at least hundreds of thousands. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he doesn't look like a rich man. Soon, the bar manager learned the news and walked up to Lin Dong, surrounded by the crowd. "Hello, sir, what's your name?" "Lin Dong." "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, if you want to book the whole place, you need to verify your capital in advance." Lin Dong didn't think there was anything wrong with this request. After all, if someone suddenly came out and said he would pay for everyone, he wouldn't believe it. Isn't it just a capital verification? No problem. I'll just give you the bank card and deduct the amount you spend directly from it. Anyway, the more money I spend, the more money I'll have. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Dong's lips. Only he himself knows what the last sentence means. On the surface, paying for everyone is simply being taken advantage of. But in reality, the more money he spent, the more money he made. Lin Dong has already begun looking forward to having another zero added to his bank card balance. After a moment, the bar manager walked towards Lin Dong with an agitated look on his face, ignoring his relatives. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the real master just now. Look, do you want to say a few words?" Lin Dong shook his head. The bar manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. "Everyone, I have personally verified that young Master Lin does have this ability. The whole audience is buying it. Let us give our warmest applause to welcome Mr. Lin to Blue Enchantress. Everybody get high." For a moment, the Blue Rose Bar was filled with passion. The sound of music, cheers, and shouts almost blew the ceiling off. Countless young men and women, as if they had been electrocuted, twisted their bodies wildly and tirelessly in the noisy music and brilliant lights. From time to time, a few young ladies dressed in cool clothes would take the initiative to chat with Lin Dong and get close to him. There's no way. There are very few people like Lin Dong who are young, rich, and generous. They finally came across one, so of course they couldn't miss it. Lin Dong also enjoyed it. If these women serve him well and made him happy, he would be generous and give them small red envelopes as rewards. The lowest is 6,666. Thank you, brother. I love young Master Lin the most, moi. Mr. Lin, I want to touch your car keys. Is that okay? Mr. Lin's generosity made these slutty bitches even more excited, and they kept touching him. If he hadn't been too embarrassed to do so, his pants would have been pulled off on the spot. Soon, the system began to send prompts one after another. It was detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 50,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 8,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. 80,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 100,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. From the moment Lin Dong announced that everyone would pay the bill, almost everyone started spending lavishly, choosing only the expensive wines to drink. In just half an hour, Lin Dong's bank card balance jumped wildly, surging by 6 or 7 million. For ordinary people, it is an astronomical figure, enough to buy a big house in a good location in Tianhai City. However, Lin Dong was not moved at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Too little. It's really too little. I paid for the whole place. How come it only costs so little? Will it cost money? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Dong looked impatient. Suddenly, several nightclub girls were frightened. I thought I had done something wrong and offended him. After all, it is well known that rich people have bad tempers. The next second, Lin waved directly to the bar manager. "Ooh, come here." The bar manager was stunned for a moment. Then, he came over happily. "Mr. Lin, my last name is Zhang. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." Lin Dong nodded slightly and asked casually, "Manager Zhang, how much is the turnover of our Blue Enchantress bar in one night?" "Well, normally it's about 200,000 or 300,000. If business is good, it can be 400,000 or 500,000. That's all." Lin Dong curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Manager Zhang smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. "You know, although Blue Rose is not the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, it is enough to rank among the top 3 in terms of popularity and consumption level. Some nightclubs don't make that much money in a quarter." In the end, when it reached Lin Dong's mouth, it turned out to be like this. However, thinking of Lin Dong's rich behavior, Manager Zhang felt relieved again. Maybe 4 or 500,000 is not enough for someone's living expenses for a month. "So, how much does it cost to acquire your bar?" Lin Dong asked. Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, and he thought Lin Dong was drunk. "Mr. Lin, please stop joking with me. Do you think I'm kidding? I'm asking you a question, and you just answer it, right? If you can't answer, call your boss." Lin Dong spoke calmly and drank the wine in the glass. Then, he ignored him and continued playing with the beautiful girl next to him. Manager Zhang suddenly felt very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he still took out his cell phone, walked to a quiet place, and asked his boss. About 10 minutes later, he returned to Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, our boss said that he won't sell this bar without 20 million. Chapter 38 buy the bar directly and get 200 million. 20 million? Hearing this number, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Is this a coincidence? He had exactly 20 million in his bank card. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. The money earned from Blue Enchantress should be used on Blue Enchantress. Okay, 20 million. Give me the bank card. I want to see proof of the bar's assets and a purchase contract within 5 minutes. What? Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. Having worked at Blue Enchantress for so many years, he has seen people who spend money like water. However, there has never been anyone like Lin Dong who could spend 20 million just by slapping his thigh. He didn't even bargain. What are you still standing there for? Don't you think I can't afford this little money? Seeing that Manager Zhang didn't move, Lin Dong's face darkened slightly. No. Manager Zhang quickly shook his head like a rattle. Then, he picked up the bank card that Lin Dong had thrown on the table and ran away. Next to them, several gorgeously dressed nightclub girls stood there dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Dong was rich, but they didn't expect him to be so rich. This is Blue Rose, with an investment of tens of millions and a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands. Such a nightclub where every inch of land is worth a lot of money was actually bought by a young man in his early 20s. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Noticing the stunned expressions of the nightclub girls, Lin Dong smiled faintly. While they were distracted, he hugged them forcefully. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, they each gave a kiss. "As long as I'm happy, you will be Blue Enchantress's supreme VIPs from now on. I'll pay for all your expenses. How about that?" Hearing these words, the girls couldn't help but shudder. They often go to high-end nightclubs and know the power of Lin Dong's words very well. This is much more cost-effective than any small red envelope. For a moment, these nightclub girls could no longer remain calm. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms and used all her skills to serve Lin Dong. Just then, Manager Zhang rushed in with a flushed face. As soon as I entered the door, I was startled. Then, thinking of the contract worth 20 million in his hand, he swallowed again and forced himself to suppress his excitement. "Mr. Lin, it's done. Congratulations. From now on, you are the only master of Blue Enchantress. You don't know, our boss is really regretting it. If he had known you were so straightforward, he he would have ordered more. Huh. At the same time, the system prompt sound also sounded. It was detected that the host spent 20 million yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 200 million yuan credited to bank card. 200 million, got it. How can I describe this feeling with just one word? Refreshing. However, this is far from enough for Lin Dong. Bang. Lin Dong slapped the bank card on the table again. Manager Zhang's smile froze. Could it be that Lin Dong felt that he spent too much money and regretted it? Manager Zhang. Yes, Master Lin, I'm here. Manager Zhang carefully poured Lin Dong a full glass of red wine. If you have any other instructions, please let me know. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Manager Zhang, who had a good vision. It's nothing, just a bar. Too few people, not lively. Manager Zhang was stunned. Then he subconsciously looked at the hundreds of men and women who were shaking their bodies wildly. The scene was almost like a large-scale, crazy scene. Isn't this lively enough? Then Master Lin, what you mean is, it's simple. I want to integrate several nearby nightclubs. It would be best if I could take over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City. This way, as long as you become a member of the Blue Enchantress Bar, you can enjoy membership benefits no matter which store you go to. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Manager Zhang's jaw dropped to the ground. Isn't this a franchise store? However, those franchise stores have membership systems because they want small profits but quick turnover. For example, a cup of milk tea costs more than 10 yuan, but members can get it 1 or 2 yuan cheaper. I've never heard of a place like a nightclub where customers spend thousands of dollars, also offering franchising. More importantly, so far, no one has enough financial resources to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City. If Lin Dong really did it, then he is not the little prince of the nightclub, but the king of the nightclub. Master Lin, isn't this a bit? What? You can't do it. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, crossed his legs, and looked Manager Zhang up and down with a questioning look on his face. The latter was immediately startled. Now, Lin Dong is his bread and butter. He didn't dare to offend this god of wealth. After thinking it over again and again, Manager Zhang considered his words and said, Mr. Lin, it's not that we can't do it, but the interests involved in this matter are too great. We are willing to pay, but the other party may not be willing to sell it. Our boss, our former boss, regretted not asking for more money after signing the contract just now. How could other bosses be so easy to talk to? After saying this, I thought Lin Dong would give up. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled faintly and took a sip of red wine nonchalantly. What was I thinking? It turned out to be money. Remember, for me, as long as it's a problem related to money, it's not a problem. Isn't it just a matter of how much money you make when you come out to sell yourself? After saying that, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty on the face. The beautiful woman's body trembled, but she was not angry. Instead, she became even more enthusiastic. Manager Zhang was stunned. Okay, stop standing here. As long as you get this done, I won't treat you unfairly. Now, take this card and go to some nightclubs. Whatever they offer, just bid it higher. Don't embarrass me when you're out in the world. If you dare to embarrass me, then get out of here. Manager Zhang's head buzzed. Although she was scolded by Lin Dong, she felt warm and sweet in her heart. There is even an additional sense of mission. That's right, this is my good employee. Don't worry. As long as you behave well, I will never treat you unfairly. After the acquisition contract is negotiated, you can get a commission. Not much, maybe 1%. 101%? When Manager Zhang heard this number, his breathing became heavier, his heart beat faster, and he was so excited that he almost had a heart attack. 1% sounds like a small amount. However, you also need to look at the total price. One blue rose is 20 million. 1%, that's 200,000. He used to work very hard in a bar and only earned 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. Now, Lin Dong tripled his salary with just a few words. In fact, it's just a contract. If he really took over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City, he would be able to earn more money in a month than he could ever earn in his entire life. Mr. Lin. Manager Zhang's eyes were filled with tears. For a moment, there was an impulse to die for one's friend. Seeing this, Lin Dong waved his hand. Get lost, what I want is the contract, not your acting skills. Remember, you only have one night. No more waiting after the expiration date. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll be there right away. Manager Zhang immediately stood up and saluted, then ran out in a hurry, almost catching up with bolt speed. If you don't know, you might think he was Lin Dong's errand boy. Chapter 39. Continue to acquire 1 billion received. Puff. Seeing this scene, several nightclub girls laughed so hard that they shook with laughter. They had been coming to the Blue Rose Bar for so long, but this was the first time they saw Manager Zhang lose his composure like this. The contrast is too great. What are you laughing at? If you can make millions in one night, you can definitely be faster than him. When they heard the number of millions, their smiles froze. Instead, there is deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't they want to make a fortune and turn themselves into phoenixes? The problem is, there is no such opportunity. All they can do is to use their bodies to please young men like Lin Dong in exchange for some hard work fees. Mr. Lin, I also want several million. Mr. Lin is the best. Can you give me a job as a boss? Several nightclub girls hugged Lin Dong's arms and acted coquettishly. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. You can't do the boss, but you can be done by the boss. Go over there and kneel down. Faced with Lin Dong's commanding tone, the women did not dare to be vague. They know that this may be their only chance to move up the social ladder in their lifetime. Not long. Inside the VIP booth, there was a lot of excitement. Call. 2 hours later, the battle was over. In a VIP package booth, 3 half-naked beauties were staggering around. Some were lying under the table, some were lying on the sofa, and one was sleeping in a pile of wine bottles. Looking at this scene, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Not fun, not fun. With his current abilities, even 30 women fighting against him in turns might not be able to bring him down, let alone 3. Just then, a figure rushed in, panting. Mr. Lin, it's done. Because he was too excited, he began to stutter. Don't worry. Have a drink and take your time. Lin Dong smiled faintly and poured a glass of wine for Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang didn't dare to offend him and drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, not only did he not get drunk, he became even more excited. Mr. Lin, all the nightclubs near Blue Enchantress have agreed to your acquisition. There are 3 bars and 5 nightclubs in total. Lin Dong shook his head and didn't care about the number. He only cares about how much money it costs. This is related to how much money the system returns to him. Get to the point. Yes, Mr. Lin. Manager Zhang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his fingers trembling. This is the acquisition contract. Please take a look. The total expenditure is 91.6 million. As if to show his loyalty to Lin Dong, Manager Zhang also emphasized this. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. I've calculated it all, and the premium is no more than 5%. Thinking of this and hearing these words, Lin Dong frowned and did not feel happy at all. Didn't I tell you? Raise the price. Who asked you to save money for me? Manager Zhang was stunned. How can you save money and still make mistakes? Forget it, forget it. I won't do it again. Thank you for your hard work today. Send me your bank card number, and I'll pay you. Manager Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Before Lin Dong loses his temper, he quickly takes out his bank card. After a while, I received a text message stating that the money had arrived. When he saw the string of numbers clearly, he was stunned. 1 million? Mr. Lin, did you give too much? Seeing Manager Zhang looking flattered, Lin Dong didn't care at all. If there's more, consider a bonus. In the future, please don't save money for me. It's just a small amount. There's no need to haggle over it. For a moment, Manager Zhang seemed to be walking on clouds, and his whole body felt light and airy. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to make so much money. All this is thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored Manager Zhang, whose eyes were filled with excitement, and quietly opened the system to check the rewards. It was detected that the host spent 5 million yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 50 million yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 8 million yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 80 million yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 13 million yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 130 million yuan was credited to the bank card. Adding up all the pieces, Lin Dong's bank card balance is no longer 8 digits, but 9 digits. That is 1 billion. It's hard to imagine that he went from a multimillionaire to a billionaire in just one night. No, to be more precise, it was more than 2 hours. Once this kind of story of getting rich overnight gets out, many people will come running to become your disciple before dawn. Various celebrities will also rush to make friends with this upstart. Very good, very good. Lin Dong could no longer contain his excitement, so he picked up a bottle of XO and drank it all. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, you can't drink like this." However, when he saw the drunken nightclub girl lying on the ground and the boxes of wine bottles, Manager Zhang swallowed his words back. It seems that this young Master Lin Dong is not only rich, but also has a big penis and is good at drinking. After drinking it in one breath, Lin Dong spoke calmly without blushing or panting. "Xiao Zhang, from now on, when I'm not at the bar, Blue Enchantress will be left to you to take care of. You will also be in charge of the other nightclubs. Will there be any problems?" Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank. It took him half a minute to utter a few words, and he nodded continuously. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down. With me here, I will be able to earn back the money I spent sooner or later." Lin Dong nodded lightly. In fact, he doesn't care whether these nightclubs make money or not. Anyway, the 10 billion is already in hand. These nightclubs have lost their value. However, it is our own business after all. If we can make money, it would be good too. Okay, then I'll see how you perform. I have other things to do, so I'll go back first. If you have anything, just call me directly. Lin Dong responded casually, then stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that the god of wealth was about to leave, Manager Zhang did not dare to neglect him. He followed Lin Dong carefully and personally sent him to the parking lot. Then, he watched Lin Dong drive away. He had made up his mind that no matter what happened in the future, he would cling to Lin Dong's big, thick legs and fight for him. The other side, under the effect of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the drunkenness in Lin Dong's body quickly dissipated. His vision was clear and his mind was sober, and he didn't look like he was drunk at all. However, after tossing and turning all night, even though Lin Dong was not physically exhausted, he felt a little tired mentally. He planned to go back to the Dynasty Hotel and have a good rest. Unexpectedly, just at an intersection near the Dynasty Hotel, a group of people gathered and made a lot of noise, blocking his way. Lin Dong got out of the car impatiently. He wanted to see who had nothing better to do than to block his way. Chapter 40, Selling Myself to Save My Mother. Brother and sister, uncle and aunt. Please be kind and save my mother. As long as you pay for my surgery, I will work like a slave to repay you. Before I got close to the crowd, I heard a young girl's miserable, pleading voice. Lin Dong frowned immediately. This old-fashioned line is a classic scam that you can tell the first sound of it. Sell yourself to save your mother. Lin Dong was too lazy to expose the truth and moved forward, wanting to see who was so shameless. A pure and lovely girl was kneeling on the ground. The girl was not very old and seemed to be in her early 20s. She has an oval face, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of big watery eyes. Although she was only wearing an ordinary little white dress, it could not completely conceal the cool temperament in her bones. A pair of bright eyes also revealed the melancholy and tenderness of Lin Daiyu. Given the girl's age and appearance, she would at least be a campus beauty in a university. How did it come to this? Lin Dong walked forward and took a look at the sign in front of the girl. Her name is Lu Shiyun. She had just been admitted to a key university in Tianhai City this year. As a result, her mother was suddenly diagnosed with a brain tumor and needed 500,000 yuan for surgery. Since her father had passed away and Lu Shiyun had just started school, she had no money for treatment. In desperation, Lu Shiyun had to try to raise enough money for her mother's surgery by selling herself in a place like the Dynasty Hotel. Lin Dong checked Lu Shiyun's information. Neither the student ID number nor the ID card was falsified. Her feelings didn't seem fake. She was genuinely anxious. Just then, several scolding voices suddenly came. "Get out of the way, everyone! Get out of the way!" Everyone turned around. I found out that they were 3 or 4 gangsters with skinny faces, so I quickly made way for them. These days, it's better to offend the king of hell than to offend the devil. A spirited young man like this will not hold back when he strikes, so try to hide as far away as you can. The yellow-haired leader saw that everyone was so sensible, snorted coldly, and a sneer appeared on his face. "It's good to know you're afraid. We're hanging out with Brother Tiger." When Brother who was mentioned, Huang Mao straightened his back. The 2 followers also looked very proud. Soon, 3 street urchins squeezed into the crowd and looked at the crying Lu Shiyun. Their eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Huang, am I right? This girl is so hot, and she's exactly your type. Look, is our information worth a pack of cigarettes?" The younger brother said this with a flattering smile. The yellow-haired man grinned and patted his shoulder. "That's right. If you want any cigarettes later, I'll buy them for you." Damn, this is the first time I've seen something this good. The three of them did not hide their desire for Lu Shiyun at all. People like them never care about quality and spend more money than ordinary people. Often invite a group of people to have parties. Right now, in Huang Mao's eyes, Lu Shiyun has become his possession. What do you guys want to do? Just when Huang Mao and his gang were about to tease Lu Shiyun, a pot-bellied white-collar man stood up, looking indignant. Seeing this, the onlookers gave thumbs up. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. He is not a good person who is brave enough to do things for others and sacrifice himself for others. If you want him to take action, there must be some benefits that can attract him. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is an eternal truth. At this time, a middle-aged white-collar man stood in front of Lu Shiyun. With a frown on his face, he looked up and down at the yellow-haired man. I warn you, don't try to bully others in broad daylight. Now, get out of here as far as you can, or I'm calling the police. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who was sobbing with her head down, couldn't help but raise her head. She glanced at the white-collar man with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. However, when they heard the words "call the police," the yellow-haired guy sneered. Wow, there's a hero saving the beauty here. Go ahead and report it. I didn't steal or rob. Why would I be afraid of you calling the police? Besides, she wanted to sell herself to save her mother. Didn't you see what's written here? What's wrong with me paying her to help? After saying that, Huang Mao took out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Shiyun. Are these enough? Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were startled. The doctor said that it would cost 500,000 yuan to perform surgery on my mother. These few $100s are not even enough to cover the difference. Seeing this, the white-collar man also snorted coldly. This little money is not even enough for the registration fee. Then the white-collar man turned his head and looked at Lu Shiyun gently. Don't be nervous, little sister. My last name is Su, and I own a car repair shop. As long as you come with me, we can find a quiet place to talk, and I will find a way to pay for your mother's surgery. I may not be able to come up with $500,000, but I still have tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Shiyun frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable when she heard what Boss Su said. Especially the other person's eyes made her feel uncomfortable. At this time, Huang Mao directly exposed Boss Su's intention. What am I supposed to think? It turns out that he has a little money and wants to support someone. A green onion is stuck in a pig's nose. Why are you pretending to be an elephant? After being scolded by Huang Mao, Boss Su blushed. It turns out that he is not a kind-hearted person, but has other intentions. Originally, he thought Lu Shiyun was simple-minded and easy to deceive, and he could coax her into bed with just some money. Now, he was directly exposed by the yellow-haired guy, making him a nobody. Just when everyone thought that Lu Shiyun would directly refuse. Unexpectedly, the little girl bit her lip and said palely, Can you have a little more? Tens of thousands of dollars are really not enough. If you can give me 500,000, I will do anything. Even if it is, I will accompany you and wash your feet. Lu Shiyun found it difficult to speak and did not finish the rest of the sentence. This pitiful look instantly aroused everyone's sympathy. However, they could do nothing to help. Nowadays, no one's money comes from the wind. Moreover, 500,000 is not a small number. Beside him, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. Originally, people thought that Lu Shiyun was a fraud, trying to make money by selling herself to save her mother. Now it seems that the little girl had no choice but to do so. At this moment, when Boss Su heard Lu Shiyun complain that 30,000 was too little, his face turned red and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. You mean 500,000? I feel sorry for you, so I'm willing to be the sucker and pay you. Don't think I don't know. Girls your age spend a lot of money on playing in school. I don't know how many people have lost money. You're not even sure if you're a virgin, but you're asking for $500,000 right away. How dare you ask for that? Boss Su is full of foul language. The hope that had just ignited in Lu Shiyun's eyes was shattered again, and her pretty face turned red. I've never had a boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 41. Use of Force. Oh, upon hearing this, Huang Mao and Boss Su's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure today. Boss Su swallowed secretly and stared at Lu Shiyun again. Sure enough, the little girl's legs were tightly closed. Obviously, she had never had sex before. However, he still refused to let go of any opportunity to suppress the opponent. You said you didn't do it, so you didn't do it? I don't believe it unless you let me test it. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened and her body trembled slightly. She had stayed in the ivory tower of the school for too long and had hardly set foot in society, so she had never met such people. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Haha, you feel guilty, right? I didn't. Lu Shiyun shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, thinking of his seriously ill mother in bed, he had to lower his head. If I let you test it, can you give me a little more money? Yes, of course. Boss Su was overjoyed and danced with excitement. However, isn't it he who has the final say on whether to give the money or not? Let's coax Lu Shiyun into bed first. Don't worry, as long as you're still a virgin, Uncle is willing to add a little more money. Boss Su laughed and ignored the disgusted looks from the people around him, and simply put his hand towards Lu Shiyun's face, and constantly going downwards. Lu Shiyun's face turned red, and her body was shaking constantly. You can see how nervous and scared she is at this moment. At this critical moment, the yellow-haired man on the side finally couldn't help it and kicked Boss Su on the arm. Damn it, how dare you touch the woman I like? Ouch! Boss Su screamed and fell to the ground. He glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, feeling extremely angry at this guy for ruining his good fortune. The yellow-haired man looked at him coldly and spoke jokingly. Su Chan Yuan, right? If you don't want a repair shop to be smashed, get out of here. When his real name was suddenly called out, Boss Su was so scared that his face turned green. Even so, he still didn't want to miss the opportunity to eat Lu Shiyun. There's nothing I can do. The little girl is just too pretty and too attractive. Who are you threatening? Do you think I was scared? Huang Mao snorted coldly, pointed at Boss Su's nose, and cursed. You don't know me, but you should know Brother Who, right? Smiling Tiger. That's our eldest brother. Smiling Tiger? Su Chan Yuan licked his cracked lips and showed a panic expression for the first time. Who in this area doesn't know that Wang, who is a notorious desperado? A few years ago, he was imprisoned for several years for intentional injury. It was just released last month. When Su Chan Yuan thought about the trouble that might arise in the future, his face turned pale. As the saying goes, the stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Wang, who is a man who risks his life. He can't afford to offend. Now that you're scared, why don't you get out of here? What kind of person is this? You're still trying to learn how to be supported by others. The yellow-haired man snorted coldly. Boss Su's expression changed, but in the end, he left in embarrassment with a look of unwillingness. At the same time, the people around them subconsciously moved a little further away from Huang Mao and his companions. At the same time, he shook his head with a look of regret. Today, Lu Shiyun can't escape the disaster. Not only was he unable to raise enough money for his mother's surgery, but he was also in danger. At this time, Huang Mao waved the 200 yuan and walked in front of Lu Shiyun again. Beautiful girl, will you be my girlfriend? Seeing the naked look in the yellow-haired man's eyes, Lu Shiyun's heartbeat slowed down. He was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say anything in reply. I feel so aggrieved and sad, but I dare not complain. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. I'm so lucky. I came out for a walk and found such a beautiful girlfriend. Huang Mao felt very proud. The two younger brothers also had flattering looks on their faces. Brother Huang, it has to be you. It's rare to see a beauty like this now, who is so pretty and pure and still a virgin. If she were in school, she would at least be a school beauty. If you sell yourself, you'll probably earn 3,000 or 4,000 a night, right? Bang. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, the yellow-haired man suddenly slapped them in the face. Get lost. How are you talking to your sister-in-law? Hurry up and invite her over. The two younger brothers understood what he meant, walked towards Lu Shiyun with a wicked smile, and grabbed her arms on the left and right. Sister-in-law, please. I'm not your sister-in-law. I want to save my mother. Please let me go. Being held by the yellow-haired man, Lu Shiyun felt very disappointed. Originally, in order to raise medical expenses, she had already prepared to become someone's mistress. I didn't expect to meet such a shameless gangster. Just for a few $100s, he wants to take it by force. For a moment, Lu Shiyun was almost in despair. He subconsciously looked at the people around him, hoping that someone among them could save him. However, these days, everyone should mind their own business and not worry about other people's problems. We are not related at all. Who wants to get into trouble? Hee, stop looking at me, baby. If you want to say anything, tell your husband later, okay? The yellow-haired man grinned and looked Lu Shiyun up and down. The more I look at it, the more amazing it is, and my saliva is about to flow to the ground. Just now, Lu Shiyun was sitting. Now that I stand up, I realized that she's not only beautiful, but also tall. Even wearing a pair of flat shoes, she is about 1.68 meters tall and has the figure of a model. Compared with Lu Shiyun, we're those spirited girls he used to play with. Let me go, let me go. Lu Shiyun cried bitterly and struggled desperately. However, he was completely unable to break free from the two brothers' iron-like arms. Just then, a young man stopped the three people. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, even with the example of Boss Su, there are still people who dare to jump out and offend me. Suddenly, I was furious. Get out of here. If you don't leave now, I'll cut off one of your legs. Faced with the yellow-haired man's threat, the young man sneered. Okay, you guys try it. Let's see who is better, me with missing arms and legs, or you kneel down and call me Grandpa. You, Huang Mao, and his two younger brothers were stunned for a moment. This boy is quite arrogant. Damn it, beat him up. Huang Mao shouted loudly. Immediately, two younger brothers took the lead, leaving Lu Shiyun behind and surrounding Lin Dong. One of them showed no martial ethics and kicked Lin Dong in the lower body with a whip kick, which was clearly a wild street fight. Bang! It was a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, one person fell to the ground. However, that person was not Lin Dong, but Huang Mao's younger brother. I saw him holding his calf. His whole face turned the color of liver. From the sound, the bones were broken. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, including Lin Dong. I never expected that the god-level fighting skills were so powerful. In his eyes, the opponent's movements were extremely slow and full of flaws. Any move can hurt the opponent. It felt like an adult beating a child, effortlessly. Chapter 42, Calling to Shake Hands. Seeing this scene, the energetic young man next to him was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a fist as big as a sandbag came into his sight. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the younger brother also fell to the ground. Fuck! Huang Mao was startled. Unexpectedly, I ran into such a tough guy. If you don't do something, you'll be the next one to get beaten. You don't come over here. I'm warning you. My eldest brother is a smiling tiger. He has killed people. If you dare to touch me, I promise you won't survive the day. Huang Mao yelled and tried to threaten Lin Dong. Sure enough, when Lin Dong heard the three words, smiling tiger, he was stunned for a moment. Huang Mao thought Lin Dong was scared, so he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled triumphantly again. After all this time, it turns out you were just a coward. All right, I'm in a good mood, so I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me. Now, get out of here and don't delay my work. After saying that, Huang Mao was about to hold Lu Shiyun's hand. As a result, Lin Dong suddenly kicked him unexpectedly. He kicked the yellow-haired guy to the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. At the same time, there was some surprise. Huang Mao even called out the smiling tiger's name, but Lin Dong still dared to take action. Could this be the legendary newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? You. The yellow-haired man's face turned red, and he pointed at Lin Dong with trembling fingers. If you dare to hit me, my brother will kill you. Okay, call him over. I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll take care of him together. Lin Dong sneered, stood there with his arms folded, waiting for Huang Mao to call. The yellow-haired man frowned and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. However, thinking of Wang Hu's bravery, he immediately dialed a number. Brother Hu, I'm Xiao Huang. I got beaten up at the Dynasty Hotel. I told him your name, but he wasn't afraid at all and even said he was going to kill you. Yes, come quickly. While Huang Mao was calling for help, Lin Dong reached out and helped Lu Shiyun, whose face was covered with tears, up. Beauty, are you okay? Lu Shiyun remained indifferent. Even the breathing was a little weak. Perhaps she knew that she could not save her mother, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. Not long after, 4 or 5 people came over from a distance, whimpering. The bald man in the lead was holding a baton and looked like he was up to no good. Who is so blind as to dare to hit my people? Get out of here. Isn't this familiar voice the smiling tiger, King Tiger? When he saw the reinforcements coming, Huang Mao was so excited that he spoke incoherently and quickly ran to meet them. Brother Tiger, you are finally here. It's him. This guy said he's going to take care of you. Following the direction of the yellow-haired finger, Wang Hu suddenly saw Lu Shiyun. Good boy. There's such a beauty. Why didn't you tell me earlier? No. The yellow-haired man was shocked and said with a stiff upper lip, I was going to introduce her to you, but that guy stopped me. Wang Hu nodded and walked towards Lu Shiyun with a smile. However, he always felt that the man next to Lu Shiyun seemed a little familiar. At this moment, The man slowly turned around and looked at Wang, who expressionlessly. Bang! Wang, who was so frightened that the baton in his hand fell to the ground. Lin, Master Lin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Hu trotted to Lin Dong's side. He looked so respectful, as if he was meeting his biological father. I was wondering who it was, so handsome and elegant. It turned out to be Master Lin. Tell me, isn't it the flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple? Wang Hu smiled apologetically. That posture almost made Lin Dong idle. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. I thought Wang Hu had his old habit again and was just being polite before the fight. After all, he is nicknamed the Smiling Tiger in the underworld, and the brighter his smile, the harder he hits. Little did they know that this time, Wang Hu was sincere and not hiding a dagger behind his smile. Brother Hu, you have to avenge your brothers. At this moment, seeing that Wang Hu was still not taking any action, Huang Mao couldn't help but ask a question. Lin Dong smiled coldly, enjoying the fun. Who's he? Is this your brother? That's right, Brother Tiger is my brother. Don't you agree? Before the yellow-haired man could fully understand the situation, he immediately let out a shout. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Fuck your grandma. Do I know you? I'm just trying to make connections here. Wang Hu glared at Huang Mao fiercely and spat at him. Damn it, you dyed a few chicken feathers and imitated others to be a gangster. Do you deserve it? It's unlucky just by looking at you. Immediately, Wang Hu turned around again and said with a smile, Don't get me wrong, Mr. Lin. He's just a little gangster. I don't know him well. It's good if you don't know each other well. Lin Dong nodded slightly and pointed at Lu Shiyun next to him. If I hadn't stopped them just now, this beauty would have been taken away by them. What? Wang Hu's head buzzed. It turned out that Huang Mao was trying to steal Lin Dong's woman, so Lin Dong started beating him. Fortunately, he arrived quickly. Otherwise, this fire will burn him sooner or later. Wang Hu felt a chill down his spine when he thought about how he almost got into trouble with a big shot like Lin Dong because of Huang Mao. After worry comes anger. Damn, who dares to touch Lin Xiao's woman? Brothers, beat them up and teach these guys a lesson. No, make sure they can never touch a woman in their lifetime. Hearing this, Huang Mao's head buzzed. The next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 batons hit him. There are also people who specifically take care of his lower 3 roads. Suddenly, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard. Ouch! Brother Tiger, what are you doing? I'm hanging out with you. On the other side, Huang Mao's 2 followers also suffered. In a short while, he was beaten into a pig's head. Mercy, mercy! Especially the yellow-haired one, who was beaten the worst. At this moment, I was holding my crotch and crying without tears. Okay, that's about it. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Stop! Wang Hu understood what he meant and quickly let out a howl. Only then did the younger brother stop. Mr. Lin, do you think this is okay? Wang Hu asked in a flattering manner. Lin Dong nodded. Then he took out his mobile phone and operated it. Soon, Wang Hu received the transfer text message. 300,000? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Happy New Year to you. Wang Hu was ecstatic. The money earned from this is more than the protection fee. The key is that it's easy. It's just a small amount of money. Consider it as me treating my brothers to a drink. By the way, I bought Blue Enchantress and a few nightclubs nearby. Please help keep an eye on them from now on. Lin Dong's casual words surprised Wang Hu and his younger brothers. This Mr. Lin actually did such a big business quietly. Who is he? Chapter 43, I Can Save Your Mom. Don't worry. As long as you perform well, you will get what you want. Lin Dong smiled faintly. 300,000 is nothing to him. However, for people like Wang Hu, it is not a small number. It is totally worthwhile to use it to conquer them. I have something else to do. You guys just do whatever you need to do. Understand? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lu Shiyun, who was supporting him. Wang Hu smiled and touched his bald head. He understood what Lin Dong meant and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. I understand it very well. Brothers, retreat. Soon, Wang Hu and a group of people left in a hurry, fearing that they would spoil Lin Dong's interest. The onlookers were amazed. I thought that once the Smiling Tiger arrived, Lin Dong would be skinned alive if he didn't die. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. Wang Hu, whom Huang Mao called, not only did not stand on his side, but also beat Huang Mao up. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Boss Su hid behind the crowd, his face pale with fear, and he never dared to make any moves on Lu Shiyun again. At this moment, Lu Shiyun looked up at Lin Dong and spoke curiously. You, who are you? Why are they all afraid of you? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. He was actually stumped by this question. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong said calmly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can save your mother." Really? Lu Shiyun's eyes suddenly brightened, and hope rekindled in her dim eyes. However, when she thought of the ill intentions of Boss Su and Huang Mao, she bit her lip in great distress. After a long silence, he finally made a bold decision. "Only, as long as you can save my mother. I'll do anything you ask me to do. I really have never had a boyfriend. I'm still a virgin." Before she could finish her words, Lin Dong covered her mouth. "Good job. I like women, but there is no need for you to be so proactive, right? On the street, shouting that she is a virgin. If you don't know, you might think I did something to you." As expected, several passersby took out their mobile phones, not sure whether they wanted to take pictures or call the police. "Let's talk about it in the car." Lin Dong smiled bitterly, pulled Lu Shiyun, and walked quickly to the side of the road. "Is this your car?" Lu Shiyun pointed at Panamera in surprise, although she didn't understand these toys of the rich. "But have you ever seen a pig run, even if you haven't eaten pork? Even a fool can see that this car is very valuable." At this moment, she finally believed that Lin Dong was able to pay the 500,000 yuan surgery fee. "Get in the car." Oh. In the Panamera, Lin Dong finally had the opportunity to get to know Lu Shiyun. "Your name is Lu Shiyun? Are you a student at Tianhai University of Science and Technology?" "Yes." "So, you still have to call me senior brother." "What?" Lu Shiyun's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong is also a student of Tianhai University of Technology. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she cried out softly, "Brother, since this is junior sister's business, then of course I, as her senior brother, have to take care of it." Seeing the trust in Lu Shiyun's eyes and her gradually relaxing body, Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. He knew that this matter was a sure thing. "Tell me, what disease did Annie have?" When Lu Shiyun mentioned her mother's terminal illness, she shook her lips, her eyes turned slightly red, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't cry, speak slowly." Lin Dong took out a tissue and handed it to him. This gentle and delicate gesture once again moved Lu Shiyun deeply. Then, amidst a burst of tears, he began to tell the story. "She and her mother Song Ruolin are both from the country. Because I was admitted to university this year, we came to Tianhai City together. Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiyun completed the admission procedures, Song Ruolin fainted on the road. Lu Shiyun was in a panic and rushed her to the hospital. After an examination, I got some bad news. The doctor said that my mother has a tumor in her brain. It's already in the advanced stage. It's very difficult to treat, and the surgery will cost a lot, $500,000. My mother said that she doesn't plan to treat it anymore because she's afraid it will affect my future. But my mother raised me all by herself and suffered so much. How could I just stand by and watch her die?" Lin Dong nodded. "So, that's why you want to sell yourself to save your mother?" Then do you know that there are many bad people in this world?" Thinking of what happened just now, Lu Shiyun's face suddenly turned pale and she subconsciously pulled down the hem of her skirt. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression relaxed. "No, there's still good people. Senior brother Lin is a good person." Lin Dong smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. "I think I understand your situation. I can help you with this money." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun shook his lips. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she didn't care whether there was anyone outside the car. She mustered up her courage and threw herself into Lin Dong's arms. She even took the initiative to grab his hand and placed it on her thigh. "What are you doing?" "Brother Lin, I have no way to repay your kindness, so I can only give myself to you. Please don't reject me, okay?" After saying this, Lu Shiyun unbuttoned her clothes. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just see a deep ditch. Lin Dong couldn't help but take a breath. On the surface, Lu Shiyun seems to be a petite and lovely type. I didn't expect that she had such a good figure. Sensing Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiyun's snow-white skin turned slightly red. It looks like a newly blooming peach blossom, delicate and charming. The next moment, she seemed to think it was not enough, and she grabbed Lin Dong's big hand and pushed it under her skirt. Looking at Lu Shiyun's awkward movements, Lin Dong smiled knowingly and couldn't help but teasing. "Shiyun, didn't you say that you don't have a boyfriend? I saw it like this in a TV show." Lu Shiyun spoke shyly. At the same time, take a deep breath and prepare yourself to devote yourself. As a result, at this moment, Lin Dong pushed her away. Let's talk about this after I cure my aunt's illness. Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment. Then, tears welled up in his eyes again. Now, she's more and more certain that Lin Dong is a gentleman. In fact, Lin Dong just doesn't like this approach. He prefers women to be fully present, instead of being like Lu Shiyun, who is clearly worried but still put on an act. Boring. Even if you get it, it's boring. By the way, Andy, besides fainting, do you have any other symptoms? Lin Dong suddenly asked. Lu Shiyun shook her head. No, I can eat and sleep just like a normal person. I only found out when I checked yesterday. That's strange. Lin Dong always felt that there was something wrong here. However, it is difficult to say it clearly. At the moment, the only way to understand the situation is to meet Song Rulin first. Which hospital is your aunt in? I'll take you there. As for the surgery fee, I'll pay it first, and you can pay me back when you have money. Chapter 44. Something is wrong. Half an hour later, the paramila drove into Tianhai Central Hospital. Lin Dong followed Lu Shiyun and came to the door of the ward. Through the window, I saw Lu Shiyun's mother, Song Rulin. A little different from what I imagined. Song Rulin was very young and looked to be only in her 30s. Moreover, she is very beautiful and looks about 70% similar to Lu Shiyun. I don't know, I thought the two were sisters, not mother and daughter. In fact, compared to Lu Shiyun, Song Rulin has more charm of a mature woman. Senior brother Lin, let's go in, Lu Shiyun said in a low voice. Lin Dong suddenly woke up. Afterwards, I felt a little ashamed. Unexpectedly, I was stunned just now. Mom, I'm here to see you. Lu Shiyun walked lightly to the bedside. Song Rulin heard the voice and slowly turned her head. The look he gave Lu Shiyun was full of love. Then, he suddenly noticed Lin Dong next to him and looked a little surprised. This is... Hello, Auntie. I am Shiyun Sr., Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't say directly that he had already graduated. This also gave Song Rulin the illusion that Lin Dong might have been sent by the school. Oh, it's Lin. Please take a seat. I asked you to come all the way here. It must be our Shiyun who troubled you, right? Song Rulin spoke very gently, and there was a soft and mellow feeling. It was also the first time that Lin Dong talked with such a beautiful young woman who still had charm. For a moment, his heartbeat slowed down a beat. Fortunately, he adjusted himself immediately and showed a sunny smile. Auntie, I came here today to tell you good news. The problem of surgery fee has been solved. Next, you can get treatment without worrying about the money. What? Upon hearing the news, Song Rulin widened her eyes and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. Then, he looked at Lu Shiyun in confusion. The poem says, is this true? Lu Shiyun nodded prettily with a shy expression. She was too embarrassed to say that she almost sold herself for the surgery fee. That's great. It's really great. Student Lin, thank you and the school for your help. Song Rulin was very excited and kept thanking him. Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment. Only then did they realize that Song Rulin had misunderstood and thought that the surgery fee was raised by Tianhai University of Technology. Mom, you misunderstood. Actually, Lu Shiyun was about to explain. Squeak. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened. A middle-aged doctor, about 40 years old and of short stature, walked in with a medical record book. When he first came in, he was still smiling. As a result, after seeing Lin Dong, a stranger, his face suddenly drooped. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter the ward without permission? Why don't you get out now? Otherwise, I'll call security. Dr. Sun, you are here. As soon as she saw the middle-aged man in a white coat, Song Rulin was about to stand up in a panic. Lu Shiyun was so scared that she hurried to help him. Mom, slow down. You are a child. You're not sensible at all. Song Rulin looked reproachful and angry. How can I lie down and let the doctor stand? Hearing this, Lin Dong was slightly moved. Song Rulin's simplicity made him think of his parents far away in his hometown. However, Dr. Sun did not appreciate it at all, still glaring at Lin Dong fiercely. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Security, security. Seeing this, Song Rulin quickly explained, Doctor, you misunderstood. He is my daughter's classmate and is here to donate on behalf of the school. Donation? Dr. Sun was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, someone actually donated money to Song Rulin. That's a full 500,000. Even so, Dr. Sun still looked unfriendly and said impatiently, from now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the ward without permission. What do you think the hospital is? You think it's in your school? Lin Dong frowned slightly. When will we no longer be able to enter hospital wards? Isn't this clearly targeting him? If he hadn't figured out the truth of the matter, he would have almost lost control and punched him. This, Song Rulin's face turned slightly red. Lu Shiyin was also embarrassed. Student Lin, don't be angry. The hospital has its own rules and regulations, and the doctor can't do anything about it. Shiyin, go and keep your brother company. The doctor is going to examine me. Lu Shiyin nodded. Then, he walked to Lin Dong with a guilty look on his face. Brother, I'm sorry. How about we go out first? Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiyin. Seeing this, Dr. Sun breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right. How can I check with outsiders here? Dr. Sun looked at Song Rulin lying on the hospital bed and couldn't help swallowing. Let's start the inspection now. Take your time, don't rush. The other side, Lu Shiyin continued to apologize to Lin Dong. I'm so sorry, senior brother. I didn't expect this to happen. It's all my fault. I should have told the doctor in advance. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lu Shiyin bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Dong hated to see women cry, so he immediately grabbed Lu Shiyin's shoulders. Don't cry. I'm not that petty and I won't blame you. But I always feel like something is wrong. Lu Shiyin looked a little confused. In her opinion, Dr. Sun just had a bad attitude, but he was actually quite responsible and was very concerned about Song Rulin's condition. It was already past 2 o'clock last night when he rushed to the hospital to give Song Rulin a full body examination. If I hadn't helped myself, it would have definitely taken up a lot of time. Lin Dong shook his head and said nothing more. Forget it. I'm going to the bathroom. You stay here with Annie. Lu Shiyin nodded. Then he watched Lin Dong leave. On the other side, Lin Dong came to the nurse's station. There were 2 nurses on duty inside. Excuse me, I am Song Rulin's family member. I would like to ask how is her condition? Lin Dong asked in a kind tone. Unexpectedly, the 2 nurses looked disgusted when they heard his question. It's just hypoglycemia, what can happen? After the 2 nurses finished speaking, they rolled their eyes at Lin Dong. Lin Dong was confused. Low blood sugar? You mean Song Rulin doesn't have a brain tumor, but hypoglycemia? The 2 nurses looked at Lin Dong as if he were an idiot. One of them was too lazy to explain and just threw the medical record in front of Lin Dong. Look for yourself. It's all written in the medical record. Why can't stand the most is people like you. Just because you have a little money, you think you are the boss wherever you go. Lin Dong ignored the 2 nurses' sarcastic remarks, picked up the medical record, and looked through it carefully. Then, the more I watched, the more shocked I became. Chapter 45, The Truth Revealed. The medical record records in detail the process from Song Rulin's hospitalization to treatment. There was no complicated medication, just 3 days of glucose infusion. Song Rulin's dizziness is easy to explain, it's hypoglycemia. No wonder, Shiyin said, her mother has always been in good health. That day, I guess it was because the sun was too strong and I hadn't eaten anything, so I fainted due to low blood sugar. That bastard surnamed Sun actually said that she had a brain tumor and wanted 500,000 yuan for surgery. Because of his lies, Shiyin almost sold herself out. Lin Dong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and now he finally understood. This guy, surnamed Sun, saw that Song Rulin and her daughter were from the countryside and knew nothing. So he interfered and deceived them. I just don't know what his intentions are. Is he trying to keep the 500,000 yuan surgery fee for himself? Or does he have other intentions? What are you doing? The 2 nurses were shocked to see Lin Dong suddenly get angry. Lin Dong shook his head and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Although the 2 nurses' attitudes just now were not very good. However, without them, I would never have known this secret. You might even end up being taken advantage of and giving away 500,000 yuan to someone named Sun for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively took out a wad of money from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the 2 young nurses. As a token of my appreciation, I'd like to invite the 2 beauties to have a cup of milk tea. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked back without looking back. The 2 nurses were stunned for a moment. Then, when he saw clearly what was in his hand, he was stunned. Money. Wow, that's a lot. No, what does he mean by that? The 2 nurses were confused. I have no idea why Lin Dong suddenly gave them money. Moreover, it was a considerable amount of money, a full 10,000. Thinking of their attitude just now, the 2 of them couldn't help but blush and turn pale. Actually, this guy's pretty handsome. Who says rich people have bad tempers? I think this handsome boy has a very good character. The 2 of them were counting the money and smiling. In their eyes, Lin Dong's image also became extremely tall and handsome. On the other side, Lin Dong was walking quickly. Now, he just wanted to get back as soon as possible and expose Sun's scam. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the ward, Lin Dong discovered that the door had been locked and the curtains had been drawn. Alas, the situation is a bit grim. The condition has worsened again. If I don't have surgery, my life may be in danger. In the ward, after the examination, Dr. Sun looked serious and sighed from time to time. For a moment, Song Rulin's face, which had originally been somewhat rosy, suddenly dimmed. Mom! Lu Shiyun was also struck by lightning, and tears streamed down her face. The mother and daughter have always depended on each other. Although life is hard, it is also happy. If her mother was no longer in this world, she would be truly helpless. Seeing this, Song Rulin's eyes welled up with tears and redness. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Yes, Mom, senior brother Lin has agreed to pay for your surgery. Lu Shiyun suddenly thought of something and hope lit up in her eyes. Brother Lin? Dr. Sun was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to control the mother and daughter. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly appeared. Dr. Sun was inexplicably annoyed when he thought about the risk of the cooked duck flying away. He said sternly, "Little girl, you are counting on that man now? To tell you the truth, he is lying to you. That bastard ran away a long time ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he been seen for so long?" What? Lu Shiyun's expression suddenly changed. Although I don't want to believe it. But when you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Just now, Lin Dong said he was going to the bathroom. As a result, he hasn't come back yet. It was obvious that he saw the situation was not good and just ran away. But he clearly promised to help pay for the surgery. Moreover, the two were still in the car. Thinking of those acts of throwing themselves at others, Lu Shiyun's face suddenly turned red. After all, Song Ruolin was an experienced person, and she saw the clues immediately. Shiyun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong your senior brother? Mom, he is indeed from Tianhai University of Science and Technology, but he has already graduated. What? What did he say about donating money? Song Ruolin frowned, somewhat unable to understand. Lu Shiyun hesitated and didn't dare to tell her about selling herself to save her mother. As a result, this gave Dr. Sun the opportunity to confuse right and wrong and slander Lin Dong. What donations? They're all fake. He must be trying to bully you in the name of donation. Am I right? Dr. Sun pushed his glasses up on his nose, looking very proud. Lu Shiyun shook his head frantically. However, no reasonable explanation can be given. Well, Song Ruolin let out a long sigh, her brows filled with melancholy. Back then, I was badly hurt by a man. Now, my daughter is going to make the same mistake. What sin did this mother and daughter commit? Mom, please wait a little longer. Brother Lin will come back. Lu Shiyun was unwilling to accept this cruel fact. However, Song Ruolin has already let it go. As the poem says, we can't always rely on others. At critical moments, we still have to rely on ourselves. Don't worry, I'm here. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Didn't I tell you? I have a way to pay for the surgery. The next moment, Dr. Sun grabbed Song Ruolin's wrist. Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment and didn't react at once. Song Ruolin, whose wrist was hurt by being pinched, quickly realized that something was wrong. In particular, she saw the greed in Dr. Sun's eyes. Dr. Sun, what do you mean? It's very simple. For you, $500,000 may be a lot, but after all, I have been a doctor for so many years, so I still have some connections and savings. As long as you cooperate well, 500,000 is just a matter of words. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun was excited. She was so naive that she thought the man named Sun was really helping her. He didn't notice at all that Song Ruolin's face had changed drastically. The dirty hand was moving up along her arm. Now it has reached the shoulders. He even used 2 fingers to open her hospital gown. A hint of white suddenly appeared. Dr. Sun. The next moment, Song Ruolin finally couldn't stand it anymore, got rid of the dirty hand, grabbed the hospital gown tightly, and her eyes were full of vigilance. Dr. Sun, I don't understand what you mean. Don't understand? Haha, you're not a virgin anymore. What's there to not understand? Dr. Sun snorted coldly and stopped pretending. He grabbed Song Ruolin's hand and said with a smile, I told you, as long as you cooperate, 500,000 is not difficult. Asshole, what are you doing? Things had developed to this point, and no matter how dumb Lu Shiyun was, he could see what the man surnamed Sun was trying to do. In a panic, he picked up the pillow and hit Dr. Sun on the head. Chapter 46 beat to death. Get lost. Sun Xuanda pushed Lu Shiyun away, and he glared at her fiercely. Is there anyone who treats his daughter like you? I'm saving your mother now. Do you know that? Do you think, besides me, there's anyone willing to pay $500,000 for her? You? Lu Shiyun bit her lips, and mist floated in front of her eyes. Where in the world is there such a way to cure diseases? Song Rulin also felt the greatest sorrow. I didn't expect things would turn out like this. Seeing that the two men finally quieted down, Sun Xuanda's true intentions were revealed. Don't worry. As long as you satisfy me, I promise to cure your mother's brain tumor. Don't even mention $500,000. I wouldn't even blink an eye even if it's $1 million. Sun Xuanda spoke confidently and without any psychological burden. Anyway, the brain tumor and the $500,000 surgery fee were all made up by him. Could it be that you're still counting on that Lindong? A liar who tells lies and disappears as soon as he pees. Haha, stop teasing me. Sun Xuanda sneered. How could a young man in his 20s afford 500,000 yuan for surgery? And it was all for an unrelated woman. No. Lu Shiyun shook his head subconsciously. His eyes wavered a little. Until now, Lindong has not shown up. The answer seems obvious. Be good and behave yourself. You don't want to see your mother leave you, do you? Ms. Song, your daughter has just started college. If you are gone, she will be alone in the future. How lonely will she be? What should I do if I meet a bad man like Lindong again? Hearing this, Song Rulin's expression suddenly changed. In this life, what she cared about most was not herself, but Lu Shiyun. For the sake of her daughter, she is willing to sacrifice her life. That's why she didn't want to spend money on medical treatment and drag down Lu Shiyun. Now, with Lindong's previous experience as a lesson, Song Rulin suddenly didn't want to leave. She was really afraid that Lu Shiyun would be alone and deceived by bad people. By then, no one will support her. I promise you, as long as you cure my illness, I will do anything for you. Seeing Lu Shiyun's eyes filled with tears, Song Rulin finally softened her heart. The next moment, he actually took the initiative to grab Sun Xuanda's dirty hands. Gurgle. Sun Xuanda couldn't help but swallowed. The next moment, he pounced on her and was about to take off Song Rulin's clothes. Don't. Shiyun is still here. Can you let her go out first? Song Rulin was about to cry and begged desperately. Sun Xuanda snorted coldly. There was also a hint of covetousness in his eyes when he looked at Lu Shiyun. His target is not just Song Rulin. Now that there's a chance, I must take down Lu Shiyun as well. It would be even more wonderful if mother and daughter could be together. Bang. Just then, there's a sound of knocking on the door outside the ward. Who? Sun Xuanda was startled. Soon, the door of the ward was kicked open and a figure rushed in. Before Sun Xuanda could see who it was, a fist as big as a sandbag landed on his face. Fuck you, you bastard. Puff. Sun Xuanda lost 2 teeth from this punch. I fell heavily to the ground, my head dizzy. Song Rulin and her daughter were also shocked when they saw this. Then, when he saw who the other person was, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Lin, senior brother Lin? Lindong looked around and saw Song Rulin, whose clothes were half undressed. He immediately understood what had just happened. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise... Shiyun, Annie, are you okay? Lindong helped Lu Shiyun up, then looked at Song Rulin, who was lying on the hospital bed. As luck would have it, I caught a glimpse of spring. Song Rulin was still in a daze because of the shock. For a moment, I even forgot to cover up. Unknowingly, 2 snow-white northern hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lindong's eyes lit up, and he felt his mouth dry. Song Rulin then realized that she was exposed and quickly pulled the quilt over to cover herself. Why are you hitting me, you bastard? At this moment, Sun Xuanda staggered to his feet, an expression of exasperation. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the ward. Sun Daquan, shut up. Do you know what you're doing? Sun Daquan shuddered all over. Following the sound, I looked outside the ward and saw a Mediterranean man wearing glasses. He is intimidating without being angry and looks cold and arrogant. There were 2 young nurses following behind him. Li Dinli. Sun Xuanda was stunned for a moment. His mind went blank. The visitor was Li Jianhong, deputy director of Tianhai Central Hospital, who was also Sun Daquan's direct supervisor and was specifically in charge of his department. Because Sun Daquan was quite conscientious in his work, Li Jianhong basically never asked about his applications for wards and medications. I didn't expect that I would get into such a big trouble. Tell me, What is your intention? You diagnosed a common case of hypoglycemia as a brain tumor. The patient was also told that he had to pay 500,000 yuan for the surgery. Are you crazy? Li Jianhong shouted in a tone that was almost like a roar. This made Sun Dequan, who had just wanted to cause trouble for Lin Dong, lose his temper instantly. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not run away, but found out the truth. He also found the vice president and asked him to make the decision. Presently, I'm sorry. I made a mistake because I was confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. I promise this will never happen again. Sun Dequan begged for mercy. On the other side, Song Ruolin and Lu Shiyun were confused and had not yet figured out what was going on. Sun, Dr. Sun, didn't you say that I have a late-stage brain tumor and it would be too late if I didn't have surgery? What does hypoglycemia mean? Sun Dequan was sweating profusely and his eyes were evasive. Lin Dong smiled coldly and said straight to the point, it's very simple. This Dr. Sun was attracted by Aunt Song's beauty and deliberately threatened her, saying that Aunt Song had a brain tumor and had to pay a huge amount of money for surgery. He then took the opportunity to threaten her and take advantage of her. If I had come a step later, this beast would have done something I don't know what to do. What? Song Ruolin was shocked when she heard the truth. Then there was a feeling of fear and nausea. She almost fell for it and let Sun Dequan defile her body. Next to him, Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Unable to hold back, he rushed forward and beat Sun Dequan violently. I'm going to fight you, you bastard. Bang. Lu Shiyun punched Sunda all over his body with several consecutive punches. However, because the force was too small, it didn't hurt at all. Shiyun, if you beat him like this, he won't learn his lesson. If you're going to fight, you have to fight to the death. Lin Dong spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Sun Dequan, who was already trembling with fear, suddenly had an ominous premonition. The next moment, Lin Dong kicked him straight in the crotch. Chapter 47. Putting the blame on someone. Ouch! Sun Dequan screamed in pain and grimaced. Afterwards, he covered his crotch with his hands, knelt on the ground, and was unable to stand up. Lin Dong used 70% to 80% of his strength in this kick. This guy, forget about getting back on his feet for the rest of his life. Stop! Young man, what are you doing? Li Jianhong couldn't bear it anymore. Although Sun Dequan was wrong, he should not be beaten to death. Okay, Dean Li, for your sake, I'll spare his life. But how do you deal with such a morally corrupt doctor? Lin Dong spoke coldly and stopped for the time being. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Jianhong. Li Jianhong frowned and looked hesitant. Sun Dequan is the attending physician in their hospital. He has performed hundreds of surgeries, big and small, and has never made a mistake. As the vice president, other daily work also saves him a lot of worry and effort. If possible, he wants to make big things small and small things disappear. However, this time, the mistake made by Sun Dequan was too serious. They deceive patients by falsely claiming they have a terminal illness, forcing them to pay high surgery fees or even sexually compensate them. If this gets out, how will Tianhai Central Hospital maintain its reputation? Well, Li Jianhong sighed helplessly. Upon seeing this, Sun Dequan immediately burst into tears and begged bitterly. Director Li, I have worked in a hospital for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Please be merciful and forgive me this time. Also, Ms. Song, I am willing to pay compensation to express my apology. Is 100,000 enough? If it's not enough, we can talk. At this moment, Sun Dequan was really panicked. After so many years, I finally became an associate chief physician. Guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood, you can easily earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. If I get fired, my life will be over. When she heard that there was 100,000 yuan to be won, Song Ruolin was somewhat tempted. Lu Shiyun had just started college and really needed the money. As for myself, it's nothing if I suffer a little injustice. Or, Song Ruolin opened her mouth and was about to agree. No, Lin Dong suddenly spoke, interrupting her. Brother Lin. Lu Shiyun subconsciously grabbed Lin Dong's arm, looking a little worried. Song Ruolin is also an honest person. Thinking less trouble is worse than more. She wants to stop here. Student Lin, let's just forget about it. In fact, we didn't lose anything. Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyun's little hand and said lightly, Shiyun, Auntie, don't worry, I'm here. Then, Lin Dong turned and looked at Li Jianhong. President Li, we don't need this guy's hypocritical compensation. We just want a fair and just result. As the vice president of this hospital, I hope you won't make a mistake in this matter. Seeing Lin Dong being aggressive and refusing to give up, Sun Dequan couldn't help but get angry. If it weren't for this kid, he would have gotten Song Rulin long ago. Now, Lin Dong actually wants to push himself into a desperate situation. Damn it, Sun Dequan gritted his teeth and made up his mind to turn the tables. Deanly, I believe you have seen it. This kid just hit me, and I never fought back from beginning to end. Besides, if he says I'm taking advantage, then I'm taking advantage. I just misdiagnosed them. At worst, I can just refund them the medical expenses. The whole thing was staged by them to slander me and extort money. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Sun Dequan suddenly change his confession and turn the tables. Song Rulin's face turned even paler, and she felt an indescribable sense of grievance. This guy, Sun Dequan, relying on the fact that he has no evidence, actually wants to discredit himself. By the way, it can also erase the mistakes he made. If it is just a misdiagnosis, at most it will be considered a work error. To Sun Dequan, it doesn't matter. At most, he will be suspended for 2 days for reflection. However, for Song Rulin and her daughter, they were wrongly accused. If this gets out, don't even think about raising your head. Sun Dequan, how can you say that? Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Presently, you have to make the decision for us. Lu Shiyin looked at Li Jianhong, thinking that Li Jianhong would seek justice for them. Unexpectedly, Dean Li's next words left them dumbfounded. This little girl, please forgive me when you can. Just now, Sun Xuanda said he would compensate you, but you refused to give up and insisted on pestering him. Well, to be honest, you have no evidence to prove that he did anything wrong. Even if you bring the case to the police, there's nothing you can do. Hearing this, Lu Shiyin's pretty face turned pale. Song Rulin also clenched her fists and almost fainted again. Let's look at Sun Dequan. Just now he was begging for mercy and wagging his tail. Now, seeing that Li Jianhong supported him, he suddenly felt more confident and even straightened his back. See? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Well, don't accuse me of bullying you. To make up for my misdiagnosis, I will not only refund the medical expenses in full, but also compensate you with 1,000 yuan in my personal name. Just treat it to a meal for you. How about that? Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Rulin and Lu Shiyun looked disheartened. Now, they realize how unpredictable people are in big cities. I am an orphan and a widow, and I can't do anything about it. Shiyun, let's go back. I'm fine as long as I'm fine. You still have to report to school tomorrow. Song Rulin shook her head helplessly, put her feet on the ground, and slowly stood up. She stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and even though she was healthy, she became sick. Seeing Song Rulin and her daughter accept the reality and prepare to swallow their anger, Sun Dequan sneered in his heart. The look he gave Lin Dong was also full of pride, and his tail was about to reach the sky. Boy, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Forget it. Don't worry. I'll remember your name and face, and I'll settle the score with you later. Sun Dequan snorted coldly and threatened openly. Unexpectedly, from beginning to end, Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face. It seems that everything is under control. Sun Dequan frowned immediately. It feels like punching cotton. He was about to say a few more harsh words when he saw Lin Dong's eyes turn and look at Li Jianhong next to him. Dean Li, are you sure you want to go along with this guy and become his accomplice? Or is this the code of conduct of your Tianhai Central Hospital? Allow doctors to deceive their superiors and deceive their patients. Li Jianhong's old face turned red, and he became a little angry and embarrassed. Lin Dong, right? Watch your words. Our Tianhai Central Hospital has a great reputation in the industry for both the medical skills and medical ethics of its doctors. Don't make trouble here. Besides, isn't Sun Dequan willing to pay compensation? The person involved didn't say anything. What on earth do you, an outsider, want to do? After the roar, the entire ward fell silent, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. For a time, Lin Dong became the target of public criticism. However, he just smiled gently, without any panic on his face. Then he took out his cell phone and tapped twice. Chapter 48, Very Sincere. 500,000 may be a lot for you, but after all, I have been a doctor for so many years, so I still have some connections and savings. As long as you stay with me for a few nights, I will pay for the medical expenses. Get out of the way. Do you want to watch your mother die? I tell you, brain tumor is a terminal illness. I was wrong, Vice President. I shouldn't have lied to Song Rulin that she had a terminal illness, forced her to pay the high medical bills, and even asked her to pay with her body. Clear recordings came from the mobile phone. Everyone's expression changed again and again, especially Li Jianhong and Sun Dequan, who were sometimes red and sometimes white, which was even more exciting than changing masks. Give me the phone. Sun Dequan knew that the situation was not good and wanted to snatch Lin Dong's cell phone directly. However, in front of Lin Dong, he was really vulnerable. Screw you. Lin Dong simply kicked Sun Dequan and threw him to the ground. Then, Lin Dong looked at Li Jianhong and said with a smile, Dean Li, if I accidentally post these recordings online, your hospital should become an internet sensation, and its popularity should rise steadily, right? Li Jianhong looked very unhappy. If this recording were really released, not only would their hospital's reputation rise, but it would be infamous forever and become the target of criticism from the entire internet. It was not until this moment that the shrewd vice president realized that he had been tricked by Lin Dong. From the moment he walked in, he was recording and ready. He thought that without evidence, he could make Lin Dong and the others suffer in silence. Now, all efforts have been in vain. Little comrade, don't be impulsive. Everything can be discussed. Let's sit down and talk it over. Lin Dong smiled coldly. Negotiation? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say it was just a misdiagnosis? I want to see how you deal with Dr. Sun, who made the wrong diagnosis. After saying this, Lin Dong sat down on the hospital bed and looked at Li Jianhong, who was in a difficult situation. After a struggle between himself, Li Jianhong suppressed his inner reluctance and looked at Sun Dequan with angry eyes. Sun Dequan, this is all your fault. Now, take off your white coat and go and complete the resignation procedures yourself. Get out of here. And Ms. Song, Li Jianhong forced a smile and looked at Song Ruolin with a flattering expression. All your previous expenses will be waived. In addition, the hospital is willing to compensate you tenfold. What do you think? Song Ruolin didn't reply. At this moment, her head was dizzy and she suspected that she was dreaming. On the other side, Lu Shiyun could no longer contain her excitement and hugged Lin Dong. Brother Lin, that's great. The two had only known each other for less than half a day, but in the eyes of others, they looked like a young couple in the passionate love period. Ahem. Song Ruolin coughed lightly. Lu Shiyun suddenly woke up and quickly took 2 steps back. At the same time, his face turned red. Lin, senior brother Lin, It's okay. It's normal for young people. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Seeing the two of them separate, Li Jianhong finally had the opportunity to interrupt. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell who had the final say. Little comrade, are you satisfied with this handling method? Before Lin Dong could say anything, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Li Jianhong's calf. Dean, I really know I was wrong, Roll. Li Jianhong's face darkened and he kicked Sun Dequan in the face. This Sun Dequan almost dragged down the entire Tianhai Central Hospital. Li Jianhong absolutely could not keep him, not for the sake of the hospital, but for the sake of her own official position. Security? Where's the security? Get this guy out of here right now. I don't want to see him, this scum, this villain. Amid Li Jianhong's angry rebuke, Sun Dequan was like a stray dog and was carried out by 2 security guards. Seeing this, Lin Dong's complexion gradually improved. Dean Li, I see your sincerity. In that case, let's end this matter here. I will delete the recording later. I hope you can keep your word. Of course. Li Jianhong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Dong agree to delete the recording. Then he winked at the 2 nurses. Go and refund the medical expenses paid by Ms. Song and use the hospital account. Yes, Dean Li. Soon, with the help of 2 nurses, all the fees paid by Song Ruolin were refunded. Moreover, he received an additional 10 times the compensation. Altogether, there are more than 200,000. I saw a string of zeros on my bank card. Song Ruolin, who had never seen so much money in her life, couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin, thank you so much for what happened today. If it weren't for you, Song Ruolin sighed, still feeling frightened when she thought about what had happened before. Lin Dong shook his head and took the initiative to pull Lu Shiyun in front of him. Aunt Song, the person you should thank the most is Shiyun. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyun at the Dynasty Hotel. Stop. As soon as the words Dynasty Hotel came out, Lu Shiyun looked flustered and quickly stopped Lin Dong. If I tell Song Ruolin that I sold myself to save my mother and almost got bullied, wouldn't she faint from anger on the spot? What dynasty? What hotel? Song Ruolin was completely confused. Lu Shiyin quickly explained, Mom, I just happened to meet Brother Lin in the hotel. Please don't misunderstand. Song Rulin frowned slightly, her eyes showing obvious disbelief. She knew Lu Shiyin very well and could tell at a glance that her child was lying. So, what did Shiyin go to the hotel for? For a moment, Song Rulin couldn't help but feel a little worried, although Lin Dong is his benefactor. However, she did not want her daughter to repay the other party in this way. After all, Lu Shiyin is just a freshman, inexperienced in worldly affairs, simple-minded. When you act on impulse, you may do something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Aunt Song, it's getting late. I'll take you and Shiyin back to rest. This? Yes. Before Song Rulin could speak, Lu Shiyin had already agreed. The look he gave Lin Dong was also full of admiration and adoration. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had the love and care of her father. Now, she felt an inexplicable sense of security in Lin Dong. Oh, all right. Seeing that Lu Shiyin was deeply involved and unable to extricate herself, Song Rulin nodded helplessly. After a while, the three arrived at the hospital parking lot. When she saw Lin Dong's Panamera, Song Rulin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her expression was indescribably shocked. She thought Lin Dong was rich. Otherwise, how could I be able to advance 500,000 yuan in medical expenses? But I never thought I would be so rich. Although she had never seen the world, she knew that this kind of car was not cheap. Mom, get in the car. Like a hostess, Lu Shiyin pulled Song Rulin to sit in the back row. Then, I sat in the passenger seat. Lin Dong saw the hesitation on Song Rulin's face through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 49, You Can't Be Together. Shiyin, now that you have money, what are you going to do? More than 200,000 is not a small amount. On the way back, Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. To him, 200,000 is just like $2 to ordinary people. However, for Song Rulin and her daughter, it is definitely an astronomical figure. Lu Shiyin thought for a moment and replied, I want to buy some supplements for my mother so that she won't have hypoglycemia. Then, renovate the house in my hometown. After living here for so many years, it's time to clean up. After listening to this, Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. Lu Shiyin is indeed a filial and good child. After becoming rich, the first thing he thought of was not to spend money recklessly, but to improve his mother's life. This also made Lin Dong decide to be nicer to this junior sister in the future. After a while, the Porsche left the city and came to a village in the city. Brother, I live here. I'm sorry to make you laugh. From the bustling and tidy city center, it plummets to the dirty and messy urban village. Lu Shiyin felt a little embarrassed and inferior. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not look down on her for this. It doesn't matter. I also came from a countryside, not much different from you. What? Hearing the news, Lu Shiyin was both surprised and happy. I originally thought that Lin Dong came from a wealthy and prominent family. Unexpectedly, he grew up in the countryside, just like me. This also gave her and Lin Dong a common topic. However, Song Rulin didn't believe Lin Dong's words at all. Lin Dong is only in his 20s. If he starts working, he will only be able to work for 3 to 5 years at most. How is it possible to go from a pauper to a multi-millionaire in such a short time? He may say this just to get closer to his daughter. Of course, Song Rulin did not expose it. After all, Lin Dong is the benefactor of his family. In her heart, she was still extremely grateful to the other party. Student Lin, if you're not busy, come in and have a seat. I'll get you some water. Then I'll trouble you, Andy. Lin Dong said with a faint smile. After talking for so long, this is what he was waiting for. Lu Shiryan's house is not big. They're all small apartments in urban villages. A kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms of about 7 or 8 square meters. The only furniture was a bed and a table, and the house was bare. Even so, the whole house does not look simple at all. It is well organized, clean, and tidy, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. It can be seen that Song Rulin is a virtuous and good woman. Shiryan, go out and buy some fruit for classmate Lin. Good. Lu Shiryan responded and walked out the door reluctantly. Originally, she wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side and talk to him. However, it was indeed inappropriate for the family to not have any fruit to treat Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Song Rulin deliberately sent her daughter away. As soon as Lu Shiryan left, he turned around with a serious face and took something out of his arms solemnly. Student Lin, this is my bank card. It contains the money the hospital just transferred to me. Just consider it a small token of my appreciation. You have seen the situation of our family. I hope you don't think it is too little. Lin Dong was stunned. I really didn't expect that Song Rulin would give it to me as soon as the money arrived. However, after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. Auntie, do you think I am short of this little money? Lin Dong asked with a smile. This? Song Rulin was speechless for a moment. Good. Lin Dong drives $1 million luxury car, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? If you have anything to say, just say it. Song Rulin sighed helplessly. In that case, I'll speak frankly to you, and don't be angry. I know you're a good person, but Shiryun can't be with you. She's still young and doesn't understand. Song Rulin's meaning was very clear. Lin Dong and Lu Shiryun are from different worlds and are destined not to be together. What if Lin Dong gets tired of playing one day and dumps Lu Shiryun? My daughter has been devastated and may never recover from it. I see. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. He knew that Song Rulin was worried about this. If he told the other party that Lu Shiryun sold herself to save her mother and threw herself into his arms in the car, I wonder how the other party would feel. Of course, Lin Dong would not do that. All parents in the world are worried, and Song Rulin's worries are not unreasonable. Aunt Song, you misunderstood. I have never thought about being with Shiryun, and I will never use this matter to kidnap her. I just treat her as a sister. Younger sister? Song Rulin was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly shook his head. Even if Lin Dong treated Lu Shiryun as his sister, Lu Shiryun would never be willing. She could see that Lu Shiryun had fallen. Actually, I prefer mature and intellectual women. Lin Dong spoke with a smile. After saying that, he deliberately looked at Song Rulin. What I hate most is those vulgar women who come up to me. They keep saying they want to be independent women, but in reality, they are more materialistic than the other. These days, there are too few truly independent and self-reliant women. I have to say, Song Rulin is very beautiful. If you didn't know that Song Rulin was Lu Shiryun's mother, you would never be able to tell that she had given birth to a child. She is clearly a beautiful young woman in her early 30s, still with charm. Every move she makes exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Just like fine wine, one can't help but want to savor it slowly. Sensing Lin Dong's greedy and aggressive eyes, Song Rulin's heart started pounding. Her two little hands didn't know where to put them, and her eyes subconsciously avoided him. Lin, what are you doing? Please respect yourself. Lin Dong smiled. Instead of stopping, he became more and more aggressive. Annie, you've been taking care of Shiryun all by yourself for so many years. You must be very tired, right? Have you ever thought about finding another man to rely on? You are still young. You can't stay single forever, right? Song Rulin just bit her lips, looking a little ugly. Who says it's not? I am only in my 30s, and I can obviously enjoy a better life, find a good man, and fill my emptiness. However, for the sake of his daughter, he had to work hard and raise her alone. Sometimes, she would feel unwilling. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly climbed up Song Rulin's waist. Compared to the slender waists of Bai Yuqing and Ning Fei Fei, Song Rulin's waist is slender, yet very strong and healthy. Just like a gymnast. This feels great. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's two big hands continued to move downwards. Soon, I touched the pair of tall and strong thighs. Song Rulin's body trembled, and she stood up in fear. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Although you are our family's benefactor, it does not mean you can humiliate me. Song Rulin's pretty face flushed, her eyes widened, and she looked angry. Sure enough, this beautiful young woman is like a lioness, strong and tough. No wonder she has remained chaste for so many years. Unfortunately, Lin Dong came here today just to take her down. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. And his next words directly killed the game. Aunt Song, if I tell Shiryun that her father is not dead and is still alive and well, do you think Shiryun will blame you? Chapter 50, I like you. What? Song Rulin's pupils shrank, and she looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. How'd he know his secret? Don't look at me that weirdly. Lin Dong smiled lightly and said casually, when I was processing the procedures for you, I accidentally saw that Shiryun's father's name was written in the family member column. You probably want to give up treatment and let Shiryun go find her father, right? It turned out that Song Rulin felt that the surgery fee of 500,000 was too high and decided to fend for herself. After I die, I will let Lu Shiryun go to live with her only relative in this world. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was fine, but Lin Dong caught him. I don't understand what you're saying. At this time, Song Rulin was still playing dumb, trying to fool people. You really don't understand? Then who is Lu Chong? Lin Dong smiled faintly. and would not stop until his words were shocking. I believe that as long as I'm willing to give money, there's still many people willing to help me. For example, tell me where Lu Chong went. Don't want. Song Rulin became anxious. In desperation, he actually grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook his head frantically. Seeing Song Rulin's panicked expression, Lin Dong knew that the situation was settled. Auntie, if you have anything, please tell me. You'll feel better if you tell me about it. After all these years, don't you want to find someone to talk to? Under Lin Dong's persuasion, Song Rulin gave up struggling and let out a long sigh. Well, it's a long story. If God gives me another chance, I definitely don't want to meet that man. No, he's a demon. Song Rulin was both scared and in pain, as if the past was too painful to recall. Lin Dong frowned and grabbed Song Rulin's hand. Song Rulin struggled in vain and finally chose to accept it. Lu Chong is my neighbor, 2 years older than me. When I was little, I always followed him around and treated him as my older brother. As a result, when I was 15, he suddenly came to my house while the elders were out for something. Having said this, Song Rulin looked horrified and curled up into a ball. So many years have passed, but I still feel scared. Lin Dong gave her a warm hug at the right time and hugged her from behind. Song Rulin subconsciously wanted to resist, but for some reason, after struggling for a while, he let down his guard. I had just woken up and had no idea what he was going to do. I just saw his face turn red and he stared at me like a wolf, which scared me to death. He said he liked me and wanted me to be his wife. My mind went blank, and before I could answer, he pounced on me and ripped my clothes off. I am weak and cannot defeat him, so... Click. Tears as big as beans slid down Song Rulin's cheeks and wet her clothes. At the same time, the body was shaking slightly. I was raped by him. I yelled at him and hit him, but the bastard not only didn't stop, but became even more violent. Later, he said he regretted it and vowed to marry me. Later, the parents of both families found out about this. My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me to Lu Chong, but they said that if I didn't marry him, they would spread the news that I was raped. What? Lin Dong frowned, anger rising in his heart. How could there be such scumbag parents? Your son did something wrong, but he turns around and threatens you. The top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked, the same moral character. Song Rulin shook her head. At that time, the matter was already settled and she was helpless. Song Rulin's parents didn't want others to criticize her, so they had to bite the bullet and agree to the marriage. Who knew that after getting married, the nightmare would just begin? Lu Chong not only beat and scolded me, but he also often went out to gamble, which angered his parents to death and squandered all our family property. I wanted to hang myself, but I was already pregnant with Shuyun. Song Rulin said this in agony. It's hard to imagine what she went through at that time. The more Lin Dong listened, the angrier he got. This bastard ruined Song Rulin's life. And what happened next? Where did he go? He got into a fight outside and injured someone and was sentenced to 15 years. Shuyun was young at that time and didn't remember much. She kept asking for her father. I can only tell her that Lu Chong is dead and raised her alone. Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder there was no trace of Lu Chong's life in the room. It turned out that this guy brought trouble upon himself and ended up in jail. But it's okay this way. At least, Song Rulin doesn't have to be beaten or scolded anymore. According to the timetable, he will be out in a few months. When the time comes, I really don't know how to explain it to Shuyun. Should we tell her that her father is a beast? As Song Rulin spoke, she cried bitterly. Lin Dong couldn't help but hugged her tightly from behind. He knew that this was the woman's most vulnerable moment, and she urgently needed care. For a moment, the unique scent of men's hormones filled my nose. Song Rulin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Student Lin, please let me go. You can't do this. Shuyun will be back soon. She will misunderstand after seeing this. Aunt Song no, Rulin. Lin Dong hugged Song Rulin tighter. To be honest, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I know you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shuyun. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. But in front of me, you don't have to hide. You can be your true self. I sincerely want to help you, save you, and free you from suffering. So, give me a chance, okay? Lin Dong's words were spoken with sincerity and heart. As their skin was constantly in contact, Song Rulin's long silent heart began to beat quietly, and a crack appeared. However, thinking that Lu Shuyun might break in at any time, Song Rulin immediately closed her legs, grabbed Lin Dong's hand, and tried her best to stop him from further aggression. Let me go. Lin Dong, what's the difference between you and Lu Chong now? Sure enough, all men are of the same character. Unfortunately, Song Rulin underestimated Lin Dong's determination to win her over. He really wanted to save Song Rulin from the dire situation. What's more, conquering such a woman is definitely what every man dreams of. Rulin, just promise me, even if you don't consider your own second half of life, you should think more about Shuyun's future. The poem says, Song Rulin's beautiful eyes were misty and her expression was a little moved. Noticing that Song Rulin's strength was weakening, Lin Dong decided to add fuel to the fire. Don't you want to know why Shuyun went to the hotel to find me? Chapter 51. A long drought brings a downpour. Why? She sold herself to save her mother in order to raise 500,000 yuan for surgery. If I hadn't intervened, she would have been taken away by a group of hooligans. Are you telling the truth? Song Rulin's body trembled and her heart beat faster. I finally understand why Lu Shuyun hesitated and blushed when she mentioned the hotel. It turned out that the sheep almost fell into the wolf's mouth. Because of myself, I almost ruined my daughter's innocence. At this moment, she wanted to slap herself. I believe you have seen that I am rich, and I am richer than you can imagine. As long as you follow me, I promise that you and Shuyun will live a good life. Shuyun can not only successfully finish college, but also find a good and stable job in the future. She won't have to worry about money anymore. She can buy whatever she wants, eat whatever she wants, and go wherever she wants. Under Lin Dong's patient guidance, Song Rulin's seemingly indestructible psychological defense was finally broken. Her eyes were moist and with tears in them. She let Lin Dong's big hands wander freely on her body. Call. Lin Dong took a deep breath, knowing that half of the task was already accomplished. The next moment, she violently tore off Song Rulin's pants. Suddenly, a vast expanse of white came into view. If Lu Shuyun is tall and fair, then Song Rulin is plump and round. Sure enough, mature women are more charming. Just as a war was about to break out, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Mom, I'm back. Bang. Song Rulin was startled and quickly held down Lin Dong's big hand, trying to stand up tremblingly. Wait. Shuyun is back, no don't. However, Lin Dong, who was already full of passion, had no time to care about these things. The next moment, he roughly tore off the things that were in the way and clenched his teeth. Immediately afterwards, Song Rulin's scream was heard in the room. Song Rulin almost bit her silver teeth to pieces. Then, he subconsciously covered his mouth. Mom, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Shuyun had already walked out of the house, inserted the key, and was about to open the door. Hearing Song Rulin's cry, he asked in surprise. No, don't come in. Song Rulin looked flustered and shouted anxiously. I have something to say to Lin Dong. Don't come in yet. Lu Shuyun paused, looking puzzled. What do these two people have to say to each other? But they have to avoid me. Shuyun, don't come in. Mom is really in a hurry. Song Rulin's voice was trembling, and she was about to cry. When I thought of Lu Shuyun barging in and seeing this ridiculous scene, I wished I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Cool. So cool. On the other hand, Lin Dong was extremely happy and felt a different kind of excitement. Junior sister, listen to Annie and don't come in for the time being. We're talking about something important. It's not convenient for you to listen. We'll tell you when you grow up. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Lu Shuyun stomped her feet in anger. She vaguely heard Song Rulin breathing heavily. I always feel that the two of them are sneaking around and doing something shameful. However, since Lin Dong wouldn't let her in, she had no choice but to wait outside. After all, she didn't want to make Lin Dong angry. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. After hearing this, Song Rulin wanted to die. If she was discovered, how could she live her life? Rulin, are you feeling great now, too? Lin Dong leaned over and whispered in Song Rulin's ear. No. Song Rulin blushed and shook her head. To be honest, Lin Dong slapped Song Rulin on the butt. Song Rulin bit her lip and almost screamed. In order to prevent Lu Shuyun from getting suspicious, he had to hold it back. Admit it, you've been lonely and empty for too long. I want to find a man, but I don't dare. Don't worry, I'm here. From now on, you won't have to worry about being alone in an empty room anymore. Lin Dong spoke with a smile. Then, work harder to output. Since giving birth to her child, Song Rulin has never experienced the pleasure between men and women again. After being tormented by Lin Dong today, I felt so high in spirits that I almost fainted. Fortunately, Lin Dong took into consideration that he could not let Lu Shiyun wait too long, so he only bullied her for 20 minutes and ended it hastily. Song Rulin lay on the table, panting, her face flushed. For a moment, she, who was already mature and plump, became even more charming. Lin Dong helped her put on her clothes to cover up her eye-catching spring scene. Look at Song Rulin's rosy little face again. Not only did I not feel tired, but I also felt a little bit unsatisfied. Haha. As expected, women always say one thing and mean another. If you don't want it, you want it. If you want it, you want more. Get up, Aunt Song. Shiyun is still waiting outside. Hearing the familiar voice of Aunt Song, Song Rulin gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's young and handsome face, I don't know why, but I feel a little regretful and inferior. How could I be so possessed by the devil that I did such a ridiculous thing? She is already in her 30s and has children. How shameless. However, Lin Dong did not give her the chance to blame herself. He walked over and opened the door. The person who appeared in front of him was Lu Shiyun with a complicated expression on her face. Mom, senior brother, what are you doing in the house? I seem to hear you guys arguing and even hitting each other. Mom, senior brother Lin didn't bully me. You must not cause trouble for him. On the way back from the hospital, she discovered that Song Rulin had always been worried that Lin Dong would do something bad to her. I guess you were talking about this just now. Hearing Lu Shiyun's questioning, Song Rulin bit her lip. Am I causing trouble for him? It was obviously this bastard who pushed me onto the table. Ahem, Shiyun, you misunderstood. We are discussing your admission to college. I know a few bosses in Tianhai, and they happen to need outstanding graduates from Tianhai University of Science and Technology. I was thinking that when you graduate, I will recommend you directly. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't care what happened to Song Rulin and Lin Dong. His heart was full of longing. As for the quarrel with Annie, it was because she was worried about you and wanted you to stay with her more. Don't blame your aunt wrongly. Song Rulin turned and looked at Lin Dong with a strange look in her eyes. I didn't expect Lin Dong to be so good at making up stories. In just a few words, he found a suitable reason for what had just happened. However, she didn't think that Lin Dong was being perfunctory. With Lin Dong's ability and connections, wouldn't it be easy for him to introduce a good job to Lu Shiyun? I'm sorry, Mom. I wronged you, don't be angry. Lu Shiyun bit her lip, walked over shyly, grabbed Song Rulin's hand, and apologized repeatedly. After all, she is just a half-grown child. He has a simple mind and can be easily fooled. Chapter 52, Stay Overnight. Song Rulin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. At the same time, he gave Lin Dong a grateful look. Shiyun, from now on, you should study hard with Lin Dong. In the future, our family will depend on you. Uh-huh. Lu Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, her nose moved and she felt something strange. Hey, what's that smell? It feels so weird. Song Rulin shuddered and looked at Lin Dong subconsciously. But she saw that the other party was looking at her with ill intention, waiting for her to explain herself. How could she not know what this was? My daughter is still a virgin. How can she touch such things? The poem says, hurry up, go wash your hands. Well, that's Mom's sweat, don't touch it. Under Lu Shiyun's puzzled gaze, Song Rulin hurriedly tidied up. Fortunately, my daughter didn't understand much about this kind of thing and didn't ask too many questions. Otherwise, her and Lin Dong's secret would be exposed. Even so, Lu Shiyun still discovered some clues. Mom, why is there a tear in your pants? Your legs are showing. Ah! Song Rulin's pretty face turned slightly red and she lowered her head subconsciously. Sure enough, I found that there was a tear on the thigh, which just allowed me to see the round thigh and a small corner of cloth. Oops! Song Rulin pouted and hurriedly tried to block it with her hands. Ahem! Lin Dong coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. It must have been scratched accidentally when Annie was in the hospital. Shiyun, go get some clothes. Oh. Lu Shiyun nodded in confusion. Before leaving, he didn't forget to curse. It's all Sun Daquan's fault, that bastard. Lin Dong and Song Rulin looked at each other with strange expressions. Sun Daquan was just a pervert, but Lin Dong was the real tyrant. What Lu Shiyun said was almost like scolding Lin Dong. It's all your fault. You didn't use any light pressure on me. What if we are discovered? Song Rulin was a little annoyed and punched Lin Dong on the chest. As a result, before she could withdraw her hand, Lin Dong grabbed it and held it in his palm. Why, don't you like it? Who likes it? I saw that you were quite happy just now, even humming a lot. Lin Dong said with a wicked smile. Suddenly, Song Rulin's cheeks turned red to her ears. Especially when I thought about how I had taken the initiative to please him, I felt even more ashamed. However, the more shy she is, the more attractive she is. Although she's already in her 30s, she is more delicate and lovely than a teenage girl. The next second, Lin Dong gave her another deep kiss. He kissed Song Rulin until she was dizzy and her face was wet. Then he stopped. After a long time, their lips parted. Rulin, don't worry. I'm here with you. You won't suffer any grievances in the future. Lin Dong said solemnly. Song Rulin nodded delicately, half of her body curled up in Lin Dong's arms. If you don't know, you might think they're a couple in love. Smelling the unique scent of a man, Song Rulin's heart melted. She never dreamed that she would end up in bed with a man 10 years younger than her. However, the rice has been cooked and there is no turning back. Thinking of this, Song Rulin drew on Lin Dong's chest. It's very late now. Why don't you eat first before leaving? Okay. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He was eager to stay with this beautiful young woman for a while longer. Da-da. Just then, footsteps were heard again. Song Rulin was startled and immediately pushed Lin Dong away. This is why Lu Shiyin didn't see it. Mom, I got the clothes. Oh. Song Rulin nodded. Then, she put a strand of hair behind her ear and said with an unnatural look, Shiyin, classmate Lin is staying for dinner tonight, so why don't you accompany me to cook a few dishes? Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although, he and Song Rulin walked into the kitchen. Looking at the mother and daughter cooking for him, Lin Dong smiled knowingly. Some images flashed through my mind. Although it's not possible now, you can't say for sure in the future. Not long after, the meal was ready. Song Rulin also bought a few bottles of beer. At the dinner table, Lu Shiyin chattered nonstop. It seemed as if he wanted to tell Lin Dong all his experiences over the past decade. Song Rulin looked at her daughter with a kind and relieved look. She believed that with Lin Dong's care, her daughter would be able to live the life she wanted. Lin Dong was also drinking and talking with the mother and daughter. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh hard. It's broken. I was drunk and I couldn't drive back. Auntie, is there any place to live nearby? Song Rulin was stunned for a moment. I was so busy entertaining Lin Dong that I forgot about this. Lu Shiyin was still active in thinking and immediately said with a smile, Mom, how about letting brother Lin stay at home for one night? Lin Dong pretended to refuse. No. You are an orphan and a widow, and you want me, a grown man, to stay with you. If this gets out, it will have a bad influence on you. I'd better go out on my own and find a place to live. After saying that, Lin Dong stood up unsteadily. Bang! Lin Dong almost fell down. A few bottles of beer were child's play for him, who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The reason why he pretended to be drunk was naturally to force Song Rulin to express her opinion. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong stumbling, Song Rulin softened her heart and supported him. If you don't mind, Lin, you can just stay on the sofa for one night. Is this appropriate? Brother, what's inappropriate about this? Besides, my mom doesn't trust anyone else, but she also doesn't trust you, haha. Lu Shiyin covered her mouth and laughed. In her eyes, Lin Dong's image was particularly tall. Little did she know that while she was buying fruit, Lin Dong had already eaten up Song Rulin. Ahem. Lin Dong coughed twice awkwardly and nodded. Okay, thank you for your help then. Song Rulin's face turned slightly red. I clearly felt someone pinching my lower back. Who else could have been that thief's hand except Lin Dong? However, she couldn't lose her temper since her daughter was present. I can only let that big hand roam freely. After a while, her face turned red and her breathing became rapid. Soon night fell. Lin Dong slept on the sofa in the living room. On the east and west sides are the bedrooms of Lu Shiyin and Song Rulin respectively. Song Rulin originally thought that Lin Dong would not be used to sleeping. As a result, the other person made the bed more skillfully than she did, as if he was back home. This made Song Rulin begin to believe that Lin Dong really came from the countryside. After the lights were turned off, the room became quiet. Lin Dong lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. After a day, I am indeed a little tired. Unexpectedly, as soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of the door opening. Then a warm body crawled into the bed. Chapter 53. Afraid of being discovered. Just endure it yourself. Lin Dong touched a slender and soft long leg. I couldn't help but tease, little greedy cat, You didn't eat enough during the day, so you come out to look for food at night? Lin Dong originally thought that Song Rulin had gotten addicted and couldn't stand the loneliness, so she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other party fell silent. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Lin Dong felt itchy in his heart, so he hugged the other person's delicate body and let his big hands wander around. Wait, the size is wrong. Lin Dong's head buzzed. He remembered that Song Rulin had a curvy figure and a great body. How come now I only touched 2 poached eggs? Master, senior brother, this is my first time. Please be gentle, okay? What does the poem say? Lin Dong widened his eyes and pulled back the quilt. As expected, the person lying in his arms was not Song Rulin, but Lu Shiyun. The bright moonlight fell on Lu Shiyun's pure face. There's a slight blush on the fair complexion. There is a hint of seduction in the shyness. At this moment, 2 long legs were hooked around Lin Dong's waist. Brother, the little girl was a little shy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so hungry and even called himself a little greedy cat. Could it be that he already knew that I would sneak into bed? Little did he know that Lin Dong was waiting for Song Rulin. All those flirting words just now were said to Song Rulin. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun took it seriously. Brother, you want me now? I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only do this. Besides, according to the agreement, I am yours. As Lu Shiyun spoke, she took the initiative to move closer to Lin Dong's arms. The posture clearly showed that she wanted to become one with him. Even the 2 little hands awkwardly unbuttoned Lin Dong's shirt. Lin Dong was a little surprised and dumbfounded. In fact, the meal is right in front of you, so why not eat it? However, when he thought about the high probability that Song Rulin would fall out with him after knowing this, Lin Dong hesitated again. No, it's still too early. I'll talk about Shiyun later. Shiyun, don't be like this. I don't want you to feel wronged. As for that agreement, I never took it seriously, so you don't have to make it hard on yourself. What? Lu Shiyun opened her eyes wide and was stunned for a long while, with tears welling up in her eyes. But didn't you just say? Liar. Mom is right. All men are big liars. Brother Lin, I really like you, so let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew that Lu Shiyun was not a vain woman like Bai Yuqing, and she was not with him just for money. But it's too early to eat her now. However, you can't just refuse, and she would be very sad. After thinking about it, Lin Dong reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Shiyun's eyes. How about this? After you start school, I will pick you up every week. As long as you behave well, senior brother will promise you that it is not impossible. Hearing this, the little girl's cloudy sky immediately cleared up and she burst into tears of joy. Really? In this case, I can see you every week, right? Lin Dong nodded. Then, a cunning look flashed in his eyes. I send Lu Shiyun home every week so that I can meet with Song Rulin more often and discuss the philosophy of life. Of course, when have I ever broken my word? Lu Shiyun was very excited. She threw herself into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed his neck, like a clingy little goblin. Smelling the unique body fragrance of a virgin, Lin Dong felt a burning desire in his stomach. Then, in order to avoid making a mistake, he quickly pushed away Lu Shiyun, who was still acting coquettishly in his arms. Okay, it's getting late. Go to bed. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun walked down from the sofa contentedly. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Lin Dong a light kiss on the face. We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. Good night, Brother Lin. Looking at the little girl's back as she skipped back to the bedroom, Lin Dong took a deep breath. I almost made a big mistake. If Lu Shiyun was captured in the living room, there would definitely be a commotion. When Song Rulin finds out, she will definitely not forgive him. Wait a little longer. The time is not right now. This little girl is really annoying. How can I calm down in the middle of the night? Lin Dong was a little annoyed. In the past, when he was dating Fang Xue was unwilling to be intimate with him, so he could only solve it secretly. Now he has assets worth billions. What's the difference between doing that and being an idiot? Wait, isn't there another one ready-made? Lin Dong's mind raced as he turned his gaze towards the other bedroom. Then he walked over slowly. In the bedroom, Song Rulin has fallen asleep. She had no idea that a big bad wolf had entered the room and was roaming all over her body. Song Rulin had a dream. I dreamed that I was lying on a luxurious big bed. Then, a blurry face appeared in front of her. The two hugged each other warmly and kissed passionately. After some pulling and tugging, We came to the bathroom. The clothes on my body were thrown all over the place. After a while, Song Rulin felt hot all over and out of her mind. Especially that young and strong body. Isn't this what she wanted after living alone in an empty house for more than 10 years? Suddenly, there was a sharp pain. Song Rulin opened her eyes dazedly. Are you awake? When Song Rulin heard the familiar voice coming from her ear, her head buzzed. Before I could react, the whole bed started creaking. Only then did she realize that everything was not a dream. And that blurry face and strong body were also Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you are so brave. Shiyin is right next door. If we do this, she will find us. Song Rulin said this, but her body was very honest. She took the initiative to respond and did not push Lin Dong away. Lin Dong also didn't care. Even if he was discovered, he would admit it. The world is big, but his happiness is the greatest. If you're afraid of being discovered, just bear with it yourself. Woo-woo. Song Rulin's face flushed red, but she had to hold it back. A night passed. When Lu Shiyin woke up from her sleep, Song Rulin was making breakfast with Lin Dong. They looked so loving, like a young couple. This made her feel an indescribable jealousy. Shiyin, you're awake. Song Rulin seemed to have done something wrong and did not dare to look directly into her daughter's resentful eyes. Lin Dong smiled faintly. How did you sleep last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? You look unattractive. What? Lu Shiyin was shocked and looked in the mirror quickly. As a result, he found out that Lin Dong was lying to him. Bad guy, don't mention it. Last night, 2 wild cats came from nowhere and kept meowing. I guess they were in heat. Bang! The basin in Song Rulin's hand fell to the ground, and she looked a little guilty. Chapter 54, Sending You to School. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiyin looked at Song Rulin with a strange expression. Song Rulin suddenly began to stammer, not knowing how to explain. It was Lin Dong who quickly spoke up and changed the subject. Auntie is fine. Shiyin, eat quickly. After you finish, I will take you to school. After breakfast, Song Rulin sent the two of them to the intersection. Watching Panamera disappear from her sight, her uneasy little heart slowly calmed down. Then, a strong feeling of sleepiness came over me. Last night, the two of them made love and were still doing it at dawn. Until now, she hasn't had a good rest. When she thought of Lin Dong's bravery and the sweetness between them, she couldn't help but smile happily on her face. However, when she thought of Lu Chong, who was about to be released from prison, Song Rulin frowned again. I hope the guy won't cause any trouble when he comes back. On the other side, in the Panamera, Lu Shiyin was fiddling with the passenger screen curiously. It is obviously an ordinary thing, but to her, it is like a treasure. When Lin Dong saw this, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Do you like it? Lu Shiyin nodded subconsciously. After realizing what was happening, he quickly shook his head. No, I don't. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Grasping the steering wheel with both hands, he said casually, Since you call me brother, then I have to acknowledge you as my sister. Since it's still early, I'll take you to mall to go shopping and buy some things. It will be my gift to you for the start of school. No, brother, please don't spend money. Lu Shiyin shook her head like a rattle. Lin Dong has helped her a lot. She would feel bad if she let Lin Dong spend money again. However, the arms cannot twist the thighs. After a while, the two arrived at a nearby shopping mall. Wow, this place is so big. Brother, do you come here often? Lu Shiyin stood in the mall, looking around with a look of surprise on her face. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. He recently came to the mall to buy the Patek Philippe watch he wears on his wrist. Shiyin, if you like something, just buy it and don't worry about the money. This is not good. What's wrong with that? I promised my aunt that I would take good care of you. Lin Dong spoke lightly. He looked like he didn't care about the money at all. Soon, under Lin Dong's leadership, Lu Shiyin changed into a new set of equipment from head to toe. Not only did she buy the latest mobile phones and computers, she also bought several of the most popular suspender skirts and pleated skirts. Afterwards, the two went to a women's clothing store. When Lu Shiyin, wearing JK, shyly walked out of the fitting room, the customers and staff in the store looked over at once with astonished eyes. Lin Dong's eyes also lit up. This set of JK is tailor-made for Lu Shiyin. It not only retains her innocence and cuteness, but also adds a sense of pure desire. Brother, does it look good? Lu Shiyin turned around in front of Lin Dong and asked shyly. Nice. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Then, he looked directly at the clerk. Pack this one and the two I just tried on. How much is it in total? Yes, sir. The total is 23,000 yuan. 23,000? When Lu Shiyun heard this number, her eyelids jumped, and she subconsciously wanted to stop it. These clothes are too expensive. This amount of money is enough for the mother and daughter to live for a long time. However, Lin Dong did not give her a chance to refuse and pay directly. Suddenly, Lu Shiyun stood there, feeling a little overwhelmed. Don't stand there. Aren't you going to school? If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Lin Dong walked out the door and waved to Lu Shiyun. Lu Shiyun woke up as if from a dream and hurried to catch up. However, the little face still feels a little cramped. Brother, I will pay you back when I make money in the future. Shiyun, I'm not happy when you say this. Lin Dong pretended to be unhappy and said seriously, for me, there is no such thing as a lack of money. If someone doesn't want what I give them, then they're looking down on me. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were stunned. Then, my heart felt warm. A beautiful heart was instantly captured by Lin Dong's dominance. Let's go. Lin Dong spoke lightly. The next moment, he took the initiative to hold her hand. Suddenly, Lu Shiyun was so shy that she couldn't even raise her head. Not long after, the two came into the car. The things Lin Dong bought for Lu Shiyun filled the back seat. From daily necessities to luxury goods, we have everything. Some of the brands I've never heard of. Lin Dong was very satisfied, but Lu Shiyun was a little uncomfortable. Not long after, the Panamera stopped in front of the school gate. Many people stopped and looked at it curiously. This kind of Porsche Panamera is not cheap. Its owner must be either rich or noble. When one is 18 or 19, it is the time when one becomes vain. The female students who wanted to marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix suddenly had their eyes brightened and couldn't help but squeeze over chat with him. Click. Just then, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong walked down slowly. To be fair, Lin Dong is not as good as the handsome internet celebrities. However, he has regular facial features, bright eyes, and white teeth. Moreover, he is very tall. With this Panamera, he is simply the man of my dreams. After getting off the car, Lin Dong walked slowly towards the passenger seat. He grabbed a slender hand and brought a young girl down in a very gentlemanly manner. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Isn't that Lu Shiyun? Isn't it said that she's a common school beauty and her family is very poor? I give up. I wanted to spend a little money to pursue her, but now it seems that I am just pursuing a piece of chicken feather. Although, Lu Shiyun had just entered school. However, with her pure looks and cool temperament, she instantly attracted the attention of many boys. Like a hungry wolf smelling delicious meat. I thought that a common school beauty like Lu Shiyun could be easily won by spending a little money. As a result, everyone is driving a Panamera. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were slapped on the face and felt a burning pain. They may never be able to drive such a luxury car in their lifetime. The gap is too big. Then, there's another question. Who is that man? Could it be the big boss who is supporting Lu Shiyun? Bullshit. Have you ever seen a big boss who is so young? He must be some rich young man. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. For a while, there was a lot of discussion at the school gate. A group of male students beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly hating themselves for being a step late. From now on, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to pursue Lu Shiyun again. Those female classmates were filled with complete envy, jealousy, and hatred. This man is so handsome. I wonder if he will like me. Just go to bed. A man like this will never lack women. Damn it, how am I worse than Lu Shiyun? Why isn't I the one sitting in the passenger seat? I can do many different positions. Come on, rich people only like innocent beauties. Who would like an internet celebrity face like yours? I really envy Lu Shiyun. She will soon become a phoenix from Sparrow. Chapter 55, God Level Identification Technique. Brother, everyone seems to be looking at you. Lu Shiyun was not used to this kind of occasion. Seeing so many people staring at her, her pretty face turned red. Even my legs and feet were trembling slightly. Although, few people paid attention to her before. But everyone admires her beauty, instead of being the center of attention like now. Hearing Lu Shiyun's words, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. As the poem goes, everyone is not looking at me, but at you. There are so many people who envy and hate you. You should not feel inferior, but proud and proud. From now on, you don't have to bow your head anymore. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun took a deep breath, plucked up his courage, raised his head, and looked around. Sure enough, everyone looked at her with envy. For a moment, Lu Shiyun felt a warm current surge in her heart and felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The inferiority complex that had accumulated over the past decade seemed to disappear at this moment. Thank you, senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission and having a keen eye for talent. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward, the God-level identification technique. God-level identification technique. After using it, you can automatically determine the specific value of an item and sense the existence of top-grade treasures. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He hadn't heard the system prompt sound for a long time. I thought that the system would be useless except for spending money in nightclubs. Unexpectedly, while helping Lu Shiyun to resolve her emotional knot, she accidentally completed a special mission. A discerning I recognize as a gem. Yes, isn't Lu Shiyun the pearl covered in dust? Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but want to try out this special talent. Glancing at the Porsche Panamera behind me. The next moment, a detailed information came into view. Porsche Panamera, top version. Value 3,500,000 yuan. Then, Lin Dong glanced at the Patek Philippe and a mobile phone. 2,900,000 and 8,000 respectively. Almost the same as the selling price. Moreover, there are almost no restrictions. This God-level identification technique is really useful. Brother, why are you smiling so happily? Ahem. Hearing Lu Shiyun's puzzled question, Lin Dong quickly explained, I am happy for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, be sure to tell me. Uh-huh. Lu Shiyun smiled and nodded. However, this worry is totally unnecessary. Everyone knows that she has a brother who is extraordinary and has a mysterious background. They're busy trying to curry favor with him. So how could he possibly bully her? Okay, I'll help you deliver your things to the dormitory. Lin Dong drove the car directly into the school. The security guard did not stop him and even let him go without asking any questions. After a while, they arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Because Song Rulin was hospitalized, Lu Shiyun was delayed for a few days. Now, the new student registration has ended. The other people in the dormitory had arrived long ago. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Shiyun, and I also live in this dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet everyone. Several roommates heard the sound, looked up, and were instantly amazed. What followed was a feeling of sourness. Lu Shiyun is so beautiful. Standing next to her, I, who was originally a white swan, instantly turned into an ugly duckling. For a moment, several roommates remained silent, looking indifferent. Lu Shiyun looked embarrassed and a little at a loss. Finally, a girl wearing glasses stood up. She and Lu Shiyun have similar family backgrounds. Both of them are from rural areas. I don't usually pay much attention to dressing up, and my mind is relatively simple. Student Lu, that is your bed. You have so many things. Let me help you get some. Because we arrived too late, the good position like the lower bunk had already been taken. The only room left for Lu Shiyun was an upper bunk bed, which was close to the door, remote, and drafty. Looking at the narrow and crooked bed, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but frown. However, thinking that I came too late, I could only accept it. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shiyun, they're your roommates, right? Hello, everyone. I am Shiyun's brother. From now on, please take good care of her. Several people were stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun's brother also came. Just then, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. His gentle temperament and tall stature instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, brother Lu Shiyun is so handsome. Didn't they say their family is very poor? How come they are dressed better than me? Wait, aren't these the latest models of Apple phones and computers? They cost tens of thousands. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat confused. This is totally inconsistent with what they knew. Lin Dong glanced around and roughly understood the situation. Lu Shiyun couldn't get a good seat because she arrived too late. Several girls were also a little jealous of her. However, what is the name of a problem that can be solved with money? My classmate, what is your name? Lin Dong suddenly looked at the girl wearing glasses. Me? The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Dong to ask her. After realizing what was happening, she quickly replied, Hello, my name is Huang Yin. If I'm not mistaken, that lower bunk is yours, right? Huang Yin nodded. When she reported for duty, she arrived 2 days early. The purpose is to grab a lower bunk. After all, I will live here for 4 years. Lin Dong nodded and immediately understood what was going on. Then, he took out a wad of money and said with a smile, Shuyun is not in good health. Can you exchange beds with her? This money is a thank you for your milk tea. What? Huang Yan's eyes widened instantly, and she was stunned. Such a thick stack must be at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, right? Still buying milk tea? She can't finish drinking it even if she dies. No, that won't work. Huang Yan's face turned red, and she quickly declined. I'm sorry. I was a little presumptuous. Well, I'll add another 3,000 to make it even. Lin Dong smiled, took out another stack of money, and handed it to Huang Yan. Student Huang, Shuyun has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the place. From now on, I'll trouble you to take care of her. Looking at the stack of red bills, Huang Yan hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't bear it anymore and took the money. Her family was already poor, and she was also taking out student loans. The 10,000 yuan is enough for her tuition and living expenses for 1 year. There's no need to give up money just for that little bit of pitiful self-esteem. Thank you, brother. I'll help Shuyun change her bed right away. Give me the things. Huang Yan was even more enthusiastic and busy running around. Looking at them again, they were already stunned. Then more regrets. I regret it so much. If they had known this earlier, they would have been nicer to Lu Shuyun. A lower bunk bed for 10,000 yuan? Isn't this just picking up money? Seeing this, Lin Dong sneered inwardly. He is also an experienced person. It's so easy to control a few female students. By the way, Shuyun, I almost forgot to give you living expenses. At this moment, Lin Dong slapped his head and pretended to remember something. Here are 20,000 yuan. When you're done, ask me for more. Chapter 56, Antique Street. Goodbye, brother. Thank you, brother. Brother, come often. Several female students enthusiastically escorted Lin Dong out. Just now, they were also running around for Lu Shuyun. He even bought milk tea for Lu Shuyun. Lin Dong's generosity completely impressed them. After Lin Dong left, several roommates asked her all kinds of questions. Shuyun, what does your brother do? Isn't your family very poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shuyun, does your brother have a girlfriend? Hearing this question, Lu Shuyun's beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face turned red. Then he said somewhat coyly, I think so. On the other side, Lin Dong drove a Panamera and left the school. Along the way, many female students stopped him and wanted to chat with him. Some people even wrote the phone number on a piece of paper and threw it into the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Are all female college students nowadays so proactive? In our time, people were so simple that they would blush even if they passed a note. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to go back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower, and have a good rest. But suddenly he remembered the new talent he had just acquired. Since it is an identification technique, it must be used to identify treasures. Lin Dong's mind raced, and he quickly thought of two places. The first place is Tianhai City Museum. There are a lot of antiques there, and most of them are authentic. However, the antiques there are only for viewing and are not circulated or sold. The second place is Tianhai Antique Street. There are more than 3,000 stalls covering all kinds of antiques, such as the four treasures of the study: porcelain, wood, jade, gold, and silverwares. It can be said that there is nothing you can't buy, only what you can't think of. Most importantly, trade there is free and without any taboos. As long as you're lucky and have a good eye, it is not a problem to find one or two small items. Even, you can become rich overnight and change your destiny. But more often than not, people get cheated and defrauded there. The methods used by scammers to forge and make things look old are endless, making it difficult to guard against them. And there's a rule there: buy and don't hold. The deceived buyers can only blame themselves for their bad luck. In the past, Lin Dong stayed away from such places for fear of being cheated. But now, things are different. Possessing God-level identification skills, he could tell exactly what something was worth. These piercing eyes were born for appraising treasures. Let's go when we say go. Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator. The Panamera roared like a wild beast. In the blink of an eye, we arrived outside the antique street. As soon as I parked the car and got out, a series of hawking voices rang out one after another. Everyone coming from the south or north. Take a look, take a look. This jade Buddha was just dug out of the ground. Its luster and texture are definitely not bad. Brother, check your eyes. These are all genuine goods. For a moment, Lin Dong felt like he had entered a vegetable market. However, what is sold here are not rotten vegetable leaves worth a few dollars or dimes, but antique goods worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Lin Dong knew nothing about antiques. So, I just took a quick look around. A few vendors saw that he was a newbie and came up to him with a smile, trying to promote their business. Brother, I can tell at a glance that you are an expert at this. You look at it very carefully. Looking at the hawker who came forward, Lin Dong smiled faintly. That's right. I only look at this thing, I don't touch it. The vendor was stunned for a moment and was choked by these words. Haha, just kidding. Your snuff bottle looks good to me. Lin Dong laughed. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up an exquisite brown snuff bottle to play with. He only had a vague understanding of these things, but his god-level identification skills allowed him to see through everything. As soon as I thought about it, detailed information came into view in an instant. Qing Dynasty carved jadeite snuff bottle, imitation. Value, 60 yuan. Authentic value, 600,000 yuan. Puff, such a big difference. Lin Dong guessed that this was a fake, but he didn't expect it to be so fake. A snuff bottle worth $600,000. If you make a fake one, it's only worth $60. How's it going? Is it okay, big brother? I don't want much, just 6,000 yuan. Just consider it as making friends. Lin Dong rolled his eyes and let the vendor experience it himself. The vendor frowned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not scared. Then, he smiled and said, too expensive? Then I'll make the decision and give you another 1,000 off. 5,000, no less. Still 5,000? Not even worth 500. Lin Dong snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Just then, he suddenly discovered that something inside the vendor's stall was emitting a faint golden light. This is a god-level identification technique that gives you a reminder when you encounter a treasure. It seems that these goods are not all fake. Instead, they sell a mixture of real and fake goods. This way, more people will be deceived. The next moment, he fixed his eyes on the small, glowing object. Get feedback quickly. Qing Dynasty Jadeite Longevity Pattern Jade Ring. Value, 1.2 million. It was a jade ring that was white with a hint of green and had carved patterns on it, but it was slightly worn and didn't look very good. It is indeed inconspicuous among a pile of exquisite and beautiful snuff bottles. However, when Lin Dong took a look, he found that the most valuable thing was this. Immediately, I decided to buy it. Although he didn't know much about the business, he had watched TV dramas and knew that he must never let the seller know if he likes something. Otherwise, he will raise the price or even refuse to sell. Ahem, 5,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive, isn't it? Lin Dong asked with difficulty. A bit expensive, but didn't leave immediately. That means there is hope. When the peddler heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought he had caught a big fish. Oh, 5,000 is already the lowest price. Where else can you find it so cheap? This snuff bottle was handed down from the royal palace of the Qing dynasty. The craftsmanship are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only royal relatives and nobles can afford it. The peddler praised the fake product to the skies. Lin Dong pretended to hesitate and glanced at the things on the ground casually. How about this? 5,000 is 5,000. But you have to give me 2 more little gadgets. How about that worn-out snuff bottle and jade ring? It's done. The hawker was delighted. The broken snuff bottle and the jade ring were both collected by him from the village. All in all, it cost 1,000. By this calculation, I can still make a net profit of several thousand. No, I'll lose money. You can only send one at most. Lin Dong nodded and picked and chose. Finally, he picked up the jade ring with great reluctance. Is this okay? If you agree, I'll give you the money and the goods. Okay, I'll give it up reluctantly and just consider it as making friends. 5,000 yuan has been received through Alipay. Hey, there are so many fools. The next moment, the vendor happily checked the receipt. He didn't notice the cunning look in Lin Dong's eyes at all. Then he found a deserted place and threw the snuff bottle away. Then, he played with the jade ring carefully. I spent 5,000 yuan and made 1.2 million yuan by selling it. This business is really profitable. Chapter 57, Picking Up a Bargain. Lin Dong was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and continued walking forward. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, someone stopped him. He was a young man wearing frog-eye glasses and a floral shirt. Behind him were 2 burly bodyguards. Looks like you should be very rich. Brother, can you not make this jade finger? I just heard that you bought it for 5,000 yuan. I'll pay 10 times that, so I'll buy it for 50,000 yuan. How about that? 50,000? Lin Dong, simply rolled his eyes. Not to mention 50,000. Even if it's 500,000, he'll still lose money if he sells it. So, he simply shook his head. Without replying, he continued walking forward. Unexpectedly, the man in the flowered shirt was not giving up. He waved his hand and added some money again. 100,000, 100,000 for this jade ring of yours. How about that? The man in the flowered shirt shouted very loudly. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone wants to see what treasure is worth $100,000. This includes the hawker just mentioned. Isn't this Mr. Chi Wenbin, the young master of Daki real estate? Mr. Chi has no other hobbies. He just likes collecting antique calligraphy and paintings. No way, rich people love to play this. I heard that young Master Chi has a good eye. He must have seen a treasure today, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to speak. Amid the discussions, the vendor who had just sold Lin Dong's snuff bottle suddenly had a bad feeling. When he found out that Chi Wenbin wanted to buy his jade ring, his eyes widened instantly. Fuck, my jade ring. Isn't that what the country people imitated? How could it be worth 100,000? The vendor was anxious. I never expected that the most inconspicuous jade ring was actually the real thing. It is more expensive than all the broken snuff bottles he owns combined. At this moment, the vendor was regretting his decision. On the other side, seeing a group of people gathered around him, Chi Wenbin felt more confident. Friends, go out and ask around. Everyone knows my reputation in Antique Street. I am well known for spending lavishly. As long as it's something I like, I'm happy to spend any amount of money on it. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The two bodyguards were also very supportive and gave thumbs up. Young Master Chi is so arrogant. However, Lin Dong showed a disdainful smile and spent a lot of money. Isn't it just that he is stupid and has a lot of money? I don't care if you're Mr. Chi or not. I said, I won't sell this jade ring. 100,000? How do you give to beggars? Lin Dong snorted coldly, not caring at all about the strange looks from the people around him. Afterwards, she deliberately put the jade ring on her thumb and showed it to Chi Wenbin. This made Chi Wenbin very angry. It was the first time he was rejected. At the same time, he began to have doubts in his heart. Could it be that this guy is an expert? Does he know that this jade ring is worth a lot of money? Impossible. I've been hanging around this street for so long, and I've never seen him. He must be pretending. Chi Wenbin shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Dong didn't understand the jade ring at all. I just refused because I wanted more money. I see, you just want money, right? Then you tell me a number, as long as I can afford it. Chi Wenbin sneered, crossed his arms, and waited for Lin Dong to count. In his opinion, even if Lin Dong asked for a price, he wouldn't dare to ask for too high. At worst, you could just earn less. Wow, Master Chi actually let this kid quote his own price. That's really giving him face. Yeah, if I were this kid, I would just give the jade ring to Master Chi. Who knows? I could even make friends with him. I think this jade ring is ugly. Is it really worth so much money? Everyone talked at once, and they all felt that Lin Dong was ungrateful. The peddler seized the opportunity, squeezed into the crowd, and took out his snuff bottles like treasures. Mr. Chi, you bought that jade ring from me. I have some other top-notch stuff here. Take a look. I don't want 100,000, 70,000, or 80,000, Will. The vendor had a big smile on his face, and it was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin just took a glance and gave him a word. Roll! What kind of junk is this? You still want to sell it to me? You think I'm an idiot? After saying that, Chi Wenbin ignored the vendor and looked at Lin Dong again. Friend, have you thought about it? Seeing this, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Want me a quote? You said that yourself. Okay, 1,500,000. I'll give you the money and the goods. What? When everyone heard this number, they were shocked. The peddler from before was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. 1.5 million? This kid really dares to ask for it. The lion is opening his mouth wide. Are you crazy? $100,000, and you raise it to $1.5 million. However, what was shocking was that when Chi Wenbin heard this number, he was shocked at first. Then he touched his chin and stopped talking. He is thinking about it. He actually felt that $1.5 million was not completely impossible. Oh my God, this kid. Is he going to get something for nothing? A jade ring worth $1.5 million? Could it be that it was worn by the emperor? Look, someone fainted. Call an ambulance. During the conversation, one of them foamed at the mouth as if he was having a heart attack and fell to the ground. Isn't that the hawker with the annoyed look on his face? My jade ring. My $1.5 million. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. There's nothing I can do. It's your fault that you were so blind. Bad luck. Carry him away. Chi Wenbin waved his hand impatiently. The two bodyguards threw the vendor aside and didn't care whether he lived or died. The most urgent task is to take off the jade ring. Chi Wenbin could tell that this jade ring was jadeite from the Qing dynasty and was very valuable. But he didn't know how much it was worth. 1.5 million is too risky. After pondering for a moment, Chi Wenbin shook his head. No, the most I can offer is 500,000. Give me some face, let's be friends. In the future, if you encounter any trouble on Antique Street, tell them that you know me, Chi Wenbin, and it will help. Before he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards walked towards Lin Dong. Judging from the situation, Lin Dong has to sell it today, even if he doesn't want to. Otherwise, I might not be able to get out of this street. Oh, Lin Dong's response was also very simple. If you don't have money, just say so. Why are you doing all this? What a hoot. I thought you were so rich. Alas, actually, I don't want to sell it to you either. It would be great to keep this jade ring to hold down the yellow paper. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. Others were even more stunned. Press yellow paper? Something worth 1.5 million, and you come to put it on a grave. Are you crazy? However, the less Lin Dong cared, the more Chi Wenbin seemed eager for quick success. For a moment, he was in a difficult situation. Master Chi, this guy's looking for death. The two bodyguards could no longer bear it, and walked up to Lin Dong, one on the left and one on the right, trying to hold him and force him to hand over the jade ring. Chapter 58 Auction. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong never thought of escaping from the beginning. He picked up the phone and started yelling at the top of his voice. Everyone look! Chi Wenbin, the second-generation rich man from Daki Real Estate, beat people up and forced them to buy and sell. These people are all witnesses. Chi Wenbin's head buzzed as he realized that Lin Dong's camera was facing him. Return. Chi Wenbin's face flushed. Suddenly, I regretted introducing myself. Isn't this giving away something? Once Lin Dong exposes the video to the internet, rumors will spread everywhere, and his Dachi real estate will definitely be affected. It is totally not worth it to affect the company's market value for the sake of a jade ring. The two bodyguards looked at each other. This time, I really didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly. Want to play with me? You are still a little naive. Okay, get out of the way. I'm very busy and don't have time to play house with you. If you don't have money, don't try to act like a rich guy. You can't even afford 1.5 million, ugh. Chi Wenbin's face turned red. He was so angry that he was about to explode. What's your name, kid? Lin Dong. Okay, I'll remember you. Let's go. Chi Wenbin had a gloomy face and left in disgrace with two bodyguards. He seems generous, but in fact he is very petty. Now, Lin Dong has been included in the revenge list. If I have the chance, I will definitely take revenge. Watching the few people walk away, Lin Dong put away his phone, hummed a little tune, and walked on the street as if no one was around. He was not worried about whether Chi Wenbin would retaliate against him. Hurry up, we won't be able to enter the auction soon. Why are you in such a hurry? We can't afford it anyway. Any antique and their costs millions. You know nothing. I heard that Jubiozai bought a lot of treasures from abroad this time. I can't afford them, but it's okay to just look at them. Two men hurried past Lin Dong, muttering something. Lin Dong pricked up his ears and quickly caught the keywords. Auction. There's a baby. You can find a bargain. I'm so embarrassed. I just got here and I bumped into you. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he played with the jade ring worth 1 million. He was just worrying about having no place to show his skills, but unexpectedly, as soon as he dozed off, someone brought him a pillow. Seeing that the two had not gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed them. After a while, they arrived in front of a pavilion. Two majestic stone lions stand outside the door, and two vermilion pillars support the 3-story pavilion. Its exterior looks like a pagoda, and its interior layout is unique. One word is evident everywhere: elegance. On the plaque, there are 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style. Jubiozai. Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. The decoration design of Jubiozai is not as gorgeous as that of Dihao KTV, but just standing at the door, I felt like a noble. I think the treasures inside are definitely not ordinary ones. As a result, just as Lin Dong was about to walk in, he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, please show me your invitation. Invitation? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. When I came, I didn't say that an invitation letter was needed. Soon, he figured it out. In auctions like this, in order to prevent trouble, You need to verify your capital before entering. The two people just now are probably also turned away. That's why I didn't see them. All those who received the invitation letters were well-known figures in Tianhai City. Sorry, I can't enter without an invitation. No outsiders are allowed to enter here. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't have an invitation letter, the security guard waved his hand impatiently. Any outsiders? Lin Dong did not give up and said with a smile, apart from the invitation letter, is there no other way to get in? The security guard frowned and said irritably, capital verification is fine. As long as the assets are over 5 million, you can go in directly. The question is, do you have the money? Really? Lin Dong smiled faintly, took out the bank card from his pocket, and threw it into the security guard's hand. Please hurry up, and by the way, give me a front seat. The security guard was stunned. This person didn't have an invitation letter, but he was quite arrogant. You even arranged a seat for him. Who do you really think you are? The security guard didn't bother to talk nonsense and went inside with the bank card. Thump, thump, thump. In less than half a minute, the security guard came out in a panic. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Our boss said that from now on, you don't need an invitation letter if you come, just let us know. Your seat is in the 9th private room. Please follow me. Hee hee. Arrogant at first, but respectful later. It's really laughable. Didn't he just look at me with disdain and say that he was an outsider? Now, it's like meeting a living ancestor. Okay, got it. Lin Dong was too lazy to care and just responded lightly. Seeing that he didn't lose his temper, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he used his bank card to swipe it and was shocked. Lin Dong actually has a full 1 billion in his account. With this asset, he could almost walk around Tianhai City with ease. 1 billion in cash and at least tens of billions in assets. Just now, I was disrespectful to him. Isn't this just seeking death? The security guard immediately reported it. The owner of Jubiozai attached great importance to this and immediately reserved the private room number 9 for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guard to treat Lin Dong well. If anything goes wrong, just fire him. Soon, the security guard took Lin Dong to private room number 9. Heaven is the head of the universe. 9 is also the extreme number. The combination of the two shows how noble this room is. Mr. Lin, this is the process of tonight's auction, as well as the status of the auction items. Please take a look. After Lin Dong sat down, the security guard respectfully handed him an exquisite booklet. It contains detailed records of the auction and all the auction items. Western celebrity oil paintings, sculptures handed down from ancient times, authentic calligraphy. There are so many of them, no less than 20. Moreover, the minimum starting price is 100,000, and the highest is even 10 million. This item, which is worth 10 million yuan, is a jade artifact. Hashan Jade Dragon. The jade dragon shaped like the letter C has sharp edges and is lifelike. It has a history of thousands of years. The jade artifacts unearthed together with it are all collected by the Beijing Museum. I don't know why, but it spread among the people and appeared at this auction. It is precisely because of this rare treasure that this auction caused such a sensation, attracting many collectors and big bosses. Moreover, in addition to being a collection, this large jade dragon also has a special function. Yin and yang are in harmony, nourishing both sides. Strengthen your body, invigorate your blood circulation, and relax your muscles. Replenishing energy and accumulating vitality will prolong life. Lin Dong read it carefully several times and almost couldn't help himself. Isn't this an aphrodisiac? Wow. An antique actually has the magical effect of replenishing kidney deficiency. No wonder so many big bosses are flocking to it. At their age, they're in a state of low energy and fatigue. Mr. Lin, it's nothing. I'll go down first. You can always call me if you need anything. Lin Dong nodded slightly and flipped through the booklet again. He wanted to see if there was anything worth noting. Chapter 59. Enemies meet on a narrow road. At the same time, a familiar face also came to the door of Jubiozai. Hello, Mr. Chi. Yes, it's still room number 9. The man who came was wearing frog-eye glasses and a floral shirt. He was Chi Wenbin, the nobleman of the Chi real estate. At this moment, he was instructing the security guard as if he were instructing a servant. Usually, he relied on his family connections to come to the auction and always stayed in private room number 9. However, today the security guard did not lead the way immediately. Instead, she looked at him with an embarrassed expression and said cautiously, I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, the number 9 private room is already occupied. However, the boss has reserved room number 10 for you. What? Shi Wenbin was stunned. Who dares to rob his room? Boom, boom. At this time, a bell rang. Mr. Chi, the auction is about to begin, please. The security guard smiled apologetically. Shi Wenbin was about to lose his temper when he heard the bell ringing. He knew the auction was about to begin, so he had to suppress his anger. Then, he touched the bank card in his pocket. This time at the auction, he was determined to get that treasure. Now, I don't care which private room I choose. Hello, distinguished guests. I'm the host of this auction and the owner of Jubiozai, Xiangshui Bay. On the stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tang suit walked over slowly and clasped his fists in greeting. The audience was noisy. At first glance, they're all dignitaries. Jubiozai holds auctions like this once a month. However, this is the first time that the place is so crowded as it is today. The reason is the big jade dragon from Hongshan. The first lot is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with a picture of Giguzi descending the mountain. A blue and white porcelain from the Yuan Dynasty, depicting the legendary strategist Giguzi descending the mountain. Starting price, 500,000. As the opening piece of the auction, the price of this Yuan blue and white porcelain is neither high nor low and can meet the needs of most buyers. Sure enough, many people were tempted and held up signs with prices written on them. Seat 18, 510,000. Seat 20, 530,000. Seat 79, 600,000. Xiangshui kept reporting higher and higher numbers. The atmosphere of the auction also became lively. Private room number 9. Lindong's blood was boiling as well. It was his first time attending an antique auction, and also his first time witnessing such a scene of lavish spending. Just write down a number, and hundreds of thousands will be gone. However, thinking of the 1 billion deposits in his bank card, Lindong's restless mind gradually calmed down. With his current assets, it would be more than enough to buy all the items. Even if you throw out 1 million, it won't turn a 10-digit number into a 9-digit number. Then, Lindong focused his attention on the Yuan blue and white porcelain. With a thought, the God-level identification technique was activated. Yuan blue and white porcelain jar with Giguzi descending the mountain. Value, 1.5 million. That's right. No wonder so many people are scrambling for it. If you buy it for less than 1 million, you'll make a profit. If the price is right, it's okay to play around. Lindong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and had something in mind. After a while, the price of Yuan blue and white porcelain was raised to 800,000. There are no longer as many people bidding as before. Only a fat boss with big ears and a lady in Cheongsam were left. Seat 20, 830,000. Seat 79, 900,000. Seat 20, 1 million. Oh, Lindong's eyes lit up. The noble lady looked taciturn, but unexpectedly, she bid so aggressively, increasing the price by 100,000 each time she raised her paddle. As expected, the fat boss was sweating profusely and was defeated. He gave the lady an awkward smile and watched helplessly as his coveted item ended up in someone else's pocket. In Lindong's opinion, spending 1 million to buy this Yuan blue and white porcelain is not worth it. After deducting the handling fee, I only make about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. This amount of money is not even enough for the Patek Philippe he has. Subsequently, several more items were put up for auction. What about celebrity paintings and calligraphy, ancient copper coins, seals, and porcelain? Lindong looked through them one by one, but nothing caught his eye. Or the price is too low. Or if you just take the photo, you won't make much money. Finally, when the etiquette lady brought up another item for auction, Lindong's eyes lit up. The next lot is a Qing Dynasty coral bracelet with 18 beads. As the name suggests, this is an 18-bead bracelet made of coral as the main material. It has a beautiful meaning and can calm the mind. The starting price is 200,000. Only 200,000? Lindong was stunned. This coral bracelet clearly exudes the golden light that only a peerless treasure can have. How could it be worth so little? Could it be that the God-level identification technique went wrong? Lindong didn't believe it and checked again. Qing Dynasty coral 18-bead bracelet contains glass jadeite. Value, 25 million. Fuck. Lindong couldn't help but swore. I was wondering why this bracelet exudes the aura of jewels. It turns out that there's something else going on here, a mystery hidden inside. Each coral bead is inlaid with a glass jade. There are 18 in total, which means 18 jade balls. So many people have handled the bracelet, but no one has discovered the secret inside. It's simply fate. That's 25 million. Only a fool wouldn't pick it up. The next moment, almost at the same time, two voices came from the audience. Number 9, 200,000. Number 10, 200,000. Lin Dong was stunned. I didn't expect that someone would snatch it from me. Could it be that someone has seen the trick? Of course, he would not miss this windfall and continued to raise the price. Number 9, 300,000. The other side. Qi Wenbin was also confused. He wanted to buy a coral bracelet because one of his partners liked it and wanted to give it as a gift. Unexpectedly, the guy in private room number 9 also wanted it. This made Qi Wenbin, who was already full of anger, unwilling to be outdone, and he pressed a series of numbers. Private room number 10, 400,000. Private room number 9, 500,000. What? Qi Wenbin frowned. Is this guy targeting me on purpose? He couldn't figure out the other party's background, so he decided to test it out. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Friends in room 9, I am Qi Wenbin from Daki Real Estate. I don't know if you can bear the pain, and let me have the coral bracelet. Just think of it as giving me some face and making friends. In theory, the private rooms and public seats are separate. The purpose is to prevent rich people from revealing their identities. Now, for this coral bracelet, Qi Wenbin had a shout from afar. What's going on? Why is Master Qi in room number 10? Hasn't he always been room number 9? It turns out that a senior has come and is arguing with young Master Qi. A broken coral bracelet. Is that necessary? Everyone was talking about it. Everyone thinks the coral bracelet is not worth the price. It's not worth offending Qi Wenbin for this. Unexpectedly, after hearing Qi Wenbin reveal his identity, private room number 9 not only did not give in, but raised the price even more. Number 9, 800,000. Chapter 60, Broken Bracelet. 800,000. Qi Wenbin was stunned. Isn't it just a broken bracelet? How could it be worth so much money? He didn't know that although the coral bracelet looked shabby, the glass-type jadeite inside was priceless and could be called a top-notch product. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be the grandson of this Qi. It would be fine if you didn't say anything, but now that you've said it, I'm determined to suppress you. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Sure enough, Qi Wenbin couldn't bear the anger and pressed the number again. Number 10, 1.2 million. There was a long silence, and there was no movement from Tianzi 9. Finally gave in? When Qi Wenbin saw this, he felt a sense of pain, but also a sense of pride. You robbed my room, and now you want to steal my things? Are you worthy? All of this was seen by Xiangshui Bay. He immediately raised the hammer and said in a deep voice, 1.2 million for the first time, 1.2 million for the second time, 1.2 million third. Suddenly, a voice came from Tianzi number 9. I'll give you 2 million. Still following? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. All eyes turned to look over there, faces filled with shock. Where did this great enemy come from? 2 million for a shabby bracelet? I have money, but nowhere to spend it. Qi Wenbin's face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, You win. This broken bracelet is yours. I didn't expect that there would be someone who is more wasteful than me. Qi Wenbin spoke in a sarcastic tone, trying to save face. For some reason, he always felt that the other person's voice sounded familiar. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to VIP number 9 for winning the coral bracelet. Seeing Lin Dong finally take action, Xiangshui Bay's eyes lit up. 2 million is not a lot of money for an auction. However, we are not afraid that you spend less money. We are afraid that you don't spend money. As long as he makes a good start, Lin Dong will be an important customer of Jubiozai in the future. When Xiangshui Bay thought of the 1 billion in cash in Lin Dong's account, he smiled with joy and his face was flushed. At the same time, the scene was noisy. 2 million for a broken bracelet? Are you crazy? My grandfather's treasure jade bracelet is only 3 million. How can an 18-pearl bracelet made of broken coral be worth so much money? What is the origin of this big guy? Could he be young Master Qi's mortal enemy? Otherwise, who would be the scapegoat? In the eyes of everyone, Lin Dong was either kicked in the head by a donkey or had a grudge against Qi Wenbin. Otherwise, there is no way you would spend a huge amount of money to buy a bunch of junk. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Qi Wenbin was so angry that his eyes turned red and his teeth itched. I was glad that I didn't get taken advantage of, but at the same time, I felt unhappy because I was stepped on. Check immediately. Who is in the number 9 private room? Yes, Mr. Qi. The 2 bodyguards nodded. Just as he was about to investigate who the mysterious buyer was, Lin Dong's voice was heard again in the meeting room. Mr. Qi, If you really like this bracelet, I can reluctantly sell it to you. I don't ask for much, just 10 million will do. What? Shi Wenbin was dumbfounded. The others also gasped. This broken bracelet is worth more than 200,000 yuan, and no one wants it. This guy actually asked for a huge amount, 10 million right out of the gate. He is either crazy or he is making a fool of everyone. I say, my friend, are you going too far? Do you think we are all fools and you are the only smart one? A shabby bracelet costs 10 million. With that much money, I could buy a villa. Everyone was talking at once and was very dissatisfied with Lin Dong. Shang Xihai also felt that what Lin Dong did was too much. However, as the owner of Jubiozai, he had to step out and smooth things over. Ahem, don't get me wrong, this boss is just joking. Screw you. Shang Xihai was interrupted by Qi Wenbin just when he was halfway through his words. Then, he kicked open the room of the private room number 10, pointed at the private room number 9 and cursed. I was wondering why the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be you, kid. Lin Dong, get out here if you can. Do these two people know each other? Shang Xihai's face turned pale, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. No wonder Lin Dong and Qi Wenbin are at loggerheads. It turns out that the two are enemies and will always meet. Haha, I thought Mr. Qi was forgetful and had forgotten about me, but I didn't expect he still remembered me. Yes, it's me. Lin Dong smiled faintly, not avoiding Qi Wenbin's murderous gaze, and walked out openly. Seeing this young and unfamiliar face, everyone was confused. Who is this boss? He looks unfamiliar. Master Qi, we had a grudge against each other before. But this time, you're judging others by your own standards. Lin Dong said with a smile, I really want to sell the bracelet to you. 10 million is definitely a friendly price. You farted. Qi Wenbin stared at Lin Dong fiercely and roared. For this kind of stuff, 200,000 is a loss. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Hearing this, Shang Xihai's face froze. The other side, Lin Dong smiled instead of getting angry, and said calmly, what if this bracelet is worth more than 10 million? It's worth 10 million. I'll just eat this table. Qi Wenbin said viciously. No, the table belongs to Boss Shang. How can you come here to eat and drink for free? Lin Dong smiled, and his true intentions were finally revealed. How about we make a bet? If this bracelet is worth 10 million, you can call me Grandpa. If it's not, Qi Wenbin's eyes lit up. He is not short of money, but of face. If it wasn't worth so much money, you should have called me. What did I call you for? Lin Dong asked deliberately. Qi Wenbin didn't even think about it and blurted out, Grandpa. Hey, Lin Dong responded. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Then, the whole room burst into laughter. This kid is so mean. How courageous. He actually dared to trick young Master Qi. Hush, keep your voice down. Didn't you see that young Master Qi's face has turned green? Seeing everyone's reactions, Qi Wenbin realized it belatedly. His face turned red, looking uglier than if he had eaten shit. Damn it. How dare you plot against me? Lin Dong shook his head. Don't accuse me. I didn't say that. You were the one who took the initiative to shout. You. Just as Qi Wenbin was about to explode, he was interrupted by Shang Xihai. Mr. Lin, this coral bracelet has been appraised by someone at Jubiozai. It is worth at most 300,000 yuan. How would you like to verify it? Shang Xihai was worried about Lin Dong. At the same time, I was also worried. Where does Lin Dong get the confidence to prove that the bracelet is worth more than 10 million? Haha, that's easy. Please ask Boss Shang to find a cutting machine to cut the coral bracelet. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Lin Dong gang spent a huge sum of 2 million to buy this bracelet. Do you want to cut it with a cutting machine before it's even warm? He is not a sucker at all. He is clearly a prodigal. Qi Wenbin was also shocked. Over the years, he has spent tens of millions on luxury cars, yachts, and villas. However, he has never been like Lin Dong, who casually threw 2 million just to hear the sound. Could it be that this guy really has some powerful background? Chapter 61, Calling Grandpa. The other side. When Shang Xihai heard Lin Dong's words, his pupil shrank. As the boss of Jubiozai, what he is most familiar with is the routine of hiding treasures. Some antiques are surrounded by controversy because of their high value. The collector would then find another worthless antique as a disguise and hide the real priceless treasure inside. A few years ago, someone discovered an authentic work of Tang Bohu in a Qing dynasty landscape painting, which caused a sensation in the entire antique world. Could it be that this coral bracelet is also like this? Thinking of this, Shang Xihai felt like ants were crawling all over his body, and he hurried to find a cutting machine. After a while, several staff members brought equipment and placed the inconspicuous coral bracelet on the cutting table. Lin Dong, why are you doing so much fancy stuff? Why not call me Grandpa now to avoid being embarrassed later? Qi Wenbin sneered. In his eyes, this coral bracelet is garbage. No matter how much you try, it can't be worth 10 million. Everyone had the same idea. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Lin Dong, covered in dust and dirt, bowing his head and calling young Master Qi. Facing everyone's mocking gazes, Lin Dong smiled faintly and remained unmoved. Don't rush. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Soon, the cutting machine started. Everyone stared at the booth with burning eyes. Qi Wenbin couldn't help but stretch his neck and look over curiously. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. In full view of everyone, a corner of the 18-bead coral bracelet was cut. No, nothing at all. It is just an ordinary coral round bead. Haha, Lin Dong, you lose. I knew this thing was worthless. You're still pretending here. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Qi Wenbin laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He thought it was something big, but unexpectedly, it was Lin Dong who pooped a big thing. Oh, the others also booed with disdain on their faces. That's it. I waited in vain. What is this Lin Dong doing? He's looking for a cutting machine and suspending the auction. It's all in vain. You prodigal son, 2 million is just a waste. For a moment, almost everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Xihai's face didn't look very good either. I spent a lot of time and effort to set up a stage for Lin Dong to perform. And the result is just this? Okay, Lin Dong, stop wasting time. Call me Grandpa. Qi Wenbin crossed his arms, deliberately raised his chin, and looked down at Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained calm and shook his head with a smile. What's the hurry? I haven't touched the things hidden inside yet. Bah! Qi Wenbin snorted coldly and said disdainfully, You are about to die, but you are still pretending here. Do you really think you are? Look, there's something. What? I don't know who shouted. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Shang Xihai carefully cuts the coral bracelet. When he saw that touch of imperial green, both of his hands were shaking slightly. Emerald, it's still glass-type imperial green. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Glass-type jade is the best quality jade, with abundant water content, crystal clearness, and as beautiful as a mirror. Imperial green is the purest color among all glass types. It has the lush greenness of an emerald, yet is also dignified and uniquely luxurious. It is truly the king of jade. On the market, a small piece of glass-type imperial green is worth millions. If the 18 beads of the coral bracelet were all filled with this kind of jade, it would be worth at least 20 million. No wonder Lin Dong dared to boast that it was worth at least more than 10 million. Now it seems that he is still conservative. Bang! Qi Wenbin sat down on the ground, looking at the imperial green with disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? This must be fake. Qi Wenbin widened his eyes, unable to accept this fact. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Today, you really got a great bargain. Shang Xihai laughed so hard that wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not bluffing, but really saw that there was a treasure inside. At the same time, the buyers in the audience were also in an uproar. I'm not dreaming, am I? This ordinary bracelet actually contains jadeite, a glass-type imperial green jadeite, worth more than 20 million. It's so amazing, even movies don't dare to shoot like this. No wonder this bracelet is so big and bulky. It turns out there is something hidden inside it. Stop talking after the fact. This Lin Dong is amazing. He wouldn't have seen a long time ago, right? Just now, Lin Dong was the target of public criticism and condemnation. Now, it has become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Everyone praised Lin Dong for his sharp vision and his ability to identify treasures from a distance, which was comparable to that of some masters. Seeing that touch of imperial green, Lin Dong finally felt relieved. Although he already knew this secret, but knowing is knowing. The moment you truly see it, you will feel at ease. Soon, Shang Xihai cut the coral bracelet into pieces. Then he took out all the 18 glass-type imperial green beads and placed them carefully on a piece of golden velvet cloth for fear of bumps and collisions. Lin Dong nodded, very satisfied with Shang Xihai's attentiveness. Boss Shang, can you give me an estimate of the value of these jades? Shang Xihai was stunned for a moment. After considering for a moment, he gave his offer. I have handled many antique treasures and touched a lot of jade and jadeite, but this is the first time I have seen jadeite beads of such good quality and such complete preservation. I think it's worth at least 25 million. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. 2 million becomes 25 million? Lin Dong is not a prodigal son at all. He is simply the god of wealth. Make a lot of money. How much? 25 million. Qi Wenbin had just caught his breath when he almost fell over again. Just now, Lin Dong only asked for 10 million. If he had bought it at that time, he would have made a net profit of 15 million now. Master Qi. Seeing that Qi Wenbin was about to faint again, the bodyguard quickly pinched his Rinzhong point. Just then, Lin Dong's teasing voice sounded. Okay, Mr. Qi, stop pretending to be dead. Don't forget, you still owe me the name of grandson. Lin Dong never misses any opportunity to kick someone when he's down. Besides, who made Qi Wenbin want to cause trouble for him and even beat him up? People like this cannot be spoiled. You. Qi Wenbin pointed at Lin Dong, tremblingly, furious. Master Qi, in front of so many people, you are not going to deny your debt, are you? Lin Dong was aggressive and said coldly. Or is it that breaking one's word is the code of conduct of the Qi real estate? If this gets out, how will your company continue to do business? Chapter 62, Hongshan Jade Dragon. Qi Wenbin's face turned pale. As the eldest son of the Qi family, he is fearless except his own father. If it affects the family business, his father will beat him to death. Helplessly, Qi Wenbin could only suppress his inner frustration and anger, grit his teeth, lower his head, and mutter something. Grandfather, speak louder. I couldn't hear you clearly. Grandfather, Qi Wenbin shouted angrily. For a moment, everyone almost laughed out loud. No one had expected that Qi Xiao, who is usually so arrogant and domineering, would actually be held by someone's neck and called grandpa. And he's shouting so loudly. It was really worth coming here today. At the same time, everyone was extremely curious about Lin Dong's identity. Who is this person and why does he dare to tease Qi Wenbin again and again? Master Qi, hold on, you must hold on. Don't forget to come to the auction today. There's something important. Seeing that Qi Wenbin's expression was not right, the two bodyguards hurried to comfort him. Only then did Qi Wenbin remember the purpose of his participation in the auction. That treasure will determine his happiness for the rest of his life. Okay, I'll endure it. Lin Dong, you'd better not fall into my hands. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath, lay on the sofa, and forced himself to calm down. However, I still can't forget what happened just now. Oh, is this Lin Dong? How did he know that the broken bracelet contained the imperial green? Could it be that he and Xiangshui Bay have colluded and set up a trap specifically to trick me? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head. Let's not talk about whether Xiangshui Bay has the courage to do so. The key is that I didn't spend a penny. What does he want? The only reasonable explanation is that Lin Dong deliberately caused trouble for him. Mr. Qi, according to your instructions, I've already found out the details of this Lin Dong. A few days ago, he was just an office worker with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan and was dumped by his girlfriend. As a result, in the past few days, I don't know where the money came from, but I bought a Porsche and a famous watch, and even booked a presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel for a month. I suspect he has won the jackpot. That's it. Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. I originally thought that Lin Dong was some second-generation rich kid. Unexpectedly, he is just a nouveau riche. However, this also cannot explain how Lin Dong knew about Imperial Green. Could it be that it was an accidental result? Impossible. How could this happen once, twice, and never 3 times? Forget it. Let's wait until the auction is over. The most urgent thing is to take the picture of the treasure and then deal with the boy later. Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth and endured it for the time being. He did not forget the purpose of participating in this auction. At this moment, Xiangshui Bay's voice came. Dear guests, the lot that is about to be auctioned is the last lot of this auction. It is also the most valuable, oldest, and best preserved in China and abroad, and is a unique piece of art. It is. Xiangshui Bay waved his hand and uncovered the red cloth. A mysterious jade artifact, as thick as a wrist, appeared in front of everyone. It has a unique shape and exquisite appearance, like a coiled snow-white dragon. It is the finale of this auction, the Hongshan Jade Dragon. Wow, the highlight is coming. After 2 hours of waiting, it finally happened. More than half of the people at the scene came for it. Among them, there are many bosses with big bellies. The moment they saw the big jade dragon, they all breathed heavily and looked excited. The reason is simple. This large Hongshan jade dragon not only has a high collection value, but also has a special function. Let men regain their vigor and vitality. As the saying goes, when people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos cup. Any boss with a little money in his pocket would have a bald head and a weak bottom. The Hongshan jade dragon with magical effects became a life-saving straw and a panacea in their eyes. Many people had held back from raising their signs throughout the entire auction, just for this moment. Damn it, it's finally here. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. In the number 10 box, Qi Wenbin stared at the big jade dragon with an excited expression, and his hands were clenched into fists. That's right, he, like those bald bosses, has his own secrets. There was no way, relying on his youth and wealth. He also partied every night in his early years. As a result, if you're not careful, you will ruin yourself. Because of this incident, Qi Wenbin was severely scolded by his father. He threatened that if he couldn't give birth to a child for the Qi family, he would find a concubine and have a son. This scared Qi Wenbin. Immediately seek out famous doctors from all over the country. As a result, it didn't work at all. A few days ago, after hearing about the miraculous effects of the Hongshan jade dragon, he rushed over immediately with the mentality of trying everything possible. Although this antique is worth more than 10 million. However, in order to inherit the family property and have happiness in the second half of his life, Qi Wenbin was determined to take the photo at all costs. At the same time, in the private room number 9, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. Is this the famous Hongshan jade dragon? It does look good, but I don't know if it's worth the price. Lin Dong glanced at the booklet in his hand. According to the introduction, the starting price of the big jade dragon is as high as 8 million. It can be said to be the best of this auction. Looking at the buyers with fiery eyes in the audience, Lin Dong's mind moved and the god-level identification technique was performed. Hongshan large jade dragon imitation. Value 1500000. Fake. Lin Dong's pupil shrank. Unexpectedly, a casual appraisal revealed a shocking truth about Yangmi. This piece of jade turned out to be a fake. There was nothing unusual on his face, as Xiangshui was explaining the history of Daiyulong incessantly. It was obvious that he had been deceived as well. I have to say that the counterfeiters are very sophisticated. This fake is probably half real and half fake. So, it was only worth 1.5 million, and it managed to fool so many veterans. Wait, what's the deal with the effect of nourishing yin and tonifying yang? Lin Dong frowned and released the god-level identification technique again. He must figure out what's going on here. Hongshan large jade dragon imitation. Value 1500000. Note, contains hypnotic and aphrodisiac drugs, which can easily cause hallucinations. Long-term use will cause restlessness and collapse. Puff. Seeing this line of text, Lin Dong could no longer hold back. Haha, no wonder it can make men so energetic. It turns out that the fraudsters stuffed medicine into it. After all, no one would be willing to break a jade dragon worth more than 10 million yuan. That's why there are always people who fall for it. This faker is really amazing. Lin Dong laughed so hard that he fell backwards. After knowing this secret, he couldn't help but reveal a playful smile on his face when he looked at the hungry bosses in the audience. Everyone is drunk, but I am sober. Life is really as lonely as snow. Chapter 63. Never stop until you say something shocking. At this moment, Xiangshui finally finished telling the history of the big jade dragon and raised the small golden hammer. Hongshan jade dragon. The bidding starts now. Starting price, 8 million. Wow. When the price was announced, the whole audience was shocked. Although the bosses were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the number. 8 million? You could buy a nice villa now. And this is just the starting price. It is still unknown how high the final transaction price will be. For a time, many people were persuaded to quit. Haha, bunch of poor bastards. Qi Wenbin smiled faintly and started bidding. Number 10, 8 million. Master Qi has taken action. Oh my god, why does young Master Qi also like this thing? Master Qi is so young. He wouldn't have done that, right? TSK Tisk, he's so young, what a pity. Seeing Qi Wenbin couldn't wait to start bidding, there was a burst of whispering among the people below. They didn't believe that Qi Wenbin bought the big J Dragon just for collection. Hearing everyone's teasing and speculation about him, Qi Wenbin's old face turned red. This is equivalent to revealing his weak secret to everyone. Fuck, a bunch of gossipy women. What I'm filming is none of your business. Stop gossiping here. Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to get angry. Now the most important thing is to get the big J Dragon. He can't wait to regain his strength and kill everyone. The other side. Lin Dong also heard Qi Wenbin's offer and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that Qi Wenbin, who looks like a decent person, is actually a weak person. You're only in your 20s and you've already ruined yourself, haha. Then, Lin Dong looked at the big J Dragon with a playful look in his eyes. The Hongshan J Dragon is fake. If Qi Wenbin wants to be the scapegoat, then we can let him do that. However, before that, I can still give him some trouble. The next moment, Lin Dong also started to quote. Number 9, 9 million. Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at number 9. Damn it, this Lin Dong is really haunting me. He always interferes with whatever I do. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath. Then, he quickly pressed a string of numbers. Number 10, 10 million. Number 9, 11 million. Number 10, 12 million. The sound of bidding continued. During this period, other people occasionally intervened, but it's mainly a performance between two people. The audience watched this scene and whispered again. Is this Lin Dong crazy? Why is he arguing with Master Qi? Yes, this large jade dragon is indeed of great collection value, but there's no need to be so crazy, right? What do you think? Could it be that they both have something to hide? It's possible. Rich people are like that. They spend a lot of money and are more likely to get sick. Lin Dong and Qi Wenbin fought fiercely, one after the other. Soon, the price reached a more sensitive number. Number 10, 19 million. Number 9, 20 million. Number 10, 25 million. Qi Wenbin actually added 5 million at one time. This number is exactly Lin Dong's limit. His glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite can only be sold for this much money at most. In Qi Wenbin's opinion, Lin Dong no longer has the qualifications to challenge him. He is determined to get this big Jade Dragon. Sure enough, as soon as the price of 25 million was announced, there was no movement from Tianzi number 9. Call. Qi Wenbin let out a long sigh, a smile of victory written all over his face. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to give his victory speech. Lin Dong, if you want to get involved in the underworld, you don't just fight and kill. You need power and background. Fight with me. Do you have so much money? Now, you know who is the son and who is the father, right? Although Qi Wenbin's words were arrogant, they caused discomfort to many people present. But, unfortunately, they do have the confidence. Who can blame him for being born into a good family? Anyway, his father has assets worth tens of billions. What is 25 million? Why is Lin Dong silent? It seems that he is really out of money. Normally, that coral bracelet would only sell for over 20 million at most. This large jade dragon is worth more than 10 million. Now that Qi Wenbin has bought it, he is already losing money. If it weren't for its special effect, who would be willing to spend so much money? Haha, it seems that the situation has been decided. At the booth, Xiangshui also raised the hammer reluctantly. 25 million for the first time, 25 million for the second time, 25 million third. Suddenly, the light of number 9 came on again. Lin Dong actually took action again. What? Qi Wenbin's pupils shrank. Not only did Lin Dong make another move, but he also directly added another 5 million. Number 9, 30 million. Where does he get so much money? Even if you win the jackpot, you can't afford to spend it like this. Qi Wenbin was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Xiangshui was all smiles. He was the only one among all people who knew that Lin Dong had 1 billion in his bank card. Naturally, I have full confidence in him. Wait, I doubt it. He doesn't have that much money at all. Boss Xiang, I need to verify the capital to prevent malicious bidding. Soon, Qi Wenbin lodged a protest. His proposal sounded targeted at Lin Dong, but in fact, it did not violate any regulations. Because malicious bidding does occur at auctions. He has no money, but pretends to be a big shot, seriously interfering with the bidding. Hearing Qi Wenbin's accusation, Xiangshui smiled faintly. Mr. Qi, I will guarantee Mr. Lin in the name of Jubio Zai. He does have the ability and has no malicious intent in bidding. And it does not include the glass-type Imperial Green that has not been sold yet. When these words were spoken, everyone, including Qi Wenbin, was dumbfounded. Lindong, do you really have so much money? Moreover, you don't have to sell the glass-type Imperial Green to get 30 million. Damn it. Qi Wenbin's face turned purple. This Lindong really made him lose face. However, in order to inherit the family property, he had to raise the sign again. Number 10, 31 million. When everyone thought that Lindong would continue to follow, Tianzi number 9 stopped moving. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Lindong didn't make any move until Shang Sihai dropped the hammer. 31 million for the third time. Congratulations to Master Qi for winning the big Jade Dragon. Seeing that the situation was already decided, Qi Wenbin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, sweating all over. He finally got his wish and bought the Hongshan Jade Dragon for 31 million yuan. Lindong, you lose. I'm the final winner. This thing is mine. Qi Wenbin roared angrily and triumphantly. It was as if he wanted to vent all the resentment that had been accumulated before. At this time, Lindong walked out of the number 9 private room with an intriguing smile on his face. Bang! He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Mr. Qi for winning the Hongshan Jade Dragon. What a pity this thing is worthless." Chapter 64. Do you want to make a bet? What? Lindong's words once again caused a storm. Lindong, what nonsense are you talking about? Qi Wenbin roared first. Then, thinking he saw through everything, he said sarcastically, "I see. You are unwilling to lose to me, so you say these words on purpose to anger me, right? I won't be fooled by such a little trick. What is true is true. It can't be false." Seeing Qi Wenbin still stubbornly refuse to change, Lindong's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't believe it. How about we make a bet? What are you betting on?" Qi Wenbin asked coldly. "Let's bet on whether this thing is really that magical. If you win, I'll buy it for you and give you 30 million. If you lose..." Lindong smiled and pointed to the ground. "Kneel down on the ground and kowtow out to me. How about that?" Betting again? The two had made a bet before. In the end, Qi Wenbin lost and called out Grandpa. This time, he won't fall into Lindong's hands again, right? You farted. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Qi Wenbin's face turned pale. This thing cannot possibly be fake. Many experts have personally verified it. Lindong smiled faintly. "You are right, the stuff is real, but it is not worth the price, and it has no effect of nourishing yin and yang or restoring virility. These rumors are just to deceive a fool like you who is desperate and looking for medical advice." Hearing this, Qi Wenbin couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Previously, Lindong swore that the coral bracelet was worth more than 10 million. He doesn't believe it. As a result, glass-type Imperial Green was produced. Now, Lindong said again that the big Jade Dragon cannot make people vigorous and powerful. Could it be that I was really cheated? No. Why did I believe this kid's nonsense? Qi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly. "Okay, let's bet. If this thing is real, you have to compensate me 30 million. Everyone is listening. Don't try to shirk your responsibility." Lindong smiled faintly. Even now, Qi Wenbin is still stubborn. Sure enough, it's not that the scammers are too smart, but that there are too many fools and their money is too easy to cheat. "Don't worry, Lin Dongxing, will not change my name or surname. I will always keep my word and never break it. Now let's verify it on the spot." Seeing Lindong's confident expression, Qi Wenbin snorted coldly and winked at the two bodyguards. At the same time, he rubbed his hands in anticipation. "In the past 2 years, I don't know how many slutty girls have come to me and sneaked into my bed in the middle of the night. As a result, he could only stare blankly every time. This made Qi Wenbin embarrassed, extremely inferior, and angry. Today, this problem can finally be solved. In full view of the crowd, 2 bodyguards walked onto the stand. One on the left and one on the right. They carried the priceless Hongshan Jade Dragon and walked through the crowd. As he walked along, the buyer in the seat next to him couldn't stop sweating all over. His mouth was dry, and he had a strong urge just by getting a little closer. "Oh my God, this big Jade Dragon is so magical. I can feel it." "Who said it wasn't? My wife complained every day that I was too short. Now she has all the energy, but nowhere to use it. I really envy Master Qi. With such a big treasure, he must have one a day. Oh no, several to keep him company." The people in the audience were talking about it, staring at Daeyulong like wolves and tigers, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Qi Wenbin was extremely proud. From now on, this treasure will be enjoyed by him alone. "Everyone else, cool off. Soon, two bodyguards brought the big jade dragon to Qi Wenbin. The two burly men were sweating and panting. But it's not because I'm too tired. Instead, my whole body felt itchy, as if countless ants were crawling on it. Seeing this, Qi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted their shoulders. Don't worry, after this is done, I'll take you two to the nightclub to have some fun. Thank you, Mr. Qi. The two bodyguards thanked him excitedly. Qi Wenbin nodded slightly. Afterwards, he picked up the large jade dragon that he had bought for 30 million and deliberately shook it in front of Lin Dong, as if showing off his trophy. Lin Dong, many people have personally verified the effectiveness of this thing. Now, are you still going to be stubborn? Hearing this, everyone nodded. They have also personally experienced the magical effect of this large jade dragon. How could it be a fake? In their opinion, Lin Dong had already lost. A complete defeat. Not only did he lose face, he also lost 30 million. It's like trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Dong was still not panicked at all. He didn't say anything, just raised his right hand, as if to say, please start your performance. Oh, you're still being stubborn even when you're about to die. Qi Wenbin curled his lips and snorted with disdain. Then, he carefully put the big jade dragon in front of his face and took a deep breath. That expression was one of infatuation. If you don't know, you might think he was smoking a 1982 Dakeman cigarette. Keep pretending. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, already knowing what would happen next. Really, a few minutes passed, and even though Qi Wenbin was smelling around, there was no change in his body. How is it possible? Isn't this treasure said to restore a man's virility? Why don't I feel anything at all? Qi Wenbin looked more and more panicked. It worked for everyone, but for him, it becomes a dead object? He refused to believe it and handed the big jade dragon to two bodyguards. Soon, both of them blushed and covered their pants for fear of making a fool of themselves. No, Master Qi, this thing is too powerful. Put it away quickly. Seeing this, Qi Wenbin was completely panicked. Could it be that my illness is so serious that even the Daiyulong is ineffective? Or I am completely useless? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Dong's unbridled laughter rang out. Don't bother, Mr. Qi. Now, don't you understand yet? This big jade dragon can only make people aroused, but it can't cure diseases. I advise you to find an old Chinese doctor and give him a few injections. Who knows, maybe one day it will stand up. Amid Lin Dong's unbridled laughter, the others also showed strange expressions. It turns out that Master Qi really has something to hide. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that his illness was exposed, Qi Wenbin became angry and embarrassed. If I say this is real, it's real. Who said I bought it for that? I bought it for collection. In my eyes, it's worth 30 million. Seeing that Qi Wenbin was still being stubborn, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. I just told you, the stuff is real, but it's not worth the price. Anyway, you have a big family and a lot of wealth, so you can find someone to identify it and see if your disease can be cured. Chapter 65, God-level gambling skills. At this time, Qi Wenbin was actually feeling guilty. He had a vague feeling that he had been cheated. Regardless of whether this jade artifact is real or fake, just the fact that it has no effect in curing diseases makes it not worth 30 million in Qi Wenbin's mind. Even worthless. Oh shit. Qi Wenbin's face flushed red as he stared at Lin Dong. He felt that Lin Dong was his unlucky star. Everything is going wrong, and I'm losing face. Seeing that Qi Wenbin couldn't even fart, most people already had the answer in their minds. But no one dared to expose it. After all, Lin Dong can be provoked, but the Qi family cannot be provoked. This big jade dragon is real if I say it's real. The previous bet doesn't count. Let's bet on something else. Oh, Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Qi would actually cheat. However, he really had no other choice. The thing is in Qi Wenbin's hands. As long as he doesn't find someone to appraise it, he will not be able to prove that it is not worth 30 million. Naturally, the bet with Lin Dong could not be fulfilled. Lin Dong, you're not scared, are you? I left my vocal cords at home. In order to save face, Qi Wenbin tried every possible way to anger Lin Dong. He now sees clearly that he cannot beat Lin Dong in the field of antique appraisal. However, you can win back in the area where you are best. Facing Qi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong remained calm from beginning to end, with his hands in his pockets and a disdainful look. Okay, what do you want to play? I know there's an underground casino nearby. How about we go there and play a few games? Chi Wenbin showed a smug smile on his face. Casino. Lin Dong frowned slightly. He is not good at this stuff. Usually, he just plays mahjong and landlord. Moreover, it's a very bad kind. Isn't it asking for trouble to go to the casino with Chi Wenbin? Just as I was about to refuse, the system's heavenly voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward, God-level gambling skills. God-level gambling technique? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, I felt ecstatic. God-level gambling skills. As the name suggests, it means being familiar with various gambling methods and gambling techniques. For example, card-changing techniques and flying card skills. There are even cheating tricks. The more sophisticated the cheating technique, the harder it is to detect. Interesting. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's really like someone brings you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Mastering God-level gambling skills. Isn't he even better than Fang Xue? If he were to wear a tuxedo and comb his hair back, he would dare to go to Las Vegas. Lin Dong, what are you standing there for? Are you afraid? Seeing Lin Dong standing there in a daze and not saying anything, Chi Wenbin mocked him again. Lin Dong came back to his senses and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. No problem, let's bet. You're so eager to give me money. How can I refuse? Okay, you have the guts. Don't sneak away and make me look down on you. Chi Wenbin made a provocative gesture arrogantly. It looks like he is sure to win. You know, he is known as the little gambling god of Tianhai. His legend can be found in all major underground casinos and nightclubs. Look at Lin Dong again. A few days ago, he was just a small clerk at the bottom of society. As long as his luck is not too outrageous, he will definitely win. Lin Dong lost everything he had. Seeing the expression on Chi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong sneered inwardly. Don't look at him being so crazy now. In a moment, it was so miserable. Maybe the little pearls will fall down. After a while, the two came to a nearby underground casino. Business is good here, and it's bustling with people. Seeing Chi Wenbin coming, the casino foreman trotted over to greet him. Mr. Chi, what wind brings you here? What do you want to play today? I'll prepare it right away. Chi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Please help clear a table so I can play a few games with this brother. The foreman rolled his eyes. A shrewd man like him would surely hear the targeting tone in Chi Wenbin's voice. It seems that these two people don't get along. Okay, please. Soon, the foreman invited the two to the VIP area. There are several large tables here, with everything from poker, blackjack, poker to mahjong. Chi Wenbin was so itchy that he couldn't help but pick up the dice and throw it into the air. When it falls down, it is exactly 6. Ha, what luck. It looks like I'm going to get rich. Mr. Chi has always been very lucky. How many chips do you want to exchange? Or 500,000. Foreman Zhao had a smile on his face, thinking that Chi Wenbin was just playing around like usual. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin's face turned cold. He stared at Lin Dong and slapped the table. Change it for 5 million. I want to have a great time today. 5 million? Foreman Zhao was stunned at first. Then, his expression was ecstatic. The more turnover the two of them have, the higher the commission he gets. Then he turned and looked at Lin Dong. What about this handsome guy? Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong wouldn't be that bad, he held up a finger and made the number 1. 10 million. Foreman Zhao's pupils shrank, and he let out a loud roar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He started with 10 million. In their casino, they rarely encounter such a generous person. You misunderstood. Lin Dong coughed and said seriously, 100 yuan. Puff. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Dong, are you out of your mind? 100 bucks? You want to play with me? I'm kidding you. If you don't dare to gamble, get out of here as soon as possible. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a slug, haha. Beside him, Team Leader Zhao's expression also drooped. Sir, our casino stipulates that the minimum amount of chips to exchange is 1,000. That's 1,000. Lin Dong didn't care about other people's strange looks at all. That year, Chen Daozi won 37 million with 20 yuan. Today, he might be able to achieve 10 small goals with 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, the foreman rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chi Wenbin impatiently say, Okay, I'll take his 1,000. I want to see how many minutes you can play with these 1,000 chips. No, I should have lost it all in one go. For a moment, except for Chi Wenbin and a few others, Everyone else looked at Lin Dong with contempt. They didn't know what happened at the auction and just thought that Lin Dong was a loser from nowhere. Qi Wenbin, stop talking nonsense. Do you want to play? If not, I'm leaving. Qi Wenbin sneered and picked up the dice. Since you're in such a hurry, let's play the simplest and fastest game, comparing size. Let me make it clear in advance that we can't choose the same thing. Do you dare to play? This is what Lin Dong was waiting for. Originally, he was worried that Qi Wenbin would follow his lead in making the election. In this case, wouldn't it be a waste of time with no profit or loss? Now he can kill everyone. Chapter 66, if you want to play, play big. Qi Wenbin glanced at the foreman. The latter immediately brought 5 six-sided crystal dice and a dice cup. These dice are crystal clear. Not only are the numbers extremely clear, but the internal structure is also crystal clear, leaving no possibility of cheating. However, Lin Dong did not take it lightly. The crystal dice are indeed clean, but what about that thick and heavy dice cup? Does anyone know if there is any black technology in it? Fortunately, he has god-level gambling skills. When it comes to cheating, he's really not afraid of anyone. The next moment, the dealer shook the dice cup like a dragon or a phoenix dancing. All that could be heard was a rustling sound, as if mercury were pouring on the ground and pearls were colliding. This scene quickly attracted the attention of others. As a frequent visitor to the casino, Qi Wenbin is a celebrity-like figure. Everyone was convinced of his gambling skills. On the other hand, Lin Dong didn't even know that the minimum exchange chip amount was 1,000. It's obvious that he is a greenhorn. Won't he be toyed to death by Master Qi? Bang! After a series of smooth movements, the dice cup slammed heavily on the table. Buy big, buy small, and never leave until you're done. Lin Dong, should I bet big or small? Qi Wenbin was very confident and gave the initiative to Lin Dong. In front of him, there were several piles of chips. It was the 5 million that had just been exchanged. On the other hand, Lin Dong only had a pitiful 1,000 yuan in chips. Lin Dong's eyes were calm and decisive as he pushed 1,000 chips into the big area. I didn't realize that you don't have many chips, but you have a big appetite. I wanted to win big right away. Okay, I'll bet small. Qi Wenbin smiled coldly and pushed the 10,000 chips to the other side, into the small area. Open. Before he finished speaking, the dealer waved his hand and picked up the dice cup. Inside lay 5 crystal dice. 5 eye-catching points come into view. 2 twos, 1 4, 1 5, and 1 6. 19 o'clock, definitely big. Qi Wenbin frowned. I thought it would be a good start, but unexpectedly, Lin Dong hit the jackpot. 19 o'clock, big. The dealer had an expressionless face. He used a black rake to push Qi Wenbin's 10,000 yuan chips and Lin Dong's original 1,000 yuan chips in front of him. Haha, it seems that I have good luck today. Lin Dong smiled and repeated Qi Wenbin's words in the same tone as him. Qi Wenbin was immediately very angry. Then, he suppressed his anger and said harshly, "Don't be happy too soon. I'll cut you into pieces if you don't win. Besides, it's only 10,000 yuan. I don't care. Continue." As soon as he finished speaking, the dealer started shaking the dice cup in a fancy way again. He just let the 5 dice clink around inside without even looking at them. After a moment, the dice cup fell to the ground again. Qi Wenbin did not give in to Lin Dong either, and took the initiative to push 50,000 chips to the big side. Then, he looked at Lin Dong with a smile. Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose the smaller one. No problem. Lin Dong shrugged, not caring at all. Then, he bet all the chips he had just won. The dealer slowly opened the dice cup. 3 1 point, 2 2 points. 7 o'clock, little one. What? Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. For a moment, I began to doubt my life. How can you lose 2 games in a row? Is it that Lin Dong is too lucky or that he is just unlucky? Seeing this, Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although, he doesn't care about this little money. However, seeing Qi Wenbin being humiliated still made him feel happy from head to toe. The next moment, he directly held the 50,000 chips to his chest and said with a smile, "Sorry, I won again." "Master Qi, do you still want to play?" "Play. Why not?" Qi Wenbin has gotten carried away. He didn't believe that Lin Dong could perform a hat trick if it happened again and again. "Lin Dong, do you dare to play a big game? 50,000 is too little. If you want to gamble, bet 1 million. "Sure." Lin Dong smiled indifferently. After thinking for a moment, he placed the jade ring on the table. This thing should be enough. The moment he saw the jade ring, Qi Wenbin's pupils shrank subconsciously. This ring is indeed worth more than 1 million. Before, he wanted to buy it at a high price. As a result, he was fooled by Lin Dong. Don't fight for money, just fight for your dignity. This time, he must win back. The dealer shook the dice cup again. However, this time, his movements were much faster. So fast that others can't see it clearly. Lin Dong, you go first. After the dice cup landed, Qi Wenbin spoke first. Haha, if you're scared, just say it. Fart. Qi Wenbin cares most about face. After hearing this, he pushed the 1 million chips directly to the big one. He doesn't believe it and will open the small number twice in a row. Lin Dong chose the opposite of him. Placed the jade ring on top of the small one. Qi Wenbin was not in a hurry and winked at the foreman. It seems to be sending some signal. Foreman Zhao understood what he meant and gave the dealer a gesture. The dealer had a blank expression on his face. The moment he opened the dice cup, he pressed a mechanism calmly. Click. Such a slight sound would be completely masked in the chaotic and noisy casino, and no one would notice it. Lin Dong, who was just watching the show with his arms folded, suddenly raised his eyebrows. After the dice cup was opened, my heart skipped a beat. 44556, 24 big. Big, 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 big. Congratulations to Master Qi for making a fortune. Foreman Zhao howled enthusiastically. In an instant, the atmosphere in the casino reached a climax, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. Master Qi is exerting his strength. I told you, the two fights just now were just minor ones. As long as the real fight starts, young Master Qi will definitely not hesitate. Tianhai, little gambling god, is worthy of his reputation. I am convinced. Everyone was fawning on Qi Wenbin and praising him. Qi Wenbin looked at the 5 dice and couldn't stop smiling. Then, in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade ring. Lin Dong, you gave this to me yourself. I'll just obey your orders, haha. Qi Wenbin was very proud and put the jade ring on his thumb. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, I am very happy today, so I will give everyone here 10,000 yuan in chips. Wow, thank you, Master Qi, you are so generous. This Lin Dong is no good. He is far inferior to Qi Xiao. In terms of gambling skills, young Master Qi is his ancestor. Hearing everyone's flattery, Qi Wenbin's face lit up. Then he smiled coldly at Lin Dong and asked jokingly, Lin Dong, are you still playing? Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Go on. Lin Dong's expression didn't change much, and he took something out from his arms. Then, the beads were placed neatly on the gambling table. Seeing the 18 crystal clear imperial green glass beads, everyone held their breath and widened their eyes. Even Qi Wenbin's breathing paused. Mr. Qi, you're right. If we want to play, let's play big. Lin Dong looked at Qi Wenbin with a smile and said slowly, 1 million is nothing. For people like us, it's hard to come out and play, so it will cost at least tens of millions. Please help me exchange the chips. I want 25 million. Chapter 67, A Stud Poker. Wow, that's a big deal. They're all glass-type imperial green, worth at least tens of millions. I didn't expect this guy to be a ruthless person as well. The world of the rich is really beyond the imagination of poor people like us. If we lose, it will hurt just thinking about it. It's more than just physical pain. I'm going to jump off the building. Everyone looked at the 18 glass-type imperial green beads with fiery eyes. They have only seen such top-notch products on TV. In reality, you may never encounter it once in your lifetime. Today, thanks to Talinden, they saw it with their own eyes. On the other side, the foreman saw this and his hands were shaking slightly, and he kept swallowing. Mr. Lin, are you sure you are not joking? Can all these things be exchanged for chips? Why no? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly with a disdainful expression. It looked as if these 18 beads were not glass-type imperial green, but just a pile of garbage. In fact, for Lin Dong now, a mere 20 million is really nothing. There's still 1 billion yuan in his bank card. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Exchange the chips for him immediately. Haha. Qi Wenbin was overjoyed and hurriedly urged the foreman, fearing that Lin Dong would go back on his word. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Dong losing everything and crying bitterly. Yes, yes. The foreman was sweating profusely as he carefully took the 18 beads away. People often pawn things in casinos. Therefore, there is no shortage of appraisers. Soon, he came over with 2 large stacks of chips. Mr. Lin, here are 25 million chips in total. Please keep them. The foreman walked up to Lin Dong with a respectful attitude. After all, anyone who can casually pay tens of millions is definitely not an ordinary person. The 1,000 yuan chips at the beginning were just a joke on Qi Wenbin. Lin Dong didn't even raise his head. It was as if the 25 million were nothing but air. After seeing this scene, no one dared to underestimate Lin Dong anymore. Everyone just shut up and watched this game. The other side, seeing the 25 million chips, Qi Wenbin sneered inwardly and regarded Lin Dong as a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Dong, do you really think that I will fight you fairly? The casino, the audience, the gambling equipment. Even the dealers are my people. What do you have to win? Mr. Qi, I have something else to do later, so I'm in a hurry. How about we not play one round after another and go all in? Lin Dong looked at Qi Wenbin with a smile. 25 million. Each person rolls the dice once. Whoever has the smaller number wins. What? Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. I never expected that Lin Dong would make this request. It turned out that he and the foreman had tampered with the dice cup. You get whatever points you want. Now, Lin Dong is going to roll the dice himself. What if by chance he throws a smaller number? What's wrong, Mr. Qi? Are you afraid to play? You should have said it earlier. I even exchanged so many chips. It's such a waste of time. Lin Dong snorted coldly, his expression very dissatisfied. Then he glanced at the foreman with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Or is it that your gambling equipment has problems and you don't dare let others touch it? The foreman's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was not good. Others may not know how Qi Wenbin got the title of Tianhai's little gambling god, but as an accomplice, how could he not know? That was all a gimmick created by Qi Wenbin, who gave him red envelopes and asked him to help create it. In fact, Qi Wenbin is just a layman. He even throws dice and counts the dots, but he can't even count them. Mr. Qi, in desperation, team leader Zhao could only look to Qi Wenbin for help. He wouldn't dare to do anything rash in such a big gamble. If it is exposed, it will not be as simple as cutting carrots and bleeding. What are you afraid of? If he wants to play, then I'll accompany him to the end. Lin Dong, if you want to roll the dice yourself, that's fine. I can find someone to help me. Is that okay? Qi Wenbin crossed his legs shamelessly and glared at Foreman Zhao again. Foreman Zhao was immediately sweating profusely. Qi Xiaoming's actions were obviously intended to make him take the blame. In case of exposure, sure, I have no problem with that. It's just a comparison of size. It doesn't matter who rolls the dice. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke indifferently. After playing for so long, he has never used any god-level gambling skills. Now that the dice cup is in his hands, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Call. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Qi Wenbin and the foreman breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Originally, they thought Lin Dong had discovered something fishy. Now it seems that he was just deceiving them. Haha, okay, then let's do as you say. Go all in and put all your money on the line. Qi Wenbin took out a black card from his arms very casually. He originally had more than 60 million in savings, but after buying the big J Dragon, he was left with more than 20 million. It's a good opportunity to meet Lin Dong. Who would have thought that at this moment? Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. No, 20 million isn't enough. How about this? I still have 30 million in my bank account. I'll change all of it into chips and put it in there. 50 million, that's exciting. Are you still following? 50 million? Qi Wenbin frowned slightly, somewhat suspecting that Lin Dong had been kicked in the head by a donkey. But soon, this shock turned into ecstasy. He was worrying about how to explain to his father that he spent 30 million to buy a piece of junk. Now, Lin Dong offered money on his own initiative. If he doesn't take it, wouldn't he be a fool? The problem is, he still needs 30 million. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Wenbin called a few of his friends. After being in a lot of debt, I finally raised the money. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes looked a little strange. The eldest son of the Qi family actually had to borrow money to play a game of poker. None of them are as wealthy as Lin Dong. What are you looking at? I want it back right away. 5 minutes, earning 50 million. Who can beat me? Everyone nodded in agreement with this statement. If Qi Wenbin wins this bet, he will become truly famous. He deserves the title of Tianhai's little gambling god. Old Zhao, it's up to you. Qi Wenbin glared at the foreman. I understand. Foreman Zhao's face turned green. Of course, he knew what the consequences would be if anything went wrong. It seems that I have to use all my life skills. The two of them did not shy away from Lin Dong and cooperated with each other. Lin Dong didn't care about their arguing at all. Go ahead and keep acting. Later, there will be a time for you to cry. The next moment, the foreman grabbed the dice cup and shook it dizzily. For a moment, The whole place was in dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Bang! The dice cup landed safely. At the same time, the foreman winked at Chi Winbin and gave a safe signal. Call! Chi Winbin let out a long breath and stared at the dice cup that was slowly opened. Soon, 5 dice with exactly the same numbers came into view. 1. They are all 1. Fuck leopard. Leader Zhao's technique is so awesome. Now we are competing to see who is smaller. Is there anything smaller than 5-1? Isn't he doomed to fail? Chapter 68, How do you know that I will definitely lose? Chi Winbin's eyes bulged out, and he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong, you're dead. Leopard refers to multiple dice with exactly the same number of points. It is named after its spots, which resemble those on a leopard. The more dice there are, the lower the probability of rolling a leopard. The probability of a leopard coming out of 5 dice is even smaller. When calculated, it's only 1/1296. But it was this kind of points that allowed team leader Zhao to shake out the number. Lin Dong now, what else do you have to say? The leopard has come out. God is on my side. Captain Zhao, you've done a great job this time. I'll find a few more beauties to serve you well later. Chi Winbin was beaming with joy and looked very proud. He even crossed his legs and placed them on the gambling table. Team leader Zhao also felt as if he was floating in the air, as if he was walking on clouds. Thank you, Mr. Chi. This is all luck. Haha. Hearing the two people's unbridled laughter, everyone was surprised. No one would have thought that team leader Zhao, who was hiding his true strength, could actually pull out a powerful trick. Now it's hard for them to lose. Little did they know that in order to form a leopard, Foreman Zhao pressed the buttons so many times that his hands almost cramped. Fortunately, it worked in the end. Otherwise, he will be in trouble. What's there to compare now, Lin Dong? Just admit defeat. 18 glass-type imperial green beads. Lost all in one go. Such a waste. It's what he deserves. Who made him provoke young Master Chi? If I had known this would happen, I would have played a few rounds with this young man. He is the boy who brings wealth. Everyone was talking and pointing. His face was full of contempt for Lin Dong. In their opinion, Lin Dong was both losing money and being embarrassed. He has tens of millions of dollars in his pocket, but instead of going out to spend it on wine and women, he goes to the casino to give money to others. Now, he must be regretting it so much, right? Captain Zhao, don't just stand there. Hurry up and bring me my spoils. Chi Wenbin's face almost broke from laughing. This time, he not only won 50 million from Lin Dong, but also completely solidified his title as Qianhai's little gambling god. It can be said that he gained both fame and fortune. Okay, Foreman Zhao was also impatient and wanted to take a share. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was grabbed by Lin Dong. Foreman Zhao was stunned for a moment, looking a little nervous. Lin Dong, what do you want to do? You can't stand losing, right? Do you believe me? I'll call security? Seeing this, Chi Wenbin was also very unhappy and cursed. Lin Dong, you are a grown man. You can't afford to lose, right? Before, you asked me to call you Grandpa, and I didn't even blink. Why are you so fussy when it's your turn? You're still not a man. At the same time, the others were also pointing at Lin Dong. In casinos, what they despise most are gamblers who refuse to admit their debts. Facing everyone's strange looks, Lin Dong just smiled faintly. Then he picked up the dice cup. What's the dog's bark? Did I say I don't admit it? The problem is, I haven't even rolled the dice yet. How do you know I'm going to lose? What? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. They have even shaken out a leopard with 5 ones in it. Could there be anything smaller than this? Lin Dong, are you out of your mind? Chi Wenbin snorted coldly and looked at Lin Dong unhappily. No matter how many times you roll the dice, you can't be smaller than me. At most, you'll be the same as me. Lin Dong shook his head, looking mysterious. Who says there's nothing smaller than 5-1? Chi Wenbin, are you afraid to let me roll the dice? Bullshit. I'm afraid of you? Chi Wenbin sneered. After thinking for a moment, he thought that Lin Dong had no chance of turning the tables, so he waved his hand. Whatever you want. Well, I'll give you 3 chances, no, 10 chances. As long as the number you shake is smaller than mine, not only will all the money be yours, but I will also call you Grandpa. How about it? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, he watched the fun with a smile on his face. However, they were not optimistic about Lin Dong. No matter how you look at it, a leopard with 5 ones has the smallest number of points. Lin Dong is doomed to lose. He lost everything. Not even his pants were left. That's what you said, Chi Wenbin. Wait a minute, don't regret it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While bickering with Qi Wenbin, he had quietly checked the dice cup several times. As expected, there were no issues with the dice cup. However, there is an imperceptible bulge on the bottom of the cup. With a light press, the dice inside will bounce. No wonder you can shake out a leopard. It turns out that the two of them did these things. However, Lin Dong did not expose them immediately, but staggered to pick up the dice cup. I accidentally lost my grip, and the crystal dice inside fell to the ground. Puff! Seeing this, Qi Wenbin spat out a mouthful of tea. Foreman Zhao and other gamblers were also very happy. Just now, when Lin Dong made such a boast, they thought that this guy really had some ability. Now it seems that he is just a greenhorn. In fact, you may have never touched the dice. All right, Lin Dong, stop making trouble. How about letting team leader Zhao shake it for you? Don't worry, he is absolutely fair and just. It's better than messing around on your own. Lin Dong ignored Qi Wenbin's barking. The next second, he picked up the dice cup again. In an instant, his entire temperament changed drastically. His eyes are deep and focused. Buzz! The dice cup in his hand made a crackling sound. Qi Wenbin widened his eyes in surprise, frightened by the scene. Foreman Zhao also rubbed his eyes subconsciously, his face full of disbelief. For a moment, he seemed to see the god of gamblers played by Chow Yun-fat in the movie. But how come Lin Dong suddenly became so powerful? He's pretending. He must be pretending. He couldn't even roll the dice just now. How could he possibly? Qi Wenbin shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe the most terrifying guess. In the end, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Ding ding. Lin Dong raised his right hand high, and the dice cup instantly flew into the air. The 5 crystal dice glowed with a strange light under the illumination of the incandescent lamp. This miraculous scene is jaw-dropping and more exciting than American blockbusters. With the help of god-level gambling skills, at this moment, in Lin Dong's consciousness, these dice are not dead objects, but vibrant lives. Let him control you and follow his orders. Fuck, is this true? Even if you pretend, you can't fake this, right? No. Could he be possessed by Fang Xue? Why is the style of playing dice different from ours? Lin Dong's actions have deviated from the standard. It's clearly just a show of skill. Pleasing to the eye and extremely gorgeous. Damn it, he stole the limelight again. Hearing the discussions around him, Qi Wenbin felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Even so, he still firmly believed that Lin Dong was just pretending, and it was impossible for him to shake out a number smaller than 5 ones. Chapter 69. Can we still play like this? Bang. The dice cup fell heavily on the gambling table. For a moment, everyone looked over there. My heartbeat quickened and my breathing became heavier. In their opinion, Lin Dong's technique was so powerful that he was very likely to shake out the same leopard as Qi Wenbin. Neither lose nor win. The key is, can you do it? Lin Dong, stop dawdling and start. Qi Wenbin's little heart couldn't take it. Cursing, he asked Lin Dong to open the dice cup immediately. But I got 2 words. Shut up. The words fell. The dice cup slowly moves upwards. What comes into view are not 5 dice placed randomly. Instead, is a dice tower standing tall. Only one thing is exposed to everyone. No, impossible. Am I seeing that right? A little? Amazing. This technique is unbeatable. Oh my God, why didn't I think of this? What's wrong with his brain? In an instant, the situation was reversed. Everyone stared at the erected dice tower with eyes wide open, as if Columbus had discovered the new world. After a moment of surprise, team leader Zhao slapped his head hard, looking annoyed. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? He has worked in the casino for so many years that he is very good at fancy tricks like this. But just now, he fell into a wrong thinking. Subconsciously, I feel that a leopard with 5 ones is the smallest number of points. As a result, I forgot that I could play it this way. As he was thinking about it, Foreman Zhao suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. A skilled dealer can indeed shake the dice into a row. However, it is extremely difficult to control the number of points on the top dice. It can be said that it is almost impossible to do. Now, Lin Dong has done it. This is enough to prove that Lin Dong's dice playing skills are definitely better than his. The two are not at the same level at all. Qi Wenbin, you lose. Lin Dong put down the dice cup, and his expression returned to normal. Just now, at the moment of cheating, his body seemed to merge with these gambling tools and entered into a mysterious state. That feeling makes people crazy and obsessed, more exciting than anything in this world. Fortunately, Lin Dong had strong self-control, and he slammed on the brakes at the last second and retreated in time. Otherwise, he might really become a gambler. I lost. Impossible, impossible. Qi Wenbin stood up unsteadily and stared at the dice tower. In a rage, he actually slapped him. Unfortunately, his act of destroying the evidence did not change anything. So many eyes, plus surveillance cameras, were watching his every move. To do so is undoubtedly deceiving oneself. I see. Lin Dong, you must have cheated. Otherwise, how could you be so powerful? Someone check him out. He must be hiding something. Qi Wenbin was furious and was shouting on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Picked up the dice cup. The gambling tools I use are all from the casino. When I'm shaking the dice, there's so many eyes watching. How can I cheat? If we talk about cheating, you guys were the first to cheat. You, what do you mean? Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. Foreman Zhao's face also turned pale. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong let go of the dice cup. Bang! The dice cup fell to the ground. 5 crystal dice flew everywhere. I can't see anything special about it, but the bulky and heavy bottom of the cup is different. With a violent impact, it broke into 2 pieces. The sophisticated mechanical device inside was exposed to everyone. There's also a small button at the bottom. Oh my god, there's actually a mechanism. I know, Supervisor Zhao cheated and got the leopard. I was wondering why young Master Qi always had such good luck every time he came. Turns out there's a traitor. Damn it, what the hell? I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are cheating. You made me lose so much money. I'll kill you. Foreman Zhao's head buzzed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, a group of gamblers with red eyes rushed up, cursing and beating him. They have been playing in the casino for so many years and have no idea how much money they have been cheated out of. Regardless of whether he lost to Foreman Zhao or not, at this moment, it was all counted on Foreman Zhao. Stop hitting me. Master Qi, help me. After a while, Foreman Zhao was beaten black and blue and kept calling him Master Qi. Unfortunately, Qi Wenbin couldn't save himself. Lin Dong walked up to Qi Wenbin with a smile and said calmly, Mr. Qi, do you still want to play? Lin Dong, you are so cruel. Qi Wenbin's face turned red and white. He knew that these gamblers did not dare to attack him because they were afraid of revenge from the Qi family. However, once this incident got out today, his reputation was completely ruined. From now on, don't even think about getting into this circle. More importantly, the 30 million that had just been borrowed was all gone. Same here. Who told you to bite me? I was also worried about being retaliated by our Master Qi, so I had to strike first. Thank you for the 50 million. It seems that goddess luck is still on my side. Lin Dong snapped his fingers and called 2 waiters to help him take away all the chips. Seeing those piles of chips being pocketed by Lin Dong, Qi Wenbin lost all hope in life, gasping for breath and almost fainted, etc. Suddenly, Lin Dong remembered something when he was halfway there. He stopped and picked up a chip representing 10,000 yuan between his index and middle fingers. Then, he turned around and walked in front of Qi Wenbin. Like giving a tip to a beggar, he threw it in his face. Mr. Qi, you lent me 1,000 before. Now, I will give you 10 times as much. How about it, isn't it nice? Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then, he turned around and left gracefully. Oh, Lin Dong, just wait for me. I will never let you go. Qi Wenbin shouted weakly. Then, his head tilted and he fainted from anger. Master Qi fainted. Someone, call an ambulance. Someone in the crowd shouted. However, everyone remained indifferent. Some people even took advantage of him being unconscious and deliberately spat on him. It can also be regarded as a way to vent the hatred in my heart. The other side, Lin Dong had exchanged all his chips and walked out of the casino under the respectful escort of the casino staff. Before you know it, another small goal has been achieved. I have to say, this feeling is wonderful. I'm a little tired. Lin Dong yawned and stretched. After playing outside for a day, it's time to go back and have a good rest. Soon, he got into the Panamera. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Dynasty Hotel. Chapter 70, Beautiful Anchor. Half an hour later, Lin Dong finally lay down on the soft big bed in the presidential suite. I opened my phone out of boredom, wanted to find someone to connect with. As a result, I was suddenly attracted by a female anchor who jumped out. Hello, everyone. I'm Chi-Chi. I'm so sleepy. I just started live streaming yesterday. Please support and follow me. Seeing this timid look, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Thank you for the little heart, brother. Thank you for the beer, brother. Love you. The sweet and pleasant voice of the female anchor came from the mobile phone. Looking closely, I saw that the beautiful anchor was about 20 years old. She has a pure and sweet appearance and has a girl-next-door feel. Wearing a simple black and white JK uniform, she has a fresh and refined temperament. Moreover, although she has a face like Dayu, her figure is no less beautiful than those marginal anchors. The waist is graceful and slender, big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. Two long white legs put together, the proportions are perfect. Being hesitant and expressing gratitude, even for a gift worth only 1 cent, gives people the impression that they are inexperienced and ignorant. Lin Dong subconsciously clicked on the host's personal profile. Sure enough, this beautiful girl named Kikahayakin has only been in the air for 2 days and has only a few hundred fans. However, with her outstanding looks and sexy body, it won't be long before she can rank among the top live broadcasters in terms of appearance. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Men all like to play the game of cultivation. If you start following from now on, you will be an old fan. This feeling is pretty good. More importantly, small anchors like this are easily hooked by the big brothers who are ranked first or second on the list. Give 1 or 2 Porsches and you can arrange to meet offline. Those who understand will understand what happened next. There is never a shortage of rich people on the internet. There is no shortage of ordinary people who try to brag about themselves. Anyone can post comments and send gifts across the screen. At this time, the live broadcast room has become lively. Host, I can't find my phone. Can you help me make a phone call to find it? What type of anchor is this beauty? Singing or dancing? Chi-Chi baby, I want to buy a piece of land. Your unwavering loyalty. Seeing a series of mixed comments, Su Mengqi was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, her cheeks turned red, and she seemed a little uncomfortable. She is just a female college student. She learned to do live streaming from others because she was bored and wanted to earn some pocket money. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, I gained hundreds of fans. This made Su Mengqi both excited and nervous. In real life, she has also been confessed to. However, it is never as straightforward as in a live broadcast room. These people, through the screen, seem to want to eat her. Seeing Su Mengqi at a loss, like a frightened little rabbit, the group of netizens became even more excited. Start teasing. After a while, several accounts were blocked because of their harsh words. Su Mengqi was completely frightened. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. That's how the internet works. As long as she is a woman and looks a little bit good, there will never be a shortage of men to bootlick her. Seeing so many people posting comments, Lin Dong couldn't help but post one too. Duck doesn't have to. Why is the beauty silent? Are you too nervous? Duck does not have to be Lin Dong's account ID. Su Mengqi happened to see this line of comments, hesitated for a moment, and said with a red face, I'm sorry, I'm a bit introverted, and I don't talk much in school. Fuck, she's actually a pure girl. I knew that such a young and beautiful girl must be a student. College life is great. Beauty, I see your location is Tianhai University of Science and Technology, and I happen to be in the men's dormitory. How about we go to the playground and meet by chance? Anchor, I have 8-pack abs, I have a lot of capital, I've added you in a private message. Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes were startled. Unexpectedly, a word I said unintentionally would accidentally expose my identity. Lin Dong's eyes also lit up. Tianhai University of Technology? Isn't that the same school as Lu Shiyin? Sure enough, places like universities are never short of beautiful women. Moreover, Lu Shiyin and Su Mengqi are beautiful in different ways. One is lively and playful, the other is pure and shy. Each has her own merits. Next, the netizen turned into Sherlock Holmes and wanted to open the box of Su Mengqi. Suddenly, Su Mengqi became even more panicked and hurriedly deleted several daily photos. That frowning, pitiful look becomes cuter the more you look at it. At this moment, a red Porsche appeared on the screen and slowly floated above the white bullet screen. The special effects are gorgeous. Oh, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Originally, he was planning to give a small gift later. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative. On the screen, Su Mengqi's tangled brows relaxed at once. Her eyes widened, and she carefully looked at how much the Porsche was worth. $200. Thanks to Tian Haiho for the Porsche. Before she finished her words, Su Mengqi awkwardly made a heart shape with her hands. It had only been 2 days since she started broadcasting, and this was the first time she received such an expensive gift. She was happy, but also a little overwhelmed. Soon, Tian Hyog sent out a barrage. Sister Chi-Chi, can you add me on WeChat? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Eat. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment. I never expected that brother How would be so direct. Just after giving the gift, we are meeting offline. Although I know that the anchor business is very complicated. You can often see news online about female anchors meeting big brothers offline. This Tian Haiho brother obviously had the same intention and wanted to have an in-depth communication with Su Mingqi. However, Su Mingqi doesn't even have a boyfriend, so how could she think about these things? Just when she was undecided, a red light floated over the live broadcast room again. Looking closely, I saw another Porsche passing by. Thank you, brother Tian Haiho, for giving me the second Porsche. Tian Haiho, Sister Chi-Chi, I really like you. Leave me your phone number, and I will pick you up the school gate right now. What? Sumenki et glim subon siko. A second ago, he just asked for her WeChat. The next second, I will ask her to meet. It's a bit too fast. As expected, others saw through Brother Hao's thoughts at a glance. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing Liao Zhai? If you want to sleep with a girl, just say so. That's right, 2 Porsches for a date, you're too calculating. It would cost at least 3,000 or 4,000 to date an internet celebrity. Brother Tian Haiho, is he that awesome? Why haven't I heard of him? A group of netizens attacked Brother Hao crazily. Seeing this, Brother Hao not only did not leave, but instead directly posted a red bullet screen worth 200 yuan. I spend money to sleep with women. It's none of your business. If you have money, you can also reward me with gifts. Don't talk if you don't have money. Suddenly, the white barrage stopped. When they watch live broadcasts, the main purpose is companionship. Don't even think about asking them to spend money. Chapter 71, a gift worth 200,000, given as soon as it is said. Su Mingqi felt a little embarrassed. Since it was my first time as a host, I didn't know how to handle it. Seeing this, Tian Haiho continued to intensify his offensive. Have you thought it through, sister? As long as you agree, I'll buy you 2 more Porsches to boost your popularity. Just when everyone thought that Su Mingqi was about to give in, a row of fire pillars suddenly exploded on the spot. The blooming fireworks filled the entire screen, covering up all the discordant comments. Su Mingqi widened her eyes in surprise. Soon, I saw that someone's fan club level was soaring rapidly. From level 1 to level 10. From level 10 to level 20. From level 20 to level 30. Similarly, the fan badge has changed from the most common blue to gorgeous purple and gold, demonstrating the noble status at all times. Looking at the ID again, it is the 4 big words duck. Lin Dong smiled and typed the next line of comments. Anchor, I gave away 10 carnivals. Cut in line, add WeChat, is that okay? Fuck, what a rich guy. So awesome. 10 carnivals, 20,000 yuan. Don't even think about cutting in line. You can even cut me in line. The one above is GHS, right? I'm reporting it now. Anchor, please take care of this. There are bad guys among the crowd. Lin Dong just showed off his skills a little bit, and the live broadcast room, which was full of smoke and chaos just now, became a lot cleaner in an instant. Everyone was praising Lin Dong. Not surprising. This world essentially admires the strong. When I see those who are worse off than me, I want to spit on them and kick them. When they see those who are doing better than themselves, they call them Jingye or Shangye or Miye. It fully demonstrates what species diversity is. Right now, the 10 carnivals that Lin Dong has brushed are equivalent to stepping on Tian Haiho Ji's head. He was so depressed that he couldn't speak. By the way, it also allowed everyone to vent their anger. Looking at Su Mingqi again, she was stunned for a full half-minute before she gradually came back to her senses. Thank you, Duck Brother. Thank you for the gift. I'll add you on WeChat now. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The reason you can't add the host on WeChat is not because you haven't spent money, but because you haven't spent enough money. Look at him. He gave the host 20,000 yuan in tips, and the host was so happy that he added him on WeChat. Fuck it. The other side. Seeing Su Mingqi's inconsistent performance, Tian Haiho felt embarrassed. I thought that 2 Porsches would be enough to win over this little anchor. Unexpectedly, someone intervened. Seeing that Duck did not have to replace himself to become the number 1 on the list, and the beautiful anchor even took the initiative to add him on WeChat, Brother Hao gritted his teeth and frantically typed comments. Damn it, it's just 20,000 yuan, right? Who doesn't have the same? I'm gonna knock you down right now. Soon, a fireworks show was staged again in Kikibukuin's live broadcast room. Another carnival? Or 10? Thank you, Brother Hao, for the carnival. Thank you. Su Mingqi received another gift of 20,000 yuan. But I can't feel happy. When she thought of Tian Haiho's various harassments, she felt uncomfortable all over and felt that the money was too hot to handle. At the same time, the netizens who had just been madly criticizing Brother Hao could no longer sit still. Didn't he just give away 200 yuan a time? How come he gave away 20,000 yuan in one go? Could this Hao brother be taking out a small loan? Listen to my advice, don't go astray. Teacher Hao, it's not that serious. He's just a small anchor. At the same time, on the big bed at Dynasty Hotel. Oh, interesting. Are you going to challenge me? Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Anyway, I just made 50 million from that big idiot Chi Wenbin, and I have nowhere to spend it. Lin Dong showed a playful smile and typed a line of numbers casually. Immediately afterwards, Su Mengqi's live broadcast room suddenly went dark. Then, one after another, rockets with the 4 big words, Chi Chi is not trapped, written on them rose from the ground. It exploded in the starry sky, illuminating everything. The entire special effect took up the screen. In terms of style, it is simply incomparable to gifts like Porsche and Carnival. For a moment, all the netizens were stunned. There was a brief lull in the barrage. What followed was excitement and commotion. Fuck, the true god has come. Everyone kneel down. 10 rocket ones, a total of 200,000 renminbi. This duck must be someone extraordinary. He is simply too arrogant. Now, this gift special effect is playing on all platforms. Our Aki is so impressive. Duck, no need for brother. I want to be your dog. Give me a chance. At the same time, Lin Dong's account level soared again, directly from level 30 to level 60. Fan cards have also undergone huge changes. The purple color, which originally symbolized luxury, turned into a dazzling red color. If it were an online game, he would definitely be treated like a world boss. No matter where you go, it is a symbol of identity and status. 3 words make people hate you. Fuck, this guy is crazy. Brother Hao, who was about to mock Lin Dong, was completely dumbfounded. Trembling, he watched helplessly as his carnival was covered by the special effects of Rocket One. When I think about the 20,000 yuan wasted, I feel so regretful. The next moment, Brother Hao quickly found the customer service and made a call. Hello, what? I'm the father of a child. My child accidentally pressed the wrong button. Can I get a refund as a minor? With the disappearance of Tian Haihaog, Chi Bu Kuin's live broadcast room has completely become a stage for Duck to be alone. Su Mingqi was so excited that her eyes filled with tears. She is just an ordinary person. A gift of 200,000, if divided up, would definitely be a huge sum of money. Su Mingqi never expected that she would make so much money just 2 days after the show started. More importantly, Duck's unnecessary appearance helped her solve a problem. Brother Tian Haiho has already left in disgrace. From now on, you will never bother me again. However, another problem arises. How should she thank this rich man for giving her so much money as a reward? Su Mengqi's pretty face flushed, her hands were clenched together, and her heart began to beat wildly. Again, it's not that you didn't spend money, but that you didn't spend enough. Looking at the worried Su Mengqi on the screen, Lin Dong smiled faintly and typed a line of words casually. Don't get me wrong, beautiful lady. I just think you have the potential to be a star. Just think of it as an advance investment. If you make a movie or TV series in the future, just remember me as your old fan. Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes were startled. Afterwards, I was even more moved. He had no idea that all this was Lin Dong's strategy of playing hard to get. This trick is extremely useful for a young girl like Su Mengqi, who is not very worldly wise. On the contrary, the more obvious your intentions are, the more nervous and frightened she will become. Only by showing that you don't care about anything can you let her take the bait and be full of curiosity and desire to explore. Chapter 72. Another 2 million. Live broadcast room. A series of accounts claiming to be fans of Long Jiajun suddenly broke in and started to curse Su Mingqi. Where did this little anchor come from? Do you know the rules of the platform? That's right. Don't you know that our young Master Long is on a live broadcast with Sister Wildcat? What's the meaning of you giving so many gifts? You interrupted us while we were watching their live broadcast. Why don't you go over and apologize? Totoro combination up. What is Kiki not sleepy? In just a few seconds, thousands of people flooded into Kikaheikin's live broadcast room. The number of online users soared to 20,000, and there is no sign of stopping. People keep clicking in. Among them, most of them came to watch the fun. I'm extremely curious as to how a new anchor could receive a gift worth 200,000 yuan. There are also some people who come with bad intentions and just start flooding the screen with messages. They were wearing long family army fan badges, and some were at very high levels, even level 60 like Lin Dong. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel curious. Who is this young Master Long that these people are talking about? Afterwards, before Lin Dong could ask, someone spoke up. Who is this Long Jiejun? Why are they so disgusting and start scolding other anchors right away? You haven't heard of Long Xiao? He's the most popular internet celebrity on our platform, with 30 million fans. He's known as the most affectionate person in Tianhai and the founder of love. Oh shit, it's him. I was wondering why he has so many fans. Stop talking now, or I'll cyberbully you. With 30 million fans, this young Master Long is quite an influential figure. At the very least, he is worth tens of millions. However, although there are many fans, their quality is not that high. Where did this 18th tier anchor come from? Our young Master Long and Wildcat were chatting happily, but the special effects of your crappy gifts ruined it all. Exactly. Don't you know that our brother is the #1 internet celebrity on the platform? Everyone else has to give way. It's okay to send 1 rocket, but you sent 10. Are you trying to steal our young Master Long's traffic and dominate the screen maliciously? You're showing off. Haha. Why are you pretending to be innocent? I wonder how many times you've been slept with by the top guy on the list. A series of vile comments flooded the live broadcast room. Su Mengqi felt very aggrieved, with red eyes, and tried to explain. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it. It would have been fine if Su Mengqi didn't refute, but once she refuted, she gave Long Jiejun another chance, and they bit her like a mad dog and wouldn't let go. Isn't it intentional? It's obvious that he is deliberately trying to steal the limelight from our young Master Long. That's right. There are tens of thousands of people watching Totoro CP. You suddenly added special effects. Aren't you just trying to attract traffic? Scheming bitch, so disgusting. Go, we have to blow her up. For a while, Su Mingqi's live broadcast room was once again flooded with messages from the Long family army. Some netizens wanted to help and sent a few comments to show their support. As a result, it was soon drowned in saliva. Seeing this, Lin Dong frowned. He knows the network environment is bad, but I didn't expect it to be so chaotic. He just spent a few small amounts of money. How could he attract such a bunch of evildoers? The guy called Tian Hai Long, Xiao doesn't care about his fans. In that case, we can't blame him. You think the special effects are an eyesore, right? I'll show you what it means to truly dominate the screen. Lin Dong snorted coldly and tapped the screen a few times casually. Live broadcast room. Su Mingqi's face was flushed, and she was at a loss. Wow. Several more rocket number 1s appeared out of thin air and took off on the spot. The gorgeous special effects instantly occupied the entire screen. It covered up all the comments from the Long family army. Su Mingqi's eyes widened. I thought it was the same as before, all 10 rocket number 1s. Unexpectedly, after half a minute, the special effects still showed no sign of stopping and continued to explode. Gradually, the barrage of comments from the Long family army became fewer and fewer. Everyone was shocked, and their hands that were tapping the screen froze in midair. 2 full minutes passed, and when the last rocket disappeared, Kiki's sleepy live broadcast room suddenly felt a long-lost peace. What followed was unprecedented carnival and sensation. Fuck, 100 rockets. Are you kidding me? 100 rocket ones. Wouldn't that be 2 million? Don't even mention 2,200,000. You can call me 10 sisters. Boss, is that necessary? This is the anchor's benefactor. If it were me, I would have called him dad a long time ago. For a moment, the live broadcast room was extremely lively. Those soldiers from the Long family who came to cause trouble were too embarrassed to keep their faces. Giving away 200,000 gifts can be considered as malicious traffic grabbing. But 2 million, even if it were their young Master Long, he wouldn't have so many gifts. Maybe Kikahaken will be the next top anchor. Thank you, Duck, you don't have to. Thank you so much. Su Mingqi laughed and cried, looking very excited. To Lin Dong, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. But for her, it was definitely a huge sum of money. It can even change her destiny. The most important thing is that Lin Dong is using real money to calm the situation. On the other side, Lin Dong's fan card changed again. Not only does it have dazzling golden light effects, it also has a crown worn by an emperor. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to the supreme member of this platform. Congratulations, you have unlocked the highest benefits of this platform. Congratulations, you have unlocked our platform's 24-hour online exclusive customer service. Every comment you send will be pinned to the top of every live broadcast room, and the gifts you give will also be pushed to the entire site. Oh, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the constant stream of prompts in the background, I realized that I had become the supreme member of the live broadcast platform. He casually sent a barrage. Sure enough, not only was the text magnified several times, but the color also changed from ordinary white to a striking purple gold. Chi-Chi, do you like it? Seeing Lin Dong sending barges, Su Mengqi's heart started beating fast. Then he nodded hurriedly. I like it. Thank you, Duck, I appreciate it. Yes, if you have any requests, just let me know. I will try my best to meet them if I can. When saying this, Su Mengqi bit her lip and looked away. She is still a virgin even after growing up. Doing this kind of thing makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Before, when Brother Hao wanted to add her on WeChat, she was hesitant. Now, he took the initiative to hint that he could find him to hesitate. It turns out that no matter what flowers you give to a girl, it is not as good as having money to spend freely. Live broadcast room. In the middle, when he saw Su Mengqi's shy face, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He was envious and hated Lin Dong. Voila, another beautiful anchor has fallen. My goddess. Brother Bongda, be gentle, ooh. Stop making dirty jokes. Maybe this is pure love. Haha, do you believe it? By the way, why did the group of Long soldiers disappear? Aren't they very powerful? What dragon army? They are clearly the Chong army, the Pai army. Chapter 73, Online PK. The Comer is not friendly. When the group of Long's army saw the rich man appear, they all lowered their tails and left the live broadcast room. I don't know whether he informed Long Xiao or was defeated by Lin Dong. In short, Lin Dong, as the number one on the list, is far ahead of others. The exaggerated record of 2 million rewards refreshed everyone's cognition. If you have money, you'll be arrogant. At this moment, someone suddenly called in and asked to play PK with Su Mengqi. Tianhai Long Xiao. There's also a female anchor named Little Wildcat. Su Mengqi frowned slightly and suddenly felt a little uneasy. It's no wonder that after seeing Lin Dong spending a huge amount of money on Su Mengqi, young Master Long couldn't sit still. He directly contacted his online CP Little Wildcat, hoping to get back the upper hand through PK. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled gently. Is Mr. Long worried that his position as the number one anchor will be taken away? Don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. Brother is here. Come on and accept the PK. Yes, we have tens of thousands of people. We are not afraid of the few Tianhai insects. We will fight him to the end. You guys are just trying to stir up trouble and are just fanning the flames. I don't believe you can give gifts. That's right. Just now, I don't know who was suppressed by the Long family army and dared not say a word. Before young Master Long called back, the comments in the live broadcast room had already started a fight. This made Su Mengqi even more hesitant about whether to accept the PK. Then, she subconsciously stared at the 4 words Duck doesn't need to. Obviously, he was waiting for Lin Dong to express his opinion. Soon, Su Mengqi saw 5 words that made her feel at ease. Don't be afraid. I'm here. For a moment, one stone caused 1,000 waves. Lin Dong's words were once again popular. C'est domineering. When will I ever have a man like this? This sentence is so manly and makes me feel safe. Look, there are over 100,000 online users. Before Su Mengqi accepted Long Xiao's PK, the number of people in a live broadcast room began to surge wildly. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. It is enough to show how shocking the 100 rockets Lin Dong just swiped were. Call. Su Mengqi took a deep breath and finally accepted the invitation. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. It is the so-called My Neighbor Totoro CP. Hello, everyone. Tianhai Long Xiao lives up to his name. He is young but well-dressed. She had a large 24K pure gold chain hanging around her neck, a pair of Bentley Platinum sunglasses on her forehead, and was wearing Armani with a leopard pattern. This outfit would cost at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Hello, brothers. I'm the Little Wildcat. Another female anchor named Little Wildcat has a standard, exquisite internet celebrity face. Wearing a pink stepmother's hip skirt that highlights her figure, her round northern hemisphere is faintly visible. and every move she makes is coquettish and seductive. Anyone who has watched live broadcasts knows that only topics and controversies can bring popularity to the anchor. Popularity means traffic. Traffic is money. Recently, Tian Hailong Xiao and Little Wildcat have been hyping up a couple just to make money together. It's ridiculous. The Long family soldiers have no idea and are still feeding them popcorn like crazy. Even if they themselves don't have enough food to eat, they still have to give tips. Lin Dong had already seen through these things. He was just curious about how this young Master Long would regain his face. Hello, beautiful Lady Chi-Chi. I am young Master Long. Tian Hailong Xiao smiled faintly and greeted Su Mengqi across the screen. The attitude is not as bad as imagined. On the contrary, the little wildcat just rolled his eyes. It seemed as if he joined the live broadcast deliberately to declare his sovereignty. Su Mengqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded timidly. Soon, the Long family army began to post comments crazily. Wow, Brother Long Xiao is so handsome and gentlemanly. He is worthy of being my favorite anchor. Who said it wasn't? Young Master Long has always been very gentle. It's just a 2 million gift, what's the big deal? Each of our Long family army members gets $1. That's 30 million. That's right. I'm so sleepy after beating Chi-Chi in PK. Let her accept the punishment. Before the PK even started, a group of people were already frantically provoking a fight, trying to muddy the waters. Tian Hailong Xiao was also happy to see such a scene. As long as the popularity is high enough, the more money you will make. Especially after seeing that Su Mengqi only had a few thousand fans, he felt relieved. You scared me. I thought it was a top anchor, but it turned out to be just a rookie who just started broadcasting. Tian Hailong Xiao was thinking in his mind. Even if Duck is not willing to give Su Mengqi popcorn, there is only one person. I have 30 million fans. What am I afraid of? PK sure win. Hey, Brother Long, don't waste your time. Hurry up and finish the PK. People still want to hear your stories in whispers. Is that okay? At this moment, the little wildcat also started to cooperate and act coquettishly. From time to time, a bottomless trench would appear. Call. It's so exciting. As expected, in a live broadcast room, a group of little virgins climaxed on the spot. It was as if he had put himself in the role of young Master Long and was controlling the little wild cat harshly. Su Mengqi's fans also urged her to start PK. Tian Hailong Xiao saw this and said with a smile, Miss Chi-Chi, how about playing a game? Su Mengqi frowned, subconsciously resisting. However, thinking that Lin Dong would support him, he nodded. Seeing this, Tian Hailong Xiao's eyes flashed with cunning. Then, he pretended to be generous and said, this is the best. But if we want to play, how can we do it without some stakes? My requirements are not high. If I win, you can do a big pendulum dance or clean the glass in the live broadcast room to increase your popularity. How about you try to avoid our broadcasting times in the future? What? Su Mengqi could still understand the first condition. Dancing and singing is the simplest punishment for failing in PK. Even though these two dances are a bit on the edge, they are still within her acceptable range. However, the second request is a bit too much. Generally, the prime time for live broadcast is after 8 o'clock in the evening. When everyone is free, they check their phones, watch live broadcasts, and relax. Now, Tian Hailong Xiao actually asked her to stop broadcasting during this time period. If this really happens, the fans that Su Mengqi has worked so hard to accumulate will surely be lost quickly. Tian Hailong Xiao can continue to hype up the CP and become the only king in prime time. Oh my god, young Master Tian Hailong is too overbearing. Why doesn't he allow people to broadcast live? That is, who does he think he is? What are you arguing about? It was your anchor who accepted the PK. He is willing to accept the defeat. Can't he afford to lose? Seeing this, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Afterwards, he also expressed his attitude. Our anchor can follow these two requests if he loses. But what about young Master Long if he loses? Seeing this eye-catching comment, Su Mengqi's eyes lit up. Afterwards, he even asked Lin Dong for help directly. Duck, no need for brother. How about you decide the punishment? I don't quite understand these things. Chapter 74 is full of gunpowder. Seeing that Su Mengqi was completely dependent on this duck, there was no need. Tian Hailong Xiao also realized that this was the mysterious rich man who had swiped 100 rockets, his biggest rival. After a moment, Lin Dong typed a line of words. It's very simple. If Chi-Chi Haokuan wins, you don't need to do any dancing. You just need to apologize on behalf of your dragon army, and then permanently withdraw from the prime time. Isn't this request too much? What? Tianhai Long Xiao was stunned, staring at Lin Dongfa's barrage. Let him apologize to a small anchor in the name of Long Jejun. Moreover, it was suspended during prime time. This duck doesn't need to be necessary. He wants to make himself betray his fans, lose the hearts of the people, and even want his life. Boss, is your request too much? No matter what, I, young Master Long, am the anchor of our platform. How could I stop broadcasting just because of a few words from you? Tianhai Long Xiao said this with a wry smile, feeling quite disdainful in his heart. He's just a nouveau riche, and yet you want to stop him from broadcasting? Joke. In order to convince people, he also involved the Long family army. If I stop broadcasting, how can I face my fans? They're my dearest family. When I think about not being able to see them, I feel so sad that I want to cry. Seeing this, the little wildcat also joined in. Duck, no need. And Chi-Chi is so sleepy. Don't go too far. Can you just bear to watch everyone being lonely without watching the live broadcast? As expected, the Long family soldiers were all filled with righteous indignation and jumped out to speak up for young Master Long. Damn it, what's this duck worth? Isn't it just a few bucks in his pocket? How dare he ask our dragon dad to stop broadcasting? Exactly. Who's he think he is? He's too nosy. I'm a hacker. I'm going to open a box of ducks right now. No need to worry. Just wait for me to expose myself. Seeing these comments, Lin Dong was not angry at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. Look at him like a fool. Aren't these members of the Long family army too filial? I was just watching a live broadcast, but people actually treated Tianhai Long Xiao as their father and protected him with all their might. Some of the higher-ups even want to find Lin Dong through the internet. Of course, with Lin Dong's current level and authority, it is impossible for the platform to leak any information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do it. Not only Lin Dong, Chi-Chi Haoquan's former fans, but also some passersby were extremely disgusted with the rough and arrogant behavior of Long Jejun. Yo, Daddy Long. Why don't you just call me Grandpa? Wasn't it your young Master Long who first proposed the request to stop the show? Big brother on the list just made the same request. Why are you guys so furious? What a bunch of double-standard dogs. If you can't afford it, don't play. You're just a stray dog on the side of the road. Many people have long been fed up with Tianhai Long Xiao and his brainless fans. Now, I finally found an opportunity to vent. For a moment, Chi-Chi Heo Sleepy's live broadcast room turned into a battlefield. The Long family army fought with a group of passersby. The comments are filled with so much smoke and stench that it's unbearable to watch. Tianhai Long Xiao and the little wildcat looked at each other with teasing eyes. For them, the bigger the pace and the higher the heat, the more money they make. It's better to keep scolding like this. It won't be long before they can go from being the top of the platform to the top of the live streaming on the entire network. By then, you can easily make millions by just taking on some promotions. It was also the first time that Su Mengqi encountered such a fast pace, and she was a little overwhelmed. Now, she urgently needs someone to help her make a decision. At this moment, a WeChat friend request came. The moment she saw the name, Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes widened. Duck, no need. Seeing the verification message, Su Mengqi, who was originally upset, instantly felt reassured. Then, go through the friend request. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tell him that if he doesn't agree to the punishment conditions, get out. Su Mengqi pursed her lips slightly. This duck is unnecessary. It's too overbearing. However, the more this happened, the more secure she felt and the more she liked it. With Lin Dong's support, Su Mengqi mustered up the courage to say to Tianhai Long Xiao and Little Wildcat who were watching the fun, Long Xiao, Brother Duck's attitude is my attitude. If you don't want to play, then I will quit the microphone connection. From now on, we should keep to ourselves and not provoke each other. Although, what Su Mengqi said was not as direct as Lin Dong's. However, it can be heard that the little girl is also a little angry. I am not inferior to anyone else. Why should I obey your orders? Hearing this, Tianhai Long Xiao was stunned. I never expected that Su Mengqi would be so tough. Those small anchors who were bullied by him in the past quit the internet within 2 days and disappeared. Why did I encounter such a difficult problem today? Of course, he didn't want to agree to such harsh conditions. However, I don't want to lose this huge amount of traffic. Just now, the rewards given to him by a group of Long family soldiers added up to more than 100,000. Don't take it too easy to earn this money. No, Sister Chi-Chi, let's play, of course we can play. I'm just worried that you'll cry if you lose. Tian Hai Long, Xiao, pretended to be concerned about Su Mingqi. This made the little wild cat jealous again. I don't know if he's really angry or just acting. As expected of our young Master Long, so gentle. This Chi-Chi is so sleepy, and there's no need for duck. It's really ungrateful. What level is there? PK with our Long Xiao. Do you really think that you can be invincible after spending 2 million? Listen, Dragon Army. In today's battle, we can only win, not lose. Let these little Karami see the strength of our Dragon Army. Long's army up, duck. No need. Just wait for death. Tianhai Long Xiao was overjoyed when he saw that the Long family army was ready to give gifts. However, I still have to persuade them verbally. Don't get excited. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Chi-Chi is a girl after all. She'll be very sad if she loses too badly. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi didn't give young Master Long any face at all and said straight to the point, Young Master Long, don't think too much about me. If I lose, I will accept the defeat and be willing to accept the punishment. Now, it depends on your attitude. If you lose, you'll never be broadcast live during prime time. Do you dare? Facing the provocation from Su Mingqi, an unknown person, Tian Hai Long Xiao smiled coldly, as if he had heard some huge joke. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He patted his chest and raised 3 fingers with his right hand. Okay, if you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end. Don't even mention quitting primetime if you lose. I, young Master Long, will quit the internet and never broadcast live again. What? As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. As a big internet celebrity with 30 million fans, Long Xiao easily earns tens of millions every year. Today, in order to compete with a small anchor, you are willing to quit the internet? What virtue and ability does this little anchor have? However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tian Hai Long Xiao had a great chance of winning. He has many fans, including some wealthy ones. Su Mingqi is just a small anchor with rich fans, but she only needs a duck. Therefore, there is not much suspense about the outcome of this PK. The key lies in how many meters he can circle after completing this PK. Chapter 75 Singing, The Sound of Nature. Okay, stop talking nonsense and start the fight. Little beautiful Chi-Chi, don't worry about that duck. Don't forget your promise. Anyway, I, young Master Long, have spoken and I cannot go back on my word. Young Master Long generously initiated a PK invitation. Su Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but still bit her lip and clicked to accept. Dynasty Hotel, inside the presidential suite. Lin Dong lay on the big bed with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You said that yourself. Today, I will smash you, the Dragon Master, into a Bug Master. Let me show you what it means that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher standards than you. Soon, the news of Tian Hai Long Xiao's gambling fight with a new anchor spread like wildfire. In a short period of time, a large number of people flocked in. In just a few minutes, the number of people online in Tian Hai Long Xiao's live broadcast room reached 2.2 million. Su Mingqi also broke through 500,000. Even the little wildcat managed to get 300,000. That is to say, at the same time, 3 million people were watching this PK battle. There's nothing we can do about it. It's Lin Dong's fault for being so generous. The starting amount is 2 million. This PK is bound to be lively. Of course, there is also the reason that the platform is fueling the flames. For them, this is a business that is sure to make money. Calm down, you must calm down. With Brother Duck here, even if we lose, it's no big deal. Kiki is so sleepy in the live broadcast room. Su Mingqi clenched her hands into pink fists, trying to calm herself down. But when I really opened my mouth, I couldn't utter a single word. Puff. Seeing her stumbling and stammering pitifully, Tian Hai Long Xiao couldn't help but laughed out loud. The little wildcat was also laughing so hard that it was shaking. Her plump figure is so surging that it makes people dizzy. Master Long, where did this weirdo come from? With such courage, she is not even as brave as the cleaning lady downstairs in my house. How dare she broadcast live? Mao Mao, this is your fault. It's normal for a little girl to be shy, but she is really not suitable for live broadcasting. Young Master Long, you are biased. Are you attracted to her? The little wildcat pouted and deliberately supported his head with his 2 slender arms, exposing his strong capital to everyone. How is this jealousy? She's clearly showing off her figure. For a moment, Countless audiences were swallowing their saliva and widening their eyes. Seeing this, the little wildcat chuckled and pretended to be shy. Hey, brothers, if you like it, please follow me. By the way, give some to Brother Long as well. As the little wildcat posed coquettishly, soon, thousands of people were paying attention to her. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is also increasing. In contrast, Su Mingqi was hesitant. The live broadcast had little effect, and the number of online users kept dropping. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew he couldn't wait any longer. If you don't make a move, then it's fine. But if you do make a move, it's a trump card. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, 100 rocket number ones took off simultaneously. At the moment of the explosion, special effects filled the entire screen, covering all the barges. The Long family soldiers who were cheering for young Master Long just now were all overwhelmed by the gorgeous and noble special effects and could not be seen at all. Damn, another 2 million. Did you see that? This is what a real rich man looks like. He gave me 2 million as a reward without even blinking an eye. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes opened wide. Before I could come to my senses, I saw a duck sending a comment with the emperor's crown. Chi-Chi, sing a song for everyone. Don't be nervous, just sing what you are good at. Sing. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment. How'd he know that he could sing? It turns out that her major in college was music. I also participated in a campus singing competition and won first prize. Just now, Lin Dong also looked through the video she posted on WeChat Moments and saw the photo of her going on stage to receive the award. Only then did I think of letting her sing in a live broadcast room. Sure enough, as soon as they heard the singing, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back and started to make a noise. Miss Chi-Chi, come here. The host looks so pretty, so she must be a good singer, right? You spent 2 million just to order a song. As expected of a super rich man, with so much money, he can hold a concert in Vienna's Golden Hall. Miss Chi-Chi, the melon seeds and tea are ready. Let's get started. As 2 million gifts were thrown out, the viewers who had originally walked out of Kikahayakin's live broadcast room returned one after another. By the way, a part of it was also sucked away from the 2 live broadcast rooms of Long Xiao and Little Wildcat. Everyone was curious about how beautiful a song worth 2 million could sound. Kiki is so sleepy in the live broadcast room. When she started singing, Su Mingqi instantly got into the mood and her temperament changed drastically. In a trance, she has some potential to be a female star. She used the phone as a microphone and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, a light and clear voice came out from his throat. The bubbles under the sun are colorful. Just like I, who is deceived, am happy. The intoxicating sounds of nature are transmitted to everyone's ears through the speakers. Even Lin Dong, who possesses god-level singing skills, couldn't help but immerse himself in it. To be fair, Su Mingqi's singing skills are not particularly good. At least, I'm not as good as those singing kings and queens, and there's still room for improvement. However, because of her purity and tenderness, her voice is exceptionally clean. It's like a trickle of water, echoing in everyone's heart, without any trace of vulgarity. All of a sudden, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Almost every time I look at it, I jump up a lot. In contrast, the number of people in Tianhai Longxiao and Little Wildcat's live broadcast rooms dropped rapidly. For a moment, both of them looked extremely ugly. Mr. Long, what should we do? This duck is unnecessary. Where do you get so many tricks? How can you attract so many people just by singing a song? This won't work. The little wildcat was a little anxious. Tianhai Longxiao was also sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi sings so well and has gained so many fans with her real talent. At this point, we have no choice but to go ahead with it. At the same time, Su Mingqi also sang to her climax. It's all foam, just a flash of fireworks. All your promises are too fragile. In your outline, it's my fault that I didn't see through it. That's why I'm so sad. After the song ended, Su Mingqi smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. The next moment, countless gift special effects appeared on the screen, and they couldn't be stopped. Many people were conquered by her singing. In just a few minutes, he received hundreds of thousands of gifts, and his number of fans soared to 200,000. When Tianhai Longxiao and the little wildcat saw this, their eyes turned red. Chi-Chi, I love you. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also sweet. She is simply a big star. From now on, I won't watch any live broadcasts without the beautiful Chi-Chi. What Long Xiao, get out of here. Wow, The PK value has exceeded 3 million. He is completely suppressing the opponent. Duck is too good. How does he know that Chi-Chi is a singing queen? Chapter 76, spending 4 million, opening champagne at halftime. Tears welled up in Su Mingqi's eyes. They met by chance, and Lin Dong gave so much for her. Moreover, he understood her so well that she felt an unprecedented soul connection. Seeing Su Mingqi's tearful eyes and pitiful look, Lin Dong was also filled with emotion. He just gave a little pocket money as a reward, but he actually created a top anchor. This world is crazy. Just at this moment. Wow. Tianhai Longshao's live broadcast room was also occupied by countless gift special effects. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 20 Dream Castle gifts worth $200,000, adding up a full 4 million RMB. Fuck, is young Master Long crazy? This is the strength of our Long family army. With 4 million gifts thrown down, the PK value instantly surpassed. Moreover, as the most valuable gift on the platform, it has full special effects. Accompanied by light and pleasant dance music, dreamy crystal palaces stand before your eyes. Fairies and flowers, elves dancing, and the flowers are so beautiful that they are dazzling. The fan club level of the person who sent the gift also skyrocketed, directly from level 60 to level 80. In addition, his fan card has a scepter in addition to the crown. He firmly defeated Lin Dong. For a time, the entire internet was in an uproar. The Long family army reached a collective climax. Fuck, it's Shenhao Yisheng. The boss of Yisheng is finally here. Brother Yisheng is a diehard fan of young Master Long. In the beginning, it was he who gave young Master Long several rocket number ones, which helped young Master Long become successful. It is better to help someone in need than to give him icing on the cake. Brother for life, V587. Our PK value is already far ahead. Brothers, keep going and beat Chi-Chi Haokuin to pieces. Stimulated by the 20 fantasy castles, the Long family army was excited. Many people contributed the money they would have used to buy milk powder. In addition, some people will borrow money online to support Long Xiao and win this PK. It can be said that everyone is united. Seeing this, Tian Hailong was also moved to tears of gratitude. Put your hands together and keep saying thank you. Thank you for the Dream Castle. Yisheng boss is really my dad. Family members, show your talent to Yisheng brother. Young Master Long was crying with tears in his eyes, and his voice was trembling. Everyone thought that he was moved by Yisheng Ji's generous help. In fact, his heart was bleeding, because that person in his whole life is himself. That's right, young Master Long has been directing and acting in all his movies all along. The purpose is to create a diehard fan. Then, encourage others to make popcorn. The effect is also very good. Many members of the Long family army who were unaware of the truth, under the leadership of someone else, frantically gave gifts in his live broadcast room. Tianhai Long Xiao also grew bigger and stronger as a result. Even if he swipes a lot, he will not lose money. But this time it's different. Duck doesn't have to, that is Lin Dong, bringing him unprecedented pressure. I originally thought that 2 million was Lin Dong's upper limit. That's why he vowed to have a PK with Su Mingqi. Unexpectedly, 2 million is Lin Dong's lower limit. Now, young Master Long was completely panicked. Now, this PK between him and Chi-Chi Haokuin has attracted great attention. If he wins, he will become the top live broadcaster. If you lose, not only will you lose all your money, but you will also have to quit the internet in disgrace and become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat. Therefore, in this battle, we can only win, not lose. Even if it means losing everything, I will do it. Mr. Long, hold on. The little wildcat cheered for Long Xiao in the live broadcast room. She knew about all the shitty things that Long Xiao had done, and she made a lot of money by riding on Long Xiao's popularity. At this time, young Master Long must hold on. Otherwise, young Master Long would be finished, and so would she. As Tianhai Long Xiao's PK value once again surpassed Su Mingqi's, many people ran over Chi-Chi's sleepy live broadcast room. There is no way around it. When it comes down to it, watching live broadcasts is just for fun. They have strength and a big brother. Even if the live broadcast is not good, a large number of people will run over to take a look. This is the herd mentality. Lifetime. Inside the presidential suite, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and casually clicked on a user's profile. I found that there was almost nothing in it except Tianhai Long Xiao's marketing content. After thinking about it, I guessed the other person's character. Wang sells melons and brags about herself. In front of millions of people, calling me dad. As expected of a big anchor, he's thick-skinned and knows how to lie. Lin Dong understood very well that Tianhai Longxiao did not want to give up this account. I'm even more unwilling to give up this overwhelming wealth. Unfortunately, he picked on the wrong person. He has no financial resources to compete with, but he has to compete with Lin Dong. Mr. Long, since you are so generous, I will have to let you spend the money. I want to see how many zeros there are in your bank card balance. Lin Dong's eyes were full of contempt. While chatting and laughing, he typed another line of numbers. However, this time, he did not press the confirm button and waiting for an opportunity. Gradually, the 5-minute PK time is about to end. Tianhai Longxiao still has a huge advantage of 1 million PK points and is suppressing Chi. Even if many people keep swiping their cards to give small hearts worth a dime, it is far from enough. Call. Win. Young Master Long's face was red. His neck was thick, his eyes were wide open, and he was breathing heavily. I made the right bet. This duck doesn't have to be very rich. However, he did not give Su Mingqi any more rewards. I guess he feels that it's not worth spending so much money to play with a girl. After a simple calculation, the gifts given by the Long family army only added up to 8 or 900,000. In this PK, I lost at least 1 million. But let it be a loss. As long as you win this PK, you will be able to rise rapidly and gain a lot of traffic. By then, the name Long Xiao will be hotly discussed throughout the internet. The advertising fees received will also increase from several million to tens of millions. Haha. Thinking of this, Tianhai Longxiao became very excited and shouted loudly in the live broadcast room. Even a little wildcat next to it was excited and blew a kiss to it from across the air. Young Master Long, congratulations on winning the PK. Mr. Long, when you become a top internet celebrity, don't forget me. I've given you a lot of tips. The little wildcat was flirting and trying to please young Master Long. As long as she and Long Xiao keep promoting their CP, she can continue to ride on the popularity. Don't the money for bootlickers come in large amounts? Young Master Long smiled and said domineeringly, Of course, I, young Master Long, am not an ungrateful person. I will give 1 million to anyone who betrays me, and those who are loyal to me can make 100 million by following me. Understand the applause. Also, I would like to thank Brother Yisheng and the Long family army. Without you, I would never be able to get to where I am today. Haha. Many members of the Long family army shed tears when they heard young Master Long's eager acceptance speech. They have been brainwashed by Long Xiao and have become his crazy fans. Now, seeing young Master Long win the PK, I feel proud of myself. Once you've been called young Master Long, you'll always be young Master Long. The Long family army is up. Once you're called young Master Long, you'll always be young Master Long. Countless +1 barges swept through Long Xiao's live broadcast room. Many people also ran to Kikahayakin's live broadcast room and frantically refreshed the screen with the attitude of a winner. Chapter 77. Earn 6 million and steal the tower when the PK. Well, Su Mingqi sighed lightly, a trace of disappointment and helplessness appearing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, we still lost, even though I lost. However, Su Mingqi was not too disappointed. I have achieved such an achievement in my first broadcast, which has surpassed 99% of people. It doesn't matter whether you win against Long Xiao or not. The reason why I have come this far is all thanks to Duck's unnecessary encouragement and help. Thinking of this, Su Mingqi smiled and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Thank you for watching my live broadcast and listening to my singing. Actually, I'm very introverted in life, and this is the first time I've said so much. Hearing Su Mingqi's true feelings, many netizens were moved. Compared to the stereotyped internet celebrity faces like the little wild cats, the innocent, pure, and lovely beautiful girls are their white moonlight. What a pity. It was just a little bit short. No way, young Master Long has 30 million fans, so it's normal for him to win. The whole internet is discussing this PK now. Chi has become famous, so this is a good deal. But what about that duck? Why don't I see him posting any comments? Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Dong had not appeared for a long time. Duck doesn't have to disappear from the world just because Ilele spent 4 million on gifts. Does that mean he was beaten back directly? Upon hearing the news, Tianhai Longxiao stopped pretending and laughed out loud. What duck is unnecessary? I think he's just a coward. Compared with me, do you have the strength? We've been broadcasting live for so many years, and there are so many of us in the Long family army, but we can't beat you alone. I'm dying of laughter. Tian Hai Long Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and made a contemptuous gesture across the screen. His face was extremely ugly. However, in the eyes of the Long family army, this is his true nature. Mr. Long is right. We should give the fallen dog a beating. Who allowed him to keep pushing his nose into the air? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Where is he now? The strong should severely humiliate the weak. The one called Chi-Chi is so sleepy. Who are you to come and mess with young Master Long? Quit the internet now. That's right, quit the internet. For a moment, almost everyone was attacking Sumingchi. Some netizens even wanted to speak up for her and say a few words for her. As a result, it was soon drowned in saliva. There is no way. I have to accept the defeat. Acting in a forced way will only make people despise you. Seeing that there were only 10 seconds left in the PK, Long Xiao could no longer hold back and pointed at Sumingchi, saying, "My little beauty, my time is very precious. I'll give you a favor, or else you could just hang up the microphone yourself. Remember, don't take on a job that you don't have the skills to do. This is the principle that Brother Long taught you." The little wildcat was also rolling his eyes and looking sarcastic. Sumingchi smiled bitterly and shook her head. Now that things have come to this, she has nothing more to say. "Duck, you don't have to be my brother. And everyone who watched my live broadcast today, thank you again. We'll meet again someday." After Su Mengqi finished speaking, she actually stood up and bowed to everyone. His attitude was sincere, and there were tears in the corners of his eyes. However, no matter how much she did, she couldn't extend the PK time. Long Xiao excitedly raised his hand, called on the audience, and counted down together. "Family, count down with me. 5, 4. The barrage followed the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the images on everyone's screens stopped moving. All brands of mobile phones got stuck at the same time. What's going on? Young Master Long was stunned for a moment. At first, I thought the live broadcast room was lagging because there were too many people online. As a result, at this moment, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, colorful and gorgeous special effects appeared on the screen. One crystal palace after another dropped from the sky, covering the entire live broadcast room. It is the most expensive gift on the platform, a dream castle that costs 200,000 renminbi. Another gift? Long Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, the PK doesn't seem to be over yet. Sure enough, just when the PK was about to end, the PK value in Kikahayakin's live broadcast room suddenly soared. It skyrocketed from 4 million to 10 million, firmly surpassing young Master Long. In other words, just now, someone gave her a gift worth 6 million. No wonder everyone's phones froze at the same time. It turned out that 30 dream castles fell down at the same time. In an instant, millions of people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Then, there was an uproar. Breakout. The barrage completely exploded. It's Duck, no need. I knew he didn't leave. Look, his PK value has already crushed Long Xiao. 10 million in gifts. Is he crazy? He loves Chi-Chi so much that he's sleepy, right? Horrible. The world of the super rich is really incomprehensible. He turned the situation around at the last second. He really got the hang of psychological warfare. Kiki's live broadcast room is so sleepy. Everyone was so excited that they almost had a heart attack. In sharp contrast to this are young Master Long and the Long family army. Damn, that's not fair. This duck doesn't have to cheat. Family members, keep sending gifts. We can't let young Master Long lose. What the hell? Can't you see the PK is over? They've already won. The Long family army was in mourning. I originally thought that Duck didn't need to be afraid of being beaten. As a result, they went to recharge. Moreover, he spent a lot of money at the last minute and stole their tower. Let Tianhai Longxiao lose to Sumingchi. Impossible. This duck is unnecessary. Is he mentally ill? He gave a female anchor 10 million. He must be an agent of the platform. As soon as Tian Hailong finished speaking, he received a reminder from the super administrator. Warn him not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, he will be banned from speaking. Just when young Master Long was in despair, another knife stabbed into his heart. The little wildcat's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to make a heart shape with his hands in the live broadcast room, and his voice became more flattering. Duck, no need, brother. I've added you in a private message in the background. Please accept it. Mwah. I want to be friends with you, too. Give me a chance, okay? What? Tianhai Long Xiao's eyes widened as if he was struck by lightning. It is said that cousins are heartless and actors are disloyal. These internet celebrities are more realistic than each other. But isn't she too impatient? Just now I lost the PK. Then she stuck to someone else. Cat, what do you mean? Have you forgotten who hyped you up and gave you the attention? Hearing what young Master Long said, the little wildcat looked down on him. To her, young Master Long, who was destined to become a pariah, was of no use to her. More importantly, this time, young Master Long lost more than 1 million. From now on, it will not be broadcast live during prime time. I'm afraid there is no possibility of making a comeback. If you don't seize the opportunity and try to climb up the ladder, are you just waiting to starve? Seeing the two people falling out, a cunning look flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. He entered the Little Wildcat's live broadcast room and typed a line of words on the screen. Little Wildcat Beauty, aren't you a couple? Is it inappropriate for you to add me on WeChat? Chapter 78. Expose the dark material and tear the relationship apart. Suddenly seeing Duck not having to post barrage comments in his own live broadcast room, the Little Wildcat's beautiful eyes widened. Then I felt ecstatic. Not to mention 10 million. Even if Lin Dong gave her 1 million, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Who said we were a couple? That was all scripted. I don't like this kind of hypocrite. He can't even get hard. He's not a man at all. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, after the PK, there is still something good to watch. The Little Wildcat is revealing shocking news. Lin Dong also became interested and sent out a barrage of comments again. Chat, if it's interesting, tell me one thing and I'll reward you with a dream castle. A dream castle costs 200,000. After hearing this, the Little Wildcat's eyes suddenly brightened up and he couldn't stop smiling. Anyway, I can no longer make money by relying on young Master Long. It's better to just give up and make a big fortune. Little Wildcat, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll send you a lawyer's letter. On the other side, young Master Long was anxious and sweating profusely. The Little Wildcat knows many of his secrets. If any dark history were to be exposed, he would be truly ruined. However, young Master Long still underestimated the Little Wildcat's degree of materialism. Brother Duck, let me tell you, the reason Tianhai Long Xiao could get to where he is today is all thanks to 4 words: cheating and deceiving. That number 1 on the list is gone. It's his smuff. I just spent 4 million and 300,000 of them were borrowed from me. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Fuck, Brother Yixing is actually fake. That's impossible? I saw a long time ago, but you still don't believe it. Huh, the Long family soldiers are really a bunch of idiots. They help count the money after being sold. Mr. Long, is what she said true? I don't believe it. Mr. Long, didn't you say that we are all your family? For a moment, many members of the Long family's army were defeated. Some diehard fans are still questioning Long Xiao, but they are also a little shaken in their hearts. Who makes it so coincidental that this Yixing brother appears every time? At this time, the Little Wildcat became even more excited. He snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean fans of my family? I am lying to my family." He became famous by relying on online marketing and maliciously suppressing other anchors. In just a few words, young Master Long's true colors were exposed. For a moment, the eyes of many members of the Long family army turned red. This time, I wasn't moved or excited, but I was so angry that my eyes turned red. They never expected that young Master Long, who always called them his family, actually treated them like leaks behind their backs. Seeing the Long family army starting to fight among themselves, Lin Dong smiled. Afterwards, he kept his promise and casually created a few dream castles for the Little Wildcat. Wow. Thank you for the gift, Brother Duck. I love you the most. The Little Wildcat couldn't wait to jump onto Lin Dong's bed and serve him obediently. A wealthy man like this who casually gives out a tip of 10 million must be worth at least several billion. If you hold on to this big, thick leg, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Unfortunately, Lin Dong would not be attracted by such a gold digger. After throwing the gift, he walked out directly. As the Long family army and Long Xiao became enemies, the comments in Long Xiao's live broadcast room also became chaotic. It probably won't be long before young Master Long will have to quit the internet, even if he doesn't want to. Some fans even clamored that they wanted to confront the issue offline and force Long Xiao to return the money for the gifts. In contrast, Su Mengqi's live broadcast room was peaceful. At this moment, Su Mengqi was so moved that she couldn't express it in words. Woo woo, I'm so touched today, thank you. 10 million may not be worth mentioning to Lin Dong now. However, it was money that she could never earn in her entire life. Moreover, as expected, an agency has already set its sights on Su Mingqi. With her good looks and pure singing voice, perhaps it won't be long before she is made a star. Sorry guys, I'm so excited. Today's live broadcast ends here. I wish everyone all the best and safety. Just when the live broadcast room was at its hottest, Su Mingqi actually ended the live broadcast. Many people were stunned for a moment, unable to react, and clamored for another song. No, that's all. I haven't heard enough. There's so many people in the live broadcast room, and she just ended the broadcast so hastily. What do you know? I'm going to meet my big brother offline. Bah, your head is full of yellow garbage. My Chi-Chi is not that kind of person. Come on, which female anchor isn't like this? Live broadcast room. Many people were frantically scrolling through the comments, looking like they were still not satisfied. However, Su Mingqi was determined to leave. Maybe today's PK battle was too exciting and she needed time to calm down. Soon, everyone started discussing another topic. Who is this generous duck? The other side, Dynasty Hotel, inside the presidential suite. Looking at Su Mingqi, who suddenly went off the air, Lin Dong smiled faintly. He had already guessed what would happen next. Bite. Sure enough, after a struggle between herself and herself, Su Mingqi mustered up the courage to make a voice call. Looking at the call request sent by WeChat, Lin Dong smiled and clicked to accept. Hello. The moment the call was connected, Su Mingqi's heart began to beat wildly, and her breathing became rapid. Yes, doesn't Duck need a brother? In Su Mingqi's opinion, a rich man like Duck must be the same age as her father. Unexpectedly, the other party's voice sounded unexpectedly young. Hello, Chi-Chi, what's going on? What? Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes opened wide, and her pretty face blushed slightly. This is not a greasy uncle at all. He is clearly a young man in his 20s. Moreover, her voice is deep, magnetic, gentle, and pleasant. I just don't know what it looks like. Lin Dong didn't know yet that his casual words almost melted Su Mingqi's heart. I even started dreaming that he was my Prince Charming. I guess it must be very handsome. No, nothing. Duck, thank you for helping me today. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to live broadcast in the future. Well, I want to treat you to a meal. Is that okay? Su Mingqi bit her lip. In the end, she made the invitation with a blushing face. A beauty like her who is young, beautiful, and can sing has never lacked love confessions from boys in school. This is the first time I've taken the initiative to approach someone, somewhat shy and embarrassed. Hearing Su Mingqi's words, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. At this time, as long as he opens his mouth, perhaps Su Mingqi would lie on the bed obediently and let you pick her. However, doing so would be too easy and too boring. With Lin Dong's current net worth, he can support as many internet celebrities as he wants. With just a wave of his hand, countless beauties would scramble to get into his bed. One Su Mingqi won't make a difference. As the saying goes, good wine should be savored sip by sip, and good food should be eaten bite by bite. The same goes for women. Only when you conquer a woman wholeheartedly can you feel a greater sense of accomplishment. So don't rush. Chapter 79. Thinking of this, Lin Dong suppressed his restless anger and said lightly, Sorry, Chi-Chi, I'm a little busy these days. I'll come see you again when I have time in a few days. Oh, okay. Su Mingqi frowned slightly, feeling a little lost. But I felt inexplicably relieved. Although if Lin Dong really wanted her, she would not refuse. However, there's always a trace of fear and resistance in my heart. Now, Lin Dong is not anxious, and Su Mingqi's favor for him has doubled. In the next few days, I would probably lose my appetite and fantasize about meeting Lin Dong. That's it, go to bed early. Lin Dong hung up the phone gracefully without any regrets. Ever since the introduction of the super rich cashback system, there are only two kinds of women for him. One is wanting to go. One is to just go in casually. A night passed. Lin Dong had a good sleep. When I woke up, it was already noon. After waking up, I felt refreshed, and my waist and legs no longer hurt. Cool. I'm just a little hungry. Lin Dong touched his belly. Suddenly, I remembered that the place I went to eat last time was pretty good. Two passionate memories were also left behind. What's it called? Taiha Garden. Yes, that's the name. Soon, Lin Dong simply washed up, got dressed, and went to the parking lot. Step on the accelerator and leave the Dynasty Hotel. I turned on the radio, and unexpectedly, I heard myself. Last night, a mysterious tycoon spent a fortune on a new anchor and gave him 10 million gifts, sparking heated discussions across the internet. At present, the identity of the wealthy man is still unclear. That anchor is said to be a sophomore student majoring in music from Tianhai University of Technology. Currently, several MCN companies have issued signing invitations. Oh, does this mean that Su Mengqi will make the headlines? Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Are you blind? Didn't you see me crossing the street? Stop the car. Stop the car now. Ouch, you hit me to death. Just then, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, I saw an Audi A4L parked at the corner ahead, blocking the road. Next to the front wheel, an old lady with a ramen-like hair was sitting on the ground, hugging her right leg and screaming in pain. At her feet, there was a tilted vegetable basket. Rotten vegetable leaves and stems were scattered everywhere. Is this a car accident? Lin Dong frowned. After taking a closer look, I felt something was wrong. Duh. Just then, a beautiful woman hurried down from the Audi A4L in front. Wearing simple businesswomen's clothing and a pair of high heels, she gives people the feeling of a workplace elite. Then look at her appearance. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her high-nose bridge, and her hair was in big brown waves that had not yet been combed. Full of charm, intellectual, and elegant. Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. This woman is very beautiful and has a good temperament. However, at this moment, her brows were full of panic. I'm sorry, I accidentally scared you. Andy, are you okay? Do I need to take you to the hospital? Looking at the old lady who had fallen to the ground, Chu Xiao became uneasy and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She had an appointment with an important client at noon today. If she delayed and the cooperation fell through, it would not only cause huge losses to the company, but she would also lose her position as director. Therefore, this matter must be dealt with quickly. The next second, Chu Xiao stretched out her hand and tried to help the old lady up. Unexpectedly, with a slap, the aunt slapped her hand away, cursing at her. You didn't get out of the car when you hit me just now, but now you know to help me. Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes were startled, although she did drive a little anxiously. However, because the brakes were applied in time. So I didn't hit the old lady. Now, how come I was the one who hit someone? Seeing Chu Xiao didn't say anything, the Annie immediately got angry and pointed at her nose and cursed. I've seen a lot of people like you. You want to run away after hitting someone. It's not a big deal to be rich. Hearing the old lady bite her tongue and said that she was hit, Chu Xiao's face turned pale. Now, how could she not know that the old lady was deliberately trying to scam her and extort money? Looking at the old lady's legs again, there was no sign of injury at all. The vegetable leaves on the ground had been used for who knows how many days and had turned black and rotten. Auntie, how could you do this? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a dash cam in my car. You'd better get up, otherwise it will be embarrassing if you get in front of the police. When she heard about the dash cam, the aunt was panicked at first, but then she noticed that Chu Xiao looked nervous and seemed to be in a hurry. It was obvious that there was something urgent. Suddenly, the aunt became even more fearless. What are you talking about? Don't I know whether I was hit or not? Which company do you work for? I want to ask your leader to judge. You, Chu Xiao's pupils shrank, and she clenched her fists. Unexpectedly, the aunt was not only tactless, but also took advantage of me. Normally, she would call the police and take legal action. But not now. The client was still waiting for her, and she had to get there right away. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Chu Xiao sighed. Forget it, you just want money, right? Just tell me how much you want, and don't waste my time. Hearing this, the aunt was overjoyed. She looked Chu Xiao up and down and found that the clothes she wore were not cheap, and she was using the latest model of Apple mobile phone. So, he opened and closed his mouth and reported a number. The medical expenses plus the lost wages should be at least 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. How much? 30 or 40,000? You're crazy, you want so much. Chu Xiao's eyes widened, her face full of shock. I worked hard to negotiate a business deal, but the commission I got was only a few thousand yuan. The old lady just lay on the ground and was asked for 30 or 40,000 yuan directly? Are you kidding? No way, I don't have that much money. I won't give it to you even if I have it. Chu Xiao shook her head vigorously. Seeing that she was unwilling to pay, the aunt snorted coldly and hugged her calf. Everyone come and look, this woman tried to run away after she bumped into me. Is there still justice and law? Someone come quickly. After this shout, several passers-by soon came over to watch the fun. Yes, just pick up the phone and take a picture of Chu Xiao Xiao. What's going on? This beautiful girl hit someone and wanted to run away. I know this lady. She scams people here every day. She must be trying to extort money again. What should we do? Should we call the police? Calling the police is useless. There's nothing the police can do to someone this old. Well, I can only consider myself unlucky. As more and more people gathered around and pointed and talked, Chu Xiao Xiao became very annoyed. I want to leave. However, her calves were held tightly by the ant, and she couldn't walk at all. Chapter 80, Raising the Price. Forget it, 30,000 is 30,000. When there are two evils, choose the lesser one. Chu Xiao Xiao had no choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. As a result, when the ant saw that she agreed, she shook her head. No, 30,000 was the price just now. Now it's 50,000. Why are you still raising the price? Chu Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. Isn't this money too easy to make? Do you really think you are an ATM? But I can't leave without paying. Now, there are only 10 minutes left until the appointed time. Chu Xiao Xiao was so anxious that she was like an ant on a hot pan and was about to cry. At this moment, a somewhat teasing voice suddenly came. Beauty, this is what you are wrong about. It's not easy for the old lady. She broke a leg and got 50,000 yuan in compensation. What's wrong with that? If it were me, I would have used $200,000 to break both of her legs. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong walked out of the crowd in a nonchalant manner. Hearing the first sentence, the ant nodded in agreement, thinking that someone was kind-hearted. As a result, when I heard the next sentence, I felt something was not right. What does it mean that $200,000 would break her legs and feet? Damn, is this even human language? Young man, can you speak? I've been hit like this, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. Do you have any conscience? Oh my God, I can't survive. The old lady was crying and screaming, looking like she was dying. Chu Xiao Xiao was held by her calf and couldn't walk. Her delicate face was full of worry. For her, 50,000 yuan was too much. Moreover, even if you give her 50,000, it may not be enough to satisfy the old lady's appetite. Seeing this, Lin Dong sneered. Beautiful lady, do you need any help? Chu Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. Before she could come to her senses, Lin Dong was already squatting next to her other leg. Suddenly, a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs appeared before my eyes. She has perfect curves, fair skin, and even a faint fragrance. What are you going to do? In front of so many people, Chu Xiao Xiao felt a little embarrassed and quickly pressed down her skirt with her hands. She was so unlucky today. It's not enough to encounter a scammer. Now another one comes and takes the opportunity to act like a hooligan. Those eyes almost went under the skirt. Don't get me wrong, beautiful lady. I'm a doctor. The old lady said she was hit and asked for so much money. She must be seriously injured. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I will consider it as a good deed. Chu Xiao Xiao was confused by what she said. However, I could still understand what he meant. This man is not being a hooligan, but is trying to help me? Pop. Without waiting for Chu Xiao Xiao to speak, Lin Dong directly grabbed the old lady who was trying to scam him by the shoulder. With a slight force, I heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts so much. Feeling the severe pain in her shoulder, the old lady couldn't help it, so she let go of Chu Xiao Xiao's calf and rolled to the side. While rolling, he cursed Lin Dong. What kind of doctor are you? How can you treat patients like this? Lin Dong's lips curled up into a wicked smile. Excuse me, I'm a veterinarian. I use this kind of strength to treat old sows. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's answer, everyone burst into laughter. He was clearly beating around the bush and calling the old lady an old sow. The old lady's face turned red with anger. He looked at Lin Dong, then glanced at Chu Xiao Xiao, and suddenly sneered. Okay, I was wondering why he was so eager to help you. Turns out he's your mistress. You shameless bastards, bullying a country bumpkin like me. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to put you on the news. Mistress? Chu Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in shock. On the other hand, Lin Dong remained calm and collected. Which man wouldn't be happy to get such a beautiful wife for free? However, now, the most important thing is to cure the ant. Andy, aren't you sick? I'm a doctor. I can help you. You are sick. Your whole family is sick. The ant got anxious and angrily grabbed the vegetable basket and smashed it on his face. However, Lindong's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people, and he dodged it easily. Then, he pointed at the swaying old lady and said with a smile, "Your legs are fine, right? They don't look like they were hit at all." Hearing this, the ant was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that he had been exposed. The previous second, she was holding her legs and threatening to die. The next second, he stood up straight. "Even a fool can see that she is trying to scam me." Huh, this old woman can't pretend anymore. Boy, this trick of yours is absolutely amazing. Come on, Annie, you've been exposed, so stop pretending. You're old, and you have no shame. The ant was criticized by a group of people and was treated like a nobody. With a red face, he glared at Lindong with gritted teeth. If this kid hadn't been meddling in other people's business, I would have gotten the 30,000 yuan. Lindong was too lazy to bother with such a person. He turned around and looked at Chu Xiao, who was confused. "Beauty, do you have anything else to do? Let's go." "Oh yes." Hearing this, Chu Xiao woke up as if from a dream. Only then did she remember that there was an important client waiting for her. "Sir, I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry. Can you add me on WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal later." Lindong curled the corners of his mouth. Isn't this what he was waiting for? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the old lady became so angry that she lay directly on the front of Chu Xiao's Audi A4L. "I won't live any longer. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you two dogs go." Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect this ant to be so shameless. After failing to scam people, he still refuses to leave and is simply acting like a rogue. "I don't want 50,000, just 30,000. Give me 30,000 and I'll leave immediately." Hearing this, Lindong almost laughed out of anger. Even after everything was exposed, she still refused to give up. Chu Xiao also frowned. Then, he subconsciously looked at Lindong with a look that was full of help. "Auntie, to be honest, I admire you very much. You have the perseverance to do business. What's the point of Big Brother Ma and Little Brother Ma?" Alas, what a pity. Lindong shook his head with a look of regret. The ant was a little confused. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Isn't he just sarcastic? Why are you suddenly praising yourself? I think that an actor like you deserves more than 30,000 yuan for his performance. I'm the boss here, and I'll give you this number. Lindong raised a finger high. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat confused. The ant also frowned slightly and said cautiously, 10,000? Is it a little less? Or should I say, 100,000? When the old lady thought about Lindong giving her 100,000 yuan, her eyes popped out and her saliva flowed all over the floor. This is a good deal. Unexpectedly, Lindong shook his head and offered her a number that she couldn't refuse. Wrong. It's 1 million. Chapter 81. You gave me a chance, but you didn't use it. What? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. It's not that I doubt it, but Lindong can't afford so much money. After all, the other party was driving a Panamera with a license plate number of 5/8, so he must be very rich. However, giving so much money to the woman who scammed you for no reason must be a sign of something bad happening, right? Sir, don't be impulsive. Chu Xiao was worried that Lindong would get carried away and do something irrational, so she subconsciously wanted to dissuade him. Lindong turned his head with a smile and extended his right hand toward her. Beautiful lady, lend me your car keys. Ah! Chu Xiao was stunned and a little confused. However, she still believed Lindong and gave him the car keys. The next moment, Lindong opened the car door and sat down in the driver's seat of the Audi A4L, revealing a harmless smile. The old lady suddenly felt a chill on her back and had a bad feeling. Andy, I will definitely give you the 1 million. But it's not RMB, it's ghost money. Don't worry, I will burn them for you one by one. The next moment, Lindong stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! The engine roared madly. Fuck, this guy is serious. So it's this 1 million. How can this old woman spend it all? It would take a long time to burn 1 million ghost money. Look, he stepped on the gas. It was not until this moment that everyone understood what Lindong meant. It seems like this is going to force my aunt to retire early. Are you crazy? The old lady was lying on the Audi, her body shaking with the car body, and she looked panicked. Looking at Lindong again, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes were full of madness, without any fear at all. Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. He really wants to kill me. The next moment, the ant suddenly felt a lumbar disc herniation. The Audi's wheels turned and pushed her out. Oh my God! The old lady screamed in fright and jumped up. That speed is faster than Bolt. Before anyone could see what was happening, she jumped on his sidewalk next to her. Then, he slumped down on the ground, his face pale. Crunch! The Audi's wheels hit the curb and stopped steadily. Lin Dong also got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and walked up to the aunt. Auntie, I gave you a chance, but you are useless. That's 1 million. If you just bump into him, you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. The corners of the old lady's mouth twitched, and she hadn't recovered yet. When the others heard this, they almost couldn't hold back. However, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. If we go down there, won't we have no worries about food and drink? 1 million ghost money. How long will it take to spend it all? Will you still try to touch porcelain in the future? No, never again. The old lady was still in shock and kept shaking her head. That's right. Whenever you want that 1 million, just tell me. The last thing I need is money. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The old lady was still in shock and was frightened half to death. Then, in full view of everyone, he limped away in shame. He didn't even bother to pick up the vegetable basket on the ground. Well done, young man. This is how people like this should be treated. Beauty, why don't you express your gratitude? The young man has helped you a lot. Everyone was talking at once, and Chu Xiaoxiao was almost willing to marry him. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what I would do. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red. Today, if Lin Dong hadn't appeared, with her brain, she would definitely lose money to avoid disaster, then regret it afterwards. Actually, I have some bad points too. What? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Lin Dong pointed at the Audi and said awkwardly, I just hit the curb and accidentally broke the bumper. Chu Xiaoxiao was startled. Then, she trotted over in high heels. Sure enough, the bumper fell off. As a result, the car cannot be driven on the road at all, although it doesn't cost much to repair it. However, she was in a hurry to meet a client and didn't have enough time. What should I do now? Chu Xiaoxiao looked anxious. Lin Dong suddenly said, Beauty, where are you going? I'll take you there. Is this okay? Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. In the end, he nodded decisively and sat in the passenger seat of the Panamera in a hurry. Lin Dong looked at Chu Xiaoxiao out of the corner of his eye. This beauty's figure is even better than I imagined, especially that pair of straight and white beautiful legs put together like a pair of white jade chopsticks. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Lin Dong coughed twice and fastened his seatbelt. Beauty, where are you going? Taiha Garden. What a coincidence. I happen to be eating there too. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, Hold on tight. I'm driving a little fast. Good. Chu Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry, and she didn't pay much attention to what Lin Dong said. The next second, a strong feeling of pushing on the back came over me. Outside the car window, the scenery changes continuously. The Panamera was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, speeding onto the road at lightning speed. After driving for such a long time, Lin Dong's driving skills have reached a certain level. It can even be operated with one hand. The other hand can be free to do something else. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao realize that Lin Dong's car was much more expensive than her Audi A4L. The top-of-the-line version of the Panamera costs at least 2 to 3 million. Beauty, we're here. Aren't you going to meet a client? Get out of the car. In a blink of an eye, Panamera stopped. Chu Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked out the window. Sure enough, we arrived at Taiha Garden. Thank you for your help. Chu Xiaoxiao thanked him. Afterwards, without caring about her personal image, she ran straight to the door in her slender high heels. Looking at the other person's hurried back, Lin Dong smiled. The other side, Chu Xiaoxiao came to the agreed private room. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a table full of food and a middle-aged Mediterranean man with an impatient look on his face. Ms. Chu, our appointment is at 12 noon. You're already 5 minutes late. The man asked angrily. Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed, and she was at a loss. Then he quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. President Zhao, I ran into some trouble on the way. What trouble is more important than eating? To be honest, given your company's size and qualifications, it's difficult to get a loan of 5 million. I didn't expect you to take it so lightly. Now, I'm in a difficult situation. As the president of the Tianhai Bank branch, many people asked him to do things for them. Every time, wasn't it half an hour in advance? This Chu Xiaoxiao is good. Not only was he late, but he also looked very anxious. It was obvious that she didn't take him seriously. Originally, he didn't want to approve the loan. Now, I can't even eat. Bang. Zhao Jinming's face turned cold, and he stood up and left. Miss Chu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don't come to me about loans anymore. Chapter 82. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. Zhao Jiming's tone was extremely serious. Chu Xiaoxiao was suddenly struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Zhao Jinming, who walked out, her face turning pale. After realizing what was happening, he quickly went up to apologize. President Zhao, I'm sorry. Let's talk more. Zhao Jiming was so angry that he ignored Chu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he met an acquaintance. Lin, Master Lin, why are you here? Who are you? Seeing the Mediterranean greeting him enthusiastically, Lin Dong was confused. Zhao Jinming saw the hesitation in Lin Dong's eyes and smiled awkwardly. Then, take the initiative to step forward and shake hands. Mr. Lin is really a noble man who forgets things easily. I'm the president of the Tianhai City Bank branch. Last time, I received you when you went to the bank to handle business. Oh, it's you. Lin Dong slapped his head. Finally, I remembered where I'd seen this man. Unexpectedly, he still remembered me even though I just went there to do business. In fact, Zhao Jiming not only remembered Lin Dong, but almost regarded him as his ancestor. Lin Dong's bank card continued to receive large amounts of money and deposits. Now, the balance has reached 1 billion. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with this important client, but he never had the chance. I didn't expect to meet you here today. President Zhao, what are you doing? Mr. Lin, you could just call me Lao Zhao. I'm here to do some business. Zhao Jiming had a flattering smile on his face. He is completely different from the bossy president just now. Okay, then you do it. Lin Dong nodded casually, without trying to make friends with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as I turned around, I saw Chu Xiaoxiao, who was in a hurry. President Zhao, please wait a moment. Give me another chance. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. When I heard Chu Xiaoxiao call out the 3 words, President Zhao, I immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that the big client she was talking about was Zhao Jinming. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I may not have time to treat you to a meal today. Next time, for sure. Chu Xiaoxiao saw Lin Dong was also here and quickly apologized. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I'm a free person and I'm always free. As long as Miss Chu doesn't forget me. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red and she felt a little guilty. Mr. Lin, is Miss Chu your friend? Zhao Jiming's heart skipped a beat. In front of Chu Xiaoxiao, he just turned his face away. Isn't it such a coincidence? Friend or not that bad. That's good. I should be considered her benefactor. Didn't you see that she kept thanking me? Zhao Jiming was dumbfounded. Just kidding. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Then he looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. Miss Chu, don't mind it. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. Oh, look at what this has caused. Miss Chu, I'm so sorry for what I did just now. I'm so sorry for offending you. The next second, Zhao Jinming changed his arrogance, took the initiative to lower his posture, and apologized to Chu Xiaoxiao. I drank too much and said a few drunken words. Don't worry, there will be no problem with your company's loan. I will review it for you right after I get back, so you can rest assured. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned at first. Then, I felt a burst of ecstasy in my heart. In order to get this loan of 5 million, she ran around and used countless connections to finally invite the powerful President Zhao. As a result, because of my own mistake, I almost made a big mistake. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Dong appeared, the situation took a turn for the better. President Zhao not only forgave her mistake, but also promised on the spot that the application would be approved in the afternoon. What a pleasant surprise. Thank you, President Zhao. No, you should thank Master Lin. Zhao Jinming nodded and smiled, looking at Lin Dong intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Xiaoxiao is not a fool either. It was obvious at a glance that Zhao Jinming was extremely respectful to Lin Dong, almost treating him like an ancestor. The reason why he changed his words was entirely out of Lin Dong's consideration. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao felt even more ashamed. Lin Dong has been helping her, but she has no way to repay him. Old Zhao, this is where you are wrong. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly coughed twice and frowned slightly. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private affairs. How can you just agree to this just because I know Miss Chu? You make it seem like I owe you a favor. Zhao Jiming was stunned for a moment. I thought I did a good thing. It sounded like Lin Dong was unhappy. You know, Lin Dong deposited 1 billion in their bank. If you make Lin Dong unhappy and deposit the money in another bank, it will be too late to regret. Master Lin, I was wrong. I was negligent. How about this? It's time for dinner. Let's sit down and have a good chat. I'll toast you a few glasses of wine. Zhao Jinming had a shy face and was fawning all over. Lin Dong knew that the temperature was about right and waved his hand. No need to have dinner with me. I'll come and visit you in person when I'm free. I owe you a favor for this matter. After saying this, Lin Dong's gaze fell on Chu Xiao. Zhao Jinming is a shrewd man who is very good at observing people's words and expressions. How could he not see that Lin Dong's real intention was not to drink? Then I won't bother Mr. Lin and Miss Chu anymore. I'll go back now and help Miss Chu with her business. Zhao Jinming smiled and walked away, fearing that he would ruin Lin Dong's plan. Seeing that this guy was so considerate, Lin Dong nodded and gave him a point in his heart. Coo! At this moment, Lin Dong's empty stomach rumbled again. Puff! Chu Xiao smiled. Then, he took the initiative to invite. Mr. Lin, I ordered a table of dishes. If you don't mind, go and try them. That's great. I'll thank you very much. Lin Dong naturally would not refuse the beautiful woman's invitation and nodded immediately. Then I will refuse it disrespectfully. Chapter 83. Be my secretary. The two walked into the private room. Sure enough, on the table, the delicious dishes were intact and still steaming. Old Zhao has a bad temper. Don't take it seriously, Miss Chu. But it's also because he doesn't have the good fortune to eat. So many dishes, it's a bargain for me. Lin Dong sat on the chair, confidently, and started eating happily. While eating, he said, By the way, excuse me for asking. How much is your monthly salary now? Are you interested in coming over to me and being a secretary or something? Secretary? Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes were startled. I never expected that Lin Dong would suddenly make this request. Although, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Dong's background was unfathomable. Being his secretary, you can earn several times more money and have access to higher-end resources. However, when Chu Xiao thought of the shameful relationships between bosses and secretaries on the internet, she hesitated again. No, Lin Dong has other intentions, right? Although she is already 26 years old, people of her age have already married and had children. But until now, she is still a virgin. In the past, many men had pursued her. However, due to family and work reasons, none of them had a good ending. She almost forgot about falling in love. At this moment, after hearing what Lin Dong said, he was suddenly at a loss. Across the dining table, Lin Dong was still eating voraciously. He just mentioned recruiting a secretary casually. I didn't expect that Chu Xiao would have so many wild thoughts. For him, one more secretary and one less woman doesn't make much difference. He just thought that Chu Xiao was pleasing to the eye. Keeping it by his side can make him happy. In the future, I can also help him deal with some business matters. However, if the other party refuses, he will not force it and will pretend that nothing happened. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao took Lin Dong's unintentional words seriously. After thinking for a moment, he said solemnly, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm quite satisfied with the salary of my current job, and President Zhao just helped me to apply for a loan of 5 million. I have to follow up on this project. Oh, is that so? Then I can ask him to cancel it. Lin Dong said this calmly without even raising his head. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression became visibly nervous. Just kidding. Lin Dong laughed out loud. When Chu Xiao saw this, she realized that he was playing a joke on her. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, she had reported the news back. If at this time, Lin Donglai cut off the source of the problem, she has no choice but to resign. Phew, I was scared to death. Chu Xiao patted her chest in shock. Lin Dong smiled and said, Miss Chu, I don't want you to eat alone, so move your chopsticks too. Chu Xiao smiled faintly. After being busy for so long, she was very hungry. More importantly, ordering this table of food cost her 7 or 8,000 yuan. If you don't eat more, you'll feel like you're losing out. It's delicious. Chu Xiao picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and put it in her mouth. The fish meat melts in your mouth, and the fresh fragrance fills your entire mouth. Then she took a bite of the Yangzhou lion head. As a result, I almost got burned because I moved too quickly. Call. Seeing Chu Xiao looking like she had never seen the world, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Once upon a time, he was like this, wanting to taste every dish. Now, even a place like Taiha Garden is just a daily routine for him. If Miss Chu likes it, we can eat out often in the future. But this table of food costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. Don't worry, I'll treat you. When Chu Xiao heard that Lin Dong wanted to treat them, she subconsciously wanted to agree. But in the end, he shook his head rationally. Don't bother, Mr. Lin. You've helped me so much. I should be the one treating you. How can I let you pay? Lin Dong smiled. He knew that Chu Xiaoxiao was worried about the money, but he didn't understand how a career elite could live so frugally. Is there something unspeakable? Lin Dong was a little curious, but no further questions were asked. After all, this is Chu Xiaoxiao's privacy. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, and asking rashly would be a bit presumptuous. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the box. Sir, you don't have an appointment. You can't come in. Why can't I go in? My daughter is in there. Sir, if you do this again, I will call security. Get out of the way. Chu Xiaoxiao, get out here. What? Hearing this voice, Chu Xiaoxiao was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. What's wrong, Miss Chu? Lin Dong frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Next second, bang. There was a loud bang from outside the door. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a blue rag shirt and looking a little crazy broke into the box. He has a pair of bull eyes and a mole on his face. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao had a table full of delicious food and wine, he immediately became furious and started yelling at Chu Xiaoxiao, pointing at her nose. Damn, it tastes good. I'm at home starving, but you're here enjoying the good life. I'm going to kill you. The man swung his arm and hit Chu Xiaoxiao in the face. Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank, her mind went blank, and she actually forgot to dodge. If he got hit by this slap, not only would he be disfigured, he would definitely have a concussion. At the critical moment, a figure flashed out quickly and grabbed the man's wrist. The middle-aged man was stunned. Turning around, I saw it was Lin Dong. Where did this pretty boy come from? Get lost. What does it have to do with you if I teach my daughter a lesson? If you don't get out of here, I'll take care of you too. The middle-aged man cursed and labeled Lin Dong a gigolo. Next, pull your arm back. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's strength was much greater than he imagined. Even though he used all his strength, he still couldn't move. Release. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses and asked angrily, Who is your daughter? Liang Taizhu. How long are you going to make trouble? It was the first time that Lin Dong saw Chu Xiaoxiao get angry. Unfortunately, the man did not back down. Instead, it makes me more excited. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that I spent so much money to marry your mother. You are not my daughter. Whose daughter are you? If I hadn't felt sorry for you, an orphan and a widow, you would have died somewhere long ago. Hurry up and tell him to let go of his hand. Quickly, quickly. Ouch. Seeing Liang Taizhu still shouting there, Lin Dong snorted coldly, exerted force suddenly, and pressed the other person against the wall, making his old face come into close contact with the wall. It hurts so much. Chapter 84, Scum Stepfather. Seeing this scene, the waiter was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he took the initiative to ask, Sir, do you need me to call the police for you? Lin Dong shook his head. No, it's just a small matter. I can handle it. As for the broken things, put them on my account. The waiter nodded and left tactfully. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice, as thin as a mosquito, came from behind. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Or let's just let him go first. Lin Dong nodded. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, Liang Taizhu turned around suddenly and wanted to punch him. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already expected this to happen. With 2 kicks, Liang Taizhu was kicked directly into the corner. This time, the other party finally couldn't stand up. Fight with me? Ha! Lin Dong snorted disdainfully. Then, he turned and looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. Miss Chu, if I'm not mistaken, he's your stepfather, right? Chu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Oh, now you know how to admit it. What were you doing just now? Chu Xiaoxiao, I'm telling you, if you don't give me the money today, I'll never let you go. Liang Taizhu stood up trembling and even wanted to make a move on Chu Xiaoxiao. It can be seen that he had beaten and scolded Chu Xiaoxiao a lot in the past. No wonder Chu Xiaoxiao is so strong-willed. It turns out that they were all forced. What do you want to do? Lin Dong's eyes turned cold, and he immediately stepped forward and blocked the way. Liang Taizhu's heart skipped a beat, and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. Ew, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that just because you found a man, I can't control you. As long as I haven't divorced your mother, I am your father. After Liang Taizhu made his harsh remarks, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He shamelessly reached out his hand towards Chu Xiao. Take out the money quickly. Everything is set up over there, just waiting for me. Lin Dong was slightly startled. I vaguely understand why Chu Xiao is so frugal. Then, Chu Xiao took out a stack of banknotes from her bag with a reluctant look on her face. At least 10,000 or 20,000. Liang Taizhu snatched it away without even looking at it. After counting, he was still complaining. Pa, why is it only 15,000? Don't you make a lot of money as a director? Chu Xiao shook her head and didn't want to pay attention to Liang Taizhu. In other words, don't want to see each other. I just hope he takes the money and leaves. Unexpectedly, blindly giving in will not lead to a broader horizon. Liang Taizhu's eyes rolled, and he became even more aggressive. Don't you have another car? Give me the keys. Selling it for 170,000 or 180,000 is just enough to pay off my debts. Damn it, I've been really unlucky these past few days. I keep losing. Today, I must win them all back. It turned out that Liang Taizhu wanted so much money not to take it back to supplement the family income. It was because he owed too much money at the casino and was in debt. Moreover, every time he got money from Chu Xiao, the first thing he did was to continue gambling. Debt is like a snowball. It just keeps getting bigger. Chu Xiao didn't want to fill this bottomless pit either. However, if she didn't give it to him, Liang Taizhu would not be able to find her and would beat her mother up. So, in the end, she had to endure it all silently. All the salary I earn every month is used to pay off debts. Unexpectedly, now Liang Taizhu has set his sights on the car. There is absolutely no way she would agree to this. No, that car is not mine. It was loaned to me by the company. I'm going to drive it and go out to discuss business. I see. Lin Dong nodded in sudden realization. He was originally wondering how such a frugal person like Chu Xiao could drive an Audi. It turns out that there's only the right to use. However, Liang Taizhu doesn't think so. If I give it to you, then it's yours, right? Don't try to trick me. Hurry up and take out the key. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this door. Chu Xiao bit her lips. Her heart seemed to be bleeding. Obviously, she could have a bright future. Now, I have to be stuck in a quagmire for the rest of my life. Liang Taizhu, can you promise that this is the last time you ask me for money? This is the only car I have. Chu Xiao, with tears in her eyes, said something that even she didn't believe. Liang Taizhu patted his chest without hesitation and said solemnly, I promise, this is the last time. Good daughter, give me the car, and I will never ask you for money again. Seeing Liang Taizhu's hungry look, Chu Xiao felt heartbroken. Then he grabbed a bunch of car keys and took them out of his bag. Give it to me now. When Liang Taizhu saw the car keys, his eyes almost popped out. As long as the car is sold, he will have money. By then, 200,000 will directly become 2 million, 20 million, or even 200 million. Just thinking about it, Liang Taizhu was so happy that he went crazy and drooled all over the floor. However, at this moment, etc., Lin Dong frowned and snatched the key away. Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes were startled. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong would do this. Ms. Chu, you clearly knew that he would gamble with the money after getting it. So why did you indulge him again and again? Are you willing to be his slave for the rest of your life? You can definitely cut off ties with him. This, Chu Xiao bit her lips tightly. Lin Dong's words undoubtedly touched her sore spot. Doesn't she want to break off the relationship? However, Liang Taizhu made some harsh remarks. If she doesn't obey, she will kill her mother. If you can't bear to be cruel, then let me help you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and looked at Liang Taizhu with unfriendly eyes. Liang Taizhu, from now on, Chu Xiao will not give you a penny, and you should stop harassing her. Otherwise, I promise to make you paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life. What? Liang Taizhu's head buzzed. He could see that Lin Dong was a ruthless man, and he kept his word. But if I don't have money, how can I pay off my debts? Liang Taizhu's face changed for a moment, and then he just went for it. Chu Xiao, don't think you'll be fine just because you have a pretty boy to back you up. As long as you're my daughter, you should pay back the money. You don't want your mother to serve dishes and sweep the trash at her age, do you? What do you mean, what happened to my mom? Hearing this, Chu Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. She never expected that even though she gave Liang Taizhu more than 10,000 yuan every month, her mother still had to go out to work and do the hardest and most tiring work. Her mother never told her these things. Haha, who made you my daughter? You should only pay back this money. Liang Taizhu smiled coldly and decided to throw the jar into the ground. Since ancient times, it is only natural that a son should pay off his father's debts. If you really can't pay back the money, the debt collector will come to your door. The only ones who will suffer are Chu Xiao and her mother. Chapter 85, Gambling Debt. Scumbag, you are a scumbag. Liang Taizhu, get out of here. Chu Xiao broke down emotionally and couldn't stop crying. Unexpectedly, when Lin Dong heard this, he suddenly had an idea. Etc. Isn't it just a gambling debt? Liang Taizhu, as long as you take me to that casino, I will pay you back the money you owe me, and I will also give you this car. Hearing this, Liang Taizhu's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't realize that Lin Dong is still a bootlicker. He actually paid out of his own pocket to pay back Chu Xiao's debt. For him, it was like pie in the sky. Okay, if you have the ability, just follow me. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Don't give him any more money. He's a liar. You've helped me a lot. I can't hurt you anymore. Chu Xiao subconsciously grabbed Lin Dong's arm, her eyes full of worry. Lin Dong treated her like this, and she didn't know how to repay him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just smiled lightly. As long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of fool who gives money to others for free? Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment and shook her head. So what are you doing? Don't worry, I have my own plans. Just wait and see. Lin Dong smiled and took Chu Xiao's hand. Chu Xiao subconsciously wanted to struggle. However, she was too weak to break free. Moreover, at the moment of being caught, for some reason, a strong sense of relaxation and security came over me. It seemed that as long as Lin Dong was there, any trouble could be solved. She was somewhat obsessed with this feeling. For a moment, I was reluctant to let go. Realizing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Capturing Chu Xiao is a foregone conclusion. Next, we need to resolve the debt problem. Wow, I didn't realize you're driving a luxury car. I was wondering why my daughter fell in love with you. It turns out that you were supporting her with your money. Huh. Just then, the three of them walked outside. When Liang Taizhu saw the Porsche Panamera at the door, his eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke without restraint. After hearing this, Chu Xiao frowned immediately. Lin Dong was even more direct. Bang! He kicked out and knocked over Liang Taizhu, who was pulling the car door. Then, he threw a $100 bill in his face. Who told you to take the bus? Get out. Tell me where it is, and you can take a taxi there yourself. You, Liang Taizhu was suddenly kicked and became angry and embarrassed. However, thinking that Lin Dong would pay him back, he still held back and said through gritted teeth, "It's in the west of the city, tin chess and card room." Okay, see you at the door. Lin Dong snorted coldly, without even looking at Liang Taizhu, and sat in the driver's seat. Boom! As he stepped on the accelerator, the Panamera sped away. Liang Taizhu was sprayed with exhaust gas in the face, making it black. Poo. What the hell? Just wait and see when the money arrives. Not long after, Lin Dong brought Chu Xiao to the destination. The west of Tianhai City has never been very developed. The poorer the place, the more chaotic it is. Thus, it has become a hotbed for industries such as chess and card rooms and massage parlors. Lin Dong barely had time to look around before he saw a chess and card room filled with people, lights, and feasting. This is it. Chu Xiao frowned slightly. A good girl like her has never been to such a place. For a moment, it is inevitable to feel a little scared. Fortunately, Lin Dong was holding her little hand, so she felt a little safe. Not long after, Liang Taizhu arrived late. Standing at the door of Tianhe Chess and Card Room, he stretched his neck and kept looking inside. Business is good today. If I go in and try my luck, I'm sure I'll make a lot of money. Even though he was in a lot of debt, he still wanted to gamble. As expected, the words of gamblers can never be trusted. Let's go. Lin Dong pushed Liang Taizhu and walked into the chess and card room. Several hooligans obviously knew Liang Taizhu. When they saw him, they couldn't help but tease him. Hey, Brother Liang is rich again? Brother Scar was talking about you just now. When are you going to pay back the money you owe? That chick behind you is pretty good. Could she be your daughter? Sister, do you want to play a few games with your brother? Ha ha ha. Faced with these people's ridicule, Liang Taizhu felt a little embarrassed. Especially, it happened in front of Chu Xiao, which made me feel very embarrassed. Get lost. Don't make fun of me. Where's Scar? Call him out. Someone wants to pay me back. Hearing this, the gangsters were stunned. Did anyone pay off Liang Taizhu's gambling debt? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? That's hundreds of thousands, not just $12. Lin Dong, how about we just forget it? 100,000 is too much. After hearing this number, Chu Xiaoxiao also regretted it. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Dong grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao's little hand and smiled gently. The latter bit his lip and felt relieved. Okay, you wait. It's rare that someone actually paid back Liang Taizhu. A gangster spat and walked back with a smile on his face. In his opinion, Liang Taizhu was just here to give him money. Even if someone paid off his gambling debts of hundreds of thousands for him, they also have 10,000 ways to make this guy continue to gamble and continue to owe money. Liang Taizhu is their ATM. After a while, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face came out with some people. I guess he's the owner of Tina Chess and Card Room. Brother Scar. Liang Taizhu's face was all smiles. At my age, I have to be as humble as possible. Lao Liang, I heard you want to pay back the money? Okay, I'll settle the bill for you. Scarface sat on a chair with a cigarette in his mouth and a thick stack of IOUs in his hand. They are all IOUs written by gamblers like Liang Taizhu. On the 15th of last month, you lost $20,000 with me. On the 18th of last month, you lost $8,000. On the 25th of last month, you owed $10,000. On the 1st of this month, you owed $7,000. Total, it's $360,000. 360,000? Scar brother, this account is not right. Liang Taizhu was confused. He remembered exactly how much money he had borrowed. How could there be 360,000? What's wrong? I clearly only owed 100,000 yuan. Where did the more than 300,000 yuan come from? Hearing this, Scar brother's face turned impatient, and he slapped the IOU on the table. I said 360,000, and that means 360,000. The extra is interest. I'm telling you, if you don't pay me back today, don't even think about leaving this house. Scar brother said this with a fierce look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly saw Chu Xiaoxiao hiding behind Lin Dong. His eyes widened immediately, and his saliva almost flowed out. Oh, is this your daughter? She's pretty. How about this? Give me your daughter, and I'll give you a small change. Just pay me back 300,000, and that'll be all. The rest is my gift. How about it? Chapter 86. From now on, you are free. As soon as Scarface finished speaking, several thugs nearby immediately surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao with malicious smiles on their faces. What are you going to do? Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms across her chest, her face full of vigilance. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Call the police? Bah! Scarface spit out the cigarette in his mouth and said viciously, even if the police come, he owe me money first, so the first person they will arrest is your father. After saying that, Scarface turned his head and looked at Liang Taizhu. How about this suggestion of mine? Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Liang Taizhu in a daze, having a bad feeling. Sure enough, Liang Taizhu nodded without much hesitation. Okay, 300,000 is 300,000. But, can you let me gamble a few more times? Haha, beauty, you heard it. Your dad wanted to sell it himself. You can't blame me. Scarface laughed, walked forward, opened his arms, and was about to hug Chu Xiaoxiao. Let me smell how good you smell, hee. Bang. The next second, a heavy punch landed on his face. It directly gave him a panda eye. Scarface shook his head and barely woke up. Afterwards, he couldn't help but yell, damn it, who dares to hit me? Soon, he heard a familiar voice. Scarface, you are so majestic. Does Wang Hu know? Scarface was stunned for a moment. Then, I saw Lin Dong's face clearly. Suddenly, trembling with fear, he blurted out the words. You're Lin Dong. Brother whose friend? Brother Dong, what wind brings you here? It's really like a flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and family members no longer recognize each other. Scarface put on an apologetic smile. The more arrogant you were just now, the more humble you are now. Lin Dong didn't tolerate him and sneered. Still a family? If I wasn't here today, would you still want to enter the bridal chamber? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong kicked Scarface in the stomach. Ouch! Scarface screamed and fell heavily to the ground, holding his stomach and gasping for air. However, he didn't dare to get angry. Before, at the Blue Rose Bar, he saw with his own eyes how respectful brother who was to Lin Dong. Brother Scar, do you know this pretty boy? Liang Taizhu was dumbfounded. I originally thought that Lin Dong was a sucker. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a big shot that even Scarface couldn't afford to offend. When Scarface heard Liang Taizhu's words, he became anxious. He just got up and slapped Liang Taizhu twice, beating him into a pig's head. What the hell are you talking about? This is Brother Tiger's brother, My eldest brother. It's your honor that my eldest brother likes your daughter. You little white face, today, I will beat you into a sow. Before he finished speaking, Scarface was about to take action to teach Liang Taiju a lesson on behalf of Lin Dong. He has already seen that Lin Dong is Chu Xiaoxiao's backer. As long as he performed well, Lin Dong would be happy and reward him like he rewarded Brother Hu, etc. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand and stopped Scarface. Liang Taiju thought he was saved and was extremely excited. Lin Dong, no, Brother Dong, it's my fault for not recognizing a great man. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Xiao, from now on, you should serve Dong Go well and make him happy. I'll take advantage of it too. Seeing her stepfather being so shameless, Chu Xiao felt a little ashamed. Afterwards, when I thought about being with Lin Dong, I felt a vague sense of anticipation and inferiority. Brother Dong, do you have any instructions? Scarface lowered his head and hunched over like a pug. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pointed at Liang Taiju, and asked, just now, how much money did you say he owed you? 36, no, 110,000. Scarface changed his words halfway through his speech. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually shook his head. Just 360,000, no, I'll give you 400,000. What the hell? Scarface looked confused. The condition is that from now on, you have to keep an eye on him. Whenever he enters the casino, you have to beat him up every time you see him. Beat him until he's pissed himself and becomes paralyzed. Scarface's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. This is a good job. You can make money and beat people. After hearing this, Liang Tieju's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. What's the difference between not allowing him to gamble and killing him? He actually thought that Lin Dong had a change of heart and wanted to help his cheap father-in-law. Unexpectedly, they wanted to beat him to death. Why? Scarface, what's the problem? No, absolutely not. I will make sure to complete the mission. Scarface yelled, stood at attention, and saluted crookedly. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He can't control a gangster like Scarface. However, it is still easy to play with people like Liang Taiju. Afterwards, under everyone's gaze, Lin Dong took out his mobile phone and transferred some money to Scarface on the spot. When Scarface saw the string of numbers, his eyes almost popped out. Originally, he didn't expect to make much money from Liang Taiju. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly gave him 400,000. It's totally free. What are you guys still standing there for? Brother Dong has spoken, come on. Scarface chuckled. The next moment, a group of gangsters stared at Liang Taiju excitedly. It looked like a big bad wolf seeing his young wife. Don't come over here. Xiao, my daughter, save me. I am your father. Hearing Liang Tieju's pig-slaughtering scream, Chu Xiao bit her lip. Just as she was about to beg for mercy, Lin Dong grabbed her hand tightly and held her in his arms. Xiao, you have suffered over the years. From now on, you are free. After you go back, ask your aunt to go through the divorce procedures with him. With me here, he won't dare to harass you again. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's body trembled. Afterwards, she couldn't hold back any longer and leaned on Lin Dong's shoulder, crying loudly. 10 years. It has been exactly 10 years since my mother married Liang Taiju. In the past 10 years, she lived in the shadow almost every day, being beaten and scolded. Today, I am finally free. Mr. Lin, Chu Xiaoxiao was so excited that she was incoherent. Then, stand on tiptoe, close your eyes, and give her a sweet kiss. Suddenly, the two of them kissed each other. It was like a bolt from the blue, unstoppable. Chu Xiaoxiao was so shy that she didn't even dare to open her eyes. Only when she was about to suffocate did she have to push Lin Dong away. Then he began to breathe heavily. Call. Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's rosy and delicate face, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. He has had many women these days. However, this is the first time I enjoy such a delicious meal. More importantly, from the kiss just now, it can be seen that Chu Xiaoxiao is very chaste and has no experience at all. This made Lin Dong want her even more. Unfortunately, there are too many people here, not suitable for work. Chapter 87, I am very angry now. Xiao, let's go. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't even look back and followed Lin Dong out of the chess and card room. Behind him, Liang Taiju was still begging for mercy. However, Chu Xiaoxiao has made up her mind to completely cut off from the past. He pretended not to hear Liang Tieju's plea for mercy. Brother Dong, have a safe journey. Brother Dong, just tell me if you need anything. Scarface, along with a group of his younger brothers, respectfully escorted Lin Dong out. Then, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful back, he couldn't help but reveal an envious look. This Dong brother is really lucky. If possible, he would like to exchange lives with Lin Dong. He is tall and handsome, and has so much money, he can easily have a different woman every day. It's exciting just thinking about it. This Chu Xiaoxiao is also top-notch. He would be willing to live 10 years, less if something could happen between him and her. Of course, he would only mutter these words in his heart and would never dare to say them out loud. Otherwise, Lin Dong could kill him. After a while, when Lin Dong drove away, he turned around and looked at Liang Taizhu, and his face changed immediately. Damn it, I'm so pissed. If you had told me earlier that you had a beautiful daughter, why would I bet money with you? Guys, beat them to death. In a short while, Liang Taizhu was beaten all over. Not to mention entering a casino. From now on, I need someone to support me when I pee. At this moment, he regretted it so much. If he had known that his daughter was having an affair with Lin Dong, why would he have gambled the money? It would be great if I could just sell my daughter to Lin Dong. The other side, Lin Dong held Chu Xiaoxiao's hand and got on the Panamera. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel. Along the way, Chu Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her head, and dared not speak. She had already guessed what would happen next. I feel a little complicated. I was shy and worried that this was a dream. I don't know when I will wake up. It was not until the two of them walked into the room, half undressed, and faced each other frankly that Chu Xiaoxiao realized that this was not a dream. Mr. Lin. Xiaoxiao, we're sleeping in the same bed. Why are you still calling me Mr. Lin? Then, what should I call myself? Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Although she is already 26 years old, she is still ignorant about matters between men and women. Seeing this, Lin Dong's eyes showed a hint of surprise and joy. Chu Xiaoxiao is so beautiful, but she's still a virgin? No wonder I blush when holding hands. It turns out that she is still a virgin. This made Lin Dong even more excited. At the same time, he secretly decided to take good care of this woman. The next moment, his two big hands began to caress. As expected, Chu Xiaoxiao reacted violently, hugging Lin Dong tightly with a look of intoxication on her face. No, don't. Lin Dong didn't listen. As a woman, you should listen to the opposite of what she says. Not wanting means wanting, and wanting means wanting more. This war lasted for a long time. After a long time, the clouds finally cleared and the rain stopped. Oh no, my boss called me so many times. Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at her phone and sat up in shock. As a result, a tearing pain came, causing her to frown involuntarily and reveal a painful expression. Seeing this, Lin Dong hugged her into his arms. Slow down. Suddenly, a surge of hormones unique to men came over me. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao realize how crazy and ridiculous she had been just now. I didn't realize you were so wild. It's quite a contrast to your image. Lin Dong that Chu Xiaoxiao Li. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed and said, Okay, stop making trouble. My boss called me so many times, I'll explain it to him first. What's there to explain? What's so good about your crappy class? Okay, you just resign tomorrow. Then, come on my side and be my secretary. Help me with the business matters, which I can't handle. Lin Dong said domineeringly. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong still remembered this incident. If it was before coming to the hotel, she would definitely refuse again. But now, both her body and mind had been occupied by Lin Dong. After a struggle between her conscience and her conscience, Chu Xiaoxiao blushed and nodded timidly. Okay, I promise. That's right. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and kissed her red lips. He finally got to enjoy this delicious treat. Come on, as your boss, I'll give you your first task. That is, do everything you can to serve me well. Hate. Chu Xiaoxiao gave him a reproachful look. Then, she lifted her hair, but didn't seem angry. Lin Dong was just about to do something. Unexpectedly, a phone call came in. Who is it? Lin Dong was a little impatient. As a result, when I saw the caller ID, my anger disappeared immediately. Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? The person who called was none other than my mother, Li Xiuqin. Kid, if nothing happens, can't Mom call you? No, that's not what I meant. Hearing Lin Dong's timid voice, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to laugh. Who would have thought that this powerful brother Dong has such a lovely side? On the other end of the phone, Li Xiuqin noticed something was wrong. Son, why are you hearing that little girl's voice over there? Where are you? Well, Lin Dong glared at Chu Xiao. It's okay, Mom. I'm watching TV. Oh, all right. Li Xiuqin had no doubts either. In her eyes, her son is the most honest. It's not like that. Your grandfather's going to have his birthday in a couple of days, so we were thinking of having a family gathering. Your uncle, second uncle, and aunt are all coming. Hearing these people, Lin Dong frowned immediately. His grandfather, Lin Chongqing, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Lin Xiangwen, the second son, Lin Xiangwu, the youngest daughter, Lin Yinyin, and his father, the third son, Lin Xiangqian. Among these 4 families, theirs is the worst off. During every festival or family gathering, these people would find ways to mock and bully their family. But Lin Xiangqian is an honest man and never talks back. This led to Lin Dong hating these relatives since he was a child. This time, when Lin Dong heard that his grandfather had to meet this group of people again for his birthday, he instinctively felt annoyed. Then, I couldn't help but slap it hard. Ah! Chu Xiao screamed in pain. Son, what's going on over there? What kind of TV are you watching? Why is there always a woman crying? Lin Dong glanced at Chu Xiao, who was rolling her eyes, and subconsciously said, Mom, it's nothing. I'm just a little angry. I'm really angry right now. Although Li Xiuqin had doubts, she didn't think about it. The most urgent task is to persuade Lin Dong to agree and not to offend Lin Chongqing. Chapter 88. Just 200 million, just a little extra effort. Son, please think about this carefully. After all, it's your grandfather's birthday, so your father and I will definitely go. If you don't come, we will lose face too. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Of course he knew that his mother didn't care about her face, but wanted him to go back to his hometown. After coming to Tianhai to study and work, he rarely has time to go back. No wonder Li Xiuqin and Lin Xiangqian missed him. Lin Dong's heart softened, and he had no choice but to compromise. Okay, Mom, I'll be back in a couple of days. I won't miss Grandpa's birthday. That's right, get busy. The moment he hung up the phone, Lin Dong could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and began to vent it. After a long time, the room finally calmed down. Lin Dong held Chu Xiao in his arms, stroked her hair, and said, Xiao, I have to prepare some gifts in the next 2 days and go back to my hometown, so I won't be with you. As for my business, you can go to the Blue Enchantress bar and find a man named Zhang Dafa. Good. Chu Xiao nodded without getting angry. Moreover, she hopes to help Lin Dong instead of becoming a useless vase. After all, an outstanding man like Lin Dong never lacks women. Only by becoming his good wife can you shine. Only then can I stay by his side forever. It just so happens that I will go back home in the next 2 days to help my mother and Liang Taiju with the divorce procedures. Then, I will find her a new house to live in. Chu Xiao lay in Lin Dong's arms, breathing in the man's hot breath. It's as if I want to remember this taste forever in my heart. Lin Dong nodded. Now, Chu Xiao is in urgent need of money. Since she has become his woman and is so sensible, he certainly won't treat her unfairly. Xiao, send me your bank card number, and I'll give you an advance on your salary. Good. Chu Xiao didn't suspect anything and sent her bank card number. However, soon, her eyes widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. 1 million? Lin Dong, you didn't call the wrong number, did you? How can there be such a high salary? Lin Dong was very satisfied with the woman's surprised expression. He lifted her chin and said calmly, Who asked you to be my personal secretary? If I don't pay you more, what if you run away? Besides, if you have money, you can find a good house for your aunt. Chu Xiao was deeply moved when she heard Lin Dong mention his mother. Why would I care about that little incident just now? Even if it happens 10 more times, she would be willing. Well, your mission is not yet complete. Now, I'm going to punish you. Lin Dong chuckled and pushed Chu Xiao down rudely. The presidential suite once again turned into a fierce battlefield with continuous gunfire. It was not until Chu Xiao was exhausted and surrendered that Lin Dong stood up reluctantly. Just as I was about to wash up, my cell phone rang again. Zhang Dafa? Why did he call? Lin Dong picked up the phone, took a look at it, and frowned slightly. Zhang Dafa is the manager of the Blue Rose Bar and is busy helping him acquire the nightclub. A call at this time must mean there is some progress. After taking a look at the sleeping Chu Xiao, Lin Dong tiptoed out of the room. Then, the call was connected. Mr. Lin, you finally answered the phone. I was so anxious. Hearing Zhang Dafa's flustered tone, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Zhang Dafa paused for a moment, then said excitedly, Mr. Lin, I have contacted the owners of several nearby nightclubs. If the price is right, they are all willing to sell. Now, they are all in Blue Enchantress, discussing the specific details with me. I calculated that if I took over all the nightclubs, the annual profit would be at least 10 million. Yeah, not bad. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. I just don't know what the selling price is that they intend to sell it for. When it came to the key issue, Zhang Dafa suddenly stuttered. It's a bit much. I calculated that these stores combined would cost at least 200 million yuan. Zhang Dafa thought Lin Dong would find it too expensive, so he immediately added, but don't worry, these stores are doing very well. They will be able to make back their investment in 2 or 3 years, and it will be pure profit in the future. If you felt it was not possible at the time, I would have asked them to leave now. Just when Zhang Dafa was feeling uneasy and thought Lin Dong was going to lose his temper. Did I say no? Who told you to chase them away? Leave them all here for me. I'll go over and negotiate the contract now. Don't worry, I, Lin Dong, am not short of money. It's just 200 million, just a little bit of water. When saying this, Lin Dong's face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. Obviously, his total assets are only over 1 billion now, and 200 million is already a considerable amount. But don't forget, he has a system. As long as it involves nightclub consumption, you can get 10 times the cash back. Spend 200 million and get 2 billion in cash back directly. When Lin Dong thought of this number, his heart beat faster. This is much more exciting than playing with women. Call. Zhang Dafa on the other end of the phone also breathed a sigh of relief. What followed was even greater shock. The last time I saw Lin Dong, he only had 100 million in his bank card. Now, even 200 million is not a big deal. Could it be that this Master Lin has some other business? Zhang Dafa didn't dare to think further. He was afraid that the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. Great, please entertain the bosses. I'll be there soon. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, no one can leave. Lin Dong nodded and quickly put on his clothes. He took a last look at the sleeping Chu Xiao Xiao before walking out of the room. After a while, we arrived at the Blue Rose Bar. When the waiters at the door saw Lin Dong, they immediately smiled brightly. After Lin Dong took over the bar, he doubled their wages. The various welfare benefits are the same as those of large companies. There is even a year-end bonus. When you see Lin Dong, you must be more enthusiastic. Hello, boss. Well, hello to you guys too. Lin Dong smiled and waved, then walked straight into the bar. This is the time when Blue Rose is at its busiest. Countless men and women danced passionately, and various DJ slow rock music could be heard. Everyone follow me. Hi, hi, hi. Feeling this atmosphere, Lin Dong couldn't help but want to go up and dance a few times. Fortunately, he didn't forget the important matter. After a while, he came outside the office. Mr. Lin, Zhang Dafa has been waiting for a long time. When he saw him, he quickly ran to meet him. Seeing this, several other nightclub owners also stood up enthusiastically and shook hands with Lin Dong. I didn't expect that young Master Lin is so young and has such a handsome appearance. Mr. Lin, you are a famous figure now. We old guys admire you very much. With such a big move, all the nightclubs in Tianhai City will be taken over by young Master Lin sooner or later. Chapter 89. The more you spend, the more you earn. Hearing these polite words, Lin Dong smiled faintly and said calmly, "Thank you, bosses. We can make money together. More friends means more paths. In this way, everyone's business will become more and more prosperous." Hearing this, everyone nodded. At the same time, he put away his original contempt. I thought that this guy was a young and naive man with a lot of money and nowhere to spend it, so he bought so many nightclubs at once and became a sucker. Now it seems that this Master Lin is not as simple as imagined. Could it be that he wants to be the king of nightclubs in Tianhai City? Everyone sit down, everyone sit down. Lin Dong smiled and asked everyone to sit down. He sat in the middle, crossed his legs, and chatted and laughed. Even he himself did not realize that his temperament had quietly and drastically changed. In the past, when he had no money, he was a loser who was looked down upon by everyone. Now, all he talks about is business worth tens of millions, and he drives a Panamera when he goes out to eat. Even among these big bosses, he stands out from the crowd. It really proves the saying that money can support people. Everyone, if Manager Zhang has not been hospitable enough, please don't mind. If the deal is concluded, I will personally set up a table at the best restaurant in Tianhai City and treat everyone to a banquet. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Lin Dong picked up the wine glass and drank all the wine in it. The others were also undeterred, and each picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Now, they have finally figured it out. This Mr. Lin doesn't care about money at all. In other words, to him, no matter how much money it is just a number. He just wanted to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City, become the undisputed king of this industry. Thinking of this, everyone became more respectful towards Lin Dong. Since there is such ambition, there must naturally be a corresponding background. Mr. Lin, I'll toast you a glass. And me. Mr. Lin, I'm Yu Fei, the owner of the Sands nightclub. I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Lin. Zhang Dafa approached him mysteriously and whispered, "This Sands nightclub owned by Mr. Yu is priced at 95 million. It's the most expensive price they've ever asked. You should think about it carefully." When saying this, Zhang Dafa felt a little painful. 95 million to buy a nightclub is too expensive. Unexpectedly, after listening to this, Lin Dong's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Haha, it turns out to be Boss Yu. I've heard a lot about you. Yu Fei was delighted when he saw this. I originally thought that Lin Dong would be as stingy as Zhang Dafa and unwilling to spend money. I didn't expect the attitude to be so enthusiastic. Could it be that I met the god of wealth today? Mr. Lin, don't worry. There is nothing wrong with my nightclub. Although it's not the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, it's high-end and well-equipped, and there are quite a few people coming and going. As Yu Fei spoke, he pointed to the ceiling above his head. Everyone was still confused, but Lin Dong immediately understood. Aren't they just those dignitaries? At the very least, you are a rich man or a celebrity. Lin Dong nodded slightly and said straight to the point, Boss Yu, what is your intended price? This, Yu Fei hesitated for a moment, but still gave his original offer. At least 95 million, it can't be any lower. However, I still have a small-scale mass-market KTV that I can give to young Master Lin as a small change. It should be worth at least 1 or 2 million. After hearing this, everyone knew what was going on. The reason why Yu Fei was so generous was simply because he wanted to do Lin Dong a favor. But even if you give away a small shop, the price of 95 million is still too high. The situation cannot be described with the 4 words, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Even breathing the air has to pay. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Yu Fei's face turned red. Just about to speak, let's make concessions. Haha, since Boss Yu is so generous, I can't be stingy. Besides, how can I let you give it away for free? How about this? I'll pay 100 million to buy your nightclub and KTV. How about that? Lin Dong smiled faintly and spoke lightly. What? Fuck, 100 million? This time, it was the boss's turn to be shocked. They thought that Yu Fei's asking price of 95 million was already a huge ask. As a result, Lin Dong was even more outrageous than him. Not only did they meet his offer, they also gave him an extra 5 million. This time, it's not that Lin Dong owes Yu Fei a favor. Instead, Yu Fei owed Lin Dong a favor. Lin, Master Lin, are you telling the truth? Yu Fei's voice was trembling, and he looked at Lin Dong with a flattered expression. Am I dreaming? Lin Dong smiled and nodded again. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I, Lin Dong, may not be a gentleman, but real money is more convincing. Besides, as I said just now, more friends mean more paths. In my opinion, spending a few million more to make friends like Boss Yu is definitely worth it. Lin Dong's words were so inhumane, immediately attracted everyone to become fans. They never dreamed that they would meet such a noble person. Where did this young man come from? Do you really not regard money as money anymore? In the eyes of everyone, Lin Dong spends money like water. Little did he know that the more money he spent, the more money the system would give back. If you give Yu Fei an extra 5 million, you could get a full 50 million for free. This deal isn't worth it. What's wrong with spending money like water? I make money like a waterfall. Or is it the Lushan waterfall that plunges 3,000 feet? Ding dong. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Lin Dong decisively transferred 100 million to Yu Fei. Not a single point off, not a single point ambiguous. Yu Fei was so excited that he looked at his phone and almost couldn't help shouting dad. Although Sands nightclub is indeed worth the money, but that is fixed assets. Moreover, he is in urgent need of cash flow. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to sell the rooster that was ordered. Now, the 100 million has actually been deposited into his account. How could he not be beaming with joy and overjoyed? Okay, who's next? Lin Dong looked around. In an instant, more than a dozen hands were raised and eyes were red. Soon, Lin Dong signed one contract after another. Those bosses all made a lot of money and walked out of Blue Rose with satisfaction. They lost the nightclub, though. But I gained happiness and a lot of money. At the same time, Zhang Dafa looked at the contract in his hand. His eyes were red, his breathing was heavy, and he almost had a heart attack. 250 million. 250 million. Mr. Lin said that if he gave me a 1% commission, that would be 2.5 million. Fuck, I'm a rich man too. Zhang Dafa was so excited that he jumped up like a big monkey. Chapter 97 Stars Gang, Collecting Protection Fees. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the system's ethereal and mysterious prompt sound rang in his mind. It was detected that the host spent 100 million yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 1 billion yuan credited to bank card. It was detected that the host spent 10 million yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 100 million yuan credited to bank card. It was detected that the host spent 8 million yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 80 million yuan credited to bank card. Every time a notification sounded, the numbers on Lin Dong's bank card jumped wildly. Finally, we come to a shocking number. 3.25 billion. There were originally 1 billion. 250 million was spent, leaving 750 million plus the 2.5 billion in cashback. Call. At this moment, even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. What does 3.25 billion mean? You could buy $3,250 million luxury cars, drive a different one every day, and drive them for 9 years. And it's cash. To put it bluntly, Lin Dong has reached the peak of his life. Almost all the people who are richer than him are old men. Those younger than him have not yet inherited the family business. Most of them are second-generation rich people like Qi Wenbin. Only Lin Dong is young and rich and can be called a winner in life. Mr. Lin, Yu Fei's cautious voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Dong came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, boss Yu, I was distracted just now. Haha, I understand. Yu Fei did not leave with the others, but stayed deliberately, trying to get close to Lin Dong. But there's one thing you have to pay attention to. With so many nightclubs, the income is high, at least tens of millions a year. But the protection fee is a huge expense. Protection money? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of any insurance premiums required for opening a nightclub. Besides, Zhang Dafa, who was still partying the previous second, immediately came to his senses the next second. Yes, Mr. Lin, with so many stores, the protection fees must be quite high. Manager Zhang, please tell me clearly what protection money is, to whom it should be paid, and how much it should be paid? Lin Dong frowned. What? Master Lin, don't you know you have to pay protection money? Zhang Dafa was stunned for a moment. Yu Fei was also dumbfounded. Who among those who run nightclub businesses in Tianhai City doesn't know that they have to pay protection fees to the 7-star gang? Before, I saw Lin Dong spending lavishly to acquire nightclubs. They thought that Lin Dong had already greeted them. As a result, Lin Dong knew nothing and was clueless when asked. Master Lin, you must be joking, right? Zhang Dafa smiled awkwardly, sweating profusely. Protection fees are something that everyone has agreed upon. We have to pay them every year. It's at least a quarter of our income. That's right, Master Lin. For a nightclub like mine, which makes 20 million a year, we have to pay more than 5 million. It's a bit too much, but it can ensure that their people won't cause trouble, so we can have peace and quiet. Yu Fei was also explaining. Lin Dong didn't say anything, still frowning. Bang! Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way. Do you know who we are? The 7 stars are here to help. Anyone who is not here, please leave immediately. This is our big brother Tianji, the top warrior of the 7 stars gang. He fought from south to north in Tianhai City without blinking an eye. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Oh, there was chaos in the bar. Several socialites wearing gold chains and colorful clothes rushed in. The leader was a man with a crew cut and a steel bar in his hand, with a scar on his face. The rest of the people also came with bad intentions. They were all burly and had fierce eyes. Yu Fei's legs went limp with fear when he saw this. It's over, it's over. Someone must have tipped off the 7 stars gang about your acquisition of the nightclub. Mr. Lin, prepare the money quickly. Without 30 or 50 million, I'm afraid I can't get rid of these plague gods. Next to him, Zhang Dafa was also sweating profusely and stuttering when he spoke. Mr. Lin, don't be impulsive. You can earn money again, but once you lose your life, it's really gone. However, Lin Dong remained unmoved. After acquiring god-level fighting skills, he was completely transformed. Not only is his gaze extremely sharp, but his aura is also sharp. In his eyes, these troublemakers were just a bunch of useless people. However, Lin Dong didn't mind playing with them. Call out your manager. Hurry up, don't waste my time. The man with a crew cut and a big gun, named Tianji, sat at the bar, opened a bottle of brandy, and poured it directly down his throat. Gulp, gulp. In a short while, he finished a bottle of strong brandy in one breath. But he felt nothing at all, just like drinking water, and continued to play with the steel rod in his hand. It is enough to see how strong his physical fitness is. Although he looks thin, he is actually full of muscular body. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold on to his position as the top warrior of the 7-star gang. Damn, why is it so slow? Tianji suddenly became impatient and swung the steel rod violently. Bang! Just smashed the glass of the bar. Everyone was so frightened that they were silent and trembling all over. They just came here to have fun. They don't want to get hurt, and they don't want to die. Finally, just when Tianji lost all his patience and was about to call for people to smash the store. Brother Chicken, here we come. He's just a pretty boy in his 20s, nothing special. Damn it. After making such a big move in Tianhai City and acquiring so many nightclubs, he didn't even come to Qixing to pay his respects. It's obvious that he doesn't give Brother Xiaonan face. Today, I have to make him bleed profusely so that he will learn his lesson. A group of 7 Stars gang members were filled with indignation. However, they do have the confidence to say this. From the day the 7 Stars gang was founded, all nightclub businesses, big and small, in the entire Tianhai City were under their control. Collecting protection fees has become an unspoken rule among the people. Almost everyone in this business knows this. I would rather offend a roadblock than Chen Nanshan. Their brother Xiao Nan is the real underground emperor. Everyone who sees him should give him face. This Lin Dong is so good. He made such a big fuss but didn't even ask for their permission. There is no sign of paying protection money at all. It would be unacceptable not to give them a warning. Once the news gets out, who will be afraid of them? Sorry, we're late. Soon, Zhang came trotting over with a shy smile on his face. As he walked, he introduced, "This is our boss, Lin Dong." Tianji looked disdainful and raised the steel rod directly, pointing it at Lin Dong. "Are you Lin Dong? Damn it. Do you understand the rules? Don't you know that when you enter a mountain temple, you have to kowtow 3 times? Hurry up, don't make me slap you." Lin Dong frowned. This man was even more arrogant than he had imagined, and he actually kowtowed as soon as he came up. However, it is still uncertain who will kowtow to whom today. Chapter 91 beat to death. While Tianji was staring at Lin Dong was also looking him up and down. Then, he couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, since he dared to collect protection fees in Tianhai City with great fanfare and reach the level of tens of millions every year, he must be a powerful figure, even comparable to the Godfather. The frog in front of me has a ferocious look on his face and talks about fighting and killing. He is no different from a newly released prisoner. It clearly doesn't fit this image. Wrong. Lin Dong's mind raced. I immediately realized that this was just a scout sent by the other party to scout ahead. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong remain silent, a few gangsters immediately introduced themselves in a menacing manner. "Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear our brother G tell you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times? This is the etiquette of our 7 Stars gang. Asking you to kowtow is a sign of respect for you. Hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Asking them to kowtow is actually giving them face. This group of people is too crazy. This smile brought the whole audience into silence. Everyone stared at him blankly, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Dafa, in particular, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles and was terrified. It felt like the sky was falling. Mr. Lin, he's the top warrior of the 7 Stars gang, Tianji, also known as Brother G in the underworld. At first, Chen Nanshan led him from south to north. He caused countless nightclubs in Tianhai City to close down, and the owners' families were ruined. "You better take it easy." Yu Fei reminded nervously beside him. He kept persuading Lin Dong not to get too upset and get into conflict with the 7 Stars gang. Otherwise, all the huge fortune will be gone. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's personality is such that he is soft-hearted and does not respond to harsh treatment. Now that I have made the decision, I will not pay the protection fee. Naturally, I won't be hypocritical and give this group of people a good face. Let me kneel down and kowtow. Sure. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Hearing this, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin is still rational and can bend and stretch himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong changed the subject next. But I want to see your sincerity first. How about this? Each of you, kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times. You need 100 of that buzz cut. Lin Dong said casually. Without noticing, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa's faces turned green. My ancestors, do you know what you were saying? That's a frog. The Seven Stars Gang's top warrior. You actually asked him to kneel down to you? On the other side, others also gasped. The way he looked at Lin Dong was as if he was looking at a dead person. Fuck it. Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are? Making me kneel? Court death. A group of thugs from the Seven Stars Gang could no longer sit still and immediately rushed forward to give Lin Dong a severe lesson, etc. At this moment, Tianji suddenly raised his right hand to stop them. Everyone didn't understand why, but they retreated obediently. Then Tianji sneered, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Your name is Lin Dong, right? Wang Hu's friend. You don't think that Wang Hu can protect you, do you? Believe it or not, if you ask him to come over here, I'll pee on his head and he won't dare to fart. Tianji sneered and spoke, not taking Wang Hu seriously at all. In fact, this is true. Although Wang Hu is famous, he is a man who doesn't care about his life. But that's it. No matter how powerful he is, he can't make any waves when facing a big force like the Seven Stars Gang. In Tianji's opinion, the reason why Lin Dong was so arrogant was that he felt that Wang Hu could support him and solve all his problems. Right now, I don't mind letting him know what it means that the devil is always one step ahead of the righteous. Okay, stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and kneel down and pay the protection fee. I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said. From now on, our Seven Stars Gang will also protect you. Tianji held the stick horizontally and put one hand on the bar. The next moment, his face suddenly turned cold and he smashed it hard. Bang! Crash! In an instant, the bar glass splashed everywhere. The various expensive liquors inside also suffered the consequences and spilled all over the floor. It's hard to imagine how powerful this stick is. This also made everyone more afraid of him, and they felt a chill on their backs. If you don't hand it in, this is what will happen to you. Did you hear that? Boss Lin. Tianji deliberately emphasized the way he addressed Lin Dong. It was as if reminding him not to overestimate his own abilities and go against the Seven Stars Gang. Otherwise, not only will Blue Rose become a ruin, the other nightclubs he has just taken over will also be in turmoil. Who made the Seven Star Gang the largest gang in Tianhai City? It means you can do whatever you want. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dong. I want to see how he will respond. Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa shook their heads frantically, hoping that Master Lin would not do anything stupid. Soon, Lin Dong nodded. I see. Understand. Frog smiled. They thought Lin Dong had given up and was about to hand over tens of millions in protection fees. As a result, Lin Dong said the following. He was so stunned that he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You guys saw that I just opened my business. So you came here to give me money, right? This hen, oh no, Mr. Frog. The wine cabinet you smashed just now was designed by a master I found in Italy. The Louis XVI, brandy, XO, and other foreign liquors inside are worth at least more than 10 million. How are you going to compensate? Cash or card? After saying that, Lin Dong still felt it was not enough, so he added with a smile. If you can't pay, then you can only pay with your body. One leg costs 100,000 yuan, and 4 legs cost 400,000 yuan. There are 20 of you in total, which is barely enough. Hearing this, Tianji's face changed again and turned red from his neck to his ears. Veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes bulged out. He finally understood that from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong had no intention of paying the protection fee. He even treated his own people like monkeys and made fun of them. Presumptuous. Lin Dong, you asked for this. From today on, Blue Enchantress no longer exists. And don't even think about opening your other nightclubs. After that, Tianji could no longer control his anger and pointed at Lin Dong's nose and shouted, "Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Yes, Brother Chicken. The Seven Stars Gang responded. Then, they rushed forward. The people watching the excitement were frightened and quickly made way for a large area of space. Yufei and Zhang Dafa also turned pale and ran away. There is no way. Lin Dong asked for death himself. It's not their fault. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong was no different from a corpse. Chapter 92. The lion opens his mouth. Kill! In a flash, a gangster swung his arm and hit Lin Dong's temple with a stick. If this stick hits Lin Dong, he will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. At the critical moment, Lin Dong quickly pulled away at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye and perfectly avoided the attack. What? The gangster's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The next moment, there was a sudden sharp pain in the abdomen. Then he foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. It turned out that Lin Dong had kicked him with a sweeping kick, directly shattering his internal organs. Immediately afterwards, two more thugs who didn't know how to live or die attacked. Lin Dong didn't even blink as he shot left and right. With a move of white cranes spreading wings, he easily grabbed their necks. Then, with a click, throw it out casually. Bang! Crash! In less than half a minute, a group of people were lying at Lin Dong's feet. Everyone was covered in wounds and looked miserable. Seeing this, a few thugs who were slow and lagging behind were so scared that they shrank back in fear. How could they dare to move forward? How is this possible? Master Lin has this kind of skills? Zhang Dafa and Yufei were dumbfounded. They only knew that Lin Dong was rich, but they didn't expect that he was also an expert in kung fu. Each move was so smooth and flowing, comparable to the martial arts masters in TV dramas. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. Get out of my way. The next moment, a few hooligans were kicked twice on their buttocks and fell to the ground. Tianji was holding a steel stick, looking murderous and staring with tiger eyes, and slowly walked towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to be so capable. But right away, you realize what a big mistake you've made. Mr. Lin, be careful. Looking at the frogs coming at him aggressively, Zhang Dafa couldn't help but shouted. He and Yufei didn't run far. They hid behind the broken glass wine cabinet, waiting to call an ambulance for Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. Then, he brushed the dust off his body and made a provocative gesture towards a frog, as if to say, come here. Fong, you're looking for death. The frog's expression was distorted and looked particularly ferocious. He has been in the underworld for so many years, and countless ruthless guys have fallen into his hands. This is the first time I've seen someone like Lin Dong who doesn't know how to live or die. Today, I must give this kid a beating and let him bleed. Swish! Tianji changed his 3 steps into 2, rushed directly to Lin Dong, and hit him with a stick. In street fights, the main thing is ruthlessness. You may not be as good as your opponent in punches and kicks, but you must never lose in momentum. It is what is meant by the arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones. The reason why Tianji can sit firmly on the throne of the #1 warrior of the 7 Stars gang is his loyalty and his courage. He may not be the best fighter, but he is definitely the most ruthless, whether to yourself or to others. Sure enough, Lin Dong also discovered that Tianji was extremely fast, much faster than those gangsters just now. However, this actually aroused his interest. Only an opponent like Tianji is worthy of his full effort. Well done. Lin Dong smiled faintly, exerting force on his waist and lower body at the same time, and leaning his body backwards. In front of everyone, he actually did the waist and horse combination to dodge the stick. Tianji was stunned. Then he reacted immediately, turned his right wrist, and hit Lin Dong's neck again. Such a tricky angle is simply unavoidable. This is enough to show how rich the frog's experience in fighting is. If it were Wang Hu, he would probably have been defeated. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was cheating. He continued to lean back until he was completely lying on the ground. Then, used the force to kick out. Bang! A crisp explosion was heard. This kick hit Tianji's chin directly. Woo! The frog screamed and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Snap! Faintly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everyone was surprised. Lin Dong's kick seemed light and had no lethality. Unexpectedly, I kicked the frog's jaw and broke it. Several bloody teeth also flew out of his mouth. Bang! Frog fell to the ground, holding his chin and twitching continuously. The steel rod also fell down. Call! Lin Dong exhaled a breath, jumped up, and stood firmly on the ground. During this process, I didn't sweat a single drop. Even his expression seemed to show that he was still a little unsatisfied. The next moment, Lin Dong slowly walked towards Tianji, who had fallen to the ground. With every step they took, everyone subconsciously stepped back 1 meter. That look was like seeing a ghost. Fear. So horrible. Lin Dong looks gentle and polite, but he is quick and ruthless in his actions. Before anyone could see his movements clearly, Tianji was knocked to the ground, spitting blood. This is the #1 warrior of the Seven Stars gang, the killer who cut through Tianhai City with one sword. Was he crushed by Lin Dong just like that? No, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Tianji covered his chin and spoke incoherently. An intense fear surged into my heart like a tide. Over the years, he has been to the hospital countless times because of fighting. However, I have never experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death like I do now. Soon, Lin Dong walked up to Tianji and shook his head, his expression full of disdain and mockery. Are you good at fighting? What's the use of beating? To get by in this world, you need brains and strength. Tianji was a little dumbfounded. Brother, I haven't seen you use your brain. When you hit me, you didn't even use your fists, just a kick was enough. Okay, stop lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Aren't you going to collect protection money? Here, my bank card is right here, come and get it. Lin Dongbian took out a bank card from his wallet and waved it in front of Tianji and others. There are more than 3 billion in here. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Hearing this, everyone gasped. More than 3 billion. This Mr. Lin is not only a good fighter, but also very rich. Don't let others live. Tianji and a group of thugs were also scared. Only at this moment did they realize that they seemed to have offended some big shot. He casually carried more than 3 billion in cash in his pocket. Tell me, this is called having no background? Is this called being taken advantage of? The frog looked at the teeth all over the floor and felt so regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. However, Tianji's regret does not mean that Lin Dong will let him go. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now, it's my turn to ask you for protection money. What? Tianji was stunned and raised his head tremblingly. What caught my eye was a pair of eyes without any mercy. Lin Dong raised one finger, hesitated for a moment, and then raised two. Then he spoke softly. Just now, I asked you for 10 million in compensation, but you refused to give it to me. The price has increased now, 20 million. 20 million? Lin Dong, don't go too far. Tianji covered his chin, his mouth full of blood, and his face looked sad and angry. It has always been the Seven Stars gang that collects protection fees from others. When did the protection fees collected by others come to the Seven Stars gang? Moreover, although their Seven Star gang is rich, but don't forget that they still have to support a large group of brothers under them. Taking out 20 million will definitely cost a lot of money. This guy is really opening his mouth like a lion. Chapter 93. The grudge is formed. Oh, don't want to give it. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. Now, I'm the one collecting the money, not you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and raised his foot suddenly. Snap! Ah! In the bar, there were screams like pigs being slaughtered. Tianji's right leg was actually broken by Lin Dong's kick. It hurt so much. Tianji covered his right leg, feeling extremely painful and sweating profusely. Lin Dong curled his lips slightly. I told you, if you don't have money, then pay with your body. One leg costs 100,000 yuan, and 4 legs cost 400,000 yuan. Of course, you can also count the shortest one. That's 500,000 in total. Lin Dong smiled faintly. But in the eyes of others, he is like a devil. Gurgle. Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. They only knew that Lin Dong spent money like water when doing business and didn't care about money at all. I didn't expect that there was such a brutal and terrifying other side. The other side, when Tianji heard that Lin Dong was going to cripple his 5th leg, he turned pale with fear. Afterwards, he ignored the pain and begged for mercy loudly. No. I was wrong, Lin Dong. No, brother Lin. I'll give it to you. Isn't it okay if I give it to you? Please spare us. At this moment, Tianji was really scared. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of becoming disabled and living a life worse than death. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Lin Dong smiled and picked up a bottle of Remy Martin. With a gentle pinch of 2 fingers, only half of the bottle was left. Then, in full view of everyone, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Good wine. Brothers, who? Who has any money? Hurry up and gather the money. We are only 5 million short. The other side, Tianji looked anxious, looked around, and asked all kinds of questions. Under Lin Dong's impatient gaze, he took out all the valuable things on his body. Bank cards, big gold chains, famous watches, mobile phones, and belts. The only thing left was to take off the underwear worth several $1,000s. The other thugs from the Seven Stars gang were similar. Their pockets were cleaner than their faces. In this way, we barely managed to collect 15 million, and there was still a shortfall of 5 million. How long do you want me to wait? My patience has its limits. It's going to delay my business. 20 million is not enough. Further price increase? Frog is about to cry. This bastard is not even satisfied with 20 million and is actually asking for a higher price. However, what can they do? More than 20 people can't beat one person. The leader was beaten so badly that his arms and legs were broken. It's not embarrassing enough to tell it to others. Lin Dong, don't go too far. Don't forget, my eldest brother Chen Nanshan is the boss of Tianhai City, and we have thousands of brothers in the Seven Stars gang. If he knew about this, he would never let you go. Oh, Lin Dong smiled coldly, not frightened at all. Chen Nanshan? Never heard of him. Now, I'll count in dozens. If you can't come up with 5 million, I'll ask you to report to the men's hospital. By then, if you want to cure your short legs, 5 million may not be enough. 3, 2, 1. Lin Dong slowly raised his right leg and aimed at Tianji's vital point. The next moment, he will be turned into a eunuch. Suddenly, the frog's eyes turned red. Your grandma's legs. 10 numbers to start from 3, 2, and 1, right? No, don't. I'll give it to you. Isn't it okay if I give it to you? I'll call my eldest brother and ask him to transfer the money. Looking at Lin Dong with a ferocious face, Tianji felt like crying but had no tears. Then, he picked up the phone reluctantly and dialed a number. Hey, Brother Nan. How's it going? Frog, did you catch it? Get. Tianji looked around at his group of disabled brothers with a bitter face. It was indeed taken. However, it was Lin Dong who took down all of them. Brother Nan, I'm in some trouble. Can you lend me some money? Not much, just 5 million. There was silence on the other end of the line. I don't know whether to be shocked or confused. Brother Nan, help me. My brother is dying. Got it. I've transferred the money to you. Come back here right now. As soon as the words fell, the phone was forcibly hung up. Obviously, Chen Nanshan is not a brainless person. I guessed at once that Tianji had a bad start. Even, you have to spend millions to save your life. Call. Tianji panted heavily and transferred some money to Lin Dong, tremblingly. Lin Dong, the money has been transferred to you. You must keep your promise. Certainly. Lin Dong smiled. Unexpectedly, he transferred another 100,000 yuan back to Tianji. What do you mean? Frog felt a chill on his back. I thought Lin Dong was setting me up again, and I didn't even dare to accept the money. Didn't we agree on this? 100,000 per leg. You've already paid 100,000 with your right leg, so of course I have to return the extra money to you. Lin Dong took it as a matter of course. You. Tianji was very angry. He pointed his finger at Lin Dong, and his whole body was shaking. The next moment, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Brother Chicken, Brother Chicken. Seeing this, a group of younger brothers were thrown into confusion. Then, he hurriedly carried the frog out without even daring to look back. Seeing this, Lin Dong snorted coldly. 7-star gang? Nursing home, right? With such a mediocre skill, he wants to learn to collect protection fees. He must have seen too many young and dangerous people. After saying this, Lin Dong looked around. He noticed that everyone was staring at him. He was trembling with fear and didn't even dare to breathe. After tonight, the deterrent power of everyone in the 7-star gang, including Tianji, will probably be greatly reduced. Instead, Lin Dong, a little-known nightclub owner, became famous. However, the 7 Stars gang will definitely not give up later. I don't know what kind of sparks the two will create. I'm so sorry to have startled everyone. Since Brother Tianji has already given the money, he will pay for all the expenses tonight. Keep on playing music and dancing. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, unable to react for a moment. However, if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with saying this. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is generous. Thanks to Brother Chicken for paying the bill. For a moment, the Blue Rose Bar resumed its carnival. In fact, it's even more exciting than before the 7 Stars gang came. Just then, Yufei and Zhang Dafa ran out with excitement on their faces. Mr. Lin, you are too powerful. You kicked the frog into a beggar chicken with one kick. I am really impressed. With you here, why do we need security guard in our bar? Who would dare to cause trouble? Of course, Zhang Dafa was joking when he said this. However, it can be seen how much he admires Lin Dong. Looking at Yu Fei again, his face was full of sorrow and worry. Mr. Lin, don't blame me for not reminding you. Today, you have offended the Seven Stars gang to death. What Chen Nanshan hates most is that others don't give him face. Today, not only did you beat up his henchmen, but you also took away 20 million. This grudge is quite serious. Chapter 94 Charity Gala. Lin Dong smiled faintly, without any worry on his face. Don't worry, I know what to do. Do I look like a fool? Would I do something that I'm not sure of? Yu Fei and Zhang De were stunned for a moment, looking Lin Dong up and down. Then, shook his head. How can this be called a fool? He is simply M.O. leeching among the 4 heavenly kings. That's it. If the Seven Stars gang dares to come, I will beat them once. I want to see what methods Chen Nanshan, who is known as the underground emperor of Tianhai, has. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of being afraid, he was extremely excited. At this moment, Yu Fei suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Lin, have you ever heard of the Love and Angels Charity Gala? Charity Gala? You don't know? That shouldn't be the case. Yu Fei was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, a wealthy man like Lin Dong should know better than him. Why? Lin Dong seemed to have no idea. Seeing Yu Fei's puzzled expression, Lin Dong knew that he had said the wrong thing. However, he was not panicked at all and said calmly, To be honest with you, boss, I studied abroad before, and I just returned to Tianhai these 2 months. I'm not familiar with these things. I see. Yu Fei nodded in sudden realization. At the same time, he became more and more convinced that Lin Dong was the successor secretly trained by a large family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so naive. Mr. Lin doesn't know something. This charity gala is of high standard and many high-profile people attended. There will also be an auction at the party. By then, there will be a large number of priceless antique jewelry for auction. All the income will be donated to children in poor mountainous areas. I'm sure you'll like it. That's great. I can make some friends. Oh, antique. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he smelled a hint of money. Mr. Lin, this opportunity is rare. If you have time, you might as well go and have a look. Yu Fei's face was full of smiles. With his ability to read people's expressions, he could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was very interested in the charity gala. Sounds good. Lin Dong nodded. Subsequently, there was no rush to show concern for antiques. Instead, he asked casually, Are you sure that all the money raised from the charity gala can be donated? Don't let the organizers pocket the money I spend. Hearing this, Yu Fei was so scared that he quickly shook his head. I promise not to. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Every payment will be absolutely transparent and open. Besides, those items are extremely valuable. You won't lose out no matter what if you get them. At this point, in order to demonstrate the authenticity of this charity gala, Yu Fei took out his mobile phone and showed Lin Dong the information of each antique to be auctioned. Looking closely, there are actually some good things. Qing Qianlong period powder green glaze carved antique Kuelong pattern lei style large vase. Starting price 24 million. Song Dynasty official glaze octagonal string pattern plate mouth bottle. Starting price 20 million. White jade phoenix with heart. Starting price 18 million. After a rough look, I found that the starting price of these antiques is at least 10 million. Lin Dong was secretly shocked. The poor play with cars, and the rich play with watches. Antiques are the things that truly rich people play with. The key is to show grade and taste. It will be great if you tell others about it. As he was looking, Lin Dong was suddenly attracted by an antique. Large vase with blue and white seawater dragon pattern from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Starting price 23 million. This piece of blue and white porcelain has a glaze as smooth as jade, with blue and white tones contrasting with each other. A long-bearded dragon is poking out from the clouds. The depiction is delicate, lifelike, and beautiful. I can feel the shock even through the screen. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly remembered that his grandfather Lin Chongqing was born in the year of the dragon. Moreover, in a few days, it will be his 80th birthday. If I could give this piece of porcelain as a birthday gift to Lin Chongqing, I believe that he will be able to look at my family with new eyes. Let other relatives know that their family is no longer the same as it used to be. It can also be considered as clearing my father's name. From now on, hold your head up high and be a decent person. Boss Yu, do you have any requirements for participating in this charity gala? Lin Dong asked with a smile. I don't have an invitation. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei patted his chest and said, It's just an invitation letter. It's no big deal. Not to mention one. Even if you bring your family members and ask for 10, I can get them for you. Yufei was not bragging. He has been running the nightclub for so long and has accumulated a lot of connections over the years. It's just an invitation to a charity gala, just a matter of one sentence. Family members? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Yufei's words reminded him. At parties of this level, male and female guests would wear evening gowns and appear in pairs. It doesn't look good to go alone. So, who should we ask to go? The first thing Lin Dong thought of was Chu Xiao. She has a mature temperament, is graceful, and will never lose face. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately sent a text message to Chu Xiao. As a result, his wish was soon unfulfilled. Chu Xiao has returned to her hometown to handle the divorce procedures for her mother. I won't be back for a while. This is a bit difficult. Bai Yuqing and Tingting are a receptionist and a technician respectively. It's okay for them to show off their charm, but it's not suitable for formal occasions. As for Lu Shiyun, he is just an ignorant little brat, etc. Suddenly, a person flashed through Lin Dong's mind. She can sing and dance well, is pure and lovely, and speaks in an organized manner. Moreover, the other party contacted me again and again, wanting to meet me. If you ask her to attend the party, she will definitely agree. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly made a voice call. Hey, is this Duck's brother? A light and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yufei and Zhang Dafa were shocked. Then, the two of them made a hushing gesture at the same time and shut up. It's me. Great, you finally contacted me. I thought you had forgotten me. The person on the other end of the phone was the new internet celebrity on the live streaming platform, Kiki Baby. That is Su Mingqi. After the on-the-spot PK, she became an instant hit. Many MCN agencies found her and invited to sign a contract with her. They even offered a sky-high price of 10 million yuan a year. However, Su Mingqi did not agree. She knew nothing about this kind of thing, so she would definitely ask Lin Dong first. She only listened to Lin Dong. Chi, I'm going to a party tomorrow night, and I need a female companion. Do you have time? Party. Su Mingqi was stunned. These days, someone also asked her to attend some charity gala. Among them, there are several famous young masters. Could it be the one Lin Dong was talking about? If there's anything, forget it. I'll find someone else. No, I'm fine. Hearing that Lin Dong was looking for someone else, Su Mingqi quickly spoke up. Even if there is something, it's not as important as yours. Okay, then get ready. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Chapter 95, Female Companion. Mr. Lin, this Chi, could it be the Chi baby who has become so popular recently? Zhang Dafa looked at Lin Dong in surprise. Listening to the voice on the phone, he always felt that it was somewhat familiar. If you think about it carefully, the DJ playing in Blue Rose Bar is the DJ version of the song sung by Kiki Baby. If I had known about this relationship, I would have invited her to come and sing a couple of songs. On the other side, Yufei also widened his eyes. He remembered very clearly that Kiki Baby suddenly became popular on the internet because of the reward from a mysterious rich man. Duck not necessary? Lin Dong. That's right. Only a wealthy man like Lin Dong would spend a fortune and casually reward a host with tens of millions. Boss you? Then I'll wait for your invitation. No need for many. 2 will do. After Lin Dong finished speaking to Fei, he turned and walked towards the dance floor. I've been exercising for so long. Now's the time to relax. Of course. Yufei nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. The next evening, Lin Dong drove his Panamera to the gate of Tianhai University of Technology. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted a lot of students to watch. Wow, Panamera! Who in our school is so rich that he can drive such a luxury car to school? It may not be a student. It may be some big boss who comes here to fish for clams. Put a bottle of iced tea on the roof of your car, and I guarantee that some girls will come over to chat with you. I've seen this tactic many times. A group of boys were talking with disdain. Soon, several beautiful women who thought they had good looks and temperament came over with smiles. While posing and striking a pose, she knocked on the car window. Seeing the car windows falling, they deliberately pulled up their low-cut dresses to expose their full bodies to each other. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? I feel a little dizzy, so I want to take a ride in your car and get some fresh air. I feel itchy inside, so hot. Lin Dong glanced at it and pursed his lips. I see you're itching, but it itches somewhere else. Although these girls are indeed quite pretty. With careful dressing up, she can be comparable to some small internet celebrities. Unfortunately, The person I have to meet today is a real big internet celebrity. Oh my god, is that Su Mingqi? Is it the Kiki baby who's been so popular recently? She's from our school. You just found out. It's been going viral these past few days. Many companies want to sign her as an artist. It's said that she can earn more than 10 million per year. Accompanied by a group of people shouting and yelling, a young and beautiful long-legged beauty walked over. Feeling the heated gazes of the crowd, the beautiful girl blushed, but she did not feel embarrassed at all. She is graceful and elegant, like a supermodel walking on the catwalk. It was the anchor who has become popular on the internet recently, Su Mingqi. Su Mingqi, why is she here? Wait, can't it be? Several money-worshipping senior schoolmates were stunned for a moment. The next moment, they suddenly discovered that Su Mingqi was indeed walking towards them. To be more precise, it is toward Panamera. Seeing this perfect goddess in the eyes of countless people, Lin Dong's eyes lit up involuntarily, and he praised her generously. Chi-Chi, you look beautiful today. This sound is... Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were startled, and shock was written all over her face. Then, he looked carefully at the man sitting in the car with a sly smile on his face. On the way here, she was still struggling. What if Duck doesn't have to be ugly and old? It wasn't until she saw Lin Dong that Su Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief. Then I was filled with joy. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease. Why? Are you disappointed? He's different from the prince charming in your mind. No, it's not. Su Mingqi waved her hands quickly, fearing that Lin Dong might misunderstand. You're more sunny and handsome than I thought. I'm just a little nervous. Okay, let's talk in the car. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Su Mingqi. By the way, I made a farewell gesture to a few dumbfounded senior schoolmates. Excuse me, ladies, I have an appointment today. Next time, let's have a deeper discussion. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In full view of everyone, he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Oh my god, this handsome guy is waiting for Su Mingqi. Only Su Mingqi is worthy of this Panamera. Wait, why do I feel that person looks familiar? Is he the one who sent Lu Shiyin to school last time? It seems so. They're all Panamera. Soon, someone discovered the key. If that's true, it would be a lot of fun. In the car, Su Mingqi was like a frightened little white rabbit, feeling uneasy and clenching her two little hands together. Excited? Nervous? Or surprised? Even she herself couldn't tell what she was feeling now. I just felt dizzy and didn't dare to look at Lin Dong. If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Su Mingqi, right? Can I call you Mingqi? Su Mingqi blushed and said with a sweet breath, Of course, you can call me whatever you want. That's good. My name is Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying Su Mingqi's helpless and silly look. Let him have a desire to explore and open the gift. But not now. The party will start in half an hour. He didn't want to delay his work because of a woman. Mingqi, don't be nervous. I invited you to the party, but I'm just missing a female companion. If you don't feel well, I'll take you back now. No, don't. Su Mingqi quickly shook her head. She finally saw Lin Dong. How could she possibly go back? I'm just a little nervous. Don't get me wrong. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time. By the way, you haven't watched my live broadcast these days. Is there something wrong? Seeing this, Lin Dong laughed. I had something to do these 2 days, so I didn't watch the live broadcast. That's why I asked the real person to come out so I could see it more clearly. Hearing this, Su Mingqi couldn't help but shudder. He could clearly feel Lin Dong's gaze wandering over him. Fortunately, Lin Dong still had his hands on the steering wheel and did not take any further action. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to deal with it. But at the same time, she felt vaguely lost. Lin Dong glanced at Su Mingqi, who was feeling dizzy and couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, here we are. Crunch. The Panamera came to a steady stop. Su Mingqi looked out the window and subconsciously opened her mouth slightly. A magnificent 100-story building comes into view. Western-style architecture, tall and luxurious. The lights are shining, romantic and stylish. The scale and facilities are outrageous. The parking lot outside alone is as big as 2 football fields. At this time, countless luxury cars were parked in rows. Bentley, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, each one is worth over $1 million. Lin Dong's Panamera was placed inside and was not noticeable at all. Chapter 96, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Star Hotel. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment and blurted out. Xingyao Hotel, located in the most prosperous bund and business and leisure circle of Tianhai City, is a 5-star international hotel specially designed to receive distinguished guests. The facilities are complete, the scale is large, and the grade is extremely high. Naturally, it has become the first choice for Tianhai City to host high-standard events. The people who come here to stay are either rich or noble. For today's charity gala, the organizers have set a minimum standard. Only those with a net worth of over 100 million are eligible to receive an invitation. Those with a net worth of over 1 billion are VIPs. Brother Lindong, they all seem to have invitations. Do we? Su Mingqi followed Lindong to the door. It was soon noticed that the guests coming and going were all holding an exquisite card engraved with gold patterns. Only with this card can you enter. This is not only an invitation, but also a symbol of identity and status. Lindong smiled faintly and grabbed Su Mingqi's slightly trembling little hand. Don't worry, we have what they have. Besides, my invitation letter is different from theirs. Lindong smiled faintly, took out 2 cards from his pocket, and handed them to the 2 waiters standing at the door. A flash of platinum light suddenly appeared. They were 2 platinum invitations, more noble than gold. The 2 waiters straightened up, their attitude more respectful than before. Welcome to the Love and Angels Charity Gala. Your seats are in Area A. Please follow me. At once, several guests in front and behind turned their heads and looked at Lindong and Su Mingqi with some curiosity. This charity gala is divided into 3 areas. Area C is for the organizer's staff. Area B is for ordinary guests attending this event. Area A is for VIPs. In other words, the man and woman in front of us are worth more than 10 billion? Why do I feel that the beauty looks familiar? Isn't that the recently popular baby Kiki? She's here too. What's so strange about this? Many rich people like this. They'll probably get tired of it after playing for 2 days. So, who is the man next to her? Everyone was confused. They are all worth over 100 million and have been mingling in high society for years, but they have never seen this face before. I know nothing about Lindong. However, the more mysterious it is, the more fearful people will be. I especially noticed the confidence that Lindong revealed in his every move. It also makes everyone feel that he has an extraordinary background and is unfathomable. Lindong didn't care what these small fish and shrimps were thinking. Holding Su Mingqi's hand, he walked straight into the hotel. At this point, the charity gala is ready. There are slogans of love and peace hanging everywhere. This is also the theme of this event. Similarly, the organizer distributed an exquisite brochure to each guest in advance. It contains detailed records of the antiques to be auctioned at the party. Lindong took a quick glance and his eyes fixed on a piece of blue and white porcelain. This is the big bottle with a water dragon pattern. Su Mingqi took a look from his side, although I was mentally prepared. However, when she saw the starting price of 20 million, she couldn't help but open her little cherry lips. He vaguely realized that because of Lindong, he had been exposed to a circle that ordinary people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. At this moment, a figure came over with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. Did you have a smooth journey? Boss Yu, sorry for the long wait. I want to pick someone up and just arrived. Yu Fei glanced at the shy Su Mingqi and understood. Then, he smiled knowingly at Lindong. Mr. Lin, let's go sit down. My sister-in-law must be tired from standing. Sister-in-law? Su Mingqi was slightly startled, and her pretty face turned red. But shyness is shyness. In the end, she took the initiative to hold Lindong's arm, as if announcing to everyone that he was theirs. How could Lindong not know about her little thoughts? He immediately smiled and took her to Area A. As expected, every guest sitting here had an extraordinary temperament, noble clothing, and a powerful aura of a superior. Lindong had seen several of the big bosses on TV before, with graying temples and a bit bloated. I never thought that one day I would be able to sit with them. Director Wang, Director Zhang. This is the Lindong I mentioned to you, Master Lin. Yu Fei introduced Lindong carefully and respectfully, fearing that he might offend anyone accidentally. However, to his disappointment, no one paid any attention to Lindong. Even if there was, he just nodded perfunctorily for Yu Fei's sake and didn't take him seriously at all. This is normal. We are all in the same circle, and we usually have a lot of business dealings and benefit each other. You're just a young boy. I don't know where you came from. There is no need to make friends with you. Any more words would be a waste of time. Seeing this, Lindong smiled lightly and was not angry. He directly pulled Su Mingqi and sat in a corner. Anyway, he came to the charity gala just to look for treasure. He doesn't care at all about the attitudes of these big bosses. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. It's okay, boss you, I understand everything. Just go ahead and do your work. Yu Fei nodded awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Dong was not angry, he left and chatted with other people. Unexpectedly, just after Yu Fei left, a young woman with delicate makeup and quite good looks suddenly spoke. Especially those phoenix eyes. When he glanced at Su Mingqi, he couldn't help but frown. Didn't they say that no outsiders are allowed to enter? How come a female anchor like this is attending a charity gala so openly? Who invited her here? After these words were spoken, everyone else turned around and looked at Su Mingqi and Lin Dong. Miss Qi is right. Those who come to the charity gala are all well-known figures. Won't it lower everyone's standards if this kind of female anchor appears here? That's right. No matter how beautifully you dress up, you're still an actor? An internet beggar. If you don't belong to a circle, don't force yourself to fit in. Otherwise, you will only embarrass yourself. This young woman, surnamed Qi, seems to be of high status. As soon as he said a word, several bosses agreed. There was a hint of flattery in his words. Hearing these people's flattery, the beautiful young woman became even more proud and arrogant. Lin, brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi's body stiffened, and she felt a little uneasy. If you ask her to participate in a singing competition or walk on stage, she will definitely not be stage frightened. However, as it is now, being targeted by a group of big bosses with assets worth over 100 million yuan, it is inevitable to feel a little nervous. Because, just like what Miss Qi said, she is indeed just an ordinary female anchor. There is a huge gap in status in front of these people. Feeling the trembling coming from Su Mingqi's fingertips, Lin Dong patted her little hands and said lightly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 97. Who are you calling, Annie? Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at the young woman who was speaking. She was about 34 or 35 years old, wearing a custom-made evening gown that revealed just the right amount of whiteness, high-end yet not vulgar. Below her jade neck, she wore a diamond necklace the size of a quail. She also wore a diamond bracelet on her wrist, which made her look more elegant and luxurious. Just sitting there, he exudes an aristocratic temperament. However, the beautiful young woman's almond-shaped eyes give people an aggressive feeling. Her arrogant words and disgusted expression revealed her arrogant character. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled gently. "Auntie, it's fine if you're old and ugly, but why can't you allow others to be young and beautiful?" "Ah, Auntie." Qi Wenxuan's eyes widened, and his eyebrows were raised to the sky. "I never thought that in Tianhai City, there would be someone who dared to call me Annie. Yeah, if I don't call you Aunt, what should I call you?" Lin Dong looked puzzled and scratched his head. "It shouldn't be like that. You are so old. You're almost my mother. Isn't it normal to call me Annie?" After Lin Dong finished speaking, he pulled Su Mingqi into his arms. He poked the other person's delicate face with his fingers. "Look, she's only 20 years old, and you're at least 40. Calling you Auntie is giving you face. If you really want to be serious, you should call her Annie. Of course, if you really want to listen, it's not impossible." Lin Dong sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Come on, Mingqi. This lady wants to hear you call her. Don't make her wait anxiously." "Ah!" Su Mingqi looked at Lin Dong with some suspicion. She clearly felt that Qi Wenxuan was about to explode. "Are you sure you want to shout?" However, Lin Dong kept glaring at her. In the end, Su Mingqi could only bite her lip and grit her teeth and yell, "Hello, Annie." Puff. "No, are you really shouting?" Lin Dong almost spit out a mouthful of salt soda. The others were also stunned for a moment. Staring at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi, I felt a chill on my back. As expected, Qi Wenxuan's expression changed again and again. Finally, he stood up suddenly, pointed at Lin Dong's nose, and started scolding him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm only in my 30s. Who are you calling Auntie?" For women, there are two things that are most taboo. One is that others say she is ugly. Another thing is that people tell her she is old. Rich people like Qi Wenxuan spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every month on medical beauty to maintain their faces and bodies, and never feel that they are ugly. However, age is the only factor that cannot be avoided. No matter how she dresses up, it can't change the fact that she is already 35 years old. Therefore, when she saw the young and beautiful Su Mingqi, she subconsciously felt disgusted. It's not just about looking down on the other person's identity, but also a subconscious envy and jealousy. Before Su Mingqi came, she was the brightest flower, the center of attention. As soon as Su Mingqi arrived, she was instantly overshadowed. The men's eyes also subconsciously looked towards Su Mingqi. Now, Su Mingqi still called her auntie in front of everyone. Anyone would go crazy if they were in this situation. Andy, what are you doing? Are you not going to let people tell the truth? I know. Maybe you don't want to hear it. Lin Dong suddenly realized what had happened and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have called you aunt. I promise I will never call you aunt again. Mingqi quickly apologized to this lady. Su Mingqi looked a little strange. Lin Dong said he wouldn't shout. As a result, after just a few words, he called out more than 10 times. As expected, Qi Wenxuan's snow-white skin was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are so outrageous. He looked as if he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Lin Dong. The others were also horrified and felt very uneasy. As the eldest daughter of Qi Tianming, the boss of the Qi real estate, Qi Wenxuan has gradually taken over the family business over the years and has grown the company step by step. My personal wealth also increased accordingly. According to people familiar with the matter, the real estate under Qi Wenxuan's name alone is worth more than 10 billion. This does not include her shareholding. People don't rely on their fathers, they rely on themselves. However, it is precisely because of this strong woman's character that Qi Wenxuan is arrogant and thinks that all men in the world are inferior to her. She also can't stand women who are kept by men. Now, both Lin Dong and Su Mingqi are thorns in her eyes and thorns in her flesh. Security? Where's the security? Get these two guys out now. Qi Wenxuan shouted angrily. The originally delicate and noble face was almost twisted by anger. If she hadn't taken her own image into consideration, she would have definitely started swearing and scolding both of them. Duh. Soon, two security guards hurried over. After briefly understanding what had happened and Qi Wenxuan's identity, he started to drive her away. Sir, I'm sorry. Please leave. Seeing this, Su Mingqi subconsciously shrank into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong snorted coldly, took out 2 platinum cards, and held them in front of him in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. This is the invitation letter the organizer gave me. Why are you kicking me out now? Or are you talking about love and peace all the time? But in reality, you are just a bunch of dogs who are ordered around by the rich. The 2 security guards' faces froze. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually took out the platinum invitation letter. This proves that his net worth is over 1 billion. How could a little Karami like me offend that person? If they followed Qi Wenxuan's wishes and forcibly drove Lin Dong and Su Mingqi out, they would definitely be met with crazy revenge from the other party. At that time, how could Qi Wenxuan care about their life or death? Are you scared now? This is a private matter between me and that lady. Please go wherever you want and don't get in the way here. The 2 security guards looked at each other, still standing there in a daze. Lin Dong looked impatient. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? When saying this, Lin Dong was full of vigor. Many people heard his voice and turned around. The moment they looked at each other, my heart seemed to skip a beat. Lin Dong's look was too cruel. It was as if a man-eating beast had set its sights on them. You? Qi Wenxuan was also startled, and her expression looked a little unnatural. As the eldest daughter of the Qi family, normally, no matter who it is, when seeing her, they have to bow down and be humble. But now, in front of Lin Dong, she couldn't help but tremble in her legs. Lin Dong sneered, swaggered, and pulled Su Mingqi back to sit. The 2 security guards looked at each other and left in shame. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Staying away is the wisest choice. Ding ding. Just then, a symphony sounded in the hall. The charity gala is about to begin. Damn it. Although Qi Wenxuan was very unwilling. However, I can only clench my fists and swallow my anger. After all, no matter how arrogant she is, it is not appropriate for her to throw a tantrum in front of thousands of people. Mingqi, I want to eat that. Feed me. On the other hand, Lin Dong sat on the chair with his legs spread out as if nothing had happened. He also signaled to Su Mingqi to feed him. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but look at him strangely. While secretly complaining, he was also guessing Lin Dong's identity. This guy, what is the origin? Chapter 98, Small Scene. Soon, the host came on stage. What happened just now has come to an end for the time being. Welcome everyone to come from afar to attend this charity gala. The organizer has prepared 100 pieces of valuable antique jewelry for auction. Please participate. Here, on behalf of the organizer, I promise everyone that all the funds raised from the auction will be donated free of charge to poor mountainous areas. There was thunderous applause, and the atmosphere was warm. Lin Dong's eyes were bright, like the fiery eyes of the Monkey King, flashing constantly. Brother Lin Dong, do you like antiques? Noticing the change in Lin Dong's expression, Su Mengqi's eyes lit up. Lin Dong knew everything about her, including which university she was studying at and what major she was studying. However, she knew nothing about Lin Dong. Seeing that Lin Dong liked antiques so much, Su Mengqi secretly took note of this hobby. Little did they know that Lin Dong didn't like antiques. But I like to make money. Mengqi, don't you think that treasure appraisal and treasure hunting are very exciting? Stimulate. Su Mengqi widened her eyes, puzzled. Lin Dong put his arm around her shoulders very naturally and pointed with his other finger. Among these 100 auction items, there are real and fake ones, expensive and cheap ones. Some people spent tens of millions to buy fakes and ended up losing everything. Some people only spent tens of thousands of dollars, but bought priceless treasures and became rich overnight. This is the greatest pleasure of antiques besides collecting them. Lin Dong's few words made Su Mengqi confused and dizzy. People are all creatures that admire the strong, and women are even more so. A young girl like Su Mengqi, who is not very worldly wise, admires a knowledgeable man like Lin Dong the most. In her eyes, Lin Dong exudes charm all the time. Maybe she doesn't understand antiques. However, it did not prevent her from being obsessed with Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly and put a grape in her mouth. The auction is about to start, so take a good look. Uh-huh. Su Mengqi nodded obediently. Seeing the arm on her shoulders, she blushed again. They were completely unaware that Qi Wenxuan was watching their every move, especially when he saw the two of them being so affectionate. He became even more furious. Why am I so angry when these two guys don't take it to heart at all? What a pair of bitches. Qi Wenxuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone, and sent someone to investigate Lin Dong's background. As soon as the charity gala was over, she would go and settle the score with Lin Dong. However, the most urgent thing is to get the necklace first. This was also the purpose of her coming to this party. Dear guests, without further ado, the auction begins now. As several entertainment programs ended, the most exciting auction session was about to begin. Several hostesses pushed a mysterious treasure chest to the front of the stage. The moment the treasure chest was opened, countless lights lit up. Everyone couldn't help but look over. What comes into view is a huge green glazed vase. The shape is dignified and elegant, and even from a distance, one can feel the luxury of royal aristocracy. Obviously, this is an artifact from the palace. The first collection is a Qing dynasty large vase with a blue glazed pattern imitating an antique Kuelong pattern. Starting price, 24 million. More than 24 million? Su Mengqi's pupil shrank. She clenched Lin Dong's hand tightly, and her heartbeat slowed down. The average person spends only about 100,000 yuan a year on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The starting price of this collection is more than 20 million, enough to last for several lifetimes. And this is just the first one. For a moment, Su Mengqi felt like she was dreaming. Mengqi, don't make a fuss about this little scene. Otherwise, I won't bring you out to see the world. When Su Mengqi heard this, her expression became panic. As a result, after turning around, she found that Lin Dong had a wicked smile on his face and was clearly teasing her. Ha ha ha. While they were chatting and laughing, someone below raised a sign and offered a price of 24.5 million. I only added 500,000 to test the waters. However, this price was soon broken. People called out prices of 2,500 and 2,600 won after another. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that all the bidders were from Area B. All the VIPs in Area A, whose net worth was over 1 billion, were unmoved. It seems like he is waiting for something. Lin Dong seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he couldn't help but use the God-level identification technique. Qing Qianlong period powder green glaze, carved antique, Kuelong pattern, lay-style large vase. Value, 30 million. I see. The actual value of this green glazed vase is only 30 million. Even if you get the shot, you won't make much money. These distinguished guests in Area A may have received some gossip and are unwilling to get involved. Instead, he conserved his energy and waited for more precious antiques to come. Lin Dong nodded slightly, but did not make any move. Soon, this piece of Qing Dynasty court porcelain was bought by a boss in Area B. The transaction price was 28 million. After deducting the handling fee, I only made a little over 1 million. Next, many antiques were auctioned one after another. Most of them are small gadgets. What about the four treasures of the study? Seals, calligraphy, and paintings, etc. Even if it is created by a famous artist, it won't cause much waves. Just when the atmosphere of the charity gala was a bit dull and many people were not interested, a heavyweight auction item finally appeared. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This next antique will definitely not disappoint you. That is the blue and white porcelain vase with a blue and white sea dragon pattern, which was collected by the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Before he finished speaking, two slim etiquette ladies carefully opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a piece of exquisite, colorful, half-human-high porcelain appeared in front of everyone. The overall shape is grand, the lines are exquisite, the green glaze is evenly distributed, and the decoration is sea water pattern on the bottom of the bottle, cloud pattern, and flame ball pattern in the middle and upper part. The most eye-catching thing is the huge dragon pattern coiled in the middle. This giant dragon with green eyes has a sturdy body, a majestic dragon head, and 5 claws as powerful as an eagle, demonstrating its incomparable power. At first glance, it is clear that this is a treasure and a masterpiece among blue and white porcelain. More importantly, in ancient times, the dragon was a symbol of the emperor and only the royal family could use it. This also means its extraordinary and noble status. Yes, some people who knew the value of the goods couldn't help but gasp. One can tell at a glance that this large vase with water dragon pattern is extraordinary. It is absolutely incomparable to the ordinary stuff before. It is indeed the finest porcelain treasured by the royal family. Noticing everyone's fiery gazes, the host breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a price was quoted. Starting price, 23 million. Now, start the bidding. Before he finished speaking, someone held up a sign high. I'll give you 24 million. 25 million. I'll add 1 million. 26 million. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen people raised their signs at the same time and kept bidding. Only then did the bidding become a little heated. It's far less lifeless than before. Even the big guys in area, perked up. While admiring this large vase with water dragon pattern, I was considering what price to offer. Lin Dong was also curious about the value of this large vase with water dragon pattern. The next moment, the God-level identification technique was activated. Chapter 99, Fighting Spirit. Large vase with blue and white seawater dragon pattern for the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Value, 83 million. 80 million? Lin Dong was stunned and subconsciously clenched his fists. Brother Lin Dong, are you okay? Su Mingqi was a little surprised when she saw this. It was the first time she saw the other person so nervous. Lin Dong shook his head and let out a long sigh. I'm fine, I just didn't expect this thing to be so popular. I originally thought that it could be sold for 20 or 30 million like the previous porcelains. I didn't expect that this large vase with water dragon pattern would be so popular. However, Lin Dong soon felt relieved. Anything related to the emperor has always been popular in the market. Many people flock to it. This large vase with water dragon pattern depicts a domineering water dragon and is also a symbol of the emperor. It is normal to be very popular. But so what? As long as it is something he likes, there is no reason for others to take it away from him. In fact, the more this happened, the more excited he became. Soon, Lin Dong picked up the bidding card. Write down a shocking number. 30 million. The host was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this young boss made a big splash. With just one move, the price was raised by a full 4 million. As the organizer of the charity gala, he was also extremely excited. This gentleman bids 30 million. 30 million for the first time. 30 million for the second time. Wow. The next moment, someone raised the sign again and added 1 million to Lin Dong's amount. I'll offer 31 million. Following the voice, I saw that the person holding the sign was a beautiful young woman with luxurious clothes and a pretty face. At this moment, she looked lazy and careless. It seemed as if he didn't care about the 30 million at all, just to give someone a little color. Miss Chi took action. Miss Chi, do you like this large vase with water dragon pattern? In that case, I will withdraw voluntarily. Didn't you say that Miss Chi came to this charity party just for that necklace? How come? You guys don't know shit. Don't you see who wants to buy it? Everyone discussed it for a while and soon found a clue. The eldest daughter of the Chi family didn't really want this blue and white porcelain at all. It was simply to compete with Lin Dong and to suppress him. The reason? A quarrel before nature. Soon, with Qi Wenxuan joining the battlefield, those buyers who were eager to try before shook their heads and gave up the bidding. Although, they were not willing to give up. However, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Who dares to offend the eldest daughter of the Qi family? Unlike her cowardly brother Qi Wenbin, he is really decisive and tough. If anyone is targeted by her, the ending will definitely not be good. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Dong at the same time with complicated expressions. Some of them take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Some people think that Lin Dong is a young and inexperienced person who is not afraid of tigers. What's worse, it seemed as if they saw the scene of Lin Dong going bankrupt and committing suicide. 31 million once. 31 million twice. Next second, just when everyone thought that Lin Dong would give up, Lin Dong raised the sign again. I'll give you 40 million. 40 million? Beside her, Su Mingqi was dumbfounded. She knew Lin Dong was rich, but I never thought I would be so rich. Why would you pay such a high price for a piece of blue and white porcelain that only looks exquisite? What is the origin of my brother Lin Dong? This. The other buyers also gasped and were stunned. The boss of area, who had looked down on Lin Dong before, couldn't help but change his expression and looked at the young man carefully. This boy is so arrogant. Or brainless. Or, you really have the ability. Obviously, Lin Dong is not the former. Since he sits in this position, it proves that his net worth is over 10 billion. More importantly, he is still so young. This kid, Qi Wenxuan's brows were tightly knitted together, and her teeth were almost bitten off. She originally thought that Lin Dong remained silent because he was not as financially capable as her. As a result, they were very upset. In comparison, I only increased the price by 1 million, which is simply child's play and a small matter. Suddenly, Qi Wenxuan was furious. Then, write a new quote again. In front of everyone, he raised his slender arm high. 51 million. He directly raised the price by 11 million, 1 million more than Lin Dong. The purpose is to step on Lin Dong and declare war thoroughly. For a moment, the whole audience was silent. The buyer who had originally held out hope for this piece of porcelain was now completely desperate. 50 million, they can come up with it if they grit their teeth. But it is absolutely impossible to buy an antique. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people are worth hundreds of millions. However, unlike Lin Dong, it was not all cash. This 100 million is extremely inflated. A large part of it is converted into the market value of real estate and stocks. The actual liquid funds that can be mobilized may be only a few million. 51 million, many people will have to think twice. Even the VIPs sitting in area A remain silent. The eldest lady of the Qi family, you don't treat money seriously. With 50 million, you could buy a lot of shops. Is even more than enough to acquire a startup with good potential. Is it really that serious just to fight with a nobody? Yeah, fight with me. Who do you think you are? I really give you face. Qi Wenxuan glanced at Lin Dong and curled her lips in disdain. A condescending and domineering attitude. She just didn't believe that there was anyone more arrogant than herself in the entire charity gala. Willing to spend 51 million to buy a piece of blue and white porcelain. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenxuan was not happy for more than a few seconds. A lazy voice sounded slowly. At the same time, a bidding board was raised. 70 million. Anyone else following? What? Qi Wenxuan's pupil shrank and her head buzzed. I don't know if I heard it wrong or I was hallucinating. Lin Dong offered 70 million? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Spending 70 million on a piece of broken porcelain. This guy must be out of his mind. He doesn't have Daki real estate behind him. So where does he get the courage from? Haha, maybe he is bluffing. This speculation was soon agreed upon by many people. Although Lin Dong had a platinum invitation letter and sat in area A like them. However, this does not mean that he can actually come up with so much cash. Maybe he just wanted to be in the spotlight. He deliberately spoke in a high-sounding tone and mentioned a price that even Qi Wenxuan would have to consider. At this moment, Su Mingqi felt frightened and cautiously advised, Brother Lin Dong, do you want to reconsider it? 70 million is really too much. There's no need. Everyone pretended, becoming more certain of their guess. Lin Dong wanted to show off in front of his female companions, so he had to fight with Qi Wenxuan to the end. He was so overwhelmed with anger that he probably didn't even know what he was saying. Chapter 100, I don't have a right to sit here. Seeing this, Qi Wenxuan narrowed her eyes slightly. The next second, she said calmly, I request a pause. Miss Qi, what can I do for you? Qi Wenxuan looked around and found that everyone was looking at her. His eyes were full of curiosity and awe. Qi Wenxuan raised her chin proudly and said in a commanding manner, "I believe everyone here knows who I am, but does anyone know who he is?" This, as expected, no one knew Lin Dong's origins. Even his name was revealed by himself when he had just quarreled with Qi Wenxuan. All the people attending this charity party are upper-class people in Tianhai City. We see each other every day, so at least we're familiar with each other. I don't know what means this man used to sneak into the venue and sit in Area A with such brazenness. I'm curious about who gave him the invitation. I seriously doubt that this person has no assets worth 1 billion, and the offer he made is also groundless. Wow. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Dong. Sarcasm, ridicule, anger, doubt. All kinds of people with all kinds of expressions. The only thing in common is their rejection of Lin Dong. If they were asked to make a choice, they would definitely believe Qi Wenxuan without hesitation, rather than nobody. Oh, interesting. Lin Dong smiled faintly, not startled even if the sky fell. But I didn't expect that Qi Wenxuan's financial resources were not as good as mine, so she actually did this off-field thing. However, real gold is not afraid of fire. Since some people doubted his strength, he didn't mind showing it off to open everyone's eyes. However, before he could act, Yu Fei stood up, rubbing his hands with sweat all over his forehead. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Miss Qi, I was the one who invited Mr. Lin here, and I also gave him the platinum invitation letter." Qi Wenxuan frowned slightly and searched her mind for a long time before she remembered who the other person was. "So, boss you were his accomplice?" Accomplice. Yu Fei was dumbfounded. Before he could explain himself, he heard Qi Wenxuan's clear analysis. "How much did Lin Dong give you to buy the invitation letter from you? I guess the price should be quite high." Qi Wenxuan smiled coldly and propped up her arms coquettishly. "Actually, I understand. He just bleeds a lot, and he wants to show off in front of girls to make them smile, right? Haha, a man who pretends to be rich and a vain gold digger. I've seen a lot." Once these words were spoken, they caused another uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi and seemed to understand what was going on. "So, this is a liar?" Yu Fei was stunned. "I didn't expect Qi Wenxuan to be so sharp-tongued and confuse right and wrong." "Miss Qi, are you kidding me? Mr. Lin just bought my nightclub, and he owns more than a dozen nightclubs. He is still very powerful." Yu Fei quickly began to defend himself. However, even if he talked his mouth off, Qi Wenxuan didn't believe a word of it. In fact, it doesn't matter what the truth is. She just wanted to find an excuse to make Lin Dong the target of public criticism and make him lose face. Then, take back all the humiliation you have suffered. Seeing that Lin Dong remained silent and just smiled in response, Qi Wenxuan thought that he was too embarrassed to speak because she had exposed his true colors. Then, he looked at the host arrogantly again. "Organizer, how should we deal with people like this who have no money but bid maliciously?" The host hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "The malicious bidder will be banned from participating in all our future events. Our hotels and various industries will also blacklist this person and his companions." "What?" Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes were startled. "I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. The organizer of this charity gala is not only powerful in Tianhai. There are considerable industries across the country. If I am really put on the blacklist, won't I become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat me? More importantly, if this scandal gets out, her career and even her entire life will be ruined." Su Mengqi's eyes were moist, and she was trembling slightly. She was a little afraid of such punishment. "Are you scared?" At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. Su Mengqi looked up. What caught my eye was Lin Dong's smile and his indifferent eyes. It seemed that no matter what happened, it could not upset his composure. Qi Wenxuan and others are also like clowns. After a struggle between her conscience and her conscience, Su Mingqi took the initiative to grab Lin Dong's hand and shook her head gently. "No." Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. "I thought Su Mingqi would abandon him and draw a clear line with him." Unexpectedly, in the end, the little girl stood firmly on his side. This also proves that I was not wrong about Su Mingqi. She is a good girl who knows how to repay kindness. "Very good." Lin Dong nodded slightly, and in a moment, he made plans for Su Mingqi's future. "What's good?" "Lin Dong, all of this is your own fault. I've already told you this is not the place for you. The upper-class circles in Tianhai City don't welcome a deceitful person like you. Qi Wenxuan snorted coldly and crossed her arms. It seemed as if everyone present was her employee, waiting to be lectured by her. In her eyes, Lin Dong had been stripped down to his underwear, which was extremely embarrassing. Being able to sit here means you have to be thicker-skinned than the city wall. So, do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to have someone escort you out? For a moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with disgust on their faces. Even Su Mingqi, who was sitting next to him, was despised. Worshipping money, pheasant, dirty words, all kinds of things. There is no way. In this world, money and status determine almost everything. The eldest daughter of the Qi family and a female internet celebrity. They can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. Mr. Lin. Yu Fei was extremely anxious, stuck in the middle, feeling like a nobody. At this moment, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Miss Qi, you said I was unemployed and had no right to sit here. Where is your evidence? Evidence. Qi Wenxuan frowned and said calmly. The evidence is that you can't come up with 70 million, so what you said is bullshit. To tell you the truth, I've already asked someone to investigate you just now. You only own a few nightclubs, worth no more than 300 million. Even if you sell everything and buy this antique, what's the point? It still can't change the fact that you are a loser. It hasn't been long since then, but Qi Wenxuan has already investigated Lin Dong's background thoroughly. Obviously, she is not only good at talking, but also very ruthless in her methods. No wonder he speaks so forcefully and confidently. Ha ha ha. So, these are the evidences you mentioned. If that's the case, you're probably going to be disappointed. Lin Dong shook his head and said with a half smile, Want to make a bet? If I had 70 million, you would buy this porcelain and give it to me. If I don't have it, not only will I get out right away, but I'll also transfer all those nightclubs to you for free. Ow! Chapter 101, Capital Verification. A bet of 70 million? After hearing Lin Dong's words, the meeting room, which was extremely noisy just now, suddenly became as quiet as a library. Countless pairs of eyes fell on him, their eyes full of shock and confusion. This kid, did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? If you win, you'll get a broken antique. If you lose, you will lose everything and pay hundreds of millions. Not only were all the bosses stunned, but even Qi Wenxuan herself was stunned for a long time. He looked Lin Dong up and down as if he had seen a ghost. After a long time, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, the sun really is rising from the west. I've seen people giving away money, but I've never seen people bankrupting themselves. Lin Dong, Qi Wenxuan, have been doing business in Tianhai for so many years and have experienced ups and downs in the business world. You're the first person who has lost your life just for the sake of a gamble. You are a character too, but he is just a pitiful person that everyone brings up to make people laugh after dinner. Haha, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. Who among you here is not a business elite with hundreds of millions of assets? This is the first time I've seen a fool like Lin Dong. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Lin Dong did not get angry, but laughed instead and said calmly, Why? Miss Qi, you don't dare. Or you feel bad about the 70 million, and you're afraid of losing it to me, and you feel bad. Nonsense. Qi Wenxuan's pair of phoenix eyes widened. Although she acts in a domineering manner, she always keeps her promises. When he heard Lin Dong slandering him, he couldn't help it. I, Qi Wenxuan, keep my word, and am much more reliable than you men. Lin Dong nodded slightly. That's good. So, Miss Qi, do you dare to agree to this bet? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Qi Wenxuan at the same time, waiting for her reply. Before she knew it, Qi Wenxuan had been roasted over the fire. If you agree, it means it will be led by Lin Dong. If you disagree, you will lose both face and money. Afterwards, it is inevitable that people will gossip. After thinking it all through, Qi Wenxuan hesitated for a moment and snorted coldly. What do I have to be afraid of? It's only 70 million, not even enough for me to buy a necklace. Lin Dong, I've been very kind and gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Get ready for the transfer contracts of your nightclubs. I'll have someone pick them up after the party. Qi Wenxuan is determined to win this bet. After all, she had spent a lot of money to investigate Lin Dong's background. He is just a small boss who owns a few nightclubs and is not presentable, not even qualified to be compared with myself. Miss Qi is right. I have been working in Tianhai City for decades and have met many people. This is the first time I have heard of the name Lin Dong. I guess he's just a clown that popped out of nowhere. If you ask me, he's just here to get attention in traffic. Didn't you see that the person he brought with him was a female internet celebrity? Yes, it really is. It turns out that he is using all of us. This speculation was so plausible that many people believed it. Nowadays, the favorite thing of internet celebrities is to attract attention and earn traffic. Those who know the situation will see this as a joke. Those who were unaware were stunned by their deception. Haha, what you say is really interesting. The more Lin Dong listened, the more he wanted to laugh. He finally understood what the difference was between rich people and ordinary people. Ordinary people are stupid. These people are evil and stupid. Okay, stop wasting time. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Miss Chi, let's start. Who of you can help me verify my capital? Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong took out his bank card. Almost everyone was watching his every move. However, no one took the initiative to step forward. They were waiting for Qi Wenxuan to make a decision. Only Qi Wenxuan is qualified to verify Lin Dong's authenticity. Oh, you're just being mysterious. Qi Wenxuan snorted coldly, holding up the hem of her evening gown, and walked towards Lin Dong with a domineering look. It seemed that my bank card was about to be taken away. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly took his hand away. Miss Qi, what do you mean? What? Qi Wenxuan was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lin Dong was trying to cheat. Unexpectedly, the other party's next words made her feel ashamed. There are two of us involved in the bet. To be fair, we should find someone else to do the capital verification. What if you try to interfere and do something tricky? Where can I go to seek justice? And nobody like me can afford to offend the wealthy and powerful Miss Qi. You? Qi Wenxuan frowned and clenched her fists. Although, what Lin Dong said does make sense. But why did it sound so harsh coming from his mouth? Then tell me, who will verify your capital? Lin Dong smiled, looked at Yu Fei, and then looked at the guests around him. Finally, the eyes fell on the host. Just ask this host to come and help with this. I wonder if I can. When everyone heard this, they nodded. This candidate is the most suitable one. The organizer of this charity gala has a daily turnover of over 100 million. Moreover, the headquarters is not in Tianhai and has no direct interest in the parties involved. Then I will respectfully obey your command. The host adjusted his tie and carefully took the bank card. Then, in full view of everyone, he walked backstage. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even though Qi Wenxuan thought she had a sure win, she still felt a little uneasy. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was standing still, as steady as a mountain. From beginning to end, he looked at everyone with a smile. Moreover, that smile, no matter how you look at it, has a hint of mockery in it. Brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi held Lin Dong's arm tightly, not daring to let go. Like waiting for the judgment of fate. Time passes by every second. Just when everyone was getting a little impatient, the host, with sweat on his forehead, trotted out from the backstage. Qi Wenxuan saw it and immediately asked, "How is it? Does he have 70 million in his card?" "Don't worry, take your time." The host nodded. In front of everyone, he stumbled and said, "Yes, there is indeed not 70 million. Call." Qi Wenxuan heaved a sigh of relief. The stone in her heart fell to the ground, and the smile of a winner appeared on her face again. The look he gave Lin Dong was also full of contempt. Unexpectedly, the host was breathing heavily. At this time, he continued to speak. "It's true that there is not 70 million. The total assets are 3.25 billion. What? 3.25 billion? When Qi Wenxuan heard this number, her body stiffened. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Don't talk nonsense." "Miss Qi, it's absolutely true. I guarantee it with my job, unless I don't want to do it anymore." The host had a sad face. Just now, when he saw the balance of his bank card, he was also shocked. Then, he counted for a long time, fearing that he had counted wrong. The final confirmation is 3.25 billion. Chapter 102. Thank you, Miss Qi, for your generous donation. Miss Qi, thank you for the antique. I like it very much. Lin Dong said this with a forced smile, his eyes looking towards the large vase with water dragon pattern on the stage. Just now, he was still thinking whether it was not worthwhile and a waste of time to spend 70 million to buy an antique worth 80 million. Unexpectedly, someone rushed to pay for him. Where can I seek justice for such a good thing? For a moment, the whole audience was silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. That's right, Qi Wenxuan's face didn't look too good. He clenched his fists, and his bones crackled. "Impossible, I don't believe it." "I see. You two must have colluded with each other and deliberately deceived me. You are in the same group. He has a way to get a platinum invitation, so bribing a small host shouldn't be a difficult task. Qi Wenxuan seemed to have guessed the truth and glared at the host angrily. The host's face suddenly darkened. I was just running errands to help verify the capital. The whole process was fair and just, without any fraud. But Qi Wenxuan accused him of slander. Who did he offend? Miss Qi, you have a very rich imagination, or rather, you are really good at throwing dirty water. Lin Dong took the bank card back from the host, put it into his wallet slowly, and looked at Qi Wenxuan with a smile. Just now, you slander me all the time, saying that you couldn't come up with 70 million, and you brought so many people to denounce me. Now, I'm looking for someone to verify the funds, but you're turning your back on me and accusing me of being my accomplice. What a sharp tongue that confuses right and wrong and speaks nonsense. The eldest daughter of the Qi family turned out to be a mean person who refused to admit her mistakes. I admire you so much. Lin Dong had a mocking look on his face and bowed to Qi Wenxuan. All of a sudden, Qi Wenxuan's face turned red and white, and she wished she could cut Lin Dong into pieces. But she can't, because everything Lin Dong said was true. Her suspicion of the host was unreasonable and without evidence. More importantly, doubting the host, to some extent, means doubting the organizer of the charity gala. If you annoy the organizer and get kicked out, it would be a waste of time and effort. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi Wenxuan gritted her teeth and put her hand down. Now, so many people are staring at her. If she cheated, her reputation would be ruined. Lin Dong, you are so cruel. In the end, Qi Wenxuan almost gritted her teeth as she said this. I'll give you this antique. Hold it carefully, don't break it by accident. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Miss Qi, are you really going to give 70 million to Lin Dong for nothing? Seeing that Qi Wenxuan was in a difficult situation, several bosses hurried to support her. Miss Qi is generous and straightforward. Miss Qi is flexible and much better than some beggars. Just treat these 70 million as feeding the dog. Miss Qi, losing money will avoid disaster, and you will definitely make a fortune in the future. However, no matter how these people flattered Qi Wenxuan, they could not recover the 70 million that Qi Wenxuan had lost. Lin Dong, are you satisfied now? Qi Wenxuan glared at Lin Dong fiercely. Looking at the victim in front of him, Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer, and the corners of his mouth were about to rise to the sky. Satisfied, of course I am satisfied. Who wouldn't be happy to have picked up 70 million for no reason? Everyone, is this a wonderful show? If you think it's wonderful, please applaud and encourage it. Papa. After saying that, Lin Dong started clapping his hands. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. All those present here are well-known figures in Tianhai City. They meet Qi Wenxuan every day. Who would dare to offend her for no reason? Only Lin Dong is a tough guy who is not afraid of anything. Ahem. Everyone please be quiet. Now, on to the next auction. The host was very considerate and quickly asked the etiquette lady to bring the next item. The bosses also started bidding, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled indifferently. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, so there is no need to dwell on it. Mengqi, did you see it? What does it mean to lose more than you gain? People just can't be too arrogant. You must never do this again in the future. It's easy to embarrass yourself. Lin Dong hugged Su Mingqi and asked her to feed him grapes. He was so happy. Su Mingqi nodded ignorantly, looking a little dazed for a moment. If I heard correctly just now, Lin Dong has more than 3 billion on his card? OMG. Looking at Qi Wenxuan again, after the heavy bleeding, she wilted like a deflated ball. At the same time, what made her doubt her life was the money in Lin Dong's bank card. 300 and 200 million. Even she couldn't come up with so much cash in a short period of time. Who exactly is this Lin Dong? Could it be that he is the heir of some big conglomerate and has come out to play? Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the source of Lin Dong's assets. Thinking of this, Qi Wenxuan's face suddenly turned pale, and there was something wrong with the look she gave Lin Dong. I even felt a little regretful for my recent overreaction. The other side, with the farce over, the charity gala returned to its normal pace. However, everyone was more restrained when bidding. No one knows whether Lin Dong and Qi Wenxuan will suddenly lose their temper and interfere. Sure enough, Lin Dong didn't stay still for long. He soon set his eyes on an item, and his eyes lit up. Underneath is a piece of jewelry. White jade heart-shaped phoenix jade pendant. Starting price, 18 million. An exquisitely shaped phoenix jade pendant is placed on a glass display stand. Under the illumination of incandescent light, it emits a strange glow. It has a light luster and pure texture, and you can tell at first glance that it is top-grade jade. Nice one. This phoenix jade pendant is great. It's perfect as a gift for my wife. Get out of the way. I want this jade pendant. Don't try to snatch it from me. A group of big bosses were arguing fiercely. What followed was a series of quotations. 19 million. 20 million. I'll offer 21 million. Suddenly, the host caught a glimpse of someone in the corner with his peripheral vision. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. I'll give you 22 million. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone subconsciously shut their mouths and looked at Lin Dong with complicated eyes. 10 minutes ago, they were full of disdain for this guy, thinking he was just a little punk. Now, almost everyone looks at him with admiration. Although the price Lin Dong raised was not high, he only increased it by 1 million. However, for a while, no one in either Area B or Area A dared to raise a sign and compete with him in the bidding. 22 million once, 22 million twice, 22 million 3 times. The host looked around and waited for a long time, but no one continued to bid. I had to raise the hammer high and then let it drop heavily. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for winning this white jade heart-shaped phoenix jade pendant. Chapter 103, Kiss of Venus. Boring. Lin Dong shrugged. I thought that these wealthy people would jump up and down. I didn't expect that he had just this much courage. White jade heart phoenix. Value, 28 million. Lin Dong didn't spend so much money to buy this white jade phoenix pendant on a whim. Instead, he wanted to give it as a gift to his mother, Li Xiuqin. If Li Xiuqin knew that the gift her son gave her was worth 28 million, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for several days and nights. Next, the auction will continue. However, Lin Dong didn't even bother to take a look. After all, he didn't really like antiques. The reason I participated in this auction was simply to find a bargain. If there is no opportunity, it is better to take a nap. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Dong was feeling sleepy and dozing off, his arm was suddenly grabbed. When I turned around, I saw Su Mingqi sitting up straight, staring at the stage with burning eyes and breathing rapidly. The delicate body under the white evening dress was also shaking. Lin Dong rubbed his eyes sleepily and forced himself to wake up. At this time, the host was introducing a necklace. This next necklace must have been what everyone has been looking forward to for a long time. The Kiss of Venus. This necklace, as its name suggests, is uniquely designed, modern yet elegant. It is inlaid with 118 diamonds with a total weight of 23.4 carats, which is the largest in jewelry. Venus is the goddess of beauty in Western mythology. Her kiss is the fruit of love and beauty. On the glass display stand, an extraordinarily gorgeous diamond necklace was placed, sparkling with dazzling brilliance. Like mercury pouring on the ground and stars hanging in the sky, it is full of luxury and nobility. Its starting price was also ridiculously high. 40 million. It is 20 million more expensive than the large jade bottle with water dragon pattern. If anyone wears this necklace around her neck, she will definitely become the most eye-catching woman at the charity gala or even in the world. Wow, husband, give it to me. As soon as the Kiss of Venus was unveiled, countless women went crazy for it. They excitedly pulled their male companions' arms, their eyes full of longing. Although Su Mingqi's movements were not as big as theirs. However, it is difficult to hide the excitement. She bit her lips, her big watery eyes never moving. Want to? Lin Dong's lazy voice suddenly came to my ears. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly shook his head. No, I just think it's beautiful. It will look even more beautiful when worn around your neck. Lin Dong casually said a cheesy love word. Then, without waiting for Su Mingqi to react, he started writing his own quotation. 43 million. However, just as he was about to raise the sign, he heard a familiar voice coming from the front row. 43 million. As soon as this voice began to speak, countless people looked over. It was the eldest daughter of the Qi family, Qi Wenxuan. Previously, she was defeated by Lin Dong and was silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, I couldn't help it in the end. In fact, Qi Wenxuan attended this charity gala just for this necklace. Is it Miss Qi? Miss Qi, do you like this necklace? That's normal. Everyone loves beauty. What girl doesn't like jewelry? 43 million, what a generous sum. The Chi family is indeed a wealthy and powerful family. It seems that this necklace belongs to Miss Chi. Everyone nodded and gave up the bidding tacitly. They have little chance of winning the bidding against Chi Wenxuan. It's better to do someone a favor and go with the flow. Moreover, Chi Wenxuan had just suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Dong and was in urgent need of saving face. Now with Chi Wenxuan, it's easy for people to bear grudge against me. Seeing that no one was bidding, Chi Wenxuan looked around, and her tense expression finally relaxed. 50 million. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Chi Wenxuan's pupils shrank, and she turned her head subconsciously. As expected, the first thing that came into view was that familiar face. At this moment, he was holding the sign and yawning, looking bored. Lin Dong. It's Lin Dong again. Chi Wenxuan's brows were furrowed so tightly that they were almost wrinkled into a Chan shape. Why does this guy always go against me? Brother Lin Dong, no need, really no need. It's just a necklace. There's no need to spend so much money. What if it's lost? Su Mingqi was a little flustered. I just took a few more glances, and Lin Dong directly took out 50 million and threw it at him. His action was so swift. She couldn't help but think of the night of the live broadcast. The same lavish spending, the same arrogance. Mingqi, I told you, as long as it's something you like, I'll buy it for you no matter how expensive it is. Besides, that old woman mocked you so much before, and you were willing to let her take the necklace away from you. Hearing this, Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment. Then he turned his head. I was shocked to find that Chi Wenxuan was staring at this side. Apparently, there was great interest in the necklace. She was a little scared, though. However, with Lin Dong's support, he still mustered up the courage and glared back fiercely. She is not the wild prostitute or actress, as Chi Wenxuan said, but the woman beside Lin Dong. Chi Wenxuan couldn't help but be a little stunned when Su Mingqi glared at her fiercely. This little woman is just an internet celebrity. Why do you dare to challenge me? However, when Chi Wenxuan thought of Lin Dong behind Su Mingqi, she became uneasy again. The other side, a group of onlookers were whispering to each other. It's this Lin Dong again? It's never going to end, right? It's fine if he just robbed the vase, but now he's even trying to rob this necklace. Is he going to fight with Miss Chi? Didn't you see the woman sitting next to him? I guess I bought it for her. We can't help it. He has the capital. He has over 3 billion in his bank account. He is more powerful than most people here. Guess how much Miss Chi will pay? I guess at least 60 million. I guess double that. 80 million. Amidst the whispers, the host was going through the process. 50 million once, 50 million twice. Having said that, the host unconsciously looked at Chi Wenxuan, waiting for her to continue quoting. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenxuan was like a frostbitten eggplant, not saying a word. I don't know what he is thinking. 50 million 3 times. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for capturing the kiss of Venus. What? This result was beyond everyone's expectations. They all looked at Chi Wenxuan at the same time, not understanding why this young lady gave up bidding. Could it be that she has no money? Impossible. Chi Wenxuan is worth tens of billions, and with the Chi real estate behind her, it is impossible for her not to come up with 70 million. So, why did she bow her head and make way? Everyone was confused. Lin Dong was also confused. However, he didn't think much about it, and just shook his head with a sneer. I don't understand what this woman is thinking, but none of this matters. The important thing is, Mengqi, this necklace belongs to you now. Chapter 10, for I'll be gentler. Dear guests, this charity gala ends here. Thank you all for your support. We will see you later. As the host gave the closing remarks, this grand charity gala finally came to an end. Under the guidance of several etiquette ladies, the guests left in an orderly manner. They all remembered the name Lin Dong. I am extremely curious about who this rich man with more than 3 billion yuan in his bank card is. The other side, Chi Wenxuan, who came in full of vigor and ambition, wanting to trample everyone under his feet, left in a daze with empty eyes. The long-awaited kiss of Venus actually fell into the hands of a female internet celebrity. For a moment, she simply couldn't accept it. However, when she thought of Lin Dong's unfathomable background, she could only give up in disappointment. I will go back and do a thorough investigation before settling the score. Soon, the bustling party scene became empty. Su Mingqi still sat in the chair, unable to believe it. The only thing that felt real to her was the arms around her and the heavy diamond necklace around her neck. The light is bright, as eye-catching and dazzling as stars. Brother Lindong, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Seeing Su Mingqi's naive look, Lindong smiled wickedly. You asked for this. What? Ah, Su Mingqi hasn't reacted yet. The next moment, a big hand pinched her, but it made her feel numb and her pretty face flushed. How do I pinch there? Hate. Brother Lindong, why are you bullying me? Didn't you ask me to pinch you? Don't worry, there's a lot of flesh there, it won't hurt. It doesn't hurt, but it's so embarrassing and shameful. Su Mingqi bit her lips lightly, not daring to look directly into Lindong's fiery eyes. I was afraid that I would be eaten by the big bad wolf if I wasn't careful. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Su Mingqi shrank into Lindong's arms like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing this scene, the visitor smiled knowingly. Then he nodded to Lindong. Mr. Lin. Boss, what's up? Lindong glanced behind Yufei. To his surprise, the host of the charity gala also followed him. Mr. Lin, you stole the show this time. Those ladies love to gossip and share gossip. I'm afraid that within one night, your name will spread all over Tianhai and everyone will know it. Yufei first praised Lindong. Then, the host was brought out. He came here on behalf of the Xingyao group, the organizer of this party. He insisted on seeing you, and I couldn't stop him. After he finished speaking, the host smiled apologetically and handed over a black card that exuded a noble aura with both hands. This is Mr. Lin. Miss Chi has disrupted the party time and again. Thank you for helping us out. When our boss heard about it, he contacted me immediately. This is our Xingyao group's black card. Currently, only 100 cards have been issued nationwide. Cardholders enjoy the highest level of treatment in all our properties and have a credit limit of 10 million yuan that they can use for free. Please give me some face and accept it. Yufei also nodded frequently, fearing that Lindong would refuse. In that case, I will be disrespectful to refuse, haha. Lindong smiled. If someone offers to give you money, there's really no reason to refuse. Moreover, a mere 10 million is nothing to the huge starry group. The most important thing is that Lindong saw the other party's sincerity. I want to make friends with him. Mr. Lin, how about I take you there? No need, both of you. I came here by car, and I can go back by myself. Yes, I understand. Yufei smiled and nodded, looking at Su Mingqi, who was sitting next to him, with a smile that every man could understand. Lindong is going to do some serious business. Not long after, Lindong took Su Mingqi's hand, came to the parking lot, and got into the Panamera. Mingqi, how do you feel tonight? You're not scared, are you? No. Su Mingqi said no. In fact, there were already stormy waves in my heart. What she saw and heard throughout the evening was far beyond her understanding. Of course, what made her feel most dreamy was the necklace around her neck. Brother Lindong, what's wrong? Does this necklace really belong to me? Is it too precious? Su Mingqi bit her red lips gently, feeling very unconfident and as if something was not real. I didn't do anything. Why did Lindong give me such an expensive gift? Of course it belongs to you. I, Lindong, am a man of my word. How can I ask for something back when I give it to someone else? Besides, what good would I do keeping it for? Such a beautiful necklace can only show its value when worn on your neck. Otherwise, it's worthless. Yeah. Hearing this, Su Mingqi's heart started beating fast, and she bit her lips gently. The next moment, without Lindong saying anything, she took the initiative to move closer to Lindong little by little and threw herself into Lindong's arms. Mingqi. As soon as Lindong called out her name, his mouth was blocked. Su Mingqi took the initiative to ask for a kiss. The movements are awkward, even clumsy. But the more this happens, the more it shows her purity. For a moment, Lindong's index finger moved. He didn't care that this was a parking lot. He exerted force with his hands and tore Su Mingqi's evening dress into pieces. Suddenly, large areas of white were exposed to the air. Although the light is dim, you can still see clearly. The next moment, Su Mingqi very sensibly put the chair down and lay down obediently. I closed my eyes because of fear and pain, just the slight trembling of eyelashes, as if waiting for the storm to come. Seeing this, Lindong gently stroked her skin and said with a playful smile, "Don't worry, I will be gentle." Su Mingqi responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. At this point, she can only trust Lindong. Unfortunately, she soon discovered that she had been deceived. Chapter 105 Returning Home. Su Mingqi tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and became addicted to it, and began to indulge herself again and again. Under Lin Dong's deliberate guidance, she completed many embarrassing yet bold actions. Lin Dong was like a tiger coming down the mountain, constantly venting his lust. Back and forth, Su Mingqi didn't know how many times she fainted. The air is also filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It was not until 2 hours later that Su Mingqi raised the white flag and begged for mercy that Lin Dong stopped the attack. "Mingqi, are you okay?" Lin Dong asked. The last time, when he captured Chu Xiao at the Dynasty Hotel, he fought for a whole day and night. Su Mingqi was fine. It was only 2 hours. However, it can be seen that Su Mingqi has tried her best to please and curry favor with him. "Now my legs and feet are weak and trembling." I'm fine, brother Lin Dong," Su Mingqi said in a daze. Although he couldn't open his eyes, he still insisted on being stubborn. "Okay, I'll take you back to rest." Lin Dong let out a long sigh and put his coat on Su Mingqi. Although it doesn't fit well, it's better than being naked. Soon, the Panamera drove into the parking lot of Dynasty Hotel. Lin Dong carried Su Mingqi back to the presidential suite like a princess. Su Mingqi had already fallen asleep and couldn't be woken up even if we called her. Lin Dong had been fighting for a long time and felt a little tired. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Dong was awakened by a phone call. The person who called was his mother, Li Xiuqin. Before he could come to his senses, a well-behaved figure stood up, helped him pick up the phone, and answer the call. "Son, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone for so long?" "Ahem, I'm sleeping in." Lin Dong coughed lightly and looked at Su Mingqi awkwardly. "What's wrong, Mom? What's wrong?" "This weekend is your grandfather's 80th birthday. Didn't you say you'd come back early in the next 2 days to prepare?" "Oh, I know. I'll be back today." Lin Dong slapped his head. Only then did I remember that I had to go back to my hometown county. "That's fine. Your dad and I are both at home. There's one more thing we can talk about when you get back." Hearing Li Xiuqin's mysterious tone, Lin Dong was a little confused. "Is there something you have to keep secret and can't say on the phone?" "Mom, I'll go home now. I prepared gifts for you. I'll give them to you when I get home." "Oh, it's okay as long as you come back. Why bring anything with you?" Li Xiuqin said no, but she was very happy in her heart. "My son is sensible and filial. Although my parents may feel a little sorry for the money, they are still very happy." Then, the two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Only then did Li Xiuqin hang up the phone and go about her own business. "Sorry, Mingqi, I made you laugh." Lin Dong stretched and put the phone aside. Puff! Su Mingqi smiled and buried her head in Lin Dong's arms very actively. No one would have thought that this young and mysterious rich man actually came from an ordinary county town. If other people knew this, they probably wouldn't believe it. "Brother Lin Dong, if you have something to do, just go and do it. You don't have to accompany me. Your affairs are much more important than mine." Su Mingqi stared with her big watery eyes and hugged Lin Dong's arm tightly, like a clingy little kitten. She clearly wanted to stay with Lin Dong, but she insisted on keeping him busy. Maybe this is the way little girls act coquettishly. Lin Dong smiled faintly and rubbed Su Mingqi's little head lovingly. "Be good. I'll be back in a few days. If there is anything, call me immediately and don't let me worry." "Uh-huh." Su Mingqi pecked at the rice like a chick and nodded, feeling a little lost. However, he still listened to Lin Dong. Soon, they both got dressed. Lin Dong sent Su Mingqi back to school and rushed to his hometown county. On the back seat were 2 exquisite and luxurious wooden gift boxes. Inside were the 2 antiques that Lin Dong had found last night, a large vase with a water dragon pattern and a white jade phoenix pendant. One was given to his grandfather, Lin Chongqing. The other one was given to his mother, Li Xiuqin. Either of these 2 antiques would be enough to cause a sensation if placed outside. The white jade phoenix pendant is almost worth 30 million. However, the large vase with water dragon pattern used by the emperor is worth as much as 83 million. If such an expensive antique was given to Lin Chongqing as a birthday gift, the Lin family's ancestral graves would probably be filled with smoke. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and scenes from the past flashed through his mind. They can't wait to see what the faces of those relatives who once belittled their family will be. 2 hours later, Lin Dong drove to Qingshan County, an old residential area. This is where he grew up. Qingshan County is large in area, but its economy is backward. After graduating from university, Lin Dong insisted on staying in Tianhai City to develop because it was too barren and there was not much room for development. Unexpectedly, after hanging around in Tianhai City for several years, I still haven't made any progress. If it weren't for the emergence of the system, I'm afraid he would still be working like a beast of burden until now. Fortunately, everything is over. A breeze blew outside the car window, and an indescribable sense of comfort came over me. At the same time, with the appearance of Panamera, countless people attracted their attention. Whose young master is this? He has come to our county town. This is a Porsche Panamera. It costs at least $1 million. It's probably a big boss who came here to discuss business, or a young man who's traveling around for fun. Everyone was talking in low voices, with envy in their eyes. They never expected that the person sitting in the car was just a poor boy from a county town, just like them. A few days ago, I was penniless. On the way home, Lin Dong also bought some health products to nourish qi and blood. Holding in the hand, it looks full. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Dong opened the door. Soon, a thin middle-aged woman with a floral apron tied around her waist came out with a smile on her face. Son, you're finally back. Why did you take so many things? Lin Dong chuckled and handed the thing to Li Xiuqin. Then, he looked around, but could not see his father Lin Xiangxian. Mom, where's my dad? As Li Xiuqin put her things away, she said, I forgot to tell you that your dad found a job these days as a security guard at the Lihua Hotel in the county town, making several thousand a month. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. Last time, he transferred 100,000 yuan to his family. I just don't want my parents to have to work hard when they are old. He will transfer more money later. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiangxian actually went out to work as a security guard. Noticing that Lin Dong seemed a little unhappy, Li Xiuqin quickly said, Why are you glaring at me, kid? Doesn't your father make money for you? Mom, didn't I just transfer 100,000 yuan to you? Li Xiuqin sighed and said helplessly, What can you do with 100,000 yuan these days? You don't know, now here, the bride price has risen to 188,000 yuan. Plus buying a house, a car, and holding a wedding will cost at least hundreds of thousands. Chapter 106 Blind Date. Bride Price. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Only then did Li Xiuqin realize that she had let the cat out of the bag. In desperation, I could only tell everything. These past few days, Mom has been helping you arrange a blind date. The girl finally agreed to come to our house for dinner. You must not say anything nonsense later. She works in a bank, has a stable job, and a high salary. You must perform well. When talking about blind dates, Li Xiuqin couldn't help but smile. At her age, her biggest hope is to see her children get married and start their own families and have a big fat grandson in her arms as soon as possible. My son just broke up not long ago. She suddenly became anxious. Ask around and look for a suitable girl. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. It turned out that this was the happy event that Li Xiuqin talked about on the phone. Have you arranged a marriage without telling me? Boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiuqin, it's me, matchmaker Zhang. I brought the person to you. Open the door. When Li Xiuqin heard this, she quickly ran and opened the door. What came into view was a middle-aged fat woman. I guess she is the so-called matchmaker Zhang. Behind her followed a young woman, wearing a floral dress and a pair of black round-frame glasses. Lin Dong glanced at it. I have to say, she does look pretty after putting on makeup. However, compared with Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mingqi, there is still a big gap. It's probably the difference between a first-line celebrity and a massage parlor technician. Oh, you must be Yuan Yuan. You are even prettier than in the photo. Please come in. Annie has prepared a large table of food, waiting for you to come. At Li Xiuqin's cordial invitation, the beautiful woman named Huang Yuan Yuan responded perfunctorily and walked into the house. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Only then did I understand why Li Xiuqin prepared so many good wine and food. It turned out that it was for his own blind date. For his mother's sake, he was prepared to deal with it. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after we finish this meal. Okay, Xiuqin, let's go out for a while and stop being a light bulb here. Let these two young people get to know each other first. Matchmaker Zhang pulled Li Xiuqin outside as she spoke. The latter also realized that he was a little redundant and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Son, be quick with your hands and feet. Mom is waiting for your good news. Soon, the two people closed the door and hurried downstairs. Only Huang Yuan Yuan and Lin Dong were left staring at each other. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Dong took the initiative to speak. Hello, my name is Lin Dong. Well, matchmaker Zhang told me about your situation. You graduated from Tianhai University of Science and Technology, and now you work at Tianhai, earning 7,000 yuan a month, and you rent a house, right? Huang Yuanyuan spoke slowly. When he talked about his monthly income of 7,000, there was an undisguised contempt in his eyes, which made people feel uncomfortable. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that the other party knew me so well. I guess Li Xiuqin told her the whole story. However, judging from Huang Yuanyuan's tone, she seemed quite disgusted. Sure enough, facing a table full of delicious food and wine, Huang Yuanyuan had no interest in even picking up her chopsticks. She said coldly, "You should already know my name. Let me tell you about my situation. I work in a bank in Qingshan County. I have a regular job, and my salary is 5,000 yuan a month. I have many hobbies, such as traveling, taking photos, and yoga." Matchmaker Zhang said that you are very busy at work, so you probably don't have time to do these things, right? Also, I don't know whether you plan to stay in Tianhai or return to Qingshan County for development. If you stay in Tianhai, you can't even afford to buy a house. If you go back to Qingshan County, you won't have a permanent position, and other jobs will only pay very low wages, and they're not stable either. Huang Yuanyuan's tone was aggressive. What she described completely overwhelmed Lin Dong. The mere word compile is enough to overwhelm many people and make them unable to raise their heads. Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, Huang Yuanyuan thought that he was inferior to her, so she didn't dare to speak and couldn't help but sneer. "Actually, I didn't want to come today. If it weren't for matchmaker Zhang's earnest persuasion, insisting that I give her some face, I would never have met a loser like you. There are so many men chasing after me, and I can't even count the number of them who are better than you." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. When he thought about how Li Xiuqin was willing to lose face and beg others for help for her lifelong event, he felt it was not worth it. "But since we're here, let's just go through the motions. I won't eat. Someone will come to pick me up when the time is up." "Pick you up?" Lin Dong was stunned. What does this mean? Huang Yuanyuan calmly picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to someone. "My boyfriend, of course." "You have a boyfriend?" Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. What on earth is this woman thinking? You already have a boyfriend. Why are you still here for a blind date? What's all the fuss about? You don't have to get married when you're in love. He and I are just playing around. He makes tens of thousands of dollars a month and is willing to spend money on me. So of course I want to be with him. Huang Yuanyuan smiled contemptuously. In comparison, Lin Dong only earns 7,000 yuan a month and still has to rent a house, which is simply too poor. Moreover, the Lin family lives in such an old neighborhood, so I guess their financial situation is not that good. For a moment, Huang Yuanyuan's face was full of disdain. In fact, it was a little further away from Lin Dong. It seemed as if, by talking to him, I'd lost my identity. Lin Dong shook his head slightly and smiled helplessly. In Huang Yuanyuan's eyes, the two people are not from the same world at all. He was too lazy to even pretend and didn't even plan to eat a bite of the meal. The two are indeed from different worlds. However, the person standing on the top of the cloud and looking down at the other party was not Huang Yuanyuan but Lin Dong. Thinking of this, Lin Dong looked at Huang Yuanyuan with eyes full of pity and mockery. "What's that look? You don't think you're a popular person, do you?" Noticing Lin Dong's strange expression, Huang Yuanyuan couldn't help but frown. How dare a stinky loser look down on me? Suddenly, Huang Yuanyuan's defense was broken. Don't think that working in Tianhai City is better than working as a poor bachelor in Qingshan County. I tell you, there are a lot of people like you. With a monthly income of 7,000, you can't even afford a toilet in Tianhai. Can you afford it? Lin Dong suddenly spoke. Huang Yuanyuan blushed and was choked to death by these words. Her salary is 5,000 yuan, plus various benefits and year-end bonuses. It is still 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. In a small county, it is pretty good. However, she usually spends a lot and has no money left. The housing prices in Tianhai City are over 10,000. How could she possibly afford it? We are different. What's the difference? I'm a woman, and my boyfriend is rich. Chapter 107. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Huang Yuanyuan didn't blush at all when she said this. At the same time, the attitude towards Lin Dong became even worse. Originally, I heard from matchmaker Zhang that you are quite ambitious. Now I look at it, it's just a pile of shit. Shit, you still know how to work hard to make money. You've been in Tianhai City for several years, and you only make 7,000 a month. That's all you'll get in your life. Are you done? Lin Dong spoke indifferently without even raising his head. After these words were spoken, Huang Yuanyuan, who had been chattering just now, was stunned for a moment. Then, his brows furrowed. What do you mean? It's meaningless. Since it's not appropriate, I won't keep you for lunch. Little people like us can't afford to entertain a big person like you. As Lin Dong spoke, he scooped up some chicken soup. Then, there are braised spare ribs, mapo tofu, and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. However, these dishes are far from comparable to Taiha Garden in terms of ingredients or appearance. However, in Lin Dong's heart, no other delicacy can compare to it, because this was done by Li Xiuqin with all her heart. They are also his favorite foods. A snobbish woman like Huang Yuan is not worthy of tasting it. They are not even qualified to sit at the same table with me. Huang Yuan was choked to death by Lin Dong's cold attitude. Just when I was about to lose my temper, a phone call came in. Suddenly, his face changed. She was furious 1 second, and the next second her face was full of peach blossoms and a charming smile. Honey, why did you call just now? Everyone is waiting anxiously. Ahem. Hearing this coquettish noise, Lin Dong almost spit out the chicken soup he had just drunk. My goodness, you have two faces. Soon, a dull male voice came from the other end of the phone, with his vocal cords compressed by fat. Baby, are you done yet? I'll be there soon. Hurry downstairs. Yeah. Huang Yuan nodded prettily. That little expression, can't tell you how excited he was. I wish I could stick it to you through the phone. Oh, my husband. After saying that, she hung up the phone, picked up her bag, and straightened her clothes. He even patted himself on the shoulder. It was as if Lin Dong's house was very dirty. I won't waste my time here with you. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. People like you will never get a wife in your life. Stinky, dangling silk. After saying that, Huang Yuan rolled her eyes at Lin Dong. Crash. Lin Dong suddenly stood up. What are you going to do? Huang Yuan subconsciously took 2 steps back, covering her chest, looking a little flustered. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just shrugged and said calmly, Let's go downstairs together. It's just right. I'll talk to my mother and ask her not to arrange blind dates for me anymore. Casual. Huang Yuan snorted coldly and opened the door. The two of them walked downstairs, one in front and one behind. At this moment, Li Xiuqin and Zhang the matchmaker were waiting anxiously. When he saw the 2 people appear, he immediately came over with a smile. How come you came down so quickly? It's only been a few minutes. Xiuqin, you don't understand. Nowadays, young people are very efficient in blind dating. It's all fast-paced. I think this thing can work. My son is the one who knows how to send a girl off. Li Xiuqin couldn't close her mouth because of laughing. It was as if she had already seen Lin Dong's wedding and herself holding her big fat grandson. The next moment, matchmaker Zhang walked in front and asked tentatively, Yuan, how is it? Is the talk going well? Huang Yuan sneered without even looking at Lin Dong. And Zhang, please don't introduce me to this kind of person anymore. He has no money, no looks, and has such a bad temper. What kind of person is he? Matchmaker Zhang was stunned. The smile on Li Xiuqin's face gradually froze. On the other side, Huang Yuan continued to complain. He belittled Lin Dong to the point of being worthless and trampled him hard into the ground. In a big city like Tianhai, 7,000 a month is enough for what? The job is also unstable, and you may be laid off at any time. This condition is really too bad. Who among those who pursue me is not better than him? After hearing these words, Li Xiuqin's smiling face instantly drooped. Her original intention was good, to help her son solve the marriage issue. Unexpectedly, not only did the blind date fail, but I also got scolded for nothing. Okay, my boyfriend will be here soon. I won't chat with you anymore. What? Yuan, you still have a boyfriend? This time, Li Xiuqin was really about to faint. The other person didn't take it seriously at all and said casually, So what if you have a boyfriend? You're not married. Besides, if I don't find a boyfriend who will treat me to a meal, buy me a cell phone and a bag. Stop being funny. Li Xiuqin frowned and sighed helplessly. It seems that this matter is completely hopeless. The girl is pretty and has a stable job. Why should she marry into their family and suffer with Lin Dong? However, she really couldn't accept the fact that Huang Yuan already had a boyfriend, but still went out on a blind date. Eat from the bowl and look at the pot. In her era, this kind of behavior was called promiscuity. I can't hold my head up in front of my neighbors. I really don't know whether I am too feudal or young people today are too open-minded. Well, Li Xiuqin looked sad and was about to collapse. Just then, a big hand grabbed her arm. Mom, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. You don't have to take her seriously. Besides, Who said our family conditions are poor? Lin Dong smiled faintly, looking as if he didn't care at all. Li Xiuqin thought Lin Dong was just comforting her and smiled bitterly. She is a housewife and Lin Xiangqian is a security guard. This is not bad. What is bad? Son, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. It's okay, Mom. Actually, Lin Dong opened his mouth and was about to explain. Beep. A horn honked. Afterwards, a white car drove into the community. In the middle of the front of the car, there's a big silver three-pointed star logo. Mercedes-Benz C200. The landing cost is more than 300,000. Snap. A fat guy with a big head and ears and a big gold chain around his neck got out of the car and slammed the door in a very cool manner. It seems like there are 2 swimming rings on my belly. At first glance, it looks like an old sow standing up and learning to walk like a human. When Huang Yuanyuan saw him, she forced a smile and ran towards him. Hubby, you're finally here. Where are you taking me to eat tonight? Seafood or hot pot? Huang Yuanyuan hugged Fatty's arm and shook it back and forth, with a look of anticipation on her face. Seeing this scene, matchmaker Zhang and Li Xiuqin frowned. Lin Dong almost vomited his food. This woman is really not picky. If you don't know, you might think he just escaped from a meat processing factory. Eat whatever you want, just know how to eat. Didn't you tell me that you had something to do? Who is that man? Okay, you messing around behind my back, right? Fatty snorted, pointed at Lin Dong, and began to question Huang Yuanyuan. I thought she was cheating on me. Chapter 108. Is this your car? Hearing Fatty's questioning, Huang Yuanyuan became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and hurried to explain. Hubby, don't get me wrong. I was forced by my family to go out for a blind date. I'm just going through the motions. Don't worry. I only love you in this life. How could I possibly like this kind of loser? After hearing this, Lin Dong didn't do anything yet, but Li Xiuqin couldn't stand it anymore. Miss Huang, what do you mean? Why do you scold my son? You can look down on him, but you can't insult him. Li Xiuqin was a little excited. How is her son unworthy of her except that he earns less money? Why does a gold digger who hangs out with rich men and goes out on blind dates with men scold her son? Oh, your family members all have bad tempers. Why, am I wrong? Hearing Li Xiuqin's counterattack, Huang Yuanyuan's face showed even more sarcasm. She couldn't help but sneer and said, calling him a loser is an understatement. Let's not talk about anything else. My boyfriend is the same age as him. He has a house and a car. How can he compare to them? As he spoke, the fat guy driving the Mercedes nodded frequently. Apparently, Huang Yuanyuan benefited from the flattery. The look he gave Lin Dong's family was also full of contempt. Mom, don't be angry. There's no point in getting involved with this kind of person. At the critical moment, Lin Dong shook his head and grabbed Li Xiuqin. Then, he looked at the couple who were singing the same tune, and his eyes gradually became cold. Aren't you going to leave? Get out of here now. It's a waste of my time talking to people like you. By the way, Mom, I prepared a gift for you. It's in the car. Now, let's go get it on the way. Car. Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, Son, when did you buy a car? Matchmaker Zhang also looked surprised. She and Lin Dong's family have been neighbors for more than 10 years. She clearly remembers that when Lin Dong came back during the Chinese New Year, he still took a long-distance bus. It lasted for 5 hours and my butt was sore. When did you buy the car? Haha, it's already this late, and you're still trying to be cool. If you had a car, didn't you just tell me that? I see. It has 2 wheels, right? Anyway, an electric car is still a car. Huang Yuanyuan's words were extremely sarcastic. This made the fat guy driving the Mercedes laugh out loud, and he unconsciously hugged her in his arms. He has nothing else but 3 demolished houses at home and a lot of money. I was so proud to learn that all the men Huang Yuanyuan had blind dates with were not as good as me. The way he looked at Lin Dong was as if he was looking at a clown. Li Xiuqin's face turned red, and she kept pulling at the corner of Lin Dong's clothes. Son, forget it. Let's go back and eat. From now on, Mom won't arrange blind dates for you. Don't lose this person. Matchmaker Zhang also comforted him. Shaolin, no, I'll help you find a job in the county. Don't stay in Tianhai City. That big city is not suitable for us. Food and lodging cost several $1,000s every month. It's too difficult. Seeing that both of them were persuading him, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Mom, and Zhang, I didn't lie to you. I really drove back. So, where did you park your car? Li Xiuqin still didn't quite believe it and asked tentatively. She had never heard Lin Dong talk about buying a car. Moreover, Lin Dong only gets a fixed salary of 7,000 yuan a month. Last time, I sent 100,000 yuan to my family. Where's the money to buy a car? Even if you really buy it, at most it would be a second-hand, unknown brand car worth tens of thousands of dollars. There is absolutely no comparison with Fat Brother's Mercedes. Mom, don't worry. Lin Dong smiled, pulled Li Xiuqin, and walked out. Baby, let's go over and see the car he drives? Huh. Fat Brother hugged Huang Yuan with a smile on his face, his eyes narrowed into slits. Well, Huang Yuan also smiled charmingly. I'm already thinking about what cosmetics to buy later. Of course, it was Fat Brother who paid for it. Soon, several people followed Lin Dong to the corner of the community. Along the way, Li Xiuqin was worried. It's okay to embarrass yourself, but don't ruin your son's reputation. If this matter gets out, how will Lin Dong find a wife in the future? No matter which woman, no one wants to marry a man who is good at talking but unreliable in doing things. Son, Mom, that's my car. How's it? Is it okay? Your car. Li Xiuqin looked in the direction Lin Dong pointed. A cool black coupe was parked under the tree. The lines are smooth and full of tension, and the iconic frog eye headlights are bright and sharp, like a cheetah staring at its prey in front of it. However, Li Xiuqin didn't know what brand the car was. However, at first glance, you can tell that this car is worth a lot of money and is more impressive than the Mercedes-Benz C that Fat Brother owns. Son, is this really your car? Don't lie to me, there's no need. Li Xiuqin widened her eyes, totally unable to believe that the car belonged to Lin Dong. He is just a wage earner. How can he afford a luxury car? Just then, a burst of loud shouting suddenly rang out. Porsche Panamera? The license plate number is 5/8. This car should cost 2 or 3 million, right? Whose car is this? Fatty opened his mouth wide with a look of surprise, his eyes almost popping out. Lin Dong, is this car yours? How is that possible? Huang Yuanyuan frowned, looking incredulous. At this moment, she suddenly saw the shocked expression on Li Xiuqin's face, and suddenly she understood. Even Li Xiuqin has never seen this car. How could it be Lin Dong's? I see, you must know about blind dates. It's a rented car or a borrowed car, right? Or did you secretly drive your boss's car back? Yes, that must be it. Huang Yuanyuan felt more and more that this was the case. If Lin Dong was a rich man, how could he live in such a shabby neighborhood? For a blind date, you need your mother to cook for you? I see. It scared me. Fat Brother also thought it made sense. He immediately took a deep breath and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. I don't know if it was because he was too fat and hot, or if he was really scared by Lin Dong. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin became even more restless. Son, is what they said true? Did you really borrow this car? It's either borrowed or stolen. Huang Yuanyuan smiled and added another sentence. Just shut up. Lin Dong couldn't bear to listen any longer. Under normal circumstances, Lin Dong would not even bother to look at a gold digger like Huang Yuanyuan, who only cares about whoever gives him milk. What qualifications do you have to mock yourself again and again? More importantly, she also scolded Li Xiuqin. This was something he could not tolerate. I told you this car is mine. Lin Dong snorted coldly and took out his car keys in full view of everyone. Then, he opened the car door and took out an exquisite gift box the size of a fist. The outer packaging alone was inlaid with several gemstones and sewn with gold threads. It's hard to imagine how expensive the things inside are. Chapter 109. Too late to regret. What? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuanyuan was stunned. She works in a bank and has a lot of contact with things like gold, silver, and jewelry. It was immediately apparent that the item in Lin Dong's hand was of considerable value, at least worth hundreds of thousands. This is impossible. Li Xiuqin was also feeling dizzy. Son, what's in this? Don't scare Mom. Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened the gift box himself, and took out the white jade phoenix pendant inside. Before coming back, he specially asked someone to make a necklace for him. It's just a small gadget, not expensive, only about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Lin Dong didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that Li Xiuqin would have a heart attack on the spot if she knew that the jade pendant was worth more than 40 million yuan. 2 or 300,000? Even so, Li Xiuqin's body was shaking and trembling. The most difficult things to accept are Huang Yuanyuan and her Mercedes-Benz boyfriend. Could it be that he is really a rich man? For a moment, everyone stared at the phoenix jade pendant on Li Xiuqin's neck. Although, she is just a housewife. But I don't know why, after putting it on, I didn't feel much discomfort. Perhaps this is what they call money can support people. Son, where did you get so much money? Did you do anything illegal? Don't scare Mom. Li Xiuqin held Lin Dong's hand tightly, looking somewhat frightened. The last time Lin Dong sent money home, she noticed something was wrong. Unexpectedly, each time it got bigger than the last. This time, he came back in $1 million luxury car. The speed of making money was beyond her imagination. The only reasonable explanation is that it is a crime. Others had the same question. How did this poor boy suddenly become a rich man? Lin Dongfeng said calmly, Mom, actually I quit my job a long time ago, opened my own company, and bought a few stores in the city center. Business is SOSO. I only make 1 or 2 million a month. That's it. Hearing these 2 words, Li Xiuqin was stunned. The others were also shocked and could not believe their ears. Earn 1 to 2 million a month. This person is not a loser at all. He is simply a rich man. Really, Li Xiuqin still couldn't believe it and held Lin Dong's hand tightly, feeling nervous and excited. Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, Of course it's true. I'll buy a house in Tianhai later and we'll move there. If you and Dad are not willing to leave Qingshan County, I will buy a villa in the county town. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Just do it in whatever way is convenient for you. Click. Hearing this, the fat guy who had just looked down on Lin Dong almost fell down. Their ancestral grave was emitting smoke, and when it was demolished, they lost several houses and hundreds of thousands of cash, which added up to nearly 2 million. As a result, Lin Dong earned so much in a month. The gap is really too big. Thinking about how he had just mocked Lin Dong, Fatty's expression became panic, and he couldn't help but gasp for breath. Wait, where's my baby? Fatty suddenly felt his hands loosen. When he turned around, he found that Huang Yuan was actually running towards Lin Dong. Moreover, she took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. I have to say, she was quite pretty. After putting on makeup, you will feel more sexy. No wonder she could have so obsessed Fatty. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. I may have been a little anxious when I spoke just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Lin Dong turned his head. Huang Yuan held the small bag in both hands, standing in front of him with a shy look on her face. What? Miss Huang, is there anything else? No, it's okay. I just want to apologize to you from the bottom of my heart. Huang Yuan's pretty face turned red. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Li Xiuqin. And Aunt Li, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I made you angry. By the way, the food you cook is delicious. I like it very much. Next time I come to see Lin Dong, I hope I can taste your cooking again. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was stunned at first. Afterwards, I soon understood why Huang Yuan's attitude changed 180 degrees. Isn't it just because your son is rich? However, she did not forget how she slandered Lin Dong just now. This kind of woman cannot be kept. What makes Li Xiuqin even more contemptuous is that Huang Yuan is shameless. She already has a boyfriend but still goes out on blind dates and is two-timing. In ancient times, this was called cheating on one's wife, and the person would be thrown into a pig cage. Li Xiuqin opened her mouth and was about to speak. Then Lin Dong said coldly, No need, Miss Huang. You are not welcome in our home. Besides, I remember that just now, you didn't even move your chopsticks. You haven't even eaten a bite of the food my mom cooked, so how do you know it tastes good? Huang Yuan was suddenly at a loss, and her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. She knew that what she had just said was too much. However, in order to marry a rich man, she didn't care about her face and started begging immediately. Lin Dong, please give me a chance and forgive me. After all, I work in a county bank, I have a regular job and a stable one. Besides, I'm so beautiful, I totally deserve you. Pretty? Hee hee. Lin Dong curled his lips in disdain. In a big city like Tianhai, where people live a life of luxury and decadence, there are a lot of women as beautiful as Huang Yuan. Compared with Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mingqi, she is just an ordinary girl. A woman who couldn't be more ordinary. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't buy it, Huang Yuan hurriedly pleaded with Li Xiuqin. She knew that mothers were all worried about their sons' lifelong affairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so eager to arrange a blind date. Auntie, don't worry. As long as Lin Dong agrees, we can get the certificate tomorrow. I often do housework at home. I must be a good and virtuous wife. Also, I like to give Lin Dong a few big fat boys. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin subconsciously felt moved. However, thinking of Huang Yuan's ugly face just now, she immediately shook her head. She wants to find a good wife for Lin Dong, instead of finding a gold digger to drain all his money. More importantly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Huang Yuan was after Lin Dong's money. If she really marries me, maybe they will get divorced and divide the property right after the wedding. No. Li Xiuqin shook her head firmly. Huang Yuanyuan regretted it so much when she saw this. If she had known Lin Dong was so rich, she would have behaved more obediently. With her charm, is she afraid that she can't win over Lin Dong? Huang Yuanyuan, what do you mean? Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out. I spend tens of thousands of dollars on you every month, and you actually hook up with other men in front of me. Am I really blind to fall for a bitch like you? Don't come to me anymore. Let's break up. Chapter 110. A Waste of Time. Hearing this, Huang Yuanyuan's face turned pale. Then he quickly turned around and ran towards the Mercedes-Benz. At this time, Fat Brother had already got into the car and started the engine. Being suppressed by Lin Dong, he was already full of anger. Seeing Huang Yuanyuan licking the other person desperately, how could he sit still? I'm so embarrassed. Hubby, don't leave. Huang Yuanyuan's shoes fell off, but she finally ran over in time and grabbed Fat Brother's arm tightly, preventing him from leaving. He even tried to get into a Mercedes-Benz. However, Fat Brother was already disgusted by her. Bang! 2 slaps were thrown directly at him. Huang Yuanyuan sat down on the ground with her hair all over the place. Where can you see any trace of arrogance or complacency? He even started to cry. Why is my life so miserable? Matchmaker Zhang couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw this. Then he turned around and left, fearing that he would get into trouble. Li Xiuqin also took Lin Dong and walked home. I was so happy holding the gifts. Their Lin family has never produced a truly rich person. Lin Dong can be said to have brought honor to his family. After returning home, Li Xiuqin looked at the table full of steaming dishes and couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, I didn't try to stop you. Look, that little girl, surnamed Huang, is full of lies. Has she ever eaten a single bite? If a woman like this were to marry into our family, she would definitely cause chaos in our home. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said, Mom, she doesn't want to eat it because she's not blessed enough. We will eat it. Li Xiuqin nodded. Then he subconsciously stroked the Phoenix Jade pendant and suddenly thought of something. Son, wait a minute. Mom is going to change her clothes. Soon, Li Xiuqin changed her clothes. She actually brought out the bright red classic Cheongsam that she wore when visiting relatives and friends during the Chinese New Year. She was not bad looking to begin with, and after this makeover, she looked dignified and elegant, a bit like a middle-aged model in a show. Son, what do you think? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Is it necessary to make such a big deal for just a simple meal? But he immediately guessed the reason. Li Xiuqin stood in front of the mirror and kept posing. Both hands never left the Phoenix Jade pendant. Mom, stop being so conceited. If you like, I will buy you a few more pieces of jewelry in the future to make up for what you were missing before. Li Xiuqin was overjoyed and smiled brightly after hearing this. But then he shook his head. I'd rather not. I'm already old. Why do I need so many jewels? You should save the money you earn for your marriage. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. How can't you see that Li Xiuqin just wants to save money for herself? As parents, we always think about our children and everything. Oh, son, are those things you just said downstairs true? Don't just say nonsense to piss off that Huang guy. Li Xiuqin stared at Lin Dong closely, with a doubtful look on her face. Mom, don't worry, what I said is true. Besides, the money I made came from legitimate sources. There is absolutely no possibility of any crime. If you don't believe me, I'll drive you to Tianhai someday. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin shook her head frantically. No, big cities are not places for people to stay. Your father and I have lived in small town for most of our lives, and we are used to it. By the way, will my dad come back for lunch? When Lin Dong heard Li Xiuqin mention Lin Xiangxian, he suddenly remembered that he had not seen his father yet. The county town is not big to begin with, and you could travel around the entire city on an electric bike. Even if his dad's lunch break is short, it should be okay for him to come back and have a meal. Your father. Li Xiuqin hesitated. In the end, he couldn't stand Lin Dong's questioning gaze and sighed helplessly. Your father is old, and the hotel didn't want him originally, so he just wanted to work 2 more hours and perform well. What? Lin Dong frowned. How could it not be obvious that the hotel was forcing Lin Xiangxian to work overtime voluntarily? Lin Dong became furious when he thought about his father, who was in his 50s and still had to sweat under the scorching sun, bowing and scraping to those so-called upper-class people and serving tea and water. Naturally, I couldn't eat all the food on the table. Mom, you just said, what's the name of the hotel where my dad works? Liwa Hotel, what's wrong? You eat first, I'll go see my dad. Li Xiaoqin saw Lin Dong's aggressive look and guessed what he was going to do. So she quickly stopped him and said, "Don't make trouble, kid. Otherwise, the manager will be unhappy if he sees it and will deduct your father's salary." Lin Dong shook his head and said solemnly, "Mom, my son is successful now and has no shortage of money. From now on, just enjoy your life at home. Don't go out to work and earn money and have to rely on others. My eldest uncle, second uncle, and my youngest aunt all look down on my dad. If they knew he became a security guard, I don't know what they would say behind his back." Li Xiaoqin's expression looked a little unnatural. Over the years, Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and Lin Yinyan's families have often slandered and excluded them. During every festival and every family gathering, they would openly or covertly mock their family for being unpresentable. If they knew that Lin Xiangxian worked as a security guard, they would definitely ridicule him. At this time, Lin Dong patted Li Xiaoqin on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Mom, listen to me. From now on, we don't have to look at other people's faces anymore. I'll also ask those relatives to curry favor with us and please us." Hearing this, Li Xiaoqin was stunned. Afterwards, tears couldn't help but well up in my eyes. I thought my son would be like them, doing nothing. Although I have left the small county and gone to the big city. But we are also surviving in the cracks. Unexpectedly, his son became successful and established himself in Tianhai City. Even made a fortune. From now on, their whole family can hold their heads up high. "Son, Mom believes in you. Whatever you want to do, just go for it. Mom supports you." Li Xiaoqin held Lin Dong's hand tightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong chuckled. "Mom, please don't let me go on blind dates anymore. Your taste is not very good." Li Xiaoqin's face suddenly turned red. Then he rolled his eyes at Lin Dong. "You kid, really? Haha, I'm leaving." Lin Dong hurried downstairs, turned on the navigation, and rushed towards Lihua Hotel. After 5 or 6 minutes, we arrived at a commercial area. Compared with the bright lights and nightlife of Tianhai City, Qingshan County is at best a rural level. Among a group of old buildings, a 6-story building stands out from the crowd and is particularly eye-catching. There are colorful flags and flowers flying at the door, and it is obvious that a lot of effort has been put into the decoration and furnishings. On it, there are 5 large, golden, and magnificent artistic characters. Chapter 111, Vicious Manager. "Liwa Hotel, this is it." Lin Dong nodded and was about to drive the car in when he suddenly heard a loud noise. "How many times have I told you not to let any car in here? You're lifting the bar for that crappy Wuling Hong Wong. Are you sick? Can such a poor fellow afford to stay in our hotel? You are so old, and yet you still refuse to give in. You are getting more useless as you age." Following the sound, I saw a short, fat woman with short hair and wearing a hotel uniform, lecturing a security guard. It seems that the security guard let the van in and it took up the parking spaces in the parking lot, leaving the luxury cars that came in later with no place to park. At first, Lin Dong didn't take it seriously. After seeing the hunched figure of the security guard clearly, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes. His eyes widened with disbelief. "Dad!" "Manager Liu, I'm so sorry. I let him in because I saw he had a room card and was staying at our hotel." The man looked embarrassed and spoke haltingly. I never expected that my unintentional act would result in such severe criticism from the other party. "Lin Xiangxian, you still dare to talk back? What's wrong with him having a room card? How dare he take up our hotel's parking space with that kind of crappy bread? If a BMW or Mercedes comes up behind you, where do you want them to park? They'll park right on top of you." Manager Liu had a hot temper. He shook his short hair, pointed at Lin Xiangxian, and scolded him. His face was covered with spit. The other security guards nearby couldn't bear to watch it anymore. These days, Manager Liu has been finding all kinds of excuses to target Lin Xiangxian, no matter what the reason. They all saw it. However, because I was working for someone else, I could only turn a blind eye and pretend I didn't see it. But today, Mr. Lin clearly did nothing wrong. The van owner also has a room card, so it is natural for him to park inside the hotel. Manager Liu just didn't let them in just to look good. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that even though the hotel is open to guests, if your car is not worth more than 500,000 yuan, you are not eligible to enter? Or the van can only be parked on the roadside? Thinking of this, several security guards couldn't help but speak. "Manager Liu, forget it. Lao Lin didn't do it on purpose." Yes, Lao Lin was not originally assigned to work the lunch shift today. He took the initiative to stay and work overtime. He is already old, so please be considerate. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, don't you think? Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian looked at them with gratitude. Then, unexpectedly, the more these people spoke in favor of Lin Xiangqian, the more irritable Manager Lu became. Forgive him? Then who will forgive me? Look for yourselves, which hotel that entertains VIPs has a row of shabby cars parked outside. This is a high-end hotel, not just anybody can come in. Besides, was it me who asked him to work overtime? Isn't it that he likes to show off and seek the limelight? Lin Xiangqian, tell me yourself, is this true? Manager Lu snorted coldly, hugged his arms which were thicker than a man's, and glared at Lin Xiangqian fiercely. Lin Xiangqian was clearly feeling very humiliated, but he still didn't dare to lose his temper. There was no way. He really didn't want to lose this job. A monthly income of 3,000 is already considered an upper middle level in their county. Besides, it's hard for him to find a job at his age. It is even harder to find a job that makes easy money. More importantly, I have tolerated Manager Lu so many times before, so this time won't be a big deal. Bad habit. Manager Lu noticed Lin Xiangqian's depressed mood and bent his waist slightly. He became more and more proud, with disdain written all over his face. He completely treated Lin Xiangqian as a punching bag that he could use at will. You all saw clearly that I didn't force him to work overtime. Something happened, and it has nothing to do with the hotel. Hearing this, the security guards were all indignant. However, soon, they were also scolded by Manager Lu. Look, what are you looking at? If you look again, you'll be treated the same as him, and your salary will be deducted. What? Lin Xiangqian was stunned. I thought I would just get scolded, and that was it. Unexpectedly, the other party still wanted to deduct his money. Seeing Lin Xiangqian's horrified expression, Manager Lu seemed to be very pleased. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sneered. You have made such a big mistake and affected the image of the hotel. Deducting your salary is not a light punishment. Why? Do you want to be fired? No. Lin Xiangqian shook his head in panic. He could still tell which was more serious, having his salary deducted or losing his job. That's it. You take 200 and the rest of the people take 100 each. What? We're deducting 2. The other security guards were dumbfounded. I was fined $100 just for saying a few extra words. If you don't agree, go ask him for it. He's the one who caused you to deduct the money. After Manager Lu's move, Lin Xiangqian immediately became the target of public criticism. From now on, I'm afraid no one will dare to speak for him. Just at this moment, boom, a roar of an engine like the roar of a wild beast was heard. Immediately afterwards, a cool-looking Porsche Panamera came speeding over. Manager Lu and others were clearly standing in front, but the driver acted as if he didn't see them and stepped on the accelerator hard. Everyone was startled and quickly dodged. The other party also braked at the last moment. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would be lost? Who is so blind? Manager Lu was also very scared. Just as he was about to curse, he suddenly saw the logo of the car in front of him clearly. Porsche, dear guest. Suddenly, Manager Lu changed his expression. With a flattering smile on his face, he trotted to the car window. Hello, sir. I'm the lobby manager of Lihua Hotel. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu? Oh. Lin Dong smiled coldly. He opened the car window and glared at her. Manager Lu was startled and his heart was pounding. At the same time, muttering to himself. This was the first time they met, so I shouldn't have offended him, right? Moreover, just now, he almost knocked himself over. Manager Lu suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Sir, do you want to get a room? Our hotel offers thoughtful services and guarantees you will feel at home. The security guards looked at Manager Lu with indescribable disgust when they saw his arrogant attitude and his fear of the strong and bullying the weak. This kind of person is a complete snob. When I saw a Wuling Hongguang, I was stopped from entering the hotel. Seeing the Porsche, he was so humble that he didn't even dare to breathe. All she needs to do is open her legs and say welcome. Of course, Lin Dong doesn't have such a strong taste. Bang! Lin Dong opened the car door and got out. Without even looking at Manager Lu, who had a flattering smile on his face, he turned and walked towards the security guards. Chapter 112, Call Your Boss. The security guard were flattered and stood up straight, saluting in a proper manner. You are. Lin Xiangqian's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Dong, who was walking slowly toward him, his face was full of disbelief. Lin Xiangqian, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and salute the guests. Manager Lu raised his eyebrows and was about to get angry again, taking this opportunity to deduct 200 yuan from Lin Xiangqian. No, next second. Roll. Lin Dong turned around and yelled at Manager Lu. The latter was so frightened that he shuddered and lost his soul. The other side, the security guards were also shocked by this shout. Then they saw an incredible scene. Dad, you've suffered. As Lin Dong spoke, he hugged Lin Xiangqian tightly, his eyes slightly moist. Lin Xiangqian's head buzzed, and he was unable to recover for a long time. When he saw Lin Dong just now, he didn't dare to confirm it. After all, Lin Dong has been working in Tianhai and living a hard life. How could he possibly drive a Porsche? Only when I heard the word dad did I finally feel certain. Then, I couldn't help but blush, and tears welled up in my eyes. Manager Lu and several security guards were staring at each other with confused looks on their faces. What does he call Lao Lin? Dad. Impossible? Didn't Lao Lin say that his son works at Tianhai and earns a few thousand yuan a month? What's wrong with this car? Did you win a lottery? Everyone was talking at once, confused and surprised. Manager Lu had a bad feeling. Sir, are you mistaken? He is our security guard here. How could he be your father? Or take a closer look. As he said this, Manager Lu was sweating profusely and his tongue was trembling. What if Lin Dong is really Lin Xiangqian's son? Wouldn't that be a big disaster for me? Not only her, Lin Xiangqian also had the same question. He looked Lin Dong up and down, stuttering as he spoke. Xiao Dong, is it really you? Dad, it's me. I'm back. Why are you different from before? You're taller and stronger. Lin Xiangqian frowned. In my memory, Lin Dong ate instant noodles every day and looked pale and thin. There were several times when they made video calls, and both Li Xiuqin and he cried. Now, Lin Dong has not only grown taller, but also has muscles all over his body. At first glance, he looks like a fitness trainer. Not to mention the Porsche. He has changed so much. Is he really my son? Seeing Lin Xiangqian's suspicious look, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the help of the system, he has been reborn and is now completely different from the past. No wonder my father didn't dare to recognize me. Just then, several security guards came forward and asked curiously, Lao Lin, didn't you say that your son works in the city and only earns 7,000 yuan a month? Yeah, 7,000 yuan. How can you afford such a nice car? That's right. Your son is so rich. Why are you still working here? Why are you putting up with this? If I were you, I'd eat, drink, and travel every day. Several security guards laughed and joked. Before Lin Xiangqian could answer, Manager Lu had heard what these people said and was stunned. 7,000? For work. So this car is not yours. Manager Lu then remembered that Lin Xiangqian had said more than once that he took this job in order to save up money for his son's dowry. Based on her understanding of Lin Xiangqian, it is impossible for Lin Xiangqian to lie. Therefore, there's only one person who is waving the banner to deceive others. Okay, I thought it was some big boss. So this car is not yours. Or are you just a driver? Manager Lu looked Lin Dong up and down carefully. The more I feel that this guy and Lin Xiangqian are cut from the same mold. Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian felt a little hesitant. He had never heard Lin Dong mention buying a car. I had a preconceived notion that what Manager Lu said was true. He immediately grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said earnestly, Son, you must be honest and down to earth. We can't steal things that don't belong to us, let alone take them. Whether this car is borrowed or rented, send it back immediately. Your father doesn't need this kind of thing for show. Looking at Lin Xiangqian's sincere eyes, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. In his impression, Lin Xiangqian is such an honest and kind-hearted person. However, it is precisely because of his character that he is often deceived and even bullied. The same is true now. Unfortunately, Lin Dong is not an honest man like Lin Xiangqian. During the years he worked in Tianhai City, he had witnessed many human fickleness and intrigues. If something like this happens, how can I just swallow my anger like my father did? Did you hear me? Move your car out of the way. Don't block our business. How could Lao Lin, such an honest man, give birth to such a shameless child like you? Manager Lu waved his hand impatiently. When he thought about how he had just knelt down to Lin Dong, he became so angry that he wanted to get rid of the father and son immediately. Faced with Manager Lu's expulsion, Lin Dong did not move, but just stared at her coldly. It's you who wanted to deduct my dad's money just now. It's me, what's wrong? Manager Lu felt frightened by Lin Dong's gaze. However, thinking that Lin Xiangqian was still working for him, he couldn't help but straighten his back. Deducting his money is a light punishment. How dare such a tactless old man like you come to work in our hotel? Not happy about it? Then I'll fire him now. Manager Liu snorted coldly and waved his hand directly at Lin Xiangqian. Lin Xiangqian, take off your clothes. You don't need to come tomorrow. What? Lin Xiangqian's head buzzed. It's almost the end of the month, and I can get this month's salary soon. At this critical juncture, Manager Liu actually wanted to fire him. Manager Liu, then my salary. What's salary? You cause a negative impact on our Lihua hotel. It's good enough that we didn't ask you for compensation. How dare you ask for money? Manager Liu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. She was worried that she would not have the chance to fire Lin Xiangqian. Lin Dong's appearance undoubtedly handed her a knife. Besides, your son is so rich. Why does he need to work in our hotel? One of his wheels is enough to pay your annual salary. But I don't know whether the owner will let him sell it. Manager Liu's words were clearly sarcastic. The car was not Lin Dong's. Lin Xiangqian's face turned red and his neck became thick, and he couldn't raise his head. A group of security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. I thought a savior had arrived, but unexpectedly, he drove Lin Xiangqian away. At this time, they didn't dare to say anything more. This job pays well. They don't want to be fired like Lin Xiangqian. Faced with Manager Liu's sarcasm, Lin Dong laughed instead of getting angry. You want to fire my dad? Fine, call your boss. Chapter 113, Dismissal. What do you mean, boss? I make the decision. When Manager Liu heard Lin Dong mention the boss, he felt a little guilty. She vaguely guessed what Lin Dong was going to say. As expected, Lin Dong smiled coldly and said indifferently, as a manager, you are not qualified to manage personnel appointments, right? Besides, my dad signed a contract with your boss, not with you. Why do you let him go without paying him a penny? Manager Liu was speechless for a moment. Okay, go get someone. I need to discuss a business deal with your boss. Just shout. Who's afraid of who? Manager Liu put his hands on his hips. I'm a manager and his father is a security guard. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if the boss comes, he will definitely speak to me. With this thought in mind, Manager Liu snorted coldly and walked straight into the hotel. Seeing this, Lin Xiangqian grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said with a worried look on his face, Xiaodong, hurry up and leave. Dad will make it clear to Boss Wang later. Those who should resign, and those who should leave. Don't let yourself get into any trouble. Lin Dong was stunned. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiangqian still felt that what he said was false and wanted to keep the peace. I really don't know whether to say he is honest or too naive. Dad, don't worry. I know my limits in this matter, and I won't suffer any loss. Seeing Lin Dong's confident look, Lin Xiangqian frowned. I had to swallow the words that were on the tip of my tongue. The other security guards also looked at Lin Dong differently. Lao Lin's son is much better than him in terms of temper and conversation. The way they speak and act is even more stylish than their boss. It's no wonder that you live in a big city. By the way, Dad, what do you think of this hotel? Hotel. Lin Xiangqian was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, Of course it's good. This is the only 4-star hotel in Qingshan County. Many big bosses eat, stay, and receive guests here. If our family can set up a table here, our ancestors will be very lucky. It can be seen that Lin Xiangqian is not ignorant of good and bad. It's just that I have no money in my pocket, so I can't speak firmly. Lin Dong saw the desire in his father's eyes and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. Okay, I understand. Dad, from now on, this hotel will be handed over to you. You have the final say on all matters, big or small. Lin Xiangqian was stunned. He was completely confused and couldn't understand what Lin Dong meant. Just then, the short-haired manager Liu came quickly with a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Seeing that Lin Xiangqian and his son were still there, Manager Liu breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that Lin Dong would scold me and then leave. In this way, wouldn't the boss feel that I am playing trick on him? Boss, it's these two who are causing trouble in our hotel. Especially Lao Lin's son. He stole a car from somewhere and blocked the entrance to the hotel parking lot. I told him, but he didn't listen. As soon as Manager Liu arrived, he started to confuse right and wrong and spread rumors. It was clearly her who provoked first, but in her mouth, it was Lin Xiangqian and Lin Dong who were wrong. The security guards couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Lin Xiangqian and his son. In front of the boss, they dared to stand up straight. Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. This is not Lao Lin's fault. Yes, Manager Liu would deduct wages at any time, and Lao Lin was forced to do so. She also wants to fire Lao Lin. Why? Everyone was talking at once, and the boss surnamed Wong was completely confused. However, he also knew that he couldn't just listen to one person's advice. Then, he made a downward gesture to everyone, signaling them to be quiet. Don't worry, let's talk about it slowly. This is Lao Lin's son, right? Seeing that Boss Wong was not as aggressive as Manager Lu, Lin Dong's attitude improved a little and he nodded slightly. My name is Lin Dong. Hello, Boss Wong. Well, tell me what's going on? Lin Dong glanced at his honest father and said truthfully, it all started when my dad brought a van in and parked in the hotel parking lot. Manager Lu found fault with it and said it would affect the hotel's image. He also pointed at my dad and everyone else's noses and gave them a lecture, threatening to deduct everyone's salary. But the owner of the van also lives in the hotel. What? Hearing this, Boss Wong couldn't help but frown. Then, he looked at Manager Lu. The latter blushed, feeling guilty. However, I still couldn't help but be stubborn. Boss, didn't you tell us to pay attention to maintaining the hotel's image? It's such an eyesore and unlucky to let that junky car park here. What if those bosses want to come and spend money, but they leave after seeing the people coming? What will happen then? Boss Wong also felt that there was some truth in this. However, what Manager Lu did was still too much. But you can't just deduct people's wages. Who gave you this right? Manager Lu looked embarrassed. Is there any need to ask? Of course, the deducted money went into her pocket, and she spent it like crazy. Boss Wong frowned and immediately understood what was going on. Suddenly, his face fell and his voice became low and serious. I already know what happened. I will deduct half a month's salary from you as punishment. Don't worry, I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again. Hearing these words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I was just about to praise Boss Wong for being sensible and fair. Unexpectedly, Boss Wong suddenly changed the subject and looked at Lin Xiangxian. Lao Lin, go to the finance department to collect your salary. You don't need to come tomorrow. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian's head buzzed. Unexpectedly, after all this time, he was still asked to pack up and leave. What's the difference besides getting an extra month's salary? Lin Dong was also stunned. I didn't expect Boss Wong would handle it this way. However, he soon figured it out. For Boss Wong and Lihua Hotel, the role of security guard is insignificant, far less important than Manager Lu. The most important thing is that no one who does business wants to have a troublemaker like Lin Xiangxian. When he felt wronged, he called his son to come and stand up for him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's heart sank. Lin Xiangxian looked even more worried. I finally found a job with a good salary, but I messed it up. Manager Lu, on the other hand, was delighted and rubbed his hands excitedly. She lost half a month's salary, but it was not a big deal. Anyway, a lot of money has been squeezed out of the security guards in the past few months, which is enough to make up for the losses. However, Lin Xiangxian lost his job, which was like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, with no way to express his pain. Chapter 114, Acquisition of Hotel. Thank you, Boss Wong. I won't dare to do that again in the future. Don't worry, Manager Lu said with a smile. Boss Wong nodded slightly and turned to leave immediately. Just then, a young voice suddenly came from behind. Boss Wong, don't leave in such a hurry. I have a business deal that I want to discuss with you. Oh, Boss Wong turned around and glanced at Lin Dong first. Then he took a look at the Panamera parked next to him. Thinking of Manager Lu saying that the car was stolen, I couldn't help but curl my lips. He has been doing business for so many years and is considered a big shot in Qingshan County. Those who do business, when they meet me, are all well-behaved and polite. How come I met a young boy today? Thinking of this, Boss Wong became a little impatient. Young man, didn't I tell you to compensate your father? Do you have anything else to say? Lin Dong smiled. In front of everyone, he pointed to the magnificent Lihua Hotel behind him. I want to ask, how much is your hotel worth? My dad just lost his job. I plan to buy it and let him manage it. It will be a way to find something to do. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Dong as if he was an idiot, suspecting that this kid had water in his head. Soon, Manager Lu was the first one who couldn't help it. Buy our hotel. Why? With the car you stole? You have a fever and your brain is confused. If it had happened just now, Boss Wong would have definitely warned Manager Lu if he had heard this. But now, instead of stopping him, he rolled his eyes at Lin Dong. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My hotel has only been open for 2 months, and the decoration alone cost several million. It is the first 4-star hotel in our county, with a high grade and a good reputation. It is worth at least 20 to 30 million. Boss Wong raised his hand and pointed at Lin Dong's Panamera. Although I don't know much about cars, I can see that your car is worth only 2 or 3 million at most. Besides, we don't even know if it's yours. What qualifications do you have to buy my hotel? Boss Wong's remarks were clear and logical. After hearing this, everyone nodded. They are uneducated and have little knowledge, but anyone with a standard of intelligence can see that the Lihua Hotel has a bright future. It is very likely to become a symbol of Qingshan County. Looking at Lin Dong again, apart from the cool car he drives, he doesn't show how rich he is at all. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like someone who can spend tens of millions. Therefore, when Lin Dong said he was going to acquire the hotel, it was most likely just empty talk, trying to save face. People of his age are thin-skinned and like to do this kind of thing the most. Boss Wong had the same idea and immediately sneered. Old Lin, teach your son a lesson later. He should know how to speak to different people. He should be tactful. Not everyone is as good-tempered as me. In society, if you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, you'll get hurt sooner or later. Hearing this, Lin Xiangqian's face suddenly changed. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Dong or even to see his son die, so he quickly grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, "Son, forget it. Apologize to Boss Wong." Should I apologize to him? Lin Dong was so angry that he almost laughed. The next moment, regardless of Lin Xiangqian's attempt to stop him, he said straight to the point, one price, 30 million. Do you want to sell it? 30 million? Boss Wong was stunned. This kid isn't afraid of his tongue being blown away by the strong wind. His car is only worth 2 or 3 million. How can he afford 30 million? Moreover, 30 million is just the cost price of the hotel. Taking into account the time for renovation and the popularity in the county, at least another 10 million will be needed. Before Boss Wong could speak, Manager Lu at the side could no longer sit still. She didn't have to worry about her image like Boss Wong and just start cursing at the top of his lungs. Bah, 30 million. Why didn't you say 300 million? If you had 30 million, would your father come here to work as a security guard? I think you are really sick. The boss has given you a way out, but you are still making trouble here. If you really care about your father, just take the money and go to a mental hospital yourself. Boss Wong nodded repeatedly, expressing his deep agreement with this statement. This Lin Dong is really shameless. It would be fine if he didn't thank me, but he is now talking nonsense here, saying that he wants to buy out his Lihua hotel. It's so shameless and laughable. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Manager Lu, the foul-mouthed shrew. 30 million isn't enough, so I'll add another 10 million. 40 million, how about that? If you agree, give me your bank card number now. 40 million? Looking at Lin Dong's serious expression, Boss Wong couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, as long as you can afford the money, not 40 million, 30 million, I will sell it to you at a loss. These days, the forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. Old Lin is such an honest man. How come you haven't learned anything from him? Seeing that Lin Dong insisted on giving him money, Boss Wong didn't want to waste time and took out his bank card. Others also didn't take it seriously, waiting to see Lin Dong make a fool of himself. Ding, you received a new transfer. 40 million yuan has arrived in the bank account. After a moment, the text message alert sounded. Boss Wong's pupils shrank and his mind went blank. I stared at the string of zeros on the text message and almost couldn't breathe. My eyes rolled back and I passed out. 40 million. Was it really transferred? The others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Manager Lu crossed his arms in a haughty manner and continued to mock Lin Dong. Okay, stop being so pretentious here. If you don't have the skills, don't take on this job. To put it bluntly, don't you just want more money? Boss, do you want me to call the security guards to chase them away? At this point, Manager Lu changed his expression and carefully asked Boss Wong for instructions. After hearing this, Boss Wong slowly came back to his senses. Both eyes were still fixed on the phone. Boss. Don't call me boss. Boss Wong shook his head and swallowed deeply. Now, he is your boss. What did you say? Manager Lu was stunned and looked in the direction of Boss Wong's finger in confusion. It was Lin Dong with a joking smile on his face. The other security guard were also dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they heard. Could it be that Lin Dong really transferred money to Boss Wong? Lin Dong, no. Boss Lin, please forgive me for my poor eyesight and my failure to recognize the great man. I said some brainless words. Please don't take them to heart. Boss Wong's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He smiled and held Lin Dong in a very intimate manner. Later, I will draft a contract to transfer the hotel to you. Lin Dong nodded slightly. I am not surprised by Boss Wong's enthusiasm. He knew that if the amount just transferred was 30 million, Boss Wong would definitely not be so enthusiastic. But 40 million is completely different. This is equivalent to the hotel making a net profit of 10 million just 2 months after opening. This money is enough for him to go to another place and open another lihua. Chapter 115. Meet the new boss. Boss, what do you mean? Transfer the hotel. He wouldn't really transfer money to you, would he? At this point, Manager Liu still couldn't believe it and kept questioning Boss Wong. Even, you have to grab the other person's arm. Get lost. As soon as he got the money, Boss Wong no longer cared about the manager and simply shook off the other person's arm. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xiangxian, who was standing next to him with a confused look on his face. Lao Lin, don't take what I just said to heart. From now on, we will all be in the county town, so we will see each other sooner or later. Please take care of each other. I remember you smoked, right? That's just in time. I have a few boxes of imported cigars in my office. I'll give them to you later. Boss Wong's attitude is so enthusiastic. Lin Xiangxian was stunned by the look. However, no matter how stupid he was, he understood one thing. Son, do you really have so much money? What else, Dad? Didn't I just say that I wanted to make you the owner of this hotel? Lin Dong smiled faintly. He clearly spent 40 million to buy a 4-star hotel. Coming to him, it's as easy as buying a bottle of soda. This nonchalant attitude surprised everyone, especially Boss Wong. If Lin Dong had said this before, he would definitely have sneered. But now, I can only agree with it and cannot help but accept it. Impossible, I don't believe it. Liar, you guys teamed up to deceive me. Manager Liu is going crazy. If this hotel becomes Lin Xiangxian's, will I still be able to live a good life? During this period of time, I targeted him so much and deducted so much of his salary. Once the other party comes to power, won't he kill her? Lin Dong raised a wicked smile and said calmly, Manager Liu, don't be idle. Take me and my dad to see the hotel. By the way, starting today, all security guard will have their monthly salary doubled. $8,000. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Only Manager Liu was sweating profusely and trembling as he walked. Boss, please. Along the way, Manager Liu was absent-minded and didn't dare to raise his head. She never dreamed that the old man who she scolded like a grandson a few days ago has now turned into her boss. Boss Lin, this is my... Oh no, your father's office. Please follow me. Boss Wong was also in high spirits as he was celebrating the good news. As soon as the 40 million arrived in the account, I couldn't stop smiling. He was also very proactive in opening the door for Lin Dong and Lin Xiangxian. What comes into view is an office of 200 square meters. Both the decoration and furniture are luxurious. They even spent a high price to specially invite a statue of the god of wealth. It symbolizes a lot of money. It is obvious that Boss Wong put a lot of thought into it. Now, Lin Xiangxian has benefited greatly. Boss Lin, please. Boss Wong really kept his promise and took out a few boxes of long-treasured Cuban cigars from the cabinet. Seeing that Lin Xiangxian didn't know how to do it, he personally lit a cigarette for him. Boss Wong, you can't do this. Haha, Boss Lin is joking. From now on, this will be your office. If you need any help, just call me. Smoking the slightly sweet and slightly spicy cigar, Lin Xiangxian felt dizzy and had not yet fully accepted this fact. How did he suddenly become the owner of Lihua Hotel from a security guard? Dad, how is it? Do you still like it? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Both Boss Wong's attitude and the hotel's decoration exceeded his expectations. These 40 million are well worth it. Yes, of course I like it. Lin Xiangxian nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, I couldn't help but burst into tears. My son has made great progress. Once upon a time, he was still worried about his son's future. Even at her old age, she still has to work as a security guard to save money for his bride price. Now, not only does he not have to worry about his son, but the entire Lin family will also benefit from one person's success. Lin Dong was also filled with emotion and nodded at him. Dad, from now on, the hotel will be managed by you. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. You're different now. You're the big boss. No one dares to bully you anymore. When saying this, Lin Dong deliberately raised his voice and glanced behind him. Manager Liu's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale with fright. Then he begged for mercy in panic. Boss Lin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. From now on, I will work diligently for you. Manager Liu had a sad face and tears welled up in his eyes. She really didn't want to lose this job. Hotel manager, it's an honor to talk about it to others. Not to mention, he is the manager of a 4-star hotel. However, manager Liu underestimated Lin Dong's temper. He is not like Boss Wang, who likes to smooth things over. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to turn hostile. Manager Liu, whether you can stay depends on your performance. Well, I'll give you 2 tasks. First, go out there now and make some business cards with my dad's name and position on them. Second, gather all the hotel employees immediately and tell them that the boss has changed. We need to discuss salary, benefits, and penalties. Well, manager Liu dared not neglect it. He nodded immediately like a chick pecking at rice, turned around, and ran out. Boss Lin, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I wish you success, and success, haha. After signing the transfer contract, Boss Wang felt refreshed and left with a big laugh. Soon, manager Liu quickly made a bunch of business cards. Not only is the texture superior, but the large characters on it are also written by a special person and are vigorous and powerful. More importantly, she didn't dare ask Lin Dong for a penny. They all paid out of their own pockets to please Lin Dong. Boss Lin, all the employees are waiting in the lobby. Yes, I understand. Lin Dong nodded slightly, took out a business card, and put it in his pocket. On the surface, his father is the one who runs this 4-star hotel. In fact, it is his personal property. After that, you still need to find someone to take care of it. After passing through the magnificent and artistic corridor, we soon arrived at the hotel lobby. At this time, dozens of employees were looking forward to it, extremely curious about who the new boss would be. Hasn't our hotel only been open for 2 months? How come the owner suddenly changed? Could it be that they're not doing well in management and are looking for someone to take over? Nonsense. Our hotel business is booming. You know that. According to rumors, the new boss's surname is Lin, and we know each other. We know each other? Who? Everyone was talking about it. I had no idea who the new boss would be. At this moment, Lin Dong and Lin Xiangshui walked into everyone's sight, one after the other. It was manager Liu who led the way for them. Lin Dong, of course no one knows him. However, Lin Xiangshui standing behind him looks very familiar to everyone. For a moment, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Fuck, isn't that Lao Lin, the gatekeeper? Why is he here? Wait, old Lin's last name is also Lin. Could it be that the new boss is a relative of his? Chapter 116. New official takes 3 actions upon taking office. Noticing everyone's complicated emotions, Lin Dong was not nervous or embarrassed at all. It seemed as if they were already accustomed to such grand scenes. The next moment, he cleared his throat. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Dong. Just half an hour ago, Boss Wang transferred the hotel to me. That is to say, from now on, the Lihua Hotel will be named Lin. However, I am not in the county, so the position of general manager will be taken over by my father. Please give him a round of applause and welcome your general manager, Lin Xiangshui. What? Before Lin Dong finished speaking, no one applauded. Their eyes were all wide open and their mouths were big enough to fit an egg. They stared at Lin Xiangshui blankly, their heads almost exploding. Old Lin? New general manager. What kind of joke is this? Isn't he the security guard at the gate? Looking at everyone's stunned expressions, Lin Xiangshui's face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. In his previous job in the factory, he had only been a workshop team leader. How could he be qualified to be a general manager? But now, with Lin Dong constantly urging him from behind, he had no choice but to accept it. At Lin Dong's signal, Lin Xiangshui slowly spoke. Yes, I'm the security guard Lao Lin who was guarding the gate before. I believe many people are familiar with me. From today on, I will work with you in my new capacity to contribute to the development of Lihua Hotel. It is said that a new official will start with 3 big things. I will not start any big things, but I have some new things to report to you all. Lin Xiangshui spoke more and more naturally. It seems that I have regained some of the feeling of being a leader. First of all, there are benefits. The monthly salary of each person will increase by 20%. If the performance is good, there will be additional bonuses with a minimum of 1,000 yuan. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Some people suspected that they had heard it wrongly. But looking at Lin Dong behind him with an unchanged expression, he knew it was true. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. In addition, everyone will have 1 more day off every month. If you want to work overtime on your own, there will be additional overtime pay, which is also no less than 1,000 yuan. Fuck. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but applaud. Isn't it just for these few dollars that they come out to work? Now, Lin Xiangxian has increased their treatment and is like their reincarnated parents. General Lin is wise. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Boss Lin, I love you. For a moment, the whole hall burst into warm applause. Everyone's eyes were fanatical and full of excitement. However, Lin Dong knew very well that all of this was bought with real money. Fortunately, the thing he has the most is money. Ahem, there's one last thing. While the welfare benefits have been improved, the punishment mechanism has also been adjusted. I hope everyone can treat every guest warmly, instead of being like Manager Lu. You are so arrogant and drive the guests out. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes were focused on Manager Lu. She was on pins and needles, sweating profusely. It was as if he had already guessed his own fate. So, the first decision I made when I took over as general manager was to fire her. Of course, the compensation that should be paid will not be reduced by a single cent. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Thump. Manager Lu sat down on the ground, regretting his decision to the core. Looking at the employees below, they're all smiling happily. Obviously, there's been a long-standing grudge against Manager Lu. It will be a great relief to fire her now. Haha, you deserve it. Well done, Mr. Lin. We all listen to you. I hope Liwa Hotel will get better and better. The meeting is over. Everyone was delighted and left the hall in high spirits. Then, we immediately started working enthusiastically. With Lin Xiangqian's guarantee, they worked harder. Of course, the premise of all this is based on high welfare benefits. Looking at the entire county, Scorpion Baba is the only one with such a high salary. Only one person walked out of the hotel dejectedly, as if he had lost his parents. If I had known that Lao Lin's son was so powerful, why would I have provoked him? I'm such a bad mouth, it's all my fault, ah. Bang. Manager Lu held the compensation in his hand, but he was not happy at all and even wanted to slap himself a few times. After all, no matter how much money it is a one-time thing. Never see you again. In the past, she was a manager and held a high position of power. Most of the people in the hotel have to listen to her. A salary of several thousand yuan a month is quite comfortable. Now, even the security guards at the door were laughing at her. I estimate that in 2 years, their salaries will be higher than mine. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. This old woman, surnamed Lu, deserves it. Who told her to use chicken feathers as a token of authority to bully others every day. I really envy old Lin for having such a good son. Now, he has really brought honor to the family. Still calling him Old Lin? You should call him General Manager Lin. Several security guards were joking around. Just then, a voice suddenly came. What are you guys busy with? Lin, Mr. Lin? Following the sound, I saw the man in a suit and tie. Wasn't it Lin Xiangxian? As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. After Lin Xiangxian dressed up like this, he actually looked like a boss. However, the smile is still very friendly. Boss Lin, I'm sorry. Please don't take it to heart. Yeah, we just said it casually. Several security guards looked at each other, feeling a little nervous. When I thought of Manager Lu's unfortunate end, I dared not breathe. Seeing this, Lin Xiangxian just smiled and shook his head. Everyone, you're welcome. Just call me Lao Lin, just like before. Sounds intimate. After all, you helped me. After hearing these words, everyone felt warm in their hearts and were even more grateful to Lin Xiangxian. However, they did not forget that all this today was thanks to Lin Dong, who was next to them. Hello, Mr. Kobayashi. Others are the second generation of rich people, the ones who live off their parents. The Lin family directly turned against Tiangang and became the father who relied on his son. However, this also proves that Lin Dong is capable and filial. By the way, son, have you told your mother about your money-making? She won't still be at home, waiting for you to come back for dinner, right? After Lin Xiangxian came to power, he did not forget Li Shuqin. The first thing I thought of was calling my wife. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I went home first and then came to see you. Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian nodded. Then, he looked at his son with eyes full of pride. Unexpectedly, one day, Lin Dong actually became successful. This cleared away the haze that had been weighing on Lin Xiangxian for decades. All the frustrations I had suffered in the past were vented out. Having such a good son is better than anything else. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel deeply moved. They, as a family, finally made it through. Chapter 1, 17, Buying a Car. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Now, Lin Xiangqian finally believed that this luxury car belonged to Lin Dong. He walked around the car several times, touching this and looking at that, his eyes full of envy. TSK, I've lived to this age, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful car. It really broadens my horizons. Son, what's the name of this car? It cost hundreds of thousands, right? Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Porsche Panamera, a foreign brand, not expensive. The top version is only about 3 million. Oh, wait, what did you say? Lin Xiangqian's pupils shrank, and he felt a little frightened. More than 3 million. Why did you buy such an expensive car? With that much money, you could buy a villa in our county, a whole small Western-style building. Kid, you really don't know how to save money. Lin Xiangqian said this, but his body was very obedient, and he couldn't help but want to sit on it for a test drive. The only four-wheeled car their family has ever bought is a Wuling Hongguang for hauling goods. I haven't touched the car since it was scrapped the year before last. Lin Xiangqian is an experienced driver with more than 10 years of experience. He hasn't driven for such a long time that he is itching to drive. Dad, do you like it? Of course. I've never touched such an expensive car in my life. It's as expensive as the dragon throne of an ancient emperor. Seeing this scene, how could Lin Dong not know what Lin Xiangqian was thinking? He immediately said, Dad, after dinner, I'll take you 2 old people to the 4S store in the city. 4 Sons store? What the hell is that? Lin Xiangqian was stunned and stood up quickly in fear. Son, don't do anything stupid. Being a human trafficker will wipe out your family line. Well, Lin Dong's mouth twitched. I didn't expect that my dad had never even heard of a 4S store. No wonder others think he's old-fashioned. However, it's a good opportunity to take this opportunity to give my parents a surprise. Don't worry, Dad. I definitely won't do that kind of thing. Just wait and see. Lin Xiangqian nodded helplessly. His son had finally gotten himself together, so of course he wouldn't spoil the fun. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Lin Dong grabbed him. You don't have to get out of the car, just drive. It's only a few steps away. Looking at the exquisite and gorgeous interior of the Panamera, Lin Xiangqian's heart skipped a beat. While I was nervous, I was also eager to try. Soon, at Lin Dong's instigation, Lin stepped forward and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The Porsche Panamera sped away and headed towards the Lin family. The remaining group of security guards were envious and jealous. Their eyes turned red. Alas, the Lin family has produced such a person, and their ancestors' graves are filled with smoke. Who says it's not true? Now, Lao Lin can finally hold his head high in front of his brothers. After a moment, the Panamera stopped downstairs. Such a cool and stylish luxury coupe naturally attracted the attention of a group of neighbors. Moreover, after the blind date incident, coupled with matchmaker Zhang's exaggeration, everyone in the entire building already knew that Lin Dong had made a lot of money and returned home in glory. Old lady, please come out quickly. I am downstairs. Xiao Dong said he wanted to take us out for a walk. Lin Xiangqian didn't go upstairs, but made a phone call directly. A moment later, a thin woman who was obviously well-dressed hurried downstairs. She even put on lipstick. Although Li Xiuqin usually looks tired and dusty, when she dresses up, she actually looks like a wealthy lady. With a sparkling phoenix jade pendant on her chest, she looks even more elegant and luxurious. Here it comes. Hurry up, I know how to hurry up. If it weren't for my son, I wouldn't pay any attention to you. Li Xiuqin walked out of the apartment building while complaining. When she saw the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, she didn't recognize him at first. You are Lao Lin? Lin Xiangqian felt a little embarrassed by her surprised look and scratched his head awkwardly. If we say that Lin Xiangqian was a complete country bumpkin and an old migrant worker before, so now he has more or less acted like a boss. The spirit is completely different. It won't be long before he becomes the well-deserved general manager of Lihua Hotel. Okay, there's so many people watching. Hurry up and get in the car. Lin Xiangqian urged. Li Xiuqin nudda. At the same time, she blushed slightly. She was already old, but just now, she was actually moved. Even after being married to Lin Xiangqian for so many years, this was the first time she saw him dressed so formally. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The two people's behavior of dressing up for the trip was also seen by the neighbors. TSK, Old Lin's family is truly amazing. He drives a luxury car and wears a suit. If you don't know him, you might think he's a big boss from somewhere. Have you seen the jade pendant on Xiuqin's neck? I heard it cost hundreds of thousands. His son is really filial. Why didn't I give birth to a good son like Lin Dong? No, I'm gonna go get the scriptures later. Forget it, Lin Dong is a dragon, and you will be a worm even if you are reborn. Along the way, Lin Xiangqian couldn't help but tell Li Xiuqin vividly what happened at the Lihua Hotel today. He also showed off his gold seal business card, and his eyes narrowed into slits with joy. 40 million, acquired the Lihua Hotel. Tell me, why spend this money? Old Lin, you too? Why don't you try to persuade your son? How long will it take to earn back this much money? After knowing this, Li Xiuqin couldn't help crying while blaming Lin Dong for spending money recklessly. Even some of the words are incoherent. What excited her the most was that Lin Dong arranged the position of general manager for Lin Xiangqian. Now, their family can finally hold their heads high in front of the old man and the eldest and second sons. Well, hearing the old couple crying and laughing, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. In the past, their family had no money and they couldn't even get enough food to eat, and they couldn't even eat meat. Now that I am rich, I can finally take my old couple to enjoy life. It can be regarded as making up for all the things that were missing before. By the way, son, you said you wanted to go to some Four Sons store. What place is this? Lin Xiangqian scratched his head, still thinking about this matter. Before Lin Dong could speak, Li Xiuqin took the lead and said unhappily, "You old-fashioned guy, what's a Four Sons store? It's called a 4S store. Rich people buy cars there and get them serviced. Son, are you taking the car in for maintenance?" In Li Xiuqin's opinion, since Lin Dong's car is so good, it naturally needs regular maintenance. That's why I went to the 4S store. Little did they know that what was waiting for them was a huge surprise. Dad, Mom, don't worry. You'll know when you get there. The old couple nodded and followed Lin Dong's advice. I didn't expect that at my age, I could still live a good life relying on my son. Besides, if people like them who are uneducated and ignorant don't listen to Lin Dong, who should they listen to? Chapter 118, Beauty Sales. Outside the car window, the scenery changes. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Auto City in the city. Countless brands of cars are competing with each other here, filling up several streets. Li Xiuqin and Lin Xiangqian were dazzled by what they saw. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. At this time, Lin Dong parked the car in the parking lot and opened the door for them. Son, don't you want to take care of yourself? Why don't you drive the car directly to the 4S store? Until now, Li Xiuqin still thought that Lin Dong came here for maintenance and had no intention of buying a car at all. Lin Dong smiled faintly, then revealed his purpose. Mom, who said I need maintenance? Of course I came here to buy a car. My dad is a general manager now. How can he not have his own bicycle? It's so ugly to always ride a bicycle to get off work. Li Xiuqin nodded. That's true. Even if he doesn't take it seriously, it won't sound good if it's told to others. How can I negotiate business with those bosses in the future? That's right. Lin Dong smiled. Then he continued, I plan to buy 2 cars, one for my dad and the other for you. Buy me a car too? Li Xiuqin was stunned. She did take a driving test a few years ago. However, since her retirement, she has become a housewife. So how could she need to get in the car? Seeing that Li Xiuqin was somewhat reluctant and afraid of wasting money, Lin Dong added, with a car, you can go out with your old sisters and go to other places to play. So that you don't get bored at home, go on blind dates for me every day. Li Xiuqin's old face turned red. Now that things have come to this, it's hard to refuse. At the same time, doesn't she also want to go out for a walk and relax? Then don't buy something too expensive. A vehicle worth tens of thousands of dollars will do. Ahem, you don't have to worry about this. Lin Dong smiled faintly and took the two of them straight to the 4S store. Looking around, almost all of the brands along this road are big names in the domestic and international automotive industry. Chang'an, Dongfeng, Lexus. Lin Dong thought for a moment and went straight to one of them. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Duh. As soon as I entered the door, a slim young female salesperson in uniform walked towards me. She tied her hair into a neat ponytail that swayed back and forth. Her big watery eyes are blinking and her smile is sweet and lovely. Lin Dong subconsciously glanced at the name tag. Li Xiaoya. The saleswoman also noticed his look. However, instead of being shy, he was very open and confident. Sir, you could just call me Xiaoli. Do you need me to introduce you, or do you want to go around on your own? In Li Xiaoya's opinion, since Lin Dong has a family, his family should help him buy a car. Although this kind of behavior is called living off parents in society. But who says that having money makes you the boss? Anyway, as long as Lin Dong's parents pay the money, it doesn't matter if he relies on them for support or not. As long as I can get the commission, it's fine. With this thought in mind, the smile on Li Xiaoya's face became even brighter. She even deliberately fiddled with her high-heeled shoes, completely exposing her two long and beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings to Lin Dong. The calves are plump, and there's not even a trace of fat. You can tell at a glance that he exercises regularly. Looking up under the tight overalls, there's a perfect peach-like figure. She's exactly the type every man dreams of. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and understood clearly. Having seen countless women, he could tell at a glance that this female salesperson was of a very high level and was definitely not the kind of woman who could be slept with for money. Maybe ordinary customers were sold out by her and had to help her count the money. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Dong wanted to challenge himself. After all, when there is a goalkeeper, it is more fulfilling to score a goal, isn't it? Noticing Lin Dong's aggressive gaze, Li Xiaoye smiled faintly, thinking that Lin Dong had taken a bait. What she had to do now was to use a little trick and sell her beauty to get Lin Dong to buy a car. Then, he obediently took money out of his parents' pockets. Son, let's forget it. Your father is old. He doesn't need such a nice car. I heard that the cheapest Mercedes costs 300,000 or 400,000. Li Xiaoqin frowned slightly, and the more she looked at the numbers, the more frightened she became. Lin Xiangxian on the side also joined in the conversation. Yeah, this car looks good, but it's useless. It's even worse than the van I had before. Son, don't waste your money. Let's go somewhere else. Li Xiaoye was a little confused. Why does it sound like Lin Dong is not the one who is relying on his parents for support, but these two old people are relying on him? Sir, it's not you who wants to buy a car. It's your father? Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying her stunned expression. Is there any difference between me buying it and me buying it for my father? No, I haven't. Li Xiaoye's pretty face turned slightly red, and she shook her head in embarrassment. I originally thought that Lin Dong was a parasite. Unexpectedly, he's a big boss. Ms. Li, I don't know much about Mercedes-Benz. Could you please recommend a few models? The price is around 600,000. Lin Dong thought about it and finally decided on this number. If the amount is more than 1 million, Li Xiaoqin and Lin Xiangxian will probably quit again. 600,000 is just the right amount for them. Neither too much nor too little. Unexpectedly, when Li Xiaoye heard this number, her jaw dropped. Although the old couple dressed up carefully. However, it is impossible to completely remove the rural flavor in one's bones in a short period of time. As a result, such a couple of country folks actually asked to buy a car worth 600,000 yuan. Why can't I? Yes, that's great. What's your name, sir? During this matter, Li Xiaoye did not realize that she was already firmly under Lin Dong's control. Usually, she is the one who picks out rich men and takes the initiative. Now, Lin Dong was leading her by the nose throughout the whole process. Even his speech was a little hesitant. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Li. Noticing Li Xiaoye's doubtful expression, Lin Dong smiled slightly. If it's 600,000, you can look at the 3 models of Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Mercedes-Benz GLC, and Mercedes-Benz CLS. They not only have good sales, but also have very good after-sales reviews. The car is just ahead. After learning that Lin Dong had a good fortune, Li Xiaoye became much more enthusiastic than before. She would throw a wink from time to time and speak in a coquettish tone. She walked in front with grace, swinging her long, beautiful legs and the sound of her high heels clicking, leaving Lin Dong with a charming back. Beautiful saleswomen like them are not afraid that you won't pay, but they are afraid that you can't pay more. In order to get customers to sign the contract as quickly as possible, some necessary sacrifices may even be made. You are happy, and I get my commission. Everyone takes what they need. Since Li Xiaoye was dressed so coquettishly and gorgeously, she was naturally ready to sacrifice herself for the commission. However, so far, no client has come up with a number that makes her excited. When Li Xiaoye was secretly looking at Lin Dong was also guessing Li Xiaoye's psychology. There are only 2 kinds of women. You can go up, but you can't go up. Li Xiaoye obviously belongs to the former. That is, the process is a little more complicated. Chapter 119 Test Drive. Soon, Li Xiaoye brought the 3 of them to the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area. There were quite a few people looking at cars inside, but most of them were white-collar workers and small business owners. It is rare to find someone like Lin Dong who has a family with him. Mr. Lin and uncle and aunt, these are the cars I just mentioned. Looking in the direction Li Xiaoye pointed, there were several luxury cars with a 3-pointed star logo. There are 2 sedans and an SUV. Mercedes-Benz E-Class is one of the most recognized luxury cars. It looks luxurious and suitable for business communication, which is very suitable for uncles. The official guide price is 440,000 to 600,000 yuan. Mercedes-Benz GLC, a mid-size SUV, has a domineering appearance and an equally good interior. It has a large space and comfortable seats, making it suitable for a family of 3. The official guide price is 420,000 to 530,000 yuan. And this CLS, a mid to large sedan, with an official guide price of 580,000 to 690,000. While introducing, Li Xiaoye opened the car door and let Lin Xiangxian experience it for himself. After all, this car was bought for Lin's father. Lin Xiangxian did not suspect anything and took Li Xiaoqin to look around. With the confidence given by Lin Dong, they even dared to sit on it. Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. You can look more carefully. Li Xiaoye stood outside the car with a smile on her face, leaning half of her body inside, introducing the situation inside the car. Naturally, she lifted one of her legs, with the tip of her high heels touching the car door. The next second, Li Xiaoye's body suddenly trembled and her eyes widened as wide as possible. I don't know when, there was a person behind her. Grabbing the roof of the Mercedes-Benz with both hands, he also stretched his neck to look inside. The hot body just pressed against her back. As the man continued to squeeze in, more and more parts of the two people were in contact. At the same time, the man's unique breath blew on her ears. Li Xiaoye turned her head stiffly and found that it was Lin Dong. The other party looked at her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Miss Li? Is there something wrong with the car?" No, Mr. Lin, please take your time." Li Xiaoye bit her lip. Obviously, she was taken advantage of. However, looking at Lin Dong's innocent face, she wondered if she was too sensitive. Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiaoqin didn't know what was going on and were still looking at the interior of the Mercedes-Benz curiously. Rich people know how to enjoy life. This interior is amazing. From now on, when our family goes out to play, we would drive this car. It must be very comfortable. The old couple was completely unaware of Li Xiaoye's embarrassing situation. When he heard that she was silent, he asked casually, "Ms. Li, what other functions does this car have? I heard that all cars now have seat massage. Where can I drive?" Li Xiaoye glanced at the screen and was about to reach out to click. As a result, someone got ahead of her and pressed hard on her back. Li Xiaoye had to bend down. The raised calf was also raised higher. The next moment, Li Xiaoye's body stiffened again, because the moment Lin Dong bent down, her black silk calf was actually clamped by the other person's legs. I knew he did it on purpose. I thought I misunderstood him. In fact, as the two of them moved more and more vigorously, she even felt that something was bumping into her. After all, she didn't have much experience, so she couldn't help but have some subconscious reactions and couldn't help but let out a coquettish sound. All of a sudden, Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiaoqin raised their heads and looked at her in confusion. "Ms. Li, are you okay? Why is your face so red?" "No, it's okay. It's a little hot in the car. Just turn on the air conditioner." As Li Xiaoye spoke, she sat down on the passenger seat and finally escaped from Lin Dong's clutches. Seeing this, Lin Dong showed a cunning smile. Let's look at the next car. After briefly introducing the Mercedes-Benz E, Li Xiaoye led the three people to another car. During the whole process, he deliberately kept a distance from Lin Dong, fearing that the other party would do something even crazier. This guy actually teased me in front of my parents. He is so bold. At this time, Li Xiaoye brought the three people to an SUV. Compared with the Mercedes-Benz E-Class just now, this GLC has a much larger space. Even if several people sat in, Lin Dong didn't have the chance to do anything. This made Li Xiaoye feel a little relieved. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Lin Dong's methods. "Dad, since you like it so much, how about we take it for a test drive?" Test drive? When Lin Xiangxian heard Lin Dong's proposal, he was stunned for a moment. Then, some began to get restless. To be honest, it's really not fun just looking at it. Only when you actually drive the car on the road can you know whether it is suitable for you. That's right. Ask if it's okay, and if it's okay, go outside and test drive it. Li Xiaoye frowned slightly. No matter which 4S store you go to, test driving is a normal thing. However, she always felt a little unsafe when hearing it from Lin Dong's mouth. "Ms. Li, if it doesn't work, forget it. Let's go to the BMW 4S store next door and have a look." As Lin Dong spoke, he opened the door and tried to get out of the car. The next moment, as expected, someone reached out a small hand and grabbed his arm. "Mr. Lin, of course you can test drive it. Don't worry." "Okay, for your sake, I'll take another look." "Dad, since Miss Li has agreed, then you should try it yourself." Lin Dong smiled. Everything is under his control. The 4S store asked for my driver's license and went through the test drive process. Afterwards, Li Xiuqin was coaxed by Lin Dong to the co-pilot seat. The reason is that a man's co-pilot seat is exclusively for his wife. Li Xiaoya was helpless. Lin Dong had said so much, it would be unreasonable for her to go to the front to grab a seat. Then I'll try. The car drove out of the 4S store and arrived at the test drive section, where Lin Xiangqian took control of the steering wheel. He took a deep breath and stepped on the accelerator carefully. The Mercedes-Benz GLC started to move slowly. This expensive thing is indeed expensive for a reason. This feels much better than my van. Lin Xiangqian nodded repeatedly and looked very satisfied. Li Xiuqin also joined in the conversation. Yes, this view is quite broad. Lao Lin, you should have changed your car a long time ago. Haha, my son is really capable. Otherwise, I will never be able to touch the steering wheel of this car in my lifetime. The old couple were immersed in excitement and joy. In the back row, Li Xiaoya was explaining to Lin Xiangqian. Without noticing, a big hand reached out to him. Click! Li Xiaoya's delicate body trembled. When I turned around, I saw an extra hand on my thigh. Looking up, it was Lin Dong who was sitting in the back row. Well, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a coquettish sound. Once again, attracted the attention of the two elders. Miss Li, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. Looking at the big hand so close to her, Li Xiaoya frowned. It's not right to stop him, and it's not right not to stop him. I feel extremely conflicted. If he started yelling and made Lin Dong unhappy, the car would definitely not be sold. However, if Lin Dong is allowed to continue to do whatever he wants, who knows where this guy will go next? Chapter 1, 20 Find a Quiet Place. Lin, Mr. Lin. There was no other way. Li Xiaoya could only grab Lin Dong's hand and look at him angrily, hoping that he would not go any further. Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that she would not dare to jump out. What's wrong? Miss Li, is there any other function of this car that I haven't introduced yet? As Lin Dong spoke, he used his other hand to pinch Li Xiaoya's slender thigh hard. Even through the black stockings, you can feel the delicacy and plumpness. The next second, he hooked it with the tip of his index finger. She simply cut open the black stockings, revealing her delicate and fair thighs. Li Xiaoya's face suddenly turned pale. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually meant it. She was wearing a work skirt. If Lin Dong cut her black stockings and that big hand moved up, wouldn't his forbidden land be lost soon? No. The next moment, Li Xiaoya's body trembled, and her face almost blushed. She held down Lin Dong's other hand to prevent him from exploring further. The noise made by the two people quickly attracted Li Xiuqin's attention, and she turned her head subconsciously. Ms. Li, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my old man's driving? This is the first time he drives such an expensive car. If there is anything wrong, please give me some advice. Wow. Li Xiaoya was struck by lightning and quickly covered Lin Dong's hand with a folder, fearing that he would see her predicament. For the sake of face, she had to keep smiling and answer Li Xiuqin's questions. Ah, Auntie, Uncle is driving very well. There's nothing wrong with it. It's getting late. Let's go back to the store. Li Xiuqin frowned, feeling something was strange. However, Lin Xiangqian has been test driving for so long that it is indeed time for him to return to the store. Under Li Xiuqin's urging, Lin Xiangqian, who was obsessed with the Mercedes-Benz SUV, had to drive the car back reluctantly. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, she just hopes to return to the 4S shop as soon as possible and escape from its clutches. Lin Dong also knew that he had gone a little too far, so he could only silently pull his hand back. Call! Li Xiaoya felt relieved when she realized her legs felt a lot lighter. But there was a big hole in her black stockings. How could she face people? Li Xiaoya glared at Lin Dong with some resentment, but did not dare to say anything loudly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became a little depressing. Fortunately, Lin Xiangqian finally drove the car back to the 4S store soon. Wow, this car feels really good. It's much more powerful than my van. Lao Lin, if we drive this car back, your elder and second brothers will be so jealous, and our family can finally hold our heads high. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin sang the same tune, and were extremely happy. Without noticing at all, Li Xiaoya had been covering her thighs with a folder, covering the holes in her black stockings. Now, she just wanted to finish the contract quickly and change her pants. Uncle and Aunt, if you think it's suitable, you can place an order now and pick up the car today. Are you paying in full or in installments? Li Xiaoya smiled faintly and looked at the old couple with anticipation. Unexpectedly, The two of them looked at Lin Dong at the same time. Although, I like it very much. However, whether to buy this car or not still depends on Lin Dong's decision. The two of them can't make the decision. Li Xiaoya felt bitter when she saw this. When she thought of the torture Lin Dong inflicted on her in the car, she couldn't help but bite her lip. However, for the commission, she still had to smile. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Dong touched his smooth chin and pretended to be hesitant. In fact, my eyes never left the devilish figure of this beautiful saleswoman. Noticing the other party's impudent look, Li Xiaoya's cheeks turned red again. What does this guy want to do? Are you really going to eat me in front of your parents? To be honest, Li Xiaoya has been working in sales for so many years and has seen customers who are tempted by beauty. What's more, he even said bluntly that he would buy a car as long as she spent one night with him. However, this was the first time she had seen someone as shameless as Lin Dong. More importantly, if Lin Dong changes his mind and doesn't want the car, wouldn't I have been touched by him for nothing for so long? Ms. Li, there are too many people here and it's too noisy. How about we find a quiet place to discuss the contract? Looking for a quiet place? Two people talking? Li Xiaoya frowned and subconsciously hugged the folder tightly, always feeling that Lin Dong had bad intentions toward her. However, the other party spoke so seriously and the commission was within reach, so there was really no reason to refuse. Okay, Mr. Lin, let's go to the office and talk. Lin Dong nodded slightly and looked at the old couple. Dad, Mom, you two should have lunch in the store first. I'll come back to you after the contract is negotiated. Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin had no objections and nodded repeatedly. Now, they obey Lin Dong's orders. Such a reasonable request would not be rejected. Soon, Li Xiaoya walked in front and took Lin Dong to a meeting room specially used for contract discussions. At this moment, a customer was talking to another salesperson. Just as Li Xiaoya was about to walk in, she suddenly heard a burst of hot breath beside her ears. Then, someone came up again. This time, the opponent's actions were even bolder. He actually stretched out his hands and hugged her slender waist. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you going to do? If you continue like this, I'll call for help. You are harassing me. I'm calling the police. Li Xiaoya looked sullen and very angry. Unexpectedly, the more she did this, the more aggressive Lin Dong became. It even tore the hole in the black stockings directly. Tear. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya's right leg was completely exposed to the air. The picture is extremely erotic and attractive. Li Xiaoya's head buzzed, and she was about to scream subconsciously. Lin Dong bit her earlobe and said with a smile, Miss Li, we are all understanding people. I take care of your business. Shouldn't you thank me? Li Xiaoya's heart was pounding. I didn't expect Lin Dong to be so straightforward and explicit. Well, if one isn't enough, I'll buy another one. You guys in the service industry are here to make customers happy, right? Isn't that right? 2. Li Xiaoya shook her head with a sneer on her face. Mr. Lin, do you think the commission for a car is very high? I might as well tell you that my commission for selling a Mercedes is only 500 to 3,000 yuan. If you pay in full, the commission is even lower. It's not worth selling yourself for this little money. Yeah. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly, his expression not panicking at all. If the commission is not high enough, I'm willing to give you another 100,000 yuan personally to thank you for your thoughtful service. What do you think? 100,000? Li Xiaoya's beautiful eyes opened wide. At this moment, to be honest, she was moved. There is no way. The current business environment is not good and few people are willing to spend money on luxury cars. She hasn't placed any orders for many days. If what Lin Dong said was true, she could earn several months' salary in one go. Anyway, the reason for coming out to work is just one word: money. There are easier ways to make money, so why not? Chapter 121, One car per person. However, for a moment, Li Xiaoya was still a little embarrassed. Although she had thought that one day, she might sell her body to sell cars. However, she never thought that this day would come so soon. Just now, I was so disgusted. Now, for the sake of $100,000, I have to bow my head again. It's so embarrassing. Noticing Li Xiaoya's conflicted expression, Lin Dong acted decisively, asked for her bank card number, and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Looking at the balance in her bank card, Xiaoya looked a little dazed. At this moment, Lin Dong reached out and pinched Li Xiaoya's delicate chin. Then, he kissed her forcefully. At the same time, his hands were not idle and kept moving around. Woo-woo, Li Xiaoya whimpered, and her two beautiful legs unconsciously clamped Lin Dong's thighs. Crash. It was not until she heard the sound of the door opening that Li Xiaoya woke up from her dream and quickly pushed away Lin Dong, who was holding her. At this time, her cheeks were flushed and her skin was hot. Lin, Mr. Lin, they have finished their talk. It's our turn. Good. Lin Dong smiled and nodded, not hiding his extremely aggressive gaze. He couldn't wait to taste the cake. Li Xiaoya also knew what would happen next. After entering the office, he immediately locked the door and drew the curtains. Even she herself felt that this move was too bold and incredible. There are people passing by in the corridor outside at any time. If someone finds out that I'm doing this, from now on, she will never be able to hold her head up again. However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. For $100,000, let's fight. Lin Dong directly picked up Li Xiaoya and put her on the desk. Then, he tore the black silk into pieces very roughly. Two legs as white as jade and as straight as chopsticks were completely exposed in front of her eyes. Mr. Lin, be gentle. This is my first time. Hearing this, Lin Dong was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. I originally thought that the female salesperson in a luxury car 4S store like this would already be a veteran. Unexpectedly, I was so lucky to meet a chick. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. As for whether he will really be gentler, only God knows. Immediately afterwards, a thrilling battle began. A full hour passed. After Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin finished their meal, they waited for a long time, but Lin Dong didn't come back. I couldn't help but become curious. What's going on? Didn't Xiao Dong say he was going to discuss the contract? Why is he gone? What kind of contract is this? Why is it taking so long to discuss? Could it be that this woman is trying to cheat our son? Xiuqin, don't talk nonsense. Our son earns so much money. He must be very capable. How could he be cheated so easily? He is the only one who cheats others. No one cheats him. If you were half as smart as our son, you wouldn't be doing so well. The old couple were arguing with each other while waiting for Lin Dong. There was no anger in his words, only pride. Even they didn't expect that Lin Dong could do so well. In a big city like Tianhai, where every inch of land is valuable and there is a mix of good and bad people, one can still make a name for himself. Now, I have to buy them such an expensive car. For the old couple, it was like a dream. Dad, Mom, are you anxious? Ahem. I went to the bathroom and wasted some time. Just then, Lin Dong walked out with a rosy face. However, looking at where he came out, it was clearly an office, not a toilet. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful saleswoman also came out. But he walked unsteadily and his face was flushed. I felt exhausted, as if I had just run a marathon. Son, what's the matter? Very good, Mom. Miss Li is very enthusiastic and I am very satisfied with her service. As he said this, Lin Dong turned around and glanced at Li Xiaoya. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya's face turned even redder. Just now, several people tried to enter the office and almost discovered them. The excitement almost made her heart jump out. However, when she thought of the 100,000 yuan and the commission for the two cars, Li Xiaoya's face suddenly glowed again. Her waist and legs no longer hurt, and she wished that Lin Dong would come to the 4S store every day. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Miss Li. You really helped us a lot. Lin Xiangxian was completely unaware of the secret affair between the two. Only Li Xiuqin glanced and seemed to notice something. Strangeness. I clearly remember that the girl was wearing stockings just now. Now, why are you coming out with bare legs? Dad, Mom, you two should go and drive. I've paid for it. One for each of us. Dad, yours is a Mercedes-Benz GLC, and Mom, yours is a Mercedes-Benz E. What? Lin Dong's words interrupted Li Xiuqin's wild thoughts. He didn't care whether Li Xiaoya was wearing black stockings or not. His mind was completely focused on the car. Son, you really bought it for Mom? Didn't you say you would only buy it for your dad? Oh, kid, you're wasting money again. Li Xiuqin was smiling happily. Although he said he was unhappy, his eyes were almost smiling into crescent shapes. Which parent in the world doesn't want their son to be successful and then be filial to them? Mom, go try it. We should go home too. Not long after, Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin each drove a car and left the 4S store. Li Xiaoya also took the initiative to leave Lin Dong's contact information. I don't know if it's for work or something else. Not long after, the two elders drove back to the community. Lin Dong followed closely behind in his Panamera. As soon as the three luxury cars appeared, they dazzled the eyes of all the neighbors. If you don't know, you might think it's some kid getting married and they rented a wedding car. Hey, Isn't this Lao Lin's family of three? Why is each of them driving a car? This is a Mercedes, right? I heard one costs 3 or 400,000. Has their family become rich? You don't know yet? The son of the old Lin family made a lot of money in Tian Hai and just gave his mother a jade pendant worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. TSK, if I had a son like this, smoke would be coming out of my ancestral grave. 3 cars parked downstairs of a residential building were so eye-catching. Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin felt a little embarrassed and could only greet the familiar neighbors with blushing faces. They all say returning home in glory. However, when the day finally came, the old couple felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, a heavily made-up woman suddenly came up with a smile on her face. Uncle and Aunt and Lindong, you guys are back. The woman was about 20 years old, and she was wearing a floral mid-length skirt that perfectly highlighted her figure. Although the makeup is gorgeous, it is not tacky. Plus carefully selected accessories such as earrings and bags. Overall, she's a pretty lady. When they saw the 3 members of the Lin family coming back, their attitude was so enthusiastic. He hurried over and wanted to support Li Xiuqin. No. Li Xiuqin quickly dodged her hand, looking dazed. After looking twice more and identifying carefully, he finally recognized the other person. Huang Yuanyuan, why are you here? Chapter 122, Like a Dog. Lin Dong frowned. Didn't this woman tell her that there was no possibility of being with her? Why are you still begging for money and blocking people at the door? Is it you? Li Xiuqin's face also drooped. Originally, she was quite happy because she had just bought 2 luxury cars. Now suddenly seeing this gold digger, I feel so unlucky. Having lived to such an old age, how could she not guess what Huang Yuanyuan was thinking? This woman was obviously dumped by that fat guy in Benz. She was jealous of Lin Dong's money and wanted to seduce her own son to take over. Fuck you. Ms. Huang, please stay away from our house. I didn't blame you for the blind date last time. That's already good enough. I hope you won't continue to pester our Xiaodong. Thanks. Li Xiuqin expressed her attitude, clearly with disgust, and ordered them to leave. However, Huang Yuanyuan acted as if she didn't hear it, still smiling, and even took out a box of gifts. Annie, I was wrong about what happened last time. I've been thinking about apologizing to you. Isn't it almost the holidays? I just bought some snacks, I hope you don't mind. Following the sound, I saw that the snacks Huang Yuanyuan bought were all high-end brands. This box should be at least 1,000. In the past, Li Xiuqin might have hesitated. But now, she didn't even want to look at this kind of thing. No, our family doesn't need this. You should keep it for yourself. Huang Yuanyuan was stunned. Unexpectedly, I got a cold shoulder from Li Xiuqin. Sorry, she deliberately pretended to be wronged and said pitifully, Aunt Li, please, give me another chance. I really know I was wrong. I really like Lin Dong and want to live a good life with him. I promise that I will cook for Lin Dong every day and give birth to a big fat boy. Li Xiuqin frowned. How come this woman still doesn't understand what people say? Xiuqin, who is she? Lin Xiangxian stood nearby and spoke with some doubt. He didn't know what had happened before, but seeing Huang Yuanyuan crying so hard and being so sincere, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. After all, Lin Dong is not young anymore. It's time for him to get married and have children. If Huang Yuanyuan is really as good as she says, it might not be a bad choice. Seeing that Lin Xiangxian was kept in the dark and had to play the good guy, Lin Dong could no longer sit still. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. What's the point of being a good wife and mother? Is she worthy of that? Huang Yuanyuan bit her lip. I didn't expect Lin Dong to be so disgusted and so direct. During the last blind date, although the two had a falling out, Lin Dong did not say anything excessive. This time, he started pointing at her nose and scolding her. Huang Yuanyuan didn't know that Lin Dong didn't care about her and was disdainful of her. However, he would never allow anyone to deceive his family. Son, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Ha! Lin Dong smiled coldly and explained everything that had happened before in a few words. He also specifically emphasized that Huang Yuanyuan was eating from her own bowl and looking at the pot, and she even went out on a blind date when she already had a boyfriend. Huang Yuanyuan's face turned red and white. Although what Lin Dong said was true, every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into her chest. However, when she thought of Lin Dong's considerable wealth and the 2 Mercedes-Benz cars he had just bought, Huang Yuanyuan had to force a smile and stood at the door with a shameless face. It seemed that Lin Dong could not leave unless he agreed to date her. What? There is such a thing? How shameless. Even clay figures can get angry. Even Lin Xiangqian, a well-known good guy, couldn't help but widen his eyes and look indignant when he heard about what Huang Yuanyuan had done. He could endure the humiliation outside and be scolded by Manager Liu. But all this is for my son. This Huang Yuanyuan obviously wanted to divide Lin Dong's property and take advantage of the Lin family. How could he tolerate this? Lin Xiangqian's brows were furrowed into a Chan shape, and his voice was dull and heavy. Miss, please leave immediately and stop harassing us. Otherwise, we'll call the police. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Lin Xiangqian with surprise on their faces. In their impression, Lin Xiangqian has always been a punching bag who gets beaten at will. Why did you suddenly become so stubborn today? Could it be that his money and status gave him the confidence? The whole person seems to be reborn. Huang Yuanyuan could no longer sit still when she saw that Lin Xiangqian, the only person who might speak for her, began to target her. Uncle and aunt, your son is still single and I am not married. So can't we try dating? Just give me a chance, I'll do anything. Huang Yuanyuan clasped her hands together with a begging look on her face. That little thing looked so miserable. However, both Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin have seen through the snobbish nature of this woman. Now that Lin Dong is rich, everything is good to her. When Lin Dong becomes poor, she will definitely be the first to leave. Anyone who marries her will have his life ruined. Anything is fine, right? Lin Xiangqian had a gloomy face and spoke in a low voice. Huang Yuanyuan didn't notice his slightly angry expression and thought that things had taken a turn for the better, so she immediately smiled. That's right, uncle. All you need is one word. Then get out of here. The farther the better. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiangqian grabbed the snacks that Huang Yuanyuan bought and threw them out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Especially Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Is this still the old Lin they know? What do you mean by I? I'm telling you, no matter how blind our Lin family is, we will never marry a woman like you. Not in this lifetime. Lin Xiangqian spoke in a decisive manner, leaving no room for negotiation. Getting married is a lifelong thing. Beauty is secondary. The most important thing is being virtuous. A woman like Huang Yuanyuan is obviously not this type. Suddenly, Huang Yuanyuan blushed and felt ashamed. Seeing that Lin Dong's family rejected her, how could she have the face to stay here? However, you can't leave empty-handed. Let me go, all right. What about the fancy snacks I bought? You've ruined them all. Pay me money. 10,000, no, 20,000. 20,000. You really dare to ask for it. For a moment, Li Xiuqin became even more annoyed with this woman who talked nonsense. As a result, the price of the snacks increased 20 times in her mouth. Did you really treat their family as the scapegoat? Unfortunately, Huang Yuanyuan underestimated Lin Dong's determination. 20,000, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nonchalantly took out a wad of cash from his wallet and counted out 200 bills. The moment Huang Yuanyuan saw the stack of banknotes, her eyes widened. Just when she was a little distracted, Lin Dong suddenly waved his hand and threw out 200 bills. It was raining money. $20,000. No more, no less. Go pick it up yourself, and don't bother me anymore, got it? Roll! Huang Yuanyuan screamed and bent down in panic to pick up the money. The way it wags its tail and begs for mercy looks like a dog. Chapter 123, Class Reunion. After returning home, Lin Xiangqian suddenly discovered that the way his wife and son looked at him was a little different. In the past, I was very disappointed with my classmates. Now, in addition to surprise, there's also a hint of admiration. Lin Xiangqian couldn't help but blush and scratched his head in embarrassment. You too. Why are you always looking at me? I don't have any moles on my face. Li Xiuqin covered her mouth and giggled, then gave him a thumbs up. Lao Lin, I've been married to you for so many years, and this is the first time I feel like you're a man. What? Lin Xiangqian was stunned for a moment. This sounds a bit off. If he is not a man, how could he be a woman? Ahem, Dad. What my mom meant is that you finally stood up for once. Lin Dong smiled beside him. Li Xiuqin's words are indeed ambiguous. This is more like the general manager of Lihua Hotel. He has some leadership style. Haha. Lin Xiangqian laughed heartily. Holding the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, he touched the gold-stamped business card in his pocket and couldn't help but straighten his back. Son, I am where I am today thanks to you. From now on, you'll be the pillar of our family and the pride of both of us. Uh-huh. Li Xiuqin kept nodding her head, her eyes red with excitement. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel deeply moved and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, from now on, you don't have to work so hard for me. Just enjoy your life." Hearing this, the old couple couldn't help but burst into tears. "Xiaodong, you haven't eaten yet, right? Wait, I'll go cook some dishes. I'll help." As the old couple talked, they scrambled to get into the kitchen. Lin Dong saw all this and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Just then, a phone call suddenly came in. "Who's looking for me at this hour?" Lin Dong frowned slightly, thinking that something had happened at Tianhai Nightclub. Who would have thought that when I picked up the phone, I saw that it was someone else calling? "Hello, is this Lin Dong? Who are you?" "I'm Su Chunlai, your desk mate. Do you still remember me?" "Oh, I remember now." Lin Dong nodded. This Su Chunlai was his high school classmate, and they had sat at the same desk for 2 years, so they had some friendship. However, since graduating from high school and Lin Dong being admitted to Tianhai University, the two have lost contact. Su Chunlai has been hanging around in his hometown in the county, and it is unknown whether he has made a name for himself. "Chunlai, what's going on?" "Hey, isn't it the 8th anniversary of our graduation? We're planning to organize a class reunion. Do you have time?" "Class reunion?" Lin Dong frowned. He had heard of the 5th and 10th anniversaries, but had never heard of the 8th anniversary reunion. Then, on second thought, he guessed what was going on. Could it be that squad leader Nyo Daeong organized this? "How do you know that?" On the other end of the phone, Su Chunlai was stunned for a moment. Lin Dong snorted and narrowed his eyes slightly. The class monitor, Nyo Daeong, whose father is the director of a furniture factory in Qingshan County, has a family fortune worth several million. He is tall and strong, and is very influential in their class. The biggest characteristic is that he loves to show off. People of that age group are all very vain, and Nyo Daeong is no exception. He often shows off his Apple mobile phone and Nike shoes in class. Not only does he praise himself, he also suppresses others. Ordinary families like Su Chunlai and Lin Dong were often despised by him. They would always laugh at the two of them for their rustic clothes and calling them country bumpkins. They also deliberately make them look bad in front of their classmates to win the favor of girls. At that time, Lin Dong was weak in character. If it were now, he would definitely not let the other party go. "Lin Dong, are you going?" "If you don't go, I won't go either. This Nyo Daeong must be up to no good. I heard that he will soon take over his father's job as the factory director. He said it was a class reunion, but in fact, he just wanted to show off in front of us." Lin Dong nodded slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, Su Chunlai suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, I heard that the class beauty Shang Jiaojiao is also going. She's so beautiful now. You've never seen it before. It looks like a movie star." Shang Jiaojiao. Lin Dong's pupils shrank, and the image of a pure girl with a ponytail and school uniform emerged in his mind. She has willow-shaped eyebrows, an oval face, and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. At that time, many boys pursued her. However, Shang Jiaojiao has very high standards and looks down on everyone. Lin Dong was no exception. He had fantasized many times about what would happen between him and her. However, because his family was very poor, Lin Dong could only keep these thoughts in his heart and dared not put them into action. 8 years have passed in a flash, and I don't know what Shang Jiaojiao is like now. Hee, I knew you would be moved. Tomorrow night, room 808 of Tianlong Hotel. See you there. Su Chunlai didn't give Lin Dong a chance to refuse and hung up the phone directly. Although they haven't met for many years, he still knows Lin Dong very well. This kid, Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Then put this matter on the agenda. According to Su Chun, Shang Jiaojiao now looks like a star. He wanted to see how beautiful it was. "Son, what are you so happy about? The food is ready. Come and eat." Soon, Li Xiuqin prepared a large table full of dishes. They're all Lin Dong's favorites. Lin Dong was not polite either and immediately picked up the chopsticks. Time passed quickly, and it was the next night. As soon as the sun set, Su Chunlai called impatiently. "I was afraid that if I didn't come, I would make a fool of myself. With Lin Dong around, at least there's someone to look after me." Soon, Lin Dong drove the Panamera to the Tianlong Hotel. Although the decoration and scale here are not as good as the newly opened Lihua. However, as an old restaurant in the county, its reputation and taste are impeccable. Therefore, weddings and birthday parties are often held here. Lin Dong had just parked the car when he saw a wretched figure playing with his cell phone. Su Chunlai. Su Chunlai was shocked. He suddenly looked up, widened his eyes, and stared at Lin Dong with a look of question marks on his face. "Who are you?" It's me, Lin Dong. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you don't even recognize me? Are you Lin Dong? Su Chunlai was dumbfounded. He looked Lin Dong up and down and could not find any trace of the poor boy he was back then. He is simply a young man, and his speech and behavior reveal his nobility. Not to mention anything else, even their skin is much whiter than that of the laborers. Dong Dongzi, are you rich? Why are you dressed so handsomely? I can't recognize you. Su Chun was telling the truth. Compared with Lin Dong, he is just a bumpkin. Compared to high school, not much has changed. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Time has passed, things have changed, and it's normal for things to change a little bit. Chapter 1, 24 Class Beauty. TSK, your speech is more sophisticated than before. Su Chunhua was amazed and didn't take his eyes off Lin Dong. The look on his face was as if he had seen the sun rising from the west, with an expression of disbelief. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You kid, could it be that he heard that Shang Jiao was coming and spent a lot of money to dress up? Huh. Lin Dong smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying. Although, he didn't dress up for anyone in particular. But he was indeed curious about what the class beauty looked like now. Hey, I guess I was right. Let's go. Everyone should be here. Let's go in too. Su Chunlai walked in front and led Lin Dong to 808. The room is decorated magnificently and luxuriously. At this time, many high school classmates had already arrived. They were gathered around a pot-bellied man like stars surrounding the moon. The man was about the same age as Lin Dong, but he was dressed in an old-fashioned way and wore a big gold chain around his neck. Looks like a nouveau riche. The classmates gathered around him were dressed very ordinary and had fawning and ingratiating smiles on their faces. Daeong, congratulations. You have officially inherited the family business and become the factory director. Yes, I knew since high school that you would be more successful than us in the future. Now I see that I was right about you. Daeong, do you have any vacancies? I just lost my job. Can I come and join you? Haha, no problem. Neo Daeong nodded his head and swung his big gold chain, feeling very pleased with the flattery from these people. Everyone can eat and drink as much as you want a day. I'll pay for everything. Isn't the purpose of a class reunion to have fun? Well said. Let's have a toast to Daeong. Oh no, Director Neo. Before he finished speaking, some people who were interested in the topic raised their glasses. At his call, everyone responded and raised their glasses. One classmate even poured wine for Neo Daeong. If you don't know, you might think it was a secretary he hired. However, Neo Daeong drank from the wine, but kept glancing toward the corner. There sat a woman, about 24-25 years old. She was wearing a white dress that highlighted her figure. Her arms were as white as snow, and her black hair cascaded down her jade-like back. Under the curved eyebrows, a pair of eyes are clear and bright. The nose is small and straight, and the pink lips are slightly upturned. With her tall and slender figure and elegant manners, she looks like a fairy in a painting. No wonder Neo Daeong can't stop thinking about her and keeps his eyes on others. Jiao, Daeong is treating us. Why don't you drink? Yeah, don't you even give me this little bit of face? Several lackeys looked at each other and immediately started lobbying. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao just smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I have a cold and took some cefuroxime. I won't drink today. Forget it. There's no need to persuade her anymore. Jiao's health is more important. Seeing Shang Jiao refuse, Neo Daeong immediately stood up to be a good guy and waved at everyone. Then, he asked with great concern, Jiao, if you're not feeling well, how about I take you back to rest first? My car is parked outside. It's a newly bought BMW, and no one has ever sat in the passenger seat. When she heard the word BMW, Shang Jiao frowned slightly. Recently, she has been worried about her performance not meeting the target. If Neo Daeong could help him buy a house. Soon, Shang Jiao shook her head. If you ask Neo Daeong for help, he will inevitably take advantage of you. She wouldn't ruin herself just for that little commission. It turned out that after graduation, Shang Jiao went into real estate sales. Thanks to his good looks, he signed a lot of contracts. However, in recent months, the performance pressure has been a bit high. It's already the end of the month, and no one has bought a house yet. She was also thinking about this class reunion. Maybe it would be an opportunity. Unexpectedly, most people came to flatter Neo Daeong, and few of them had the need to buy a house. Is it possible that my trip here is in vain? Just then, hey, everyone is here. I'm sorry, I was delayed a little and am late. Two figures hurried through the door. The former, everyone recognized at a glance, was Su Chunlai, who worked as a handyman in a small company in the county town. The person following behind him seemed a little strange. Chun Lai, this is... Neo Daong frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. In particular, when he saw the other person's dress and the noble temperament in his every move, he unconsciously felt a head shorter than him. Neo Daong asked questions, but the others didn't dare to respond and were waiting for Su Chun to answer. The next moment, Shang Jiao in the corner suddenly brightened up and blurted out, "You are Lin Dong." Oh, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiao with interest. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao recognized him at first sight. Moreover, Su Chunlai did not lie to him. Compared with this group of pheasants, Shang Jiao is indeed fresh and refined. And, like a peach, it is much more ripe. Ah, the class beauty has a good memory. She actually still remembers me. Lin Dong smiled faintly and waved to everyone. Soon, someone discovered the watch Lin Dong was wearing. Patek Philippe, oh my god, Lin Dong, you are so rich. This watch must cost at least 2 or 3 million, right? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Dong in shock. In my impression, Lin Dong's family background is very ordinary, and his parents are ordinary workers. Moreover, according to people familiar with the matter, Lin Dong stayed in Tianhai after graduating from university. But I'm not doing very well. How could he possibly afford a Patek Philippe? On the court, Neo Daong looked unhappy. He organized this high school reunion for 2 reasons. One is that he wanted to spread the word that he had become the factory director and show off. The second is that he wants to meet his dream lover Shang Jiao and find a chance to win her over. Now, things are different. Lin Dong suddenly appeared and stole all the limelight. Even Shang Jiao looked at him differently. However, he did not lose his temper immediately in front of Shang Jiao. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Lin Dong, just come if you want to. We all know your family situation. As for buying a fake watch and coming here to show off." Fake watch. Hearing this, everyone who had been surprised just now suddenly came to their senses. Qingshan County is so small that it can't hide any secrets. A few days ago, someone met Li Xiuqin in the vegetable market. She was arguing with a vendor over saving a few cents, and they were getting red in the face. Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiangqian, also works as a security guard in the newly opened Lihua. If Lin Dong made a lot of money, how could their family still live in such poverty? The only reasonable explanation is that Lin Dong bought a fake watch to pretend to be something he really is. Shang Jiao also frowned slightly. I thought that when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. So they're all fake? Chapter 125, it must be a fake watch. Oh my god, it turns out to be a fake watch. I know that Lin Dong doesn't have this ability. Everyone knows who else. I went to the banquet alone in chicken feathers, and all my classmates were dressed in chicken feathers. Daong is treating us today, so let's not talk about these unhappy things. Lin Dong, you and Chunlai should sit down quickly. For a moment, everyone was mocking and sneerful, not giving Lin Dong a chance to explain. However, Lin Dong knew that even if this watch was real, Neo Daong's lackeys would have 10,000 ways to prove it was fake. There's no point in talking to these people. Lin Dong, where shall we sit? Since we arrived too late, there were few seats left. Especially around Neo Daong, most people gathered together. At this moment, someone said calmly, "Lin Dong, my seat is vacant. Why don't you sit here?" Following the voice, I saw that it was Shang Jiao who was speaking. "Thanks." Lin Dong nodded and walked straight over. Then, Shang Jiao moved and gave up her seat. Seeing this scene, all the male compatriots, including Su Chunlai, couldn't help but feel jealous. However, everyone felt relieved when they thought that Neo Daong was still present. Neo Daong is here. What's the point of Lin Dong making trouble? In the end, no one is richer than others. Today, Shang Jiao cannot escape Neo Daong's 5 Fingers Mountain. Soon, Neo Daong came to Lin Dong to have a drink. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was full of sarcasm and contempt. "Lin Dong, I haven't seen you for so many years. What are you busy with? I heard from people that you have been working at Tianhai. You should have made a lot of money, right? After all, you're wearing such an expensive watch, haha." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with a joking expression. In their eyes, no matter how well Lin Dong was dressed, he was still a poor boy, who made him a notorious pauper in high school. Now, it probably isn't much better. Facing everyone's teasing looks, Lin Dong remained calm. Nothing, just a little business of my own. We opened a few nightclubs, bars, and stuff, and business is pretty good. Nightclub? Bar? Everyone was stunned for a moment and couldn't help frowning. Wow, you're so bold to brag. In Tianhai City, every inch of land is valuable. How much does it cost to open a bar or nightclub? Moreover, from what Lin Dong said, he not only opened a nightclub, but it was also quite large in scale. Oh, you really know how to flatter yourself. You even run a nightclub. Why don't you say you're a billionaire? That's right. We haven't seen each other for a few years. How come you don't even blush when you tell lies? I see. You're a waiter in a nightclub, right? No wonder you dress so well. If you get picked by a rich woman one day, you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. A group of people burst into laughter, and they all thought that Lin Dong was pretending to be a big shot. Even Su Chunlai couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Dong, that's enough. We are all classmates. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Look, don't I also work part-time as a food delivery guy at night? To make money, not shabby. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Su Chunlai would come to his rescue. On the other side, Shang Xiaojiao didn't say a word from beginning to end. Just listen to the conversation. It has nothing to do with me, and I stay out of it. She was like this in high school and was nicknamed the Ice Beauty. It is precisely because of this indifference that people feel that it can only be viewed from a distance and not touched. Lin Dong was once one of them. But now, money has given Lin Dong confidence. Jiao, what are you busy with recently? As I recall, you started working right after you graduated from high school, right? Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to strike up a conversation, ignoring the intentions of Niu Daong and the others. Niu Daong looked a little ugly. I took the initiative to find Lin Dong to drink, but he flirted with women instead. The key is to seduce your goddess. How would he tolerate this? Niu Daong stared at Lin Dong, thinking about giving him a good beating and making him embarrassed. At this time, Shang Jiaojiao said calmly, I am now doing sales on the other side of East Lake. If you're interested, you can come and have a look. Before Lin Dong could answer, several lackeys got furious. The other side of East Lake? That villa area. The cheapest villa there costs 2 to 3 million. The people who live there must be either rich or noble. I will never be able to live in a villa in my lifetime. Brother Niu, you might consider it. Several lackeys poured wine for Niu Daong as they spoke. Niu Daong frowned slightly, feeling extremely conflicted. He could hear that Shang Jiaojiao was under a lot of pressure to perform well and urgently needed to sell a house. However, the houses on the other side of East Lake are too expensive. The starting price for a villa is 2 million. He had just taken over a furniture factory and had assets worth several million, which was much better than most people. However, it is still not enough to buy 2 villas. Is it really worth spending so much money to pursue a woman? Just as everyone was looking at each other in silence for a moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Sure, no problem. I'm planning to buy a bigger house for my parents. A villa would be great. Why don't you make an appointment sometime so I can go take a look? Following the voice, the person speaking was Lin Dong. Everyone was instantly shocked, especially Niu Daong. His face turned red. How can this Lin Dong buy a villa? It's clearly an excuse to harass Shang Jiaojiao. Jiao, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a wage earner. Where does he get the money to buy a villa? This guy has bad intentions. Don't fall for his trick. Niu Daong was so anxious that he jumped up and down, fearing that his goddess will be taken away by this guy first. A group of classmates also came to watch the fun and started to make a noise. Lin Dong, you really don't know what's good for you. Jiao just said it casually, and you dared to accept it. That's right. You also made an appointment to go and see the house. I see, you want to see someone, right? You're a grown man, but you're full of empty words. You're not as honest as Su Chunlai, who at least knows how to deliver takeout to supplement the family income. Yes, I'm ashamed for you. Seeing so many people blaming Lin Dong, Niu Daong breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sneered at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, why did you suddenly return to Qingshan? If you can't make it in Tianhai, why not come to my furniture factory? It's at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. You can also live at home and save money on rent. You're old now. Stop talking nonsense all day long. If you have the time, you might as well screw in a few more screws. Maybe in 30 or 50 years, I can even buy a house in our county. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Su Chun standing by also had a red face. He felt embarrassed for Lin Dong in this situation. If it were him, He would have been too embarrassed to stay there long ago. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Jiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he actually showed a rare, faint smile. Sure, I'm free tomorrow. Let's add WeChat and keep in touch anytime. Chapter 126, Still a Dead Duck. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up. Okay, then add me. Seeing Shang Jiao and Lin Dong exchanging contact information, Niu Daong could no longer hold back and said in a muffled voice, "Let's end today's party here. It's almost time. Everyone go back to your homes, and we'll meet again if we're lucky." Seeing Niu Daong was angry, everyone looked at each other. However, I dare not say much. They also knew who was responsible for all this, and they couldn't help but curse Lin Dong's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. Soon, the party ended halfway. Many people still gather around Niu Daong, hoping to find a good job in his furniture factory or borrow some money. Unfortunately, Niu Daong's mind was not on them at all. After a while, after searching for a long time, I finally found Shang Jiao. Jiao, aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Let me take you home. My BMW is in the parking lot. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao ignored Niu Daong and kept staring at somewhere. Following her gaze, I saw a black coupe with a cool shape and a Tianhai City license plate. In comparison, Niu Daong's BMW worth 2 or 300,000 yuan is just a little brother and is not worthy of being on the table. Niu Daong was stunned for a moment. Then, in order to save face, he quickly said, "Isn't this my brother's car? Why is it parked here?" "Your brother?" "Yes, Jiao. This car belongs to a buddy of mine. He just came back from Tianhai." Just as he finished speaking, a familiar and somewhat lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. "Director Niu, why didn't I know you were my friend?" Niu Daong's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help swallowing. He was just making up stories to win Shang Jiao's favor. Unexpectedly, the owner of the car was right next to it. This time I hit a wall. "Lin Dong, why is it you?" Just when Niu Daong was feeling uneasy, he turned around and found that the person who spoke was Lin Dong. Several classmates were also stunned. This Lin Dong, is there something wrong with his brain? It's bad enough that he's wearing a fake watch, but now he's saying that this luxury car is his. It just never ends. Shang Jiao also frowned. Originally, she had a good impression of Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, in order to show off, Lin Dong shamelessly said that this Porsche Panamera was his. In an instant, Shang Jiao's good impression disappeared. This man is so unreliable. He talks nonsense all the time. "Lin Dong, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Just now, we didn't expose you because we were giving you face. Don't be shameless." "That's right. Didn't you hear Brother Daong say that this car belongs to his friend? Looking at the entire Qingshan County, how many people can afford this car? Only someone of Brother Daong's level can be a brother to such a big boss." Several classmates flattered Niu Daong so much that he became overwhelmed and lost himself in thought. He immediately straightened his chest and said in a muffled voice, "That's right, why don't you ask around? Is there anyone in Qingshan County that I don't know? This car belongs to my buddy. When he bought this car, he specifically asked for my opinion. In the end, it cost more than 1 million. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Then, all kinds of flattery followed. "Brother Daong is awesome. As expected of you, Brother Daong. For such an important matter, the other party has to consult you for your opinion." "Yes, Brother Daong. Can you introduce us to someone?" Seeing everyone start to make a fuss, Niu Daong almost cursed. "I just said it casually. How could I know the owner of the car?" However, at this moment, Niu Daong suddenly discovered that Shang Jiao was also looking at him. It seems that the owner of this Porsche Panamera is very interested. The target customers of the villas she is selling now are just such wealthy people. He has already bought a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan, so a villa on the other side of Eastlake will definitely not be a problem. Facing Shang Jiao's eager gaze, Niu Daong coughed twice and said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, my buddy should still be eating inside. Or I'll give him a call and ask." In full view of the crowd, Niu Daong took out the latest folding phone, pressed a few buttons in an airy manner, and put it to his ear. Everyone subconsciously fell silent and waited for the call to be connected. Only Lin Dong crossed his arms, looking like he was waiting for a good show. "Pack, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can pretend." As expected, Niu Daong tried to call for a long time, but failed to get through. Finally, he sighed in pretended helplessness. "I'm sorry, everyone. My friend must have drunk too much. This phone call is not working. Otherwise, let's talk about it later. All right. It's the only way. Everyone nodded in disappointment. However, I had no doubts about Nyo Daeong, who made him own a furniture factory. He's the best among these classmates. He is the only one who is qualified to know the owner of the car. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shang Jiaojiao's brows, and she lowered her head slightly. It seems that she has no chance of winning this client. At this moment, Lin Dong slowly walked to the door of the Panamera. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Didn't you hear them? This car costs over $1 million. If anything gets bumped or dented, we can't afford the compensation. Seeing Lin Dong's actions, Su Chunlai was shocked and hurriedly tried to pull Lin Dong back. I really don't want to see Lin Dong taking such a big risk just to show off. More than $1 million is enough for him to earn for a lifetime. Lin Dong, what are you doing? That's my friend's car. I'm warning you, stay away from it. Nyo Daeong also shouted loudly. Before, he had said in front of everyone that the car belonged to his friend. Now, of course, we must be righteous and protect our brothers. Everyone else was kept in the dark and was extremely speechless at this moment. How come such a weirdo appear in our class? Yeah, it's fine if you're just doing poorly, but it's really embarrassing to have to pretend to be rich. Brother Daeong, why bother with a guy like this? Just call the police. That's right. Maybe after your friend finds out, he'll remember you for the favor. Hearing this suggestion, Nyo Daeong's expression was a little unnatural. If he really called the police, wouldn't the fact that he didn't know the car owner be exposed as soon as the police arrived? By then, it will be a huge embarrassment. Seeing Nyo Daeong hesitating, Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, Nyo Daeong, stop cheating here. Return your friend's car. Let me ask you, where's your friend now? Nyo Daeong was choked to death by Lin Dong. However, he is still trying to hold on to his promise. Didn't I just call? It didn't go through. He must be busy. Besides, what does this have to do with you? Chapter 127, How is it possible? Lin Dong has become a rich man? Haha, who said I couldn't get through? My phone was on the whole time, but I didn't see you calling? Lin Dong said with a smile and took out his cell phone. Sure enough, the machine was turned on and everything was normal. Nyo Daeong frowned. Did this Lin Dong just escape from a mental hospital and hasn't taken his medicine yet? Until now, he still says that the car is his. Next to her, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Forget it. It's just a small matter. No need to quarrel. I can just take a taxi back by myself. I don't need anyone to take me back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong suddenly walked towards Shang Jiaojiao. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed the soft, boneless little hand. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Shang Jiaojiao shuddered and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to pull his hand back. At the same time, everyone else was also stunned, especially Nyo Daeong. His face turned red and his neck became thick in an instant. He was so angry that he was like a mad old cow, and smoke was coming out his nose. Lin Dong, let me go. Unfortunately, Lin Dong seemed not to hear it, and only Shang Jiaojiao was left in his eyes. Old classmate, it's getting late. I'd better drive you home. That's perfect. Didn't we make an appointment to go and see the house tomorrow? We can have a deeper discussion in the car later. Lin Dong, Shang Jiaojiao's face was hot, and her cheeks were flushed. No matter how dumb she was, she could tell that Lin Dong was teasing her. Dee, swish. Just then, two frog-like headlights suddenly lit up. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Then, Lin Dong opened the passenger door with ease and made an inviting gesture. Please, old classmate. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone seemed to have their throats strangled, unable to utter a single sound. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Dong. Shock, regret, incredible. Various expressions appeared on everyone's face. Nyo Daeong opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in. How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Nyo Daeong was totally unable to accept this fact and felt suffocated. After a moment of shock, Shang Jiaojiao's pretty face showed unprecedented ecstasy. Lin Dong, is this car really yours? How could it be false? Then the house you mentioned. Lin Dong smiled faintly, ignored the presence of others, and tightly grasped Shang Jiaojiao's little hand. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I will definitely buy this villa. I'll go see it tomorrow. If it's suitable, we can sign a contract on the spot. Hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao blushed immediately, lowered her head, and did not dare to look directly into Lin Dong's fiery eyes. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. If it doesn't work, then there isn't enough money. Don't be fooled by Nyo Daeong taking over the furniture factory and boasting about having millions of assets. In fact, half of them are factories and equipment that cannot be moved. Otherwise, he wouldn't only drive a BMW worth 2 or 300,000. In contrast, the car Lin Dong drives is worth more than 1 million. This means that his net worth is at least tens of millions, or even more. Only a fool wouldn't hug such a thick thigh. Dong, did I hear you right? Is this car really yours? Next to him, Su Chunlai was also confused. He was trembling as if he had seen a ghost. You are really good at hiding, aren't you? I thought you were as miserable as me. Haha, sorry, Chunlai, this is my fault. I'll tell my dad that you should report to the Lihua Hotel tomorrow. It just so happens that the position of lobby manager has been vacated. Hearing this, everyone stared in amazement. Isn't Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiangqian, a security guard at the Lihua Hotel? Why do you still care about the lobby manager? Lin Dong would not stop until he made something shocking. Then he said calmly, I forgot to tell you that I bought the Lihua Hotel yesterday. Now, my dad is the general manager. Not much, just 40 million. Lin Dong spoke lightly, not noticing that Su Chunlai's head was about to explode. The other students were silent and looked stunned. Looking at Nyo Daeong again, his face was red and black, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Or can I still see the smugness I saw just now? Okay. Thank you, Lin Dong. You are really my best friend. Su Chunlai cried with joy. If Lin Dong hadn't been holding Shang Jiaojiao's little hand, he would have almost pounced on her and given her a hug. Okay, that's it. I'll send Jiaojiao back first. Lin Dong smiled coldly and swept his disdainful eyes across the audience. At this moment, no one dared to look him in the eye. Everyone lowered their heads consciously, their faces filled with shame. They flattered Nyo Daeong for a long time, calling him Director Nyo one by one. As a result, compared with Lin Dong, he is nothing. He drives a shabby BMW worth 2 or 300,000 yuan, and he also wants to ride on Lin Dong's face. He is simply a clown among clowns, a puppet in McDonald's. Lin Dong, no, sorry. We were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lin Dong, is the hotel still hiring? I can work as a waiter, a security guard, or a toilet cleaner. Please, give me a chance. You're a great man, and you should not bear grudges against us. Please don't bother with us. These high school classmates who had just been sneering at Lin Dong suddenly made a 180-degree turn in their attitudes. Everyone bows their heads and acts servilely. There is no way. In this materialistic society, money is everything. Haha, no need. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. The hotel still has enough staff. Besides, there aren't that many rich ladies to take care of the business. You agree, don't you? After hearing this, all the students were embarrassed. Seeing this group of people feeling ashamed and speechless, Lin Dong smiled. Then, he looked at Nyo Daeong, who was standing there dazed. Director Nyo? Team leader Nyo? Nyo Daeong was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that Lin Dong was calling him. The next moment, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying and bent down subconsciously. Lin Dong, do you have any instructions? It's okay. I just want to tell you that if you're interested in watches, you can go to a famous watch store and have a look. You can broaden your horizons. It will save you from making mistakes in the future. As Lin Dong spoke, he shook his right hand. Under the illumination of the car lights, the Patek Philippe mirror is dazzling and every pointer is clearly visible. Obviously, it looked insignificant before. But now, when worn on Lin Dong's hand, it reveals incomparable luxury and nobility. Hearing this, Nyo Daeong blushed and shrank his neck. Well, at this moment, Nyo Daeong regretted it so much. If he hadn't been so pretentious just now, he could have had a good emotional exchange with Lin Dong. Maybe I can get to know some big bosses through Lin Dong. His furniture factory can definitely reach a higher level. Now, don't even think about it. Soon, under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong left with Shang Jiaojiao. Chapter 128, Sending Home. As they watched the Panamera's taillights disappear from their sight, the group of people looked at each other with regret on their faces. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame them for not recognizing the great talent and wasting this opportunity to change their lives. In sharp contrast to them is Su Chunlai, who is jumping up and down. I'm a lobby manager of Lihua Hotel now. Thank you, Lin Dong. You are worthy of being my best friend. That's good. Finally, I don't have to get up early and work late to deliver food. I'm going home now and telling my mother the good news. Before he finished speaking, Su Chunlai rode away on his bicycle. The others looked as if they had eaten fly shit, feeling uncomfortable all over and looking ugly. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Although their own failure was painful, Su Chunlai's success made them even more envious and jealous. At the same time, in the Porsche Panamera, Lin Dong held the steering wheel with one hand and looked at the passenger seat from time to time. Once upon a time, he only dared to look at this class beauty from afar. Now I can finally appreciate her beauty up close. Maybe I can find an opportunity to break through that window paper. Lin Dong, thank you. Shang Jiao smiled and said with a sweet breath, if it weren't for you, Niu Daong would definitely still be pestering me. Besides, thanks to you, this is the first time I've ridden in such a high-end car. It's really different. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's just a small favor. If you want to sit, you can sit every day from now on. Hearing this, Shang Jiao seemed to have thought of something and looked melancholy. No, I'm sorry, I'm married. What? Lin Dong was suddenly stunned and frowned tightly. He had never heard of the other party getting married. Noticing Lin Dong's shock, Shang Jiao also lowered her head, feeling a little ashamed. Soon after I graduated, my parents asked me to get married. You know, my family situation is not very good. On the way, Shang Jiao told the story slowly and leisurely. Like Lin Dong, she comes from an ordinary working-class family. Parents work hard for a year and can only earn enough for living expenses at most. Other female classmates had money to buy dolls, but she didn't even have many new clothes. It is precisely because of her poor family background that Shang Jiao is determined to find a rich husband and change her life. Finally, a few years after graduating from high school, she met her current husband through a relative. The other party runs a chain of supermarkets and restaurants in the county town and has assets worth tens of millions. In order to get a high bride price, Shang Jiao's parents agreed to the marriage without asking her opinion. Shang Jiao was powerless to fight back and could only marry him. Soon, a daughter was born. Unexpectedly, the good times didn't last long. Within 2 years, the supermarket and restaurant business plummeted due to poor management and food safety issues. My husband also became addicted to gambling and was in a lot of debt. The burden of the entire family fell on her alone. Shang Jiao was forced to go to work before she had even finished her confinement period. The money earned from selling the house is not only used to supplement household expenses, but also to repay debts. Life is even harder than before we got married. She hasn't sold a single house this month. This is why he tried every possible means to seek help and attended the class reunion. Then I met Lin Dong. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have listened to my parents. That man is a scumbag. He gambles when he has money. I am so blind. Now, my child is about to go to kindergarten, but I still don't have the money to pay for the tuition. I really don't know what to do, oh. As she spoke, Shang Jiao couldn't help but drop a few little pearls. Lin Dong handed over a few tissues at the right time. I'm sorry, Lin Dong. I made you laugh. Shang Jiao wiped her tears and smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Jiao. Lin Dong frowned slightly. After listening to Shang Jiao's story, I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I thought that with her good figure and good looks, she must be living a better life than anyone else. I didn't expect it to be so hard. But none of these things matter. The important thing is that at this moment, Shang Jiao is feeling amorous. As long as he beckons her finger, the wife will definitely not refuse. Maybe it will be more passionate and proactive than he imagined. Sure enough, the moment Lin Dong grabbed Shang Jiao's hand, her body suddenly went limp and her pretty face turned visibly red. Call. Shang Jiao's heart beat faster. Her breathing became heavy, and her eyes were filled with the man who could give her a sense of security. Lin Dong, Crunch. Lin Dong stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road, lying on top of Shang Jiao. Now it's almost 10 o'clock. It was dark on the street, and no one would notice them at all. However, just when Lin Dong had undressed Shang Jiao and was about to go straight in, dingling, the phone rang. Shang Jiao picked up the phone and took a look at it. She was immediately frightened and quickly pushed away the 2 wolf claws on her chest. Shoot, don't talk. He's my husband. Hey, husband, what's wrong? Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, is the class reunion over? Why haven't you come back yet? Have you been fooling around with another man? Speak. Shang Jiao's beautiful eyes were startled, and there was a hint of hesitation on her face. Lin Dong noticed the subtle change in her expression and could only slowly sit back in the driver's seat. Shang Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Then, he said carefully, "Don't worry, I'll be home soon. You better hurry up, hang up." After hanging up the phone, Shang Jiaojiao's face turned red. While feeling relieved, I also feel a little disappointed. "Sorry, old classmate. I have to go home quickly. See you next time." I originally thought that Lin Dong would be angry and blame her. Who would have thought that Lin Dong just smiled and shook his head? "It's okay. Good things are worth waiting for. I can wait. Besides, can't we meet tomorrow? You forgot, I still have to go to the other side of East Lake to buy a villa." Upon hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao was stunned at first. Then, he cried with joy. I originally thought that this business was going to fail. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually kept his promise. Thinking of Lin Dong's gentle behavior just now, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel more favorable towards him. If it were Niu Daong, he would force himself on her no matter what. "Okay, old classmate, see you tomorrow. I will definitely not let you down." Shang Jiaojiao said this with almost a blushing face. Soon, Lin Dong sent her into the community. Even until she walked into the house, Shang Jiaojiao was still thinking about Lin Dong, and her heart was beating fast. Although she's already a wife, she still feels like a little girl in love. On the other side, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiaojiao's back, and the former class beauty appeared in his mind, and the two figures gradually overlapped. "Poor woman, lucky she met me. Tomorrow, I will come to save you." Lin Dong smiled faintly and stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 129, Buying a Villa. The next morning, just around 7 or 8 o'clock, Lin Dong received a call. It was Lin Xianxian who called and said that someone claiming to be Lin Dong's classmate came to apply for the job. "Why do you want to be a lobby manager?" Lin Dong was stunned. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to tell his father about Su Chunlai last night. Coincidentally, Su Chunlai also called at this time. "Dongzi, they won't let me in. Don't play tricks on me. I've already resigned." Lin Dong couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. His smile made Su Chunlai even more panicked. Last night, he got drunk and scolded his boss. If Lin Dong cheated him, he would become a vagrant. "Dongzi, say something." "Haha, don't worry, I'll tell my dad right away." Soon, Lin Dong arranged a position for Su Chunlai. The old classmate finally felt relieved. It was almost a complete failure. "By the way, Dongzi, didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Last night, you sent our class beauty home. Didn't anything happen?" The work was certain, and Su Chunlai couldn't help but gossip. Lin Dong smiled and said calmly, "It was too late yesterday. Let's meet today." "Hey, good luck to you then." Around 10 o'clock, Lin Dong drove the Panamera to the other side of East Lake. This is the new urban area of Qingshan County. In recent years, there has been vigorous construction and an artificial lake has been dug. Many wealthy and powerful people in the county have bought houses here. On the other side of East Lake is this famous villa area. It faces south, has beautiful scenery and convenient transportation. There are hospitals, schools, and large supermarkets in the surrounding area, making it very suitable for living. Of course, the housing prices here are not that low. Any duplex villa costs more than 1 million yuan. A better townhouse costs 2 million. As for the more expensive single-family villas, you can't get one without 3 or 4 million. As soon as Lin Dong drove the car to the door, a group of sales ladies selling houses opened their eyes wide, as if hungry wolves saw meat. People who drive this kind of luxury car are either rich or noble. Besides, how can someone with little money dare to buy a house on the other side of East Lake? "Hello, boss." As soon as Lin Dong got out of the car, 3 or 4 sales ladies in blue and white uniforms came to greet him. He was holding a brochure in his hand, and he was so enthusiastic. "The boss must be here to buy a house, right? Do you want a duplex or a townhouse?" For someone as powerful as the boss, he must have a single-family villa by the lake. Everyone was talking at once, and Lin Dong was getting overwhelmed. "Sorry, I have an appointment." "Excuse me, is Shang Jiaojiao here?" When they heard that Lin Dong was looking for Shang Jiaojiao, everyone dispersed immediately, feeling very disappointed. It seems that he doesn't like Shang Jiaojiao very much. "There's nothing I can do. Who made Shang Jiaojiao so beautiful? Even after giving birth to a child, she is still beautiful, even more mature and charming." "I'm sorry, sir. Jiaojiao is currently accompanying a client to view a property and may not be available to accompany you. How about I show you the house? They're all the same." A pretty girl with bangs came over. At first glance, the figure is not bad. Beneath the uniform, There's a slight bulge that is about to bloom. While speaking, he deliberately rubbed Lin Dong's arm. Other sales ladies are no stranger to this kind of behavior. In order to sell the house, this small sacrifice is worth it. Unfortunately, Lin Dong came here with the intention of taking advantage of Shang Jiao. How could you possibly give up a full banquet just for a home-cooked dish? So I just shook my head. I'm sorry, I have an appointment with Miss Shang, so I won't bother you anymore. All right. The sales ladies all sighed, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Shang Jiao. Isn't it just a good-looking appearance? Look how fascinated these men are. You're already married, but you're still so shameless. At the same time, the looks they gave Lin Dong became increasingly unfriendly. Shang Jiao must have given it to him. Otherwise, Lin Dong would not have named the other party and asked him to view the house. Lin Dong could tell what these people were thinking. However, if you want to find Shang Jiao faster, you can't avoid asking these sales ladies for help. When asking someone to do something for you, you naturally have to show your attitude. How about this? If any one of you can lead me to Miss Shang, I will give her a small red envelope. How about that? Little red envelope? The sales ladies curled their lips with a look of disgust. He drives such a nice car, but he is so stingy. Also send a small. Not much, $2,000. $2,000? The next moment, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they raised their hands one by one. Pick me, pick me. Really? Handsome guy. I want a red envelope too. Give me a chance, brother. That's the charm of money. These women are more realistic than you might imagine. When I heard about the small red envelope a second ago, I didn't take it seriously. The next second, when I heard the number 2,000 yuan, I wished I could stick to him. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman with bangs reacted the fastest. She rushed over, put her two little hands around Lin Dong's arms, and called him brother all the time. That coquettish voice was enough to make one's bones go soft. Brother, I know where Jiao is. I'll take you there. Okay, it's you. Seeing Lin Dong speak, although the others were unwilling, they could only blame their parents for not giving them 2 more legs so that they were not fast enough. What do you call a beautiful lady? Brother, you can just call me Xiaoyu. Can we add each other on WeChat? Xiaoyu smiled faintly. He looks like a college graduate. No wonder he is so motivated at work. However, this is also because the commission for selling a house is very high. The rate for residential buildings is generally 0.3%, while that for villas is higher, generally 0.8 to 10%. As long as your performance is good, you can earn more than 99% of the jobs in the county. No wonder Shang Jiao chose this profession. Only by selling the house can she help pay off the gambling debts her family owes. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, Lin Dong walked into a lakeside garden filled with birdsong and flowers. There are green grass and red flowers on all sides, and an artificial lake is surrounded. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. He just heard that the environment on the other side of East Lake was good. Unexpectedly, it is even more beautiful than I imagined. Xiaoyu noticed his expression and immediately said, Brother, the villa area is just ahead. Here, our main focus is on a comfortable and livable environment. Especially for the elderly like uncles and aunts, after dinner, they can go to the lakeside park for a stroll and breathe fresh air, which will definitely help them stay healthy and prolong their lives. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin have worked hard all their lives and lived in a shabby neighborhood all their lives. It's time to change their environment. Enjoy it and live out your life in peace. Soon, Xiaoyu started to ask about Lin Dong's well-being again, and she wished that Lin Dong would buy a house from her. Along the way, there were all kinds of verbal and body cues. It was just a matter of dragging Lin Dong into the woods to make something happen. Although, Lin Dong is not a gentleman. However, compared with Shang Jiao, Xiaoyu is still a little inferior. So, I have remained indifferent. Chapter 130. A hero saves a beauty. Soon, Xiaoyu brought Lin Dong to the lakeside villa area. This place is quite good in terms of grade and environment. Being next to the lake and overlooking the garden, it makes people feel refreshed and relaxed. Even if it's not for Shang Jiao, we must prepare a suitable retirement environment for the two elders. Brother, we're here. Jiao is showing a client a house. It's villa number 9 in front. Now he should still be inside. Lin Dong's eyes lit up involuntarily. When I looked at this 3-story villa from the outside, I felt like I fell in love with it at first sight. In fact, villa number 9 is also one of the 3 most upscale villas on the other side of East Lake. The overall style is modern, low-key yet luxurious. However, its price is prohibitive for most people. 6 million. It must be the most expensive residence on the other side of East Lake, or even in the entire Qingshan County. Thank you for your help. Lin Dong nodded slightly. After saying that, he gave Xiaoyu a red envelope. 5,000? Brother, didn't we agree that it would only be 2,000? Xiaoyu stared with her big, watery eyes, her face full of surprise, and her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. Originally, she was upset and disappointed that she failed to seduce Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so generous and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Ah, the extra ones are just a token of my appreciation. Okay, go get busy. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyu smiled happily and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Unexpectedly, just as Xiaoyu was about to leave, the sound of a man and a woman quarreling was heard in the villa. The two of them couldn't help but look up. Mr. Zhang, what are you going to do? If you do this again, I'll call the police. The woman was panting and seemed to be struggling against something. Soon, there was another response from the man on the other end, with a very rude attitude. What are you pretending for, bitch? I'm your husband. Why can't you let me touch you? At this time, inside Villa Number 9. Zhang Guanquan, don't touch me. If you do this again, I will really call the police. A man with a slicked back hair grabbed the arm of a sales lady in a blue and white uniform and started tearing her clothes off, his face full of greed and covetousness. Jiao Jiao, just promise me. It's been a long time since we two have shared a room. I know, you're still blaming me. I'll change. Can't I change? I won't gamble again. The man's name is Zhang Guanquan, and he is Shang Jiaojiao's husband. Originally, he was the owner of several large supermarkets and restaurants in the county. Later, his business failed and he became addicted to gambling. As a result, not only did he not win any money, but he ended up in a lot of debt. Afterwards, Shang Jiaojiao went out to work and earn money. Not only did Zhang Guanquan often ask her for money, he also beat her at every turn. In a fit of anger, Shang Jiaojiao and Zhang Guanquan moved into separate rooms and rarely saw each other. Zhang Guanquan suspected that she had found a strange man outside. Especially last night, Shang Jiaojiao didn't get home until after 10 o'clock. Through the window, Zhang Guanquan also saw that she got out of a luxury car. He asked to sleep with her again, but was rejected by Shang Jiaojiao again. Unwilling to give up, he went straight to the other side of East Lake. While no one is around and her true colors are revealed, he is going to force himself on her. As a result, he was met with fierce resistance from Shang Jiaojiao. Seeing that Shang Jiaojiao refused to agree, Zhang Guanquan became completely furious. Bang! He slapped Shang Jiaojiao in the face, making her cheek turn red. She stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Damn it, you stinky bitch, why are you pretending? I'm your husband. It's only natural for you to let me sleep with you. Today, you must serve me well. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this door. Shang Jiaojiao's head buzzed, and she felt heartbroken. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. It was only after getting married that she realized that Zhang Guanquan was a scumbag. He gambled and visited prostitutes outside and beat her at every turn. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have divorced long ago. Humph, it's too early to cry now. When we get to the bed, I'll let you know what it means to be in ecstasy. Wife, I'm coming. Zhang Guanquan grinned. The next moment, he unbuckled his belt and was about to take off his pants, then forced himself on me. Boom, boom, boom. A series of footsteps suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, before Zhang Guanquan could turn around, he was kicked hard on the back and fell to the ground. What? Shang Jiaojiao's pupil shrank. Before she could come to her senses, a man helped her up. Jiaojiao, are you okay? Shang Jiaojiao turned around and saw that the man supporting her was Lin Dong. Looking outside the door again, Xiaoyu was still staring with a confused look on her face. No, it's okay. Shang Jiaojiao pursed her lips and tried to hold on. As a result, one of them couldn't hold back her tears and subconsciously threw herself into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, he naturally reached out, hugged her, and patted her shoulder carefully. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. When Xiaoyu saw this scene, she was well aware of the ambiguous relationship between the two and hurried downstairs. Unexpectedly, just as the two were expressing their love to each other, Zhang Guanquan, who had just been kicked over, stood up shakily. Seeing those two being so affectionate made me so angry that my liver ached. Okay, you stinky bitch. Why don't you agree to me? It turns out that she has been looking for a man outside without telling me. Bitch! Zhang Guanquan gnashed his teeth in anger. I get so angry when I think about my wife becoming someone else's plaything. especially when he thought of Shang Jiaojiao's graceful and gentle appearance under someone else's crotch. Zhang Guangquan became even more angry and embarrassed. He immediately clenched his fists, ready to give Lin Dong a good beating. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Lin Dong. In a flash, Lin Dong didn't even look at him and kicked him. With a loud thud, Zhang Guangquan fell to the ground again. That's not all. Lin Dong raised his leg and stepped directly on Zhang Guangquan's head, almost bursting it. Help, help! Zhang Guangquan was so dumbfounded. Based on these two kicks, it can be basically concluded that Lin Dong is definitely a martial artist. It's not someone he can afford to offend. Oh, you can't even take a kick from me. You're such a loser. A hint of contempt flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. Is this kind of person worthy of being with Shang Jiaojiao? At this time, Lin Dong's eyes moved downward. Besides, with just this little thing, you dare to touch a woman? I advise you to save some money and go to a big hospital for stretching surgery. You. Zhang Guangquan was so angry that he almost died. But there is nothing we can do. You can't win by scolding or beating them, and you can only become the other party's punching bag. Unexpectedly, what really made him despair was still to come. Wayo. There was a loud blast of alarm bells. Then, two uniformed police officers walked in. Comrade police, help, help! Zhang Guangquan quickly reached out for help. Little did he know that the police were there to arrest him. We received a call to the police. Is there anyone forcing women here? Shang Jiaojiao bit her lip and quickly pointed. Police comrade, it's him. Soon, Zhang Guangquan was taken to the other side of Eastlake. There are both witnesses and evidence. This time, not only will he have to go to jail for a while, but his marriage with Shang Jiaojiao will probably be completely over. Chapter 131, I have nothing to repay you with except. Not long after, Lin Dong and Shang Jiaojiao finished taking their statements, walked out of the police station, and got into the Panamera. Jiaojiao, are you feeling better? Shang Jiaojiao nodded gently, her eyes full of trust and love. Lin Dong smiled faintly and gently stroked Shang Jiaojiao's messy hair. It was too dark last night, and I didn't take a close look. Now, with close contact, Lin Dong felt that Shang Jiaojiao was as attractive as a peach, especially those charming peach blossom eyes, which are simply irresistible. Shang Jiaojiao's heart was also beating fast. Without waiting for Lin Dong to make the next move, she took the initiative to snuggle into his arms, greedily sniffing the unique scent of a man. He looked extremely hungry and thirsty. Ever since Zhang Guangquan became a gambler, Shang Jiaojiao has never let him touch her again. To be precise, she hasn't been happy for 3 or 4 years. Last night, Lin Dong's teasing made her long-dormant love stir again. Coupled with today's heroic act of saving the damsel in distress, Shang Jiaojiao has completely fallen. However, Lin Dong did not forget the main business. While touching her all over, he repeated the promise he made yesterday. Jiaojiao, see how you took me for a spin just now? I think that villa number 9 is very good. I plan to buy it for my parents to live in. What do you think? When Shang Jiaojiao heard Lin Dong's question, she blushed shyly. Shouldn't you ask the hostess of the house about things like this? Looking at Lin Dong's sincere and passionate eyes, Shang Jiaojiao bit her lip and replied in a voice as thin as a mosquito. You have a good eye. Villa number 9 should be the best house on the other side of Eastlake. It's just a little expensive. It costs 6 million. After saying this, Shang Jiaojiao felt a little embarrassed. 6 million can buy a nice house even in Tianhai. It's really a waste to spend money in a small place like Qingshan County. Thinking of this, Shang Jiaojiao quickly said, however, I can help you bargain and see if you can get a lower price. Lin Dong smiled and hooked her nose. In that case, won't your commission be less? This, Shang Jiaojiao shook her head, although she sold the house just to make money. However, thinking about Lin Dong's contribution to him, those commissions were nothing. Haha, just kidding. Do you think I look like someone who is short of money? 6 million is 6 million. We'll go back to the sales office to sign the contract later. What? Shang Jiaojiao widened her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Dong to be so generous. I don't know if it's just for myself to spend money. I still sincerely think that the villa is nice. But, no matter what, her commission was secure. About 50,000 yuan. With this money, she can pay for her daughter's kindergarten tuition. Lin Dong, Shang Jiaojiao blushed and almost bit Lin Dong's ear, saying, I have nothing to repay you. I hope you don't mind. How could that be? You are the class beauty that all the boys in our class dream of. I can't wait to cherish you. How could I possibly despise you?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong directly covered Shang Jiao's moist red lips. She turned red from her neck to her ears and was unable to move. Seeing that the beauty looked ready to be picked, Lin Dong certainly would not miss this opportunity. Soon, Lin Dong found a high-end hotel nearby. After entering the room, he threw Shang Jiao directly onto the big bed. The sales lady's uniform was thrown everywhere. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Shang Jiao didn't dare to open her eyes. However, the more this happens, the clearer the perception of other senses becomes. First, it was a light touch on the forehead, followed by a wet French kiss. Finally, it is the conquest of cities from top to bottom. Although, Shang Jiao has already given birth to a child. However, both her figure and appearance are well maintained. In a moment, Lin Dong was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. The still charming wife in front of him gradually overlapped with the cold and aloof class beauty in his memory. Time passes by every second. When the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, the sun had already set outside. Shang Jiao was naked, panting and lying on the big bed, her snow-white skin flushed red. Lin Dong lit a cigarette, sat at the head of the bed, and looked at the woman who was reluctant to leave. Jiao, when you go back, quickly divorce your husband. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. Did you hear that? After hearing this, Shang Jiao was a little hesitant at first. However, thinking of what Zhang Guangquan had done, she finally nodded firmly. The promise of the man in front of her gave her confidence. From then on, she and her child had someone to rely on. At this time, Lin Dong glanced at the sky outside and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It looks like we have to wait until tomorrow to sign the contract. Don't go back tonight. The next morning, the two woke up in their hotel room. It was Lin Dong again, dragging Shang Jiao to the sales office. After the two of them signed a contract, Villa number 9 officially belonged to him. Lin Dong, thank you. Until now, Shang Jiao still felt like she was dreaming. At the same time, I was extremely glad that I attended that class reunion. Otherwise, she would probably still be stuck in the quagmire until now. If nothing unexpected happens, Shang Jiao can get a commission of 50,000 yuan, as well as an additional bonus of 10,000 yuan. After all, Villa number 9 is the signature property of East Lake Bien. Even many big bosses are deterred from buying it, and it has been slow to sell. Shang Jiao sold the villa, and combined with her previous performance, she became the sales champion of this month. On the other side, Lin Dong returned to the Lin family. As soon as he entered the door, his parents couldn't wait to ask him where he had gone last night. Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and kept the secret. "Dad, Mom, I bought you a house. Pack up, we'll go over and take a look now." "Son, what did you say?" "My parents are old now, and they can't help but get startled." Li Xiuqin held the spatula in one hand and touched Lin Dong's forehead with the other, suspecting that he was confused due to the overcooking. "Otherwise, what nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Buying a house is such an important thing, but you didn't even discuss it with them, and you bought it in one day?" Lin Dong smiled bitterly and explained patiently. "I have a friend who works at a sales office and has a nice villa. It just so happens that we have had enough of this old house, so I decided to buy it. Look, the contracts are all here." Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin quickly took the contract. After seeing the transaction amount clearly, I almost fainted on the spot. 6 million? So expensive. Chapter 132, Beauty Salon. The old couple were dumbfounded. It's normal to buy a new house when you have money. But isn't a villa worth 6 million a bit too luxurious? Seeing that the two were about to complain again, Lin Dong started to act like a rogue. "I've already bought it, and I can't return it. If I put it up for sale now, I'll lose at least 1 or 2 million. You guys decide." Hearing this, the old couple was speechless. It's not worth it to lose such a huge sum of money for no reason. It seems that we have no choice but to accept this fact. "Hey kid, what can I say about you?" "Okay, Xiuqin, isn't Xiaodong thinking about us? Just accept his kindness. We are old now. It's time to enjoy our lives." After Lin Xiangqian persuaded her for a few words, Li Xiuqin gave up. Afterwards, after dinner, the two followed Lin Dong and headed straight to the other side of East Lake. About half an hour later, the three arrived at the villa area. Along the way, the old couple shouted and chattered, their eyes full of stars, as if Granny Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. His mouth never closed and was always wide open. especially when he saw the beautiful scenery of lake and mountains outside the lakeside villa. He couldn't help but praise Lin Dong's decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile faintly. At the same time, I feel a little emotional. Who would have thought that 2 months ago, their family was still living in poverty? Now, you can live in a villa. Somewhat surprisingly, when Lin Dong drove the car to the outside of Villa Number 9, a familiar figure was standing at the door. With a warm smile on his face, there was a hint of shyness in his eyes. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here? Aren't you at work at this hour?" Hearing this, Shang Jiao Jiao's cheeks turned red. There was also a hint of resentment in the look he gave Lin Dong. "How dare you say that? We've been apart for so long, and you didn't even call me or send me a text message." At this time, Lin Dong's parents came over. Seeing Lin Dong chatting happily with a beautiful woman, his eyes lit up. "Lin Dong, this is... Girl, do you have a boyfriend? See how our Xiao Dong is doing. Let me tell you, he has a very good personality and is a good match for you." Lin Dong's mouth twitched. As a mother, no matter where I go, I never forget to introduce him to someone. "Jiao Jiao, go and get busy. If you have any questions, let's call." Shang Jiao Jiao nodded slightly and left in small steps. For fear of chatting for a while longer, Li Xiuqin asked about her birth date and horoscope in order to bring the two together. Although, she also wanted to be Lin Dong's bride. However, when she thought about the fact that she was married with a daughter and Lin Dong was a first-time bride, Shang Jiao Jiao couldn't help feeling a little inferior. I can only keep this thought deep in my heart. Li Xiuqin didn't know this. Looking at Shang Jiao Jiao's graceful back, he shook his head. "Tisk TSK, what a pretty girl. It would be great if she could be my daughter-in-law." "Son, I think the girl treats you well. Try to marry her. Mom is still hoping to give you a big fat boy next year." Hearing this, Lin Dong shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. "Mom, how do you know that she gave birth to a son and not a daughter?" Li Xiuqin's explanation was also very logical. "Your Lin family gave birth to 4 children, 3 of whom were boys. Mom doesn't believe that you are so unlucky that you will give birth to a girl. Besides, I think that girl has big breasts and a big butt. She's the material for giving birth to a son." Lin Dong smiled awkwardly. "This thing, can you look at it like this?" "Okay, Mom, let's go in and take a look." After entering the villa, Li Xiuqin finally stopped talking about finding a partner. Instead, it circled around the 3-story building. "Touch here and look there. It's so dazzling that I can't take it all in." Lin Xiangxian also widened his eyes and his heart beat faster. "This villa is amazing. It's more luxurious than my eldest brother and second brother's houses. Wow, there's a swimming pool." Lin Dong smiled without comment. With his current financial resources, he could buy a more luxurious house. "This villa is just child's play. I'll find someone to start decorating this villa in 2 days. From now on, this will be our new home. I'll give you the key. You can come and see it anytime." Hearing this, the old couple couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. One of them couldn't hold back and burst into tears again. "Our Lin family is really blessed." Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. At the same time, my thoughts drifted far away. The elder and second brothers that Lin Xiangxu mentioned just now were none other than his eldest uncle Lin Xiangwen and his second uncle Lin Xiangwu. He was doing well and had accumulated $1 million fortune in the early years. However, Lin Dong did not forget that it was these 2 people who forcibly seized dozens of acres of land that should have belonged to their family in the early years, causing Lin Xiangxian to be in his current predicament. "We'll slowly settle this account." A cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. In a few days, it will be Grandpa's 80th birthday. At that time, there was another good show going on. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was not awake yet when he was dragged out of bed by Li Xiuqin. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. It's already so late, and you're still sleeping. Your dad has gone to work, and you are still lying here." Lin Dong yawned sleepily and slowly stood up. "Mom, what are you doing up so early?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqin became even more excited. "I don't know who was clamoring to take me to the beauty salon for maintenance. How come you forgot about it? As soon as you turned your head, you're sleeping like a pig." Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. It turns out that my mother did this because of this matter. Come to think of it, he was the one who brought up this matter first. After all, Li Xiuqin has been taking care of the household over the years and has been reluctant to spend money on cosmetics and has not taken good care of herself. He looks several years older than his peers. Now that I have money, I naturally have to take good care of myself. After hearing this, Li Xiuqin also took it very seriously. After all, women all love beauty. Okay, I'll get up right away. That's more like it. Only then did Li Xiuqin nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the two arrived at the most upscale beauty salon in the county. The venue is very large, covering an entire floor. The decoration is also very high-end, and every corner reveals refinement and taste, making people feel noble and extraordinary comfort. Soon, the two of them went straight to the front desk. A young woman with dyed, yellow hair was playing with her mobile phone out of boredom. At first glance, the woman looked pretty good. Her figure is also curvy, especially the pair of big, full headlights, which are about to burst through the black short-sleeved shirt. Hello, I would like to ask what projects we have here. See for yourself. The blonde girl threw a booklet over without even raising her head. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. You spend your own money and come here to consume, not to be a grandson. This beauty salon is quite large. Why is the service so bad? At this moment, the blonde woman raised her head and glanced. Then suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Aunt Chin, why is it you? Chapter 133, I have plenty of money. Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, he recognized the woman's identity and looked a little surprised. Isn't this Xiu? Why are you working at a beauty salon? Lin Dong was completely confused. Could it be that my mother knows this woman? Son, this is Song Wenxiu. She used to work in the same factory as me. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Li Xiuqin was in high spirits, happy to meet an acquaintance. Unexpectedly, when Song Wenxiu heard the words, working in a factory, her face suddenly dropped. She seems to be very resistant to the identity of a factory girl. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face and don't expose people's weaknesses. She didn't have a very good attitude to begin with. Now, he even started to mock and ridicule. Aunt Li, tell me, you are old. Why do you come to the beauty salon? This kind of place is frequented by young people. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin looked a little embarrassed and felt a little ashamed. You are still my son. Show your filial piety to me by bringing me here for maintenance. He's doing pretty well now and making some money. No, he just bought me a car. Car. Song Wenxiu was stunned for a moment. Then, I noticed that there was a young man following Li Xiuqin. She looks pretty good, but he is Li Xiuqin's son. How could he make a lot of money? Also buy a car. Even if you buy it, it will at most be a layatool. Puff. Looking at Li Xiuqin's serious expression, Song Wenxiu chuckled, her eyes full of disdain. Okay, Aunt Li, you better stop showing off in front of me. I don't know how many hands the car your son bought for you has passed through. It's not even clear whether you can drive it. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. No matter how stupid she was, she could tell that the little girl was mocking her. There's not a single nice word from his mouth. Besides, the cost here is not cheap. Anything costs several thousand. With this little money, what can't you do? Go back quickly and don't delay my work. After Song Wenxiu finished speaking, she started fiddling with the phone again. But where is the work? It's obvious that he is just slacking off and watching short videos. Li Xiuqin felt a little embarrassed and wanted to go back. Lin Dong was furious and slammed the front desk clerk. What the hell are you talking about? My mother wants to have some maintenance. Is it your turn to give orders? Besides, isn't it just a few $1,000s? Who are you looking down on? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. Hearing this, Song Wenxiu was stunned. Then he snorted coldly. Wow, Aunt Li, your son is so amazing. If you don't know, you would think that the richest man in Qingshan County has come. Okay, the fee schedule is here. You can check it out for yourself. Song Wenxiu snorted coldly and slammed the booklet on the table impatiently. When you open it, you will see a wide variety of projects. What about laser hair removal, photo rejuvenation, hydration care, whitening care? The price is also a bit more expensive than other places. The number can range from a few hundred to thousands. Then, you can also recharge and become a member. Crystal member, 8888. Jade member, 28888. Gem member, 88888. And the most expensive diamond membership, 188,888. This charging standard alone is enough to scare away most people. Have you finished reading? Leave quickly after you finish reading. Aunt Li, if you don't want me to talk about you, I'll talk about you. I'm already old. Is it necessary to learn how to maintain my skin? Song Wenxiu turned her head and continued watching short videos. His tone was also full of disdain. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. It's only 188,888. I thought it was very expensive. Give me a diamond membership. What? Song Wenxiu was stunned for a moment. somewhat suspecting that she had heard it wrongly. Then, he couldn't help but raise his head and stared at Lin Dong for a long time. The more serious he looked, the more I couldn't hold it in. Finally, open your mouth and laugh out loud. I laughed so hard that tears came out. Aunt Lee, has your son always been so humorous? Diamond membership? Did he misread the price and thought it was Japanese yen? Or Vietnamese dong? Hearing this, Li Xiaoqin clenched her fists in anger. In the past, when she was working in the factory, she only knew that this little girl was ambitious but incompetent and a little lazy. I didn't expect that he would be like this. A dog looks down on people, and his heart and mouth are not clean. Son, forget it. I won't do this maintenance anymore. Let's go. Li Xiaoqin turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not pulled away. Looking back, I saw Lin Dong's face was stern, and he pointed his index finger at the big words Diamond member again. The tone was blunt and unquestionable. I told you to apply for the Diamond membership. Did you not hear me, or did you not understand? Your ears are not working and your eyes can't see. So let's get someone else to come over. As the saying goes, good people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. After being scolded by Lin Dong, Song Wenxiu, who had just been fussing and glaring, suddenly wilted and dared not to act as aggressively as before. However, he still said a few sarcastic words secretly. Why are you so fierce? Can I do it for you? But if you can't pay, don't blame me for calling security. Lin Dong smiled coldly. This kind of person bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you don't act tough, they will even dare to shit on your head. Don't worry about that. I can afford it no matter how much it costs. Cut. Song Wenxiu rolled her eyes in disdain and pushed the payment code in front of Lin Dong. I thought he would give up. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually started to sweep it very well. Why are you pretending? If you can get it, Alipay has received 188,888 yuan. When she heard the payment bell, Song Wenxiu was stunned. Afterwards, I checked it several times before confirming that the money was real. Ew, where did you get so much money? Really 1888888. Song Wenxiu opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Puff. Seeing Song Wenxiu's inexperienced look, Li Xiaoqin couldn't help but straighten her back and said proudly, Xiu, I forgot to tell you that my son is successful now. He has opened several stores in Tianhai and makes over $1 million a month. What's this little money? By the way, he also bought a Mercedes-Benz for me and Lao Lin and parked it outside. Let's talk. Li Xiaoqin took out a Mercedes-Benz car key and deliberately waved it in front of Song Wenxiu. Now, Song Wenxiu had no choice but to believe it. She knew that Li Xiaoqin was not the kind of person who would tell lies with her eyes open. In other words, the Lin family really turned their fortunes around and became rich overnight. The next moment, Song Wenxiu's attitude made a 180-degree turn. His face was full of smiles, but his eyebrows were lowered. Oh, Aunt Lee, I'm so sorry. I was just half asleep. Don't take those words seriously. Chapter 134, Childhood Friends. Lin Dong sneered and ignored Song Wenxiu's courtesy. He has seen too many petty people like this who are arrogant at first, but respectful later. Any more words are a waste of time. Seeing that Lin Dong was unmoved, Song Wenxiu turned her attention to Li Xiaoqin and played the sympathy card. Aunt Lee, I'm still young and don't understand. For the sake of our past relationship, please don't be angry. If the manager finds out, I will definitely be scolded and have my salary deducted. You are a magnanimous person. Please don't bother with me. Song Wenxiu begged for a while. He looked so pitiful that he almost cried a few tears. Li Xiaoqin finally softened her heart and nodded. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. Thank you so much, Aunt Lee. Xiu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you finally found a job. Be serious about it, and don't just play around all day. Song Wenxiu blushed when she heard what he said. Of course, the premise of all this is Lin Dong's ability to make money. If Lin Dong has no money, she will still look down on others. By the way, Aunt Lee, excuse me, does your son, this handsome guy, have a girlfriend? Song Wenxiu asked tentatively. Li Xiaoqin shook her head subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took advantage of the situation and climbed up. Great, I'm single too. Song Wenxiu looked surprised and walked straight out of the front desk. He even bent down deliberately. From Lin Dong's perspective, he could just see a touch of snow white and a faint hint of bright red. Song Wenxiu couldn't help but feel secretly happy. There's hope. As long as I can hook up with Lin Dong, why bother working? Just marry a rich man and buy whatever you want. Ahem. Li Xiaoqin is also a smart person. Seeing her so pretentious behavior, How could he not know that she was targeting Lin Dong? However, she knew very well that Song Wenxiu was not a good woman, and it was even more impossible for her to be a good wife and mother. As far as she knew, when she was working in the factory, Song Wenxiu often hung out with some spirited young men and always stayed out all night. Sometimes I get very drunk. I even went to the hospital for some surgery. Li Xiuqin is traditional and conservative, and what she can't stand the most is this kind of playboys. So, without waiting for Song Wenxiu to say a few more words, she directly grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, "Son, the money has been paid, and the membership has been signed up. Let's hurry in." Lin Dong nodded slightly and walked straight in. During the entire process, he ignored Song Wenxiu's flattery. She felt like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, feeling awkward both inside and outside. Snort. Song Wenxiu stamped her feet and began to doubt her life. I have such a good figure and good looks. Why doesn't Lin Dong even look at me? Just then, she suddenly thought of something and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Wait, I know. It must be because Aunt Lee was next to him that he couldn't let go. Wait, I'll find an opportunity to meet him privately. I don't believe I can't take him down. In Song Wenxiu's opinion, Lin Dong is no different from other men and must be greedy for her body. But because Li Xiuqin was present, I couldn't do anything. As long as you take the initiative, it will be easy to take down Lin Dong. If Lin Dong knew, he would definitely sneer at it. He did like women, but he definitely didn't like people like Song Wenxiu. After eating fine bran, who would still like to eat coarse grains? In the beauty salon, Li Xiuqin started doing beauty treatments. Lin Dong was outside, playing with his phone out of boredom. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Lin Dong, it's really you. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, raise your head. A man with a crew cut was looking at him with surprise. Lin Dong felt somewhat familiar. However, for a moment, I couldn't remember who the other person was. It's me, Mao Peng. I grew up wearing open crotch pants. Seeing Lin Dong's confused face, the man took the initiative to tell his name. Lin Dong finally came to his senses, and some past events gradually emerged in his mind. Mao Peng, his neighbor when he was a child. Because we were about the same age and often play together, we have a pretty good relationship. Later, Mao Peng's parents made some money from their business and moved to another place, and the two lost contact. I didn't expect to meet you here. Could it be that he, like me, came here to accompany my mother for a beauty treatment? Dongzi, how are you doing now? Before, I met your father on the road, and he said that you went to Tianhai. Did you make a lot of money? Hearing Mao Peng asking about his situation in a roundabout way, Lin Dong did not show off and said lightly, "It's okay, a few thousand yuan a month, barely getting by." Hearing this, Mao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. That's human nature these days. I am afraid that my brothers will have a hard life, and I'm also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. Then, Mao Peng showed an even brighter smile on his face. Stop pretending. I didn't know you, kid. Have always been so proud since you were young. He must have returned to the county town because he couldn't make it in the big city. I have a job that can make money. Would you like to try it? If you do a good job, you can earn tens of thousands at a time. Lin Dong frowned slightly. He knew that Mao Peng's parents were in business. However, in the current environment, what kind of work can earn tens of thousands at a time? Could it be some unorthodox or illegal activity? Mao Peng noticed Lin Dong's suspicious look and grinned, saying mysteriously, "Don't worry, we are childhood friends. How can I cheat you? Besides, with my courage, I wouldn't dare to rob a bank even if you asked me to." What is that? Lin Dong shook his head. I really can't imagine what kind of job there is that can easily earn tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, if this money is really so easy to make, why doesn't Mao Peng keep it all for himself, but has to drag him along? If it were the old Lin Dong, he would probably have agreed without even thinking about it. However, he now has more than 3 billion yuan in his bank card. How could he take risks for such a small amount of money? It's very simple. Just go and have a drink. Tens of thousands of deluxe can be easily obtained. Drinking wine? Can you earn so much? Lin Dong looked skeptical. Of course, take a look for yourself. Mao Peng smiled proudly and showed off his wealth. My clothes and shoes are all brand names. Also, this Apple phone, the latest model. If Mao Peng hadn't said it, Lin Dong wouldn't have discovered it. This kid's outfit is actually better than mine. He was wearing a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars and a gold-rimmed Rolex watch, which cost at least 6 figures. Don't hesitate. Follow me. As long as you show your face, a deluxe will be credited to your card immediately. Mao Peng couldn't wait to speak and pulled Lin Dong up. Lin Dong was just bored, so he didn't resist. He sent a text message to Li Xiuqin, who was having a beauty treatment, and then followed Mao Peng out of the beauty salon. Chapter 135: Pimping. Soon, the two took a taxi and came to a KTV. This place is of high grade, good environment, and high privacy. Of course, the consumption level is not low either. Welcome. As soon as we entered the door, two waiters came to welcome us. Mao Peng seemed to be very familiar with the place and greeted everyone very naturally. Which private room are Sister Wang and the others in? Sister Wang is in a pink mood. Mao Peng nodded and walked forward confidently. At first glance, he looks like a small boss. The waiter looked Lin Dong up and down, smiled knowingly, and said nothing more. However, Lin Dong felt uncomfortable and had goosebumps all over his body. Lin Dong, this is it. Come in quickly. Lin Dong followed Mao Peng into the private room. The lighting here is dim, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere. There were three middle-aged women with heavy makeup sitting inside. The oldest is in his 50s and the youngest is in his 40s. They all wear gold and silver and fancy clothes, as if they are deliberately showing off their wealth. Oh, there really is a handsome guy here. Xiao Peng, you really didn't lie to me. I'll give you a reward later. Xiao Peng, please introduce who this handsome guy is. In an instant, Lin Dong felt that 6 green eyes were staring at him. Like a she-wolf that had been hungry for days, she was so hungry that she wanted to eat him alive on the spot. Ahem, Sister Wang, don't worry. Let my friend speak for himself. Mao Peng gave Lin Dong a look, hoping that he would perform well. By now, Lin Dong knew very well that the money-making job Mao Peng was talking about was to serve rich women. He couldn't stand it anymore and shook his head. Hello, aunties. Before I came here, I didn't know this was the situation. Sorry, you guys should just play by yourselves. After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the 3 rich women were stunned. They originally thought that Mao Peng had already discussed it with Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong left as soon as he arrived. However, it was precisely because of this that the 3 wealthy women became more interested in him. After playing for so long, they're tired of the submissive little turtle and want to have a taste of the stubborn little handsome boy. It must be delicious, right? Lin Dong, don't leave in such a hurry. Didn't we agree to have a couple of drinks before talking about other things? Do you still treat me as your childhood friend? Seeing that the cooked duck was about to fly away, Mao Peng became anxious and quickly stood up and blocked the door. Then, he leaned close to Lin Dong's ear and whispered, I know it's hard for you to accept this kind of thing for a while. But these days, making money is not a shabby thing. These rich women don't care how much money they spend just to get excited. Money is just a number to them. Mao Peng winked at Lin Dong, and a strange smile appeared on his face. As long as you can make them happy, won't you get a lot of money? Lin Dong was speechless. It was thought that Mao Peng would inherit his parents' business. Unexpectedly, this guy went astray and started to get involved in this kind of business. Being an intermediary for prostitutes is called pimping. What do you call what Mao Peng did? Are they a good match? Mao Peng seemed to have seen the contempt in Lin Dong's eyes, and he felt a little embarrassed. Lin Dong, I'm only sharing this way to make money with you because we're childhood friends. What's with that expression on your face? It's just having a couple of drinks with them, touching hands or something. It won't cost you anything. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile coldly. Just by drinking some wine and touching hands, you can earn tens of thousands of dollars? Is Mao Peng stupid, or is he treating him as a fool? Since Mao Peng didn't consider himself a friend and push him into the fire, he couldn't blame him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Dong nodded helplessly. Okay, for your sake, I'll stay and have a couple of drinks. Just 2 cups, no more. Hearing this, Mao Peng's eyes lit up. The 3 rich ladies also giggled. She even deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons and lowered her collar. If it was a young and beautiful girl, maybe Lin Dong would take a second look. Some even executed them on the spot. But these rich ladies are obviously nouveau riche. No matter how much money you make, it can't cover up the rusticity from head to toe. The way he speaks and talks is also condescending. It was as if Lin Dong should be the one to support them. Little handsome boy, you don't need to pull it here. Don't worry, we sisters have plenty of money. Didn't you see the brand names Mao Peng was wearing? We bought them all for him. As long as you make us happy and serve us well, the amount of money is not a problem. Sister, I like men like you who have great physiques and wild personalities, huh? Among them, a fat rich woman with flaming red lips smiled coquettishly. and her eyes never left Lin Dong from beginning to end. It can be seen that she is very interested in Lin Dong. When Mao Peng saw this, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes, as if he was worried that Lin Dong would steal his business and limelight. However, thinking of the high agency fee, he still smiled and said, "Sister Wang, as long as you like him, I'm afraid you won't like him. Dongzi, this is Sister Wang. She owns several buildings in our county town, and the rent alone is hundreds of thousands every month. That's Sister Lu and Sister Sunday." After a while, Mao Peng introduced the three rich women. They're all old women who have money, but nowhere to spend it and like to seek excitement. Mao Peng also grasped the psychology of these rich women and was willing to give up his dignity to serve them well. However, the money earned is too low and disgusting. Just then, Mao Peng approached Mrs. Lu. The other person patted his head and pinched his, but as if he was treating a pet. Mao Peng didn't even dare to breathe, and even had a flattering smile on his face. "Little handsome boy, why don't you drink? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Sister Wang grinned, and the more she looked at Lin Dong, the more she liked him. "I can't wait to try some exciting things with him." The reason why this KTV is popular among these wealthy ladies is that it has strong privacy and excellent sound insulation. In this pink mood room, no one will disturb you even if you make a lot of noise. Also, in the cabinet in the corner, there are some toys to add to the fun. Ensure that customers have fun. "Oh, my last name is Lin Dong. Sorry, I'll just have 2 drinks and leave." Lin Dong picked up the red wine indifferently and drank it all. It was obviously a strong rum, but his face didn't even turn red. On the other hand, Sister Wang took a sip of the wine, and her whole face turned red. The flesh on his face was also trembling slightly. "One more look at it would make me unable to sleep." The remaining 2 wealthy women looked at each other and realized something was wrong. This kid can drink too much. After 1 glass, I felt like nothing happened. How can I get him drunk like this? Chapter 136, It's Your Own Sewing. "Xiao Peng, have you forgotten something?" The 2 rich ladies pulled Mao Peng and signaled him with crazy eyes. Mao Peng was stunned for a moment. Then he slapped his head hard. "Look at my brain. I was so busy drinking that I didn't even order any snacks or fruits. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Mao Peng stood up and walked out of the private room. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. He is not a fool. How could he not see that several people were cooperating with each other? I just don't know what the other party wants to do. "Little handsome boy, name your price. How much do you want to spend time with your sister?" "How about 50,000? Seeing Mao Peng go out, Sister Wang's true colors were revealed. She kept licking her cracked lips and staring at Lin Dong. Rich Lady Lu and Rich Lady Sun were equally hungry and thirsty. It seemed that as long as Lin Dong nodded, they would pounce on him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just shook his head, not moved at all. "No, I'm not that kind of person. Mao Peng asked me to come here just to have a drink, but he didn't tell me there was anything else he wanted to do. Oh, people have to learn to adapt. You come here just to make money, don't you?" Sister Wang patiently coaxed Lin Dong into giving him another glass of wine. "Besides, 50,000 is already a lot of money. If you had a little more, you can buy a car." "That's right. The male model I ordered last time only cost 10,000 yuan, but he served me perfectly. 50,000 yuan, aren't you satisfied?" Seeing that Lin Dong was unmoved, the 3 rich ladies looked at each other and continued to increase their bets. "How about this? I'll give you another 50,000. The premise is that you accompany us 3 sisters and satisfy us." "That's right. As long as I'm satisfied, I am willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every month to support you. Think about it carefully. This price is high enough." Lin Dong sneered inwardly. This amount of money is indeed a lot for others. If you grit your teeth and keep a few old women happy, you could become rich overnight. Why not do it? Unfortunately, they found the wrong person. Lin Dong is not sure of money now. "I told you, I don't do this kind of thing." Lin Dong spoke coldly. When Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Sun heard this, they immediately became angry and glared and cursed. "Why are you pretending? You don't want to be ashamed." "That's right. Do you know how much money your childhood friend made from us? Don't you envy him at all? Be smart and take off your clothes so we can have some fun." The 2 rich women are used to spending real money on people. Always successful. This is the first time I've seen someone as ungrateful as Lin Dong. If you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to support him and he doesn't do it, you are either an idiot or you have a problem with your brain. Lin Dong sneered, his expression not panicking at all. "Let's stop drinking today and pretend I was never here." No. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to leave, Sister Wang could no longer sit still, although there was a flash of anger in his eyes. However, on the surface, she still spoke earnestly and in a friendly manner. Don't be anxious, handsome boy. Didn't you want to have 2 drinks? Why are you leaving after just one? The remaining 2 wealthy ladies understood what Sister Wang was going to do, so they quickly softened their attitudes and apologized. Little handsome boy, we were wrong just now. Don't take it to heart. Come on, let's continue drinking. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Just then, Mao Peng opened the door and walked in pushing a small cart of fruits and snacks. The fruit is here. Are you all getting impatient? Dongzi, now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. The 3 wealthy ladies also hurriedly advised. Little handsome man, don't just drink, eat something too. Lin Dong casually ate a piece of watermelon. Seeing this scene, several people smiled knowingly. Okay, it's okay. Keeping happy, huh? Mao Peng and several wealthy ladies drank from each other's cups and played the bride and groom game. No wonder this guy makes so much money. His ability to please women is indeed remarkable. With just a few words, he made the rich ladies giggle. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the expressions of several people. Several rich ladies had droopy eyes and took off their clothes on their own initiative, as if they were very hot. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Turn around and take a look. Sure enough, Mao Peng also entered a confused state. Come on, handsome boy, play with us. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Money, sister will still give it to you. The 3 wealthy ladies laughed happily and pressed towards Lin Dong in unison. One of them grabbed one of his arms, and Sister Wang was trying to get into his arms. No matter how stupid Lin Dong was, he understood that Mao Peng had drugged him. Moreover, it is the most vicious love potion. Sorry, Lin Dong, bring you here. But don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Mao Peng said with a smile, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and pressed the shutter button several times. Click, click. Mao Peng, what are you doing? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Mao Peng had bad intentions and took several photos in an attempt to threaten me. Don't blame me. Brother did this just because he was afraid you would run away. As long as you don't tell anyone about this, no one will know. Hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes turned cold. Since you have been so heartless and ungrateful, there is no need for him to talk about our past friendship. Get out of my way. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong's tiger body shook, and he directly shook several people away and sat down on ground. What? Mao Peng widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Dong clearly ate the drug fruit, so how come nothing happened to him? Mao Peng, you asked for this. No, Dongzi, I was wrong. Mao Peng was shocked and begged for mercy quickly. Lin Dong didn't care. He just grabbed his collar and slapped him twice. Bang! Mao Peng was beaten so badly that he was dizzy and seeing stars. Then, the cell phone was also taken away. Lin Dong first formatted the phone, then crushed it with one foot to completely destroy the evidence. At this moment, the effect of the medicine for the 3 rich women reached its peak. His face was flushed and his eyes were blurred. When they were deeply in love, they even took out some small toys from the cupboard. Whip, rope, candle. Lin Dong frowned and finally understood why Mao Peng could make so much money. It's obvious that he treats himself like a dog for the amusement of these rich women. Since you like playing so much, I'll let you play to your heart's content today. Lin Dong snorted coldly and forced Mao Peng to eat the fruits. Soon, under the effect of the drugs, Mao Peng also lost his mind and kept unbuttoning his clothes. The 3 wealthy ladies were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and they immediately started to take action. The whole private room is filled with the atmosphere of spring. But no matter how you look at it, it's an eyesore. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. When you wake up, I wonder if you can still laugh. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, opened the door, and left. Because the door was deliberately left open, anyone passing by could see the disgusting scene inside. It probably won't be long before they become famous in the county. Lin Dong had no psychological burden at all about this. They deserve all of this. Chapter 137 Birthday Banquet. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was awakened by a phone call. He rubbed his eyes, saw clearly who was calling, and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Then, he deliberately waited for a while before calmly pressing the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, a roar was heard from the other end. Lin Dong, you are a beast. Where are you now? I'm going to kill you. Bang. Before he could finish his words, there was a burst of smashing sounds coming from the other end. It could be seen that the other party is extremely angry. Hurry up, come here and apologize. Mad, do you know what you have done? Believe it or not, I can make it impossible for you to survive in Qingshan County with just one word from you. Seeing that the other party was still threatening, Lin Dong stretched and said calmly, Mao Peng, what does this have to do with me? Didn't you find those rich ladies? And you prepared all the things. When you guys will play so big? I was really shocked. Exciting, so exciting, huh? Hearing Lin Dong's contemptuous and mocking laughter, Mao Peng was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. His face was red and his neck was thick, and he kept stamping his feet. Damn it, just wait for me. I'll bring people to find you now. I'm telling you, those rich ladies are not easy to mess with. Just wait until your next life when you are in a wheelchair or become a vegetable. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. What if Mao Peng spoke to him nicely? Perhaps, considering their previous acquaintance, he could pretend that nothing had happened. However, if Mao Peng is so inhumane, then he needs to be explained clearly. Mao Peng, if I were you, I wouldn't do this. Have you forgotten that I was in the private room when you were doing that yesterday? In fact, I not only watched the show, but also took a lot of photos and short films as souvenirs. What? Hearing this, Mao Peng felt like he was struck by lightning and his head buzzed. Then, his expression changed immediately. He smiled awkwardly and said in a flattering manner, No, Lin Dong, brother Dong, I was wrong. Please don't send those photos and videos out, otherwise I will really be killed by them. Lin Dong curled his lips in disdain. You can't be nice to this kind of villain. Then Lin Dong said calmly, Go back and tell those rich ladies that if they don't want to make a big fuss about this matter, just shut up. Otherwise, I will bring disgrace upon them, and they will never be able to raise their heads again. Okay, no problem. Mao Peng instantly became 120 times more alert and patted his chest to assure, Brother Dong, don't worry. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You and I know it. I will never bother you again, and I can guarantee that they won't cause you any trouble. Okay, get lost. Lin Dong hung up the phone impatiently. Then blocked Mao Peng directly. Having this kind of phone number from a childhood friend has polluted his address book. Fortunately, he was more careful yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Son, who are you calling so early in the morning? Today is your grandfather's birthday. We need to get there quickly. At this moment, Li Xiuqin, who had just had her hair done, knocked on the door. After returning from the beauty salon, she looked radiant and energetic. Even Lin Xiangxian was stunned and kept praising her for looking 10 years younger and saying that she felt like they were in the early days of their love relationship. Lin Dong also nodded frequently. They say you get what you pay for. The most expensive package at the high-end beauty salon is truly worth the money. Now, Li Xiuqin has changed her outfit and done her hair, and she has become a completely different person. If you don't know her, you might think she is some noble lady. Of course, the reason why Li Xiuqin dressed up so carefully was also for Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday, so as not to lose face. Hurry up, it will be bad if you are late. I know, Mom. Lin Dong put on his clothes neatly. When I walked into the living room, I saw that the old couple had already bought a lot of gifts. Most of them are health products, and the total cost is only a few thousand yuan. Lao Lin, how about we go buy some more? Isn't this enough? Enough? Why did you buy so many expensive things? That being said, your elder brother and second brother must have bought more than us. Seeing the old couple arguing, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I have already prepared a birthday gift for Grandpa. Just put it in my car. I guarantee it's better than my uncle and second uncle combined. Hearing this, the old couple's eyes lit up. Then there was another round of admiration. My son has grown up and has vision. Afterwards, the three of them got into Lin Dong's Panamera and drove to Linjia village. Most people in Linjia village have the surname Lin. Lin Chongqing's lineage is also very prestigious in the village. He also had 3 sons, and his family grew into a large and prosperous one. Lin Chongqing owns a full 100 acres of land. Later, he divided the land among his son and daughter. Logically speaking, each person should be allocated 25 acres. But at that time, Lin Xiangxian was working in a factory. The eldest son Lin Xiangwen and the second son Lin Xiangwu joined forces to occupy and divide the land that originally belonged to Lin Xiangxian, and even put it under the pretext of helping him to look after it. As a result, it took 10 years at a glance. The two of them can earn more than 100,000 yuan every year, by growing fruits and engaging in breeding on those lands. However, Lin Xiangqian was never given any money. Li Xiuqin had caused trouble for Lin Chongqing several times. But every time, it never comes to fruition. It can be seen that Lin Chongqing is also partial to the two brothers and doesn't care about Lin Xiangqian's life or death at all. As one brother gained more and more money, the other lost more and more, and gradually became a wealthy family. On the other hand, Lin Xiangqian, at his old age, still has to go out to find a job as a security guard. This time, Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday is of great significance. Not only will the 3 sons and 1 daughter be present, but a large number of Lin family relatives will also be present to celebrate the old man's birthday. It is extremely lively. At about 11 o'clock, Lin Dong drove the car to the entrance of Linjia village. At this moment, the Lin family's old house had already been decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and there was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Many people, young and old, were walking around. "Son, there are too many people inside. Let's stop here." "Yeah, it will be too late. Your grandfather will start to talk again." Lin Dong nodded and found a parking spot nearby. Then he took out the birthday gift that had been prepared earlier. When Lin Dong opened the gift box, the old couple couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the blue and white porcelain carved with various patterns and lifelike water dragon patterns. "Son, is this the birthday gift you prepared for Grandpa? It doesn't look cheap, at least tens of thousands." Lin Dong shook his head and didn't explain. "The most urgent thing is to get in quickly. Let's go, Dad, Mom. Don't keep Grandpa waiting anxiously." Chapter 138 Show Off. The Lin family's old house. A big character for longevity is pasted in the middle of the living room. A white-haired old man sat on a throne, holding a dragon-headed cane in his hand. He has a gaunt face and a thin body. It seems that his features are somewhat similar to Lin Xiangqian's. Ahem. The old man coughed twice. 2 middle-aged men immediately came over, asking about her health and asking questions with concern. "Dad, are you okay?" It's okay. The old man waved his hand. Looking at his 2 fat sons, he smiled with relief. "With you 2 around, nothing will happen to Dad." Having said that, the old man suddenly changed the subject. "Unlike the 3rd brother, who hasn't come yet at this hour, I don't know if he still has me as his father in his heart." Ahem. Upon hearing Lin Chongqing's words, the 2 brothers looked at each other. The eldest son, Lin Xiangwen, spoke first. "Dad, this is what you did wrong. The 3rd brother's family lives in the county town, so it will take time for them to get here. Unlike us too, good-for-nothing's still staying in the village." The 2nd son, Lin Xiangwu, followed suit. "Brother's right. We are incomparable here with the county. Who knows, maybe the 3rd brother has made a lot of money." "Bah!" Lin Chongqing hit the dragon head cane hard, scaring the 2 brothers. "That bastard has been a loser since he was a kid. I asked him to stay and help you, but he refused and insisted on going to the city to work. He rarely comes back in a year. I finally come back empty-handed, or with some fruit or milk. Do I want that little fruit milk?" Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu burst out laughing. His eyes were full of mockery and ridicule towards Lin Xiangqian's family. Even though they said they were begging for Lin Xiangqian, they were actually adding fuel to the fire and hoping that Lin Chongqing would hate his 3rd son even more. As for Lin Xiangqian's move to the county town, it was all their fault. At the beginning, Lin Chongqing did let the 3rd child follow them. As a result, he was ostracized by his 2 brothers everywhere. "I went to the county town to work because I couldn't make it any further. Until now, I still live in that old and dilapidated apartment." On the contrary, it is the 2 brothers Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu. "I made a lot of money by planting fruit trees and raising livestock." The houses they mentioned as their hometowns were all 3-story villas with fine decoration. "I don't know how carefree my life is." Just as the 2 brothers were preparing to put some veil on Lin Xiangqian's family. "Dad, Xiuqin, Xiaodong, and I are here to see you." Lin Xiangqian walked in front carrying a lot of bags. Li Xiuqin and Lin Dong were walking behind and came in with a smile. At first, the brothers Wen and Wu were full of disdain. The next moment, when they saw the attire of Lin Dong's family of 3, especially Li Xiuqin's fashionable hairstyle and elegant and exquisite clothes, they were stunned for a moment and thought they had seen it wrong. When did the 3rd brother's family become so respectable? Could it be that he really made a fortune? "Humph, you still remember to come." Lin Chongqing knocked the stick with a very bad attitude. Lin Xiangqian suddenly felt coldly received for his warm welcome. He smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. After a while, Lin Changqing's youngest daughter Lin Yinyan also entered with her family. Since she got married, she has not been involved in the Lin family's affairs, and she has stayed outside most of the year and rarely comes back. However, she married well. My husband Su Xiubing is a researcher at the museum, and I heard he is already an associate professor. Dad, the cadets and I are here. This is a gift for you. Lin Changqing nodded slightly. Although he didn't like his youngest daughter very much, the older generation valued knowledge. Su Xiubing, a scholar, has the highest academic qualifications. Therefore, Lin Changqing did not treat Lin Yinyan's family with a cold face. Among all the people, only Lin Xiangqian and his family of 3 were isolated. Even those relatives of the Lin family, almost no one treated them well. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel angry and subconsciously clenched his fists. Ever since he could remember, Lin Changqing had never liked their family. Because he doesn't like Lin Xiangqian, he also hates the useless Lin Dong. Lin Dong never expected that on such a festive day as his 80th birthday, Lin Changqing would still have this attitude. Fortunately, he prepared a generous gift and came back all the way from Tianhai City. Might as well feed it to the dog. More importantly, every time they got together, my uncles would suppress and ridicule Lin Dong's family in various ways. The worse Lin Xiangqian did, the happier they were. Sure enough, not long after, the gossipy aunt looked Li Xiuqin up and down, her eyes rolling around, and no one knew what evil intention she had. Nouveau riche like them, no matter how rich they are, always look rustic. At this moment, seeing Li Xiuqin dressed up so beautifully and with such elegance, like a noble lady, I couldn't tell how much hatred she felt in my heart. Especially the phoenix jade pendant on Li Xiuqin's chest, which was obviously worth a lot of money. It cost more than all the jewelry she wore from head to toe combined. Xiuqin, it's been a while since we last met. How come you're so beautiful now? If you didn't know her, you would think she was some rich lady out for a secret visit. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin giggled and blushed with embarrassment. She used to be a housewife. If Lin Dong hadn't arranged for her to go to the beauty salon, she would never have been so exquisite. Unexpectedly, this aunt had more to say. By the way, what is Xiaodong busy with recently? He works at Tianhai, so he must make a lot of money a month, right? Li Xiuqin glanced at Lin Dong subconsciously. In fact, she was not sure how much money Lin Dong earned. He could only hesitantly say, "It's okay, it's enough for him to spend anyway." Enough for my own spending? That's only a little bit. Or let him come back and work with our little dragon. He is now the general manager of our Lin family orchard, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month. Just last month, he bought a BMW X5, which cost nearly 300,000 yuan. Looking in the direction pointed by the aunt, a young man with eyes and eyebrows similar to Lin Dong nodded. Although he was smiling, he looked condescending. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu each had a son. Uncle Lin Xiangwen's son is named Lin Xiaolong, and Lin Xiangwu's son is named Lin Xiaohu. Both worked in the orchard. One is the general manager, and the other is the deputy manager. In terms of both income and status, he is the best among his peers. In the past few gatherings, they were always arrogant and didn't treat Lin Dong well. This time, it's almost the same. Lin Xiaolong just bought a car and came over to show it off. He wished that everyone in the world knew that his family was rich so that he could bring honor to the Lin family. Only Lin Dong heard it and sneered inwardly. To put it bluntly, aren't these 2 cousins just living off their parents? What about the general manager and deputy manager? They are all self-appointed commanders without any troops. People like this would be like ants in Tianhai, not worth mentioning. Chapter 139. The sun rises from the west. Just then, Lin Changqing spoke. Xiaolong is really promising. He has earned a car at such a young age. He will definitely make a lot of money in the future. We have a successor for the Lin family. Haha. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and his family's eyes lit up. If they can serve the old man well and make him happy, they might be able to get a bigger share of the family property in the future. It would be best if we could get all of Lin Xiangqian's family. Lin Xiangwen and his wife gave Lin Xiaolong a look. The latter immediately understood, raised his glass respectfully, and went forward to toast. "Grandpa, I wish you a long life and all the best." Well, Lin Changqing stroked his beard, took a sip, and looked at his eldest grandson with a face full of satisfaction. Then, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Dong, that old face quickly drooped again. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Dong's family and felt that they had brought shame to him. Noticing Lin Chongqing's extremely disgusted look, Lin Dong frowned. More often than not, I find it ridiculous. Since when can I show off a shabby BMW worth only 2 or 300,000 yuan? It's not even as expensive as the 4 wheels of my Panamera. Therefore, when Lin Dong saw Lin Xiaolong's fake smile, he just felt nauseous. Sure enough, these relatives all have this look on their faces. On the surface, they seem to care about you, but in fact, they are just looking for an opportunity to step on your face. Sister-in-law, your jade pendant looks great. When did you buy it? It must be expensive, right? Li Xiuqin subconsciously lowered her head and looked at the jade pendant that Lin Dong gave her. This jade pendant is so beautiful. All the jewelry worn by others pales in comparison. The cheaper their accessories are, the more Li Xiuqin's elegance and elegance stand out from the crowd. It is said that a woman's makeup is a man's face. At this moment, as Li Xiuqin became the focus of the whole audience, Lin Xiangqian also felt confident and couldn't help but straighten his chest and raise his head. Noticing everyone's fiery gazes, Li Xiuqin's cheeks turned red. Unexpectedly, the eldest aunt had other intentions and said in a gentle and persuasive way, "Sister-in-law, you haven't told me yet whether this jade pendant is expensive or not. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too." Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but sneer. He spent tens of millions to buy this white, jade, heart-shaped phoenix jade pendant. My aunt actually kept saying she wanted to buy it. I'm afraid that even if we take all the money out of their family, they still can't raise 1/10 of the money. Li Xiuqin is not good at speaking. Now, I can only say politely, it's not worth much, it's not worth much. It's a gift from Xiaodong. Hearing this, my aunt's eyes turned cold. What this means is that they look down on them because they are from the countryside and cannot compare with people in big cities, right? The more the aunt thought about it, the angrier she became, with envy, jealousy, and hatred written all over her face. You don't even have such nice jewelry. Why do you wear it around your neck? However, she was still friendly verbally and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I can't see clearly when you wear it. Can you hold it in your hand so that I can take a closer look?" This, Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect my aunt to be so direct. Lin Dong said that this jade pendant cost him more than 200,000 yuan. If it wasn't for attending Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday party, she would not have brought such a valuable item with her. I won't be roasted over the fire by my aunt. Originally, their family had a bad impression on Lin Chongqing. If I refuse, I will be called stingy. Okay, sister-in-law, take it easy. Yeah, no problem. A glimmer of joy flashed in my aunt's eyes. Then, Li Xiuqin carefully took the jade pendant off her neck and was about to give it to her. This was originally a very ordinary little thing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an accident happened. The hand that my aunt had just extended suddenly retreated. Li Xiuqin didn't hold the phoenix jade pendant firmly, and it fell to the ground. Snap! Jade is inherently brittle. Especially this kind of antique jade pendant, it can only be viewed from a distance and not played with. A slight bump can cause its value to depreciate hundreds of times. At this moment, the jade pendant fell to the ground, a crack appeared, and its appearance was completely ruined. Oh, sister-in-law, how could you be so careless and break the jade pendant? It's such a pity to waste such a good thing, alas. Bang! My aunt slapped her thigh hypocritically. He looked so anxious. However, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a smile with malicious intentions. Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangwu, and others also looked gloating and sneered at Li Xiuqin. Let your family show off. You are the only one wearing such an expensive jade pendant. You deserve it. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded. Then, he quickly squatted down and carefully picked up the phoenix jade pendant. Unfortunately, the cracks on it cannot be repaired at all. Even the phoenix-shaped tail was broken. How could she go out wearing this? Sister-in-law, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by that? Everyone saw it. It was obviously you who didn't hold it firmly and dropped it on the ground. Why are you turning the tables and blaming me? Your family isn't going to blackmail me, are they? Really? I'm so poor. My aunt rolled her eyes and curled her lips. It seemed that all the mistakes were Li Xiuqin's. Not only did he completely remove himself, they even turned around and slandered Li Xiuqin for trying to extort money. Li Xiuqin's face turned pale with anger. She never dreamed that this group of people would dare to bully her like this without even pretending. At this moment, someone stepped forward to smooth things over. Third wife, I say, why don't you just forget it? Just now, You said it yourself. This jade pendant is not valuable. Since there's not much money, it's fine if it's broken. No big deal. I'll ask my wife to buy you one later. One that's more expensive than this one. How about that? The person who spoke was Lin Xiangwen. He stood up immediately to protect his aunt. Seeing this scene, even a clay man would get angry. Lin Xiangqian could no longer remain calm and stood up suddenly. Brother, Xiaodong spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy this jade pendant. How come it's worthless in your mouth? Also, I saw it clearly just now. It was my sister-in-law who suddenly pulled her hand back, causing the jade pendant to fall to the ground. Don't try to smooth things over. Seeing Lin Xiangqian jump out and curse, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. In their impression, Lin Xiangqian is the kind of honest man who can't even be beaten with 3 sticks. Born to be a punching bag who accepts everything. What happened today? The sun rises from the west? Or was your head squeezed by the door? Old third, what nonsense are you talking about? How can it be worth more than 200,000 yuan? Who would believe it? I also said that this tea bowl in my hand is a priceless antique, worth millions. Lin Xiangwen snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. In his opinion, Lin Xiangqian's family must be extremely poor. He wanted to take this opportunity to extort a large sum of money from them. Still more than 200,000? Why don't you say more than 20 million? He really is asking for too much and bragging without thinking. Chapter 140 Smashing the Car. Mom, don't be sad. Just when Lin Xiangqian and the other two were choked and speechless, their faces flushed, Lin Dong gently patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder in a low voice. Isn't it just a jade pendant? It's not worth it. That's right, Xiaodong is right. My aunt let out a long sigh. Then he smiled contemptuously. I thought the third brother's family had really stood up, but unexpectedly, they were still the same cowards who could be easily manipulated. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, Lin Dong stood up and picked up an axe. Everyone was shocked. Lin Dong, what are you going to do? This is your aunt. I am your uncle. You better behave yourself. Lin Xiangwen and his wife were shocked, especially when he saw the fierceness in Lin Dong's eyes. He couldn't help but tremble all over. This boy is like a vicious wolf. Hee, uncle, aunt. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. But it is only natural to pay back debts. You smashed my mother's jade pendant. You must pay the price. Everyone was confused and had no idea what Lin Dong meant. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Lin Dong walked towards the white BMW parked at the door with an axe in his hand. Then there was a sound of breaking glass. Crash! Lin Dong, what are you doing? While everyone was still in a daze, Lin Xiaolong stood up and ran out in a hurry. Then just screamed, Lin Dong, are you crazy? How dare you smash my car? I just bought this car. It cost me more than 200,000 yuan. Can you afford the compensation? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xiangwen and his wife stood up in a hurry, left the banquet, and ran outside. Soon, other people came over. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, your soul will almost fly away. Lin Dong held the axe in one hand, expressionless, with his chest and head held high. In front of him was the BMW X5 that Lin Xiaolong had just picked up, but now it has changed beyond all recognition. Not only the headlights and windows were smashed into pieces, even the hood of the car was deeply dented by more than 10 centimeters. The car body was twisted and deformed and almost completely scrapped. Lin Dong also did not let go of the tires. He slashed every tire. The whole car was lying on the ground like a toad. It was so ugly. If you don't know, you would think that this BMW had just been in a serious car accident. It's simply a disastrous car. Lin Dong, are you crazy? Why did you smash our car? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Lin Xiangwen's eyes suddenly turned red and his face turned pale with anger. He was circling around the scrap BMW X5, jumping up and down. My car, my car. Looking at Lin Xiaolong and his aunt again, where is the smile on their faces? All I can do is cry without tears and cry to the sky or the earth for help, but no one can answer. Xiaodong, what are you doing? Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin were also shocked by their son's crazy behavior. A second ago, they were still worrying about the jade pendant. The next second, Lin Dong smashed the BMW to pieces. No one could react to this sudden change. Asshole! Lin Xiangqin was also very angry. The old face turned green, his eyes widened, and the hand holding the dragon head cane was shaking. I never expected that this kid would be so cruel. If they disagree with each other, they will smash the car. Third brother, this is the good son you gave birth to. Rebid Yu Song. Rebid you son. Lin Xiangqian's face was filled with embarrassment, and he habitually wanted to admit his mistake and apologize. However, when he thought about how his aunt and her family had deliberately broken the jade pendant that Lin Dong had given to Li Xiuqin, he gritted his teeth and rarely bowed to the old man. Seeing this, Lin Chongqing became even more furious and gritted his teeth. Okay, the wings are hardened. Just continue to spoil Lin Dong. This unworthy descendant will end up in jail sooner or later. Among the crowd, the families of Lin Xiangwu and Lin Yinyin didn't say much, although they were also quite shocked by Lin Dong's actions. However, it is more of a case of not caring about it and keeping a distance from it. Even there's a bit of gloating. Anyway, it was Lin Xiaolong's car that was smashed, and the loss was to the boss's family. What does it have to do with them? If there is any compensation, it should be paid by Lin Dong. Each family member has his own ulterior motives. Facing Lin Xiangwen's family and the old man's accusations and abuse, Lin Dong remained calm and threw the axe to the ground. I was the one who smashed the car. What? Do you have any objections? You were the ones who broke my mother's jade pendant first. This car is the interest on your compensation. I didn't ask you to pay the original price for the damages. I was showing mercy because of my father. If you don't agree, go ahead and sue me. Hearing Lin Dong's extremely outrageous remarks, his uncle Lin Xiangwen almost got irritated enough to get a cerebral hemorrhage, and his hands were shaking as he pointed at him. Lin Dong, isn't it just a broken jade pendant? Are you really going to smash Xiaolong's car? You tell me how much it is. At worst, we'll compensate you and buy you another one. When my aunt heard this, she was also unyielding. He cried and sobbed and acted pitifully in front of Lin Chongqing. Look, old man, this is the good son that the third son has taught. We worked hard from dawn to dusk and finally earned some money to buy a car. But this guy smashed it without saying a word. Will you let me live? You must decide for us. Soon, Lin Xiaolong followed suit. Grandpa, it's my car. I want Lin Dong to compensate for my car. Woo-woo. Seeing everyone making a big fuss, Lin Chongqing became upset. He also deeply hated Lin Dong, this unfilial descendant. He already hated his third son, Lin Xiangqian, and now he hated him even more. Third brother. Lin Xiangqian's name was called, and he had to stand up. However, this time, he did not shrink back and wilted like before. Instead, he straightened his back, looking as if he was going to support his son and wife. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but look at him with admiration. I never thought that one day I would be able to see my father being so tough. However, Lin Chongqing still favored his eldest son and grandson and immediately started scolding them angrily. Third brother, it's your son who caused this trouble. You are the father, so you decide what to do. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Lin Xiangqian. Lin Xiangwen's family was even more angry. In their opinion, the third brother's family could only be bullied by them. They never expected that he would be so bold as to smash their car. It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiangqian struggled with his mind and said calmly, Dad, just do as big brother says. My sister-in-law broke the jade pendant that Xiaodong gave to Xiuqin. As long as she pays the original price, I will also take out more than 200,000 yuan to buy you a new car. Chapter 141, Blackmail. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen sneered, his face full of disdain. You're also going to buy us a new car? Can your family afford that much money? More than 200,000 yuan. Even if you sell that shabby house in your county town, it's not worth that much money, right? You're just bragging and you can't pay taxes. Who would believe you? At this moment, Airbo Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but interrupt and pretended to be a peacemaker. Third brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's just a jade pendant. Why is your son so angry? How about this? You ask Lin Dong to apologize to Xiaolong and count out to Big Brother to admit his fault, and then this matter will be over. The less money you lose, the better. Brother, what do you think? At first glance, this makes some sense. However, if you think about it carefully, you can tell that Lin Xiangwu is just trying to stir up trouble and add fuel to the fire. It would be better to take Lin Dong's life than to make him kowtow in anger. Sure enough, upon hearing his second uncle's hypocritical attempt to smooth things over, Lin Dong sneered. The look he gave him was also full of sharpness. Originally, for the sake of his father's face, he didn't want to break up with him. Unfortunately, these relatives are all wicked and ruthless and are good for nothing. He was even forced to kneel down. In that case, don't blame him for turning against you. Okay, I think what second uncle said is right. Lin Dong said with a half smile. Dad, why don't you agree to them? What? Lin Xiangqian was stunned for a moment. When did my son become so easy to talk to? Didn't you want to fight and kill just now? At this moment, Lin Xiangqian suddenly discovered that Lin Dong was winking at him frantically. He immediately came to his senses and nodded. Okay, let's do as second brother says. But I still say that we must compensate for our jade pendant first. Otherwise, don't even think about asking us to apologize. Hearing this, a hint of resentment flashed in Lin Xiangwen's eyes. However, it is more of a kind of contempt. How much can a broken jade pendant be worth? How can it possibly compare to a brand new BMW? It seems that your son has to kneel down and kowtow to me today. Okay, that's it. How much is your jade pendant? Tell me. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dong. In their opinion, the jade pendant worn by Li Xiuqin was a bit too exquisite. However, it is not expensive enough to be compared with BMW. At most, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars. Even if the compensation is the original price, the boss's family will still make a profit. Looking at Lin Xiaolong again, when he heard that Lin Dong was going to buy him a new car, his face, which had just drooped, instantly brightened up. Once the new car arrives, he will send it to the auto repair shop, spend some money on a major overhaul, and then sell it, earning another income. With this calculation, he not only did not lose money, but also made money. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't speak in a hurry, the aunt couldn't help but urge him. Lin Dong, don't keep us in suspense. Tell me how much it is. Why are you dithering? Lin Dong shook his head and said calmly, I'm just afraid that if I tell you, you won't be able to accept it. When everyone heard this, they all sneered. Lin Xiangwen sneered even more. Lin Dong, I think you've messed up your brain by working in a big city. We still can't accept it. There's no one here who isn't richer than you poor bastards. Hearing this, the people from the eldest and second eldest families straightened their backs, not to mention how proud they were. Seeing how confident they were, Lin Dong smiled gently and without hesitation. He slowly took out an invoice from his pocket. Uncle, please look carefully at how much money is written on it. Here you go, you pretender. Lin Xiangwen snatched it directly from Lin Dong's hand and curled his lips. The next moment, when he saw the numbers clearly, he was stunned. Two. Lin Xiaolong and his aunt were stunned for a moment. When did the kid's father develop a stuttering problem? Dad, 20,000? Lin Xiangwen shook his head, still looking stunned. The aunt's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Li Xiuqin didn't lie to herself? Is that jade pendant really as big as a BMW? 200,000. Lin Xiangwen shook his head like a rattle. Then, his chin trembled, and he recited a string of numbers tremblingly. 22 million. What? In an instant, everyone held their breath and stood there like a fool. Lin Xiaolong and his aunt's pupils shrank, and they felt like their heads were about to explode. In any case, no one expected it to be such an astronomical figure. My dear, are you confused? Did you see it wrong? How could it be more than 20 million? Yes, Dad, take a closer look. The family of three was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, panicking and at a loss. Looking at the others, they were also looking at each other in disbelief. Go forward, I feel a little dizzy. Li Xiuqin's heart beat faster, and she couldn't catch her breath. She almost fainted. Fortunately, Lin Xiangqian hugged him. After recovering, Li Xiuqin looked at Lin Dong with some resentment. Xiaodong, didn't you tell Mom that this jade pendant is worth at most 200,000 yuan? Ow, how did it become 20 million? If Mom had known this thing was so expensive, she wouldn't have worn it out. She would have bought a safe and stored it there. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Because he knew Li Xiuqin's character well, he deliberately concealed the number for fear of scaring the whole family into having a heart attack. Okay, Mom, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Dong comforted Li Xiuqin and turned to look at his uncle's family, who were in a panic. Uncle, Aunt, now you can compensate me for the original price of my jade pendant, right? Just now, someone seemed to say that they wanted to buy an identical one for my mom. Exactly the same? Is it possible? Even if we sell the Lin family orchard, we won't be able to get so much money. At this moment, Lin Xiangwu next to him suddenly started shouting. Boss, don't be afraid. He said more than 20 million. So it's more than 20 million? I think this invoice looks fake. I've never heard of Tianhai Xingyao Group. Who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen was stunned for a moment. Then my eyes lit up. The second brother is right. I almost got fooled by that little bastard Lin Dong. Isn't it just a broken invoice? It must be fake. Damn, I almost got tricked by you. Lindong, is your family so poor now? You are actually blackmailing me. Moreover, he specifically blackmails his own people. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? After Lin Xiangwen said this, the situation changed again. The eldest aunt gradually came to her senses and was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. How dare you, Lindong, play tricks on me? Hurry up and compensate us with a new car, otherwise this matter will not end. For a time, the eldest brother's family once again had the upper hand. Standing on the moral high ground, they accused Lin Dong of having bad intentions and blackmailing their family. Lin Changqing was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. On the joyous day of his 80th birthday, the third brother's family behaved in such a way. It is such a misfortune for our family and such a laughing stock. Chapter 142, Sky High Compensation. Old third, are you going to pay the money or not? Speak frankly, or we'll call the police. My aunt put her hands on her hips and shouted wildly. Lin Dong remained calm, folding his arms and nodding frequently. The look on his face clearly showed that he thought they were a joke. Yes, you are all right. Call the police immediately. I want to see who they arrest first when they arrive. Isn't it just a broken BMW? Over 200,000 yuan. I could just transfer the money to you. But more than 20 million is enough to send your whole family to jail. I'm not exaggerating. You can try it. Seeing Lin Dong's calm and composed look, Lin Xiangwen felt a little uneasy. As the owner of the Lin family orchard, he deals with things like invoices and official seals every day. How can you not see that this invoice couldn't be more authentic? I have never heard of the name Xingyao Group. Lin Dong, if you have the guts, keep going. I want to see how long you can keep going. The aunt held her waist with her hands, looking like a village woman quarreling on the street. Lin Xiangwu, Lin Xiaolong, and others were waving flags and cheering on the side. It seemed as if Lin Xiangxian and his family were outsiders, and their surname was not Lin at all. Seeing his parents being implicated and becoming the target of public criticism, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Uncle, if you think it's fake, you can call and check it now. Anyway, the number on the invoice is clearly written. Lin Xiangwen tightly grasped the invoice, feeling a little numb on his scalp. Now, he can basically confirm that Lin Dong's invoice is absolutely authentic. Otherwise, Lin Dong would never be so confident. Once he really calls the police, it is conceivable that the people who go in will definitely be his family. Husband, say something. Seeing that Lin Xiangwen was slow to act, the aunt couldn't help but feel anxious. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiangwen actually made an incomprehensible move. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and stuffed the invoice into it. After swallowing a few times, he swallowed it directly into his stomach. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then a bold idea popped into my mind. Could it be that this jade pendant is really worth more than 20 million? Oh, you want to destroy the evidence so that there will be no evidence against you. Lin Dong smiled faintly, not looking anxious at all. It was as if he had already guessed that Lin Xiangwen would resort to underhanded tactics. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you swallow the invoice? Lin Xiaolong was stunned and hadn't realized what was going on. The next moment, the aunt quickly covered his mouth with an unsightly look on her face. Stop talking. Lin Xiangwen was so anxious that his face turned red and he blinked frantically. He did this to destroy the evidence. Without the invoice, no one can prove the true value of a jade pendant. But this silly son is still asking. What a stupid pig. Could it be that this jade pendant is real? Fuck, more than 20 million. The third brother's family has made a fortune. That's what I said. That jade pendant looks so high-end and classy. How could it be worth only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan? Fortunately, the boss was smart and ate the invoice. Everyone was talking in low voices. I was shocked by Lin Dong's generosity. Buying a jade pendant is actually worth more than 20 million. Doesn't this mean that their family assets are at least hundreds of millions? Haha, that's pretty impressive, uncle. You even know how to destroy evidence. I underestimated you. Lin Dong gave Lin Xiangwen a thumbs up. But no matter how you look at it, it seems to be a mockery of him. Lin Xiangwen's face was flushed red, like a monkey's butt. But not a single word came out. He was really scared. On the contrary, it was my aunt who wanted to say something stubborn when she saw that the invoice was gone. Okay, Lin Dong, isn't it just a car? Just smash it. We are all family. It's no big deal. We won't ask you for compensation. Let's just let this matter pass. The aunt waved her hand, trying to make a big thing a small thing. After all, more than 20 million is totally beyond their reach, even if they sold everything. Just when everyone thought that the invoice was gone and Lin Dong was at his wit's end, Lin Dong suddenly sneered and shook his head. What a pity, uncle, because this invoice is too valuable. So I printed several copies in color in advance. Why just gave you as a photocopy? Sorry, this is the real one. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong took out a brand new invoice from his pocket. Both the handwriting and the official seal are clearer than the one just now. You can tell it's true at first glance. At this time, Lin Xiaolong finally reacted and tried to grab it quickly. However, how could Lin Dong let him do as he wished? Lift your foot instantly. Bang! After a loud bang, Lin Xiaolong flew backwards and fell into the BMW window, his body covered with broken glass. Ouch! It hurts so much. Damn, Mom! Lin Xiaolong screamed in pain. However, Lin Xiangwen and his aunt did not dare to move. Their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. As things developed to this point, Lin Chongqing gradually realized what was going on. This jade pendant might be real. I never expected that the third brother's family would really stand up. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Chongqing felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Because the family he least favored was Lin Xiangqian's family. Especially Lin Dong, this unfilial descendant. Now that he's doing so well, isn't that just a slap in his face? Ahem. Dad, are you okay? Seeing the old man suddenly coughing, Lin Xiangwu hurriedly and carefully supported him. Then, he looked at Lin Xiangqian with some complaints. Third brother, is it not enough for me to beg you? Please be gracious and let my eldest brother go. Do you really want to see this family break up? Or, you'd be happy if you could piss our dad off to death. Lin Dong smiled. I didn't expect Lin Xiangwu to use such a trick. Morally blackmailing yourself? He was overthinking it. Uncle, didn't you just tell me to kowtow and apologize? Why am I the one who is angry with Grandpa now? I lost so much money, it became my problem, huh? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu's face suddenly turned the color of liver. For a moment, the situation completely turned to Lin Dong's side. As long as he has the invoice in hand, he has the initiative. He can do whatever he wants to Lin Xiangwen's family. It all depends on his wishes. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin have seen through the true colors of these relatives. They stand firmly on Lin Dong's side and support their son in all his decisions. Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong was going to fight to the death. But then again, we are relatives after all. For the sake of Grandpa's 80th birthday, let's put this matter aside for now. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen was delighted. Lin Dong is so easy to talk to? Or maybe Lin Chongqing is really influential. Unexpectedly, the family's happiness didn't last long before their faces turned dark again. However, compensation must still be paid. Just wait until the birthday party is over. Dad, what do you think? Chapter 143, Birthday Gift. Huh? Lin Xiangqian was stunned for a moment. However, since Lin Dong has said so, let's do it. Okay, that's it for now. Let's continue celebrating the old man's birthday. Lin Dong waved and walked into the old house. He looked so relaxed and at ease, as if he was the head of the family. Lin Xiangwen's face turned red and white, and he regretted it so much. Just now, if he had let Lin Dong smash the BMW and not care about it, maybe Lin Dong would not have turned against him. Now, I'm inexplicably burdened with a debt of more than 20 million yuan. When will this be paid back? Lin Xiaolong, you bastard, why don't you get out of here right now? Seeing that Lin Xiaolong was still pretending to be dead, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but curse. Okay, husband, stop scolding the child. And you, bang. Just as the aunt was about to persuade Lin Xiangwen, a slap hit her in the face the next second. He slapped her face until it turned red. If it weren't for your vanity, your jealousy of others, and your insistence on breaking the jade pendant would have caused such a fuss. What a jinx. He only knows how to cause trouble. After Lin Xiangwen finished cursing, he stormed into the old house without looking back. The aunt and Lin Xiaolong wanted to cry, but they didn't dare to. All of this is indeed their own fault. Soon, everyone returned to the table. However, the atmosphere at the table was completely different from before. Lin Xiangwen's family, who had just been showing off their arrogance and looking down on everyone, now looked downcast and dejected and behaved themselves in a low profile. Lin Xiangwu's family is in much the same situation. He lowered his head and dare not breathe. Now, they finally know who the real rich man is. Only Lin Yinyan and Su Xuebing remain the same. If it's none of your business, Just ignore it. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly spoke with a smile. Eat, why don't you guys eat? If it gets cold, you won't be able to eat it. Seeing everyone's expressions as if they had eaten fly shit, Lin Dong felt so happy. In the past, they were the only ones who bullied their own family. Now, the situation is finally reversed. Okay, this matter ends here. Lin Dong, stop talking. Lin Chongqing knocked on the table with a sullen face and looked impatiently at the strange and erratic Lin Dong. Then, he looked at his second son, Lin Xiangwu. Second brother, don't you have something to say? Hurry up. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xiangwu. Don't be fooled by the one in Lin Xiangwen's name. In fact, he is a big and strong man with an arrogant and domineering attitude. On the contrary, Lin Xiangwu, whose name contains the Wu, always smiles but hides a dagger and has a lot of bad intentions. Oh, look at my stupid brain. I almost forgot. Lin Xiangwu slapped his head violently, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Xiaohu, it's your grandfather's 80th birthday. Why don't you quickly bring up the birthday gifts our family has prepared? Oh. Lin Xiaohu quickly stood up and ran to a pile of gifts to search for a while. Then, he carefully brought out a gift box as big as a wash basin. When everyone saw this, they immediately understood. Now it's time to present birthday gifts. Grandpa, I wish you everlasting green mountains, everlasting clear waters, blessings as vast as the East Sea, and a long life as great as the southern mountains. After Lin Xiaohu finished speaking, he opened the gift box respectfully. There was a jade peach inside. From the flesh to the branches and leaves, the carvings are lifelike and vivid. On the surface, there is also the warm luster unique to jade. Just one look at it makes people feel refreshed. Okay. Lin Chongqing said 3 good words in a row. While leaning on a dragon-headed cane, he gently stroked the big birthday peach, his eyes smiling like crescent moons. When Lin Xiangwu saw this, he was delighted, knowing that this was the right gift. This big birthday peach perfectly meets the old man's expectations. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to live 100 years and get younger as time goes by? Second brother, you are thoughtful. Such a full, round, and uniquely shaped jade carving must have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Dad, it's so polite of you to say that. I don't feel bad about spending money on you. It's not expensive, only 180,000. 180,000? Hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but gasp. In order to please Mr. Lin and fight for the family property, Lin Xiangwu really spent a lot of money. The BMW that Lin Xiaolong bought only cost about 200,000 yuan. He bought a birthday peach and almost caught up. It is equivalent to giving the old man a car for transportation. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Chongqing smiled and was overjoyed. The second brother is thoughtful. Xiaohu, learn more from your father in the future. In the future, our Lin family will depend on you young people. Hearing this, Lin Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Grandpa. After saying this, he quickly knelt down, kowtowed, and expressed his gratitude. Seeing this, Lin Xiangwen's face turned pale and he snorted coldly. Fortunately, he was not unprepared. Xiaolong, hurry up and bring up the birthday gift our family prepared. Be careful, don't bump into anything else. As he said this, Lin Xiangwen glanced at his aunt. The aunt lowered her head guiltily and dared not to show any more power. Soon, Lin Xiaolong brought up a gorgeous box. Under Lin Chongqing's expectant gaze, it slowly opened. Swish! The moment the box was opened, a golden light leaked out, almost blinding everyone's eyes. Lin Xiaolong took the things out carefully. Everyone could see clearly then that it was actually a galloping horse with its head held high, neighing and running at full speed. The shape is vigorous and exquisite, and the appearance is extraordinary and majestic. The surface is plated with a layer of gold and is worth 130,000 or 140,000 yuan. It can completely compare with the Jade Longevity Peach given by Lin Xiangwu. No wonder Lin Xiangwen is so confident. It turned out that it was a huge investment. It's actually an imitation of the horse stepping on Flying Swallow. The galloping horse's 3 legs are in the air, and 1 leg is flying over a flying bird. It is truly exquisite. Just then, someone in the corner suddenly spoke with surprise in his tone. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Lin Yinyan's husband, Su Shiwebing. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he was shaking his head. Lin Xiangwen heard this and laughed. Haha, my brother-in-law is indeed a professor. He can see it at a glance. Yes, It is an imitation of the horse stepping on flying swallow. Dad, what do you think? Lin Chongqing stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. That's fine. I'll take the stuff. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was also hoping to get a bigger share of the family property. Now we have to coax the old man well. Next, Lin Yinyin and Su Shuebing also took out the birthday gifts they had prepared. Both of them work in big cities and have high-paying jobs, so naturally the gifts they give won't be bad. It is a high-end massage chair imported from abroad, which costs at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Sit on it, get a massage from head to toe, and feel relaxed all over. Finally, Lin Dong's family was the only ones who had not brought out the birthday gift. Lin Xiangwu smiled coldly, crossed his arms and said, "Third brother, what good things have you prepared for Dad? It can't be just those health supplements." "Yes, your jade pendant costs more than 20 million. The gift for our dad must cost several hundred million, right?" Second aunt spoke with a smile. There's something sarcastic in everything he says. Chapter 144 worth 70 million. Are you kidding? Lin Xiangxian couldn't sit still any longer, so he pushed Lin Dong's shoulder and urged, "Son, where's the birthday gift you prepared? Take it out quickly." "Yeah, everyone is waiting." Lin Dong didn't look panicked at all. "Don't be impatient. Good things should be saved for last." Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu's expressions froze. Lin Dong's meaning clearly stated that what he prepared was the best. "Lin Dong, stop being so slick and mysterious here. Are you afraid to show good things to others? I see. Your family hasn't prepared any gifts yet. Are you planning to buy some now?" Lin Xiangwu sneered and spoke with a look of disdain. The second aunt was equally unwilling to be outdone and kept shaking her head. "As the father is, so the son will be. I see. This kid is full of nonsense, and every word he says is the truth." Lin Dong smiled contemptuously. Talking to a deaf person is like playing the lute to a cow. There's really nothing to talk about with these ignorant country bumpkins. Unexpectedly, Lin Chongqing believed their words and knocked the dragon head stick in his hand. "Lin Dong, if your family doesn't prepare any gifts, then forget it. I'm just an old man. I don't need that little bit of stuff." Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, knowing that the old man was getting impatient. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll get it right away. You'll have to take a good look at it in a moment." "Oh, a man without hair on his lips cannot do anything reliable. If I didn't know, I would have thought you had moved the items out of the palace. What a good pretender." Second aunt found an opportunity and started to make sarcastic remarks again. Lin Dong turned a deaf ear to her sarcasm, treating it as the barking of wild dogs in the village, and strode out the door. Soon, he came in holding an exquisite and gorgeous gift box. The exterior is inlaid with various gemstones and pearls, making it look extremely luxurious. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become very curious. "What's inside the box?" Lin Xiangwu frowned subconsciously. Why did he feel that Lin Dong's gift box alone was almost as good as the Jade Longevity Peach he had given? "Okay, Lin Dong, stop keeping us in suspense. If you have any treasures, take them out and let everyone see them. I don't know who he learned these bad habits from." Lin Chongqing knocked the dragon head stick in his hand and urged. Lin Dong was not angry either. He sneered in his heart and opened the gift box. Then he took out the half-person-high blue and white porcelain and placed it in front of Lin Chongqing. The glaze of this large blue and white porcelain jade vase is as smooth as jade, and the body of the vase is blue and white. A magical water dragon stretches out its claws from the clouds, as if looking down on the world. The patterns are delicately depicted and lifelike. It is truly a rare treasure. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and their heartbeats slowed down. Lin Chongqing's eyes widened as well, and he moved forward. As the saying goes, the more a person lacks something, the more he shows off. He is a person who likes to show off his culture and collect antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. "Good stuff, really good stuff," Su Shuebing blurted out. This is what he does as a researcher at the museum. It is obvious at first glance that this large vase with water dragon pattern is very extraordinary. But soon, he frowned again and muttered to himself in confusion. "Strange, this piece of blue and white porcelain looks like something that was auctioned at a charity dinner a week ago. I think its full name is something." Before Su Shuebing could figure it out, someone took over the conversation for him. "A large vase with blue and white sea dragon pattern." "Yes, that's the name." Su Shuebing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, he looked in the direction of the sound. The person who spoke was Lin Dong. The two of them sang in unison and soon attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xiangwu asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, what did you just say about auction? That must be a lot of money, right?" Of course. The charity dinner was very high profile, and the starting price of the cheapest auction item was 10 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. He stared at the large bottle with water dragon pattern, his face full of disbelief. The cheapest one costs more than 10 million? How is that possible? Brother-in-law, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Are you sure this vase is real? Don't let someone fool you. Lin Xiangwu spoke up to remind him. Second aunt also echoed. Yes, yes, yes. Yin Yin, please let your brother-in-law take a good look at you. I heard that antiques are very tricky things, and the counterfeiting methods are very sophisticated. After hearing this, Su Xuebing was a little undecided. Although he was an associate professor at the museum, he had never come into close contact with such precious antiques. If you want to confirm the authenticity, I'm afraid you'll need to use professional equipment. Seeing Su Xuebing's hesitant expression, Lin Chongqing, who had been overjoyed a second ago, frowned instantly. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Don't doubt it. This thing is real. It's the one at the charity dinner, 70 million. But it didn't cost me any money. Someone gave it to me. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the image of Qi Wenshuan, whose nose and mouth were crooked because of him, emerged in his mind. The other side, when everyone heard Lin Dong's words, they were shocked and couldn't believe it at all. Before, the Phoenix Jade pendant worth more than 20 million had already made them suspicious. Now, here comes another big vase worth 70 million. Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? Puff! Lin Xiangwu couldn't hold it in anymore and was the first to laugh out loud. Then, the others also burst into laughter and looked at Lin Dong with disdain. I seriously doubt whether he has lost his mind. Lin Dong, it's not second uncle who is talking about you. Before, you made a fake invoice to fool Big Brother and the others. That's all. Now, you're actually boasting that this thing is worth 70 million. Besides, it was given to you by someone else. What people owe you is what you deserve. Are you confused after sleeping? Otherwise, why are you talking nonsense? The second aunt was also merciless and said sarcastically, Third brother and a sister-in-law, you really should find a hospital for Lin Dong to see a doctor. Does he have no concept of money? My boss and I have been running that orchard for more than 10 years and have finally made millions. He's so good. He keeps talking about tens of millions. Isn't he afraid of getting his tongue blown away by the wind? Haha. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the Lin Dong family is like looking at three clowns. Lin Xiangqian was originally an honest man. Being questioned by everyone, he suddenly blushed and was speechless. Li Xiuqin was also a little shaken. If Lin Dong said that this big vase was worth more than 700,000 yuan, she could still accept it. More than 70 million was really beyond her understanding. Even in a dream, I wouldn't dare to be so bold. Chapter 145, it was smashed. At this time, the smile on Lin Chongqing's face gradually disappeared. Instead, there was coldness and anger. Nonsense. Lin Dong, who do you think I am? A 3-year-old child? How dare you fool me with something like this? You're trying to make fun of me. You and your family, get out of here, get out of the Lin family, and never come back. Following Lin Chongqing's roar, the entire Lin family's old house shook 3 times. Lin Xiangwu hid aside with a gloating look on his face. Lin Xiangwen and his family lowered their heads, trying hard not to laugh. At this critical juncture, anyone who dares to stand up for Lin Dong will surely suffer the consequences. However, facing the furious old man, Lin Dong was not at all panicked. Then, he said calmly, Grandpa, I didn't lie to you. This thing is real. Don't you want to listen to other people's nonsense? Hearing this, Lin Chongqing was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked. Boy, it's okay for you to buy a fake. Now, he even dares to say that this thing is real. Do you think that his eyesight is blurry and his mind is not smart enough? He also said that Lin Xiangwu was talking nonsense. Don't I know who is talking nonsense? Lin Dong. How can you talk to Grandpa like that? It's a fake, so it's a fake. No one will laugh at you. But you insist on saying it's real. You're really trying too hard to be real, kid. Yeah, it's not enough to cheat the eldest brother's family. Now you want to cheat the old man again. Do you really think that everyone in our family is stupid and you can bully them at will? Grandpa, such an unfilial descendant is not worthy of the surname Lin. Everyone spoke one after another and directly defined Lin Dong's character. They even wanted to deprive him of his identity as a member of the Lin family. After hearing this, Lin Xiangxian and his wife couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. Dad, that's not what I meant. No matter how much this thing is worth, it is a token of Xiaodong's love. Didn't you just praise this thing for being beautiful? Lin Xiangxian spoke earnestly, saying that he didn't want the relationship between the grandfather and grandson to become too strained. Unexpectedly, it would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Lin Chongqing suddenly remembered that he had been fooled by Lin Dong and was still cheering there. He immediately got so angry that his face turned red. You bastard. He is a shameless grandson, and you, as his father, are actually protecting him. I shouldn't have raised you. Instead of learning good things, you learn a lot of bad habits. Of my 3 sons, you are the most useless. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu straightened their backs unconsciously. Lin Xiangqian's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of my father, I am just a loser. Grandpa, are you going too far by saying this? Why do you say my dad is not as good as my uncle? Besides, don't you know why my dad can't make money? Lin Dong spoke in a deep voice, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Lin Chongqing was stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually dared to talk back. Although he is indeed biased, he secretly divided the more than 20 acres of land that should have belonged to Lin Xiangqian between the eldest and second sons. Lin Chongqing's face turned pale, and he was choked to death by Lin Dong. Subconsciously, I wanted to smash something. Coincidentally, the closest thing to him was the large bottle with water dragon pattern. I told you to talk back. The next moment, Lin Chongqing swung the dragon head crutch violently, and it hit the big bottle with a bang. Crash! In full view of everyone, the large blue and white vase with sea dragon pattern broke into pieces and fell to the ground. What? Lin Dong subconsciously widened his eyes and his heartbeat slowed down. I didn't expect Lin Chongqing to be so ruthless. An antique worth 70 million was smashed by him. Moreover, it is the kind that cannot be repaired. When Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu saw this scene, they immediately smiled and tried hard to hold back their laughter. They wished that Lin Chongqing hated the third brother's family to the core. Now, the old man smashed the birthday gift Lin Dong gave him in front of him, which was considered to be a statement of his position. This family relationship has been completely severed. After the old man passes away, not a single cent of the Lin family's property will be given to Lin Xiangqian. It is even more impossible for Lin Yinyan, a married woman. In the end, aren't they all brothers? Dad, calm down. It's not worth getting mad at a few bastards. That's right, it's a fake, just smash it. I'll ask Xiang Wu to buy you a real one later. Third brother, why don't you quickly ask Lin Dong to come over here and kowtow to apologize? Did you make our dad sick? I won't forgive you. For a time, people criticized it. Lin Xiangqian was in a difficult position, and Li Xiuqin was even more restless. Although, before, they had a bad relationship with the Lin family. However, it is far from being a conflict. Given the current situation, I'm afraid that in the best-case scenario, I'll be kicked out by the old man. From now on, we will never contact each other again until we die. Papa, when the old house was in chaos, someone suddenly applauded. Lin Dong's face was full of helplessness, and he sighed. Some people are really frogs in a well. An antique worth 70 million yuan, if well preserved, can become a family heirloom. Now it's been smashed. If our ancestors knew about this, they would definitely scold you, the unworthy descendants, to death. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Lin Dong in great shock. This kid is a little too arrogant. Isn't he afraid of being kicked out of the house? Lin Chongqing was so angry that he pointed his finger at Lin Dong and almost suffocated. At this moment, Su Shuabing bent down, picked up a piece of blue and white porcelain fragment from the ground, took out a magnifying glass from his arms, and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he stood up in shock. Wow, this thing is real. It's really a large vase with a water dragon pattern from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. I can conclude that it was the one auctioned at the charity dinner last week. It's a pity that such a fine piece of blue and white porcelain was broken directly. It's more than enough to be a family heirloom. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Only Lin Dong had a blank expression, not surprised at all. 70 million is definitely an astronomical figure for the Lin family, enough to change the fate of everyone. Unfortunately, Some people don't know the value of it. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiangwu didn't dare to accept this fact. He rushed over and grabbed Su Xuebing's shoulders, trembling, and said, "Take a closer look to see if this thing is real." Su Xuebing nodded solemnly without hesitation, holding the fragments of blue and white porcelain, and said with a sense of loss, "I guarantee with my professionalism that it is absolutely true. Moreover, the value is likely to be more than 70 million, because there is no existing royal blue and white porcelain that can compare with it." How is that possible? Lin Xiangwu let go of Su Xuebing's hand, staggered a bit, and looked dazed. Lin Chongqing even tilted his neck back, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Chapter 146. Too Late to Regret. Dad, are you okay? Lin Xiangwu looked flustered and kept shaking Lin Chongqing, who was lying on an armchair and was barely breathing. It was as if the blood he spit out just now had cost him half his life. All this happened because of what Su Xuebing said. This large blue and white vase with sea dragon pattern is real, worth more than 70 million. As a result, such a precious treasure was smashed to pieces by him in a rage. It can be said that it was he who personally cut off the Lin family's hopes of becoming rich overnight and making a big leap forward. How could Lin Chongqing not be angry? How can I not regret it? At this moment, he was regretting his decision to the core. I almost died and went to see the ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin looked at each other. I felt a little happy in my heart. Who made Lin Chongqing think he was smart all his life and suppress and look down on himself in various ways? As a result, among this large family, the one who is doing the best is Lin Dong, the one he despises the most. It was like a slap in the face to him. The other side, seeing the chaotic scene, Lin Dong crossed his arms and said calmly, "Second uncle, isn't it because you keep calling it a fake that Grandpa is so angry? If you hadn't fanned the flames, would he have smashed this antique? I gave Grandpa a birthday gift worth a fortune out of kindness. What's wrong with me? It's you ungrateful bastards who are jumping up and down there. What a pity. There is no regret medicine in this world. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to you, but you can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu couldn't help but blush. At the same time, there's deep regret. He just couldn't stand the third brother's family getting ahead, so he deliberately said the vase was a fake to discredit them. Unexpectedly, the old man had such a bad temper that he smashed things directly. Now it's too late. 70 million, and he can't get a penny. Lin Xiangwu, with a monkey-like red face, stammered, "You little bastard, you've learned bad things outside and don't even respect your elders." Pooh! Before he could finish his words, Lin Dong gave him a look that shot back at him. "Elder, are you worthy? Besides, you and uncle should return our land to us first. You have made so much money from these lands over the years. Have you ever thought about giving a penny to my father?" "A bunch of wicked people. You dare to talk about seniority in front of me. Why don't you just take a piss and look at yourself?" Wow. A group of people stared at Lin Dong with eyes wide open and astonishment on their faces. No one expected that Lin Dong would get so angry here and scold the two brothers Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu. Lin Xiangwu was so shocked that he didn't dare to say a word and almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Moreover, no matter how hard I scratched my head, I couldn't think of anything to say in response. Besides, Lin Xiangwen was also on pins and needles. He also had a share in occupying Lin Dong's family's land. Now that Lin Dong has become successful, I wonder if he will take revenge on them. Yin Yin. At this moment, a weak voice came from the armchair. Lin Yin Yin raised her eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, you're awake. Stop arguing and come and take a look." When everyone heard that Lin Chongqing had woken up, they ignored the quarrel between Lin Xiangwu and Lin Dong and hurried over. "Call." With the help of Lin Yin Yin, Lin Chongqing slowly sat up. He stared at the debris on the ground with numb eyes, his face filled with tears of regret, and his heart ached. "Oh, I really don't know how to appreciate gold and jade, and I have to be so greedy. What a wonderful thing. I broke it. Well." Lin Chongqing held his head, feeling very upset and sad. It's no less serious than when my wife died. That's called beating one's chest and stamping one's feet. Seeing this, everyone was also dejected. Lin Xiangwu. Suddenly, Lin Chongqing called out a name. The latter shuddered and straightened his body. "Dad, come here and kneel down." A second ago, Lin Chongqing was still dying. A second later, he suddenly seemed to have a last burst of energy and shouted out with full energy. Lin Xiangwu's face flushed red. But there is nothing we can do. Thump. He could only kneel down in front of Lin Chongqing in front of everyone, with a frustrated look on his face, as if he was waiting for his punishment. The next moment, Lin Chongqing raised the dragon head cane and dropped it heavily. Bang! The stick hit Lin Xiangwu's shoulder directly, leaving a bright red blood mark. Dad, what are you doing? Second aunt was startled and subconsciously wanted to come over. Lin Chongqing turned around and started cursing. Shut up, you jinx! If you two hadn't been here to add fuel to the fire, there's no way I could have smashed that treasure. 70 million. That's 70 million. Can you afford the compensation? Hearing this, the second aunt lowered her head guiltily. She knew that this matter was indeed her fault. However, she did not expect that the old man would really get angry. All along, Lin Chongqing only treated the two brothers Wen and Wu as his sons. If there is anything good, I will only think of them. Today, however, things have completely turned against each other. And you, boss, hurry up and return all the money and land you owe to the third family over the years. What? Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu looked up in disbelief. I never expected that the old man would make this decision. Wouldn't they lose a lot of money in that case? What? Is it that my words are useless? Lin Chongqing glared at the two men fiercely, wishing he could hang them up and beat them up. These two stupid sons are really stupid. First, it was a jade pendant worth 20 million, then an antique worth 70 million. Can't they see that Lin Dong is no longer the same person he was before, and is worth at least hundreds of millions? As long as they repair their relationship with Lin Dong, great wealth will be waiting for them. If Lin Dong could just give them a little advantage, they would make a fortune. Beside him, Lin Dong sneered. He knew Lin Chongqing's wishful thinking very well. However, this matter still depends on Lin Xiangqing's intention. How should I get along with these relatives in the future? Will I still visit them? Dad, what do you think? Lin Dong looked at Lin Xiangqian and asked for his opinion. Lin Xiangqian took 2 steps forward without hesitation and said to Lin Chongqing, "Thank you for your kindness, Dad. But now I don't need those pieces of land anymore. I have my own job." Lin Chongqing was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiangqian would answer like this. What kind of job can make more money than an orchard that earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? When the brothers Wen and Wu heard this, they habitually started to sneer. Third brother, are you confused? Dad is giving you money now. That is, what kind of work do you do that makes more money than the orchard? Chapter 147, Disrespect for Relatives. Lin Xiangqian didn't even look at them and said calmly, "A few days ago, Xiaodong bought a 4-star hotel in a county town, and I am now the general manager of the hotel. This is my business card." 4-star hotel? General manager? Hearing these words, the two brothers Wen and Wu were dumbfounded. The others looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. Take a closer look. Not to mention, Lin Xiangqian really looks like a big boss in this outfit. However, in everyone's inherent perception, Lin Xiangqian is just a hopeless person. The last time we had a family gathering, he was still working in a factory. How did you suddenly become the general manager of a 4-star hotel? Third brother, there were some things that Dad did wrong in the past. But you don't have to lie to me. How come I didn't know you were the general manager? There was no movement at all. Lin Chongqing shook his head. I totally don't believe that what Lin Xiangqian said is true. The next moment, the two brothers Wen and Wu also followed suit and echoed. Third brother, could your family be doing some illegal business? Otherwise, how could you make so much money all of a sudden? Yeah, first it was a jade pendant worth 10 or 20 million, and then it was an antique worth 70 or 80 million. Why does it sound so weird? Although we don't earn much from running an orchard, at least we are honest and abide by the law. Unlike you, money comes just like the wind. Who believes that money is serious? Hearing this, everyone nodded. The third brother's family must have done something illegal or criminal to make so much money in such a short period of time. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Hearing everyone's doubts, Lin Xiangqian and Li Xiuqin subconsciously looked at Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong had explained to them before that he had opened several nightclubs in Tianhai, and that business was booming with a monthly revenue of nearly $1 million. However, there is a crucial issue. Where does he get the money? Half a year ago, he was just an ordinary office worker. It seems like you guys don't believe it? Well, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance to make money. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Lin Dong smiled coldly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. An opportunity to make money? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Dong meant. Just then, Lin Dong took out a stack of gold-stamped business cards from his pocket. It's thick, with at least hundreds of pages. There were a few large characters written on the top panel. General Manager of Lihua Hotel, Lin Xiangxian. There's also a business card, which appears to be real. I thought the third brother was talking nonsense. The two brothers Wen and Wu widened their eyes and confirmed it carefully. Both the address and contact information above are real. In other words, Lin Xiangxian, this country bumpkin, actually transformed himself and became the general manager of a 4-star hotel. Suddenly, their eyes turned red and their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Never mind whether the money comes from a legitimate source or not. At least, they earned the money and enjoyed it. One Lihua hotel is equivalent to dozens of Lin family orchards. No wonder Lin Xiangxian didn't care at all about the 20 acres of land promised by Lin Chongqing. Now, he has no shortage of money at all. Oh, so what if he's the general manager? It's none of our business. That's right. Even if your father is really some shitty general manager, it's not your turn to show off here, especially in front of your grandfather. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu looked disdainful. However, Lin Dong took out his business card not to show off. Instead, the focus is on the next few sentences. Uncle, and everyone here listen carefully. I have a total of 100 business cards in my hand. I will throw them out for you to grab. Whoever grabs one, I'll give him 10,000 yuan right away. Transfer it on the spot. I'm a gentleman of Lin Dong. My word is as good as a horse. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and my child will be born without an asshole. What? Hearing this, the two brothers Wen and Wu, who had just looked disdainful, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. The others also clenched their fists and their heartbeats quickened. $10,000 for a business card? Does Lin Dong have money to burn? Or does he want to be a boy who brings wealth? Son, what do you mean by this? Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. It's not that I feel bad about the money. After all, that jade pendant alone is worth more than 20 million. For Lin Dong now, 1 million is nothing. She just didn't understand Lin Dong's intention. Lin Dong smiled casually and said, Mom, isn't today Grandpa's 80th birthday? Since it's a birthday celebration, it should be lively. As a grandson, it's my duty to spend some money to liven up the atmosphere. Anyway, it's just 1 million. Just spend some money. Just 1 million? Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other, their jealousy towards Lin Dong almost reaching the point of gnashing their teeth. This kid is really rich and doesn't treat money as money. It's so hateful. Although they were secretly complaining, their bodies were honest. They squeezed over one by one, staring at the business card in Lin Dong's hand. It looked like a wolf that had been hungry for days and saw a hot, roasted whole lamb. The saliva is flowing. Okay, get ready and start right away. Everyone, you have to catch it. Crash. The next moment, Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved his hand. 100 business cards with Lin Xiangqian's name on them flew out like flowers scattered from heaven. It was scattered all over the place. At first, everyone was a little nervous. Because of face, I was hesitant. It was not until Lin Xiaolong suddenly rushed out and frantically picked up the business cards on the ground that everyone finally couldn't hold back and rushed up, scrambling for them. Mine, this business card is mine. Get out of the way. I got it first. Lin Xiaohu, look carefully. I am your uncle. How dare you snatch it from me? What's wrong with uncle? A business card costs 10,000 yuan. If you grab dozens of them, you could buy a new car. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Who can resist money these days? These people cursed Lin Dong. They rushed to grab the business cards, one faster than the other. Some people even started fighting. In order to compete for the business card, Lin Xiaolong and Lin Xiaohu fought each other. After a while, his head was broken and bleeding. For a moment, the entire Lin family's old house was in chaos and looked like a vegetable market. A few minutes ago, they were in harmony and celebrating the old man's birthday. Now, everyone is so anxious that their faces turn pale and they don't recognize their relatives. These idiots, are they all crazy? Seeing this scene, Lin Chongqing was so angry that he trembled all over. But he couldn't stop it. In front of money, he is nothing. Who will listen to him? Chapter 148 returned to Tianhai. After a while, Lin Xiaohu came over with a flattering look on his face, holding a few incomplete business cards in his hand, and looked at Lin Dong with some trepidation. Cousin, take a look. Can these business cards be exchanged for money? Lin Dong smiled faintly. However, these business cards are damaged. However, once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. He won't regret it. In addition, he also needed a fortune to buy horse bones to make the fire burn more vigorously. Otherwise, there will be no good show to watch. Yes, of course. Second cousin, you grab 5 business cards in total, which is 50,000 yuan. I'll transfer the money to you now, and you can check whether you have received it. Bye. A moment later, Lin Xiaohu indeed received the transfer. Oh my god, I really gave you money. Great. Thank you, Lin Dong. Lin Xiaohu howled like a ghost and was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. Seeing this, the others scrambled even more frantically. Screw you. Get lost. The 2 women, my second aunt and my eldest aunt, fought the most fiercely, pulling each other's hair and scratching each other's faces. After a while, Lin Xiangwen also walked over with his head bowed, holding a few blood-stained business cards in his hand. Looking closely, his clothes were disheveled and there were several nail marks on his face. I don't know who scratched me. Nephew, I was wrong about what happened before. I want to apologize to you and your father. Look, can these business cards be exchanged for money? Seeing Lin Xiangwen being so cautious and humble, Lin Dong felt extremely happy. However, he did not let the other party off easily. Instead, he pretended to be sad and said helplessly, "Oh, it doesn't seem to work. Uncle, the words on your business card are all smudged and I can't recognize them." What? Lin Xiangwen suddenly became anxious. Lin Dong, my good nephew, please be kind and exchange these business cards. I got this with great difficulty. If I can't exchange it for money, wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Xiangwen felt like crying, but had no tears. Until now, his face still felt burning with pain and was covered with bloodstains. If you can't exchange it for money, it would be a waste of time. Lin Dong sighed, pretended to be confused, and looked at the business card again and again. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to change it for you. The words on this business card are no longer legible, and it can't be used anymore. Why don't you ask my dad and my mom? I remember they seem to have a few new business cards. What the hell? And new business cards? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's eyes widened. Afterwards, he rushed to the old couple and begged for mercy again. Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin were easily persuaded and could not resist Lin Xiangwen's pleading. In desperation, I had to take out the only 3 business cards I had left. Good nephew, there are 13 business cards in total. Soon, Lin Xiangwen exchanged 130,000. It has aroused the envy of countless people. Mine. Don't grab it, I saw this business card first. 10 minutes later, the business card grabbing drama finally ended. The lowest amount they received was 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It's no different from picking it up for free. After a while, outside the Lin family's old house, a large group of people escorted Lin Dong and his family out. When they saw the cool Panamera, there was another burst of shouting, especially Lin Xiaolong. Only then did I understand why Lin Dong was so ruthless when he smashed the BMW. It turns out that the other person drives this $1,000,000 luxury car and doesn't even look down on his BMW. Soon, with everyone's farewell, Lin Dong drove the old couple away from Linjia village. By the time they got home, it was already afternoon. Mom and Dad, if these people from my hometown dare to bully you again, you must call me. Lin Dong spoke calmly, but did not forget to say a few words. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiangxian and Li Xiuqin looked helpless and sighed. Son, after what you did today, it's good enough that we don't bully them. Who would dare to mess with us? That's right. You saw it. After you snatched the business card, your uncles rushed to give the orchard to your father, trying to curry favor with him. And Xiaolong and Xiaohu are frantically asking what business you are in. They want to be your driver and assistant. Lin Dong sneered. What were these people doing so far? In the past, when their family was poor, all those so-called relatives wanted to step on them. Now, seeing that he has become rich, he sticks to him like a dogskin plaster. However, Lin Dong was too lazy to care. It's so cheap to get entangled with a bunch of bumpkins. Okay, you two should get some rest. I'm going back to Tianhai. Lin Dong didn't even go upstairs and drove away directly. The reason is very simple. Chu Xiaoxiao just made a phone call. In the past few days, she has contacted dozens of nightclubs and has already negotiated the price. Just waiting for him to come back and make the final decision and sign. Lin Dong was very pleased after hearing this. As expected of a workplace elite, he does things in a vigorous and decisive manner. In just a few days, the work was done successfully. About 3 hours later, Lin Dong returned to Tianhai and went straight to the Blue Enchantress bar. In the end, Chu Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen. After calling to ask, I found out that Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Dafa had gone out to pick up the bosses and would not be here for a while. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Then he staggered outside. At this time, it was about 6 or 7 o'clock. It was not yet the peak hour when the Blue Enchantress bar was busiest, so there were not many people. Lin Dong was bored, so he asked the waiter for a bottle of brandy, found a seat, and had a drink to kill time. Unexpectedly, but hasn't even warmed up yet. I heard the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. When I turned around, I saw a young beauty with a slim figure and charming movements walking towards me, wearing a hot red hip skirt and swinging her long golden hair. Two long, white and slender legs, wearing a pair of Valentino shoes, were completely exposed to the air. Every gesture and movement exudes an alluring charm. She's simply a witch and a goblin. Gurgle. Even though Lin Dong had seen countless women, at this moment, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and felt a little restless inside. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer. As the beauty got closer, Lin Dong could see more and more clearly. However, the blonde beauty was not coming for him. Without even looking at him, she just walked past him in her high heels. Behind her were two burly men, wearing sunglasses and a suit. He looks like a bodyguard. Noticing Lin Dong's direct gaze, he did not say anything to stop him. She just glared at him and followed him. Men all like to look at beautiful women. This kind of gaze happens almost every moment. If they really want to care, they can forget about doing anything else. After a while, the blonde beauty ordered a few bottles of foreign wine, sat in the luxurious booth, and drank by herself. The two bodyguards were very tactful and did not disturb him. They just stood aside with their hands folded. The blonde beauty looked sad, as if she came here to relieve her boredom, and she drank one cup after another. After a while, his cheeks turned red from drinking and he felt a little tipsy. Lin Dong saw all this and couldn't help but feel a little restless. Chapter 149. My appearance fee is very high. Just then, a beautiful singer with a ponytail and about 60% body fat walked onto the stage holding a guitar, looking very free and easy. Lin Dong remembered her name. It seemed to be an in. He was recruited by Zhang Dafa from a music college. I used my spare time to work as a resident singer in a bar to earn some tuition and living expenses. Soon, I then held the guitar and sang a folk song. Let me look at you again, from south to north. It's like my eyes are blinded by the fifth ring road. The song is so melodious and beautiful, and it feels like it's being told in your ears. Combined with the lighting, it creates a sense of loss. Logically speaking, this female college student named it and sang quite well. In the audience, many customers were immersed in the singing, listening and enjoying it with their eyes closed. Unexpectedly, when the song was halfway through, someone suddenly shouted, "What the hell is that? It's so awful. I came to the bar to vent, not to make things difficult for you. The more you sing, the more uncomfortable I feel. Change the song quickly." Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Following the sound, I saw that the one causing trouble was the blonde beauty who was drinking alone. At this time, his eyes were red and he was a little drunk. Everyone was startled by the blonde's shout. In an instant, all eyes looked over there, and also frowned, not knowing where to put her hands. Although, she has not been in the Blue Rose Bar for long. However, the first few performances were quite successful. This is the first time I have seen such a situation today. "No, sorry. I didn't mean it," and then bowed to express his apology. Then, he changed the song and continued playing and singing. As a result, after singing just a few lines, the blonde beauty started screaming again. "Let me be more passionate. Are you deaf? If you can't sing well, get off the stage now. Stop humming and moaning there. It makes me uncomfortable to see you. It's not painful enough." The blonde beauty, under the influence of alcohol, pointed at an. After saying that, he still wasn't satisfied, so he grabbed a bottle of foreign liquor and threw it over. Bang! Snap! The bottle of foreign liquor fell at An's feet and broke into pieces. The little girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't help but let out a scream. Then, he apologized there with a panicked look on his face. "I am sorry. I'm so sorry." Several customers couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to protest. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he was glared back by two burly bodyguards. "Get lost. Our sister-in-law can do whatever she wants. What does it have to do with you? If you don't want to get beaten, just sit down quietly. Do you hear me?" He looks ferocious, and it's obvious that he's not someone you want to mess with. Everyone suddenly became dispirited. Damn it, you are really causing trouble for me. If you can't sing, go back and don't embarrass yourself here. The blonde beauty slurred as she gulped down her drink. I don't care at all about other people's strange looks. This attitude is either caused by drunkenness or he is just arrogant and doesn't take other people seriously. Excuse me, beautiful lady. I'm the owner of this bar. Excuse me, are you dissatisfied with our singer? At this moment, a magnetic man's voice suddenly sounded. Luo Yuzhu raised her head subconsciously. What came into view was a tall and handsome boy. It made her eyes light up. However, when he heard that the other party was the bar owner, he couldn't help but curse. You're the boss? Then do you know that I come to the bar to have fun? What kind of singer did you find? He can't even hum as well as my cat. Be smart and get her out of here. Hearing this, Lin Dong's face turned cold. If it weren't for her somewhat pretty appearance, she would have been thrown out along with the chair. At this time, two bodyguards stopped in front of Lin Dong with unfriendly faces. What do you want to do? Stay away from our sister-in-law. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hand. Sister-in-law. Lin Dong frowned slightly. Could it be that this woman has some special background? Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes rolled around, and he smiled faintly. Don't get me wrong. I just came to ask if this beautiful lady is dissatisfied with anything. Luo Yuzhu rolled her eyes and placed her two beautiful legs playfully on the table. There's nothing to say. Change people quickly. You seem to be quite good at talking. How about you go up and sing a couple of songs? Luo Yuzhu's words hit the mark exactly what Lin Dong wanted. However, on the surface, he still pretended to refuse. Beauty, I'm the boss. Normally, I won't act easily. You mean your performance fee is very high? Luo Yuzhu snorted coldly, a look of disdain showing on her pretty face. I have plenty of money. Big bear, little bear. The two bodyguards cooperated very well and directly took out a suitcase. Bang! The moment the box was opened, a red banknote appeared in front of everyone. At first glance, there are at least 500,000. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, it can be basically confirmed that Luo Yuzhu is of great background. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, who would carry so much cash when going out? Are these enough? Not enough. I still have some in my card. A bar owner dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. He really doesn't know his place. Lin Dong smiled gently and nodded. Okay, I'll refuse it then. After saying that, Lin Dong walked directly to the stage and nodded to Anin. Anin, you've worked hard. You can go down first. Don't take what happened tonight to heart. Later, I'll give you a bonus of 10,000 yuan as mental compensation. What? Hearing this, Anin was shocked at first. Then, there was great joy. Originally, she was still worried that she would lose her job. Now, with Lin Dong's words, all the worries disappeared. Thank you, boss. I love you, boss. Anin shouted, gave Lin Dong a warm hug, and kissed him hard on the face. Then, he jumped off the stage, holding his guitar. Lin Dong touched his face, looking somewhat helpless. Are all female college students nowadays so unrestrained? Why do you kiss so often? Just as I was savoring it, someone's impatient voice suddenly came from the audience. Stop dithering. Are you going to sing or not? If you don't sing, I'll smash your bar. Following the voice, I saw that it was Luo Yuzhu who was speaking. At this moment, she was sitting with her legs crossed, looking at Lin Dong with an unhappy expression. At this moment, a song flashed through Lin Dong's mind. Then grab the mic. In an instant, his entire temperament changed suddenly. A second ago, he was still a seasoned bar owner. The next second, he turned into a top singer. Both his posture and stage presence are eye-catching. Luo Yuzhu's beautiful eyes froze, and she straightened her body subconsciously. No, man, you really can. Soon, under the colorful light, the accompaniment sounded. Lin Dong also closed his eyes and spoke slowly. I gaze at the mountains in the distance, but I missed the turning. Looking back suddenly, I just realized you were waiting for me. Never left. Chapter 150, Find a Quiet Place. Swish. The next second, the originally noisy bar suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads at once and looked at Lin Dong on the stage, holding their breath, their faces filled with shock. Luo Yuzhu's pupil shrank, and she was unconsciously immersed in the song. I felt goosebumps all over my body, and my ears were about to sound like I was pregnant. He sang so beautifully. After the song ended, the whole audience fell silent. It's not that Lin Dong's singing is bad. It was because everyone was so engrossed in listening that they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. After a moment, Luo Yuzhu reacted and was the first to applaud. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone woke up as if from a dream. Immediately afterwards, warm applause broke out. Boss, you sang so well. It's not worse than the original singer at all. That's right, if the boss sings every day, then I will definitely come every day. One more, one more. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the bar became lively again. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with anticipation, hoping that he would sing another song. And then, who had just gone down, also blushed slightly. No wonder the boss is so confident in helping me out. It turns out that he sings so beautifully. Hate it. I'm still worried about him. And then said that she hated it, but her shy actions betrayed her inner feelings. Ahem. On the stage, Lin Dong coughed twice lightly. He just hummed a few words casually. I didn't expect such a big reaction. There's no way. Who made him have the god-level singing skills rewarded by the system? Listening to him singing is an ultimate enjoyment. Little handsome boy, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Sister is very satisfied. Luo Yuzhu threw a coquettish glance at Lin Dong. Her eyes seemed to be able to draw threads. This woman is truly naturally charming. Any random action can make people so horny that they can't wait to rush over and press this little goblin to the ground and rub her. Next to them, Big Bear and Little Bear seem to be used to it. Luo Yuzhu is so charming. Unfortunately, she is that gentleman's woman and no one dares to touch her. Unless that person doesn't want to live anymore. However, the two never expected that today someone would be so bold as to target Luo Yuzhu. Haha, as long as the beautiful lady likes it. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. That confident expression and affectionate eyes once again made Luo Yuzhu fall in love with him. Since everyone wants to hear it so much, I'll sing another one. Is it okay? Lin Dong asked with a smile. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause and cheers broke out in the bar. Almost everyone stood up with excitement on their faces. Some even took out their mobile phones to record the event. Ahem. Lin Dong cleared his throat and looked at Luo Yuzhu lovingly. Luo Yuzhu, who was drunk just now, was almost knocked unconscious. With the stimulation of alcohol, her pretty face instantly turned pink and her skin became hot. Now, she had only one thought in her mind. Push down Lin Dong. If those two words hadn't trembled. I won't find out. I feel bad. How can I say it? It's just a breakup. Soon, Lin Dong's deep voice that pierced the soul spread throughout the bar again. At this moment, he was the only shining star in the audience. He is the well-deserved king of singers in the world. Woo-woo. Luo Yuzhu was also deeply touched and burst into tears. At the same time, he became more and more obsessed with Lin Dong. After a while, another song ended. Many people felt that it was not enough and wanted to keep Lin Dong. Unfortunately, Lin Dong politely declined and walked away on his own. Soon, he walked up to Luo Yuzhu with a smile on his face. Beauty, am I singing okay? Yes, that's great. I've never heard such a beautiful song. Luo Yuzhu nodded excitedly. As long as you like it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew that now he had the hot blonde in his grasp. The next thing to do is to find a way to remove these two light bulbs. Unexpectedly, before he took any action, Luo Yuzhu took the initiative to speak. He took out his bank card and said bossily, Xiongda, Xiong'er, go to the bank and withdraw 100,000 yuan. This boss sings beautifully. I want to reward him. The two bodyguards were stunned. There are almost $500,000 in this suitcase. Luo Yuzhu actually asked them to take out money and give it as a reward to a man. Is there water in your brain? What? What I said doesn't work anymore. You are still deaf. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, Luo Yuzhu twisted her eyes and glared at them fiercely. No, no. The two bodyguards quickly shook their heads. Luo Yuzhu is indeed a brainless woman. However, the man behind her is of great importance. They dared not disobey her. But, sister-in-law, what about your safety when we go to withdraw the money? Yeah, who will protect you? The two bodyguards looked at each other with some hesitation. Next second, crash. Luo Yuzhu picked up the wine bottle and smashed it directly on the table. Then, he rushed at them with a thorny side, with a look of disdain on his face. I am not someone you can easily mess with. Who dares to get close to me? Get out of here now. Don't force me to scold you. After these words were spoken, the two bodyguards did not dare to delay and ran out in shame. In their eyes, Lin Dong is just a singing man. Even if he had 10 times the courage, He would not dare to touch Luo Yuzhu. Unfortunately, there are times when both of them make mistakes. Luo Yuzhu's domineering performance also made Lin Dong's eyes light up. He has played with so many beauties, but this is the first time he has seen one with such a unique personality. There's a strong contrast between the exquisite appearance and the tough style. I just don't know if he's so wild in bed. Handsome boy, there are too many people here. How about we find a quiet place and have a good chat? I'm worried about this much money if I'm holding it by myself. Luo Yuzhu placed her index finger on her plump lips. With charming movements and seductive expressions, she is just like a vixen. No problem. Lin Dong licked his lips and said with a smile, "Come with me, beautiful lady." A cunning gleam flashed across Luo Yuzhu's eyes. Then he quickly followed. After a while, Lin Dong took Luo Yuzhu to the bathroom. It's okay, it's a good place. Luo Yuzhu hugged Lin Dong from behind and kissed him all over his neck. Like a she-wolf that has been hungry for who knows how many days. Don't be too crazy. Lin Dong was also itching to do it. However, I still wanted to refuse. Beauty, we just met. Isn't this a bad idea? I don't even know your name. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu smiled evilly. Then, regardless of Lin Dong's attempt to stop him, he forcibly unbuttoned his clothes and clung to him like an octopus. I don't know. It's necessary to learn more about it. My name is Luo Yuzhu. You will remember it.